Family. Who would have thought that a weakling who couldn't even open a bottle cap would, a few hours later, single-handedly obliterate an island? This guy is called Zay, who crossed over to the world of One Piece and relies on writing a diary to draw prizes and gain superpowers. His diary's copy appeared in front of Nami, Hancock, and others, and the stark contrast of his suddenly increased strength left the women in shock. I tell you, I truly witnessed history today. One punch, just one punch. He directly wiped out an island. The scene, a golden mushroom cloud, suddenly rose up, resembling a nuclear explosion. It was incredible. The shockwave turned the beach into glass, and stepping on it made a crackling sound. And guess what? The guy who made such a huge commotion was just a weakling who couldn't even open a bottle cap a few hours ago. Let me start from the beginning. This guy I'm talking about, Zay, one moment he was being taken away by a dump truck, and the next moment he plopped face first onto a beach. He was dazed, thinking he must have died, wondering where he was. Suddenly, bam, a diary appeared out of thin air. That diary, with a black and gold color scheme and a cool cover, had a swirling nebula in the center, with the words Zay written on it. Hey, that's his own name. Just as he reached out to touch it, the book opened by itself, and a bunch of information poured directly into his brain. Wow, I crossed over, and I ended up in the world of One Piece. Zay was stunned, half ecstatic and half terrified. Ecstatic because who doesn't love One Piece? Terrified because this place is truly dangerous. In the Great Pirate era, just stepping outside could get you sliced by some reckless pirate. Fortunately, this diary was his golden finger. As long as he wrote 1,000 words each day, he could draw prizes from all realms, emphasizing that everything could be obtained. Isn't this just pure cheating? Zay breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the pen that appeared out of nowhere, and began to write furiously, complaining about his crossover experience. But the most outrageous part came. Just as he started writing, on the other side, in front of several people, the copy of this diary also appeared with a bang. In Kokoyashi Village, our future navigator, Nami, had just hidden the money to save the village when she looked down and almost had a heart attack from a platinum-covered book. What the hell? That definitely wasn't there a moment ago. Nami saw the cover. Zay's diary copy Nami exclusive. She was dumbfounded. What crossover? What comic world? What is even happening? When she saw that writing in the diary could earn rewards, family. You have no idea. Nami was instantly jealous. She had worked hard, risking her life to con pirates out of their money, and this guy just writes in a diary and gets rewards? It made her so angry that the little headlights on her chest that hadn't even grown yet started to tremble. In the New World, on Amazon Lily, the recently returned huntress, Boa Hancock, looked at the diary with disdain. A man who couldn't even tie a chicken? Such a man would probably drool and turn a stone upon seeing me. At the Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, preparing to return for a break, also curiously stared at the diary. A crossover? Interesting, I wonder if I can. Oh no, absorb him into the Navy to contribute to justice. In Alabasta, at the Baroque Works, our scheming Lady Robin was handling documents for Crocodile while subtly glancing at the diary. Her expression was calm, but inside, she was in turmoil. A crossover? Exclusive copy? What does this imply? Her intense curiosity was instantly ignited. Just then, Zay wrote a line in the diary that was asking for trouble. Speaking of which, the ones I want to save the most are my poor wives, Nami, Robin, and Hancock. Boom. Nami's face turned beet red, and she started cursing at the diary. Who's your wife? Shameless. And more than one? You playboy. In the New World, aboard Hancock's ship, she stomped down and shattered the deck, her terrifying conqueror's haki instantly sweeping over the entire ship. The surrounding pirates fell over like dumplings. How dare you, you audacious little brat. You dare covet me. You want me to be your wife. She gritted her teeth, and just as she was about to explain to her sisters, an invisible, terrifying force gripped her heart. She instantly understood that she could not let a single word about the diary leak out. In Alabasta, Robin's hand holding the documents trembled. This person seems to know me very well. She was clear in her mind that no one would like a stranger for no reason. Zay definitely knew her past. At this moment, her curiosity about Zay reached its peak, and he became a huge and alluring mystery in her eyes. Meanwhile, the instigator Zay, after writing enough words, submitted it without thinking. Ding! First diary submission. Special reward obtained, great son, contemplation. Wow, that name sounds awesome. The description was simple and straightforward. Contemplate the great sun and utilize it. The next second, a warm current exploded within him, and he felt every cell in his body partying. Strength and speed were skyrocketing. Even more outrageous, he discovered that as long as he basked in the sun, he could become stronger. I feel invincible now, Zay wrote in the diary. Nami, That's quite a boast. Robin, let me see your strength. Hancock, humph, no matter how strong, you'll still bow beneath my skirt. Then, they witnessed a scene that shattered their worldviews. Bizet stood on the beach, and his right hand suddenly ignited with golden flames. To test his power, he poured all his strength into this punch and blasted it toward a distant hill. Then, it was the scene at the beginning. A dazzling golden mushroom cloud rose slowly in the deafening explosion. The terrifying heat wave and shock wave instantly engulfed half the island, turning trees into charcoal, and even the beach was scorched into glass. Bizet himself was dumbfounded, quickly snapping a photo, then dove into the sea to avoid the shockwave. When he resurfaced, looking at the island now turned into a mountain of flames, he was so excited he was trembling. My God, one punch obliterated an island. Am I this strong? He directly sent the photo to the diary, accompanied by text, golden nuclear explosion. JPG-1 hit result. JPG rewards are absurdly powerful. A full-force punch, and an island is gone. With this power, taking down a Navy Vice Admiral should be no problem, right? Good thing I tested this in advance. If I had done this in a crowded place, I would be a walking natural disaster. In front of the 4 copies, there was an instant silence. The women. Wait, weren't you just a weakling a second ago? And now you obliterated an island with one punch? The contrast is too great. Nami stared intensely at the 2 pictures, trembling with excitement. Such immense power. What does Arlong compare to that? A spark of hope ignited in her heart if she could ask him for help, not just one Arlong, 10 of them will be taken care of. She remembered Bizet, called her wife, her cheeks flushed, and she murmured to herself, if he could really save everyone, then, being my wife doesn't seem unacceptable. I in the new world. Hancock suddenly stood up, her eyes filled with disbelief. This power is definitely at the peak of the sea. It's on the same level as a Navy admiral. Her attitude towards Bizet instantly shifted from disdain to extreme importance. Alabasta. Robin's pen was snapped with crack. She instinctively glanced at Crocodile in the office, then shook her head. Impossible. Even a sand alligator could never destroy an island in an instant. This man, named Bizet, possessed a power that was enough to stir the entire world. Bizet did not rush to leave, but familiarized himself with his powers on the island. When he got hungry, he went into the sea and caught a bizarre sea beast, roasting it with his golden flames. As a result, the meat was tough and sour, terrible to eat. He swallowed while complaining in his diary. The first meal in the new world, sensory experience extremely poor. I must find a wife who can cook in the future. The next day, Bizet was sunbathing and exercising while writing a new diary entry. After training, I can finally control my power to some extent. Speaking of which, what time is it now? If the plot hasn't started yet, I really want to go to Cocoa Village to rescue my wife Nami. She's too kind to save the villagers. She went to deal with those pirates alone, naively thinking that gathering enough money would redeem the village. Sigh, Nami, you're facing pirates who lie even when they breathe. Upon seeing this, Nami was stunned. He actually wants to save me? And how does he know about my agreement with Arlong? Could he really see the future? Bizet's diary continued. What's most infuriating is that just when Nami was about to gather enough money, that Navy scum colluding with Arlong showed up and stole all her savings. The dual oppression from pirates and the Navy pushed her to the brink of collapse. If I ever encounter them, I will definitely turn that group of fishmen into top-notch grilled fish dishes. How dare they bully my wife? They truly deserve to die. Seeing this, Nami felt darkness cloud her vision and nearly fainted. After all her years of effort, would it all end up in vain? She trembled in anger, and in her despair, she stared at the diary as if grasping the last straw of hope. Bizet, if it really happens, will you come to save me? Meanwhile, on the Grand Line, an astonishing killing intent erupted from a Navy ship. Tantata looked at the diary's content, furious as she drew her famous sword, Kinpira, the scum of the Navy from the 4 seas, colluding with pirates to oppress civilians. This is simply tarnishing the name of justice. She sheathed her sword, her gaze icy as she commanded her adjutant. Immediately investigate the location of Kiki Yashi Village. Also, submit a request to the Marshal at once. I intend to conduct an inspection across the seas. Her subordinates, terrified like quails, dared not utter a sound and hurriedly scurried to carry out her orders. I tell you, the look in Tautu's eyes at that moment could kill, as she muttered. Don't let me catch you, you rabble of miscreants, or I will personally deliver you to justice. Meanwhile, the naval headquarters was brimming with murderous intent, while on the other side, the Empress Han Cook of Daughter Island was utterly unfazed. With her long legs crossed, She ignored the incessant ramblings of the old lady beside her and simply scoffed, "Humph, the Navy and pirates, not a single decent one among them." The old lady was almost jumping in frustration, but what could she do? After all, this was the Empress, and there was no arguing with her when she was in one of her moods. Still, she persisted. "Han Cook, you're throwing another tantrum. Are the lives of the crew not worth anything?" How do you think the Empress responded? With a haughty tilt of her head, she retorted, "You're so noisy. What I do is none of your business. Regardless of my mistakes, they will always forgive me." This statement left the old lady speechless, for it was indeed the truth. After all, who could resist her charm? Meanwhile, in Alabasta, our sister Robin was perusing her diary at a cafe. Upon reading about Nami's plight, she felt a pang of empathy. Nami was being bullied by both the Navy and the pirates, while she herself was hunted by the entire world government. They were both lost souls in this world. She pondered whether this Zay, who seemed to know everything, might also be aware of the blank century of history. The scene shifts back to Kikiyashi village, where Nami had returned home, utterly despondent. She greeted her sister Nuo Chigao before retreating into her room. Nuo Chigao immediately sensed that something was amiss. Her sister, usually so strong-willed, was clearly troubled. Yet, she could only pray silently, unable to voice her concerns. Nami was on the verge of madness in her room. She knew all too well that the day when that unscrupulous Navy captain would demand payment was fast approaching. The 100 million she had painstakingly saved for years was about to be snatched away. It mirrored exactly what was written in her diary. She buried her head in her pillow, her mind a chaotic mess. What should I do? Fight the vile dragon? That would mean death for the entire village. But if I don't fight, when will this suffering end? Who understands the despair of calling out to the heavens and receiving no answer? The Navy? Bah, they're just as rotten as the pirates. After the fury came an overwhelming sense of helplessness. With no options left, Nami clung to her diary, whispering, "Zay, if you can truly save me, I would do anything for you, even become your wife." At that very moment, our male protagonist, Zay, was blissfully accepting his rewards on a deserted island. He had just finished reading Nami's story and was entirely unaware that the girl was on the verge of pledging herself to him. Congratulations! You have obtained Basic Kinbunchika Haki, Basic Busashoka Haki, and Basic Swordsmanship. What a surprise! The trifecta was instantly granted. Zay's eyes sparkled. Although not as astonishing as the rewards on the first day, these were foundational skills that could surely be upgraded in the future. He felt elated, thinking, if every day were like this, invincibility would not be a dream. He immediately claimed his rewards, and as he clenched his fist, a faint golden glow enveloped it, perhaps due to the solar technique he practiced. His Busashoko Haki appeared different from others, golden and gleaming, reminiscent of a golden Saint Seiya. He was like a child with a new toy, tightening and loosening his fist as the golden light flickered. Finally, with a punch, he shattered the glassy beach formed from the molten sand he had created earlier. This strength is exhilarating. He then closed his eyes to test his Kinbunchiko Haki, and instantly, the sounds of wind and shifting sand became remarkably clear in his mind. It was as if he had activated a 360-degree radar. However, when he attempted to practice swordsmanship, he found himself in an awkward position. There wasn't even a stick to swing. He had burned everything to ashes the day before. Oh well, he mused, stroking his chin. The knowledge and experience have been directly infused into my mind, making me feel as if I've trained for several years, perhaps at the level of an ordinary swordsman. Then came the most audacious move. He picked up his diary and began to write today's entry. Well, today's rewards were just SOSO with merely a basic dual-color haki. Entry level for the Grand Line, a bit lacking. And a basic swordsmanship, but without a sword, it's hard to assess, feels rather mediocre. I hope tomorrow's rewards are better. Otherwise, my power upgrade won't be significant. Upon reading this, I couldn't help but think, brother, where did you learn this kind of pretentiousness? This is practically the latest 2025 model of pretentiousness. Just then, Nami lifted her head from her pillow and, upon seeing this passage, completely lost her composure. How could this be? Here I am, suffering immensely, while you are effortlessly gaining the power to crush dragons, and still find it lacking? She internally raged. Dual-color haki and swordsmanship. I could walk all over the East Blue with that. It wasn't only her. Robin and Tao too were equally dumbfounded. Robin thought, my boss Crocodile, a formidable Shichibukai, probably doesn't even possess dual-color hockey. And you dare call that insignificant? Are you misunderstanding the average standards? On the ship, Tao Tu rolled her eyes in disbelief, almost unable to refrain from cursing aloud. Are you kidding me? There are only a handful of Navy admirals. You think they're as common as cabbages on the street? How could you possibly encounter one just by stepping outside? She felt Bai Zai's caution was bordering on pathological. However, upon further reflection, it only strengthened her resolve to find Bai Zai and recruit him into the Navy. Only Robin found herself in agreement with Bai Zai's cautious approach. It is indeed wise to prepare thoroughly to face the unknown dangers ahead. Moreover, she realized that Bai Zai's caution implied that once he decided to set sail, he would undoubtedly possess the strength to challenge an admiral. With this thought, Robin felt a sudden determination. She would seek out Bai Zai. This might be her only opportunity to break free from Crocodile and achieve true freedom. She immediately stood up and walked straight into Lao Sha's office. Boss, I wish to go on a business trip to Donghai. Lao Sha, cigar in mouth, lifted his gaze to her. Reason? Robin had already prepared her response. Although Donghai is weak, some pirate crews possess considerable wealth. I have received intelligence about a substantial sum of money and wish to retrieve it for our Baroque works. This reasoning was compelling, and upon hearing it, Lao Sha, realizing the need for funds, readily consented. He did not harbor any doubts, and even advised her to take more people to avoid embarrassment in the weakest sea. A smile crept across Robin's lips as she exited the office, her heart already fluttering with anticipation. I wonder if Bai Zai will be willing to shelter me? He should be. After all, he did call me his wife in his diary. Meanwhile, Hancock, witnessing Bai Zai's cautious demeanor, was filled with disappointment. She had expected the Traverser to be audacious, someone daring enough to challenge the heavens, only to find a paragon of prudence. How could she rely on him to confront the celestial dragons? Unbeknownst to Bai Zai, his decision had stirred diverse sentiments among several women. He had melted and reforged a glass sword from sand. Although it appeared rather crude, it was functional. After practicing a few moves on the beach, he discovered that this rudimentary swordsmanship was far more impressive than he had anticipated, encompassing knowledge of various styles, including the single sword, double sword, and even Zoro's three-sword style. However, he found it unacceptable to hold a sword in his mouth. Enough of this. Once we set sail, I must acquire a renowned blade. He contentedly stowed away his weapon, preparing to rest and eagerly anticipating tomorrow's rewards. Early the next morning, Bai Zai's first task was to write in his diary. The timeline was still uncertain, so he decided to outline the main storyline. All the women who read this sentence instantly became alert. Here it comes. The Traverser's future spoilers are finally arriving. In the age of great exploration, a young boy aspiring to become the Pirate King set sail, propelling the era to its zenith. His name was Luffy, and with his extraordinary devil fruit and unfathomable background, he fought his way through numerous challenges, ultimately becoming the 5th Emperor of the Sea in the New World. Boom! These few sentences were akin to a nuclear bomb. The future Pirate King is named Luffy. Peach Rabbit, Robin, and Hancock frantically searched their minds for this name, only to find no trace of him. This indicated that he had not yet set sail. Moreover, the information was staggering. The fruit was extraordinary, the background profound, and he had become the 5th emperor. It was essential to note that currently, there were only 4 emperors in the New World. This meant that this Luffy had forcibly seized a territory from those 4 monsters. However, the next sentence left Peach Rabbit utterly astounded. Who could have imagined that this future Pirate King was the grandson of Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp? With a loud thud, Peach Rabbit sprang from her chair, her chest heaving violently, her face a mask of disbelief. Garp's grandson? She suddenly recalled that Garp indeed had a grandson in Fusha Village, named Luffy. My heavens! The future Pirate King is Garp's own grandson. What kind of situation is this? Hancock burst into laughter, her mirth shaking her to the core. Ha ha ha! What a grand irony! The so-called righteous Marines. And yet, the grandson of the Marine hero has chosen to become the Pirate King. What will the Marines think of themselves now? As Robin traversed the upside-down mountain, she wore an amused smile. How intriguing. The grandson of a marine hero becoming the pirate king. What kind of person would this Luffy be? However, her curiosity was piqued more by the one who held all these secrets, by Zay. Only Nami loathed pirates with an intense passion. The Pirate King? Wasn't that the ultimate villain among all the scoundrels? The previous Pirate King, Roger, had unleashed the Great Pirate Era, causing countless deaths. And now, another one was emerging. She instantly felt a surge of revulsion for this Luffy. Just as everyone widened their eyes in anticipation of further revelations, another line appeared in the diary. Luffy battles Big Mom, confronts Kaido, and ascends the throne on the reputation of the former 4 emperors. Ah, that's enough writing for today. I shall continue later. What the heck? Almost simultaneously, the several women erupted in exclamations of disbelief. What nonsense is this? You cut it off right at the crucial moment. Baisha, oblivious to their lamentations, gleefully submitted his diary. Congratulations on completing the diary task. Rewards: mastery of the 6 powers, beginner observation haki, beginner armament haki. Upon seeing this prompt, Zay's eyes sparkled. Isn't this akin to the star upgrade system in card games? Now there's hope. With this newfound anticipation, he felt invigorated. Setting sail is imperative. I must find a populated area, at the very least. Instantly, he transformed into an Olympic champion, plunging into the sea and began swimming vigorously in a chosen direction. Utilizing the power of the sun, his stamina felt inexhaustible. However, after swimming for over 3 hours, his legs nearly burned out. Yet he still failed to find an island with human habitation. It was either deserted or a den of wild beasts, utterly frustrating. Just as despair began to creep in, his sun-sensing radar beeped. A ship appeared in the distance. His excitement surged as he hurriedly sped towards it. Upon closer inspection, he saw a dozen sailors on the deck and cargo piled in the cabin, resembling an ordinary merchant ship. But his sun-sensing radar was not to be underestimated. Scanning below, he was shocked to find that the hold was filled with iron cages, containing shackled individuals of all ages and races. It was undoubtedly a disguised human trafficking vessel. Those who understand the situation can relate to the surge of fury that welled up within him. Personally, I had no grand ideals of saving the world. I adhered to a single principle: out of sight, out of mind. However, once I laid eyes on it, I could not stand idly by. I stealthily approached the bottom of the ship, moving like a gecko, and swiftly climbed onto the deck. I initially intended to play the role of a stealthy assassin for a perfect infiltration. However, as soon as I scaled up, I locked eyes with a man emerging from the cabin, and the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. What could be done? I kicked off my right foot, and with a resounding crack, the deck splintered, propelling me like a cannonball, and I landed a punch right on his neck. With a crack, the man's eyes widened in shock, clutching his neck as he collapsed, departing this world. Truth be told, I felt no remorse. It was akin to squashing a mere bug. The disparity in power was too great. The lookout atop the mast, hearing the commotion, poked his head out and was left dumbfounded. He shouted, "Intruders!" Well then, infiltration had failed, so it was time to unleash chaos. I had not expected to hide for long anyway. The human traffickers swarmed around me, and their leader, a towering brute over 2 meters tall, transformed from a fierce visage to a forced grin, attempting to appease me. "Good sir, there seems to be some misunderstanding. If it's wealth you seek, we shall gladly offer it. We merely earn a modest living." I couldn't help but chuckle at their audacity. To my astonishment, I realized I could understand their speech, likely a feature of the diary's built-in translation function. I sneered. "Modest living? Then tell me, what are those cages holding in your hold?" Upon hearing this, the leader's face fell, realizing the gravity of the situation. His expression hardened. "Since you know, there's no need for further discussion. Attack! Let me tell you." The henchmen rushing towards me appeared to be in slow motion, as if they were moving at 0.25 times the normal speed. I casually snatched a long knife from one of them, and the moment I grasped it, a sense of familiarity washed over me, as if I had wielded this blade for lifetimes. I showed no mercy. My approach was direct and lethal. A flash of the blade, and one fell clutching his throat. Against these inhumane scum, I could never show leniency. Judging them was the realm of the underworld. My sole duty was to send them to meet their fate. In the blink of an eye, Only the leader remained on the deck. He gazed at me, a towering figure over 2 meters tall, trembling like a leaf. "Don't come any closer," he stammered, retreating while attempting to swing his fists. Annoyed by his noise, I swiftly struck, severing his entire right arm. In the next moment, he watched in horror as his headless body collapsed slowly. Disgusted, I kicked his head aside and proceeded into the lower level of the ship. The foul stench, mixed with the scent of blood, nearly made me retch. The slaves inside were tortured beyond recognition, their bodies marred by lash marks, some wounds deep enough to expose bone. Upon my entrance, their eyes initially sparkled with hope, but upon seeing my knife, despair enveloped them once more. Without uttering a word, I enveloped my blade with armament hockey, causing it to emit a faint golden glow. I struck the chains of their iron cages with a series of forceful blows. Clang, clang, clang. Each flash of golden light signified the liberation of one cage. The slaves were momentarily stunned, but as realization dawned, their eyes brimmed with uncontainable joy. Once everyone was freed, they all knelt in unison, weeping and expressing their gratitude. All right, I could accept this wave of thanks. Yet, a headache began to surface. What was I to do with so many people? I certainly couldn't play the role of a caretaker. Wait a minute. A brilliant idea struck me. I could have them sail to Roadtown themselves. At that moment, the naval forces stationed there should be Smoker. Although that old chain smoker appeared fierce, he was quite decent and would surely accommodate them. As I vented my frustrations about those human traffickers in my journal, regretting that I hadn't made their demise more painful, I selected a few among the freed slaves who understood navigation and instructed them to set sail towards Roadtown. Coincidentally, one had previously served as a captain and even knew the route to Roadtown, which saved me considerable trouble. On the first day at sea, we captured a ship and rescued a boatload of people. It felt rather meaningful. I leisurely lounged on the lookout, basking in the sun and riding the waves, feeling utterly delightful. By evening, the rescued individuals insisted on hosting a banquet in my honor. Fine by me, as I was also quite hungry. Everyone feasted and drank, and the atmosphere was quite lively. I struck up a conversation with a burly figure wearing a chef's hat, and to my astonishment, he revealed that he hailed from the famed sea restaurant Bar Thai in the East Blue, the very place where Sanji worked. He explained that he had been out gathering ingredients when misfortune struck, and he was captured by those traffickers. I was taken aback. The world truly is small. I hurriedly scribbled in my journal, "Dear readers, I've stumbled upon incredible news. The curly-browed chef Sanji from the Sea Restaurant is destined to be the right-hand man of the future Pirate King, possessing top-tier combat prowess. Furthermore, his true identity is that of the third prince from the infamous assassin family, the Vinsmoke family of the North Blue." Upon learning this news, Reiju, Sanji's sister, who resided far in the North Blue, would likely leap from her chair in shock. She could never have imagined that news of her long-lost brother would come from my journal. As for me, I held little interest in Sanji. I had no desire to cling to the protagonist's coattails. My goals were clear: Nami and Robin, especially my beloved Nami, who had yet to reach her peak development. I pondered whether I could assist her in accelerating her growth process. Perhaps I was getting ahead of myself. After chatting with the chef until midnight, I sent him off to sleep, as I needed him to prepare meals the following day. I then hurried back to the lookout. While the cabin was comfortable, nothing could compare to greeting the rising sun. The sensation of gradually growing stronger was truly addictive. The next day, the first rays of sunlight fell upon me, instantly waking me. Habitually, I scanned the surroundings for safety using my sun sensitivity. I pulled out my journal and began jotting down my entry for the daily reward. A new day, and we were almost at Roadtown. I hoped to see my beloved Dasky. Then I headed straight for Cocoa Village. Calculating the time, Nami's bounty of 100 million berries was nearing completion, and I needed to hurry. I couldn't let that scoundrel Captain Mouse abscond with the money. And those fishmen, led by Arlong, were about to experience my sun flame. I would prepare a whole roasted fish feast for them. In Cocoa Village, upon seeing the updated journal entry, Nami felt invigorated. She clasped her hands in prayer, fervently beseeching. Just then, her sister Nojiko walked in, startled by the scene, assuming Nami was overwhelmed by stress and rushing over to embrace her, leaving Nami in a state of exasperated amusement. Meanwhile, At the port of Rotown, a female naval officer, sporting glasses and a long sword at her waist, clutched an identical copy of the journal, anxiously scanning the horizon. I must tell you, her mind was in utter disarray. The individual referred to as by Zay in the journal incessantly called out Dasky, my beloved Dasky, causing her to blush and feel flustered at every sight of the sea, as if she were a lovesick maiden. She pondered in turmoil. What if he truly addressed her like that in person? Would she retaliate with her sword or shyly respond? The thought made her face flush, nearly bleeding from her ears. Just then, her superior, the old chain smoker of Rotown, approached, puffing on 2 cigars. He was already in a foul mood from having apprehended a few oblivious pirates that morning. Seeing Dasky looking like a boiled lobster, he frowned and asked, "Dasky, what's wrong? Are you feeling feverish?" Dasky jumped, startled as if caught slacking off at work. No, Colonel Smoker, I'm just a bit warm, haha. Smoker, with an expression that questioned her sanity, scrutinized her for a moment. Noticing she didn't appear ill, he couldn't be bothered with his muddle-headed subordinate and waved her off. Dasky finally exhaled in relief, but as she turned her gaze back to the port, her eyes widened in astonishment. There it was, the very ship that matched the photo by Zay had shared in the journal. Without a second thought, she dashed towards the dock, eager to discover the identity of the individual capable of penning such embarrassing entries. However, just as she took a few strides, the journal in her hand began updating rapidly. Haha, I see her. I see my beloved Dasky rushing towards me. Indeed, reality diverges from the comic. But she appears even more beautiful. The combination of a bespectacled girl and a clumsy sword enthusiast is undeniably adorable. I must tell you, upon reading this passage, Dasky nearly tripped over her own feet in disbelief. How blatant could he be? Moreover, could the combination of glasses and clumsiness be considered cute? Her mind was a whirlwind of questions, but her feet did not falter. She realized a crucial point. Bizet seemed utterly oblivious to the fact that they also possessed a copy of the journal. By the time she breathlessly arrived at the dock, the scene had escalated. A large group of recently liberated slaves, led by the burly chef, were explaining their situation to the naval officers. As Dasky approached, intent on conversing with Bizet, she opened her mouth, but a surge of indescribable and terrifying energy instantly immobilized her, rendering her speechless. She immediately understood. This journal carried an inherent silence-inducing feature. Not only could she not divulge secrets to outsiders, but bringing this matter up with the principal was also impossible. Bizet, observing her opening and closing her mouth, appeared rather puzzled. I must say, Bizet excelled at maintaining appearances. He offered a slight smile, his demeanor exuding grace and charm, enhanced by the cultivation of some technique that made him radiate warmth, displaying a remarkable amiability. "Excuse me, esteemed naval officer, how may I assist you?" Dasky's inner thoughts were a torrent of sarcasm. "Oh, please, keep up the charade. If I hadn't read those scandalous lines in your journal, I might have considered you a gentleman." Quickly adjusting her expression, she managed to force a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Bizet, for rescuing this ship of slaves. I express my gratitude on a personal level." Bizet waved his hand, embodying a spirit of righteousness. He merely intervened to assist those suffering injustice. He suggested to the sailors on the ship that they might seek assistance from the Navy to check for any bounty, which could be divided among the enslaved individuals, allowing them to afford their journey home. Upon hearing this, the group of slaves immediately knelt, tears of gratitude filling their eyes. Dasky's admiration for him surged dramatically. Such character is undeniably commendable. In a moment of impulsiveness, she boldly asked, "Mr. Bizet, would you be interested in joining our Navy? With your abilities, you would undoubtedly be given significant responsibilities, perhaps even rapidly promoted to a commanding officer." As soon as she finished speaking, her diary flickered to life. "Dasky, my lady, is actually inviting me to join the Navy? How did she become aware of my capabilities? Did she possess such discernment?" Dasky felt a cold sweat trickle down her spine. Oh no, she had let something slip. As she pondered how to salvage the situation, the diary updated again. Surely, she was merely being courteous? Nevertheless, joining the Navy seems unwise. The organization is not exactly pristine. Just consider that so-called hero, Carp, who concealed the bloodline of the Pirate King, resulting in countless pregnant women being scrutinized, shattering numerous families. This alone is a stain on his lifetime that he cannot wash away. Baizé was politely declining, saying, "I apologize, Miss Dasky. I am accustomed to a carefree lifestyle and have no intentions of joining the Navy at this time." However, Dasky was already in a daze, her eyes blank, her mind consumed with the implications of Carp's concealment of the Pirate King's bloodline. At that moment, not only she but all the women holding diaries experienced a profound shift in their worldview, as if struck by a massive truck. Far out at sea, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit nearly crushed her prized sword in frustration. As for Robin, her already negative perception of the Navy plummeted to new depths. Carp's reputation had been utterly obliterated by Zay's revelations. Seeing Dasky lost in thought, Baizé quickly sought an excuse to slip away, disappearing into the streets of Rogue Town. By the time Dasky regained her senses, he was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Baizé leisurely submitted his diary entry for the day. Diary submitted successfully. Congratulations on obtaining Basic Busashoka Haki, Basic Kinbunchika Haki, and Basic Swordsmanship. Ding! Your external assistance has been credited. Satisfied, Baizé headed to a barbecue restaurant for a hearty meal. After indulging in food and drink, he strolled to the legendary execution platform of the Pirate King, Roger. He took a snapshot with his diary and began composing another entry. Execution Platform, JPG, a place brimming with legendary significance. In the future, Luffy will undoubtedly tread here. Had it not been for his father, the Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon, and his grandfather, the Navy hero Carp, I suspect he would have long since met his demise. This background supports a duality that straddles both the underworld and the legitimate realm. If he does not become the Pirate King, who else could? Let me tell you, this statement was another explosive revelation. Robin coughed violently, her mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Luffy's father is Dragon. Carp's son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. What kind of situation is this? What profession does the Carp family have? Are they specialists in training adversaries to the world government? On the other side of Rogue Town, a girl with orange hair, Nami, was paddling a small, rickety boat, having just made a perilous landing. She was indeed a woman of action. Rather than waiting idly in her village, she decided to take the initiative. Having calculated that Baizé would arrive in Rogue Town, she took a shortcut and hurried over. Finally, she had arrived. Nami patted her chest, gazing at the town's lights, contemplating where Baizé might seek information about Coco Village. As she pondered, clutching her backpack filled with money for the village, she hurried into town. However, just around the corner, a robust arm suddenly reached out, blocking her path. Nami collided headfirst, her nose stinging with tears. "Hey, look who I've caught. Isn't this the infamous little thief from East Blue?" An exceedingly lecherous voice boomed. Upon hearing this voice, Nami froze in terror. It was Captain Ross, the pirate from whom she had stolen over 500,000 berries. She attempted to flee, but Ross had already seized her hair, lifting her effortlessly. "Little thief, this time you've fallen into my hands." Ross's foul-smelling face loomed closer as his gang emerged from the shadows, each grinning cruelly. "Boss, let me have a turn. I want to carve 100 cuts into her." "No way. I'm going first. I bought the thinnest knife just for today. I want her to experience the agony of 1,000 cuts." Ross drew out a paper-thin knife, lightly grazing it across Nami's face, a line of blood appearing instantly. Agonizing pain and terror made Nami tremble, her heart racing with fervent prayers for rescue. Ross snatched Nami's backpack and yanked it open, spilling berries everywhere. "What a treasure! So much money! I can't let you die so quickly. You'll spill all the money you've hidden away. Otherwise, Old Five, show her your new skills." A dark-hued young man stepped forward, taking the knife with a twisted smile. "Little thief, this knife will pierce your belly, slowly severing your insides, allowing you to savor the experience." The knife tip inched closer to Nami's abdomen, and she closed her eyes in despair. Just then, at that critical moment, her diary suddenly radiated with a platinum glow. A new line of content appeared. "Habitually using solar sensing, unexpectedly seeing my wife." Nami's eyes widened at that moment. She summoned every ounce of strength within her to emit a heart-wrenching scream. "Save me." The somber youth was startled by her sudden reaction, quickly becoming furious, and plunged the knife down. "Scream all you want. It won't help." Yet, in the next second, he felt as if his knife had struck solid steel. The sound of metal clanging echoed. Baizé appeared before Nami as if summoned by fate. His fingers enveloped in dark Busashiko haki effortlessly grasped the small knife and, with a forceful grip, shattered it. "So many of you, bullying a girl, is it?" Baizé's voice was as cold as ice. Before the pirates could react, his hand had already clamped onto Captain Ross's arm. With a sickening crack, Ross screamed in agony, releasing Nami's hair. Following that, Baizé delivered a powerful left kick directly to Ross's chest. Boom! The burly figure flew backward like a broken sack, collapsing to the ground, his body twitching in agony. Unable to utter sound, the remaining scoundrels thought to escape. Too late. Baizé's figure flickered, executing a series of fluid movements, and in less than 10 seconds, all the pirates lay on the ground, suffering from shattered bones, enduring excruciating pain while awaiting their demise. The world fell silent in an instant. Nami sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face, sobbing like a little kitten, but she paid no mind to her state, simply lifting her head to gaze in awe at the man who descended like a deity. "Let me tell you," as he approached her, extending his hand with a gentle smile, he asked, "Miss, are you all right?" At that moment, Nami's mind rebooted as if she were a robot that had lost power. She shook her head and grasped Baizé's hand, exerting all her strength as if trying to rise with his support. A typical person might have been pulled down by her force, but who was this man? Baisha, with a physique akin to a small monster. Nami's strength was as trivial as a tickle. In the next moment, I was left in astonishment. After standing up, Nami did not release his hand, but instead dove into Baizé's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around him like an octopus. Family, who understands this sudden embrace? Baizé initially intended to say something, but upon feeling the person in his arms trembling like a leaf, he swallowed his words and could only gently pat her back to offer comfort. His inner thoughts were clear, the trope of a hero saving a damsel in distress, although cliched, is undeniably alluring. As for those dozen or so pirates at the alley's entrance, they were long done for. Let me tell you, when Baizé delivered that kick, it appeared simple, yet it precisely channeled his strength into each of them, shattering their internal organs beyond salvation. When Nami finally ceased her trembling, Baizé spoke. "It's all right. Everything has been resolved." Yet his inner monologue continued. "Ah, the embrace of a wife is truly comforting. The scale of it is extraordinary." Naturally, such thoughts were recorded in his diary. Nami's face flushed crimson, yet she stubbornly did not let go. Today's ordeal had been exceedingly traumatic for her. Having danced on the precipice of death and grasped onto this lifeline, she was unwilling to release it. This girl, bold in affection and enmity, once she set her sights, would not look back. If not now to deepen their bond, then when? She buried her face in Baizé's chest and asked in a muffled voice, "Could you kindly tell me your name?" "I am Baizé, and you?" "Nami." Baizé felt a surge of joy. Holding a beauty like her, he mused that this bond was surely destined to blossom. As long as Nami did not express a desire to depart, he could hold her like this indefinitely. However, after a while, Nami, unable to bear it any longer, blushed deeply and withdrew, internally lamenting, "You heartless rogue, I had hoped you'd be the one to push me away. Yet here you are, entirely unreserved." With no other option, she sought a new topic. "Mr. Baizé? Just call me Baizé." The two exchanged pleasantries, and, after some hesitation, Nami finally mustered her courage. "May I accompany you? I fear encountering pirates again." In truth, she wished for him to rescue her village, but felt it too abrupt. So, she thought to stay close and await an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Baizé's heart leapt with joy. He had been seeking an excuse, and here it was, presented to him. He nodded eagerly. "Of course." Then, shifting the topic, he pointed to the money scattered on the ground. "Hurry and gather it, lest the wind carries it away." Upon mention of money, Nami's little treasure-hunting radar activated, and she promptly squatted down to collect the coins. Once finished, she proudly declared. To express my gratitude, I'll cover your expenses from now on. Sounds good, Baizé replied with a grin. Thus, they departed together, and shortly thereafter, Dasiki and the Navy arrived on the scene, witnessing the pirates in a state worse than death. Leaving her to ponder, surely these two Haven Tea gone straight to a hotel? The mere thought made her face flush, and she hurriedly led her team away. Nami, well acquainted with Rogertown, skillfully navigated through twists and turns, leading Baizé to a small house belonging to a friend. It had 2 rooms and a living area, just enough for them to have their own space. After exchanging goodnights, Baizé fell into a deep slumber. However, in the early hours of the next morning, he awoke to find Nami nestled in his arms. Bewildered, he reached out to poke her cheek. Nami stirred in her sleep, and he continued his gentle prodding. Finally, she awoke with a frown, and upon seeing Baizé's handsome face mere inches away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. All the events from the previous night rushed back to her mind. After a tumultuous blend of joy and sorrow, she had been unable to sleep, ultimately sneaking into Baizé's room, seeking the safety of his presence, only to be lulled into a deep slumber by his scent. It was the most restful sleep she had experienced in years. Yet being caught in such an intimate situation upon waking was mortifying. Nami's mind raced, and her acting skills kicked in as she blinked innocently and said, Baizé, if I were to say that I was terrified yesterday and couldn't sleep alone, so I came to your side and accidentally fell asleep, would you believe me? In an instant, Baizé's diary updated. Click. Nami, my beloved, early morning beauty shot JPG. I believe whatever my wife says. Sleeping with my wife is bliss. He smiled and replied, of course, I believe you. Upon hearing his teasing tone, Nami's face reddened further, and she rolled over, turning her back to him in feigned indifference. Baizé, not wishing to tease her further, got out of bed and began his training. He understood that matters such as these should not be rushed. If something were to blossom, there would be ample opportunities in the future. However, with his diary updated, several individuals were thrown into a frenzy, particularly those he had previously referred to as his wife. Robin, initially absorbed in her book, was met with Nami's sleeping visage upon opening the diary, accompanied by the note about their shared night. She placed a hand over her heart, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Hancock, the Empress of Women Island, slammed her cup down in frustration. That despicable, fickle rogue. They just met, and already they're sharing a bed. In her anger, a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps I should venture to the East Blue to uncover the allure of this scoundrel. On the Navy ship, Peach Rabbit, after finishing her sword practice, glanced at the diary and felt a strange sensation, sighing, the youth of today truly progress swiftly. With that, she returned to her cabin, leaving her subordinates exchanging glances, too afraid to utter a word. Let me tell you, Nami's strategy here is one of deft maneuvering, seizing the opportunity. Meanwhile, Baizé continued his training on the rooftop, contemplating how to find a reason to assist Nami in dealing with the evil dragon. On the other side, Nami had already entered the kitchen, clanging pots and pans as she prepared breakfast. When Baizé returned to the room after his training, the delightful aroma caught him by surprise. Nami, wearing an apron like a dutiful wife, casually remarked, "Welcome back. Wash your hands and join me for breakfast." The atmosphere was exceedingly warm. While washing his hands, Baizé chuckled. "I never would have guessed you could cook." Nami, brandishing a spatula, playfully puffed out her chest. "What? Doesn't it suit me?" "It suits you perfectly." Baizé quickly snapped another photo with his diary. At the dining table, after much deliberation, Nami finally spoke. "Baizé, I would like to ask for your help." She recounted the plight her hometown faced under pirate oppression, the threats she endured, her eyes fixed intently on Baizé, fearful of his refusal. Upon hearing this, Baizé's heart nearly burst with joy. He had been seeking an excuse. He smiled broadly. "Are you suggesting that I assist you in dealing with those pirates?" "Yes. Please save my village," Nami exclaimed, standing up and bowing deeply to Baizé in gratitude. "Of course," Baizé readily agreed, even adding with bravado, "in the entire East Blue, there are only a handful who could match me in battle. Any pirates will be easily dealt with." "Really?" Nami's excitement led her to leap into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck. Zay reveled in the warmth and softness, but couldn't shake the thought. Wait, I sent Nami being a bit too forward? She is so quick to embrace me. Last night was hardly the behavior of someone newly acquainted. As this thought crossed his mind, his diary updated once again. Nami, noticing the sudden change, felt her heart drop. Oh no, he suspects me. However, it was too late to act unfamiliar, and she could only steel herself to continue getting closer. After finishing breakfast, they found a boat and set sail toward her hometown, Cocoa West Village. Meanwhile, Robin and Peach Rabbit, upon seeing the diary's updated location, immediately turned their ships toward Cocoa West Village. As they sailed, Zay received a reward for his sign-in, acquiring the basic levels of hockey, armament, and observation. Once the boat reached the shore, he used his abilities to pinpoint the location of the evil dragon's paradise. He turned to Nami and asked, "Will you wait here for my good news, or will you accompany me?" "I will go with you," Nami replied with determination. She wished to witness the downfall of her enemies firsthand. As they approached the vicinity of the evil dragon's paradise, Zay suddenly halted in his tracks. Under Nami's puzzled gaze, he pointed towards the distant paradise. In the next moment, Nami beheld an image that would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. In the skies above Ilong Lu Yuan, countless golden flames materialized out of thin air, crashing down like a meteor shower. Moment laté, a cataclysmique explosion reverberated, accompanied by a searing wave of heat that forced her to stagger back several steps. When she looked again, the entire Ilong Lu Yuan had been transformed into a desolate wasteland, echoing with a few piercing cries before descending into complete silence. The nightmare that had oppressed her and the village for so many years had vanished just like that, without even a glimpse. Nami could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her face as she sat on the ground, wailing uncontrollably. The tremendous commotion attracted the villagers, who rushed over with farming tools, only to find Nami in tears beside a stranger. Fortunately, Nami's sister, Noki Gao, dashed over and embraced her tightly. "Nami, what's wrong?" Nami replied, "I'm just so happy that the Ilong pirates are gone." The villagers, following her gaze, were left dumbfounded. The once indomitable Ilong Lu Yuan had become a pile of rubble. After a brief shock, a tide of jubilant cheers erupted, blending laughter and tears as they released years of pent-up grievances. A villager named Ajian approached Zay and bowed deeply. "Thank you for saving us." All the villagers followed suit in gratitude. Zay waved his hand dismissively. "I am merely a friend of Nami. It was the least I could do." Noki Gao stood up and announced loudly, "Everyone, let us not just talk. Let us hold a banquet. We must properly thank this hero." The villagers dispersed in a flurry, each returning home to prepare for the feast. Noki Gao sidled up to Zay and whispered, "So, do you have any feelings for my sister Nami?" Before she could finish, Nami covered her mouth and dragged her away, exclaiming, "Sister, what are you talking about?" Zay chuckled as he followed the playful sisters. Before the banquet even commenced, Noki Gao pulled Nami aside. Nami, puzzled, noticed her sister holding a platinum diary that read, "Noki Gao, exclusive." Nami was utterly astonished. "Sister, you." The two diaries simultaneously displayed a prompt. Detected nearby diary owner, "Would you like to add as a friend?" Without hesitation, they both agreed. Nami typed in the diary, "Sister, when did you get this?" Noki Gao replied, "Just today. It only appeared after I saw Zay when you brought him back." They both instantly understood that the diary had a triggering mechanism. Noki Gao, glancing at the diary's content, mischievously typed, "Oh dear, my little Nami has grown up. Spending a night with someone. How does it feel?" Nami's face turned crimson. "Sister, don't say such things." Nothing happened. They continued to engage in lively conversation through their diaries. Nami quickly informed her sister of the diary's taboos. They must not disclose its contents or appear too precognitive in front of Zay. Once their chatter concluded, the sisters joined in aiding the preparations for the banquet. As night fell, a bonfire blazed in the village center, marking the official beginning of the celebration. Cheers! Cups filled with wine clashed together, sending splashes everywhere. Zay and Ajian, seemingly in a competition, downed one cup after another. Zay observed Ajian, who had just boasted about being a drinking champion, suddenly rolling his eyes back and collapsing to the ground. It seemed he had held on until now, just to hear Bai praise his drinking prowess. Bai, witnessing the table full of drunken revelers, felt a sense of helplessness. His constitution was akin to that of a monster. Alcohol barely affected him, rendering drinking almost pointless. He stood up, pondering where Nami and Nokigao had disappeared to, having seen them just moments before. He possessed a peculiar ability akin to a living radar, which he usually kept dormant. However, now he activated it and immediately locked onto their location. The two sisters had ventured into the ruins of Yilong Liyuan. As Bai approached, he spotted Nami and Nokigao rummaging through the debris. His sudden voice nearly startled the two girls into flight. Nami explained she had drawn numerous sea charts for the Yilong pirates and didn't want them to go to waste, wishing to see if they could salvage anything. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with the allure of riches. Moreover, those pirates have plundered the villagers for years. They must have hidden a considerable amount of belly. In that moment, she appeared utterly possessed by the spirit of wealth, resembling a little money-obsessed sprite. Nokigao, nearly a loss for words, frantically typed in the diary. Nami, at least try to behave a little in front of Mr. Bai. Don't scare him away with your greed. Nami felt a pang of concern, but stubbornly retorted, surely, Bai isn't that kind of person. Bai, observing their playful banter, smiled and said, let me assist as well. Many hands make light work. Nokigao hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to have their benefactor perform such labor, but Nami readily agreed. Then please. Baisha. Once Bai activated his powers, the ruins appeared almost transparent to him. When he had set fire earlier, his primary focus had been on the fishermen. So while the structures had collapsed, some items had likely survived the blaze. Within moments, he pointed to a specific spot, declaring, found it. There's a basement beneath, hiding a stash of money. But the sea charts are indeed gone. What a pity. Nami, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief. She could always redraw the charts. But the money represented the villagers' hard-earned savings and must be reclaimed. She immediately resolved to distribute the money to the villagers the next day to improve their lives. After Bai helped extract the funds, Nami insisted he take a break, assuring him she could handle the rest. When it came time to count the money, Nami was in sheer bliss, relishing the moment despite knowing she would soon distribute it. Just then, Nokigao messaged Nami in the diary. Nami, since this money was found by Mr. Bai, shouldn't we consult him about sharing some of it? To which Nami replied, leaving Nokigao utterly speechless. There is no need for that. Besides, what is this amount compared to the 1 billion belly I've saved to redeem the village? If it weren't for him, this money would have been seized by the Yilong pirates. Now that he has rescued us, it rightfully belongs to him. Nokigao was left dumbfounded, her expression akin to that of someone who had just encountered an alien. Was this truly the same stingy, little money-grubber Nami she had always known? Nami, blushing under her sister's gaze, offered no explanation and continued stuffing her bag with cash. Nokigao took a furtive glance at Bai wandering in the distance and instantly comprehended the situation. It seemed that even the most avaricious of girls would yield in the presence of someone they admired. She secretly rejoiced, feeling that her sister had found happiness, albeit the direction of this happiness seemed somewhat convoluted. The thought of Bai's diary listing countless wives made Nokigao unable to suppress a resentful glare at him. Muttering internally, playboy. In the distance, Bai suddenly shivered, mistakenly thinking it was Smoker scolding him from behind for sending a ship of slaves, which surely kept that fellow busy for a while. As the night deepened, Bai was settled in Nami's house. Lying in bed, he clasped his hands together, earnestly wishing, I hope a fragrant, soft, beautiful girl cuddles with me tonight. Meanwhile, the island was abuzz with activity. The Navy's Peach Rabbit and Baroque Works Robin had both stealthily arrived at Cocoa West Village. However, upon seeing the village darkened, they decided to hold off for the night and plan for the morning. And guess what? Bai's wish came true. In the midst of the night, he felt a soft presence beside him. Without a second thought, he rolled over and embraced it. Ah, it was fragrant and soft. The following morning, a classic scene unfolded as Bai and Nami exchanged wide-eyed glances. Nami, her hair in disarray and her eyes still heavy with sleep, appeared irresistibly adorable. Baizé snapped a picture of her in this dreamy state, storing it in his diary. Ultimately, it was Nami who could no longer bear the moment. Her cheeks flushed a vivid crimson. She murmured softly, "Would you believe me if I said I drank too much last night and mistakenly wandered into the wrong room?" Baizé beamed with radiant sincerity, his gaze sincere enough to string a thread. "I believe you, whatever you say. It's a matter of unconditional trust." His words echoed like a couple's vow, causing Nami's face to redden further as she struggled to rise and prepare breakfast. Baizé gently urged her to lie back down while he got up first. After all, their relationship had yet to be explicitly defined, and lying together while awake felt slightly awkward. As Nami watched him leave, she pulled the blanket over her head, savoring the lingering warmth left by Baizé, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Noki, upon opening her diary early that day, was greeted by yet another photograph of her sister's sleeping visage. She slapped her forehead in disbelief, utterly mortified. Her sister, typically so independent and strong, seemed to lose herself completely in Baizé's presence. However, upon further reflection, she realized her beloved Nami deserved happiness. She even began to ponder how she might assist her sister in securing the heart of the seemingly fickle Baizé. After completing his morning exercises, Baizé commenced writing in his diary. He reflected on the events of the past few days before turning his thoughts to future plans. He contemplated whether to take care of the corrupt Navy colonel allied with the vile dragon. After some deliberation, he resolutely decided it was time to eliminate him. He had no desire to join the Navy anyway. Pursuing a bounty would be an entertaining endeavor. Then he recalled that Luffy would set sail in a year, and remembered Koya from Syrup Village. The frail young lady's butler, Kuro, was a treacherous pirate, endangering her family. Baizé resolved that his next target would be to prevent this tragedy. I tell you, when Baizé penned his diary, the world trembled in response. Aboard a Navy warship, Admiral Peach Rabbit, upon reading the diary, narrowed her eyes and resolved to take action first. Such a disgraceful Navy officer must be dealt with swiftly to prevent Baizé from accumulating a bounty. This was not mere self-interest. It was for the future of the Navy, ensuring that such a promising individual did not find himself on the opposing side. She immediately contacted Admiral Sengoku, demanding a thorough investigation of Colonel Mouse. On the other hand, Robin, upon seeing the diary, felt her mind racing. If Baizé became a wanted criminal, wouldn't that put her in a similar situation? This would increase her chances of being taken in. Yet, she felt a pang of sympathy, for she understood the pain of being hunted all too well. The most explosive revelation occurred in Syrup Village, where Koya, the subject of the diary's content, also possessed a diary. She had long regarded Baizé as an unseen confidant, but today she discovered her own name within the pages. When she realized that her trusted butler Kuro was, in fact, the murderer of her parents, she was left utterly stunned, her heart racing and her complexion paling. She understood that even if she went to her parents now, no one would believe her. In her heart, she desperately called out to that unseen man, "Mr. Baizé, please come and save Koya." This was akin to the most viral cyber prophecy of 2025, laying out the future with crystal clarity. Baizé finished his diary entry and returned to the house to prepare for breakfast. At the dining table, Nami suddenly set down her chopsticks and, her eyes sparkling, declared, "Baizé, I want to set sail with you and chart the world's seas." Baizé's heart soared. He had not even extended the invitation yet, and Nami had already volunteered. He immediately agreed, of course. "Welcome to my crew." His internal monologue gleefully chimed. "Setting sail together means I can hold her close at night." However, Nami's next words left him utterly dumbfounded. "Fantastic. Then the three of us shall set sail together." Both Baizé and Noki raised their eyebrows in confusion. Wasn't this supposed to be a duo? How had it suddenly transformed into a trio? Nami quickly clarified that she felt lonely without her sister and insisted that her sister's superior culinary skills would be an asset. Baizé ruffled his hair, thinking the plot twist was absurdly far-fetched. Yet, he reasoned, in the real world, there were rarely such scripted narratives. He waved his hand grandly, of course. I am confident I can protect both of you. He felt delighted at the prospect of gaining not one, but two companions. Nami and Noki, noticing his willingness, both sighed in relief. Breakfast was a joyous affair. Once the meal concluded, they departed without hesitation. Baize assisted in transplanting the finest orange trees from Nami's home onto the ship while the sisters packed their belongings. Blushing, Nami shooed Baize away, instructing him to explore the village. Before he left, he caught a glimpse of a daring outfit hidden in Nami's luggage and thought to himself that he must persuade her to wear it for him someday. Strolling through the village alone, he admired the pastoral scenery. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he spotted a tall figure approaching in the distance. Dressed in a cheapao and adorned with a navy justice coat, a famed blade at her side, was none other than the candidate admiral, Peach Rabbit. What was she doing in the East Blue Novice Village? Had the server encountered a glitch? In his astonishment, he sensed another presence. Just behind Peach Rabbit, a sultry woman in a black leather jacket and round hat strolled confidently. It was Nico Robin. Shouldn't she be in Alabasta? What was she doing here? Risking capture by the Navy? Baize felt overwhelmed, his mind racing with the thought. What are you two doing here? As he recorded these thoughts in his diary, both Robin and Peach Rabbit instantly became aware of each other's presence. They exchanged knowing glances, and the diary prompted them with a notification. Detected diary owner. Would you like to add as a friend? Goodness, one could even add friends. Yet, how could a Navy Vice Admiral and the daughter of a devil fruit user possibly become friends? They tacitly ignored the prompt, each crafting reasons for their unexpected appearances. Peach Rabbit was the first to act. Approaching Baize, she politely introduced herself. Hello, Baize. I am Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. I've heard about your impressive abilities. Would you be interested in joining the Navy? Baize was perplexed. Did his modest skills warrant a personal recruitment from a Vice Admiral? However, he maintained his composure and politely declined. I'm sorry, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, but I am accustomed to my freedom and dislike constraints. Peach Rabbit attempted further persuasion, but Baize candidly revealed his thoughts in the diary. Join the Navy now? Preposterous. In a year's time, during the Marine-Ford War, 100,000 elite soldiers are going to face Whitebeard, and look at the chaos that ensued. Kizaru slacked off, Akiji dawdled, and only Akainu was working hard. Joining now would be tantamount to volunteering for a fool's errand. I assure you, the moment Baize updated his diary, both Peach Rabbit and the approaching Robin were left utterly speechless. They struggled to maintain their composure, while internally, a storm of thoughts raged. This was no ordinary diary. It was a live broadcast of future information. The revelations contained within detonated like underwater mines, leaving all the women reading the diary in a state of shock. Recovering first, Peach Rabbit displayed remarkable mental fortitude. Despite her mind racing with chaos, she maintained a stoic expression. Taking several deep breaths, she managed to steady herself, resembling someone who had just completed a grueling run. She finally grasped why Baize had dismissed the Navy's olive branch. It was clear he possessed a script of the future, aware of the imminent clash with Whitebeard and the Navy's impending losses, followed by a world draft. Joining the Navy now would be akin to enlisting in the losing side. Once the battle concludes and the Navy finds itself short of personnel, entering at that moment would undoubtedly grant one the status of an elder. Such calculations are quite clear, even to me in the East China Sea. Realizing this, Tao Tu ceased to press the issue and handed over a communication device, sincerely stating to my brother, Your Excellency Baize, I apologize for my abruptness today. However, the doors of the Navy will eternally remain open for you. This is my private number. Feel free to call at any time. I was momentarily taken aback. Tao Tu held my brother in such high regard. Presenting a private communication device upon our first meeting, along with an indefinite commitment, was quite generous. Nevertheless, one should not refuse a complimentary device, so Baize accepted it and tucked it away. After bidding farewell to the Navy, Baize turned and found himself face to face with Robin. I must tell you, from the moment Robin appeared, her gaze was fixed on Baize as if she were a radar, unwavering in her focus. She began with a standard monologue filled with meaningless chatter that made my head ache, summarizing her message. I originally came to observe the excitement, only to discover your remarkable capabilities, prompting a change of heart. Bai Zhe and Tao Tu exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of her intentions. However, Robin's next statement plunged us all into silence. With a subtle smile, she elegantly inquired, "Your Excellency Bai Zhe, would you be interested in joining my organization? Given your strength, I believe usurping power and becoming a leader would be as effortless as quenching one's thirst." What? Who understands this? Robin came in with a bombshell. In the presence of a Navy vice admiral, she attempted to persuade someone she had just recruited to eliminate her own superior. What kind of thought process is this? I was utterly dumbfounded. Tao Tu wore a similarly shocked expression. Observing our astonishment, Robin innocently shrugged, explaining that her relationship with her superior was merely one of collaboration. Once utilized, she would be discarded, necessitating her search for a new opportunity. Bai Zhe, in his diary, expressed his frustration. To be honest, Lao Sha's strength simply arrived too early, sacrificed to the protagonist's radiance. Yet, my wife Robin, with her beauty and kindness, is quite the cunning femme fatale. Selling out her superior with such finesse, if I were to usurp power, who knows when I might find myself betrayed by her. Just as he finished writing, Robin's expression darkened ominously. Tao Tu, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter, teasingly adding, "Oh dear, one doesn't sell out a collaborator so skillfully, do they?" Quite the expert. Robin's face grew even darker, her gaze sharp enough to cut through steel as it bore into Bai Zhe. He remained oblivious, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in mood between the two women. Ultimately, Bai Zhe declined Robin's offer for the same reason as before. "I apologize. I am accustomed to a leisurely life and do not wish to join any organization at this time." With that, both women found themselves at an impasse. Bai Zhe, recognizing that having two powerful figures wandering the village could be perilous, proactively proposed to act as their guide, leading them around. I must say, the scene was quite bizarre. Bai Zhe strode ahead while Robin trailed behind, her eyes daggers aimed at him, and Tao Tu struggled to suppress her laughter, her face flushed. Bai Zhe, perplexed by their odd behavior, thought to himself that despite their peculiarities, they were still his wives. As the clock approached noon, Bai Zhe left them in the village and made his way to the seaside, preparing to set sail. Upon reaching the shore, Nami and Nokigo were already waiting on the boat. Bai Zhe stood on the shore and struck the bottom of the boat with his palm. With a resounding crash, a massive wave propelled the entire vessel several meters away. Nami and Nokigo were left astonished, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Once aboard, Bai Zhe commenced his training regimen for his wives, initially intending to teach them the profound Ri Guan Xiang Fa. He soon realized it was too esoteric for the girls to grasp. It dawned on him that his own ability to comprehend it stemmed from extraordinary circumstances. With no other option, he settled for imparting skills more native to their world, domineering presence, swordsmanship, and physical techniques, allowing them to choose. Both ladies, having endured the oppression of a fearsome dragon, understood that without strength they would only be prey. Without hesitation, they both opted for swordsmanship. Bai Zhe swiftly fashioned 2 wooden swords from scrap wood, and thus began their grueling training. The boat was soon filled with the sounds of blades slicing through the air and the girls' spirited cries. They trained tirelessly until evening, collapsing onto the deck, backs against one another, their clothes drenched in sweat, a sight to behold. Bai Zhe felt immense satisfaction and eagerly updated his diary. "Wow, I never anticipated my wives Nami and Nokigo to possess such resilience. I thought they would complain, yet they persevered through sheer determination. Truly magnificent. And the sight of them, drenched in sweat, is simply delightful." The most audacious part was when he snapped a photo and uploaded it to his diary. I assure you, all the girls reading his diary were envious, their mouths watering at the thought of being personally trained by a top-tier powerhouse. Bai Zhe approached and lifted them both up, infusing them with a warm surge of solar energy that instantly alleviated their fatigue. Nami exclaimed dramatically, "Wow, this feels amazing, like soaking in a hot bath." Bai Zhe's expression turned peculiar at her words, and he hurriedly ushered them into the bathroom for a wash. However, chaos erupted in the bathroom. The 2 ladies, submerged in the bathtub, opened the diary, and saw the photo of themselves, drenched in sweat. Nami, unfazed, mischievously teased no Kigo. Sister, take a closer look at the diary. There's a highlight. No Kigo, puzzled, began to read aloud. Wife Nami and wife no Kigo wife? The moment no Kigo uttered the word wife, her voice cracked, and her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp. She promptly buried her head underwater, bubbles escaping as she nearly drowned. Nami giggled uncontrollably, pulling her sister up and teasing, "Oh, sister, it's just a title. Why get so worked up? If you truly like it, I wouldn't mind sharing Baize with you." The sisters playfully tussled in the bathroom for quite some time. When they finally emerged, a sumptuous dinner awaited them. The trio joyously feasted to celebrate their first venture at sea. That night, Baize took the watch, sitting cross-legged in the lookout tower, meditating against the ocean breeze. Everyone anticipated that the day would conclude peacefully. However, as the clock struck midnight, an unexpected event occurred. Ding! A cold system notification echoed in the minds of all diary holders simultaneously. Diary function updated. As the diary owner has interacted with 5 instance holders, the instance holder reward mechanism is now activated. Daily reward. The instance holder mentioned most frequently by the owner in that day's diary will receive an enhancement of 1 point to their strength. This enhancement will adaptively strengthen the holder's abilities. Special reward. Upon triggering a special reward, the diary owner will randomly select one instance holder from all realms to receive a random special reward of the same level. Boom! I tell you, the moment this notification emerged, the entire world fell silent. All the girls reading the diary sprang from their beds, their eyes wide as saucers. This was no ordinary diary. It was a grand update, initiating the wife level up mode. On her hospital bed, Kuya felt a flicker of hope ignite in her eyes. Baize's 1% of strength? That would make defeating Kailu as easy as child's play. On the ship returning to the Baroque works, Robin nearly crushed the book in her hands. Her heart filled with regret. One wrong step led to a cascade of misfortunes. If she had stayed, she could have been enjoying the intimate guidance and racking up mentions. Nami and no Kigo had hit the jackpot. Tao too from the Navy branch sighed in resignation. She too desired that 1 point increase, as it was a shortcut to admiral-level power. Alas, due to her special status, there was no way she could accompany Baize daily. Now it seemed she could not even hope to join in, but she wasn't the only one feeling anxious. Let me tell you, the Empress of Nine Snake Island, Boyahan Ku, can no longer remain composed. She abruptly rose from her throne, exuding an aura so potent that no one in the palace dared to breathe. Her desire was palpable, driving her to a frenzy. The prospect of gaining even 1% of Baize's power was akin to wielding a divine artifact for someone of her caliber, who was already nearing the pinnacle of strength. At her level, even the slightest advancement required a tremendous sacrifice, yet Baize ascended to greatness in a single day. How could this be justified? Han Ku's mind buzzed with calculations. Haunted by the memories of her past as a slave to the celestial dragons, those moments of humiliation and fear remained etched in her soul. In the past, seeking vengeance was a mere fantasy, as any misstep could lead to the annihilation of her entire nation. But now, the tides had turned. She saw a glimmer of hope. If she could continuously reap the daily rewards, pulling those lofty figures down from their pedestals would no longer be a dream. She mused, if I were to align myself with Baize, my charm would surely make me an indelible presence in his diary. The rewards would flow abundantly. But then she reconsidered. Such a move would appear too contrived. With Tao Tu and Robin having just approached him, she was acutely aware that Baize was now on high alert. If she were to rashly approach him, it would be akin to wearing a sign that read, "I have ulterior motives." And so it was that all the major players capable of perusing the diary came to a mutual understanding. At this juncture, no one could afford to act recklessly. Anyone bold enough to disrupt the narrative by seeking out Baize would undoubtedly raise his suspicions to the maximum. Unless, of course, Baize himself stirred up a significant commotion, achieving fame far and wide, at which point they could visit him under the guise of admiration. Now that would be entirely reasonable. Thus, from the Empress to the Vice Admirals, everyone silently pleaded, "Baize, my brother, you are already so powerful. Hurry forth and bask in your glory. We implore you to gain notoriety, for without it, how shall we find our excuses to reap the benefits? But guess what? Some are not keen on Baizé acquiring fame so swiftly. In the cabin, Nami and Nokigo, who were on the verge of slumber, were abruptly awakened by the alert from the diary. Upon reading its contents, their eyes widened in astonishment, completely banishing any remnants of sleep, replaced instead by sheer ecstasy. I tell you, they had trained tirelessly by day, not wishing to be mere decorative weights. Now, the shortcut lay before them. No, it was not merely a shortcut. It was as if the heavens themselves were lifting them into a fast lane. Nami, brimming with excitement, nearly leapt up, exclaiming, "Wow, sister, at last, this fortune is ours." They had to seize this opportunity and escalate their abilities with fervor. Nokigo, still in disbelief, felt as though they had stumbled into a dream. Was the universe truly dropping blessings into their laps? But Nami, your manner of speaking is increasingly reminiscent of Baizé's. Nami chuckled. What of it? As he says, once we set sail, we must embrace freedom. With that, she lunged forward, embracing Nokigo, and mischievously whispered in her ear, "This reward shall surely be mine. You are too shy, but I'm all about taking the initiative." After which she puffed out her chest, leaving Nokigo rolling her eyes in exasperation before turning to sleep. The following morning, Baizé welcomed the first rays of sunlight, concluding a night of diligent training. I must tell you, this fellow is truly dedicated, sacrificing sleep for his craft. As he passed by Nami in Nokigo's room, hearing no movement, he assumed the two were exhausted and catching up on rest. Unbeknownst to him, they had been too exhilarated to find sleep. Once he had taken a refreshing shower and emerged clad in a bathrobe, he encountered Nami, who was rubbing her eyes. "Good morning. Good morning. Wait, you didn't sleep at all last night?" Nami exclaimed, astonished by his damp hair. Baizé nodded, explaining he had been training to fend off pirates. Upon hearing this, Nami's face instantly reflected concern as she approached him, saying, "No way. From now on, we will take turns keeping watch. It's too taxing for you alone." Dear ones, who understands the delight of being cared for? Baizé felt warmth in his heart, but still declined. He mentioned possessing a passive skill called malicious intent perception, which allowed him to sense trouble even in slumber. Nami's face flushed red. She realized with a jolt that he must have been aware of her previous night incursions. How could he endure such advances from her, the flirtatious rogue? Baizé gazed at her with confusion, wondering how his ability had provoked such a reaction. Then came breakfast time. Baizé personally cooked, and by the time the two girls emerged from their preparations, a lavish spread awaited them. Nami gasped and dashed forward, clinging to Baizé's arm, exclaiming with a mix of surprise and adoration, "Oh my! Baizé, did you make this? I must say, this little enchantress is quite skilled. Which man could resist such charm?" Baizé, reveling in delight, remained nonchalant, saying, "Dig in." He made no effort to extricate his arm, allowing Nami to hold on as he finished his meal with one hand. Nami discreetly glanced at the diary, noting that while Baizé yearned for her, she was not wealthy, yet was exceedingly generous. This realization filled her with pride, and she shot a knowing look at Nokigo. Nokigo, exasperated, thought to herself, indeed, Nami is the master of manipulation. Meanwhile, Baizé's diary continued to ponder. Could it be that my nocturnal vigilance inspired her, prompting today's bountiful rewards? Upon reading this, Nokigo sputtered milk across the table, while Nami gleefully reveled in her friend's misfortune. The three at the table represented three entirely different worlds. After breakfast, they resumed their sword training. Nami, fueled by enthusiasm, practiced relentlessly, even as her hands became raw. Why? She was compensating for her past shortcomings. She believed that today would surely bring rewards, and with her abilities soaring, she needed a justifiable reason. I trained fiercely today, unlocking my potential. Such a narrative sounds quite reasonable. Baizé watched in astonishment as her hands became bloodied, wondering if this was still the Nami he knew. The financial enthusiast whose zeal rivaled even Zoro's. He quickly tended to her wounds with a gentle, golden glow emanating from his hands. Time flew by, and soon night fell. Baizé submitted his diary. The system notification erupted with fervor. Having interacted with Nami and Robin, the women of fortune, the correlation threshold was met, unlocking a new feature along with rewards. Baizé's own hockey upgraded to an intermediate level, and then the main event arrived. The system would randomly select one lucky character from all related individuals to receive an adaptive enhancement equating to 1% of Baizé's current strength. Baizé was astonished. This reward was simply unprecedented. He wondered who would be the fortunate recipient. The answer came, Nami. Wow. Baizé's diary burst forth with exclamations. Truly. She is my little angel of fortune. Indeed, those who are generous are destined for good luck. The system also kindly indicated that the reward could be dispensed at his discretion, preventing an abrupt surge in power from startling anyone. All the girls sneaking glances at the diary breathed a sigh of relief, relieved to know the system was providing cover. Simultaneously, their envy towards Nami soared to new heights. In the bathroom, Nami, upon seeing the diary's contents, leapt from the bathtub in excitement, nearly slipping. No Kigo quickly steadied her, half amused and half annoyed, admonishing, "Steady now. Whatever outrageous excuse Baizé concocts, you must convincingly act as if you believe it. Understand?" Nami patted her chest, assuring, "Don't worry, sister. When it comes to acting, I'm a professional." The two conspired and decided to create an appropriate scene for the rewards unveiling. After a sumptuous dinner, Baizé cleared his throat, adopting a serious expression, and began, "Nami, no Kigo, I have recently experienced a breakthrough in my techniques, allowing me to condense solar particles. There's a chance it may enhance one of your abilities approximately by 1% of my strength. Of course, it might also be ineffective, akin to simply consuming a sweet. Shall we give it a try? Here it comes." The dramatic moment had arrived. Nami and no Kigo exchanged glances, instantly shifting into their award-winning personas. One exclaimed with delight, "This is wonderful. I too wish to take the shortcut," while the other expressed heartfelt gratitude. "Baizé, you are truly our benefactor." Baizé, upon witnessing their reactions, felt a heavy weight lift from his heart. The three of them made their way to the captain's cabin, where they sat cross-legged on the oversized bed. Baizé theatrically conjured two golden orbs of light in his palms, which were, in reality, mere healing energy. Nami and no Kigo eagerly swallowed them. In the next moment, Baizé whispered diary grant a reward. An unimaginable surge of power surged into Nami's body. She felt as if she could fell a bull with a single punch. "I did it. Baizé, I did it. So strong. I feel like I can knock over a bull with one punch." Nami exclaimed excitedly, leaping onto Baizé, the tremendous force knocking him onto the bed. Meanwhile, no Kigo watched with envy, her eyes turning red with jealousy, silently vowing, "It seems I can no longer afford to be polite with little Nami." To test Nami's newfound strength, Baizé brought her to the deck, handing her a wooden sword. "Come, let's have a sparring session. I want to see just how strong you become." Nami, gripping the wooden sword, gazed at Baizé with fierce determination, a mischievous smile curling at her lips. She had long desired to teach this fickle-hearted lad a lesson. After all, despite her bold advances, he still referred to others as his wife in his diary. Today, she would let him experience the consequences of his own strength. The next moment, Nami unleashed a powerful kick, and with a resounding duong, the deck beneath her foot shattered. She herself was momentarily taken aback, hurtling towards me like a runaway cannonball. "Wait, did you intend to teach me a lesson or bestow me a gift?" I thought too lazy to dodge. I simply opened my arms and caught her in a tight embrace. This little one began to squeal. "Baizé, I was wrong. Let me go. I barely have any reserves left." I was at a loss for words, saying, Hey, are you looking for trouble? Do I not know my own strength? I haven't even exerted myself, and you can't blame me for your own lack of training." After that, I set her down. I explain right now. You're like a 3-year-old wielding a heavy hammer, full of strength but unable to walk steadily. You need practice. Initially, she appeared somewhat unconvinced, her expression seemingly questioning why she had to train while I could use the rewards directly. Yet, she quickly realized that this power was indeed a result of my influence. and her petty grievances vanished instantly. Enough chatter. Let us begin training. The power granted by the diary was extraordinary, coupled with Nami's innate talent. It wasn't long before she began to harness her brute strength. We faced off again with our wooden swords, and this time, the strikes were swift and precise. Of course, I was merely blocking, akin to playing with a child. Eventually, with a flick of my wrist, I sent her staggering back several paces, declaring, "All right, the test is over. You can now walk confidently through this novice village in the East Sea." Her face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement, likely envisioning herself as invincible. I hastily doused her enthusiasm with cold water. "Hey, don't get carried away. This is merely the foundation. In a real fight, when you encounter those wielding devil fruits with flashy abilities, you'll have your work cut out for you." To this, she nodded vigorously, yet her smile and glimmering eyes clearly indicated that my words had gone in one ear and out the other. "Fine, if you choose not to heed my warnings. You'll learn the hard way later." The following day, as the ship docked, I announced, "Welcome to Zilabu Village." Simultaneously, in the village's grandest villa, a golden-haired heiress named Kuya lay in bed, engrossed in her diary. She gazed at the test data I had recorded for Nami, her eyes brimming with envy. Just then, a shadow flickered silently at her bedside like a ghost. This startled Kuya so much that she nearly fainted. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than her loyal butler, Keluo. Ever since discovering through the diary that he was the one responsible for her parents' demise and a lurking pirate captain, Kuya trembled at his sight. Keluo, ever suspicious, noted the shift in Kuya's gaze over the past few days and immediately grew wary. "Miss Kuya, it's time for your medication," he said, adjusting his glasses, the reflection obscuring his sinister gaze. Kuya felt a surge of dread, but a glance at the diary, which indicated my imminent arrival, instilled her with newfound courage. She steeled herself, reassuring her mind, "Mr. Baize will arrive shortly. There's nothing to fear." She took the medicine in one gulp, grimacing as her face scrunched up in distaste. Keluo observed her with a smile that concealed his calculating thoughts. This girl must have discovered my intentions. I must act sooner than planned. Tonight, I will make my move. Indeed, Keluo's execution was swift. Despite his suspicions, he had summoned his former band of miscreants, preparing for a ruthless assault. He collected the bowl and turned to close the door, his expression shifting from respectful to cold and calculating. Today he intended to approach stealthily, testing Kuya's reaction. This trial confirmed his suspicion. Kuya's fear was not simply of being startled, but a genuine fear of him. With this realization, Keluo's lingering reluctance dissipated. He would act today. As he walked, pondering his next steps, he reached the village slope, waiting for his subordinates. Yet, as he anxiously paced, they failed to arrive. Just when his patience wore thin, figures finally appeared at the top of the slope. He sighed with relief, muttering, "These useless fools. Why are they so late?" However, as the figures approached, his expression froze in horror. Indeed, his subordinates had arrived, but they were bound like dumplings, dragged along by a rope, unconscious and battered. I grinned at him. "Oh, it seems you were indeed waiting for them, Captain Keluo. I personally delivered your package. It's a bit heavy, but I hope you don't mind the rope." The title Captain Keluo sent a chill down his spine. He realized he was completely exposed and aware that I was no ordinary opponent. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his speed, believing he could still make a desperate attempt. He adjusted his glasses, adopting a pose he thought was suave, and charged at me. To my amusement, his supposedly impressive speed was akin to moving in slow motion, rendering his efforts futile. I barely shifted, casually placing my fist in his path. By the time he realized, my fist loomed large before him. With a muffled thud, he essentially accelerated into my fist. His face contorted, and he crumpled to the ground, unconscious, his last thought likely being, "What a fast punch." Meanwhile, within the villa, Kuya sensed something was amiss upon hearing the loud crash, her heart racing, fearing that Keluo had struck. Ignoring her frail condition, she unleashed a surge of strength, scrambling down the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, she was stunned. Her parents stood unharmed, while the nefarious Keluo lay on the ground, his face disfigured, unconscious. At that moment, her diary pinged with a friend request notification from Nami and no Kigo. Only then did she notice the three of us standing nearby. She immediately understood that it was by Zay and his companions who had arrived, and they had swiftly dealt with Keilu, just as she nodded in agreement. She hurriedly explained that she had come down to investigate the noise. I must say, her skill in deception was riddled with flaws. I couldn't help but mock her in my diary. Haha, my dear wife Kuya is so adorable. Even her lies are so naive. A golden-haired, rich little girl. Her attributes are simply extraordinary. Upon glimpsing my diary, Kuya's face flushed bright red, undoubtedly scolding me for being a fickle-hearted rogue in her mind. Her father, quick to react, hurried over to smooth things over, expressing immense respect and gratitude towards me. At that moment, Kuya made a decision that left everyone utterly astounded. She deeply bowed to me with unwavering determination in her eyes, proclaiming, Lord Baize, thank you for saving our family. To repay you, please allow me to follow you. I was momentarily taken aback. Could slaying a minor creature lead to such rewards? Her parents, alarmed, quickly interjected, asserting that Kuya had been frail since childhood, and venturing out to sea would be akin to courting death. They implored me to refrain from taking her away, even going so far as to label their daughter a burden. Kuya, caught in a dilemma, understood her parents' good intentions. I smiled and spoke up. If your concern is solely about her health, then it is not an issue. In my view, Ms. Kuya's ailments are quite manageable. Upon hearing this, her parents' eyes lit up. Her mother, overflowing with excitement, rushed to me, nearly shaking me by the shoulders. Without further ado, I raised my hand, and a soft golden light illuminated my palm. I must say, this power of the sun is practically a cheat. It doesn't matter what ailment she has. A little force can work miracles. The radiance enveloped Kuya, instantly eradicating the roots of her ailments. The lingering waves of light caused the flowers and plants outside to flourish wildly, while small creatures gathered at the window, drawn to the ethereal energy. Her parents were left dumbfounded, their gazes no longer reflecting that of grateful benefactors, but rather that of awestruck deities. When Kuya opened her eyes, feeling reborn, she stood up excitedly to thank me. Her parents were equally enthusiastic, insisting on treating us to dinner and urging us to stay the night. Their fervor reached such a level that it made me somewhat uneasy. During dinner, I noticed that Kuya's father had mysteriously disappeared for a while, returning with a knowing smile. I thought nothing of it. That night, Nami, the little clingy one, found an excuse of being unfamiliar with the room to crawl into my bed. The next morning, as I descended the stairs, Kuya's father approached me as if he had been waiting for a long time, reverently stating, Lord Baize, I have heard that your ship is a converted pirate vessel, which hardly befits your stature. I spent the night preparing a new ship for you, with performance and decor that are undoubtedly the finest in the East China Sea. It dawned on me why he had been so mysterious the previous day. It was all for this arrangement. Unable to refuse his kindness, I graciously accepted. After bidding farewell to Kuya's family, the four of us arrived at the port. What a sight it was! A resplendent merchant vessel, entirely golden and exquisitely designed, resembling a moving palace upon the sea. I named this ship Liuyang, Fiery Sun, symbolizing that I am the sun over this dark ocean. As for Keilu and his gang, they had long been securely bound and tossed into the sea to feed the fish. As the ship sailed across the ocean, the three girls, Nami, no Kigo, and Kuya, quickly bonded. I reclined on a beach chair under the sun, contemplating that it was time to teach them about hockey and swordsmanship. At that moment, Kuya approached with 2 glasses of juice, shyly stating, Mr. Baize, I learned this from my sisters No Kigo and Nami, and I hope you will give it a try. I glanced at her delicate, fair hands, which bore a few small cuts from her clumsy efforts. A young lady, unaccustomed to manual labor, had gone out of her way to learn this from me. I smiled, and a gentle glow radiated from my hand, instantly healing her wounds. Kuya looked at me with gratitude. Thank you. I will savor it well. Receiving my affirmation, a joyful smile blossomed on Kuya's face, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Upon seeing her eager expression, I realized that her juice was indeed worthy of praise. This girl hoped for my approval. As long as she could contribute on the ship and not merely be a decorative figure, she would be satisfied. Just as I was enjoying this moment with Kuya, Nami suddenly let out a loud shriek, nearly causing me to drop my glass. Come look, that ship is so abstract. I quickly lifted my head, following her gaze to see a colossal vessel appearing at the horizon. Its shape was reminiscent of two large fish kissing, with each end adorned with a fish head. I couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence! We all gathered at the bow, and Nami and the others were left in awe. The Bartai, I proclaimed its name. Fate truly works in mysterious ways. I had just rescued one of their chefs, and now I stumbled upon their restaurant in the vast ocean. How remarkable! Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. So this is the legendary East China Sea's most famous floating restaurant. Having spent years in the East China Sea, she was well informed. Observing our small ship in comparison to their behemoth, it felt like a corgi facing an elephant. We were simply not in the same league. No Kigo and Kuya, having never heard of it before, looked as if they had just stepped into a grand garden, their faces filled with wonder. Kuya, being from a merchant family, quickly pieced it together and remarked, "Such a large ship, just for a restaurant? That's quite extravagant. If they formed a trade caravan, wouldn't they make a fortune?" I suggested, "Shall we go pay a visit? If they can spread their reputation throughout the East China Sea, their cuisine must be exceptional." To my amusement, the girls exchanged glances, and I instantly understood that they were planning to form a group to learn culinary skills. They aimed to master some delightful dishes to surprise me upon their return. Competition spurs progress. After all, with our individual intentions in mind, our gleaming ship, Liuyang, sailed toward the Bartai. Our vessel was so eye-catching, resembling a moving golden ingot, that it drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant from afar. In the kitchen, an elderly man, clearly the owner, muttered while smoking a cigarette, "A remarkable figure has arrived." Naturally, anyone who could cruise such a lavish ship without being robbed was no ordinary person. Suddenly, a burly chef beside him peered out curiously, and upon spotting me, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He dropped his spatula in excitement, waving his arms to explain to the owner, "Boss, that's my savior. He rescued me from the slave ship." In his enthusiasm, he burned the dish he was cooking. The owner frowned and coldly remarked, "Your dish is burnt." In the Bartai, wasting food is a grave sin. Without hesitation, the burly chef hurriedly scooped the charred food into his bowl and wolfed it down, even though it was unappetizing. Rules are rules. As we boarded the ship, the gazes of the diners were almost burning holes through me. Their envy and jealousy filled the air as they whispered amongst themselves. "Look at that guy, he's got 2 women on each arm, and now he's got 3. What given the right? He's just a bit taller, a bit more handsome, and a bit wealthier than I am. Wake up, brother. The gap between you and him is greater than the distance from the sea beneath us to the clouds above." No Kigo, feeling emboldened amidst the murmurs, confidently linked her arm with mine, standing tall with an air of a rightful consort. What could I say? I let her be. Kuya, shy and blushing, slowly composed herself upon seeing my nonchalant demeanor. We found a large table to sit at, and the burly chef I had saved rushed over, grinning widely. "Lord Baizé, do you remember me?" I nodded with a smile. "Of course I remember. The dish has left a deep impression on me. I just happened to pass by, so I came to take a look." Upon hearing this, he became even more animated. As a chef, nothing brings greater joy than having one's culinary skills remembered. I introduced him to Nami and the others, and he politely nodded, though his attention remained solely on me. It was evident that he was a true culinary enthusiast, distinctly different from another chef in their restaurant who would become completely distracted upon seeing a beautiful woman. When it came time to order, the 3 girls spoke in unison. "Boss, we'd like one of everything on the menu." The burly chef showed no surprise. To him, it was entirely reasonable that someone as formidable as I would have an appetite akin to a black hole. As we awaited our dishes, Nami, the clever little rascal, suddenly announced her need to use the restroom. My heart skipped a beat. She was definitely not going there for a legitimate purpose. I discreetly activated my son's sensory ability, allowing me to perceive every movement within the restaurant. Sure enough, Nami didn't head to the restroom at all, but stealthily slipped into the chef's break room. What was she up to? Was she still clinging to her old ways, hoping to swipe something? Simultaneously, I noticed several patrons sneaking out of the restaurant, presumably to relay information to someone. How fortuitous. My resources have been somewhat limited lately, so I would gladly accept whatever came my way, treating it as a stroke of fortune. Meanwhile, in the chef's break room, Nami rummaged through the drawers and ultimately found several volumes of the chef's culinary insights and notes. Her joy was palpable as she tucked them into her small bag, muttering, "Excellent, I'm definitely going to win this round." I communicated this event to Nokigo and Kaya through my diary. Who could understand? With only 3 of us, we had already become a tangled mess. What would happen when more joined? Just as Nami was about to make her exit, a blond guy with curly eyebrows dashed over like a firecracker, his eyes sparkling with adoration as he shouted, "Beautiful lady, gorgeous lady." I narrowed my eyes. If Sanji dared to make a move, I would promptly show him the reason for flowers blooming in such a vibrant hue. Nami was startled as well, her fists clenched, ready to deliver a righteous blow to this lecherous chef. Thankfully, Sanji stopped just a step away from her, adopting an excessively ingratiating pose. "My dear lady, how may I assist you?" "Ishal domu utmost." Nami, quick on the uptake, feigned a thirst for knowledge. "I've heard the dishes here are exceptional, and I'd love to learn more. A recipe or notes would be even better." Upon hearing that a beautiful lady was in need, Sanji readily pounded his chest in assurance and sprinted off, returning shortly, drenched in sweat, clutching a thick notebook. "Beautiful lady, this is the fruit of my labor over the years. Please accept it. I have it all memorized, so you needn't feel any burden." Nami flashed him a sweet smile and thanked him. At that moment, the poor fellow clutched his heart and collapsed to the ground, stiff as a board. As if struck by lightning, Nami was taken aback, and just then, the burly chef rushed over. Assessing the scene, he skillfully kicked Sanji aside to clear the way and advised Nami, "Do not mind him. It's just his old affliction. The excitement is too much for him. He'll be fine in a moment. You should leave quickly. Otherwise, he might faint again upon seeing you." Nami, taken aback, hurriedly rubbed her arms and slipped away. Upon her return to the table, she found Nokigo regarding her with an expression of boldness, while Kaya wore a look of surprise, as if to say, "So you're that kind of little thief." I chuckled and came to her rescue. "All right, take a seat. The dishes are ready. Let us eat while they're hot." With that, the little awkwardness at the table dissipated in an instant. We were thoroughly enjoying our meal when an elderly man approached. His beard was braided into 2 large twists, and one of his legs was wooden, exuding an aura of formidable presence. Upon recognizing him, I thought, the main character has arrived, Redfoot Zepp. He approached me with a serious expression. "You are by Zay?" "That's me. How may I assist you?" His expression softened as he shook his head, his braided beard swaying along. "I owe you my gratitude for rescuing my incompetent sous chef. I have come to thank you in person. This meal is on me. As long as there is no waste, I can treat you to another table." This old man had quite the flair. I admired him. It was a matter of principle, and I too disdained those slaving ships. As for waste, rest assured, I abhorred it. Zepp earnestly declared, "Regardless, thank you by Zay." His booming voice caused a stir among the surrounding diners, who began to chatter excitedly about slaving ships and the Grand Line, each sounding like a storyteller. Upon hearing about the slaving ships from the Grand Line, a thought flashed through my mind. Could it be that, coincidentally, the slaving ships that the Navy disregarded had the world government backing them? Was this not the privilege of the warlords of the sea? I immediately jotted down in my diary, "Family, I have some juicy news for you. This slaving ship is likely under the command of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Moreover, da Flamingo was once a celestial dragon." Upon the revelation, I could imagine the jaws of all the girls who could see my diary dropping in shock. I continued to write, "But so what? What is so great about being a celestial dragon? He plays with strings, while I play with fire. It's a pure elemental counter. If he dares to seek trouble with me in the East Blue, I'll show him what it means to be roasted like a flamingo." Having penned this, I felt much lighter, casually submitting my diary. Congratulations on receiving diary rewards. Beginner observation hockey, beginner armament hockey, beginner swordsmanship. Excellent. At this pace, in about 20 days, I would become a formidable swordsman, and with dual color hockey to boot, Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Once we had eaten our fill, Nami, having successfully swiped the notes, urged me to hastily leave. So, after bidding farewell to Zepp and the burly chef, we returned to the Sunny and continued our journey. As soon as we set sail, I determined our next destination. Ladies, our next stop is the entrance to the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. Let us charge ahead. I must say, our ship's crew was well equipped now. I, the captain and chief DPS, Nami, the navigator and secondary DPS. Her sister Nokigo managed logistics as the cook, and the young lady Kaya was responsible for nursing us, acting as the doctor. Although she was still a theoretical type, her medical family background meant she had absorbed quite a bit of knowledge. This team was certainly qualified to venture into the Grand Line. In truth, I was scheming away. Why head to the Grand Line? To rescue someone, of course. My next target was Robin. This was a personal milestone I needed to achieve. Additionally, I was curious to see what new features my precious diary could unlock. I felt this diary functioned like a game. The more I interacted with NPCs in the storyline, the more new features I could trigger. The East Blue, as a novice area, had only a few girls to recruit. It was time to venture into the main city. As for sailing, during the day, it was the usual routine, training. As I practiced, I began to feel a bit hungry, so I dove into the sea, planning to add a dish for myself. Once my sun's sensory ability was activated, it was as if I had a full map. I could clearly see everything even hundreds of meters deep underwater. To my surprise, I discovered a sizable creature hiding in a corner, a small sea king resembling an octopus, lazily napping. I stealthily descended, but the creature was quite alert and immediately awoke. Upon spotting me, it began thrashing with its 8 stout legs, stirring up a cloud of sand, making visibility nearly impossible. Just when I thought it was preparing to fight, the creature, in its panic, darted away faster than any opponent, attempting to create a smokescreen to escape. Intelligent, but insufficient. Attempting to play such tricks before my human-shaped sonar, I assure you it was futile. Golden light enveloped me as the power of the sun within me erupted, igniting a golden flame in the depths of the ocean. The scene was akin to forcibly illuminating the pitch-black depths of the ocean with a spotlight. The great octopus was instantly exposed, leaving the fish in a state of shock. They had never witnessed flames igniting underwater in their long lives. For years, this creature had been the sovereign of its domain. But today it finally understood the meaning of the roles of hunter and prey. Before it could comprehend the situation, a golden pillar of fire struck, rendering it a quivering mass in the water, transformed into a delicacy of grilled octopus. As I seized a tentacle longer than the ship itself and burst forth from the water, sunlight glimmered on the droplets, creating a rainbow effect. I tell you, that moment was undoubtedly the best entrance of 2025. The 3 young ladies aboard were captivated, their expressions shifting from frantic worry to astonishment and admiration. The young lady, Kuya, had likely never witnessed such a spectacle in her life, her mouth agape in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wow! Baize, you are incredible." Nuachi Gao was equally astonished, her eyes fixed on me, afraid to miss a moment. Nami's heart raced, and she probably thought that if this fellow weren't a sea king, she would marry him. Could I let this moment of grandeur slip by? I quickly pulled out my journal and snapped a photo of my triumphant emergence, jotting down my inner glee. Wow, this emergence is absolutely breathtaking. No wonder Nami and the others are spellbound. Who could resist such a sight? Upon revealing my journal, the faces of the 3 ladies flushed crimson, yet they offered no rebuttal. After all, that scene was undeniably spectacular. Even other women, like the Empress Hancock, paused in astonishment at the photograph, likely mesmerized as well. When I returned to the deck, the 3 of them hurried over, chattering excitedly as they examined the enormous tentacle of the Sea King. That evening, we hosted a grand seafood barbecue. The meat of the Sea King was succulent and delicious. Nuachi Gao and Nami clung to my arms, while Kuya stood nearby, looking as if she wanted to join but hesitated. I tell you, the left side was a small happiness, and the right side was a great happiness. This life was simply delightful. However, the 2 sisters began to compete, neither yielding to the other, resulting in my solitary night in an empty cabin a rarity that left me feeling quite lonely. The next day, I rose early as usual to train under the sun. I pondered in my heart. I was not Lu Xiaohui, and Nami was merely 17, still underage. I had principles. Surely, I must wait until her 18th birthday, right? Alas, her sister Nua Chi Gao, cough, presented a challenge as these sisters were inseparable. Unless they coordinated to come together, neither could act independently. Thus, we drifted at sea for another 5 days until we finally arrived. Upon reaching the foot of Reverse Mountain, I was struck with astonishment. Good heavens, this was no entrance to the Grand Line. It was akin to a pirate-themed Fast and Furious East Blue venue. Dozens of pirate ships surged toward the waterway, firing cannons at one another, creating a raucous scene. In the midst of my bewilderment, a nearby ship approached, and a fellow resembling a Tetris block shouted at me, "Hey, new here?" I thought it proper to respond politely while traveling, so I replied, "Yes, I just arrived." "May I ask what is happening?" The fellow chuckled. "Hey, you pirates are surprisingly polite. Let me fill you in. A notorious pirate named Ulik, with a bounty of 35 million, is hosting a death race here. The first to reach Reverse Mountain wins 100 million berries. 100 million berries. Nami, the little money enthusiast, perked up, her eyes gleaming with dollar signs as she grasped my arm, shaking it enthusiastically, her sweet voice dripping with excitement. "By Zay, 100 million berries. Shall we participate?" Given our strength, if he dared to renege, we could simply dismantle his ship. Seeing her avaricious expression nearly made me laugh aloud. However, I immediately sense a trap here. A pirate with a bounty of 35 million offering such a hefty prize? What was his motive? Charity? I promptly schooled them. "Darlings, broaden your horizons. Why should we enter the fray and risk our lives against these side characters? Clearly, this is a scheme. The best way to counter a conspiracy is to remain an outsider. We shall watch them tear each other apart, and once a victor emerges, we will head straight to the finish line. It matters not who the champion is or whether Ulik wishes to pay. We will simply claim what is rightfully ours. This is what we call the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. I am in the atmosphere." Upon hearing this, Nami and Nua Chigao's eyes sparkled with realization. However, Kuya timidly interjected, "But isn't it a bit unethical for us to do this?" I patted her head reassuringly. "No worries. A pirate with a bounty of 35 million surely isn't clean-handed. We are merely acting on behalf of justice, robbing from the rich to benefit ourselves." As the surrounding pirate ships frantically surged toward the waterway, ours was the only vessel left. Some dim-witted pirates attempted to provoke us, but I effortlessly dispatched them with a swift slash, cleaving both ship and crew in half. "Let us go watch the show," I commanded, and Nami eagerly took the helm, steering the Liang Strait into the soaring waterway. The torrent propelled us forward as if we were riding a rocket. Nami, emboldened by her newfound strength, clung to the railing, shrieking with excitement. Yet, Nuachi Gao and Kuya struggled to maintain their balance. With quick reflexes, I dashed over, embracing them securely, anchoring my feet firmly on the deck. The two girls blushed and thumped against my chest, their hearts racing, likely feeling as if a little deer was about to suffer a concussion. At the bow of the ship, Nami noticed this and thought, "Oh, I can't let this slide." She feigned to stumble, soaring towards me with the intention of needing a hug from Baize to rise again. What could I do? With a sigh, I extended an arm, employing the monkey grabbing the moon technique to pull her into my embrace as well. Now, I was adorned with 3 lovely companions. The soft warmth enveloped me from every side, each with varying shapes and styles, their faces flushed like apples. My heart swelled with joy. This was a moment to be immortalized in a photograph. This delightful benefit is maddening. Nami truly is my cherished little comfort. Alas, she is but 17, and I uphold principles. I can only gaze, but not partake. Nami, oh Nami, please grow up swiftly. On your birthday, we must host a grand ceremony to celebrate your coming of age. Upon sharing this in my journal, all the ladies who glimpsed it erupted in excitement. Previously, they thought I was merely talk without action, a man of ambition lacking courage. Now they understood that I had merely been awaiting Nami's maturity. The three nestled in my embrace, each had their own thoughts. Nami felt reassured, comfortably resting against me, while counting the days until her birthday. Kuya sighed in relief, realizing she still had time to compete with Nami. Meanwhile, Nuo Chigao's gaze transformed into that of a wolf, brimming with determination. As she was the only one aboard who met my standards, this presented a battlefield of emotions. Unbeknownst to me, at the entrance of the Grand Line, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit was observing the unfolding drama with a contemplative expression. Initially, she intended to clear out Ulik and his crew, but upon realizing my imminent arrival, she settled in with a small stool, eager to witness how I would handle this mess. As for me, I was blissfully unaware of her watchful gaze. Fully engaged in my own affairs, the Liang surged atop Reverse Mountain, the force of the water nearly lifting the bow skyward. I braced myself, channeling my strength to right the ship's course. Thus, embracing the girls, we rapidly descended, akin to a waterborne roller coaster. Squinting my eyes downward, I beheld the vibrant chaos below. A colossal fleet has completely obstructed the exports, surrounded by a horde of small, dilapidated vessels. In pairs, they drag a large net, akin to fishing, frantically salvaging the items cascading from above. People, weapons, treasures, everything is fair game. The larger ships engage in fierce confrontations with the pirate crews that have managed to survive this deadly competition. One word echoes in my mind: incredible. This Ulik possesses an audacious spirit. Does he intend to challenge all the newcomer pirate crews venturing into the Grand Line? It's no wonder he has set a bounty of 100 million, allowing these individuals to fight to the death among themselves. And then he will personally reap the rewards from the remaining elite. My gaze zeroes in on the largest flagship, where a man towering over 3 meters, with hands transformed into the claws of a snow leopard, is relentlessly attacking a rather creatively designed individual. The latter has a trapezoidal head, exuding an amusing charm. Yet his strength is commendable, being the only one capable of exchanging blows with the snow leopard man. This snow leopard man, Ulik while battling, attempts to persuade surrender. Give up. Join me, and together we shall conquer the Grand Line. Though his words beckon allegiance, his claws never cease, striking faster and faster, forcing the trapezoidal-headed fellow to struggle to defend himself. What is even more disconcerting, a group of surrendered cowards nearby who are mocking him. Among them are former crew members of the trapezoidal-headed individual. Captain, surrender. You cannot defeat Captain Ulik. Yes, Captain. Follow him for riches and beauty. It's just a loss of freedom. Listening to their taunts makes me feel nauseous. Those who have knelt for too long cannot bear to see others standing tall. The trapezoidal-headed captain, however, is made of sterner stuff. He endures Ulik's heavy blows, only to be sent crashing against the railing, spitting blood and losing his breath in an instant. Seeing his pitiful state, Ulik believes victory is assured and beams with satisfaction. After all, this trapezoidal-headed man's strength is indeed formidable. Recruiting him as a subordinate would be advantageous. But what happens next? The trapezoidal-headed captain, leaning on his sword, rises again, pointing the blade at the traitors. Silence! The moment you chose to kneel, we cease to be comrades. With a swift turn of his blade, he faces Ulik. I shall never serve a despicable scoundrel like you. Roaring, this declaration ignites Ulik's fury, his smile vanishing in an instant. He transforms into a colossal snow leopard, growing even larger, and a roar reverberates, shaking the entire ship. This is the end. The beastly Ulik gains the upper hand, and the trapezoidal-headed captain's swordsmanship proves utterly inadequate. I hear the sickening sound of claws rending flesh, deep gashes appearing on his body, one so severe that I can see his heart nearly exposed from afar. If you refuse to be my subordinate, then become a wretched soul beneath my claws. Ulik bellows, launching a paw towards the trapezoidal-headed captain's head. I ponder. I cannot stand idly by. It is 2025, who still engages in direct combat. Standing at the bow of the ship, I draw my sword and, without a second thought, swing it. A faint golden slash slices through the air. Ulik's animal instincts are surprisingly sharp. Sensing the imminent danger, he twists mid-air to evade. Yet my slash does not falter, cleaving into his flagship. With a resounding crack, a deep fissure nearly bisects the colossal vessel, obliterating the minions in its path. Everyone stands dumbfounded. Ulike, drenched in cold sweat, realizes that had he hesitated even a fraction of a second, he would have been severed in two, just as he turns to see who has intervened. I guide the ship, Liangha, steadily into the sea. I have no time for idle chatter. I draw my sword again, unleashing a flurry of slashes, clearing away his treasure-seeking small boats. Bring the ship closer. Ulike, witnessing his subordinates being easily harvested like chives, roars in fury. You may die if you approach. But if you don't, you will die now. His minions, terrified, can only harden their resolve and steer their rickety vessel towards me. Ulike, still trying to bolster his own morale, declares, "Do you know who I am? I am the overlord of the East Sea. I cannot lose." I find his words quite amusing. The overlord of the East Sea? Brother, have you sworn fealty to that formidable figure, Wang Jieka, trailing behind you? In the East Sea, the Zoan type can indeed reign supreme, but here in the Grand Line, it is I whom you face. Nami, unable to contain herself, her eyes sparkling with the allure of wealth, clings to my arm. Baize, so many treasures. Let me go and gather them. What can I say? I can only nod in agreement, instructing Koya and Nokiki to follow her. They lack Nami's skills. As the rickety ship approaches, I have no intention of engaging on my own vessel. Activating Moonwalk, I tread upon the air, soaring towards the pirates. Landing before them, they recoil in terror, leaving Ulike in the spotlight. Undeterred, he crouches low, lunging at me like a bolt of white lightning. I have witnessed countless fools, but none have charged in such a frenzy. I murmur, igniting a faint golden flame upon my sword, and with a downward strike aimed at the blinding white light. I swing. Boom! A fierce shockwave of flames engulfs half of his ship and everyone aboard, reducing them to ash. The other half of the vessel slowly sinks with a resounding crash, succumbing to the depths of the sea. I casually discard my now molten sword and lift the trapezoidal-headed captain, gently leaping onto a nearby, small boat. The man stands there dumbfounded, muttering, "It seems I was blind." You are not overly cautious, but overwhelmingly powerful. I ignore him, casting a nervous glance at Nami, who is excitedly salvaging riches in the distance. Fortunately, she did not witness me turn half a ship of treasures to ash, or I would not be sleeping soundly tonight. Even on the brink of death, he still has so much to say. I finally turn back to him. Cough, cough. Can I say a few more words before dying? He seems to take it all in stride. Rest assured, you shall not perish. With a wave of my hand, golden light envelopes him, and the horrifying wounds visibly begin to heal. Astonished at the regrowth of flesh upon his body, he regains some strength and takes the liberty to exclaim, "Embarking on this adventure is the best decision of my life. To encounter a deity like you." Observing that he has healed considerably, I retract my hand. He promptly stands, solemnly bowing to me. "I am immensely grateful for your rescue." I inquire about his plans, and he asserts that even if he is the last one standing, he shall continue to sail and seek adventure. This man possesses admirable resolve, not begging to join my crew, likely realizing that my ship prioritizes aesthetics for recruitment. He offers to bestow his sword upon me, which I politely decline. Nonsense. My Liang power renders any fine sword into scrap metal. He vows with fervor that once he becomes a great swordsman, he will come serve me. I smile, waving him off. By the time you become a great swordsman, I shall already stand at the pinnacle of the world. After sending him on his way, I activate the Sun Essence, and lo and behold, Taudu's warship is still afloat. I even spot Colonel Mouse bound upon the ship. Remarkably, this lady has come to the East Sea on a mission and has conveniently captured him. My butterfly effect is rather powerful. Perfect. My ship is in need of a log pointer. ISNT it time to borrow something from the Navy? As I ponder, I jot down in my journal, simultaneously noting my upcoming plans. A visit to Alabasta is essential. I must acquire the future Pirate King's beautiful companion, Robin. Upon submitting this entry, Robin is filled with uncontainable joy. Nami, however, appears bewildered, unable to comprehend why she finds herself aboard a pirate ship. Meanwhile, Taudu, glancing at my journal, feels a mix of delight at being acknowledged and shock from the spoilers provided. What world conscription and her inadequate strength to become an admiral. She learns it all. I have completed my diary entry and, with a graceful leap, arrived aboard the warship of thePirate. Admiral thePirate, it has been quite a while, I said as I landed steadily. She smiled and remarked, "You finally made it." I was casting a long line to catch a big fish, but it seems the big fish has been served up by you. With that, she began to pour out her grievances, lamenting that despite her rank as a vice admiral, she could not ascend further without the resignation of the 3 admirals above her. I was taken aback. Who among my family could understand this? What was going on with this woman? Had we even met more than 3 times? She launches into a discussion about career stagnation. How uncouth. I mentally scoffed, yet swiftly changed the subject. Well then, since matters have been resolved, I have a small request regarding my need for record pointers. Upon hearing this, thePirate generously replied, "Record pointers? I have plenty. I can give you a few." She suggested that we head to the little garden together, as she needed to take a break there as well. I understood her intention to spend more time with me to trigger rewards, yet I had nothing to lose. I graciously accepted her offer. After bidding her farewell, I returned to the Liang ship. The moment I stepped aboard, I noticed Name gazing tearfully at the distant sea, precisely where Yulik's flagship had sunk. Seeing her expression, I felt a pang of guilt. In the next moment, she charged at me like a hungry tiger, shaking me vigorously while crying. With her tearful gaze fixed on me, I was almost taken aback. "Please, can you take it easy next time?" That was all money. My money. Watching it sink into the sea, my heart aches. So, it turned out she was lamenting the loss of Bailey. I hurriedly nodded and promised to be more cautious in the future, ensuring to keep things within control and never blow up a ship again. Only then did she break into a smile, rubbing her face against my chest and smearing her tears and snot all over my clothes. I pushed her away in disgust and inquired about her spoils of war, asking if she had found any record pointers. Name shook her head, explaining that the nets set by those scoundrels were far too large, and even if there were pointers, they probably sank to the Mariana Trench along with the ship. I waved my hand dismissively, assuring her that I had made arrangements with that naval lady, and she would provide me with a few pointers. We would follow her ship to our first stop, the Little Garden, and then head straight to Alabasta. Upon hearing this, Name and the others were thrilled and immediately dragged me to scavenge the remaining loot from the small wrecked ships. We worked tirelessly until late at night, finally organizing what was left. Nwokigo and Kia took charge of categorizing everything, and they were thoroughly exhausted. Observing the time, I decided to call a night and meet with thePirate the following day. The next day, Name steered the ship while I utilized solar navigation to locate the naval fleet. It wasn't too long before we rendezvoused with the warship. At thePirate's command, the warship led the way through the waves, and she herself leaped onto my ship with a swift motion. I was left puzzled, wondering why she chose to abandon her warship for my humble vessel. Seeing the bewilderment on my face, she laughed and waved a hand that had been concealed behind her. "What is this? Are you not welcoming me? In that case, I might just reclaim these record pointers." As she spoke, she revealed a small wooden box containing several neatly arranged record pointers. Name's eyes lit up, sparkling like 2 bright light bulbs. She had always dreamt of charting the entire world, and these pointers were nothing short of a VIP ticket to her aspirations. thePirate, understanding this, smiled and handed the box to Name. Then, I must tell you, this lady truly did not consider herself an outsider. Seizing the opportunity, she sent friend requests to Name, Nwokigo, and Kia through the friend channel. The 3 young ladies concluded that having more friends would lead to more opportunities, and thus they consented. Seeing this, I felt compelled to express my gratitude. "Thank you, Admiral thePirate. To show my appreciation, please do indulge in a feast aboard our ship." I initially thought she was merely being polite, yet to my surprise, she nodded in agreement. "Since you have extended such a warm invitation, I shall graciously accept." It seemed she had turned the tables on me, returning my words verbatim, leaving me with no choice but to chuckle helplessly. Before long, the 5 of us gathered around the table to dine. thePirate possessed a remarkable talent for socializing. With just a few words, she ignited a lively atmosphere. As we passed Whiskey Peak, she took a moment to educate us, explaining that it was a pirate welcome island designed to ensnare newcomers, where bounty hunters lay in wait for unsuspecting novices entering the Grand Line. She then asked me, "Mr. Baizet, would you like to join in?" I shook my head vigorously while chewing on grilled meat. No, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Let them share the burden on your navy, which is quite beneficial. ISNT it. Taya Rabbit chuckled. Not necessarily. Bounty hunters are motivated by bounties. As long as the money is right, they wouldn't hesitate to turn their blades on the Navy. After this meal, Taya Rabbit, with her eloquence and extensive experience, successfully topped the charts for the most mentions in today's diary. Name, upon realizing this, visibly deflated. She understood that the previous rewards were merely due to a lack of formidable opponents. Watching Taya Rabbit, who was smiling like a flower across the table, Name's expression was laden with the weight of her formidable rival. I too was troubled. The reward target was Taya Rabbit. How was I to handle this? Giving Name and the others their share could be interpreted as a gesture of affection, but what about bestowing it upon a vice admiral? I couldn't just approach her and say, "Dear Admiral, allow me to infuse you with energy." No, that wouldn't do. I decided to leave it to the system to automatically distribute the rewards, hoping she wouldn't be too astonished. Taya Rabbit, being quite perceptive, noticed my conflicted expression. Once the meal was concluded, she promptly took her leave. Watching her leap back to her warship, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, shortly after her departure, an astonishing slash erupted from the adjacent warship, cleaving the sea and creating a vast chasm. I observed from the lookout, utterly astounded. The destructive force of a great swordsman was indeed beyond measure. My rewards were proportionate to my overall strength, while hers seemed to be fully invested in swordsmanship. Though my swordsmanship was on the level of a swordsman, my foundation was at the level of an admiral. A mere 1% of an admiral's strength, when bestowed upon her, could result in a significant enhancement, potentially exceeding my current level of swordsmanship. On her ship, Taya Rabbit slowly sheathed her sword, looking at her creation with a tumult of emotions within her. She likely realized that I had already possessed the strength of an admiral on the first day. Yet, there seemed to be a hint of regret. She wished the rewards could have enhanced her physical prowess, which was her shortcoming in aspiring to admiral status. I must tell you, the moment Taya Rabbit departed, chaos erupted in our ship's courtyard. That very night, a shadow stealthily entered my room. It was not Name. Just as I was taken aback, my lips were suddenly sealed, a wet and slippery tongue awkwardly probing within. I jolted my eyes open. Lo and behold, it was Nuo Kigo. In a swift motion, I flipped over, pinning her beneath me, and gazed into her eyes, asking, "Have you considered the consequences?" She merely huffed, and the rest of the night was shrouded in silence. Who among my family could comprehend this? The following morning, as I sat at the lookout, I sensed two resentful gazes boring into my back. Turning around, I found Name and Kia, both sporting matching dark circles, glaring at me like two little specters. "What is wrong, Name?" I feigned ignorance. "How can you even ask that?" Name's resentment was palpable, almost solidifying in the air. I immediately stood my ground. "What is there to be ashamed of? I didn't even go to your room. I distinctly remember it was Nuo Kigo who came to me last night. And, mind you, we were deeply engrossed in discussing the profound principles of yin and yang, achieving remarkable insights. Had it not been for Nuo Kigo's exhaustion, I could have continued for another 300 rounds. As soon as Nami heard my words, her anger intensified. With hands on her hips, her face flushed crimson. "You made such a racket. I couldn't sleep a wink all night." I was taken aback. Could have truly been that loud? But he also came over, rubbing her eyes, her expression one of reproach. "Mr. Baizet, please have some consideration for us." Well, it was 2 against 1. I conceded defeat, raising my hands in surrender. Alas, it all boiled down to my lack of experience. I promptly decided to pen in my diary that day. The sages say that the pleasures of food and lust are indeed life's greatest joys. From this day forth, Nuachi Gao shall be my wife. A wife in the truest sense. The moment I published this entry, the entire world erupted. Robin from Alabasta, who had been eagerly awaiting an update on her mysterious lineage, was caught off guard by the thunderous revelation. Having long navigated the underground world, she instantly grasped the implications of yin and yang harmonizing and the phrase more practice. A mouthful of coffee erupted from her as she read the word wife in the diary. Her demeanor shifted entirely, and she mused, goodness. The first to be claimed is actually Nuo Chi Gao. I suppose I must take a more proactive approach now that I'm aboard. On the warship, Peach Rabbit had just finished her training when she spotted the diary. In her grip, her prized sword slipped, unleashing a wave of sword energy that obliterated the surrounding training equipment. She had just received a reward yesterday, yet today felt like a harsh slap to her face, pondering. It seems that if I don't board that ship, I won't even qualify to compete. On Daughter Island, the Empress Hancock was much simpler. She only realized the implications at the end, blushing and muttering and indignant, shameless. Yet, despite her verbal rejection, her body betrayed her. As she began plotting how to win me over. Back on our ship, Nami and Enya, after reading the diary, huffed in unison and turned back to their cabin. I wasn't the sole instigator. Nuo Chi Gao had made quite a stir last night as well. After reading the diary, Nuo Chi Gao felt her face heat up, cursing me internally for my foolishness. Just as she recalled the events, she felt a sharp pain throughout her body, followed by footsteps approaching her door. She was on the verge of tears when she turned to see Nami and Enya bursting in one after the other. Nuo Chi Gao, what's wrong? Why the rush so early? Nuo Chi Gao greeted them sheepishly. Yen's gaze shifted from envy to admiration as she laid eyes on Nuo Chi Gao lying on my bed. Nami, arms crossed, teased with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, nothing much, just hoping you could perform that emotionally charged voice from last night again. Nuo Chi Gao's face turned beet red, burying her head under the covers like an ostrich, mumbling, I'm sorry, I won't do that again. Nami, with a mischievous grin, lunged at her. Do you want there to be a next time? Was it really that enjoyable? You perked up, her expression revealing a desire to join in yet hesitating. Ouch! You're hurting me, Nuo Chi Gao suddenly exclaimed. Nami quickly released her grip, a worried expression washing over her. Nuo Chi Gao sighed, taking Nami and Yen's hands, saying, You both might experience this in the future, so let me share some insights. Inside the room, the three girls delved into intimate topics. Outside, I calculated the time. The porridge I had prepared for Nuo Chi Gao was ready. As I approached the door, I overheard their hushed conversation. I knocked, and the chatter abruptly ceased. I feigned nonchalance as I entered, observing the three of them sprawled on my bed. Nuo Chi Gao, Nami, yeah, I prepared breakfast for you. Nami huffed, her tone laden with implication. Is it really for everyone? We're just the afterthought, right? I was here first. I could almost hear her inner outcry. I refrained from engaging, focusing instead on Nuo Chi Gao. Are you all right? Would you like me to use my radiant light to heal you? No, zi, go, bullshit. Shaking her head, no need. This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I respected her choice. Once they finished breakfast, I returned to the lookout, continuing my diary entries. All right, the domestic matters are concluded. Now for the serious business. Our next destination is Alabasta, and it's time to unravel Robin's identity. I must tell you, this matter is sinister. Nico Robin's mother was a renowned archaeologist, wanted for her research on forbidden history, having been raised under the care of others. She was despised for her devil fruit powers. Subsequently, her hometown, the archaeological haven O'Hara, was annihilated for studying the history condemned by the world government. To set an example, the then Vice Admiral Sakazuki, now known as Admiral Akainu, ordered the bombing of refugee ships filled with civilians. The entire O'Hara, people and island alike, was reduced to ashes. Robin survived thanks to her friend, the giant Vice Admiral Saul, and the leniency of Akiji, narrowly escaping. However, the world government framed her for destroying a warship, placing a bounty of $79 million on the shoulders of an 8-year-old girl. From that moment on, this girl, branded as the daughter of the devil, struggled to survive amidst betrayal and death until she was sheltered by the warlord Crocodile. Oh, and their essay's secret. The Saul who died, saving her, never actually perished. He was encased in ice by Akiji and survived the onslaught, ultimately returning to the land of giants, Elbaf, with the books from O'Hara. The revelation in my diary stunned everyone. To conceal a fragment of history the world government could commit such atrocities. Truly appalling. Everyone felt immense sympathy for Robin's plight. On the warship, Peach Rabbit squinted at the diary, her eyes narrowing. She was aware of the world government's corruption, but never imagined it could be so abhorrent. Especially upon seeing Sakazuki's name, her faith in the Navy's so-called justice began to waver. Hancock from Daughter Island empathized. Another poor little girl, this cursed world. Meanwhile, in Alabasta, the very Nico Robin was already in tears, not from sorrow, but from joy that Saul was alive. The only warmth of her childhood had not vanished. This was her greatest comfort. Simultaneously, she firmly etched into her memory the name Sakazuki, Admiral, Akainu. In the royal palace of Alabasta, Vivi, with her long, aquamarine hair, was fixated on the diary before her. The world government and the Navy had utterly lost her trust. The veil of illusion shattered into a million pieces. While she grieved for Robin's fate, she was conflicted, for Robin was now allied with Crocodile, the very villain responsible for her country's drought. The tangled web of relationships resembled a chaotic stew. Yet, the clever girl quickly resolved to set aside thoughts of Robin and rushed to inform her father that the so-called hero, Crocodile, was actually a thief plotting against their home. As for me, I had just finished my diary entry when the system notification blared in my mind. Ding! Plot alteration points are full. Congratulations on receiving a special reward. I literally leapt in surprise. So, altering the plot could accumulate points for grand prizes. My mind raced, contemplating whether abducting Nami and the others was the greater change, or engaging in a more profound exchange with Nua Chi Gao last night. The system's mechanics resembled opening a blind box, relying solely on one's insight. Even more astonishing followed. The system revealed a bonus reward, randomly granted to Robin. I was taken aback. Could rewards truly be bundled together? Eagerly, I clicked to see what was bestowed. Congratulations on receiving the special reward. Origin of the Great Sun Divine Artifact. Congratulations on receiving the bonus reward. True Thousand Hands, now adapted to the Hanafuru fruit skills. My mind was blown. True Thousand Hands. Who understands? This is a skill from the neighboring village. How to get mixed up here? That is the pinnacle technique of Hashirama, capable of effortlessly capturing tailed beasts as if they were mere kittens. If the original version were given to Robin, wouldn't she single-handedly topple the entire world government? Fortunately, I glanced at the instructions, which mentioned an adaptive transformation of the diary, essentially a monumental debilitation, rendering it into a version that Robin could now wield. Even so, it was remarkably formidable. I dare assert that, from this moment onward, Robin has transformed from prey into hunter, as if a deluge of wealth had descended upon her. I was so exhilarated that I hastily inscribed this event into my diary, eager to share it with Robin, only to realize I had forgotten that the diary was being broadcasted live across the internet. In an instant, the viewers of my diary erupted in chaos. In the kingdom of women, within the palace of Hancock, the Empress was nearly pounding the floor with her long legs in frustration. A cataclysmic divine skill. At 10,000 meters high, the giants were mere ants. Her chest heaved tumultuously, her eyes brimming with desire. The ensuing frenzy was boundless. Damn it! Why ISNT at me? That scoundrel by Zay. Why didn't he write more about me? He cannot possibly be unaware of my beauty. This lady was completely unable to contain herself. Pride? Can it be consumed as sustenance? Can it conjure true thousands of hands? She began to seriously contemplate whether to lower her stature and actively venture out to seek me. On the naval warship, the heart of Peach Rabbit ached profoundly. A pain so intense it rendered her breathless. She felt she had missed a billion. Just last night, it had almost come to fruition. Yet, due to my diary entry that morning, this colossal opportunity had slipped right past her. She clutched her chest, her face etched with regret, muttering, "Daily rewards are mere drizzles. But this special reward is truly unprecedented." In the palace of Alabasta, Vivi was barefoot, rushing toward her father, when upon seeing the diary content, she abruptly halted, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. What does 10,000 meters even signify? She gestured for a long while, unable to fathom it. Envy coursed through her. If only I possessed such power, why wait for diary revelations? I would simply slap Crocodile to the ground, forcing him to divulge all his schemes. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Robin was experiencing a baptism of power in a cafe. I tell you, the sight was resplendent, akin to a holy maiden's descent, her physical prowess soaring. When she opened her eyes again, her entire demeanor had transformed. She could distinctly feel an earth-shattering power concealed within her. Although, due to her weak foundation, she could not unleash its full might, she was already immensely satisfied. In the past, she had no choice, but now, she aspired to be a force for good, at least to deal with Crocodile, the source of all evil. Without hesitation, she mounted the swift duck and plunged into the vast desert. Finding a desolate spot, she took a deep breath, crossed her hands over her chest, and silently recited, "True thousands of hands." Boom! I tell you, that sensation was akin to having one's essence hollowed out, her stamina plummeting instantaneously. But in the next moment, the ground beneath her feet trembled violently, and a colossal Buddha statue, composed of countless arms, forcefully emerged from the sand. The statue grew taller and taller until Robin felt she had dwindled to nothing, compelling her to halt. In the end, a nearly 100-meter-tall, giant Buddha stood proudly in the center of the desert. Standing atop the Buddha's head, Robin gazed down, and the dunes, which had previously required great effort to traverse, now resembled mere mounds. The sensation of wielding omnipotent power sent shivers down her spine. With a mischievous grin, she commanded a giant arm to smash down upon a small mound. Boom! Sand and earth were sent flying, and when the dust settled, a massive pit, several dozen meters in diameter, lay exposed. Robin beheld this destructive force, her confidence soaring, her smile stretching from ear to ear. She began to envision the expression on her imperious boss's face upon witnessing this towering Buddha, as if he had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, I had not been idle. I entered my visualization space to claim my own rewards. Upon entering, I beheld the radiant sun I had envisioned, nurturing a resplendent artifact. This remarkable item, known as the Source Sun artifact, bore no fixed form. It could transform into anything I desired: sword, spear, halberd, axe, or any weapon of my choosing. Most importantly, it could grow alongside me, with limitless potential. I beckoned, and the artifact soared into my hand. With a mere thought, it morphed into an exquisitely ornate holy sword. Like a child with a new toy, I reveled in transforming it from sword to spear to bow, indulging in my whims before returning it to the sun for further nurturing. Now, I need not worry about my power melting my weapons into molten iron. Returning to reality, our ship was sailing alongside the naval fleet on the Grand Line. The weather was chaotic, alternating between torrential rain and hail. I looked up to see a vast expanse of dark clouds ahead, indicating the impending arrival of colossal hail. Nami and the others rushed out to prepare for defense. I calmly approached the ship's bow, extending my hand as the Source Sun artifact transformed into a long blade. With a casual upward sweep towards the ominous clouds, a golden slash soared into the sky, growing longer and longer until it became a colossal beam of light spanning thousands of meters. I assure you, the spectacle was akin to the heavens being violently torn apart, with sunlight pouring through the rift, a sight of magnificent splendor. On board, Nami and the others were left agape. The naval soldiers were thrown into disarray, all staring blankly at the sky, as if frozen in place. The officers were nearly paralyzed with fear, realizing that this was a strike of unimaginable power. The female officers under Peach Rabbit's command chattered excitedly, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Peach Rabbit, listening from behind, felt helpless and coughed twice to redirect them to their tasks. She then gazed at the sky I had cleaved open, arms crossed, wistfully lamenting. I too desire such power, capable of altering the very heavens with a mere gesture. Thus, a natural calamity was effortlessly resolved by my single stroke. The fleet continued its advance, and soon we arrived at an island brimming with primitive charm. The Navy signaled that they needed to dock for supplies. Nami glanced at the nautical chart and exclaimed that this was Little Garden, also known as the Ancient Island. Upon hearing this, I became invigorated and turned to Nami and the others, asking, "Would you like to explore the island? There are dinosaurs, mammoths, and two giants who have been battling for an entire century." The three women's eyes lit up, and they eagerly nodded in agreement. I promptly contacted Peach Rabbit to inform her that we too would be disembarking. Thus, the two ships slowly approached the shore, and we officially set foot on this ancient island. Meanwhile, deep within the desert of Alabasta, Robin was fully prepared. She dialed Crocodile's den mushy. Old Sand had recently sensed Robin's unusual movements, yet still answered the call. Robin's voice carried a perfectly measured excitement. "Boss, good news. I have discovered an ancient ruin deep within the Golden Desert, and I believe you will be immensely interested." Crocodile straightened in his seat upon hearing this. Robin's strategy was brilliant. She refrained from directly mentioning the Pluton to avoid suspicion and intentionally chose the desert location to instill a sense of security in Old Sand, making him feel at home. Although Old Sand was naturally cautious, he instructed her to gather more information, yet Robin had already prepared her narrative, stating that the ruins were fraught with traps beyond her ability to unravel and appeared to be the work of royalty. Calculating his options, Old Sand realized he lacked suitable personnel and reconfirmed the location was indeed in the desert. Once he received affirmation, his lingering doubts dissipated. Little did he know, Robin had meticulously gathered intelligence on his personnel movements, setting this trap for him to walk into personally. Before long, Old Sand took the bait, confidently declaring he would handle it himself. He believed he was embarking on a quest for some unparalleled treasure, unaware that he was heading for a day trip to the gates of hell. Unbeknownst to us, the grand spectacle had already begun its intricate orchestration on the other side. While we were blissfully engaged in team-building activities on the legendary Taigu Island, upon our arrival, Sister Tao, too, exhibited remarkable decisiveness, swiftly dividing the naval recruits into several teams to gather resources. Meanwhile, a few of us accompanied by Zay into the verdant wilderness for an adventurous exploration. To my astonishment, Zay was utterly unrestrained, effortlessly cradling Nwokigo in one arm and Kia in the other, as he playfully navigated the colossal tree roots with the agility of a parkour expert. Nwokigo, accustomed to such treatment, nestled comfortably against him, while Kia, her cheeks flushed, gradually relaxed, enchanted by the sun-kissed scent that enveloped Zay. I must tell you, behind us, Nami and Sister Tao too cast glances filled with envy, their expressions almost palpable. Nami likely lamented internally, wishing for the same affectionate embrace. Yet her formidable prowess left her without a pretext to feign weakness, a true conundrum for the strong. As we traversed the landscape, Kia suddenly pointed towards a distant behemoth, exclaiming, "Wow, what kind of dinosaur is that? So tall and immense." Sister Tao, too, well-versed in such matters, calmly identified it as a Brachiosaurus, a gentle herbivore. Zay, ever the provocateur, proposed, "Shall we ride it?" Who could possibly refuse such an invitation? In an instant, Zay soared to the Brachiosaurus's head, leaving the creature momentarily bewildered. Just as it seemed ready to protest, Zay exerted a slight pressure with his foot, subduing it instantly. However, the predicament was that Nami lacked the ability to fly and thus relied on Sister Tao, too, for assistance. The sight of Sister Tao, too, lifting Nami in a princess carry, both of them screaming as they ascended, was truly remarkable. Zay, ever the opportunist, produced his notebook, capturing the moment with a snapshot and penning a commentary. Nami, the welfare angel, and Sister Tao, too, with her exquisite taste in attire, are a match made in heaven. Upon catching sight of the notes, Sister Tao, too's face flushed crimson, nearly causing her to stumble and drop Nami. Once they stabilized atop the Brachiosaurus, we began to enjoy the view, only to soon notice something amiss. All the ancient creatures within the forest, including saber-toothed tigers, began to scatter in panic. Baisha declared, "The island's chief is about to make his entrance." No sooner had he spoken than a colossal figure, towering over 20 meters, emerged from the thicket, wielding a massive axe and shield. The dinosaurs appeared as mere pups in his presence. This was a member of the giant race. The giant, known as Biloki, seemed to sense Zay's presence, fixating on him with an intense gaze and rumbling, "You possess great strength. Let's engage in combat." Bai Zai's excitement was palpable as he readily accepted the challenge. The ensuing battle was nothing short of cataclysmic. The giant's axe descended like a mountain. Yet Bai Zai parried it with a golden dagger that materialized from thin air. With a resounding clang, the axe was deflected with ease, leading to a one-sided onslaught. Bai Zai fought as if he were invincible, while Byeloki could manage only a single swing, spending the remainder of the confrontation desperately defending himself. Just then, Byeloki's comrade, Dongli, arrived with his sword. Upon witnessing his friend's predicament, he wasted no time joining the fray. Bai Zai, invigorated by the challenge, shouted, "What a splendid opportunity! Let's face two of you at once. Unleash your most potent powers, but do not perish too pathetically." The two giants exchanged knowing glances and combined their might to unleash a devastating attack, known as the Bakuku, a colossal beam of light that threatened to engulf the island. Sister Tao, too, was left awestruck, declaring that even she felt threatened by such a display. Yet, Bai Zai proved even more formidable. With a brilliant flash from his dagger, he unleashed a dazzling golden beam that obliterated the Bakuku's assault. In a display of audacity, he intentionally misdirected the attack, igniting a distant volcano in the process. Lava erupted dramatically, creating a cataclysmic scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Once the battle concluded, Bai Zai, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "It was merely a spar. It ends here." The giants, having seen their weapons shattered and left in a state of shock, offered Bai Zai a profound gesture of respect, expressing their gratitude for sparing their lives. However, the humorous twist came when the volcano erupted, prompting the two giants to exchange glances and resume their brawl, barehanded. Bai Zai explained that the volcanic eruption signified their daily duel, a ritual they had maintained for a century, a sense of ceremony even more punctual than my own work schedule. That evening, we hosted a grand bonfire along the shore, while the naval recruits frolicked nearby, and we quietly savored barbecue delights in a cozy corner. The atmosphere was simply enchanting. Nwokigo, ever the diligent host, busily prepared meat and poured drinks. Nami, having indulged in a bit of drink, cast smoldering glances at Bai Zai. Meanwhile, Sister Tao too observed quietly, fully aware that all the girls had fallen under Bai Zai's charm. Yet, she also acknowledged that despite Bai Zai's penchant for flamboyant commentary in his diary, he was genuinely pleasant and respectful in person, a delightful contrast that was hard to resist. The following day, we returned to our ship, with Sister Tao too heading back to her worship, while Bai Zai naturally took Nwokigo to the captain's quarters for some harmonious endeavors. In the meantime, in the arid expanse of Alabastus Desert, the grand performance prepared by Robin for Crocodile was finally set to unfold. Crocodile arrived alone at the entrance of the ruins Robin had described. Upon touching the dilapidated stone door, it crumbled into sand, inciting his fury as he shouted at Robin, "Are you mocking me?" Robin merely smiled faintly, crossing her arms before her chest, and replied, "Apologies, but times have changed." At that moment, with a thunderous roar, a colossal statue of a 1,000-armed Buddha erupted from the ground behind her. Crocodile, still maintaining his bravado, scoffed, "I'm a Logia user. Physical attacks have no effect on me." Suddenly, a hand larger than him descended from the heavens, flattening him into a mound of sand. Just as he attempted to reform and utter a retort, another slap followed, and then another. The scene was akin to a game of whack-a-mole. No, more like whacking a sand mole. Robin showed no mercy, unleashing thousands of hands in relentless succession, leaving Crocodile in a state of infinite resurrection and relentless flattening. He attempted to unleash a powerful move, but the moment he raised his hand, another slap interrupted him. Though he felt no physical pain, the humiliation was unbearable. Crocodile's pride was being ruthlessly ground into the dust, and he spiraled from initial confidence to existential doubt, ultimately succumbing to despair. Yet he continued to hold on, wagering that Robin's stamina could not last much longer. What he did not realize was that Robin stood leisurely atop the Buddha's head, recording the entire spectacle with a den mushy. As she filmed, she chuckled, "Boss, it seems you have not yet given up, have you?" With that, She retrieved several bags of liquid from her pack. What was she planning to do? Manipulating several hands. She applied the liquid to the palms and mixed it into the onslaught of attacks directed at the beleaguered crocodile. I hope you enjoy this surprise I have prepared for you, she said with an almost sinister smile. Crocodile's misfortune was about to reach unprecedented heights. I assure you, when that misfortune struck, its ferocity was unparalleled. Crocodile, a seasoned veteran of the New World, suddenly sensed something amiss. He had always relied on the advantages of his logia of fruit, but today his battle instincts began to scream in alarm. The sky was filled with Robin's arms, which had shifted from slapping to delivering crushing fists. Crocodile's heart sank as he realized that this woman was about to escalate the intensity of the confrontation. Having spent so much time with him, Robin had discerned his greatest reliance, the ability to negate physical attacks through elemental transformation. This method of attack has changed. The lethal moves must be concealed within these fists. Now, Old Shah has become utterly apprehensive. Previously, he could withstand some blows, but now he dares not even make contact, scurrying about like a frightened rabbit. However, one can evade the first strike, but not the 15th. Just as he dodges a punch and lifts his head, lo and behold, dozens of colossal arms from all directions have obscured the sky, gathering strength for a torrential downpour of righteous fury. The spectacle was nothing short of cataclysmic, akin to a meteor shower colliding with one's face. With a thunderous roar, the entire desert trembled thrice, and Old Shah, resembling a tattered sack, was flung from the epicenter of the explosion, landing on the ground, feeling as though his bones had dislocated. Who among his kin understands? The elemental transformation he prided himself on has completely failed. Had it not been for his solid foundation, he would have met the sea god on the spot. As for Robin, upon witnessing Old Shah collapse, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, her cunning nature emerged, fearing he might not be finished off. She approached and delivered a final punch, knocking him into unconsciousness. She muttered, "What a pity, I am an ability user otherwise. I would have handcuffed you with sea prismstone for safety." At that moment, I thought, "Dear sister, you've nearly turned him into a QR code, and you're still not at ease?" Subsequently, Robin poured the remaining special seawater over Old Shah, ensuring that even if he regained consciousness, he would be as feeble as a shrimp. Then, with a recording snail capturing the entire battle, she flashed a wicked smile. "From here on out, you are a crucial prop in my upcoming plan." Upon returning to the Baroque Works headquarters, Robin convened a meeting. Before all the senior agents left behind, she declared without preamble, "From this day forth, I, Nico Robin, am the new boss." The room erupted in chaos. Some were bewildered, others jeered, and a few iron-headed individuals were ready to report her usurpation right there. I tell you, the reason their reaction was not more intense was that Old Shah's loyal subordinates had all been dispatched for work, leaving Robin to seize the opportunity. Robin remained calm, smiling slightly as she took out the recording snail and began a live broadcast. By the way, just a reminder, the one who was used as a punching bag is your former boss. As for those countless arms, I apologize, they are my abilities. Upon playing the video, silence enveloped the room. The apocalyptic scene immediately terrified several agents, rendering them weak in the knees, collapsing to the ground while looking at Robin as if she were a monster. Once the video concluded, Robin surveyed the room and nonchalantly uttered the classic line, "Now, I am a boss. Who is in favor? Who is against?" The response was utterly silent. Suddenly, a clever soul dropped to one knee, vociferously pledging allegiance. "I vow to serve President Robin until death." With one person leading, the others quickly followed suit, kneeling en masse. After all, with the former boss being thoroughly subdued by the new boss, was there even a need for a vote? Moreover, during her tenure as vice president, Robin's charismatic presence was undeniable. Following such a formidable leader seemed rather exhilarating. Satisfied, Robin nodded and immediately halted the disastrous dancing powder plan that plagued Alabasta. Then she dispatched everyone, instructing the external personnel to rush home for a meeting, which was actually a preparation to strike decisively and cleanse the ranks. Once all was settled, Robin entered a secure room where Old Shah lay, handcuffed with the sea prism stone he feared most, barely clinging to life within a cage. Robin contemplated whether to hand him over to the Alabaster royal family or pursue another course of action. In that moment, she habitually pulled out her diary. Bizet has made another entry. A new day, advancing towards Alabasta. Speaking of which, in the original story, aside from the exceptional archaeologist Nico Robin, the one who captivates the heart the most is undoubtedly Princess Vivi. Robin's smile instantly froze. Goodness, just yesterday, he referred to her as Robin's wife. And now he calls her by her full name, Nico Robin, only to turn around and address someone else's wife? I truly cannot fathom. This man's words are as deceitful as a ghost. Though her teeth ground in frustration, her mind raced swiftly. If Bizet holds such fondness for this girl named Vivi, her role in the narrative must be significantly substantial. Fine, if you fancy Vivi, then I shall transform the Baroque works, this criminal syndicate, directly into a benevolent organization, aiding you in resolving the affairs of Alabasta. Robin scoffed internally. Bizet, I refuse to believe you can still reject me after this. Meanwhile, aboard the Sunny, Bizet finished his diary entry, content with the rewards he received. This time, the supplementary reward finally fell to Nojiko. Currently, only Kaya remained aboard, a rather unremarkable fighter. Nojiko and Nami conspired to support their little sister Kaya. Thus, in the diary, they convened a small meeting deciding that today, they would hold back and fully assist Kaya in approaching Bizet, striving to secure today's reward slot. Encouraged by her sisters, Kaya mustered her courage and donned a light-colored dress, dashing onto the deck. In her haste, she broke a sweat, causing the dress to cling in certain places. Baisha, who was instructing Nami and the others in their sparring, was momentarily captivated upon seeing Kaya. All his private thoughts were recorded in his diary. I never noticed before, but Kaya looks quite striking. Compared to Nami, who knows who will shine brighter in the future. Nami and Nojiko, engaged in playful banter, nearly burst into laughter upon reading the diary. Kaya, blushing furiously, nevertheless steeled herself and approached Bizet, expressing her desire to learn martial arts. Bizet initially intended to decline, suggesting she should focus on one specialty due to her limited energy. However, upon hearing Kaya's downcast response, I don't want to be a burden to everyone, his heart melted, and he immediately relented. All right, today, I will personally instruct you. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Nami and Nojiko, Bizet began to provide Kaya with specialized training. By the end of the day, the diary was filled with Kaya's name. When the time for rewards arrived that evening, the supplementary reward indeed went to Kaya. In that moment, Bizet experienced an epiphany, as if he had opened the gates of enlightenment. He understood. What randomness! This is clearly a system of selection. The one whose name appears most frequently in my diary that day is the one who receives the reward. This realization thrilled Bizet immensely. He began to daydream in his diary about his grand design. Isn't this a plan for cultivating wives? One a day, and within a month, I could produce a vice admiral. In the future, my wives will all be as powerful as the 4 emperors, allowing me to rest easy. The main focus is on a nurturing system, right? Once my wives grow stronger, they can assist me in achieving harmony. His thoughts raced with excitement, and meanwhile, the ladies reading the diary reacted quite differently. The trio of Nami aboard the ship breathed a sigh of relief, pleased that they had only discovered the reward mechanism, not that they could read the diary. Meanwhile, in the distance, Peach Rabbit was stirred. She had been stuck in the candidate position for a long time, and upon seeing Bizet's diary, her mind raced with possibilities. By following him, could I not ascend directly to the rank of admiral? Upon reading about the harmony mentioned later, her face flushed as she thought, in terms of strength, am I not the most formidable among his wives? Wouldn't I be the best to assist him in achieving that harmony? On the other hand, the Empress Hancock of the Amazon Lily was in a state of panic. She had originally hoped for some unexpected fortune, but now that Bizet had deciphered the rules, the rewards would surely only go to those on the ship, and her unexpected benefits had vanished. Yet, true to her nature, the Empress quickly devised a new plan. She concluded that given Bizet's character, once they reached Sabeti Archipelago, he would undoubtedly clash with the Celestial Dragons. At that moment, wouldn't it be the perfect opportunity for her to make a grand entrance and join the fray? The thought of personally obliterating the celestial dragons filled her with excitement, reddening her cheeks. Meanwhile, in Alabasta, Robin had ascended to the role of the new and authoritative corporate leader. She was decisive and efficient, meticulously cleaning up the mess left by Crocodile. Mobilizing the entire Baroque works, she orchestrated artificial rainfall and disaster relief efforts, while mediating the conflicts between the rebel army and the royal family, squeezing every ounce of effort from her subordinates. I must tell you, these people are now thoroughly under Robin's control, each one wishing for 3 heads and 6 arms to keep up with the workload. Any thoughts of rebellion? Absolutely out of the question. There were those who dared to defy her before, yet Robin merely smiled as a colossal hand materialized behind her, crashing down before them and leaving a massive palm print in the ground. Who would dare to speak up after that? They were left with the choice of becoming mere pulp or embracing the relentless grind of 996 labor. I need not teach them which option to choose. Robin felt no psychological burden in exploiting these former criminals. Moreover, she discovered that the true ability of the 1,000 Hands was akin to having a cheat code. It was an entirely different realm compared to her previous Hannah No Me powers. In the past, if her limbs were severed, she would feel the pain as if it were her own. But now, she was merely a pilot in a giant mech, and if the summoned statue was destroyed, it bore no consequence to her in the cockpit. Wasn't this the epitome of a loophole? To be honest, transforming a criminal organization into a philanthropic entity feels quite exhilarating. As she gazed at the photos sent by her subordinates, depicting a little girl in a red dress joyfully catching raindrops in the street, Robin couldn't help but smile. This feeling, I wonder who among my family understands, it truly brought her a sense of fulfillment. She pondered that she needed to wrap up matters in Alabasta swiftly, so that when Boss Bizet arrived, she could present a splendid token of allegiance. Meanwhile, while Robin was fervently engaged in infrastructure development, the atmosphere within the palace grew increasingly tense. King Cobra, upon hearing his daughter Vivi's shocking revelations, felt as if his CPU was about to overheat. Could it be true that my daughter speaks the truth? Have I invited a wolf into the fold? Is the kingdom's hero actually the mastermind behind it all? He believed about 70 to 80% of what she said, yet facing a warlord made him feel utterly powerless. Just as the father and daughter exchanged worried glances, a soldier burst in, breathless, exclaiming, "Your Majesty!" A shocking revelation concerning Crocodile. The intelligence he held left King Cobra utterly bewildered. I must tell you, this information was actually disseminated by the Baroque works themselves. It clearly stated, the former president, Crocodile, is a villain who has been dealt with by our new president. We have turned over a new leaf and sincerely invite the royal family to join us in restoring order and rebuilding our homeland. Cobra was left utterly speechless. Is this happiness arriving too abruptly? Vivi, however, was well aware of the situation, realizing that Robin had effectively flipped the table. On the surface, she urged her father to exercise caution, while internally she was overjoyed. As the situation in Alabasta was rapidly evolving, our protagonist, Bizet, leisurely arrived aboard a Navy ship. Nami stretched, relieved to finally arrive after endless days at sea. The group felt melancholic about soon parting ways with Sister Peach Rabbit, when Bizet floated over, reassuring them. Don't worry, we will meet again. However, as they chatted, Bizet soon noticed something amiss. Peering out the window, he saw dark clouds swirling ominously and heavy rain pouring down. The distant island could only be Alabasta. Wasn't this supposed to be a desert kingdom, enduring 2 years of drought? The rain was more torrential than the day Yipping asked her father for money. I must tell you, these girls were quite at ease, all peering out from behind me. I felt an immense pressure building on my back. Cough, cough. Through my meticulous scientific comparisons, I concluded that both Peach Rabbit and Nojiko were tied for first place, while Nami, well, her future was promising, but she was still a potential stock. Do you understand what I mean? Who is Sister Peach Rabbit? A vice admiral in the Navy, exceptionally quick-witted. Upon seeing the rain, she immediately grasped the situation. If Bizet was unaware of the rainfall, it indicated a shift in the narrative. It had to be that Nico Robin's doing. Crocodile had been defeated by her. An opportunity. She promptly changed her mind, deciding to investigate the unusual weather in Alabasta. a perfect excuse. She had to stay close to Zay. Thus, she immediately ordered everyone to rest and not return to headquarters. As the two ships docked, Peach Rabbit swiftly changed out of her Navy uniform and donned a stunning red cheapao, her figure absolutely remarkable. Our party rode into the city, witnessing the entire nation rising from the ashes, citizens braving the rain to repair their homes, their faces adorned with radiant smiles. I quickly understood. Someone was carrying the team, directly addressing the root issue of the drought. Just as we discussed heading to the palace to gather information, a clear voice interjected, "If you wish to understand the situation, perhaps I can assist." I turned around, and lo and behold, it was Princess Vivi. It was as if I had stumbled upon a treasure without any effort. The latest 2025 skin of Commander Vivi had just made her grand entrance. What followed was a dramatic scene unfolding. We pretended to be unaware, while Vivi recognized us but chose not to disclose it. As introductions were made, Peach Rabbit identified herself as a vice admiral investigating the climate, while I claimed we were mere travelers passing through. Vivi then guided us to a room, sighed deeply, and recounted Crocodile's conspiracy from beginning to end, concluding, thus, Crocodile has been defeated by the new president of Baroque Works, who is now collaborating with the royal family to save this nation. Internally, I marveled at Robin's initiative. She had taken the reins and become the dealer herself. I feigned surprise, inquiring if Vivi could introduce us to President Robin, mentioning that I had a slight acquaintance with her. Vivi, understanding the situation, stated that while she couldn't appear herself, she could inform us of Robin's whereabouts. After Vivi departed, I turned to the others and declared, "All right, we must set off to find Robin. If all goes well, she will be our next crew member." Just as I finished speaking, Peach Rabbit objected, crossing her arms and glaring at me. "Hey, are you seriously planning to abduct the daughter of the devil in front of me? A vice admiral of the Navy?" I chuckled, leaning closer. "Oh, what does it matter? We are so familiar by now. Just pretend you didn't TC anything. I assure you, on my ship, Robin will never trample on justice." Upon hearing this, Peach Rabbit rolled her eyes at me, a stunning and fierce gesture, as if to concede. However, her words were sharp as she turned away, walking off while saying, "Humph. Robin hasn't agreed yet, and you're already making guarantees? You should think about how to persuade her to join the ship first." I watched her striking figure depart, chuckling to myself, and quickly beckoned Nami and the others to follow. You see, while her words suggested reluctance, her body language spoke volumes. Peach Rabbit's reaction clearly indicated she was leaving this matter to me. I could handle it. With her words, I felt reassured. After bidding farewell to Vivi, we headed straight to the small town where Robin was currently residing. However, as we took a break midway, Peach Rabbit received a phone call. Upon returning, her expression had shifted dramatically from sunny to overcast. With a serious demeanor, she pulled me aside and whispered, "You better be cautious." While I can turn a blind eye here, headquarters has received news. There are several die-hard fans of Crocodile within Baroque Works who have reported Robin to the world government. I was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "What? They're actually die-hard fans of that scoundrel Crocodile? Where could one even address such absurdity?" The intellect of these individuals is indeed remarkable. Their cunning scheme to divert blame has inexorably pushed Luo Bing towards a dire fate. It seems that her assumption of leadership at the Baroque Works has left her unprepared, resulting in a formidable predicament. My curiosity piqued. I hastily inquired of Tao Tu, who has the headquarters dispatched. To this, Tao Tu, upon hearing my question, merely rolled her eyes in disdain. Leaning closer to me and playfully hooking her arm around my neck, her laughter effervescent. "How dare you? Do you think just because I'm not in uniform, you can dismiss me as a mere mid-level officer? Such confidential information is beyond your reach." As she chuckled, the pressure on my shoulders was undeniably significant. While I relished this sweet burden, I could not resist teasing her. "I wager you are utterly uninformed, aren't you? Either the headquarters has yet to make a decision, or the world government has parachuted in a formidable figure." Upon hearing this, the smile on Tao Tu's face froze. It was as if I had struck a nerve. She huffed, releasing her grip with irritation. "How dull." I rubbed my shoulders and cheekily remarked, "Not knowing I sent a crime, I wouldn't mock you for it." She turned away with a huff, ignoring me. Upon glancing back, I noticed Nami, Nua, Chi Gao, and Kaya whispering furiously, their eyes darting toward me, and Tao too. Do you not find their playful banter rather intimate? You've only just realized? Sister Tao too is unguarded around by Zay, yet she is frosty toward others. Is there any chance Sister Tao too might join our crew? I found this unlikely. Her sense of belonging to the Navy seemed quite strong. The volume of their whispers for Tao too was akin to blaring a loudspeaker in her ear. I could see her cheeks beginning to flush. I too was amused, but decided against further provocation. I hastily clapped my hands, urging, "All right, let us hasten our journey. We must reach our destination before nightfall. Perhaps we may still enjoy some leisure." Meanwhile, on the other side of the Grand Line, the atmosphere was starkly different. On a deserted island, a languid man dressed in a white suit, wearing an eye patch and sporting curly hair, was sunbathing on the beach. Suddenly, his din-din mushy began to ring incessantly. Annoyed, he lifted his eye patch, and upon answering, his demeanor shifted from lethargy to seriousness. "Hello, Marshal, it's me." The voice on the other end belonged to Zhanghua. Presenting a straightforward yet grave task, Akiji, proceed to Alabasta and deal with Nico Robin. Indeed, this slumbering man was Akiji, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. Upon hearing the details of the mission, Akiji's expression darkened. The incident at O'Hara was one he had allowed Robin to escape, believing she would live a modest life. Yet, should she descend into darkness and orchestrate a catastrophe in Alabasta, the mistakes of his past would demand rectification by his own hand. He retrieved Robin's youthful bounty poster from his pocket, his gaze filled with complexity. At that moment, in another sea region of the Grand Line, a pirate ship adorned with a skull flag was hosting a raucous celebration. However, this festivity resembled a hellish scene. On the deck, pirates guzzled alcohol and roared with laughter, while from the mast hung the lifeless bodies of men, women, and children, their faces contorted in agony, evidently tortured before death. These brutes were the Bloodhand pirates, for whom slaughtering towns and cities was merely routine, embodying the essence of pure savagery. Their captain, Bloodhand, a flamboyantly made-up man with an explosive hairstyle, was disgruntled over the meager spoils of his recent heist. A rotund, bald subordinate approached to report, "Boss, your bounty has increased to 150 million. In response, Bloodhand smashed his cup against the man, rising ominously to announce to his crew, "Today, I'm in a foul mood. Let us play a game. Release the captured prisoners. Whoever kills the most will be rewarded. The one who kills the least will join them." The pirates, hearing this, immediately went wild, brandishing their knives with bloodthirsty zeal. As the captives were thrust forward, this so-called game of slaughter commenced. Bloodhand watched the gruesome tableau with unabashed laughter. When the game concluded, one unfortunate soul, paralyzed with fear and having failed to kill, collapsed on the ground. Bloodhand sauntered over, inquiring, "Shall I take action, or will you?" At that moment, the pirate suddenly pointed in terror toward the distant sea, attempting to divert Bloodhand's attention. Bloodhand smirked coldly, thinking, "You wish to play this game? Very well, I shall indulge you. When you dare to hope, I will strike." Yet when he turned to look, his eyes widened in shock. A serene sea was being traversed by an icy path stretching endlessly, and a curly-haired man was leisurely riding a bicycle upon it. The newcomer was Akiji, already seething over Robin's matter. The scent of blood wafting in the ocean breeze intensified his fury. Upon witnessing the horrific conditions aboard the ship, his countenance turned frigid. At times, I genuinely wish for the demise of all pirates. Initially, Bloodhand failed to recognize him. Upon hearing this proclamation, he sneered derisively, encountering a solitary Navy man. Brothers, the game continues. The blood-maddened pirates charged toward Akiji without a second thought. Akiji remained still, using his kinbunchika haki to ascertain that no civilians remained aboard. His fury erupted with full force. With a swift motion of his right hand, an overwhelming chill spread instantaneously. The pirates rushing forward had no time to scream. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. The entire ship, save for Bloodhand, became an icy purgatory. As Bloodhand beheld this terrifying spectacle, He finally recognized the man before him, the Navy Admiral, Akiji. Half of Akiji's face was enveloped in an icy aura as he materialized an ice spear with his right hand, advancing step by step toward Bloodhand. He cast a glance at the corpses dangling from the mast and coldly uttered, "Seeing you scoundrels makes me somewhat sympathetic to Sakazuki's methods." Before his words could fully dissipate, the ice spear pierced Bloodhand's shoulder, propelling him backward and impaling him against the mast. Akiji did not spare him another glance. He conjured another ice spear, driving it through Bloodhand's other shoulder, suspending him alongside the innocent civilians to slowly perish in unending cold and anguish. Having completed his task, Akiji mounted his bicycle, his resolve solidified. If a single pirate crew could commit such heinous acts, how much suffering would Robin, stirring chaos in Alabasta, bring forth? Pedaling forward with unwavering determination to eradicate evil, he sped toward Alabasta. Simultaneously, we had arrived at the headquarters of Baroque Works. Robin greeted us warmly, while only Tao Tu maintained a stern expression, seated to the side, both for my sake and due to her uncertainty regarding Robin's current strength. Refraining from any aggressive action, after exchanging pleasantries, Robin cut to the chase. "Zay, regarding our previous conversation, have you given it any thought? Would you consider taking over Baroque Works?" "Nod, and I shall immediately relinquish the position of president to you." I found this amusing and inquired, "I've always been curious. Why do you insist on my assuming this responsibility?" Robin responded, half jokingly, yet half seriously, "It is simply because you are strong enough to protect me. Given this bond, you wouldn't abandon me, would you?" I rolled my eyes in disbelief. "Your calculations are astute. The current state of Baroque Works is akin to a hot potato. Taking on would mean facing both the world government and the Navy simultaneously. Are you seeking to roast me alive?" Robin smiled, not denying her curiosity. "What brings you to me?" she asked, her large, expressive eyes sparkling with intrigue. I leaned closer, almost feeling our breaths intertwining. "I have no interest in the Baroque workshop, but I am indeed fascinated by you. I would like to invite you to join my team." Robin did not back down, leaning in as well, and we exchanged intense gazes, leaving Nami and the others utterly speechless. She playfully tapped her chin and smiled. "All right, help me with something, and I will consider your invitation." "Oh, what is such a significant favor?" Suddenly, a hint of distress crossed Robin's face. "The situation in Alabasta is only temporary. I have exhausted all my dance powder to bring rain to the kingdom's major cities." Her words were nonchalant, yet we were left astounded. I exclaimed, "Isn't that akin to drinking poison to quench thirst? You used up all the dance powder for a fleeting moment of joy, and what comes next? A prolonged, more desperate drought." At that moment, I felt like an elderly person on a subway, utterly bewildered by her actions. Robin shrugged, her expression one of resignation. "I have no choice. My time is running out." She leaned on the table, her gaze sincere as she looked at me. "Fans of Old Sand have already reported me, and the world government will be here soon. If I say that I had no choice but to be a villain in the past, and now I wish to be a good person, would you believe me? Even if you want to be a good person, this method is too extreme." I still could not agree with her. Robin's tone suddenly grew impassioned. "Have you ever seen someone die of thirst before your eyes?" "I have. The people of Alabasta have suffered too long, and I just want to bring them rain before I leave." After she spoke, she appeared deflated, fully aware that the world government would not grant her the time to restore the climate of her country. I furrowed my brow, understanding her despair. Even if I did not condone her methods, I contemplated and admitted, even if I want to help you, I lack the ability to alter an entire nation's weather system. Upon hearing this, Robin's eyes dimmed momentarily, but she soon found solace. Just then, the previously silent Peach Rabbit stood up abruptly, her gaze sharp as a blade directed at Robin. "Regardless of your intentions, your actions are further disrupting Alabasta's climate." Robin fell silent, left with no retort. The atmosphere in the office plummeted to a chilling silence. Suddenly, Peach Rabbit's phone buzzed. Irritated, she answered, "What is it?" The voice on the other end stammered in shock. "Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, Admiral Akiji has arrived in Alabasta and wishes to communicate with you." Admiral Akiji of the Navy headquarters. Peach Rabbit remained unfazed, But upon hearing that name, Robin shot up, her body trembling uncontrollably, her pupils constricted, and her face a mask of undeniable fear. The name Akiji was a nightmare etched deep within her soul. Upon hearing it, I felt a spark of inspiration. I had found the key to solving Alabasta's climate crisis, presented to me on a silver platter. I looked at the trembling Robin and reassured her, "Do not be afraid. You are now capable of defeating Crocodile and should strive to overcome your fears." Perhaps my words had an effect, as Robin slowly regained her composure. Yet her eyes remained dull. Speaking with a tone laced with resolution, she said, "You see, even the Navy Admiral is mobilized. It seems my tenure as president is coming to an end." She bowed deeply to me, the scenery around us swaying with her movement. "Thank you for your invitation, but please allow me to decline. I wish to fight one last time for myself and for this country, even if the odds of success are slim." She had completely given up, unable to believe that anyone would dare to challenge a Navy admiral for her sake. I observed her despair, yet smiled. I placed my hand on the table, extending my right hand toward her as if inviting her for a handshake. Robin looked up in astonishment. I gazed into her eyes and spoke in a warm, resolute tone she had never heard before. "What if I told you that I have devised a method to fundamentally improve Alabasta's climate, with a high probability of success? Would you be willing to join my team, then?" Robin was utterly taken aback, her eyes locked onto my warm smile, which shone like a beacon into her long-closed, cold, dark heart. Willing to face the pressure of an admiral, I still extended my invitation, still willing to challenge for her. Tears welled up in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. She blinked vigorously, trying to hold back the tears, but they flowed like a dam that had burst. The scene was nothing short of overwhelming. Nami and the other girls gathered around, each extending their delicate hands, asking Robin in unison if she would join us. Who could withstand such an emotional onslaught? Robin broke down, shouting, "I will," and embraced Nami and the others, crying uncontrollably. In that moment, sitting there, I felt as if a wave of fortune had crashed upon me. The embrace of 4 people enveloped me entirely. Happiness arrived so suddenly that I was unsure where to place my hands. Reflexively, I raised my hand, inadvertently supporting Robin's lower half. In that instant, Robin's face flushed crimson, and she quickly released me. Nami and the others shot me 3 incredulous glares, as if to say, "You beast." I thought to myself, this was not my fault. It was purely accidental. Just as I turned to explain, I noticed Robin staring intently at my right hand. I suddenly remembered that I had coughed and habitually brought my hand to my mouth. However, to her, that gesture appeared as if I had just touched her and was now sniffing my hand. This was a situation from which there was no escape. Just as the atmosphere became unbearably awkward, Peach Rabbit entered the room, looking utterly baffled, her expression clearly indicating that she had missed something monumental. She certainly would not miss out. In the next moment, she pulled out my diary and began to feast on the contents. I must say, my diary was filled with vivid descriptions, detailing the embrace and the unexpected sensation of Robin's lower half, making it impossible to resist. Suddenly, I felt a chill run down my spine as several piercing gazes bore into me like knives. I instantly realized I had stirred a hornet's nest, and if I did not escape soon, I would be physically overwhelmed. I sprang to my feet, hastily concocting an excuse. I have thought of a way to improve Alabasta's climate and need Admiral Akiji's assistance. I must go meet him. With those words, I vanished from the spot, making a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, Akiji was wandering through Alabasta, equally perplexed. The intelligence from the Navy headquarters indicated that Robin had plunged the area into despair, suffering from years of drought. Yet, he witnessed the citizens joyfully welcoming the rain. Children playing gleefully, all exuding happiness. This was not the script he expected. Moreover, he soon noticed the rain was peculiar. It fell only within the city, while outside the sun blazed. His instincts as a Navy admiral told him that something deeper was at play. Just as he was pondering, I approached him as if emerging from the desert. Our eyes met, and in that electric moment, we both sensed that neither of us was an ordinary foe. I wasted no time and got straight to the point. "Admiral, you're here for Robin, aren't you? Don't bother searching for her. I know exactly what is going on. If you want the truth, it's simple. defeat me. Ching-Zhi, a man of straightforward nature, though lethargic to the extreme, does not hesitate in handling serious matters. He nodded and remarked, "That makes sense." As soon as his words fell, an ice blade coalesced, emanating a piercing chill aimed directly at my face. With a swift motion, I drew my grand solar artifact. With a resounding clash, his ice blade shattered into tiny fragments. Unperturbed, he summoned a colossal ice bird centered around himself, causing the entire desert to begin freezing in an attempt to immobilize me. Realizing the area of effect was too expansive, I executed a circular blade maneuver, clearing the encroaching ice layer entirely. I then suggested, "Let us change locations. It's not suitable here. It would be unfortunate to harm the flora and fauna." He, likely concerned about affecting civilians, nodded and followed me deeper into the golden desert. Arriving at that desolate expanse, we engaged in earnest combat. He initiated with a massive ice bird, which I cleaved in two, then teleported before him for a flurry of strikes. Naturally, his natural abilities rendered my physical attacks nearly ineffective, as his form disintegrated into ice shards only to reconstitute. After exchanging dozens of blows, he realized that pure physical assaults had little effect on me, and I too grew weary of the lack of challenge. It was time to escalate the intensity. Finally, he ceased the pretense and unleashed his ultimate move, the Ice Age. To my astonishment, the vast golden desert, an expanse of ludicrous proportions, was instantaneously transformed from a tropical environment to that of the Antarctic. The chill was so profound it felt capable of freezing one's very soul. Yet, this was precisely what I had awaited. I too unleashed my ultimate technique. Revealing my trump card, the solar storm, I radiated like a miniature sun, a golden tempest erupting from me, and upon contact with the excessively thick ice, it vaporized instantaneously. One side mirrored the utmost frost, while the other embodied the utmost heat. The desert morphed into a coliseum of ice and fire, or rather, ice and sun. And what was the outcome? You may wonder. The ice that blanketed the desert was evaporated by my storm, transforming into copious water vapor that ascended into the skies. Subsequently, the heavens above Alabasta darkened, clouds thickened, and thunder roared. An unprecedented torrential downpour was imminent. This technique of mine is aptly named system reformatting. Wasn't Alabasta's weather system already on the brink of collapse due to the dance powder? I initiated a one-click system restore. At this moment, Ching-Zhi finally comprehended, standing there, gazing at the ominous clouds, utterly stunned. I sheathed my blade and grinned at him. His expression was a blend of frustration and resignation. After a prolonged silence, he remarked, "So you merely used me as a tool for rainfall?" I hastily waved my hand. "Not at all. This is a shared achievement, a benevolent act benefiting the entire populace of Alabasta. Even if I had informed you beforehand, you would surely have been eager to assist." Ching-Zhi lifted his gaze to the sky, remaining non-committal regarding B's words. "Now, you must reveal to me the truth of Alabasta," he urged. Of course. Light rain began to patter down, nourishing the parched earth as B traversed the desert, gradually imparting all he knew. Faced with no choices in the past, but now with options, I wished to be a good person. Ching-Zhi echoed this sentiment, inquiring, "Did Robin truly say that?" "Indeed, those were her exact words, recounted verbatim," I affirmed. With my confirmation, a sense of relief washed over Ching-Zhi's countenance. He had come to understand the unfolding events in Alabasta. He was fully aware of Robin's actions. It seemed that in the past, Salvador did not err in his choice of whom to save, nor did he misjudge character. There was yet another sentiment that Ching-Zhi had left unspoken. He had not erred in his own judgment either. The young girl he had liberated had not become a tyrant, but had instead grown into a guardian of goodness. Baizi nodded gently, echoing Robin's sentiment. If choices were not constrained, who would willingly tread the path of villainy? Now, at last, she could decide for herself. Robin chose to follow her heart and be virtuous. Even when faced with denunciations from members of the Baroque works and pressure from the world government, Robin remained resolute in her desire to effect change for the people of Alabasta. Though her actions were somewhat extreme, Deploying dance powder nationwide further complicated the weather system. Had it not been for Bu's intervention, had Robin been apprehended by the Marines or the world government, Alabasta's climate would have become erratic, plagued by disasters. Now that the truth had been unveiled, it was time for me to depart. As I approached the desert's edge, Chinger gazed into the distance. Where the path of departure lay. What? You're not going to meet Robin, the little girl you let go all those years ago? I teased him, smiling. Despite his youth, it felt somewhat inappropriate for him to refer to Robin as a little girl. Technically speaking, she was older than him. Now that I know the truth, and that she has not succumbed to darkness, but has retained her goodness, that is sufficient for me. There is no need for a meeting. Chinger cast a brief glance at me, and I could still discern a hint of youthful innocence in his handsome visage. As for the matter of Olo Kurdar, leave it to Vito. Hasn't Tishi been accompanying you as of late? Why not take the opportunity to mentor her? She is capable enough. I think my mindset is more mature now. I responded with a smile, having no intention of overly intervening in Kovar's fate. Allowing the Marines to handle it would suffice. While I occasionally sparred with Vito, she had already reached the level of a great swordsman, and my skills were insufficient to offer her guidance. Truly, you are a remarkable individual, possessing such extraordinary prowess at such a tender age. I wonder how you have honed your abilities. Did you begin training the womb? Chinger scrutinized me anew, recognizing the potential of a rising star poised to stir the seas. Training in the womb? It's not quite that exaggerated. At present, my strength can only contend with 2 individuals of equal caliber. I still have a long journey ahead. Upon hearing my words, Chinger's lips twitched in silent response. Though the previous battle had not yielded a definitive conclusion, he had indeed faced defeat. With my solar storm, I had readily dismantled his ice age, and escaping its grasp was nearly impossible. The solar storm radiated from me, and our speeds were comparable, if not slightly in my favor. Evading it to avoid its impact was an impossibility. Even Chinger recognized that directly withstanding the onslaught of the solar storm was beyond his capacity. In fact, he had already placed the power of my solar storm above that of Kirchin's magma fruit. Just moments spent within the solar storm had depleted a significant amount of his stamina, and the ice shield he had conjured was rapidly evaporating. According to Chinger's own estimates, maintaining the ice shield against the solar storm's onslaught had resulted in the evaporation of an ice mass the size of a small island within mere minutes. Within the solar storm, Chinger was unable to harness any moisture to create ice. He could only rely on his devil fruit powers, which exacerbated his fatigue. Chinger was uncertain how long I could sustain the solar storm, but he was certain that amidst that terrifying tempest, he could not endure for long. Thus, when Chinger heard me claim I could contend with 2 equals, his lips twitched. This youth was overly cautious, relying solely on the formidable power of the blazing sunstorm. Only Huang Yuan among the 3 admirals of the Navy can swiftly escape its encompassing grasp, thanks to the abilities bestowed by the shining fruit. In contrast, Qing Ji and Qi Quan must endure the tempest without recourse, unless they can vanquish Bai Zhe before the storm depletes their stamina. Even their combined might may prove insufficient against him. Lest apart, Qing Ji refrained from further dialogue with Bai Zhe, as the latter's words often radiated an air of ostentation. Although he merely stated the truth, it undeniably evoked a sense of despair. Were it not for Qing Ji's resolute mindset, he might have felt disheartened by such an evident disparity in talent. With a dismissive wave to Bai Zhe, he set forth on the path back, a frozen corridor gradually extending behind him with each step amidst the intensifying raindrops. Farewell. Bai Zhe observed Qing Ji's retreating figure and waved cheerfully. Yet, upon their next encounter, whether they would be foes or allies remained uncertain. Sighing, Bai Zhe pondered the impending invitation to Robin aboard his ship, which would inevitably lead him down a path of opposition to the world government. As an arm of the world government, the Navy could not escape becoming adversaries. Upon returning to the Baroque Works headquarters, Nami, Robin, Kaya, and No Kigo had already settled into a comfortable camaraderie, sharing laughter and conversation. Even Peach Rabbit, seated nearby, occasionally chimed in, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The table was adorned with an array of pastries and cups of coffee. While the rain pattered softly outside, contrasting sharply with the warm ambience of their afternoon tea. However, amid the familiar faces, a new addition caught the eye, a girl with flowing aquamarine hair clad in an opulent dress. Her sparkling blue eyes were crescent-shaped with delight, clearly indicating her joy. There are so many intriguing experiences. I long to set sail and witness the myriad wonders of the world, embark on thrilling adventures, and meet diverse people. Vivi's expression mirrored admiration as she listened to Nami recount her adventures with Bai Zhe. That's simple enough. Just mention it to Bai Zhe, and you can join us on the ship. I am confident he would never refuse, especially since you are a princess. Nami's eyes brightened at the prospect, enthusiastically inviting Vivi. Nami had grown fond of Vivi, whose kind-hearted nature endeared her to everyone, despite their brief acquaintance. The other girls nodded in agreement, their gazes filled with anticipation for Vivi's response. Yet, Vivi hesitated as thoughts of Alabasta clouded her mind. The kingdom was in turmoil, and asking her to abandon her people felt unrealistic. No Kigo sighed, expressing regret at the inability to invite Vivi aboard. Understanding the sentiment, Vivi felt grateful toward No Kigo. After all, if she were to reject the invitation from so many friends, it would feel as though she were disregarding their feelings. With No Kigo's interjection, Nami and the others would feel somewhat comforted, alleviating the sting of potential rejection. Vivi was acutely aware that if she were on the receiving end of such a refusal, she too would feel a sense of discomfort and inevitable disappointment. The atmosphere grew slightly somber until footsteps approached from outside, drawing the attention of Nami and the others, who exchanged knowing glances. Robin, filled with excitement, rushed to the door and opened it, revealing none other than Bai Zhe. Robin's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she eagerly grasped Bai Zhe's hands, eager to learn if he had resolved the climatic chaos in Alabasta. Rest assured, everything has been successfully managed. I informed Admiral Qing Ji of Alabasta's situation. He is currently en route back to headquarters. As Bai Zhe began to elaborate, he noticed Vivi had also arrived at the door, prompting him to pause and redirect his gaze toward Robin. Do not worry. I've clarified all matters regarding the dance powder with the royal family of Alabasta. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched troops to assist me. Robin understood Bai Zhe's hesitation. He was concerned that the royal family might be unaware of his utilization of the dance powder, hence his reluctance to divulge specifics in Vivi's presence. Feeling cherished by Bai Zhe's consideration, Robin was warmed by his attentiveness. Ever since taking on her bounty and fleeing, it had been a long time since someone had shown her such genuine concern. Indeed, Mr. Bai Zhe, Sister Robin has already informed me of everything. You need not concern yourself with my presence, Vivi said, demonstrating her understanding. She bore no ill will toward Bai Zhe's earlier reticence, recognizing it was in Robin's best interest. Ah, I see. Then I shall no longer hold back. Bai Zhe nodded in comprehension after hearing their words. The chaotic climate of Alabasta had reached an irredeemable state, prompting him to consider a complete overhaul. After battling Qing Ji, he harnessed the power of his freezing fruit to create vast amounts of ice, which he then transformed into vapor and released into the sky, artificially inducing a torrential downpour across all of Alabasta. No matter how chaotic the weather had been before, it was now unified. By completely overturning the previous disorder, he believed that, under the might of nature, the climate would soon return to normal. Upon hearing Bai Zhe's explanation, the expressions of the women transformed into astonishment, their faces illuminated with joy, as they all wished for the safety of the ordinary citizens. Witnessing Bai Zhe's resolution brought them genuine happiness. Robin, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced Bai Zhe, fully aware of the immense psychological pressure she had endured during this time. A single misstep could have unleashed further calamity upon the people of Alabasta. Had such a disaster occurred, she would have been haunted by guilt for a lifetime. Thus, even in the face of the world government and the shadowy figure of Qing Ji, whom she had feared since childhood, Robin never contemplated fleeing. Instead, she resolved to fight on. Sensing Robin's exhilaration and the release of her burdens, Bai Zhe held her close, gently patting her back. Robin trembled at the warmth of his embrace, unable to maintain her composure any longer, as tears of relief spilled from her eyes. Noticing Bai Zhe's shoulder gradually becoming damp, He exchanged glances with the others, who nodded in understanding and discreetly exited through another door, allowing Bai Zhe and Robin their privacy. Moments later, Robin, her eyes reddened, emerged from Bai Zhe's embrace, prompting a subtle smile to grace his lips. Let it all out. A good cry will lighten your heart. Do not keep everything bottled up inside. I, along with Nami and the others, are your companions, even family. Bai Zhe placed his hands on Robin's shoulders, softly reassuring her. Upon hearing the heartfelt words of Bai Zhe, Robin could not help but smile through her tears. Indeed, Sister Robin, from now on we shall be family. Whatever troubles arise, you may share them with us, and we shall bear them together. Yes, family is about mutual reliance and support, helping one another through the trials of life. I swear, whoever dares to bully Sister Robin shall face my wrath, Nami exclaimed, rushing out of her room, eager to express her determination. The other girls also emerged, offering gentle words of comfort to Robin. Although their tones were not overly fervent, their sincerity was palpable. The tears that Robin had just managed to suppress once again flowed. But this time, they were tears of joy. I'm truly grateful to all of you. Robin choked out, and Nami stepped forward to embrace her. The other girls followed suit, wrapping their arms around one another in a tight embrace. Bai Zhe, wishing to join the warm gathering, was met with a disapproving glance from Nami, causing him to sheepishly touch his cheek and stand beside Tao Tu, both of them smiling as they observed the affectionate scene. After a while, they released each other, and the exchange of glances indicated an unspoken bond that had rapidly strengthened. Vivi, who had mingled among them, turned to Bai Zhe and said, Mr. Bai Zhe, your deeds for Alabasta have saved it from peril. You are truly a hero of the kingdom. The royal family will host a gratitude banquet, and we sincerely hope you will attend. With a noble gesture, Vivi earnestly expressed her gratitude. A banquet, you say? Would you all like to attend? If so, let us go together, Bai Zhe replied, casting his gaze upon the eager faces of the group. Realizing that he was the last to be informed. Then, let us attend together. The girls cheered, with Nami exclaiming joyfully as she lunged towards Bai Zhe. The other girls, seeing this, followed suit and leaped into his embrace. Amidst the delightful chaos, Bai Zhe heard Nami's soft murmurs, which felt like compensation for the earlier group hug. Enveloped in a wave of warmth and affection, Bai Zhe displayed a helpless yet blissful smile. At the Alabasta Palace, Nami gazed in awe at the resplendent walls of the palace. Although the going merry was not lacking in funds, Nami's love for treasure remained unchanged. As they walked through the opulent palace, Nami's mouth nearly watered at the sight. Kaya pulled her back, preventing her from losing control and reverting to her old ways. Noki closely followed Bai Zhe, never straying far. Tao Tu held her sword in her right hand, discussing their plans with Bai Zhe. After this banquet, you should prepare to return to the Navy headquarters, correct? Indeed, Robin has entrusted Crocodile to me, and our objectives for this outing are nearly fulfilled. It is time to report back to Admiral Sengoku, Bai Zhe replied, to which Tao Tu nodded in agreement. I truly appreciate your assistance during this time, providing valuable insights and accompanying us, which has spared us much trouble, Bai Zhe expressed sincerely. We helped each other. If I hadn't accompanied you to Alabasta, I wouldn't have taken on the task of escorting Crocodile. It is a modest achievement, Tao Tu replied with a smile, resting her hand on the hilt of her sword. Moreover, through our interactions, my swordsmanship has improved. While my skill level is higher, it lacks the comprehensiveness of yours. It is truly remarkable that you have mastered nearly all swordsmanship styles. Engaging in sparring with you has deepened my understanding of swordplay, Tao Tu remarked, astonished, as her appreciation for the diary's rewards deepened. The quality and quantity of the rewards were extraordinary. For Bai Zhe's swordsmanship alone, achieving a mid-level rank signifies that all his styles and techniques would be at the level of a swordsman. A typical swordsman dedicates all their energy to mastering one style, and attempting to excel in all can lead to mediocrity. Indeed, let us progress together, Bai Zhe chuckled, tactfully steering the conversation away from the topic. After all, he could not openly admit that his advantages allowed him to master all swordsmanship styles and techniques. When we meet again, you should be at the level of a great swordsman. Your improvement in swordsmanship seems to surpass mine, Tao Tu remarked. Unconcerned with Bai Zhe's vague response, and instead choosing to follow his lead. It is not so easy to attain the level of a great swordsman. They are few and far between across the vast seas, Baizé humbly replied, mentally calculating the days remaining until he could synthesize the final mid-level swordsmanship. With advanced swordsmanship within reach, Tao Tu rolled her eyes internally at Baizé's words, fully aware of his synthesis progress. Attaining advanced swordsmanship would likely occur in just a few days. Unfortunately, she could not linger by Baizé's side any longer, as it would have allowed her to further hone her skills and absorb his swordsmanship knowledge. At that moment, Vivi approached, adorned in exquisite attire. Her water-blue long hair cascaded like waves over her shoulders, and her face radiated a bright smile. A precious gemstone necklace adorned her neck, while her pristine white dress concealed her youthful figure, with two golden decorative bands intertwining and resting at her waist. Draped in a silky, soft lavender fabric, which symbolized elegance. It complemented her beauty without overwhelming her. Instead, it accentuated her charm, rendering her exceptionally radiant. The sight of Vivi's attire left all the surrounding girls in awe, and even Baizé found himself captivated. The girls flocked to her, showering her with compliments. Vivi's outfit was undoubtedly the most stunning spectacle of the banquet. Wow, Vivi, you look absolutely stunning in that dress. I am enchanted. Indeed, Vivi was already a striking beauty, and in this gown, she exuded an even more regal aura. Even as fellow girls, they could not help but feel their hearts race. Oh my, Vivi, you must let me wear that dress someday. It is simply too beautiful. Amidst the chorus of admiration, Vivi beamed with delight, thinking to herself that her time spent preparing had not been in vain. While managing the praise from her admirers, she discreetly glanced at Baizé, finding him equally transfixed by her presence, which filled her with satisfaction. All right, the banquet will soon commence. Please follow me, Vivi said with a smile, leading the way while explaining to everyone. Considering this is a gathering specifically to express gratitude, we have not invited outsiders. It is purely an internal royal banquet, allowing everyone to relax and enjoy. Does this mean we will have the chance to meet the king of Alabasta? Nami inquired curiously, her interest piqued as a commoner. Indeed, this occasion marks a personal banquet hosted by my father, the king, to express gratitude to all present. After all, it is you who have salvaged the future of the Alabasta kingdom, Vivi remarked with a smile, her words imbued with courtesy, showing no sign of disdain despite Nami's startled reactions. Speaking of which, is Sister Robin not attending the banquet? It seems I haven't seen her around. She mentioned she would arrive shortly, as she needed to conclude matters concerning the Baroque works and relinquish her position as president, allowing her to join me on the ship without reservations. Baizé offered an explanation on Robin's behalf, and Vivi nodded in understanding before instructing a maid to wait at the entrance, ensuring that Robin would be guided to the palace where the banquet is held upon her arrival. Let us proceed, then, even in Robin's absence. I hope she can make it in time. Under Vivi's guidance, the group arrived at the entrance of a grand palace, where a robust middle-aged man stood with a serious expression and a uniquely shaped beard that left a memorable impression. Upon seeing Baizé and his companions, the man's stern demeanor instantly melted away, replaced by a warm smile as he briskly approached Baizé. Esteemed heroes, I am Nefertari Cobra, the king of Alabasta, and it is a great pleasure to meet you all. Cobra warmly welcomed Baizé's party, having specifically waited at the palace entrance, indicating his regard for them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Cobra prepared to escort Baizé and his companions into the palace to commence the banquet. Just as a voice suddenly resonated from behind Baizé, it appears I have arrived not too late, just in time for the banquet to begin. Robin appeared, clad in a sleek black evening gown that cascaded gracefully to her ankles. Unlike typical evening attire, Robin's gown featured a daring slit that extended to mid-thigh, and with her high-heeled shoes, she appeared even taller. I apologize for arriving late. I had to attend to some matters. Robin nodded an apology to the host of the banquet. Cobra quickly shook his head and, smiling, replied, "It is thanks to Miss Robin that the situation in Alabasta has improved. Now, let us not linger at the entrance. Please come in and enjoy the banquet." Cobra ushered everyone inside, where they were greeted by the sight of an expansive palace adorned with opulence, the melodious music echoing in the air, and the tantalizing aroma wafting through, showcasing Cobra's commitment to this feast. At that moment, Vivi wore a mysterious smile, bowing respectfully to Baizé and Cobra before turning to exit the palace. "Your Majesty, what is Vivi up to?" Robin inquired curiously of Cobra, as it was unusual for Vivi, a key figure of the banquet, to leave before it even commenced. "Vivi has gone to fetch a gift prepared for you. I am certain you will appreciate it. Enjoy the banquet in the meantime," Cobra replied with a warm smile, alleviating the crowd's concerns regarding Vivi's absence. Baizé took his seat, flanked by Nokigao on his left and Nami on his right, while the other girls, unable to occupy seats beside Baizé, settled down in succession, focusing on the dishes presented, relishing the feast. As Baizé observed Cobra, he recalled that he had yet to write in his journal for the day and decided to pin down his thoughts regarding Cobra. Speaking of which, as the king of Alabasta, Cobra's ultimate fate is quite tragic. The first line of his journal entry altered the expressions of the girls present. However, having trained alongside Baizé for so long, they maintained their composure, though their peripheral gazes occasionally reflected a hint of pity towards Cobra. Sitting at the head of the table, Cobra was initially immersed in the enjoyment of the banquet with the heroes who had saved his kingdom, when suddenly he felt a chill run down his spine, an inexplicable sensation creeping over him. Nevertheless, as an experienced host, he knew he must not reveal any signs of discomfort. Thus, he suppressed the unease within, maintaining a warm smile as he continued to entertain Baizé and the others. Meanwhile, Vivi, carrying a box along the marble corridor, abruptly halted upon reading the contents of the platinum journal. Her smile faded, replaced by a blank stare as fear gripped her heart. "Father," she murmured softly, taking a deep breath, knowing she could not return to the palace just yet, as she feared her emotions would betray her, revealing her distress to Baizé. As king of Alabasta, Cobra was beloved by the people. Yet everything changed drastically with the arrival of Crocodile. It remains uncertain whether Crocodile is indeed Cobra's nemesis. Had it not been for Robin's intervention, Cobra would likely have faced a series of assassination attempts by Crocodile in the near future. Now, he remains unscathed, but what fate awaits him in the future? During the upcoming World Government Allied Nations Conference, Cobra would find himself laid bare before the current supreme leaders of the world government, the Gorosei. Once a king among the 20, Cobra could be considered a celestial dragon, yet he ultimately met his demise at the hands of another celestial dragon, a truly tragic ending. The root of Cobra's demise lies in his quest for knowledge about the Void Century, the D lineage, and the ancestors of Alabasta, Nefertari Lily. The empty throne in Mariawa has for the past 8 centuries been occupied by a single individual, reigning over all celestial dragons, known as the King of the Celestial Dragons. Baizé paused his writing at this point, choosing not to delve further into the topic of the King of the Celestial Dragons, seemingly focusing solely on Cobra in his journal. Satisfied with the length of his entry, he submitted it to receive his journal rewards. At that moment, Vivi's eyes were red and swollen, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face, her visage marred by sorrow, her heart feeling as if it were suffocating. Had she not been propped against the wall, she might have collapsed to the ground. "My father will perish at the hands of the Gorosei." This notion was exceedingly difficult for her to accept, almost beyond belief. She recalled that the World Government Allied Nations Conference would take place in just a few years. "No, I cannot allow such a fate to befall him. I will not permit my father to die in such a humiliating manner, ambushed by enemies. But what can I do? With my limited power, I am utterly powerless against the impending future. The Gorosei are the indisputable supreme authorities of the world government, their influence unassailable," Vivi lamented, the weight of foreknowledge pressing heavily upon her, rendering her breathless as tears flowed silently. Through her tear-blurred vision, the shimmering platinum journal caught her eye, momentarily stunning her. She wiped her tears away and focused once more on the journal. Yes, the daily rewards and special rewards could grant me unprecedented strength. In just a few years, my abilities could not possibly grow to a level sufficient to confront the world government. The only hope lies in my unwavering reliance on Baizé. like a ray of light piercing through darkness. Vivi felt as if she had grasped the last lifeline, viewing Baizé and the rewards of the journal as her sole salvation. Regardless, I must board the ship of Baizé, for it is the only way to acquire the power to alter my fate and that of my father. Wei Wei wiped away her tears and resolutely walked towards the palace, her heart brimming with boundless determination. In the coming days, she was determined to seize the opportunity to secure passage on Baizé's vessel. Within the palace, the numerous young ladies who had been indulging in exquisite delicacies were equally astounded. Even the composed and mature Tao, too, found herself in utter shock. It was not merely the demise of Kobu La that left them reeling, but also the revelations disclosed at the end of the diary. Upon the throne of the void, there was not an absence of presence, but rather, for the past 800 years, a singular figure had reigned, one who overshadowed even the celestial dragons, the king of the celestial dragons. The other girls, lacking Tao Tu's clarity regarding the world's dynamics, felt their astonishment stem from the very existence of the king of the celestial dragons. Even in the most remote regions, it was well known that the true masters of the world government were the celestial dragons, who stood as aristocracy above the common folk. All allied nations were obligated to pay vast amounts of heavenly gold to sustain the celestial dragons. Na Mei and her companions were taken aback to learn that among the celestial dragons, there existed a sovereign who surpassed them. This shocking revelation struck them like a colossal stone cast into their hearts, stirring tumultuous waves of emotion. Their expressions bore traces of this astonishment, yet their seasoned experience allowed them to maintain a facade. Moreover, Baizé's attention was captivated by Kobu La's conversation, providing them a moment of cover. Soon after, Wei Wei entered with a smile, gracefully holding a box. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern her eyes were slightly puffy. She approached Kobu La directly, presenting the box to him, and quickly lifted a nearby goblet, taking a large gulp to mask her reddened eyes. Cough, cough. Wei Wei feigned a cough from the drink that had gone down the wrong way, playfully fanning her face with her hand, perfectly concealing her unusual eyes. Wei Wei, are you all right? You always seem so flustered, even in the presence of esteemed guests. How will you ever become the queen of Alabasta? Kobu La said with a hint of fondness, taking her hand and inviting her to sit beside him. Wei Wei shyly smiled at the others, who, having seen the contents of the diary, understood her peculiar behavior. Baizé cast a curious glance at the box. Was this the gift that Kobu La had prepared with such care? Esteemed Mr. Baizé and Ms. Luo Bean, this is a small token of my gratitude, and you may open it now to see if it meets your satisfaction. Luo Bean looked at Kobu La in astonishment. Was she included as well? Upon receiving Kobu La's affirmative nod, she cautiously reached out, bringing the box closer, nervously swallowing and pressing her lips together. After all, this was a significant gift prepared by the king, personally retrieved by Princess Wei Wei, underscoring its weighty significance. Baizé, seated opposite Luo Bean, looked on with intrigue as she carefully lifted the lid of the box. What met her gaze was a sheet of paper inscribed with peculiar characters, atop which rested a strangely shaped fruit. Ms. Luo Bean had previously expressed a desire to see the historical text preserved by the Alabasta royal family. At that time, I hesitated to grant immediate approval due to certain considerations. However, it is now evident that you have salvaged the entirety of Alabasta, and your contributions far exceed the value of those historical texts. Thus, after consulting with Wei Wei, we have decided to present you with the reproductions of the historical texts. Kobu La explained with a smile the origin of the paper inscribed with unusual characters, briefly mentioning Wei Wei's role. In the face of the challenges confronting Alabasta, Wei Wei had stepped forward with unwavering resolve, passionately aiding the afflicted populace. Her capabilities had garnered Kobu La's respect and the acknowledgement of many citizens, leading him to consider her as a potential future queen. Consequently, he often conferred with Wei Wei on various matters, guiding her in the governance of the realm. Luo Bean gazed at the historical text reproductions within the box with delight. Her aspiration was to explore the enigmatic century of history and decipher more historical documents. She had initially thought that even if she aided in improving Alabasta's situation as a means of atonement, gaining access to the historical texts would be a formidable challenge. To her astonishment, Kobula had directly gifted her the reproductions. Kobula gestured to Wei Wei, who nodded in understanding and explained to the assembly. In addition to the historical texts, we also bestow upon you this devil fruit preserved by the royal family as a token of our gratitude. At one point, I pondered whether the value of the historical texts could adequately express the royal family as thanks, considering that Mr. Baizet and Ms. Luabin have rescued all of Alabasta. Hence, I conferred with my father and resolved to present this long-preserved devil fruit to you. Wei Wei spoke with a hint of pride, for this devil fruit was something she had procured for Baizet. Though it may seem somewhat self-serving, she truly believed that the value of a historical text alone was insufficient to convey her gratitude. Oh, the devil fruit preserved by the Alabasta royal family? Upon hearing Wei Wei's explanation, curiosity sparked within Baizet. What manner of devil fruit could this be? He reached out to grasp it. The fruit gleamed with a radiant golden hue, emanating a warm sensation that enveloped him in an unusual feeling. We are not entirely certain either. This is an ancient devil fruit passed down since the time of Queen Li, 800 years ago. Wei Wei shook her head, indicating her own lack of knowledge regarding the fruit specifics. Kobula echoed her sentiment, affirming that much of the information regarding its lineage had been lost to history. Logically, such a devil fruit should hold immense value for the Alabasta royal family. Why, then, would they wish to bestow it upon him? Baizet inquired with genuine curiosity. To be frank, he harbored intentions regarding this devil fruit, albeit not to consume it, but rather to utilize it for cultivation. Ever since he had come into contact with the fruit, he felt an inexplicable connection to his cultivation methods. Wei Wei observed Baizet as he toyed with the devil fruit, her heart swelling with joy. It seemed her decision to gift the devil fruit to Baizet was indeed a sound one. She had gleaned from the diary that Baizet's cultivation technique was the great sun visualization, linked to the sun. This devil fruit, by its nature, inclined towards fire and emitted a warm sensation upon touch, suggesting it aligned harmoniously with Baizet's cultivation practice. Wei Wei contemplated the appropriateness of presenting this devil fruit to Baizet. In truth, its historical significance far outweighed its practical utility. Given the uncertainty surrounding the fruit's true origins and its status as a legacy of the previous generation, it was not something to be casually bestowed upon subordinates. Presenting it to the hero who had saved the kingdom was perfectly fitting. If Mr. Baizet finds it unsuitable, you are welcome to choose any item from the royal collection, Kobula added hastily, concerned that Baizet might not be satisfied with the devil fruit. Baizet merely chuckled, shaking his head as he held the devil fruit in his hand. I'm immensely satisfied with this devil fruit, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the King and Princess Vivi for their generous gift. How splendid it is, Mr. Baizet. As long as you are content, that is all that matters. Kobula also sighed in relief, and the banquet continued as usual, filled with merriment. However, amidst the festivities, Vivi frequently engaged in conversation with Baizet, garnering some peculiar glances from Kobula, who shifted his gaze back and forth between them. He pondered the idea of Vivi ascending to the throne, with Baizet as her king, which did not seem like a bad prospect at all. Baizet's capabilities were beyond question. His formidable strength was more than adequate to safeguard the entirety of Alabasta. Coupled with the nurturing he was now providing, Vivi could indeed become a remarkably effective queen in governance. The combination of the two would surely lead Alabasta towards an even more glorious future. As Baizet navigated the affections of numerous young ladies, he found himself with a mouthful and both hands occupied, devouring food offered from all directions. Had it not been for his significantly enhanced physical condition and astounding appetite, the sheer volume of food would have been enough to make him feel overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Baizet tucked the devil fruit into his embrace, utilizing solar perception to analyze its energy. He discovered that the energy within this devil fruit bore a striking resemblance to the blazing solar power he cultivated through his great sun visualization. This revelation ignited an insatiable curiosity within him. After all, the very essence of his solar power stemmed from the sun itself. Yet, how could this devil fruit possibly be linked to the sun? Was it not already established that the fruit of the sun had been predetermined? Indeed, it referred to you. The Hito no Mi model, Nika, as by Zay, sensed the energy within the devil fruit. He noted that while it shared similarities with his solar power, its intensity was vastly inferior, perhaps still awaiting development. This peculiar devil fruit piqued by Zay's intrigue, leading him to consider focusing some of his thoughts on it. Consuming it was out of the question. Given his significant advantages, ingesting the devil fruit would only introduce a disadvantage of being vulnerable to water, which seemed entirely unwise. After all, his current strength no longer necessitated the consumption of a devil fruit for enhancement. Being resistant to water would afford him greater options when facing formidable users of devil fruit abilities in the future. The banquet continued until the late hours of the night, with both guests and hosts reveling in joy. Zay, accompanied by the ladies, settled into the side hall of the palace arranged by Beulah. Robin, too, naturally followed and stayed with Zay. Although they shared the same space, the vastness of the palace side hall, with its multitude of rooms, comfortably accommodated by Zay and his entourage. Ultimately, Zay entered Nokigao's room, indulging in the pleasures of a feast. A night of silence ensued. The following day, Zay emerged with a face full of contentment, only to encounter Robin, who wore a mysterious smile. Zay felt no embarrassment in this regard. After all, it was a natural inclination. He smiled back at Robin, which caused her enigmatic smile to falter, revealing her struggle to maintain composure. "Mr. Zay, you truly possess a refined taste," she remarked. "I wonder why Miss Robin would say such a thing." Surely, there was no sound conveying that sentiment, Zay inquired curiously, having learned from past experiences to implement soundproofing measures. Not even the faintest whispers could penetrate the walls. Robin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she promptly feigned calmness as she replied, "I am not discussing such matters with you. I mean the agreement we reached previously. Do you not intend to provide a clear answer? You refer to inviting you to join my team?" Zay asked. "Of course, Mr. Zay. Do you intend to go back on your word? For your sake, I relinquish my position as the head of the Baroque works. If you do not permit me to join, I shall find myself caught in the middle." Robin smiled as she spoke, her face displaying composure, yet her heart harbored a hint of unease, despite her unwavering belief that Zay would not abandon her. The lack of a definitive statement from him left her restless. "Indeed, Miss Robin's inclusion is most welcome, and since I have chosen to invite you to my team, the adversaries you will face shall be the same as those we confront," Zay asserted with conviction, having decided on Robin's invitation long ago. Although this matter had encountered several twists and turns, it ultimately led to Robin's willing agreement to join, even prompting her to arrive early that morning to seek clarity. This filled Zay with satisfaction, for Robin was indeed a stunning beauty, his designated partner, and now she exuded maturity unlike Nami and Koya, who were still not of age. Confronted by such a poised woman, Zay had no intention of pushing her away when the timing was right. Unbeknownst to Robin, Zay's thoughts had traversed many complexities in that fleeting moment. Finally receiving Zay's affirmation, the heavy burden in her heart lifted, allowing her to exhale deeply. "Then, Mr. Zay, you must be prepared. The enemies I attract may surpass your imagination," Robin exaggeratedly declared, fully aware that Zay knew she was referring to the world government. Yet she could not reveal this. "Rest assured, regardless of the adversary, I possess the confidence to emerge victorious," Zay assured Robin with a wave of his hand. Shifting his gaze toward the opposite side of the corridor, where a figure was fully prepared to depart, Peach Rabbit, resting her hand upon the hilt of her sword, cast a fleeting glance at Robin. Robin smiled back, unperturbed by Peach Rabbit's indifferent gaze. Observing this, Peach Rabbit chose not to continue engaging Robin and approached Zay instead, expressing her reluctance. "Zay, I must take my leave." Zay met Peach Rabbit's gaze with warmth, then smiled sincerely as he said, "Safe travels, until we meet again." Observing Zay's smiling demeanor, any feelings of reluctance and sadness within Peach Rabbit were dispelled, revealing a bright and confident smile. "Until we meet again, I look forward to our next encounter and the opportunity to exchange swordsmanship experiences." Zay affirmed, "Of course, we are good friends, are we not?" "Indeed, we are friends. though I wonder if we will still hold such sentiments when our positions inevitably conflict. Peach Rabbit's gaze, tinged with complexity, briefly flickered toward Robin. Choosing to bring Robin aboard the ship meant opposing the world government and, by extension, the Navy. From the outset, Peach Rabbit had understood that Baizé did not align with either the Navy or the pirates, nor with any faction. He was a free spirit. In the capital of Alabasta, Baizé stood beneath the sun, watching as Peach Rabbit gradually receded into the distance. Accompanied by several Navy personnel and the mastermind behind this incident, Crocodile. Farewell, Peach Rabbit. I hope that when we meet again, we shall not draw our swords against one another, Baizé mused, hands in his pockets, feeling somewhat wistful. He held a favorable impression of Peach Rabbit. Should there be potential for further developments in the future, it would be a delightful occurrence. However, for now, he intended to seek out Robin. Truth be told, he was quite intrigued by ancient texts, having lacked a means to study them until now, and he could not afford to miss this opportunity. Baizé possessed boundless energy, and beneath the radiant sunlight, his vigor seemed nearly inexhaustible. In the stillness of night, when devoid of female companionship, he would close his eyes to cultivate his spirit. This dedication afforded him ample time to study navigation under Nami, delve into medicine alongside Koya, and engage in culinary discussions with them. With Robin now aboard, another learning companion had emerged. You wish to learn ancient script from me? Robin gazed at Baizé in astonishment, her tone laced with intrigue. Yet, a sudden recollection of the challenges she faced in mastering ancient script dawned upon her. Such obstacles might not faze Baizé in the slightest. Moreover, since Baizé had already drawn the ire of the world government, acquiring knowledge of ancient script would be of little consequence. Indeed, mastering ancient script and personally exploring the history of the past would be a splendid experience for me, Baizé replied with a cheerful smile. If you are eager to learn, I shall teach you. There are no restrictions, save for those imposed by the world government, which you need not fear. Robin retrieved an ancient tome from her backpack and placed it upon Baizé's desk, a hint of a mischievous smile gracing her lips. These are my notes from when I studied ancient script. Try to read and memorize it, and let me assess your learning capacity before we devise a study plan. Observing the hefty tome before him, Baizé marveled at Robin's scholarly prowess, for she was indeed diligent in her pursuits. He dismissed her playful grin as a mere test of his abilities. I'll give a try, he said. Seated across from Baizé, Robin began to peruse another book, while the morning sun poured through the window, casting a warm, golden glow upon him. As Robin glanced up from her reading, she was momentarily captivated by the sight of Baizé. The soft, golden rays illuminated the minuscule particles of dust in the air, resembling layers of golden silk draped over him. Baizé, engrossed in his notes, displayed an earnest demeanor, rapidly flipping through the pages. When Robin regained her senses, she realized that his reading speed was astonishingly swift, almost as if he were skimming rather than studying in depth. Had it not been for the seriousness etched upon his face, she might have doubted his intentions. Meanwhile, other girls who had searched for Baizé found him and Robin in her room, engrossed in their studies. Koya stood at the palace entrance, a smirk on her face as she patted Nami's shoulder, who mirrored her expression of feigned resentment. However, Nami's discontent stemmed not from Baizé's early visit to Robin, but from the fact that he had previously done the same with her and Koya. She vividly recalled the time Baizé sought her out to learn navigation. Observing the arduous effort she had expended to master the art, it was disheartening to see Baizé reach her level in mere days, an imbalance that was hard to accept. Koya, having joined the crew, experienced similar sentiments, though her study of medicine had not been overly complex. Thus, while Baizé quickly surpassed her, she had not invested as much time and effort, allowing her to comprehend Nami's feelings without being too affected. Baizé's learning ability seemed monstrous. Knowledge that took others decades of labor to attain, he grasped in just a few days. Unbeknownst to Robin, the gravity of the situation eluded her, and when Nami and the others observed for a while without interrupting, they eventually turned to leave. Let Robin experience the feelings I had back then, Nami thought, a hint of schadenfreude in her tone as she departed the palace. You're truly one to revel in the misfortunes of others, Nojiko teased, gently tapping Nami on the head. Nami stuck out her tongue, unfazed, as she and Nojiko headed outside, intending to explore the capital of Alabasta. Koya followed closely behind, a look of envy adorning her features. At that moment, Nojiko turned back, exuding the warmth of an older sister, inviting Koya to join her, which made Koya beam even brighter. After finishing the last page, Baize stretched lazily, easing his stiff body. It was then that he noticed Robin's incredulous gaze fixed upon him. Robin glanced outside, realizing that it was barely past noon. The tome she had given Baize, filled with her notes and annotations, should not have been devoured so swiftly. "Have you truly finished browsing?" she inquired, hoping he had merely skimmed the content. It seemed implausible if he had genuinely comprehended it all so rapidly. "Not entirely, but I believe I have retained most of it," Baize replied with uncertainty, handing the tome back to Robin, inviting her to assess his progress. Though incredulous, Robin took out a piece of paper and drafted several questions, randomly selected from the ancient text. "Try translating this," she challenged. Baize took the paper and, without hesitation, read aloud. "The king of the Yashi Sea dispatched a fleet to seek legendary weapons, aiming to expand his territory through their power." As he translated, Robin's mouth widened in astonishment. It was unfathomable how Baize possessed such an extraordinary ability to learn. His comprehension surpassed mere memorization. He had achieved mastery and application of a knowledge. Have you truly never studied ancient script before?" Robin's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Baize. Recalling her own achievements, passing the O'Hara doctoral examination with full marks at the tender age of 8, she realized how insignificant her accomplishments seemed in comparison to Baize's capabilities. He was nothing short of a prodigy. "Of course, this is my first encounter with ancient script, and it is quite challenging, requiring substantial effort. Moreover, the reference materials are scarce. It appears the ancient texts have left behind very few resources," Robin lamented, sitting down with her head in her hands. The once loose fabric of her attire shifted dramatically with her movements, revealing much more than intended. Baize's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her, and from his elevated perspective, he caught a glimpse of her modesty slipping away. "Your learning ability is indeed monstrous. It is hard to fathom such capacity," Robin exclaimed in awe, her admiration for Baize's intellect palpable. However, as she looked up, she found Baize's gaze fixed intently on her, prompting a slight smile on her face, though her heart raced as she adjusted her attire. "Very well, we shall proceed to advanced studies, and I will arrange a learning plan for you," Robin declared, suddenly springing to her feet and darting out of the room. "After reading for so long, I find myself famished. I shall go eat first." Baize observed the ancient tome that had fallen to the ground, picked it up, and gazed toward the direction Robin had hurriedly departed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Had she noticed that he had glimpsed what he ought not to have? Baize scratched his head, feeling perplexed by Robin's choice to evade rather than confront the situation head-on. Perhaps it was wise to refrain from provoking Robin further after such an incident. He tidied up the books on the table and stepped outside, intending to explore the capital of Alabasta. During his leisurely stroll, Baize also fulfilled the word count requirement for his diary entry. Today, he should be able to synthesize advanced swordsmanship. With anticipation, he gazed at the diary rewards. And, as expected, the final entry of intermediate swordsmanship automatically merged into advanced swordsmanship. Congratulations on mastering advanced swordsmanship. Baize closed his eyes as a torrent of profound swordsmanship knowledge surged into his mind, a testament to his unwavering commitment to the practice of visualization, which had fortified his spirit. Faced with such a vast repository of swordsmanship wisdom, he was able to fully assimilate it. The knowledge of advanced swordsmanship was far more extensive than he had anticipated. Baize clenched his fist a few times, his gaze sharp as it scanned the passers-by on the street. Yet, he also realized the remarkable enhancement in technique. It surpassed the gains he had achieved in strength during this period. Suddenly, the pedestrians on the street felt a chill sweep over them, bewildered by the unexpected coldness despite the blazing sun overhead. They rubbed their arms, glancing around before they moved on. Baize had already left the capital of Alabasta, making his way to a mountainous area outside the city. Now, let me test the techniques of this advanced swordsmanship. As he gazed at the towering mountains, he summoned the power of the Great Sun artifact. Years ago, Karp had flattened 8 mountains in his quest to forge his iron fists by smashing the heads of bell peppers. Today, Baize wished to see how many mountains he could level with his advanced swordsmanship. With a light swing of his long sword, a massive wave of slashing energy emanated from him, hurtling toward the distant peaks with a deafening roar, effortlessly leveling the summit of a small mountain. To his astonishment, achieving such destruction had previously required considerable effort, but now it was primarily a matter of technique. Without hesitation, Baize unleashed a series of grand golden slashes, transforming the entire mountainous expanse into flat land. Once everything settled, an expansive field of fertile farmland emerged, rich in minerals. Baize observed the newly flattened terrain and stowed away the Great Sun artifact. It seemed excessive to have leveled these mountains. He wondered what effect it would have on the local climate. After conducting a rough analysis using his meteorological knowledge, he finally relaxed, concluding that while there would be some impact, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Having mastered advanced swordsmanship, he could now truly consider himself a grand swordsman. The next time they met, Tao Tu would surely seek his guidance in swordsmanship. Baize chuckled as he lightheartedly returned to the capital. During his stay in the capital over the next few days, he decided to explore other parts of Alabasta, and Vivi volunteered to be their guide. Vivi, as a princess, isn't it a bit of an overqualification for you to be our guide? Baize remarked. He was momentarily taken aback by her suggestion. What do you mean by overqualification? The kingdom's order has been restored. It merely requires time. I'm unable to assist with specific tasks, which makes me feel rather idle, Vivi explained with a smile, her aquamarine hair cascading like waves as she moved about. But does your father agree? Didn't he say he wanted to train you to prepare for your future role as Queen Vivi? Baize inquired. Vivi shook her head and replied earnestly, I believe I am not yet mature enough to assume the role of Queen of Alabasta. I wish to venture out to gain experience. As she approached Baize with determination in her eyes, he instinctively raised his hand, as if to shield her, but she instead grasped his hand firmly and spoke sincerely. Mr. Baize, I wish to board your ship to sail and experience a broader world before returning to assume the position of queen. Hearing her words, Baize raised an eyebrow, realizing that Vivi's volunteering as their guide was a means to assess whether his team was suitable for her. Yet, there was also a desire for closer contact with him, aligning with her father's wishes. Vivi's candid and heartfelt declaration resonated in the hall, causing the other girls present to gasp in astonishment. Is this a confession? Is this a confession? They murmured. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to freeze, with the girls' gazes flitting between Baize and Vivi, eager for the unfolding events. Vivi's bold gesture provided them with a template. If successful, it could serve as a model for their own attempts. If it failed, it would demonstrate that direct approaches were ineffective with Baize, and they would need to adopt subtler tactics. Baize looked at Vivi before him, a smile gracing his lips as he gently stroked her flowing aquamarine hair. This was undoubtedly a confession from Princess. How direct? It was his first experience of such a thing, of course, given that he had encountered very few princesses. Vivi was indeed the first genuine princess he had met. He could not deny that he felt a flutter of excitement. Vivi nervously clasped her hands. Her attention diverted from the diary as she felt the warmth of Baize's hand, causing her to shiver slightly. Does this mean you agree? She wondered. As expected, Baize smiled and replied, Of course, you are welcome to join us, Princess Vivi. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Baize, Vivi exclaimed joyfully, leaping with delight at the prospect of joining his team. Since you've joined my team, there's no need for formalities. Just call me by my name. Okay, you could drop the princess too. Just call me by my name, Vivi said, her eyes sparkling with emotion as she gazed at Baize. Meanwhile, the other girls observed Baize's diary entries, nodding in silent approval. Vivi's direct approach had indeed set a successful precedent. However, despite this newfound knowledge, some girls found it difficult to emulate her boldness, especially those like Kaya, who were more reserved and shy. Nami, on the other hand, refrained from attempting it due to her age. Robin wore an elegant smile, contemplating that, Zay seemed to favor such direct methods. Perhaps she might try it herself in the future. Far and wide, other girls reacted differently upon seeing the diary entries. Some more reserved girls blushed at Vivi's forthright confession, while bolder girls, seeing its effectiveness, were inspired to try the same approach in the future. In the kingdom of women, the Empress Boa Hancock gazed at the contents of her diary, emitting a couple of proud hums reminiscent of a peacock, elevating her head with an air of superiority that exposed her delicate, snow-white neck. The Princess of Alabasta posed no threat the moment she made her appearance. White Zay would undoubtedly succumb to her charms without the need for her to confess her feelings. Hancock brimmed with confidence, a testament to her beauty and allure. Vivi, coming to her senses, glanced at the diary and felt her face flush a deep crimson. Had her earlier words truly been so audacious? Was it a confession? As she sensed the gazes of the surrounding girls, an uncomfortable warmth enveloped her, her thoughts swirling, and her vision clouded as if she might faint. Observing Vivi's sudden blush, White Zay was filled with bewilderment. How could she be so slow to react? She had already professed her feelings, yet now she was shy. I must inform my father of this matter. I shall take my leave, Vivi exclaimed, her legs seemingly at odds with one another as she stumbled out. Was Vivi truly all right? She appeared on the verge of collapsing. White Zay turned to the others, seeking their thoughts. She should be fine. Perhaps she just needs a moment to gather herself. Should I check on her? Kaya replied, her concern evident. Robin gently grasped Kaya's shoulder. It might be our presence that has caused her distress. Let us allow her some solitude. Kaya tilted her head in contemplation before understanding Robin's words, a teasing smile emerging as she nodded in agreement. All right, let us seize this opportunity to enjoy ourselves a bit more, for soon we shall depart the capital for other cities. With a wave, White Zay led the way outside. The girls exchanged glances, and rather than following the children, they gathered together. Now that we have all received an enhancement from White Zay, I believe we can surmise the situation, Robin initiated, observing the affirmative expressions around her. In that case, shall we engage in some practice before boarding the ship? The available space may not be as ample later. Upon hearing Robin's suggestion, Nami, Nokigao, and Kaya exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. They had long been curious about the special reward Robin had obtained, which had garnered such recognition from White Zay. Nami looked at Robin with fierce determination in her gaze. Indeed, there is a plain not far from the capital, previously leveled by White Zay, which could serve as our battlefield. That's excessive. It's merely a practice, Nokigao interjected, attempting to diffuse the escalating enthusiasm. Kaya watched Robin with eager anticipation, her eyes shimmering. I too am curious about the true extent of the special reward Sister Robin has acquired, Nokigao remarked, glancing between Nami and Kaya, before sighing, as if resigned to the inevitable, and then turning her attention back to Robin. I feel the same. In unison, they resolved to venture towards the plain beyond the capital. The four mounted their desert steeds, kicking up dust as they journeyed to the expanse described by White Zay, where traces of sword energy still lingered. Upon hearing White Zay recount this, Nami had felt little at the time, but now, standing amidst the remnants, she grasped the sheer absurdity of what White Zay had conveyed. From her mount, she surveyed the horizon, where remnants of sword energy crisscrossed the terrain. The vast plain stretched endlessly before her, leaving her in awe of the power capable of altering landscapes. Surely, such feats would require more than a decade of labor. Back then, when White Zay spoke of this, his tone was so calm, as if he had merely crushed a few pebbles. I scarcely paid a heed, Nokigao chimed in, mirroring Nami's stance as she gazed across the expansive plain, unable to suppress a wry smile. Is this truly something achievable by mere mortals? It feels monstrous. Kaya nodded in agreement with Nokigao's assessment. If earlier White Zay's display of power was akin to altering the heavens, now it was as if he had leveled mountains. Such might seem reserved for the realm of mythology. As the most powerful among them, Robin surveyed the boundless plain, a sense of unease settling within her. After receiving her special reward, she had felt an unwavering confidence in her abilities, even believing she possessed strength rivaling that of a general. Yet the scene before her now cast doubt on her self-assuredness. After all, White Zay had still referred to her as a general in his diary. Robin internally lamented. If such strength still qualified as general level, then what was the true pinnacle of a general's power? Enough lamenting. Our purpose here is to spar, and this immense expanse is perfect for it, Nami exclaimed, regaining her focus and meeting Robin's gaze with fierce determination. Robin did not back down, a smile gracing her lips as she crossed her arms. With a resonant rumble and the tremor of the ground beneath them, a colossal Buddha statue gradually materialized before them, adorned with thousands of arms. Its expression was neither joyful nor sorrowful, embodying the equality of all beings beneath it. Nami and the others gaped, their eyes wide as they beheld Robin standing atop the 100-meter-high statue, a smile upon her face. Nami, Nokigao, and Kaya felt their spirits plummet. This is utterly absurd. It must be at least 100 meters tall. How am I supposed to fight that? Nami exclaimed, her bravado waning in the presence of such a colossal figure. Nokigao wiped the sweat from her brow, daunted by the sheer size of the statue. Facing it required immense courage. Even the giants she had encountered before seemed like children in comparison, their height barely exceeding 20 meters. Kaya, feeling weak-kneed, plopped down onto the ground, relieved that the sand was soft, lest she had truly fallen and faced days of discomfort. Does this mean battling a giant is akin to fighting a child? I now comprehend why White Zay holds such reverence for his special reward, Kaya thought, observing the reactions of Nami and the others. Robin recognized that their sparring would not proceed as planned. The confidence she had felt earlier, now somewhat restored, reminded her that the abnormality lay not with her, but with White Zay. The intended sparring session ultimately fizzled out, impossible to continue. When White Zay returned to the temporary palace, he found Nami and the others looking utterly dejected, as if they had sustained a significant blow. What troubles you? Who has struck you down? White Zay inquired, only to be met with Nami's resentful glare. It's not just you. You and Sister Robin have both overwhelmed us. White Zay, puzzled, responded, have you not already witnessed my power? Why would it still affect you? Nuachi approached, wrapping her arm around Baze's, and tenderly explained. We were just about to go outside to spar with Luo-bin in the plains you mentioned. Upon hearing this, Baze chuckled as he observed the group. Yet he understood that healthy competition within their ranks could indeed foster improvement. However, Luo-bin's presence was remarkably striking, and the special reward had endowed her with an unparalleled intensity. You need not feel discouraged by her. Although Luo-bin's overall abilities have not yet reached the level of a general, her sheer destructive power is already comparable. Baze refrained from mentioning his own prowess and instead offered an explanation for Luo-bin, hoping to prevent the others from becoming overly fixated on comparisons. Your current strengths are in a phase of rapid growth, but there remains a gap when compared to the higher tier, so do not measure yourselves against Luo-bin. With Baze's comforting words, the expressions of the girls lightened somewhat. As for the remaining concerns, Baze could only allow them time to come to terms with it or wait until their own strengths caught up to Luo-bin's. The following day, they departed from the capital, and in addition to the original team members, they were joined by the former president of the Baroque Works, Luo-bin, and the current princess of Alabasta, Wei Wei. Baze casually jotted down a few observations and reflections, reaching the required word count for rewards. Regrettably, he could not continue to synthesize advanced swordsmanship. Otherwise, he would have been eager to witness the realm beyond that of the great swordsman. To his delight, the conqueror's haki finally manifested, and the dual-colored haki had both reached an advanced level, truly befitting the pinnacle of the sea. However, he did not derive any additional skills, which left him somewhat perplexed. He murmured to himself about the necessity of diary rewards or the possibility of developing his own Shinshin to listen to all things and foresee the future. Shall we head to the Sky Island next? Baze pondered the characters associated with the Sky Island, considering Inalu, who possessed the natural type devil fruit, the rumble fruit, to be a viable option. Thus, it is decided, our next destination will be the Sky Island. The other girls, observing the contents of the diary, felt a flicker of curiosity. Was the Sky Island truly such a unique place that warranted Baze's fervent mention? Baze suddenly turned to Luobin beside him and inquired, "Do you wish to explore more historical texts?" Luobin's gaze flickered, already suspecting the answer. "Are the historical texts located on the Sky Island?" With an alluring smile, she playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Indeed, that is my aspiration, to uncover the history of the blank 100 years, and the historical texts are the key." The other girls perked up at this, each suspecting that the historical texts might indeed reside on the Sky Island, eager to learn more about it. "Let us set our sights on the Sky Island as our next goal," Baze declared, raising his hand high towards the heavens, as if pointing to a lofty, floating isle. He uttered words that left the girls in astonishment. "Our target is the Sky Island, situated 10,000 meters above sea level." The Sky Island, resting upon the White Sea at that incredible height, possessed a remarkably unique geographical position. Due to the special method required to access it, few individuals had ever set foot on the Sky Island, leading to its evolution into a mythical legend. Baze elucidated the concept of the Sky Island to the 5 girls before focusing on Luobin once more. "The historical texts I speak of lie atop the Sky Island, beneath the golden bell of the Golden Country." Luobin's eyes sparkled. "Another historical text." The responses from the other girls varied, with only Nami showing the most intense reaction, having keenly caught onto Baze's mention of the word gold. Baze, Golden Country. Could it truly be a land overflowing with gold? Such a name cannot possibly be a mere facade. Nami gazed at Baze with sparkling eyes, nearly drooling at the prospect, as if he were a delectable dish that could make one salivate. Seeing Nami's reaction, Baze chuckled, reaching out to tousle her hair, making her short locks a delightful mess. "We'll discuss it later. Wouldn't it be better to explore it yourself?" Nami vigorously shook her head, freeing herself from Baze's grasp while managing her disheveled hair, and conceded, "Indeed, since we will be visiting the Sky Island, it would be even better if there were gold to find." "When do we set sail?" Wei Wei inquired, her concern palpable, as accompanying Baze and the others meant leaving behind the land she had known since childhood, with no immediate return in sight. "No ruse. There are still places in Alabasta we have yet to explore. At our pace, it should take 2 to 3 days," Baze replied, glancing up at a towering mountain within view, retrieving a treasure map to check its alignment, filled with anticipation. "I hope this treasure map obtained from the pirates truly leads to a treasure." "Exactly. That band of pirates had no savings at all, merely using this treasure map to deceive us. If there is nothing to find, all our efforts today will have been in vain." Nami leaned in curiously, scanning the treasure map while glancing at her already tidied hair, prompting Baze to feel a playful itch to ruffle it again. Sensing Baze's gaze, Nami quickly shielded her hair, shooting him a glare and moving away. Shortly thereafter, a resounding rumble echoed as Baze and the others emerged from a collapsed cave, with Nami carrying a large bundle on her back. Despite having just brushed with danger, Nami's face radiated excitement rather than fear. "We struck gold. The treasure we unearthed is worth at least 100 million berries. Who would have thought that those pirates, who appeared impoverished, possessed an authentic treasure map? It was a bit perilous, though. We nearly got buried alive." Nami patted her chest, expressing her relief while the other girls bore traces of treasure themselves. Seeing Nami in such a greedy state brought a mix of amusement and exasperation to the others. "This haul is quite significant. Let us feast in the nearby city," Baze suggested, lifting the bag in his hand, and the other girls displayed delighted expressions. Money is meant for enjoyment. After all, having acquired it, they must indulge. Nami nodded in agreement. While she cherished wealth, the companionship of friends was paramount. Sharing joy together was far more important. The group made their way toward the distant city, marking the final stop of their journey before heading to the coast to board the Liang and set sail for the Sky Island. Notably, to express gratitude for Baze and the others' contributions, Kabura gathered the finest shipwrights in the nation to conduct a comprehensive upgrade on the Liang. Enhancements were made to reinforce the hull and maintain the facilities. During this time, Wei Wei bid them farewell to meet with Kabura for a final goodbye, promising to reunite in the coastal city for their departure. On board the Liang, Nami languidly sipped juice while splashing around in the small pool on the ship. Robin reclined on a beach chair, adorned in a swimsuit with a floral wrap around her waist, exuding an enchanting allure. Adjusting the sunglasses perched on her nose, she gazed toward the pool where Nami was situated. After a moment of contemplation, she closed the book in her hand and curiously inquired of Nami, "Has Hakazu ever learned any relevant skills or knowledge from you?" Nami, feeling somewhat bored, paused at Robin's question and, with a hint of irritation, replied, "Of course. He learned navigation from me, medicine from Kaya, and culinary skills from Nojiko. It's as if he is here to undermine our efforts. I have painstakingly mastered navigation to this extent, yet he has reached my level in just a few days." As Nami spoke, her vexation seemed to intensify, prompting her to splash the water in the pool with her hand. Witnessing Nami's reaction, Robin felt a sense of relief. It appeared she was not the only one feeling overshadowed. The two soon engaged in an animated discussion about this matter. Meanwhile, in the cabin, Kaya and Nojiko collaborated on crafting desserts. Nojiko meticulously arranged fruit slices on the edges of cups, clapping her hands in satisfaction as she exchanged a knowing glance with Kaya, both sharing a smile. At last, they completed the ice cream dessert, perfect for consumption in such sweltering heat. "Indeed, let us hurry and serve it to everyone before it melts," Kaya urged. Hakazu sat on the observation deck, basking under the relentless sun, yet he felt no discomfort. Instead, he experienced an extraordinary sense of comfort. He held the devil fruit he had acquired earlier, pondering its potential. Perhaps this fruit could provide a means to further comprehend the concept of the blazing sun. As he moved his fingers, threads of radiant solar energy flowed into the devil fruit, which gradually absorbed the energy, undergoing remarkable transformations. Once the energy within the fruit ceased to change, he anticipated reaping the rewards of his efforts. Hakazu's solar perception focused on the devil fruit, sensing the energy within evolving positively, and he felt assured. The energy of the devil fruit was linked to the solar power, allowing him to analyze the subsequent changes in the solar energy, potentially leading to deeper insights into the concept of the blazing sun. However, it seemed a lengthy process, yielding no immediate results, and he could only await patiently. He hoped the seeds he had sown would eventually grow into towering trees. Just as Hakazu finished his thoughts, Nojiko called out to him from below, "Come down. We've prepared ice cream desserts." Hakazu's gaze fell slightly, and he noticed Nojiko looking refreshingly charming. "All right, I'm coming down," he replied. With a graceful leap, he landed lightly before Nojiko. Before she could react, he wrapped an arm around her slender waist, barely able to encircle it fully. "Hey, why are you so close?" "Don't mess up the ice cream," Nojiko said, her cheeks flushing at Hakazu's sudden boldness. Hakazu gasped, and upon seeing this, Nojiko chuckled lightly, playfully rolling her eyes at him, then scooped a spoonful of ice cream to feed him. It's refreshingly cold, perfect for this hot weather." "I want more," Hakazu exclaimed. Nojiko, feeling helpless, found herself pressed tightly against him, unable to move, though she made no effort to escape, acquiescing to Hakazu's embrace. "Wow, did I just arrive to witness such an envious scene?" Vivi emerged from the side, observing Hakazu holding Nojiko as she fed him ice cream. At that moment, Kaya had finished distributing ice cream to Robin and Nami, and upon seeing Vivi approach, she too noted the sight of Hakazu and Nojiko, unperturbed. "Vivi's here. Come try the ice cream dessert I made." Kaya exclaimed, "How wonderful." After rushing over, I was nearly roasted. Vivi joyfully accepted the ice cream, biting into it eagerly while casting a glance at Hakazu and Nojiko, exclaiming, "In this sweltering heat, aren't you two going to get faint for being so close?" After finishing feeding Hakazu, Nojiko gently nudged him away, smiling at Vivi. "Actually, it's all right. Hakazu is quite warm, but not hot." Vivi raised an eyebrow in disbelief, retorting, "You two should know your limits when flirting. It's so hot, and you say he is warm, but not hot? I don't believe that." Just as Nojiko was about to explain, Hakazu made a gesture. With a smile, he opened his arms, inviting, "If you don't believe me, you can try it out." "I will," Vivi declared defiantly, and to Kaya and Nojiko's astonishment, she leaped onto Hakazu, rubbing her face against his clothing, wiping her perspiration on him, which left him slightly exasperated. "Hey, I must admit, The sensation is quite peculiar. He is warm yet not hot, Vivi remarked, stepping back with a look of amazement. Hakuzu gently tapped Vivi's forehead, shaking his head in mild exasperation. Now that everyone is gathered, let us prepare to set sail. With their collective efforts, the blazing sun ship hoisted its sails, embarking on a journey across the vast ocean, marking a temporary pause in their adventures in Alabasta, and welcoming 2 new companions. At the stern of the ship, Vivi clutched the railing, tears streaming down her face. Hakuzu stood beside her, gently patting her shoulder. "This is my first time leaving Alabasta, and I won't be returning anytime soon," she said, her emotions running high. Hakuzu nodded in understanding, glancing curiously at Robin, who stood with her arms crossed, her expression somewhat melancholic. Hakuzu felt a flicker of confusion. Vivi, having lived in Alabasta her entire life, was understandably emotional about departing her homeland. Yet Robin, who should have less attachment to Alabasta, also wore a sorrowful expression. "I merely lament that the days of hiding and evasion have finally come to an end. Perhaps betrayal and lies will also depart from my life," Robin observed, detecting Hakuzu's puzzled gaze, and offered a faint smile as she spoke. "What do you mean, perhaps? They will surely leave you," Hakuzu firmly declared, wrapping an arm around Robin's shoulders like a brotherly gesture. Robin, usually the mature older sister, suddenly appeared shy, nodding gently without breaking free from Hakuzu's embrace. Time at sea always seemed to fly by. During this period, Akiji returned to the Navy headquarters, bringing back information about Hakuzu. Although Peach Rabbit had reported previously, it was a censored account, not directly stating that Hakuzu possessed the combat power of a vice admiral. Consequently, while the Navy headquarters acknowledged Hakuzu's significance, upon confirming that he had no intention of joining the Navy nor siding with pirates, Sengoku opted to maintain a friendly relationship with Hakuzu, treating him as a neutral party. However, this time, when Shinji returned to the Navy headquarters, the intelligence he reported caused noticeable changes in the expressions of those present. In the office of the Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat at his desk facing Shinji, accompanied by the iconic goat, while Vice Admiral Crane sat beside them. Navy Hero Garp lounged on the sofa, and on the opposite side sat 2 imposing figures, one with a somewhat lewd demeanor and the other with a stern countenance, undoubtedly the other 2 admirals of the Navy. Borsellino, codenamed Yellow Monkey, Sakazuki, codenamed Red Dog. It was rare for the 3 admirals to gather in one room, and it was precisely because of the astonishing news brought back by Shinji. The strength of Baizei had already reached the level of an admiral. Sengoku gazed at Shinji, his brow furrowed. A being of admiral caliber already stood at the pinnacle of the ocean, each capable of stirring up storms, deserving of the Navy's utmost attention. More importantly, he had actually defeated Shinji. Vice Admiral Crane shot a disbelieving glance at Shinji, but upon seeing his unchanged expression, still found it hard to accept. The expressions of the others in the office also subtly shifted, while Shinji shook his head and uttered words that deepened their somber mood. To be precise, he had the capability to kill me. Yellow Monkey paused in his nail grooming, casting a sidelong glance at Shinji, incredulously stating, "The ability to kill a Navy admiral? This joke is hardly amusing. Baizei is truly terrifying." The stern-faced Red Dog crossed his arms and snorted. Though he and Shinji were not on good terms, he still acknowledged Shinji's strength. To be able to defeat him, Baizei's power indeed warranted his attention. Additionally, for the pinnacle of the ocean's combatants, the ability to defeat and the ability to kill are 2 distinctly different concepts. Shinji had clearly stated that Baizei could kill him, and even if there were constraints in terms of abilities, it absolutely indicated that Baizei's strength was among the top tier of admirals. For a moment, the atmosphere in the Navy Admiral's office fell into silence, as if each was contemplating this new top-tier powerhouse of the seas, their thoughts diverging. Within the Navy headquarters, in the Admiral's office, the high-ranking officials gathered. The 3 admirals, the Fleet Admiral, the Navy Hero, and the Navy staff all convened for one individual. Fleet Admiral Sengoku interlaced his fingers, appearing contemplative as he held immense trust in Shinji's judgment. He held a high evaluation of Baizei's strength. Yet how should they approach this top-tier powerhouse of the ocean? Qingji, having engaged him in direct combat, could you discern what kind of person he truly is beyond his abilities? Vice Admiral Crane reviewed the intelligence previously reported by Peach Rabbit, leaning towards a gentle approach regarding Bai Zhe. Nonetheless, she wished to confirm with Qingji once more, as he was the one who had truly battled Bai Zhe. He did not appear to be a villain. Rather, he pursued freedom, disliking oppression and constraints, and fought against me specifically to improve the climate of Alabasta, utilizing my fruit abilities to generate vast amounts of water vapor. By the end of Qingji's statement, everyone grasped his perspective on Bai Zhe. Not only did he harbor no hostile intentions, but he also expressed some degree of recognition for Bai Zhe, which was evident to all present. What an interesting little fellow. Even under the pressure of being a Navy admiral, he seeks to improve the climate of Alabasta. Garp burst into hearty laughter upon hearing Qingji's words, fully approving of Bai Zhe's actions, while shoving several donuts into his mouth. The yellow monkey remained indifferent to Bai Zhe's actions. As long as they did not interfere with him, anything was acceptable. However, was Bai Zhe's strength perhaps a tad exaggerated? After all, he was only in his 20s. Had such a level of talent ever appeared within the Navy? The yellow monkey's remarks prompted deep reflection among the others. Bai Zhe could no longer be simply defined as a genius. He had now grown into a top-tier powerhouse of the seas. And it was the truly developed geniuses that were the most formidable. Yet, none could ascertain whether Bai Zhe's growth had reached its zenith. If he could advance even further, who among them could possibly stand against him? Red Dog sat silently with his eyes closed, his expression serious as he remained seated on the sofa, refraining from voicing any opinions. Bai Zhe's actions had yet to reach a level that warranted his classification as evil. Conversely, based on the intelligence from Peach Rabbit, Bai Zhe treated pirates far more ruthlessly than some softer Navy members. Once he confirmed a pirate's transgressions, Bai Zhe showed no mercy, swiftly eliminating them. In a certain sense, Bai Zhe aligned well with Red Dog's preferences. Thus, Red Dog chose to remain silent and refrain from voicing any opinions. Vice Admiral Crane surveyed the room, observing varying opinions in silence, taking note of everyone's attitudes, which had already begun to form her own conclusions. Just then, Sengoku turned his gaze toward her, eager to hear her thoughts. My suggestion is to maintain a gentle stance toward Bai Zhe. Peach Rabbit's journey to Alabasta and her interactions with him have been quite amicable, indicating that he at least holds a neutral, if not favorable, view of the Navy. As for his nature, which resists constraints and refuses to join the Navy, subject to the control of both the Navy and the world government, that is beyond our capability to influence. However, we must ensure not to drive him toward the pirates. His character yearns for freedom. Should we truly push him toward their side, the consequences may surpass even those caused by the former Golden Lion. Vice Admiral Crane's speculation reminded everyone of the actions taken by the Golden Lion against the Navy headquarters. The legendary pirate was indeed reckless and unrestrained. Sengoku's brow slightly relaxed as he listened to the opinions or attitudes of those present, either remaining neutral or even expressing direct agreement, which significantly influenced his judgment. A desire for freedom, an unwillingness to join the Navy, and a wish to remain neutral, yet decisively ruthless against pirates, painted a picture of a character who, even without joining the Navy, could inadvertently contribute significantly to its cause. Given this, it was decided to maintain the current stance toward Bai Zhe. Sengoku ultimately reached this conclusion, eliciting varied reactions from the others. Garp paid little mind as he continued to indulge in snacks, while the yellow monkey pouted, blowing on his recently polished nails. Red Dog remained silent, like a statue on the sofa, while Qingji gently nodded, preparing to take his leave. By the way, Qingji, during this period, do not leave the Navy headquarters. The world government has decided to revoke Crocodile's position as a Shichibukai. A new selection will be made, and, for now, you shall remain at the Navy headquarters. Sengoku addressed Qingji as he was about to depart, and the other senior Navy officials were not surprised by this news. However, they did not dwell on it. At their level, the Shichibukai had little impact on them. In fact, their opinions could influence the establishment of the Shichibukai positions. Peach Rabbit would return shortly, and Crocodile's crimes were sufficient for him to spend a lifetime in Impel Down, leaving them to ponder how to fill the Shichibukai seat. Sengoku watched as the three admirals departed the office, leaving only Vice Admiral Crane and Garp, who furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are there any prominent pirates making waves on the seas?" Sengoku looked at Vice Admiral Crane, who reviewed the documents and gently shook her head, indicating that there were currently no particularly notable pirates, and none among the others were suitable to assume the position of Shichibukai. Let's set this matter aside for now. As for the bounty on Nico Robin, let the world government deliberate on it. Little do they know that at this moment, Nico Robin has already boarded the Hiryu, sailing across the vast ocean. A ship with 5 stunning beauties, Baize sits atop the observation deck, gazing down at the others as they hone their swordsmanship, enjoying a splendid view. The sight, coupled with their rather revealing attire, is indeed a feast for the eyes. Each of them, with their generous figures, moving with grace, is even more staggering than the tumultuous waves of the sea, at least in terms of visual impact. "Enough, enough, I'm exhausted," Nami exclaimed as she tossed her wooden sword onto the ground, turning to Nojiko, who wiped the sweat from her brow, her skin flushed from the sparring, appearing exceptionally alluring. "Let's take a break for now, but Nami, your progress is rather slow. I'm almost catching up to you." Nami scratched her head in frustration, as ever since Baize learned of the daily reward mechanism, he began treating everyone aboard with equal regard. The advantage she had accumulated was gradually being eroded. Not just Nojiko, but even Kaya was nearing her level. What can I do? My pace of improvement is just slow," Nami lamented, casting a sidelong glance at Baize on the observation deck, who was leisurely basking in the sun, prompting her to stomp her foot in irritation. "Hey, Nami, is your log pose broken? Why does it keep spinning around?" Vivi and Kaya ceased their sparring and approached Nami, with Kaya curiously eyeing the log pose on her wrist. Kaya's words immediately drew the attention of the others. Robin, lounging in a small pool, propped herself on the edge and noticed the anomaly of the log pose. "Oh, it does seem like it's broken. Not only is it spinning erratically, but it's also pointing skyward." As Nami spoke, a sudden realization struck her, and everyone echoed in unison, "Sky Island?" "Indeed, we are nearing the area beneath the Sky Island." Baize leapt down from the observation deck, grasping Nami's wrist and bringing the log pose closer for inspection. Although the needle was still unstable, it was generally pointing in one direction. "Let us sail in that direction first, and once we reach the approximate location, we will devise our next plan." "Baisha, you Haven-T told us how you plan to ascend the Sky Island. Are you going to carry us all up together?" Nami inquired with curiosity, while the other girls cast inquisitive glances. "You will understand soon enough, but I believe you will find the method quite enjoyable," Baize replied with a smile, leaving them intrigued without revealing more. "What is it? Just tell me. Don't keep me guessing." Nami transformed into an insistent little sprite, persistently questioning Baize. The others smiled at Nami's antics, especially as they observed Baize, flustered and darting about, unable to escape her relentless inquiries. Robin, resting by the poolside, wore a smile as she quietly watched their playful banter. "What a carefree life this is. I never expected that one day I could enjoy such a lifestyle." Her gaze followed the running Baize, and she mused, "What a miraculous man he is." "Isn't it, Sister Robin?" As long as we are by Baize's side, many of our troubles seem to vanish, allowing us to forget our worries without realizing it, Vivi remarked, having approached the poolside, responding to Robin's reflections. Just as Sister Robin said, he truly is a man of miracles. Upon hearing Vivi's self-reflection, Robin glanced at her, noticing the admiration on Vivi's face. She was momentarily taken aback and slightly shifted her gaze downwards toward the pool. Though it was a small pool, the waves resembled those of the ocean. Furthermore, the reflection on the water's surface revealed her expression, which, unbeknownst to her, bore a trace of happiness. Have I unwittingly developed distinct feelings for Baize? Not out of necessity, but from the heart, Robin quietly pondered, seemingly questioning herself while providing her own answer. Noticing Robin's silence, Vivi turned back out of curiosity and found Robin admiring her own reflection. Seeing Robin's graceful figure, Vivi couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Casually tossing aside her dress, Vivi leapt into the water, joining Robin to savor the refreshing summer pool. Sister Robin, is there any secret to achieving your magnificent figure? Robin, taken aback by Vivi's sudden action, blushed and replied, I'm not sure. It must be a gift. I haven't really paid attention to this aspect. As the two girls whispered to each other, a figure suddenly descended rapidly, crashing into the pool with a thunderous splash. Splash! Both Robin and Vivi were startled, but upon recognizing Zay, they exhaled in relief. Zay, what are you doing? You can't just barge in like that. I had no choice. Nami was pursuing me, and I happened to jump down from the upper deck, landing right here, Zay explained just as another figure, accompanied by panicked shouts, plummeted into the pool. The three quickly dodged, and with a loud splash, water sprayed over Zay, Robin, and Vivi. All right, enough of the antics. After all that running, let us enjoy the pool, Robin interjected, seeing Nami's eagerness to continue the chase. Vivi chimed in, helping to restrain Nami, urging her to calm down. You still have a bit of time before we arrive, so don't be in such a rush. Seeing Nami finally settle down, Zay relaxed and began to enjoy the pool, inviting Kaya and Nojiko to swim along as well. The small pool, filled with 6 people, felt somewhat cramped, and Zay took his time swimming from one side to the other, prompting the girls to roll their eyes. Eventually, Kaya could no longer contain herself and stood up, announcing her intention to fetch some cold drinks before hastily departing. Nojiko, witnessing this, hurriedly grabbed Zay, preparing to take the fall for him. Zay scratched his head awkwardly, finally settling down to enjoy Nojiko's massage in peace. Soon after, the erratic needle on the log pose began to steady, and Zay, clad in beach shorts, manifested the Great Sun artifact, leaping onto the observation deck. The girls curiously watched Zay on the observation deck, his body glistening under the sunlight, still glistening with droplets of water. A soft golden glow enveloped the Hiryu, and the girls felt the warmth binding them. Yet trusting Zay, they offered no resistance. Standing on the observation deck, Zay wielded a long blade, executing a sweeping arc that unleashed a colossal slash. The sword energy struck the sea in a miraculous manner, spiraling inward like a whirlpool. As time passed, the sword energy gradually expanded over dozens of nautical miles, forming an immense oceanic vortex. Just as Nami and the others were bewildered, the Hiryu suddenly trembled. To their astonished eyes, the ocean whirlpool spiraled upwards, lifting the Hiryu high into the air. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of colossal waves, the ship, Liang Hao, soared high into the sky, ascending towards an altitude of 10,000 meters. Nami and her companions found their minds blank, having only envisioned the audacious thought of Zay taking them 5 aboard the aerial island. Yet, they never anticipated that it would be the entire Liang Hao that would surge into the lofty heights. The oceanic whirlpool gathered towards its center in a manner defying logic, subsequently spiraling upward and propelling the Liang Hao skyward. The terrifying force of the ocean currents contained unfathomable power. Zay merely harnessed the sword's energy to unleash this explosive force. Even so, it was not impossible for the Liang Hao to ascend to such heights. The sword energy swept across the azure sea, riding the waves to heights of 10,000 meters. Aerial Island, we are coming. The Liang Hao shot into the sky amidst the shrieks of the girls, even though a faint golden radiance bound their bodies. The overwhelming sensation of ascent still filled them with trepidation, especially as they witnessed the surrounding scenery racing by in the blink of an eye. They found themselves amidst the blue sky and white clouds. The Liang Hao creaked and groaned, yet beneath the enveloping golden glow, it persevered valiantly. The majority of the impact was absorbed by the golden radiance, ultimately transmitted to Zay. Feeling the terrifying power coursing through him, Zay gripped his long sword tightly, channeling this immense force through the blade, transforming it into a series of awe-inspiring slashes to aid the ascent of the Liang Hao. After all, the ocean current manipulated by human strength paled in comparison to the forces of nature. Relying solely on this current to reach such heights posed a considerable challenge. Thus, continuous exertion was necessary along the way. Enveloped in golden brilliance as its core, the blazing golden slashes served as wings, propelling the Liang-Hao heavenward. Akin to a vessel chasing the sun, soaring towards the sky without hesitation. Hearing the myriad of gasps from the girls below, Bai Zai's lips curled into a slight smile. Even with such power at his disposal, facing this level of peril, they still cried out in fear. It was rare to see them in such a state of panic. A moment certainly worthy of recording in his journal. From his elevated vantage point, Bai Zai snapped several high-definition photographs, capturing Nami, Robin, and the others enveloped in the golden glow, their expressions a blend of fear and excitement. Such a rarely seen display of terror from the entire crew. However, it was hardly surprising. They were already at an altitude exceeding 3,000 meters. At this height, should an ordinary person fall, they would be instantly shattered upon hitting the sea. This was my first attempt at such a flamboyant feat with swordsmanship. Previously, employing intermediate techniques allowed for destruction comparable to that of a grandmaster, yet not to this extent. Only by mastering advanced sword techniques could one wield such finesse. Manipulating ocean currents spanning dozens of miles to create this surging flow. The numerous girls standing on the deck, upon glimpsing the contents of the journal, displayed even greater alarm, particularly upon realizing that this was Bai Zai's first attempt at such a maneuver. Their anxiety intensified. Nami's tears spilled forth like a water gun, spraying outwards in a manner most astonishing. All right, there's no need to be so frightened. If something were to happen, I might not be able to save the Liang-Hao, but I can certainly ensure your safety, Bai Zai remarked, observing Nami's exaggerated display. At that moment, Robin suddenly called out to Bai Zai, we're not actually afraid. It's just a rare experience, an immersive sensation. Bai Zai was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the other girls, only to find them sharing Robin's demeanor. Even Nami, who had been crying moments before, appeared much calmer now. Is it truly so outrageous? I was led to believe you were genuinely terrified to the point of tears. Bai Zai mused, astonished by the girls' acting skills, which had made him feel as though they were on the brink of death. Just as Bai Zai pondered this, Nami cast a wary glance at Robin. Thankfully, Robin was quick-witted and fabricated an excuse. Otherwise, if Bai Zai suspected they had knowledge of the journal's contents, it could spell disaster. Robin smiled at everyone, then turned to Bai Zai and said, Bai Zai, please loosen the restraints a bit. I would like to walk around the ship. No problem. We are now in a phase of stable ascent. Unlike the earlier tumultuous surge, Bai Zai replied. As soon as his words fell, Nami and the others felt the bindings on their bodies ease significantly, allowing them to move freely, though the golden glow still enveloped them, securing them to the ship. Experiencing such a sensation for the first time, Nami and the others rushed to the railings to gaze downward, watching the ocean recede further from view. The fear brought about by their elevation caused their palms to sweat slightly. Is this what it feels like to fly? I feel a bit anxious, Koya said, patting her chest, a hint of fear in her voice. That's because it's your first time at such heights. Your body hasn't T-adjusted yet. Once you acclimate, it will feel as normal as usual, Bai Zai reassured her, standing beside Koya. Now that the Liang-Hao has entered a stable flight phase, we should soon reach the White Sea. Is that so? Indeed. And haven't you seen in medical texts that some people suffer from acrophobia? Just being slightly elevated can cause their bodies to weaken, heads to spin, and nausea to set in. Of course, that's a medical condition, not a general example. But for us ordinary folks, reaching great altitudes may also induce some discomfort. Hearing Bai Zai refer to them as ordinary people, the girls collectively rolled their eyes inwardly, thinking, if you're ordinary, then there are no ordinary people left in the world. Everyone look, isn't that the White Sea Bai Zai mentioned? It does seem so. It truly resembles an ocean above the sky. Since we have reached the White Sea, does that mean our altitude has now exceeded 7,000 meters? Nami exclaimed in surprise, extending her hand to feel the climate conditions at such heights. However, under the golden glow, she felt no abnormalities, still warm as ever. Correct. We are now over 7,000 meters high. With continued ascent, We will soon arrive at the White Sea and formally encounter the aerial island. Baizé observed the peculiar scenery around him, enveloped in mist, resembling a fairyland. Originally, one might expect various symptoms in high altitudes, yet under the golden radiance, everything was completely insulated. The power of the Liang truly is a miraculous ability, Baizé thought to himself, then unleashed several more sword energies to further bolster the Liang Hao. After achieving advanced swordsmanship, his skills had greatly improved, and combined with the meteorological knowledge he had learned from Nami, he could now provide upward thrust to the Liang Hao solely through sword energy. Previously, by utilizing sword energy to stir the air and create upward drafts, along with the impact of ocean currents, it had indeed been possible to reach heights above 7,000 meters. However, now that they were at such altitudes where the air was thin, employing this method would require even greater strength. Baizé mused quietly, yet he felt no concern. Summoning even more formidable power to gather the surrounding air was hardly a challenge for him. At this moment, Baizé lifted his gaze towards the distance, where a shadow of dark crimson undulated amidst the swirling clouds. The other young ladies also took notice of this figure, casting curious glances in its direction. As the ship, Liang Hao, continued its ascent, the shadow drew nearer, allowing Nami and the others to finally discern what it was, an enormous shrimp. Robin, with a hint of curiosity, remarked, "A shrimp living in the sky?" Kaya, with genuine awe, exclaimed, "The world is vast and full of wonders. How marvelous it is that a shrimp can survive in the sky." Nami quickly added, "Moreover, its size is astonishing, being several dozen times larger than Liang Hao." As they observed the approaching colossal shrimp, Baizé narrowed his eyes slightly, acutely sensing the surrounding environment. After recalculating the speed of Liang Hao, he concluded that they were certainly not at the Bai Sea yet. However, this gigantic superfast shrimp was indeed a specialty of the Bai Sea. It was a superfast shrimp, a formidable creature residing in the Bai Sea, known for its incredible speed and exceptionally tough shell. Upon hearing Baizé's words, the young ladies displayed expressions of realization, gazing curiously at the approaching superfast shrimp devoid of any fear, but rather filled with excitement. Robin, ever perceptive, picked up on an inconsistency in Baizé's statement. "Baizé, you just said that the superfast shrimp resides in the Bai Sea. Yet, we cannot be at a depth of 10,000 meters here, which means this is not the Bai Sea, is it?" Baizé nodded, acknowledging that although he was unsure why this superfast shrimp had come to this place, as long as it did not provoke them, they could treat it as if nothing had happened. Despite the distance to the Bai Sea, encountering a superfast shrimp was indeed peculiar, though he did not dwell on it. However, from the perspective of the superfast shrimp, the Liang Hao, enveloped in a faint golden glow, stood out remarkably. The superfast shrimp charged towards the ship at an astonishing speed, its enormous pincers snapping menacingly, as if it bore ill intent. Baizé blinked, thinking, is it in a hurry to meet its fate? His solar sense revealed that the shrimp bore marks of charred blackness, as if struck by lightning. Struck by lightning? It couldn't possibly be the work of Enel, the user of the Rumble fruit. Could it? Baizé mused, his hands moving with unwavering decisiveness. As a golden slash severed the shrimp's pincers just as they were about to grasp Liang Hao. Suddenly reeling from the blow, the superfast shrimp thrashed violently, attempting to use its remaining claw against the ship. It doesn't learn, does it? Losing one claw and still wanting to lose another. Another golden slash swiftly disarmed the shrimp's other claw. Only after sustaining such severe damage did the superfast shrimp realize that the faint golden figure before it was no ordinary adversary and hastily retreated into the distance. "Ha! What a foolish creature. It is rather adorably silly. It should have fled after its first injury. Didn't it look rather foolish charging in at first?" The group exchanged light-hearted banter about the superfast shrimp while Baizé unleashed 2 waves of sword energy, drawing the floating pincers towards him. "Let us see how this shrimp tastes," Baizé proclaimed, causing the young ladies to brighten with excitement as they hurried to the ship's edge, where Baizé had thoughtfully dismembered the pincers. Nami and the others selected the freshest-looking portions, while the rest had to be abandoned, for the pincers were far too large, exceeding even the size of Liang Hao. Observing the girls engrossed in their culinary endeavors, Bai Zhe felt a sense of ease. Being in the lofty heights allowed him to appreciate the brilliance of the sun more closely, an experience that was indeed unique. Robin and Vivi, the two newest crew members, were equally enthusiastic about the cooking competition aboard Liang Hao. Having participated in several during their previous voyages, they were determined not to miss this one. The young ladies busied themselves in the galley, their energy palpable. Previously, Cobra had summoned the finest shipwrights to reinforce and renovate Liang Hao, particularly expanding the kitchen area. Even with 5 girls working together, there was ample space for them to move about. Bai Zhe, come in and be the judge, Nami called, peeking her head in. I'm coming, he replied. Since the inception of the cooking competition aboard the Liang Hao, it was only natural for Bai Zhe to take on the role of judge, as ultimately, Nami and her friends were honing their culinary skills for him. Upon entering the galley, the young ladies had intuitively chosen different cooking methods, with not a single dish overlapping. Bai Zhe gazed at the array of dishes, illuminated by the faint golden glow, as if they radiated their own light. Excellent. You finally reached a level where your dishes shine. Bai Zhe jested, eliciting playful eye rolls from the girls, who recalled the origin of the glowing dishes from Bai Zhe's journal during a previous cooking competition. After inquiring about it, Bai Zhe had been forthright in his response. Enough chatter. Let us taste and see who emerges victorious this time. Bai Zhe nodded, aware that the cooking competition leaned more towards frivolity. Thus, he felt no pressure as a judge. He merely needed to select the dish he found most appealing. After sampling the dishes, Bai Zhe chose a plate of steamed shrimp, prompting the expected reaction from the girls. As expected, it's Sister no Kigo. There was no denying it. Sister no Kigo was undoubtedly more dedicated, spending more time in the kitchen than even Kaya. Haha, I still have to study medicine. Hey, Baisha, don't finish it all before I get a taste. I too wish to see what delightful dish Sister no Kigo has crafted to claim first place. The other girls eagerly sampled the steamed shrimp, savoring its sweetness and exceptional flavor, which explained its top rating. After tasting it, Kaya took a bite of her own sashimi and immediately felt it was lacking in comparison, determination sparkling in her eyes. No, I must improve my culinary skills. Indeed, I shall too. Watching the crew harmoniously engage in friendly competition brought a smile to Bai Zhe's face. Just then, the ship suddenly shook violently. Bai Zhe expanded his solar sense and discovered they had arrived at a peculiar ocean. He raised his head to see the young ladies' gazes fixed upon him, and he smiled. Everyone, we have reached the Bye-Bye Sea, and the Sky Island is within reach. Wow, we have finally arrived. I am eager to see what kind of island can justify our tumultuous journey. An island in the sky. Isn't that the Island of Angels? Historical records. Here I come. As the diverse voices of the young ladies filled the air, Bai Zhe stood and made his way to the deck. Gazing at the mist-laden, white expanse of sky, he couldn't help but murmur, Sky Island, I have arrived. Finally reaching the Sky Island, the breathtaking scenery felt unprecedented in his lifetime. Nami exclaimed in admiration, and the other girls nodded in agreement. Perhaps not. In the future, we will embark on even more adventures and witness even more beautiful sights. Bai Zhe remarked with a smile, directing his gaze towards the horizon. Amidst the swirling clouds, a dense jungle emerged abruptly among the clouds, with the landmass of the island obscured by mist, rendering it completely invisible. Interspersed within the clouds were numerous impressive structures, and some colossal vines hung down from above. Amidst the veil of clouds and mist, the vine appeared to descend from the heavens, imbued with an air of mystery and sanctity. The ship Liang Hao splashed down upon the surface of a remarkable sea, distinct from the vast ocean below, composed of a peculiar substance that enabled it to float in the sky. How astonishing it was to navigate through the skies, a sight that would baffle even the most seasoned mariners of the world. Nami, with a look of wonder, leaned over the railing to gaze down, her eyes curiously fixated on the undulating waters beneath. These were sea clouds, formed from keratin particles propelled skyward during volcanic eruptions, merging with atmospheric moisture to create a buoyant substance akin to seawater, which allowed Lianghao to sail. As for the other type of cloud, generated by the combination of keratin particles and moisture, it was known as island clouds, on which one could traverse freely. Possessing remarkable elasticity, Baizé explained to Nami, as Lianghao gradually approached the sky island. At that moment, Baizé noticed a figure standing on the beach, holding something in hand and gazing intently in their direction. "Look over there, there's someone. How fascinating. Does she have wings behind her?" The girls exchanged excited remarks, speculating that perhaps an angel resided on the sky island. Could there truly be angels in this world? How marvelous! With a dull thud, Lianghao collided with the island clouds. The resilient island clouds perfectly absorbed the impact, even gently pushing the ship back a short distance. "Are you from the Blue Sea?" Nami and Koya exchanged glances, while Robin appeared suddenly enlightened. Baizé leaped toward the figure. "Indeed, we hail from the Blue Sea below. It has been a long time since we have seen adventurers from the Blue Sea. Hello, I am Cornice." She introduced herself enthusiastically, holding a harp. "And it seems this gentleman possesses extensive knowledge about the Sky Island. I assumed he was one of its inhabitants. No need for such formality. My name is Baizé, and you may call me directly by it. My knowledge of the Sky Island comes solely from books. I have never truly set foot upon it." Baizé replied with a smile, introducing Nami and the others. The girls quickly warmed up to Cornice, curiously examining her. Cornice wore a high-neck, ultra-short dress, barefoot, showcasing her delicate, fair legs, while beside her stood an adorable little fox. Her lustrous golden hair was fashioned into two exuberant pigtails, and her gem-like green eyes sparkled with innocence and curiosity. Yet, the most striking feature remained the pair of pristine white wings on her back, as if she were an angel poised to play divine music. However, Cornice's personality was far from the cold, aloof demeanor often attributed to angels. She was warm-hearted and cheerful, eagerly sharing tales of the Sky Island's culture. "Cornice, if it isn't too forward of me to ask, what is the story behind your wings?" Nami finally inquired, unable to restrain her curiosity. Cornice glanced back at her wings, then surveyed Baizé and the others. "These wings are a characteristic of the Sky Island's inhabitants, distinguishing us from those of the Blue Sea. Mr. Baizé should be quite familiar with this, as it is the most notable trait of our people." Cornice's green eyes turned to Baizé, her lovely face radiating a smile. "Indeed, but I have only learned about it from books. I cannot claim to be an authority. We would be honored if you, a resident of the Sky Island, could guide us to truly understand it. It would be a shame to visit the Sky Island and not fully enjoy its wonders," Baizé stated, prompting a look of alarm on Cornice's face. "Mr. Baizé, it's not that I am unwilling, but the current circumstances on the Sky Island are perilous. There exists a supreme deity who rules over all. Under his dark dominion, the entire Sky Island is his territory. If outsiders were to intrude recklessly, it would surely invoke his wrath, and the consequences will be dire." Nami and the others exchanged bewildered glances. "What do you mean, a god? Did you not say there are no angels? What then is this deity? Are you referring to Eneru?" Baizé smiled as he spoke the name, causing Cornice's pupils to constrict and her expression to shift to one of shock, as if startled, prompting her to step back and glance around anxiously. Mr. Baizé, to utter the deity's name on the Sky Island could attract his attention and bring forth punishment. Observing Cornice's reaction, the doubts that lingered in Nami and the others' minds began to dissipate, replaced by a burgeoning intrigue. Did a deity truly exist in the sky, an omnipotent being? "Fear not. Eneru's heart network cannot penetrate my barriers. While we converse here, he cannot hear us," Baizé reassured with a smile. He had already attained the pinnacle of Haki in the sea, and Eneru's heart network, which relied on the synergy of devil fruit powers, could not achieve such a vast range of perception. Baizé's level of observation far surpassed Eneru's, rendering the latter's abilities inferior in strength and precision. Cornice, after glancing around and confirming the absence of Eneru, sighed in relief. Her gaze towards Baizé brimmed with respect, astonished that he could shield them from the deity's perception. "Mr. Baizé, are you perhaps a deity as well?" Cornice asked tentatively, her voice laced with a hint of hope. They had endured long enough under Inaru's dark rule. If another deity could emerge to rescue them, how wonderful that would be. I am sorry to disappoint you. I'm not a deity. However, Inaru, who claims to be a god, is merely a powerful user of a devil fruit, Zay replied, eliciting a momentary look of disappointment from Cornus. Yet, as he elaborated, a glimmer of hope ignited in her eyes. She buried this hope deep within her heart, feeling hesitant to ask Zay for assistance so soon after their meeting. Since we can avoid the deity's scrutiny, allow me to show you the wonders of the Sky Island. It is isolated from the blue sea and boasts many unique specialties, among which are various functional shells. Cornus led the group deeper into the Sky Island, sharing sights and peculiarities that left Nami and the others in awe. There are still many sights to see on the Sky Island, but as night approaches, you may stay at my home for a while, Cornus said as they arrived at her doorstep. Then we shall graciously accept your hospitality, and we thank you, Miss Cornus, for your kindness, Zay replied with a smile, as Nami and the others eagerly entered, marveling at Cornus's abode. Wow, there are so many functional shells. They can even start a fire. The extraordinary shells, capable of storing light for illumination and harnessing wind as a hairdryer, left Nami and her companions in awe, delighting in their novelty. Sitting comfortably in a chair crafted from clouds, Zay appeared relaxed, tapping the armrest with his hand, marveling at its soft yet resilient texture, a truly peculiar material. On the Sky Island, indulging in the leisurely pace of daily life, he initially presumed that his arrival would be detected by Enel's observation hockey. However, in light of current circumstances, it seemed that Enel's level of perception paled in comparison to his own, allowing him to effectively shield himself from detection. Enel, residing atop the Sky Island, was a formidable adversary, boasting the strength of an admiral. It was inconceivable that he would falter mid-battle, save for the presence of an absolute nemesis like Luffy. After all, the Goro Goro no Mi was one of the most formidable devil fruits, ranking among the elite. Merely consuming such a fruit could elevate one to the power of a Navy vice admiral. Regrettably, he encountered a natural counter, as some devil fruits, though appearing as the Gomu no Mi, were actually the Hito no Mi in its Nika form. A fruit bearing the moniker of the sun god would undoubtedly have no difficulty overcoming a mere Goro no Mi, Zay casually penned his thoughts, stopping once he had filled enough pages, turning his attention to the homes of the ordinary residents of the Sky Island. Yet the contents of his diary seemed to unleash a monumental stone, creating ripples of astonishment among the many owners of specialized journals. At the Navy headquarters, Momotaro, having completed her duties, was taking a moment to recuperate. However, she could not remain idle, practicing her sword techniques in the training grounds. Nearby, the obnoxious Chibuta was busy firing bullets in a rather noisy display of marksmanship. The presence of top-tier warriors from the sea on the Sky Island astonished Momotaro, especially upon learning that one had consumed the legendary Goro no Mi. Her grip on her sword tightened with a mix of astonishment and determination. Momotaro stood just outside the threshold of the elite, yearning to engage with more of the top-tier warriors to expedite her growth. What astonished her further was Zay's revelation that Luffy's devil fruit was indeed the Hito no Mi in its Nika form, a fruit so powerful it bore a divine name. It was evident how formidable it was. From Zay's writings, it could effortlessly overpower the Goro no Mi, a top-tier devil fruit in its own right. Observing Momotaro's tightened grip on her sword, Chibuta mistakenly assumed that his own relentless practice had provoked her. Feeling a surge of pride, "Momotaro, have I sparked your interest? Shall we engage in a true duel?" Chibuta proposed, eager to showcase his prowess. However, Momotaro, somewhat perplexed by his sudden challenge, had no intention of sparring with him. "Let's refrain. We've fought numerous times and are well acquainted with each other's techniques," she replied, shaking her head disinterestedly. "Oh, come on. My strength has improved. I can surely surprise you," Chibuta insisted, rushing toward her. As he approached, Momotaro's expression turned cold. She swiftly twisted her wrist and executed a powerful slash. The fierce flying slash coalesced, a sense of impending doom hanging in the air. Chibuta's face turned pale as he narrowly evaded the deadly strike. When he looked up again, Mamaturo had vanished, and his beady eyes squinted as he muttered to himself. Has Mamataro improved yet again? I nearly couldn't escape that blow. Perhaps it's best not to provoke her for now. I need to enhance my skills further. Or I might as well be a helpless target. Responses from the various journal owners around the world varied. Yet all were profoundly shocked by the revelation of Luffy's devil fruit. They also recalled that the devil fruit Baize had previously obtained seemed to resonate with his own powers. Baize's abilities, naturally, were tied to the might of the blazing sun. Could it be that the devil fruit he had acquired was indeed the Nika fruit? Regrettably, Baize did not elaborate further, leaving them unable to verify their speculation. Though it did not hinder the multitude of girls from forming their own theories about the Nika fruit. However, they did not draw comparisons between the Nika fruit and Baize, for his strength was unmistakably evident. Baize, if you were to confront a deity, how confident are you in your victory? Suddenly, a trembling voice pierced the air. It was Connie's, hesitantly addressing Baize. He turned to her with a warm smile, responding, If I were to claim that he is merely a somewhat formidable devil fruit user, would you believe I could defeat him? Before Connie's could respond, a resounding voice erupted from the sky. Arrogant. Those who have never truly faced him will never grasp his strength. Baize's gaze shifted to the night, descending from above. His brow slightly arched. It was none other than the former god of the Sky Island, Gonfer. His commanding voice drew the attention of all, even the girls inside their homes, who emerged to witness the spectacle. The figure belonged to an elderly man with a flowing white beard. Yet he exuded the vigor of a robust knight rather than that of an old man. His serious countenance and long white beard bore the marks of age. Yet his movements were agile and spry, showcasing none of the sluggishness typically associated with the elderly. Clad in heavy iron armor, which was remarkably cumbersome, he wielded a knight's lance forged from steel, exuding an aura of immense weight and power. The sight of such a robust elder captivated Nami, Robin, and the others, as they marveled at the vitality he possessed. How dare you speak of victory against him without truly confronting him? You are nothing but a presumptuous little brat, Gonfer declared, his words laced with certainty, his gaze akin to bolts of lightning directed at Baize. Before Baize could respond, Nami stepped forward, unhesitatingly retorting, You have never truly witnessed Baize's strength, so how can you claim he cannot defeat that man? By that logic, you too are an arrogant and ignorant elder. Nami's cutting words struck back at Gonfer, leaving him momentarily speechless. Baize stood aside, smiling as he observed the exchange, finding a subtle irony in Nami's words, reminiscent of the saying, How can a fish know the joy of the fish? Gonfer, caught off guard by Nami's retort, found himself at a loss for words, his initial aggression dissipating into uncertainty. Connie's tugged at Baize's garment, whispering, My lord, this man is the former god of the Sky Island, Gonfer. He has faced Enel directly and truly understands his power. Connie's concern elicited a smile from Baize, who gently patted her anxious hand before addressing Gonfer. As my companion has articulated, how can you assert that I am incapable of defeating Ainalu when you have yet to witness my prowess? Gonfer furrowed his brow, reflecting on Nami's earlier words, and let out a disdainful huff. The strength of that fellow Ainalu is akin to that of an omnipotent deity, capable of monitoring the conversations of all the inhabitants of the Sky Island with effortless ease, as if he could teleport at will. Most alarmingly, he wields a divine-like punishment of thunder, manipulating lightning as easily as one would control their own arm. The power he commands is truly beyond imagination. Gonfer erstattet solemnly, having overheard Baize's remarks, expressing his desire to prevent the young man from recklessly challenging Ainalu, lest he meet a fatal end in confronting a god. It was precisely out of concern for the young man that the usually reticent Gonfer spoke at length, drawing the attention of the onlookers toward him. I appreciate your warning, former god of the Sky Island, Gonfer. However, as I mentioned initially, you do not comprehend my abilities, leading to your erroneous judgment, Baize replied with a smile, further deepening Gonfer's frown. Faced with the obstinate attitude of the young man, he began to lose his patience. If you are so determined to court death, I cannot dissuade you. I merely hope you do not bring harm to the ordinary citizens of the Sky Island." Upon finishing his words, Gonfuer gracefully leapt onto his flying steed, disregarding Bai Zhe and the others as he departed. The onlookers exchanged glances, finding the old man rather hasty. Cornus was also concerned, yet seeing the relaxed demeanor of Bai Zhe and Nami alleviated her worries. "Regardless, everyone must be famished. I shall personally prepare a feast for you all." Cornus shook her head, casting aside the earlier incident, and warmly invited everyone into her home. Bai Zhe, observing Gonfuer's retreating figure, remained indifferent. Although Gonfuer held deep affection for the residents of the Sky Island, the psychological trauma left by Ainalu was far too profound. He did not believe that mere words could sway Gonfuer, nor did he intend to expend energy in vain. When the final outcome is revealed, Gonfuer will come to understand. "Bai Zhe, do not linger outside. Come in quickly." "I'm coming." Gonfuer fumed, seated atop his pink-feathered steed, his brow knitted in frustration. Ainalu is not only immensely powerful, possessing godlike abilities, but also commands 4 priests and numerous divine soldiers. I hope that when the time comes, he first encounters the soldiers and priests, allowing me a chance to intervene. Should he confront Ainalu directly, even I would be unable to save him. Gonfuer turned back, expressing his concern. Despite these individuals hailing from the Blue Sea, he could not stand idly by while they perished at Ainalu's hands. "No, I must remain nearby for a while, lest that young fool truly challenges Ainalu." Gonfuer had already concluded that Bai Zhe's strength could never overcome Ainalu. He had not witnessed Bai Zhe's capabilities, but he had truly encountered Ainalu's godlike power. Wielding thunder, he could inflict immense damage with merely a gesture. An ordinary person would not withstand even a single blow. Moreover, he feared that if these Blue Sea individuals provoked Ainalu and incurred his wrath, it could spell disaster for the residents of the Sky Island. Ainalu's rule over the Sky Island could be deemed a dark tyranny, devoid of the peace and stability he once maintained. He held little regard for the lives of the ordinary residents. If they did not provoke him, they might remain safe, but should he become enraged, the lives of the ordinary citizens would be of no consequence. Under the thunder, all are equal. Gonfuer anxiously patted his steed's head, having made up his mind. If Bai Zhe truly intends to challenge Ainalu, he must be stopped. This is not solely for the lives of Bai Zhe and the others, but also for the lives of the ordinary citizens of the Sky Island. Within Cornus's home, the group sat on a cloud-like floor, gathered around a table, joyfully indulging in the feast. Nami had previously brought along the super-fast shrimp that Bai Zhe had caught, allowing Cornus to savor a delectable treat. For such colossal shrimp from the White Sea were unknown to her. Such exquisite shrimp meat. Is this truly the flesh of the super-fast shrimp? This may be the most delicious shrimp I have ever tasted. Thank you all for allowing me to enjoy such a delicacy, Cornus expressed with gratitude. Additionally, I did not expect everyone to possess such remarkable culinary skills. Each of you surpasses me. I feel quite humbled. Nami, with a warm smile, placed her arm around Cornus's shoulder, reassuring her, "It is simply a matter of practice. We often share our culinary experiences, and our love for cooking naturally elevates our skills. Conversely, the Sky Island specialties you have prepared are entirely novel to us, providing a delightful sense of freshness, and they taste fantastic. Your culinary talents are commendable." Nami's comforting words, imbued with sincerity, quickly revitalized Cornus, who enthusiastically continued to host her guests. After a hearty meal, the group rested in Cornus's abode for a while before embarking on a tour of the Sky Island. Next, we shall venture to the central forest of the Sky Island, where numerous peculiar creatures and an abundance of shells await. We can search for some to craft unique shell tools. Cornus enthusiastically introduced their next destination, while Nami appeared intrigued. Finding shells within the forest is an experience I seldom encounter. Shells are indeed rare in the forest. However, I am quite interested in the unique shell tools we may discover, perhaps to take home as souvenirs when we leave the Sky Island. Robin, arms crossed, surveyed the surroundings with keen interest, captivated by the island. Bai Zhe lingered behind the group, admiring the captivating figures before him, yet his mind was preoccupied with another matter. Ainalu does not maintain constant surveillance over the entire Sky Island. My Kinbunchika Haki can shield me from Ainalu's monitoring, even simulating the appearance of ordinary conversations. Yet, I wonder when Ainalu will become aware of my presence. Will I only realize it when I stand before him? Baize slightly expanded his solar perception, the sensations he gleaned causing him to pause momentarily, tilting his head slightly to observe the figure behind him with his peripheral vision. Why does that old man persist in following me? Baize mused internally, soon comprehending that Ganfur, as the former god of the Sky Island, undoubtedly harbors concern for the citizens. Ganfur must be worried that I might recklessly challenge Ainalu and provoke his ire, thus endangering the inhabitants of the Sky Island. He likely intends to thwart my advance when I prepare to confront Ainalu. After all, in Ganfur's mind, my strength pales in comparison to Ainalu's. Although the intent behind his following is well-meaning, I am not accustomed to being trailed. However, mere words will not persuade that old man. Perhaps a slight display of force is required. Baize's fingertips coalesced into a brilliant golden light. Having mastered advanced swordsmanship, he was no longer confined by the presence of a weapon in hand. With a flick of his fingers, a strand of radiant golden light suddenly shot towards the rear right, flickering briefly towards Ganfur before its launch. Ganfur, concealed amidst the clouds, was in an environment perfectly suited for stealth, surrounded by the misty atmosphere of the floating island. Were it not for Baize's use of solar perception, rendering everything in the vicinity visible, it would have been nearly impossible to detect the presence of a pursuer with mere eyesight. He was wandering about, pondering why Baize had yet to enter the forest when, suddenly, a somewhat dazzling light flickered near Baize. Ganfur blinked in disbelief, confirming he had not been mistaken. When he focused again, he realized that the point of light was rapidly expanding and rushing towards him. Before he could react, the brilliant golden light had already reached his vicinity, transforming in an instant into a myriad of sword chi, encasing both him and his flying mount in a prison of sword energy. Was it that little brat's doing? Indeed, he even used a blinding flash to draw my attention. This little imp is truly irksome. As Ganfur attempted to calm his mount, he surveyed the peculiar sword chi prison. Such a flamboyant ability, attempting to confine me, truly underestimates my capabilities, he remarked, hurling his iron spear, which struck the front left of the sword chi prison. Although it was merely condensed energy, the contact produced a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. Accompanied by a crisp metallic resonance, Ganfur found the spear slipping from his grip, the violent recoil fracturing the skin of his palm. The spear spiraled upwards, and in a moment of desperation, he grasped the tip to prevent it from impaling his mount. Such immense power! Ganfur involuntarily exclaimed, astonished, as he gazed through the prison towards the distance, suddenly perceiving Baize as enigmatic. Outside the central forest, Baize, utilizing solar perception, clearly witnessed the scene of Ganfur's spear being repelled, a faint smile gracing his face. Elder, even if out of goodwill, I greatly dislike being followed or spied upon, so for now, I shall impose upon you to remain there. Noting Ganfur's compliance. Refraining from attempting a forceful escape from the sword chi prison, Baize chose not to pay further attention. As for Ganfur's inner thoughts, he was indifferent. Baisha, do hurry up. It's easy to get lost in the great forest, came the cheerful voice of Ku Ni from afar. Baize looked up to see Nami, Robin, and the others climbing onto a gnarled tree root, which, despite its somewhat withered appearance, transformed into a stage for the 6 uniquely styled girls to showcase their grace. Seeing the 6 girls, each possessing distinct charm, standing in a line, Baize's eyes brightened. I'm coming, Baize responded, immediately capturing this extraordinary scenery in his diary. It is these occasional surprises on the journey that fuel Baize's passion for adventure. Otherwise, if he were alone, with his capabilities, no peril would truly qualify as an adventure. After all, for Baize, everything before him posed no obstacle, rendering the notion of adventure quite moot. On this journey across the floating island, besides the scenery, the only thing to pique his interest was Enel. He hoped Enel would not disappoint. Upon entering the central forest, the lush vegetation filled their view. The climate of the floating island differed greatly from that of Qinghai, resulting in many plants in the central forest being entirely distinct from those found in the islands of Qinghai. What fascinating plants! Can that purple fruit with slime on it be eaten? Nami inquired, pointing at the fruit hanging from a tree. I wouldn't recommend eating it, although it's not toxic. The flesh is dry and unpalatable, Nic advised, shaking her head. Nami nodded in understanding, mentally marking the fruit as inedible. Baizé observed Nami and the other girls asking numerous questions, predominantly concerning whether various items were edible or tasty. Under Baizé's influence, the young women aboard the Sunny were now quite attentive to culinary matters, resulting in their inquiries largely revolving around food. Baizé welcomed this change. In comparison to developing a penchant for violence, this pursuit of culinary delights was far more commendable. Of course, even in the original narrative of One Piece, these girls did not cultivate such a terrifying hobby of reveling in murder and arson, as that would be a departure from human nature. However, many pirates encountered on this journey, particularly those with hefty bounties, often possessed such proclivities, underscoring the perilous and nefarious nature of the era of great pirates. In this age of piracy, the strength of pirates reached its zenith, and the Navy too attained its peak, with the three admirals being the strongest of all time, achieving a certain balance. Yet, this merely reflects a rough equilibrium between the Navy and pirates, the sea teams with hidden talents, many strong individuals residing on various islands. Unbeknownst to the world, their power equally formidable. Take Enel and the floating island, who consumed the Goro no Mi as one of the top-tier Logia-type devil fruits. Enel's strength warranted the title of a premier powerhouse of the sea. Apart from the Navy Admiral Akiji, Enel should be the second formidable opponent I will face. I hope he brings me surprises. As Baizé admired the scenery, his thoughts drifted to Enel, with great expectations welling up within him. Recalling Enel's feats in the original narrative, he could, when fully committed, reduce the floating island to ruins, leaving no trace of life. The sheer devastation wrought by a deluge of thunderbolts truly exemplified island-level destructive capability. The central forest is the largest forest on the floating island, housing all significant locations, including the land of the gods where Enel resides and the village of the Sky People, which can all be accessed through the central forest. Everyone, if we proceed further, I shall lose my way. So should we continue? Nic inquired of the group. The girls turned their gazes towards Baizé. While they could decide on trivial matters, decisions regarding team actions typically fell to Baizé. Let us press onward. Seeking the unknown is an integral part of the adventure. Perhaps, as we walk, we may encounter another settlement, Baizé said with a smile to Nic, who slowly nodded, deeply inspired by Baizé's displayed confidence. The pursuit of the unknown is indeed a vital aspect of enjoying adventure. Nic mused inwardly, glancing back towards the depths of the forest, a realm she had yet to explore, realizing that venturing into it would mark her initiation into the path of adventure. Walking through the unfamiliar forest, everything around her felt strange, the intensity of the unfamiliarity igniting a thrill within Nic, causing her heart to race, yet simultaneously, an exhilarating excitement surged forth from within. Although Kenny's appears to be gentle and refined on the surface, she harbors an adventurous spirit within, eager to explore the unknown and revel in the thrill of adventure. Nami walks alongside Kenny's, while the other girls pair off, leaving only Baizé trailing behind. Ahead, Wei Wei and Luobin, having boarded the ship at the same time, exhibit a closer bond compared to the other crew members. At that moment, Luobin slows her pace to approach Baizé, her gaze fixed on the lively interaction between Nami and Kenny's, who are fully immersed in their adventure. Luobin smiles at Baizé, brushing a few stray strands of hair from her face. Have you always known that Kenny's yearns for adventure? Luobin inquires curiously, surprised that Baizé understands her so well, despite Kenny's not being the sole keeper of a diary. Would you believe it was mere coincidence? Besides, I was keen to explore this place more thoroughly, especially the Kingdom of God, which surely is the ultimate destination of our journey. Luobin nods in realization, understanding that one of Baizé's goals is indeed to reach the Kingdom of God, home to Enelu. Lost in thought, Luabine fails to notice a branch beneath her feet, which causes her to stumble and let out a small gasp. Baizé instinctively wraps her arm around Luabine's slender waist to steady her. Luabine's waist truly fits the description of being delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand. "Thank you, Baizé," she smiles in gratitude, then turns to offer an apologetic smile to their companions, who have turned back in response to her exclamation. It is essential to remain vigilant while walking through the forest. With Baizé still holding Luabine's waist, they continue forward, causing Luabine to pause in surprise before breaking into a smile, allowing Baizé to hold her without protest. "Baizé, the historical texts you mentioned, are they located in the kingdom of God?" Luabine asks with curiosity, having perused books in Kenny's home without uncovering any answers. Upon hearing Luabine's question, the girls in front also slow their pace, eager to hear Baizé's explanation. Indeed, the kingdom of God comprises both Angel Island and Appiato Island. Angel Island is where the ordinary residents of the Sky Island, including Kenny's, reside, while Appiato Island, known as the Sacred Domain, is where Enela dwells. Appiato Island was once part of Gaia Island, which was thrust upward by a massive ocean current 400 years ago. The inhabitants of the Sky Island have never encountered true land, which is why this portion of Appiato Island, imbued with Gaia Island soil, is revered by the Sky Island residents as a sacred site. Consequently, Appiato Island was renamed the Island of God, and the indigenous Sandia people were expelled, leading to a long-standing territorial conflict between the Sandia and Sky Island people. Kenny's, who leads the group, appears astonished, realizing that Baizé possesses an extensive knowledge of the history of the Sky Island, much like a historian chronicling its past. The historical texts are located in the Golden Land, Xiangwala, which is situated on Appiato Island. Therefore, our destination is indeed the Island of God, or Appiato Island. After sharing this, Baizé turns to Kenny's, who has now stopped and is looking back at her, as are the other girls. "What do you think, Kenny's? Are you interested in visiting Appiato Island to witness the traces of historical evolution, to see the fabled Golden Land, and to ring the legendary Golden Bell, believed by the Sky Island residents to be the voice of God?" Listening to Baizé's increasingly fervent words, Kenny's cannot help but feel a surge of excitement to witness the historical transformations of the Sky Island over the past 400 years. To bear witness to the Golden Bell sound, passed down through generations as the voice of God. "I want to." Kenny's responds with equal enthusiasm, and the other girls echo her sentiment. Luabine's eyes sparkle with excitement. Filled with anticipation and curiosity regarding the historical texts and the evolution of the Sky Island over the past 400 years. Luabine has always been fascinated by history, and merely hearing Baizé's brief recounting of the Sky Island's historical development stirs her emotions. The prospect of personally investigating and witnessing this history is exhilarating. Having Baizé on board was undoubtedly the wisest decision I've made, Luabine exclaims, her voice tinged with excitement, as she can hardly wait to journey to the kingdom of God, to behold the legendary Golden Land, and perhaps even ring the Golden Bell herself. "Then let us proceed towards the Island of God." Baizé gestures in a certain direction, where an overwhelming life force can be sensed under the sun's embrace. Undoubtedly, this powerful aura belongs to the mightiest being on the Sky Island, the thunder god Enelu. As Baizé and the others meander through the forest towards the Island of God, Enelu sits in his chair, surrounded by his 4 divine ministers, each with their own peculiar forms, embodying a variety of oddities. He is dissatisfied with the construction progress of the Ark. Leaning back in his chair, Enelu's robust physique is fully displayed, showcasing his godly stature. Adorned with a white headscarf, encircled by 4 drums featuring 3 crescent moons, and wearing golden bangles on his wrists, he exudes an air of authority. Most striking are his extraordinarily long earlobes, which dangle to his chest, embellished with golden ornaments, enhancing his formidable presence. As Enela speaks, the 4 divine ministers beneath him exhibit varied reactions, yet none dare to respond to Enelu at this moment. Utilize every means necessary to expedite the progress. The day the Ark is completed will be the day the prophecy is fulfilled. Enelu's expression is fervent, his tone resolute as he declares the prophecy. The Sky Island will descend to the blue sea, while the god shall embark on a flying ark toward a dreamlike world. The four divine ministers dutifully bow in response, satisfying Enlil, who then opens his mind to perceive the surroundings. Suddenly, his previously content expression transforms as he furrows his brow. What is that fellow doing? Lingering in one place, restrained by some force? Utilizing the power of listening, Enlil gathers all sounds of the sky island into his consciousness, only to detect an anomaly. As the former god of the sky island, the sky knight Ganfu is someone Enlil keeps a close watch on during each use of his mind network. However, Ganfu's current condition perplexes him. Enlil taps his fingers on the armrest of his chair, dismissing the four divine ministers below, and in an instant, his body transforms into a bolt of lightning, vanishing. Ganfu, still suspended in mid-air, attempts to escape the peculiar prison, when suddenly, a flash of lightning reveals Enlil standing before him. Enlil, the old man exclaims, bewildered. What has happened to you, to be ensnared by such means? Speak. Who possesses the power to do this? Though you may not be a formidable opponent, to confine you is no small feat, Enlil mocks, while Ganfu's face darkens further. Being ridiculed by Enlil, who once defeated him, only deepens his despair. Yet he refrains from mentioning Bai Zhe. It seems that the defeat from years ago has not led you to recognize reality. Observing Ganfu's silence, Enlil sneers, his fingertips igniting with brilliant lightning. Release 1,000,000 volts. Amidst the tumult of thunder and lightning, a blinding bolt erupted from the fingertips of Enlil. Ganfu, ensnared within the confines of a cage, despairingly closed his eyes, rendered powerless to escape, as if the heavens had barred him and the earth had no path for him. With a crackle accompanied by a piercing shriek, the lightning unleashed by Enlil astonishingly split in two, slicing past the sides of the cage and radiating into the distance. The cold smirk upon Enlil's face, not yet fully realized, suddenly froze in place. Ganfu opened his eyes in bewilderment, gazing at the flickering sparks of lightning beyond the cage. He was struck by the revelation that what surrounded him was not a prison, but a protective shield. Old fool, no wonder you remained silent. It seems you have your reasons. I am curious to see just how much punishment your turtle shell can withstand. Enlil could no longer contain himself, realizing that the old man within the cage was clearly reveling in his misfortune. Release a torrent of volts. Enlil's body seemed to transform into thunder itself, erupting with terrifying lightning. Faced with this dreadful strike, Ganfu's heart raced. His body might not endure such perilous stimulation. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a surge of confidence in the dazzling golden sword aura surrounding him. Far away in the forest, Baze suddenly turned, raising an eyebrow as if struck by a thought, an uncanny coincidence. Ganfu's unusual predicament had indeed captured Enlil's attention. The sword aura he had left behind not only confined its captive, but also withstood external assaults. However, the residual power of the blazing sun was scant, insufficient to repel a formidable attack. It seemed that a high-intensity assault had triggered the shield's defensive capabilities, consuming a portion of the sun's energy. Next, Enlil resolved to unleash his full might. If the sword aura could withstand the onslaught, then so be it. It would shatter in the end. He contemplated returning, for although he was being followed, that old man was not entirely malevolent. Baze explained to the young ladies, who kindly agreed to let him rescue Ganfu. Only Cornice remained uncertain about Baze's strength, her face etched with concern. Lord Baze, please exercise caution and prioritize your safety. Rest assured, I shall return, he replied, waving farewell as he transformed into a radiant golden light and vanished. Cornice blinked, suddenly realizing that her estimation of Lord Baze's power had been woefully underestimated. Enveloped in the power of the blazing sun, Baze's abilities were immensely enhanced. To the ordinary eye, his speed had become a blinding flash, nearly impossible to perceive. Harnessing this extraordinary velocity, Baze swiftly traversed the forest, approaching the vicinity of Ganfu's confinement. Before he could draw near, a deafening thunderclap erupted from afar, accompanied by a dazzling, blinding light, followed by an unbelievable voice. Impossible. How could such a thing withstand divine retribution? Baze sensed the sword aura he had constructed teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet Ganfor, within the confines, remained unscathed. Evidently, he had overestimated the potency of Ainul's strike. The sword aura could endure another blow. At that moment, Ganfor, inside the sword aura, exhaled in relief, though the sensation of dancing on the edge of death was anything but pleasant, particularly as the cage trembled, with lightning serpents flickering outside, exuding a menacing glow. He felt that even the residual force from the previous attack could easily leave him paralyzed. Reflecting on this, Ganfor gazed gratefully at the faltering sword aura. The disdain he had previously harbored for it had now transformed into profound appreciation. He must hold on, at least for one more strike. He silently prayed, fixating his gaze on the dazed Ainulu. Despite having faced 2 failed assaults, Ganfor harbored no contempt for Ainulu. Rather, his fear intensified. Without the protection of the sword aura, he would likely have been charred beyond recognition, his fate uncertain. Having experienced these 2 encounters, Ganfor comprehended the terrifying nature of Ainulu's power, akin to that of an omnipotent deity. 2 unsuccessful attempts did not signify Ainul's weakness. They merely validated Baze's words that the sword aura possessed the capacity to resist Ainul's might. However, if Ganfor confronted Ainulu alone, he would still meet his demise. Thus, he could only hope that the sword aura would endure a while longer. I am eager to see how long your pitiful shield can withstand. Ainulu, unaware that the aura was indeed a prison, mistakenly believed it to be Ganfor's protective barrier, expressing his frustration. Grasping the golden hammer, he struck the taiko on his shoulder, unleashing a blinding lightning that coalesced into a colossal thunderbird. 30 million volts of thunderbird. The magnificent, lifelike creature soared towards the sword aura with incredible speed. The overwhelming thunder enveloped the realm in a blinding radiance, and Ganfor widened his eyes, battling against the stimulus of the light to observe the thunderbird. Even through the sword aura, he felt waves of paralysis coursing through his body. Absent any unforeseen events, he would undoubtedly perish beneath this assault. Although he was no match for Ainulu, he refused to allow his adversary to perceive his fear. He would confront death head-on. His eyes, bloodshot, remained fixed on the thunderbird, tears streaming uncontrollably from the strain of the brilliance, while the thunderous roar assaulted his ears. Through the haze of tears, he unexpectedly discerned a glimmer of gold amidst the azure lightning. Old man, do not gaze directly at the blinding light. Despite the cacophony in his ears, he could distinctly hear Baze's words. The sound of Baze's voice eased Ganfor's heart. Although he had not yet witnessed Baze's true strength, the power demonstrated by the sword aura was enough to earn his trust. Ganfor closed his eyes, and amidst the deafening din, he perceived another sound, the resonant vibration of the sword aura. Baze summoned a long blade, enveloped in the power of the blazing sun, and with a decisive upward slash, he unleashed a beam of blazing sword energy that cleaved the swiftly approaching thunderbird in 2. The residual force of the thunder spread in all directions. Facing thunder was never a simple matter of severing it, for its attack infiltrated every crack. Even after the thunderbird was bisected, the might of the thunder remained unvanquished. As the thunderbird fell, the unleashed lightning indiscriminately assaulted all surrounding entities. The power of the blazing sun enveloped Baze, a gentle golden glow shielding him from the relentless lightning that crackled around him. When the lightning met the golden light, it resembled the clash of celestial thunder and earthly fire, erupting into a dazzling brilliance. Thus, Baze, cloaked in golden radiance and crackling with electricity, made his inaugural appearance before Ainulu. Suspended in the air, Ainulu beheld the sudden emergence of Baze, whose stunning sword strike effortlessly tore the thunderbird asunder. His gaze flickered behind Baze, where Ganfor's unscathed form came into view, alongside the sword aura that, though precariously balanced, still valiantly held its ground. It turns out that the protective shield of that old man was created by you. I always wondered how that old man could possess such abilities. Ainulu casually dug at his ear with his finger, as if unable to endure the thunderous roar of lightning, and spoke in a languid tone. However, deep within Ainulu's heart, a fierce anger brewed. Time and again, his punishment of Ganfoer had been erased. This made Anilu, who always regarded himself as a deity, feel a profound sense of insult. The majesty of the divine had been repeatedly undermined by this unexpected intruder. Regarding the origin of the sword energy cage, there seems to be some misunderstanding. It may not be as you comprehend. It is not protection, but rather confinement. Baizé explained with a smile, casually wielding his long blade to dispel the lingering thunder around him, then slicing through the air behind him to send Ganfoer, along with the sword energy cage, far away. In the ensuing battlefield, the strength of the sword energy cage could not withstand Ganfoer's close observation. Are you ready to bear the wrath of a deity? Anilu's tone was relaxed, displaying a contemptuous and wild smile. I wonder where you derive your confidence from, considering yourself a god. Perhaps it is merely the result of nurturing such arrogance in this small area of the Sky Island. Baizé transformed the fragments of his long blade into protective armor that adhered to his body, ultimately forming a suit that significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities against elemental attacks. If you were to stroll through Qinghai, you would discover many individuals as powerful as yourself. They are certainly not unique. If someone of your caliber can be considered a deity, then the concept of divinity is far too cheap. Baizé stated this fact without any disdain. Yet it only served to infuriate Anilu further. Are you insinuating that I am narrow-minded? Not at all. I am merely stating a fact. Anilu gritted his teeth in frustration. What was a perfectly ordinary statement, when uttered by Baizé, inexplicably incited anger within him. Let me see just where your so-called confidence originates. Just then, Baizé had finished assembling his armor, transforming his body into a golden streak that instantly appeared before Anilu, with the characteristic of being impervious to physical attacks. Anilu felt no fear at Baizé's sudden appearance. In fact, he was somewhat eager to witness Baizé's astonishment upon realizing his attacks were ineffective. Any futile attacks are utterly useless against me. The assaults of mortals are completely ineffective against a deity. Anilu was exceedingly arrogant, watching Baizé's sudden appearance without any attempt to block or evade. Even without prior elemental transformation, Baizé's attacks could not inflict any harm upon him. Foolish mortals only grasp the truth when faced with reality. They will understand just how foolish they were. Ha ha ha. Anilu continued to laugh, mocking Baizé's lack of self-awareness. However, in the next instant, a hand clasped around his neck, tightening suddenly and cutting off his laughter, leaving only heavy gasps. How is this possible? Baizé's fingertips radiated the most sophisticated form of haki, effortlessly capturing the corporeal form of an unguarded Logia-type devil fruit user. There is nothing impossible. Just as I previously stated, in Qinghai, entities of our caliber are not rare. You could even count them on both hands. Baizé looked at Anilu, whose face was filled with disbelief, and explained with a smile. Although the Logia-type devil fruit you consumed is exceedingly rare, it is not unique. Besides thunder, I could easily name 3 others, such as frost, light, and magma. There are ways to deal with Logia-type devil fruit users. The only effective method is haki, which is quite common in Qinghai. In fact, there is a nation where the average person possesses haki. Mastering advanced haki allows one to capture the corporeal form of Logia-type devil fruit users. Do you understand what I mean? This seemingly simple inquiry resonated in Anilu's ears, etching itself deeply into his heart. Although Baizé spoke in an explanatory tone, every word subtly implied Anilu's limited understanding. Anilu felt the terrifying power emanating from his neck, his eyes widening as he fixed his gaze on Baizé. Aside from his neck, his entire body radiated dazzling arcs of lightning, and the pride he maintained for so long made it difficult for him to accept defeat. 100 million volts. Anilu rasped, struggling to speak as his body erupted in brilliant lightning. Before he could fully unleash his power, Baizé suddenly sank his body, exerting force to drive Anilu into the forest below. Since you refuse to be compliant, allow me to make you so. Boom! Baizé's grip on Anilu's neck drove him forcefully against the tree, the intense pain causing Anilu's eyes to widen in shock. Crack! Whether it was the sound of the tree trunk shattering or Anilu's neck bones fracturing, the impact interrupted Anilu's 100 million volts attack completely. Anilu's body emitted a faint glow of lightning. However, amidst the flickering light, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. So even deities can bleed? Baizé glanced at the blood stain at the corner of Anilu's mouth, expressing some disappointment. To be honest, he had held high expectations for Anilu, but in actual combat, he fell far short compared to the equally elite Aokiji. Although Baizé had made significant progress since his battle with Aokiji, it was still insufficient, especially since he had not even unleashed his true techniques. While Anilu possessed a formidable devil fruit ability, he still had certain deficiencies compared to a marine admiral. Though he had mastered the unique Kinbunchiko haki and possessed a far superior level of perception, he fell short in other aspects. In terms of mastering Busashoko haki and physical prowess, he was not on par with the marine admirals. Anilu's mouth hung open, blood spilling forth. Yet he could not utter a word. That last blow had destroyed his vocal cords. Baizé did not release his grip on Anilu's neck. This opportunity to seize Anilu was due to his arrogance. Yet Baizé would not let go easily, for he had to consider the innocent residents of the Sky Island. If he were to unleash Anilu's full power, even a single bolt of his lightning could obliterate the entire island. This did not even account for Baizé's destructive capabilities, so he was more than pleased to conclude the life of the god of the Sky Island in such a straightforward manner. I know you still possess many powerful abilities that you have not yet revealed. However, that is the nature of battle. When one harbors arrogance, one must be prepared to face the consequences of that arrogance. Baizé tightened his grip, his expression serious as he spoke to Anilu. Even the mightiest of Logia-type devil fruit users cannot survive with their necks squeezed. So, take one last look at the world. Upon hearing Baizé's words, Anilu's eyes widened in shock, filled with resentment and unwillingness. He opened his mouth to say something, yet no words escaped him. Bang! The power surged through, and his right hand completely shattered the tree, accompanied by a creaking sound as the tree began to fall. The sound of the tree crashing down was like a final requiem for Anilu, the god of the Sky Island, who met his end in the forest in an unnoticed manner. As he gazed upon Anilu's now rigid face, his wide eyes still reflecting resentment and unwillingness, Baizé reached out to close Anilu's eyes. The armor on the right hand automatically flew away, and in the blink of an eye, it sliced the fallen tree into planks. Observing the somewhat rudimentary coffin, Baizé placed Anilu within it. Although this coffin seemed unworthy of the title of god of Skypiea, death is akin to the extinguishing of a light. Baizé carried the coffin to Angel Beach, where sea burial is a common funeral rite among pirates. After all, with the ocean as the main element, there is not much land available for proper burial. As the currents carried the coffin farther away, Baizé watched it drift, reflecting on the silent departure of a top-tier warrior, wondering about the extent of his own strength. He decided against taking a photo. His journal was already filled with memorable images, and capturing a picture of a coffin felt rather peculiar. With his hands in his pockets, Baizé ultimately abandoned the thought of commemorating this moment. Anilu had fallen, and his reign of darkness had come to an end. Baizé murmured a hope for a brighter future for Skypiea. Though he did not harbor lofty ideals of a saint, he had always adhered to the principle of doing what he could for those around him in his pursuit of becoming the Pirate King. Once the principle was realized and thoughts clarified, his spirits lifted significantly. Baizé strode lightly towards the location where Nami and the others lingered. The battle with Anilu did not evoke the anticipated thrill. He preferred to be with his beloved crew. As he walked, he felt an unsettling sense of having forgotten something. After resolving the matter with Anilu, was there anything else in Skypiea requiring his attention? Baizé murmured to himself, the nagging feeling of an unfinished task lingering in his mind. His steps led him to the entrance of the forest, where he finally recalled the matter that had been troubling him. Ganfoer was still trapped within the Sword Chi prison. He had completely forgotten about the old man's situation, which was rather embarrassing, but it was not too late to address it. Baizé scratched his head and turned towards the direction indicated by the sun, his body radiating a soft golden light as his speed surged. Soon, he arrived at the location of the Sword Chi prison. Among the treetops, a massive Sword Chi prison encircled a person and a mount. Ganfoer was gently stroking the head of his flying mount, seemingly encouraging it. However, the frequency of its flapping wings was visibly declining, exhaustion evident in its demeanor. The distant battle had subsided for quite some time, but Ganfoer was uncertain of the outcome since neither side had come to seek him out. If Enelu had won, he would surely have come to eliminate him. If Baizé had emerged victorious, he would have likely come to release him. Contemplating the latter possibility, Ganfoer's expression darkened slightly, doubting its likelihood. If Baizé had won, he would not specifically come to rescue him. After all, he was the one responsible for Ganfoer's current predicament. He hoped that his assumptions were correct and that the young man had indeed triumphed. As he encouraged his mount, Ganfoer's thoughts raced. The consequences of Enelu's victory would be dire. If Baizé had won, he would only be confined for a while, and at worst, he could lean against the sword Chi prison and be rebounded by it, which was far preferable to Enelu's wrath raining down, bringing devastation to Skypiea. The old man thought, wasn't he previously lacking confidence in me? Why now does he hope for my victory? A familiar voice echoed in his ears, prompting Ganfoer to look up and see a familiar figure, finally feeling a sense of relief. Did you really defeat him? Baizé floated in midair, nodding gently. With a wave of his hand, the sword Chi prison dissipated, transforming into sword energy and the power of the blazing sun, vanishing into the air. The flying mount finally landed, panting heavily on a branch, casting a profoundly human-like, mournful glance at Baizé. However, upon meeting Baizé's gaze, it immediately retracted its expression, unwilling to display any dissatisfaction. Noticing the mount's sincere demeanor, Baizé offered a faint smile. To be precise, I have already given him a sea burial. Enelu's dark reign over Skypiea has ended. Baizé lowered his head, observing Ganfoer's astonished face, and thoughtfully inquired, Old man, is your health still robust? Are you able to govern Skypiea once more? Ganfoer perceived Baizé's hesitation, clearly sensing his doubts. He immediately leapt up, showcasing his still vigorous physique. Young lad, I am not so fragile. This body is still capable of managing Skypiea. As he spoke, Ganfoer performed a flourish with his gun, leaving Baizé in awe. It seemed that the elderly in the world of One Piece retained a remarkable vigor. In that case, I entrust the island's governance to you. After all, managing an island requires considerable effort, especially after it has been under dark rule. Baizé waved at Ganfoer, transforming into a beam of light and vanishing from a spot. Ganfoer, still performing his gun tricks, had just raised his head when he saw the distant gleam. Realizing Baizé's figure had already disappeared, this young man truly shows no respect for the elderly, yet the entirety of Skypiea should be grateful to him. Ganfoer thought sincerely as he gazed at the place where the light had vanished. In the forest, at the spot where they had parted ways with Baizé, Nami and the others were sitting on a tree branch, idly chatting, while it appeared that everyone was engaged in the conversation. Any discerning observer could see that the girls were somewhat distracted, as if waiting for someone. Nami, feeling a bit bored, toyed with the log pose on her wrist. Noticing the sudden hush in the atmosphere, she spoke up, hasn't the thunder and lightning been absent for quite some time? The battle should be over, right? Noki picked a plant and held it to her nose, taking a gentle sniff, her brow furrowing slightly as she responded to Nami. It should be, but why hasn't Baizé returned yet? The two exchanged thoughts, not once considering the possibility of Baizé's defeat, which puzzled Cornus. Was Baizé Darren's strength truly unparalleled, reaching an invincible level? Why had Nami and the others not even entertained the notion of his potential defeat? It was as if they had an unwavering belief that Baizé Darren would surely emerge victorious. Unable to contain her curiosity, Cornus finally asked aloud. The other girls were drawn in by Cornus's question, exchanging glances, and Nami began recounting her experience of being saved by Baizé. One by one, they shared tales of the adversaries they had faced during their adventures, vividly depicting Baizé as either undefeated or unyielding in battle, painting a picture of invincibility. It turned out that Baizé Darren was indeed incredibly powerful. From their descriptions, it seemed that only one word could encapsulate Baizé. Cornus paused, and the others, intrigued, looked towards Robin, who had also shifted her gaze from her book, curious to ask, what word? Invincible. Cornus replied with utmost seriousness. Already able to envision the invincible image based solely on Nami and the others' descriptions. The girls nodded in agreement. Indeed, that term was exceptionally fitting, as he was unmatched. Just as they were lost in thought, a flicker of light appeared. In the blink of an eye, a figure emerged at the center of the group. What are you all pondering so gravely? The familiar figure and voice instantly stirred the emotions of the crowd. Nami, as always, enthusiastically threw herself onto Baizé, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Baizé, you have returned. How'd it go? Did you win? Of course, Baizé replied, patting Nami's rear light affectionately. He then embraced her and turned to Cornice, declaring, from this moment forth, the dark reign of the Sky Island has come to an end, and no longer exists. Cornice appeared momentarily stunned, and as she comprehended Baizé's words, her eyes widened in disbelief. The omnipotent deity had been defeated? The impact of this revelation was profound for her. After a brief pause, Cornice finally spoke. No wonder Nami and the others have such unwavering faith in Lord Baizé. Time and again, he has shattered the impossible. I find myself beginning to unconditionally believe in Lord Baizé's strength. Ha. Thank you for your trust. Baizé responded with a smile. He surveyed the crowd and patted Nami's back, signaling her to come down. However, Nami clung on even tighter, prompting Baizé to express a hint of exasperation. In that case, let us continue our journey to the realm of the gods. Before long, the group traversed the jungle and arrived before a magnificent edifice. This must be the sacred domain, Appiato. Baizé surveyed the grandeur before him, noting that Appiato indeed once thrived with a prosperous civilization before being thrust into the sky. Nami and the others, filled with curiosity, examined their surroundings. You lot seem neither to be residents of the Sky Island nor of the Shandians. Where do you hail from? A deep male voice echoed from above, laced with wariness and hostility. We come from Qinghai. Your leader Enel has been vanquished. Would you prefer to forego the battle and surrender directly? Baizé addressed the man above with a smile, only to find that his words incited fury in the man. He immediately called to others, intent on capturing Baizé. Robin, witnessing the sudden influx of adversaries, cast a resigned glance at Baizé. Without concrete evidence, how could these individuals easily trust his word? Yet, despite her resignation, Robin felt no significant concern, as her enhanced abilities instilled a sense of calm. These newcomers bear ill intentions, Baizé remarked, observing the intimidating figures. Yet he did not seem overly perturbed. Robin crossed her arms and leaned closer to Baizé, whispering, "We are the ones who have arrived. It matters not. You will engage," Baizé said, playfully ruffling Nami's rear light, causing her to blush before she leaped down from him. "Leave these fellows to you. The fruits of your training must ultimately be tested with real combat. Robin may opt out, but you all must participate." Upon hearing Baizé's words, Nami became serious. As for Baizé's allowance for Robin to abstain, Nami and the others had no objections. After all, the scene they witnessed in the Alabasta Desert had frightened them away from the notion of sparring with Robin. If Robin were to unleash her full strength, these foes would pose no challenge. Noting Baizé and the others' nonchalant demeanor, the advancing priests and warriors could no longer restrain themselves and charge forward, prompting Nami and the others to meet them head-on, with battle imminent. Baizé took Cornice's hand and led Robin away from the battlefield, observing the skirmish with an evaluative gaze. The performance of the group was commendable, and even in the first half of the Grand Line, they managed to hold their own. Baizé nodded in satisfaction, noting that even when faced with real weapons and bloodshed, they did not falter, demonstrating admirable mental fortitude. "After all, they are the ones you have trained," Robin remarked to Baizé, while Cornice, her hands clenched in apprehension, watched the battle unfold. Hearing the conversation between Baizé and Robin, she curiously inquired, "Lord Baizé, Sister Robin, are you not concerned about Sister Nami and the others?" "Rest assured, with Baizé present, he can manage any situation," Robin explained with a smile. "Why is it that Lord Baizé permits Sister Robin to refrain from participation? Is it because Sister Robin is not suited for this battle?" Cornice queried, recalling Robin's scholarly demeanor, always found with a book in hand. She also remembered Robin as the only one who had requested literature related to the Sky Island, because once she engages, others will not have the opportunity to act. Baizé elucidated with a smile, explaining that Robin's prowess far surpassed that of the others. Really? Sister Robin does not appear to be the type to engage in combat, Cornus instinctively remarked, quickly realizing her misstep and looking apologetically at Robin. It is all right. What Bizet said holds truth, Robin replied calmly, smoothing her hair. Cornus regarded Robin with curiosity, noting her scholarly aura, which contrasted sharply with the combatants in the arena. By the time Cornus processed everything, the battle had concluded, with Nami and the others returning unscathed. How do we fare in our training during this time? Nami inquired first, her fellow companions brimming with curiosity. Excellent. Your combat mindset is commendable. You were decisive in vanquishing your foes. Observing the eager expressions of the group seeking validation, Bizet generously offered his praise. In light of your performance in this battle, all training will be suspended until we depart from the Sky Island, as a reward for you. Fantastic! Nami exclaimed, jumping with joy, and even the typically reserved Robin displayed a smile. While Bizet's training proved effective in enhancing their abilities, it was undeniably exhausting. Now, let us proceed to the land of gold, Bizet stated, leading the way past the defeated foes toward the direction of the sun, with the others closely following. Shortly thereafter, Nami dashed ahead, her eyes gleaming. It truly is gold, so much gold. The others gasped in awe at the numerous structures crafted from gold, which seemed timeless. Yet, the dust upon them bore witness to their storied history. Robin strolled slowly, eventually stopping before a stone tablet, her expression solemn as she gazed upon it. This is the historical text that records events from 800 years ago, Robin exclaimed, her hand reaching out to touch it, her emotions swelling with excitement. Although she had previously acquired a copy of the historical text from the Alabasta royal family, this was an entirely new piece, holding extraordinary significance for her. Is this what Sister Robin seeks, the historical text? What does it say? I cannot understand. Cornus approached, her head spinning as she beheld the myriad of inscriptions upon the stone tablet. Bizet placed a reassuring hand on Cornus's shoulder, signaling her to remain silent. Upon noticing Robin's intense focus on the tablet, Cornus understood and carefully covered her mouth. One of the 3 ancient weapons, bearing the name of the deity, Poseidon, resides in the Mermaid Island. Robin softly interpreted the contents of the stone tablet, her brow furrowing slightly. Her ambition was to uncover the truth of history, not to pursue ancient weaponry, and this revelation left her somewhat disheartened. Robin, come and see this, Bizet beckoned, gesturing toward the side of the stone tablet. Curiously, Robin approached, discovering a newly inscribed line of text that differed from the main inscription. I have come to this place to guide this text to its ultimate destination. Luabine gazed at Bizet with a semblance of bewilderment, prompting Bizet to smile and elucidate. This is a message left by the illustrious pirate king, Luo. The essence of his words suggests that only by interlinking all historical texts can one weave a complete record of the enigmatic blank century. Ultimately, one must venture to the final destination to unearth the truths pertaining to this lost epic. The women exclaimed in astonishment, Luo, the pirate king. It was indeed unexpected to discover such a significant message from the renowned pirate king upon this sky island. Nami exclaimed in excitement, acknowledging that the current era of pirates was ignited by Luo, a figure of immense power and infamy. The others turned their attention to the inscription on the stone tablet, contemplating Bizet's previous remarks, yet soon a question dawned upon them. The final destination? Kanisi, who had always resided on the Sky Island, lacked the same understanding of the Pirate King as Nami and the others. Unfamiliar with the concept of the final destination, she voiced her confusion. Robin appeared pensive, as if a realization struck her. She exchanged a glance with Bizet, and an answer began to form in her mind. The final destination refers to the ultimate island where the One Piece resides, does it not? Apart from Kanisi, the other women displayed little surprise. After all, tales linked to the Pirate King naturally pointed towards the grand treasure, One Piece. The island housing One Piece is indeed the ultimate destination, the coveted goal of countless pirates. It is likely where Luo discovered the secrets of the blank century's history, now concealed. Bizet affirmed, approaching the stone tablet and gently caressing the so-called indestructible historical text. The quality of the historical text was astonishing. Destroying it was no trivial feat. Bai Zhe gathered a strand of resplendent golden sword energy at his fingertip. A sharp, piercing sound erupted as he withdrew his hand, leaving a fissure a finger deep upon the surface of the historical text stone tablet. It seemed that if one were determined to destroy the historical text, it was not entirely impossible. Bai Zhe mused internally, while the others regained their focus and gazed at the mark he had created, showing little surprise. "Let's linger here for a while," Robin suggested, intent on making an imprint of the historical text's words for preservation, lest they be forced to rely solely on memory in the future. Bai Zhe addressed the group, and Robin nodded gently, retrieving her tools from her backpack and beginning the careful task of imprinting the historical text for future research. The others dispersed to explore the surrounding area, particularly Nami, who found herself enamored with the golden edifices, unable to resist touching everything and wishing to carry the gold away. Bai Zhe leaped to the pinnacle of the golden bell, taking advantage of the height of the sky island to bask in the intense sunlight. Half reclining upon the gold, he spread his arms wide, adopting a posture of adoration for the sun. The concept of the great sun meditation was indeed profoundly intricate. With progress having been scant thus far, in the original world, it would be regarded as a supreme technique, with cultivation spanning millennia. To further comprehend the great sun meditation, it seemed he must delve into his journal. Bai Zhe produced the journal, speculating that to unlock special rewards, one must exert significant influence upon the world. His previous special reward had been facilitated by Nuo Chi-Gao's efforts. However, Bai Zhe believed there must be alternative means to attain such rewards. If the only way to achieve substantial influence relied upon female characters, it would be rather insipid, for every gain inevitably comes with a loss. Slaying significant characters should also yield considerable changes. Previously in Alabasta, due to the involvement of Tong Tu, he had refrained from eliminating Crocodile, instead handing him over to Tong Tu. This time, facing Enel alone, Bai Zhe would not hold back, seizing the opportunity to strike decisively. Compared to his battle with Akiji in Alabasta, Bai Zhe had made remarkable strides in strength. Both his dual-colored haki had reached peak levels, as had his swordsmanship, ascending to the pinnacle of combat within the world of pirates. When he had bid farewell to Akiji, he had remarked that defeating one was effortless, but two posed a challenge. Now, Bai Zhe could confidently assert that he could easily dispatch one top-tier fighter and could also manage two with relative ease. When fully committed, he could contend with two top-tier powers. For the elite of the seas, the distinction between killing and defeating is profound. In one-on-one engagements, even the mightiest of foes would soon succumb to his prowess. With his dual-colored haki and swordsmanship reaching their zenith, the rewards would transition to enhancements in physicality or mental fortitude. Occasionally, rare treasures from the world of pirates would surface, such as legendary blades long thought lost or exquisite wines of unparalleled quality. However, these held little substantial benefit for his growth and power. Bai Zhe glanced at his palm, recalling how recently he had crushed a top-tier adversary. Enel certainly counted as a significant character, and his demise should yield some impact. He wondered if it would culminate in a special reward. Bai Zhe felt a sense of anticipation for the journal's rewards on the morrow. This journey to the Sky Island had left him disappointed in Enel's performance, yet he hoped that his demise might bring him unexpected joy. "Bai Zhe, the imprinting is complete. Would you care to come down and take a look?" Robin called from beneath the golden bell. "No need. You should enjoy yourself as well. There is much to admire in this vicinity." As he watched Robin tidy her tools and join Nami and the others in exploring, Bai Zhe opened his journal. The historical text chronicled events that reminded him of the islands he must inevitably visit in the future. The historical records from the Sky Island detailed the legendary Sea King Poseidon, one of the three ancient weapons, to be bestowed with the name of a deity. It undoubtedly lived up to the title of one of the three ancient weapons. The power of Sea King Poseidon lies in its ability to command the Sea Kings. When compared to the three ancient weapons, currently, Hades Pluton, Sea King Poseidon, and Uranus, the sheer destructive force of Hades Pluton, capable of annihilating an island in a single strike, is unparalleled. Furthermore, due to the nature of its warships, Its replicability is what truly renders Hades' Pluton formidable. This implies the potential to mass-produce weapons surpassing the destructive capability of the top tier of the seas. However, although Hades' Pluton is a warship, its construction is likely exceedingly challenging. Otherwise, the highly advanced kingdom from 800 years ago would not have faced defeat. After all, with the terrifying destructive power of Hades' Pluton, even through sheer force, it could subdue the entire world. The elite powers of today pale in comparison to Hades' Pluton's destructive capability. Aside from the most elite of natural-type devil fruit users who could level an island, other top-tier fighters would struggle to obliterate an island instantaneously. While Sea King Poseidon's ability to command Sea Kings may seem trivial at first glance, it is, in fact, even more terrifying than Hades' Pluton. Those Sea Kings, measuring over 5,000 meters in length, typically lurk in the deep sea, rarely seen by humans. Yet, should they launch an assault on an island, the devastation wrought by Sea Kings of such size would likely surpass that of Hades' Pluton. Moreover, Sea Kings of this magnitude are not limited to one or two, but exist in vast swarms. A multitude of Sea Kings, each comparable to the size of an island. Should they intervene in human conflicts, the destruction they could unleash is beyond the comprehension of present-day humanity. Tianwang Walanos. The circumstances remain enigmatic. However, it is surmised to be a terrifying weapon capable of high-altitude strikes. When the time arrives to visit the Mermaid Island, one shall witness the formidable might of the sea god Poseidon, a power potent enough to annihilate the world, embodied in the Mermaid Princess by Xing. Such forces, named after deities, seem to transcend the very limits of this realm. Meanwhile, the ruler of the underworld, Mingwang, resides in the distant New World, while Tianwang Walanos remains elusive. The only entity worthy of exploration is the sea god Poseidon, and one hopes the power within by Xing may yield a delightful surprise, revealing whether it embodies the utmost limits of this world or exceeds them entirely. Yet Bai Xing is currently incapable of harnessing the strength of the sea god, which is somewhat vexing. Perhaps the focus should shift to the underworld ruler instead. In the distance, Robin stands before a peculiar golden edifice, her gaze imbued with a sense of exploration, when suddenly, the platinum diary glimmers. What new content has Bai Zhe inscribed? Could it pertain to this historical text? Robin muses curiously, opening the diary to find her pupils constricting slightly. A detailed introduction of 2 of the 3 ancient weapons is revealed, yet the capabilities and forms of Tianwang remain undisclosed, leaving even Bai Zhe in the dark. The underworld ruler Pluto and the sea god Poseidon, merely from Bai Zhe's descriptions, one can sense their immense, unmatched power. The underworld ruler is situated in the New World, though its precise location is not specified, while the sea god resides on Mermaid Island, represented by this generation's Mermaid Princess, Bai Xing. The revelation that ancient weapons can embody life is astonishing. However, Bai Zhe's admiration for their power and speculation that they might surpass the world's limits seems to suggest that even if they are life forms, it is not entirely unexpected. As Robin delves into Bai Zhe's diary, her interest in the ancient weapons may not be profound, yet her fascination with Bai Zhe is undeniable. Gaining a deeper understanding of Bai Zhe's interests serves to strengthen her insight into his character. Far beneath the ocean, at a depth of 10,000 meters, within the royal palace of Mermaid Island, stands an extraordinary tower, its entrance adorned with weapons as if it were under constant siege. This tower is the Hard-Shell Tower, the residence of the Mermaid Princess. The 9th Daikin covets the power of the Mermaid Princess, desiring to take her as his bride. After his advances were rebuffed, he became embittered with rage and began to intimidate the Mermaid Princess, prompting Bai Xing to reside within the Hard-Shell Tower for 8 long years, evading his threats. Each day was fraught with fear, rendering Bai Xing's demeanor soft and prone to tears, her exterior seemingly fragile. However, a turning point arrived with the sudden emergence of the Platinum Diary. Confined within the Hard-Shell Tower, her life had become unbearably monotonous, and Bai Xing yearned for the world beyond. Yet, to spare her father and brother from worry, she refrained from recklessly venturing outside, remaining within the confines of the tower. even missing her mother's funeral. The longer she stayed within the hard-shell tower, the more her longing for the outside world intensified. The arrival of the Platinum Diary provided her with a conduit to the external realm. As she perused Zay's casual observations and insights, along with his captured images of breathtaking vistas, delectable cuisine, and enchanting individuals, Xing was struck by the beauty of the world. Her desire and anticipation for the vibrant life beyond the hard-shell tower grew exponentially. Each day, her most significant undertaking was to open the diary and read Zay's chronicles, gradually altering her feelings towards him. From initially perceiving Zay as an elder brother to yearning for his rescue, she longed for him to liberate her from the dreariness of the hard-shell tower and allow her to genuinely relish the colorful world outside. In Xing placed her hopes and her yearning for connection to the outside world. Today's diary entry caused her heart to race, particularly upon discovering that she is indeed the sea god. Her expression froze in disbelief, leaving her utterly bewildered. Despite possessing extraordinary abilities since childhood, her mother had cautioned her against the reckless use of such powers. Yet, she never anticipated being one of the legendary 3 ancient weapons, Poseidon, within Zay's diary. It even mentioned possessing the power to obliterate the world. The thought of Zay's interest in her sent her heart racing. When Zay shifted his focus to the underworld ruler due to her inability to master the powers of the sea god, Xing sighed in relief. I'm truly the sea god. Her gentle visage was marked by turmoil. She began to comprehend why the 9th Daikin relentlessly pursued her. Likely coveting the power of Poseidon she possessed. The root of her inner conflict lay with Zay. Until she read today's diary entry, Xing had fervently hoped that Zay would come to Mermaid Island to rescue her. From the contents, she had seen how Zay had rescued numerous girls aboard his ship. Whether it was Nami, Nojiko, or Kaya, Zay had extended his hand to them, liberating them from their predicaments and granting them strength. Xing yearned for the same salvation, desiring to escape the drudgery of the hard-shell tower. Yet, upon realizing Zay's interest in her powers, she felt a twinge of fear. She questioned how Zay perceived her abilities and what his intentions toward her might be. Would he, like the 9th Daikin, covet her power, or would it be something else entirely? It was this uncertainty that left Xing in a state of turmoil. On one hand, she longed for Zay to come to her aid, while on the other, she felt trepidation, fearing he might only desire her power. However, her gaze returned to the diary, and she softly recited Zay's final words. For now, it is best to focus on the underworld ruler rather than the sea god. It appeared that Zay had changed his mind once more. Furrowing her brow, Xing tilted her head in contemplation, realizing that this indeed seemed to be the case. Upon grasping this notion, she joyfully rolled about on her bed, clutching the diary, her face radiant with a smile as she exclaimed, I am once again looking forward to Lord Zay coming to rescue me. In stark contrast to Xing's joyous anticipation of Zay's rescue, Hancock, the pirate empress on Amazon Lily, wore a frown, her mind awash with awe at the power of the sea god. The ability to command sea creatures exceeding 5,000 meters in length is indeed extraordinary. Hancock mused, Amazon Lily lies within the doldrums, and she has interacted with sea creatures numerous times. Though she has hunted them, she does not consider herself a match for those exceeding 5,000 meters. She recalls an incident when she inadvertently attracted a colossal sea creature while using bait. The portion above the surface was already over 1,000 meters, and the magnitude of its submerged form was unimaginable. That day, Hancock discarded all the bait on her ship, narrowly escaping danger, and since then, she has approached sea creatures with heightened caution. Yet, she never anticipated that someone could possess the power to command them. The sea god, indeed of being worthy of being one of the 3 ancient weapons, is an entity with a divine title. Hancock's gaze became vacant as she unconsciously murmured, envisioning just how powerful this force must be. If she were to wield such power, she would have the audacity to challenge even the world government. To be honest, Hancock felt a surge of excitement upon reading the contents of the Zay diary, which detailed the might of the 3 ancient weapons. It would be a lie to say she was not moved. After all, she had once longed for the strength to confront the world government. If she possessed such power, Even as a former slave of the celestial dragons, she would have the ability to redeem her own disgrace. The diary mentioned that the power of the Sea King is still beyond the complete grasp of Shirahoshi, which is why her focus has shifted to the Pluton, hidden somewhere in the New World. This implies that Pluton remains concealed in an unknown corner of the New World. Regrettably, Baize did not disclose its exact location. Otherwise, she would have sought to claim Pluton for herself. The enigma of the Uranus is such that even Baize is unaware of it. And with Shirahoshi yet to fully master the Sea King's power, the only feasible target seems to be Pluton. It is only by truly understanding the might of the three ancient weapons that one can comprehend why Crocodile was so fixated on Pluton. As Hancock contemplated this, a sigh escaped her lips. If her strength were insufficient, what good would it do to possess Pluton? While a ship capable of obliterating an island may not be in the possession of the world government, they certainly have numerous formidable warriors at their disposal. If multiple top-tier fighters from the sea were to converge upon her, even with Pluton in her possession, she would lack confidence in her ability to contend against them. For a ship is ultimately an external object, just as in the recent battle between Baize and Enel, where Baize remarked on Enel's prowess as a top-tier fighter of the sea. He still could not withstand Baize. Even if Enel had Pluton, the outcome would likely remain unchanged in the face of Baize. Having realized this, Hancock no longer harbored an intense desire to pursue the three ancient weapons. For the adversaries she faced were unimaginably powerful, and external forces alone could not suffice. If she truly wished to overthrow the world government, the greatest possibility lay with Baize. Hancock eagerly anticipated the moment Baize would arrive at the Sabaody archipelago. If they were to encounter the celestial dragons, it would be quite a spectacle. At Marine headquarters, Tautu was practicing her swordsmanship against the waves. Training amidst the tumultuous sea not only enhanced her mastery of the blade, but also fortified her physical condition through the relentless battering of the waves. At a certain moment, Tautu abruptly halted her movements, closed her eyes, and gripped her long sword tightly, allowing the waves to crash against her body, standing firm like a rock on the shore. Unperturbed by the tumult, with a thunderous roar, a massive wave of sword energy surged forth, momentarily stilling the roaring sea as if one stroke had leveled the ocean. After a brief pause, the waves resumed their furious dance, and Tautu exhaled, sheathing her beloved sword. Just one final push was needed. With this step, her swordsmanship would ascend to new heights, bringing her within reach of admiral-level combat prowess. Tautu's legs felt somewhat unsteady as she stepped forward. Since this was training, she intended to push her body to its limits, extracting every ounce of potential within her. The training equipment she wore already posed a significant burden on her body, and coupled with the pressure of the waves, Tautu found herself exerting effort constantly to withstand their relentless assault. Otherwise, given her physical conditioning, she could fight for 3 days and nights without fatigue. It was precisely through this inhumane training regimen that Tautu could enhance her physical prowess further. As she stepped onto the shore, Tautu spotted a figure leaning against the wall in a corner, waiting for her. Upon recognizing the familiar face, a smile brightened her expression, and she hurried over, disregarding her aching legs. "Sister, what brings you here?" The figure waiting for Tautu was none other than Vice Admiral Tsuru of Marine Headquarters. Despite her aged appearance and wrinkled face, she had once been a stunning beauty in her youth. Tsuru greeted Tautu with a warm smile, offering her a handkerchief to dry her damp hands, her tone a blend of reproach and concern. "Gun, ever since you returned, you've been so engrossed in training that you neglect your own well-being. Have you encountered something distressing during your mission?" Tautu accepted the handkerchief and wiped the seawater from her face, gently shaking her head. "I haven't been distressed. I simply aspire to become stronger. Training is akin to rowing upstream. If you do not advance, you will regress. This almost torturous regimen you impose on yourself will leave lasting repercussions on your body," Tsuru noted, recognizing Tautu's intense desire for power. Such a brutal training method could cause significant harm to her body. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be wise to avoid such extremes. Of course, only Tautu's innate talent could enable her to reach admiral-level strength. Most individuals would be incapable of reaching the pinnacle even with such inhumane training. I'm fine. I feel that my strength is progressing. And I just need one final push for a breakthrough. It won't take long, and the risk should be minimal, Taodu replied optimistically, harboring a deeper thought. She had witnessed Baize's miraculous healing abilities through the diary, which could cure even congenital ailments. Thus, she felt free to train without reservation. I truly don't know how to persuade you. I've said my piece. If you end up with issues and grow old looking like me, that would be unfortunate, Tsuru said with a resigned tone, half scolding and half lamenting. While Taotu pursued strength, she was still a woman who valued her appearance. As an elder sister, Tsuru understood Taotu's sentiments, hence her manner of persuasion. Taotu was acutely aware of her intentions, but could not reveal Baize's existence. Thus, she could only offer vague responses to deflect the conversation. All right, I understand. You must have come to check on me for more than just my training methods, right? What else would it be? As your sister, am I not allowed to care about you? Tsuru replied, feigning annoyance and rolling her eyes at Taotu. Haha, so you do care about me. That's my fault, Taotu exclaimed, embracing Tsuru with embarrassment. Go away. You're all wet. Don't cling to me. Tsuru pushed Taotu away, reshaping her ample bosom in the process. Haha, that tickles. Then hurry up and get away. The two playfully bantered, ultimately allowing Taotu to sidestep the matter. They walked together toward the accommodation area behind the Marine headquarters. By the way, sister, do you know anything about the three ancient weapons? Taotu suddenly inquired as they walked. Though she was also a vice admiral, she recognized that Tsuru, as a strategist, had access to far more intelligence. After all, Tsuru was privy to information that even admirals and fleet admirals might not know. Upon hearing Taotu's inquiry, Vice Admiral, he was slightly taken aback, her brows furrowing with concern. She had already harbored unease regarding Taotu's excessive pursuit of power, and the mention of the three ancient weapons only intensified her apprehension. Yiyuwen, the three ancient weapons are strictly forbidden from pursuit by the world government. As a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, you must be aware of the consequences of violating such prohibitions. Moreover, an excessive quest for power is detrimental rather than beneficial for you. Vice Admiral, he spoke earnestly, her discontent towards Crocodile growing deeper. Were it not for Crocodile's obsession with the ancient weapon Pluton, Taotu would not have fixated her thoughts on the three ancient weapons. At the very least, that was Vice Admiral his belief, especially since the incident involving Crocodile had transpired not long ago, and he had been personally escorted back by Tao Tuesday. If Taotu were to fathom Vice Admiral Hie's thoughts, she would undoubtedly feel aggrieved on behalf of Crocodile. For her interest in the three ancient weapons stemmed purely from detailed references in the Bai Zayas diary. Taotu sought to explore the three ancient weapons through her own channels. Particularly intriguing was the mention of Uranus, which even Bai Zay seemed to be unaware of. If she could indeed uncover information regarding Uranus, perhaps her next meeting with Bai Zay would leave him astounded. Unexpectedly, her seemingly innocuous question elicited such a strong response from her sister, causing Taotu to feel a bit perplexed. She hastily clarified, "Sister, you misunderstand. I am merely curious. I am aware of the prohibitions and would not intentionally contravene them. Furthermore, even if I pursue power, I would not seek after such external entities." Taotu spoke earnestly, even adding a further assurance. True power lies within oneself. Otherwise, it is not truly one's own. Vice Admiral, he scrutinized Taotu's countenance, confirming that her interest in the three ancient weapons was devoid of greed, merely curiosity, before she exhaled in relief. Ji Yuan, do not hold it against me for my earlier stern words. Your recent pursuit of power has given me the impression that you may have developed an obsession. Ah, I see. You have genuinely misunderstood, sister. I harbor no such thoughts. I merely wish to learn more. Taotu quickly adopted a docile demeanor, attempting to coax some genuine information from Vice Admiral He. If you're truly interested, then it would not hurt to share a bit more. Vice Admiral, he replied somewhat resignedly, pushing Taotu's cheek gently, bemused by her sister's penchant for childish charm. Yet, she found herself quite susceptible to it. However, you are now a candidate for Admiral. Should a position become vacant, Your current strength would suffice for the role of admiral. Tao Tu nodded in agreement. The contents of Bai Zai's diary mentioned that this generation's 3 admirals were the strongest in Navy history. Coupled with her own experiences, Tao Tu possessed a fairly clear understanding of her current capabilities. In the past, her strength would indeed qualify her for an admiral position at the Navy headquarters. Yet, in this era of great pirates, numerous prodigies have emerged among the pirates, and the Navy is not lacking in formidable beings either. Reflecting on the prowess of the 3 admirals, even a strong individual like Tao Tu felt a sense of inadequacy in competing against them. Let us discuss this later. The streets are crowded and filled with onlookers. Just as Tao Tu eagerly anticipated Vice Admiral He's next words, she heard her sister's following statement and promptly urged her to head toward home. All right, I can hardly wait. You act like a child, so impatient. First, tell me what you know about the ancient weapons. Vice Admiral, he prompted, not immediately launching in her narrative, but instead inquiring about Tao Tu's knowledge. Recalling the diary's content, Tao Tu began to recount. Pluton is a battleship capable of obliterating islands, while Poseidon possesses the power to command sea kings. After hearing Tao Tu's words, Vice Admiral he was taken aback, stepping back to scrutinize her sister, her eyes filled with suspicion. You already know so much about the 3 ancient weapons. Why bother asking me? Oh, it is merely that I do not feel sufficiently informed. I wish to learn a bit more from you, sister, Tao Tu replied, pinching her fingers together to create a small gap, a technique she had learned from Bai Zai, referring to it as the fingertip universe. Well then, allow me to add a detail you have not mentioned. Uranus is shrouded in the most mystery, although the 3 ancient weapons are often mentioned together in maritime legends. Pluton has the highest recognition and knowledge, while Uranus, despite being widely spoken of, remains entirely unknown in terms of form, capabilities, and powers. The world government is also exceedingly secretive about Uranus. The only information I possess is that Uranus seems to have the capability to strike from the sky to the ground, though this is still in question. Poseidon's power has a nature of inheritance, yet the specifics of this inheritance remain unknown. Finally, Pluton, as you mentioned, is indeed a battleship with the power to destroy islands. Furthermore, it appears that the designs for Pluton have always been kept in circulation outside the world government. The world government has long sought to reclaim the designs for Pluton, yet it seems they have not succeeded. Otherwise, they would not have collaborated with the Navy to study the peacekeepers. Tao Tu diligently committed Vice Admiral He's information to memory, pondering that during her next encounter with Bai Zai, she might astound him with her newfound knowledge. Upon hearing the conclusion, Tao Tu suddenly realized, is it related to the scientific unit plan that Admiral Kazuru is involved in? Indeed, Vice Admiral, he affirmed. Tao Tu's eyes sparkled with curiosity upon hearing her sister's words. She had heard of the scientific unit, but lacked in-depth knowledge. It was said to be coordinated by the world's most brilliant scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, in conjunction with Admiral Kazuru, focusing on the study of the peacekeepers, which also involved Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The research on the peacekeepers is a massive project funded by the world government, with inventors and naval admirals contributing, making it a truly extensive initiative. It is foreseeable that this research could significantly alter the Navy's armed forces. Should it succeed, it would likely enhance the Navy and the world government's military strength considerably. In light of the increasingly rampant era of great pirates, even Tao Tu could sense the Navy's forces were somewhat stretched thin, though she had not yet entered the highest echelons of the Navy's decision-making body, nor had she established connections with the world government. The sheer number of pirates she encountered during her journey from the Grand Line to the Four Seas indicated that even the Navy could not suppress them all. While there were indeed many pirates with bounties, countless others were like grains of sand in the sea, small-time pirates banding together to form a crew aboard a shabby vessel. Most of these pirate crews would be swiftly eliminated or absorbed by other pirates, rendering Navy intervention unnecessary. However, these observations clearly illustrated the terrifying impact of the Great Pirate Era. The Navy's strength was no longer sufficient to uphold order and maintain peace. Will the Peacekeeper Project, as rumored, truly be capable of significantly enhancing the Navy's military power? Tao Punda, simultaneously speculating on how much Bai Zhe might know about the potential success of the Peacekeepers. Indeed, the Peacekeeper project holds the promise of substantially elevating the military capabilities of the Navy and, by extension, the world government. Admiral, he nodded thoughtfully, then sighed, seemingly lost in contemplation. The world government had long harbored dissatisfaction with the Navy's overwhelming dominance, as its other agencies were hardly comparable. Hence, there was a desire to forge a new force to counterbalance the Navy while further consolidating their rule. Tao Tu nodded in agreement, recognizing this truth. After all, merely augmenting the Navy's military might would hardly justify the world government's considerable investment of resources and personnel. So, why would the Navy cooperate with the world government in creating a force that could potentially undermine its own power? Admiral, he cast a keen glance at Tao Tu, a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes. Isn't your understanding as clear as day? Why inquire further? Is it because the Navy itself has its limitations? Tao Tu recounted her experiences from her recent departure from headquarters, expressing a sense of helplessness and resignation in the face of the burgeoning age of piracy. It was not merely the four emperors reigning in the New World, but even in the four seas, which she had previously deemed under the Navy's control. Pirates were emerging in relentless waves. Tao Tu continued, "It is precisely due to the escalating piracy, which has reached an uncontrollable state, that the Navy seeks to bolster its strength, coinciding with the world government's similar ambitions. Thus, the Navy and the world government found common ground to advance the Pacifista project." Upon hearing Tao Tu's analysis, Admiral, he nodded in satisfaction, wishing her to remain aware of the dynamics of power without becoming overly focused on sheer strength. Within the Navy's framework, she need not aspire to be an all-encompassing politician, but at the very least, she should possess keen insight to discern the shifting tides of the times. Gun, would you be interested in joining me as a strategist? If you do not ascend to the rank of Admiral, serving as a naval strategist would suffice. Upon hearing Admiral He's words, Tao Tu felt a chill run down her spine. The thought of sitting at a desk, meticulously reviewing naval documents, was daunting. It was an unimaginable scenario, and she quickly shook her head in refusal. Perhaps not. I prefer to fight on the front lines against pirates. Very well, as you wish. Admiral, he replied with a resigned shake of his head, and the two continued their conversation. Above the Sky Island, Bai Zhe, after touring the golden town of Xiangwala, did not seize all the gold for himself, instead selecting a few aesthetically pleasing golden artifacts while leaving the rest untouched. Nami and the others each chose a few items they fancied without claiming all the gold as their own. To be honest, Bai Zhe's crew was not in dire need of berries. Throughout their journey, they had vanquished numerous notorious pirates, claiming their bounties as rightful spoils of victory. In the original story, when Luffy and his crew departed the Sky Island, they took approximately 300 million berries worth of gold, which was substantial by the time they reached the Water City arc. Bai Zhe did not hold a strong desire for gold, while Nami felt a pang of reluctance. Yet she did not oppose Bai Zhe's decision. However, upon returning to the Sunny, she rushed to the treasure room and lay amidst the mountain of riches for quite a while, seeking solace. For Nami, it was akin to discovering a gold mine, yet only taking a few pieces of gold. The heartache was beyond expression. Conies, there will be significant changes in the Sky Island in the coming days, partly due to my influence, so I wish to linger a bit longer. Back at Conies' house, Bai Zhe smiled as he spoke to her. I will assess whether my influence is for better or worse. If it adversely affects the Sky Island, I will intervene. I will be troubling you for a few more days. My lord Bai Zhe, you jest. Your contributions to the Sky Island are unparalleled, having ended Enel's dark reign. If the island's inhabitants were to learn of your deeds, they would surely express their heartfelt gratitude. Conies replied sincerely, her tone filled with admiration and fervor. Although they had only spent a brief day together, her respect and admiration for Bai Zhe had reached unparalleled heights. Knowledgeable and benevolent, he understood the history of the Sky Island and treated both its people and the Skylanders with equal respect. Wielding immense power with gentleness and offering equal regard to those weaker than himself, Bai Zhe observed Conies, blinking as her demeanor and gaze struck him as eerily familiar. He suddenly recalled the expressions of Kaya's parents after he had demonstrated the healing light of the sun's power in their home. and all bordering on fervor. Zhe fabricated a casual excuse, stating he needed solitude, prompting Conies to promptly turn and leave, carefully closing the door behind her. Witnessing Conies' reaction solidified Zhe's suspicions. This was absurd. Why did Conies exhibit such behavior? That same fervent reverence he had seen in Kaya's parents was now evident in her eyes. If he were not certain, he wielded the sun's power rather than the divine power associated with faith. He might have begun to question whether he had a latent potential to cultivate fanatics. However, he suddenly recalled that both Conies and Kaya's parents had displayed such attitudes only after witnessing his use of the sun's power. Zhe refocused on the present. Ceasing his journal entries, he opened his palm, gathering the sun's power, and a faint golden glow radiated forth, exuding warmth that could invigorate all living things. Then, with a swift motion, Zhe clenched his fist, the sun's power within his grasp bursting forth in a brilliant golden light, unleashing a ferocious force. In the heat, there lay the capability to bring about annihilation. This was the essence of the sun's power. It could bestow life or bring about destruction. Experiencing the dual manifestations of these fundamentally opposed forces, Zhe opened his palm once more, reverting to the gentle golden glow. In ancient times, many totemic beliefs revolved around the sun. It could be said that the sun represented the most primal form of worship. Could it be that the next step in the development of the Grand Sun ideology is to cultivate faith? Zhe quickly shook his head. In his practice of the Grand Sun ideology, he had not identified a need for faith. To advance further, one must grasp the true essence of the sun, since it was not a prerequisite for progression. Perhaps the sun's power, cultivated through the Grand Sun ideology, possesses a unique effect that fosters a sense of reverent faith akin to that of ancient peoples in the presence of the sun as individuals deepen their connection with him. Zhe considered this possibility likely, speculating that should the Grand Sun ideology evolve further, the implications could be even more profound. If that is the case, could Nami and the others' initial favorable impressions of him have stemmed from the influence of the sun's power? Zhe had long been aware of their positive first impressions, initially attributing it merely to their admiration for strength. However, upon reflection, he recognized that his most significant distinction from the denizens of the Pirate King world was his mastery of the Grand Sun ideology. As for his journal, it was his greatest reliance, an existence beyond comparison, and thus not to be considered. The sun's power indeed possessed such an effect, though it seemed to yield a particularly heightened efficiency concerning female characters. Zhe pondered for a moment, committing this conjecture to memory, intending to test it with various female characters he encountered later. At the break of dawn the following day, Zhe kept a vigilant eye, eager to discern whether this would yield a special reward. A significant alteration to the narrative could be made, not only by achieving a profound connection with those he sought to conquer, but also by vanquishing a foe, which should serve as a substantial benchmark for transformation. After all, death is the ultimate destination for all. A person's demise extinguishes their existence, rendering even the mightiest of powers inconsequential, turning them to dust. Having thoroughly grasped the so-called daily reward mechanism, the name mentioned most frequently in the journal entries I submitted that day was most likely to receive a reward. This daily reward system had proven consistently effective. If my hypothesis was correct, today would likely bring forth a special reward. The last special reward was granted to Robin, while the significant transformation experienced by Nokigao resulted in a special reward for Robin. I felt somewhat guilty about this and hoped to make amends this time. In various corners of Cornus's house, the girls were engaged in different activities, some preparing breakfast, others reading, and some bathing in the morning light, all with anxious eyes fixed upon the journal. Nokigao and Nami were enjoying their morning bath, and during a conversation in the journal, Nami expressed her envy. Sister Nokigao, if this is indeed true, your powers should see a tremendous enhancement. I am so jealous. If it is real, everyone will eventually possess it, especially those who undergo significant transformations. This time, it is merely Zhe's compensation for you. Once you and Zhe achieve harmony, you will likely receive a special reward the very next day, which is what truly makes me envious. The two sisters whispered to each other in the journal, their hearts racing as they awaited the outcome. Suddenly, all owners of the exclusive journals received a notification. Congratulations to the exclusive journal owner, Nokigao, for receiving a special reward linked to the reward system. Special reward, Zanpakuto. Given that the recipient is not a Shinigami, the Zanpakuto will adapt to a form usable by the owner. Upon seeing the special reward in the journal, a satisfied smile spread across Zay's face. He had finally compensated Nokigao without diminishing the rewards of the other girls. Congratulations on acquiring the Great Sun visualization technique. The reward may seem simple, but Zay knew that this would elevate his strength to a new qualitative level. Presently, I can effortlessly contend with 3 top-tier fighters. I wonder if I could ascend to 10? Zay gazed expectantly at the technique's insights before shifting his attention to Nokigao's special reward. He realized he needed to find an opportunity to present this special reward to Nokigao, to avoid startling her with an automatic distribution. However, with the previous experience in the Naruto world and now in the Bleach world, could the next one possibly be Dragon Ball? If I could obtain Scion blood, that would indeed be terrifying. The Zanpakuto is an exclusive weapon of the Shinigami, intricately linked to the soul. Thanks to the journal's assistance, it would adapt to be wieldable by inhabitants of the One Piece world, which is rather fortunate. The potential of a Zanpakuto is immense. Famously known as the strongest fire-type Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, capable of annihilating the world merely by standing still. I wonder what unique abilities Nokigao's Zanpakuto possesses. A Zanpakuto is forged from the essence of one's own soul, serving as a reflection of one's spirit. By conversing with her own psyche, she gains power. But what is it that Nokigao truly desires? Speaking of which, Nokigao seems to have a great fondness for cooking, and a sudden sense of foreboding washed over me. Surely, there wouldn't be a Zanpakuto focused on culinary arts? It would be better to call it kitchen knife, which could evolve into legendary cooking tools. Collecting 8 legendary kitchen tools would grant one immortality. Shaking off my whimsical thoughts, Zay began to receive his rewards, anticipating a further enhancement of his Great Sun visualization technique. This technique is a supreme martial art, its content profoundly complex, and understanding the true essence of the sun is an arduous task. Ever since Zay mastered the Great Sun visualization, he diligently practiced daily. Yet, the results were meager, not due to a lack of talent, but because the technique was exceedingly challenging to cultivate. With the rewards from the journal, Zay finally made significant progress in comprehending the Great Sun visualization. Once he completed his insights, he realized just how rudimentary his application of the sun's power had been. With regard to the sun's power, Zay had merely utilized it for defense and offense in a simplistic manner, which now appeared exceedingly shallow. Previously, he had enveloped the sunny with the sun's power to shield it from impact, expending a considerable amount of energy to achieve that effect. If he were to employ the sun's power again, he would need only a fraction of the energy to attain the same result. The application of the sun's power is indeed vast and profound, requiring continual practice. Zay concentrated the sun's power in his palm, initially forming a pure orb of light. However, as he focused, the orb gradually shrank, transforming into a rune. Though this was merely a change in form, the effectiveness underwent a revolutionary transformation. The defensive rune, when affixed to an object, could render it indestructible, capable of withstanding tremendous impacts. Zay looked at the rune he had formed in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. He scanned the room and spotted a small vase, a glimmer of inspiration igniting within him as he applied the defensive rune to it. Let me test just how impervious this truly is. A wisp of faint golden sword energy coalesced at his fingertip, slicing through the air and striking the small vase with a resonant clang. Clang! The vase fell to the ground, utterly unscathed. Zay lifted the vase with an invisible hand, inspecting it for any cracks, and was pleased to find it pristine, not even a faint mark upon it. His satisfaction with the defensive rune soared to new heights. Although he had not wielded his full strength, that small blade of energy was sufficient to send even a vice admiral of a navy into a state of panic and disarray. Should a vice admiral underestimate this blade of energy and attempt to defend with mere iron, it would certainly deliver a shocking surprise. Yet, The vase's ability to withstand it filled Bai Zhe with even greater astonishment regarding the defensive rune. Bai Zhe continued to experiment, eagerly condensing more runes, thoroughly enjoying himself. After successfully creating a dozen types of runes, he reluctantly decided to cease his playful endeavors, as he needed to present the reward to Noki Gao. He hoped that the excuse he crafted would continue to convince them. The next day, Bai Zhe emerged from Noki Gao's room. In truth, Cornus's house could not accommodate a separate room for each person. However, considering the unique circumstances of Noki Gao and Bai Zhe, the other girls kindly squeezed together, giving them each their own room. After all, if Bai Zhe were to stay with Noki Gao, it would be awkward for both of them if he were to intrude as a third wheel. In the room, Noki Gao blushed deeply, vigorously rubbing her cheeks. Awakening in the morning to find Bai Zhe had prepared breakfast for her, he affectionately dubbed it morning bite. "Hurry and get up. I will teach you how to awaken the power of the Zanpakuto." Bai Zhe's voice echoed in her ears. Noki Gao turned over, got out of bed, and adjusted her clothing to avoid arousing suspicion among the other girls. Standing before the mirror, she examined herself, nodding in satisfaction. She was also eager to discover the power of the Zanpakuto, especially given Bai Zhe's description of its immense potential, which could even unleash terrifying might capable of incinerating the world with but a mere stance. Other young ladies were equally curious, with Nami exclaiming that she too desired a Jean Padao, only to be rebuffed by Bai Zhe, who resorted to the same old reasoning. Regardless of their beliefs, what truly mattered was that Bai Zhe himself was convinced. After all, if the truth were to be revealed, it would certainly expose Bai Zhe's greatest reliance. The other girls understood this all too well, yet they could not display their true feelings in front of Bai Zhe, and instead were compelled to react in various ways to the Jean Padao. One could only say that in this performance, those who were meant to collaborate with me were giving their utmost in their portrayal. Bai Zhe's fingertip rested on Noki Gao's forehead, and under the watchful eyes of the surrounding girls, he struck a pose, hinting at a special reward, which made it quite difficult, lest he be burdened with their demands later. Accompanied by a brilliant golden light, Noki Gao opened her eyes, and with the power of the diary, her mastery over the Jean Padao proved to be far easier than Bai Zhe had anticipated. What kind of Jean Padao was it? The curious girls inquired aloud, and as Noki Gao opened her eyes, a long blade materialized in her hand. The slender blade was only 2 fingers wide, adorned with faint golden patterns that bore a striking resemblance to Bai Zhe's own golden radiance. It appeared to be a Jean Padao related to flames, with its specific ability manifesting in combat under the sun, providing increasingly potent enhancements as noon approached. When fully unleashed, it could emit flames of extraordinarily high temperatures. After a moment of contemplation, Noki Gao articulated the abilities of her Jean Padao in her own words, as there was nothing to conceal from her companions regarding its prowess, especially when addressing Bai Zhe, the giver. Nami and the others gathered around, casting curious glances at the Jean Padao. As Bai Zhe listened to Noki Gao's description, he couldn't help but notice its striking similarities to Lu Ren Ruawa. A glance at the faint golden patterns on the blade's surface stirred a sense of inexplicable familiarity within him. The power of a Jean Padao is acquired through communion with one's soul. Thus, what was it that Noki Gao yearned for during her dialogue with her inner self? Pondering this, Bai Zhe suddenly inquired about the name of her Jean Padao. Zhuyang. Noki Gao replied with a smile directed at Bai Zhe, her eyes brimming with aspiration. Upon witnessing the fervor in Noki Gao's gaze and hearing the name, Bai Zhe finally comprehended the significance of this Jean Padao. The pursuit of the blazing sun, yearning for the radiant sun, aspiring towards it, and chasing after its brilliance. In order to not be left behind by the rapidly ascending sun, Noki Gao sought strength from within, resulting in the birth of this Jean Padao. Zhuyang Jirun. It was a splendid name, and its capabilities bore a striking resemblance to a Jean Padao with which I was familiar, embodying the power of the sun, capable of reaching the core temperatures of the sun when fully unleashed. Merely holding it still, when fully released, could incinerate the world. Bai Zhe nodded in admiration, understanding Noki Gao's intentions, for there was no hint of concealment in her demeanor. Though unspoken, her sentiments were as clear as day. Wow, Noki Gao, It seems that your Jean Padao has an exceptionally high growth potential, capable of reaching its utmost limits. Does it truly possess the power to obliterate the world? Nami exclaimed, gazing at the Jean Padao with envy, her anticipation for her own maturity intensifying. The sheer might was almost unfathomable. Among those endowed with the capabilities of the devil fruit, there existed one who could be deemed a harbinger of destruction. Namely the man referred to as the world's strongest, Whitebeard. Incredible, Robin remarked in awe, having no doubts about Baize's assertions. Her astonishment at the power of the Jean Padao only deepened. The group then guided Noki Gao to a suitable venue for practice, facilitating her rapid acclimatization to her Jean Padao. On Sky Island, at Cornus's abode, Baize and his companions had lingered for several days, primarily to ascertain the impact of his actions on the island. The foremost issue was resolving Enel's dominion over Sky Island. With the aid of Nami and the others, they dismantled Enel's ruling faction, allowing the former god of Sky Island, Ganfu Air, to reclaim his position. Upon Baize's suggestion, Ganfu Air willingly reconciled with the Shandians, although aware that the discord between the two races could not be resolved in mere days. It was only through increased communication that their tensions might gradually dissipate. Continuous silence and reliance on force would only exacerbate their conflicts. Henceforth, one could only hope that the residents of Sky Island and the Shandians could coexist amicably, as Baize chose to place his trust in the former god of Sky Island. Baize also held a discussion with the Shandian representative, clarifying their mutual aspirations. Thanks to Baize's triumph over Enel, dismantling his regime, Baize held considerable influence in both factions, and even in the absence of the Enel incident. His strength granted him significant authority. Ultimately, the true decision-makers successfully reached a reconciliation agreement, with neither party altering their intentions. The path to harmony would continue to advance. For centuries of discord could not be erased in just a few days, but with the passage of generation or even several, the two races could undoubtedly reconcile. War is forever accompanied by suffering and loss. Deep down, Baize still yearned for peace, transforming into a streak of light. Baize returned to Cornus's home after resolving matters in the Land of Gold. From here on, it was up to them to foster reconciliation. There was no need for him to remain on Sky Island, as he had accomplished all he could. Baize, you're back. Noki Gao was the first to spot him, rushing forward with a glass of juice in hand, inquiring with concern how the matter's been resolved. Although he had spent days discussing various interests, the development of the two races, and the future of Sky Island, Baize savored the juice that Noki Gao had freshly squeezed while elaborating on the situation to everyone. Fortunately, the matter had reached a satisfactory conclusion. As long as the leaders of both races remained steadfast in their intentions, reconciliation would persist, allowing for peaceful coexistence. While the process had been tedious, the sense of accomplishment upon its completion was quite gratifying. Upon hearing Baize's words, the others smiled, expressing their support for his endeavors. Now that things have been resolved satisfactorily, shall we remain on Sky Island for a while longer? Nami inquired, though the island's beauty was undeniable. Its altitude left her feeling fatigued, and she found herself longing for the azure seas. Perhaps tomorrow, we shall officially bid farewell to everyone then. Baisha contemplated, surveying the eager expressions on their faces, longing for new adventures. Resolutely, he proclaimed, let us make the most of today to prepare. Bid farewell where necessary, and pack your belongings. We shall set sail promptly at 9 tomorrow. All right, the girls responded in unison. In the waters near Alabasta, a pirate ship battled the waves, swaying precariously as it approached Alabasta. At the bow stood a woman with pink hair, wielding a large bone with remnants of succulent roasted meat. Her mannerisms decidedly coarse, and her eating habits exuberantly bold, even in the eyes of men. Behind the imposing figure of the 5 robust pirates lurked an undeniable aura of trepidation toward the woman standing at the ship's bow. Where's the food? Bring it to me swiftly. If you dawdle, what sort of pirates do you think you are? Move faster. The large bone in her hand was stripped bare of any morsel, and she barked orders at her subordinates. Immediately, the seemingly strong and brawny pirates behind her appeared as timid as frightened mice. One notably rotund pirate quavered, "Captain Bonnie, we have no food left on the ship. We must replenish at Alabasta." Upon hearing this, the woman known as Bonnie hurled the bone in frustration, her crew having anticipated her reaction and deftly dodging it. "Then hurry up and dock. My stomach is already empty." Watching her crew scurry about in a flurry, Bonnie seethed in her seat. These pirates were all subjugated by her hand. Yet even after venturing into the Grand Line, they remained clumsy in their tasks. When would she be able to indulge heartily without restraint? In the unseen void before Bonnie floated a diary with a platinum cover. Was the existence of this diary meant to guide me toward you? It must be said, "Dear diary, you have succeeded." After Alabasta, White Zay would not be far. She eagerly anticipated their meeting, wondering if he truly possessed the immense power described within its pages. Bonnie mused, having encountered this extraordinary platinum diary shortly after embarking on her voyage. Initially, she held little interest in White Zay. Even with formidable strength, it bore no relevance to her. However, as the revelations of various events within the world of pirates unfolded, she could not deny her growing intrigue. She yearned to understand why he abandoned his kingdom and forsook his people to pursue a life of piracy. "I cannot find that man, but surely I can find you." "White Zay," Bonnie murmured to herself. Her current bounty had barely reached 50 million berries, much of which she had earned amidst the treacherous conditions of the South Sea. Since entering the Grand Line, her confrontations with the Navy had been minimal. This was primarily due to the disposition White Zay exhibited within the diary, which suggested a less than amicable stance towards pirates. Additionally, Bonnie had her own motives for White Zay, thus consciously moderating her bounty to ensure that the Navy's portrayal of her did not seem excessively nefarious. After all, White Zay's actions against pirates were largely motivated by their bounties. If her crimes were exaggerated, death would be inevitable. Naturally, there were instances where White Zay granted pirates a chance for defense, yet most met their fates justly. Bonnie had no desire to approach White Zay only to be met with hostility. In a coastal city of the Alabasta Kingdom, Bonnie and her crew indulged in a feast at a local restaurant. Towering stacks of dishes surrounded Bonnie's table, drawing curious glances from nearby patrons. It was hard to fathom that this seemingly sweet-faced girl possessed such an insatiable appetite, rivaling that of a champion eater. The restaurant owner, donning a white chef's hat, wiped the sweat from his brow, secretly anxious about whether this table of guests could afford the exorbitant bill. After all, the food consumed by them equated to several days of his earnings. Though the pink-haired girl appeared harmless, her table was surrounded by intimidatingly muscular men, likely pirates themselves. "All right, settle the bill," Bonnie declared, discarding the now bare bone and ordering additional servings of grilled meat for their journey. Upon exiting the establishment, she instructed her crew, "Hurry to procure supplies. Remember, food must take precedence. We must return to the ship before this afternoon and set sail by evening." The weary pirates trudged about, Bonnie having never regarded them as comrades, but rather as pawns to be commanded. Each task was demanding, and failure meant a severe beating or punishment that could result in them being transformed into feeble old men or helpless children. The mere thought of their once robust forms devolving into aging bodies, gasping for breath, or fragile figures easily toppled sent shudders through them. "We will complete the task, Captain," they chorused, scattering to gather the necessary provisions for the ship. Ironically, since Bonnie had subdued them, they had not engaged in any acts of robbery. Their wealth now stemmed solely from other pirates. Even now, while collecting supplies, they were obliged to pay berries honestly. Yet, witnessing the joy of the locals due to their large orders brought a strange sense of satisfaction to these former pirates. As Bonnie observed her crew bustling about, she strolled through the bustling streets of this vibrant coastal city. The daily influx of ships created an atmosphere of liveliness, with merchants trading goods and supplies aplenty. Amidst the lively marketplace, Bonnie's gaze fell upon a wanted poster board, where several bounties were displayed, one prominently featuring her own likeness. With an updated bounty that had risen by 2 million, perhaps her presence in the Grand Line had heightened the Navy's perception of her threat. Contemplating this, she donned her hooded cloak, concealing her face while leaving only a few strands of pink hair visible. As she strolled past the bustling crowd, she seized the opportunity to swiftly snatch her wanted poster. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, she strutted away, her demeanor quickly returning to its characteristic brashness once she was out of sight. I am curious to see what new allegations the Navy has fabricated to justify this increase in bounty, Bonnie muttered, her attention fixated on the descriptions on the poster. After scrutinizing it for a moment and comparing it to her previous bounty, she finally noticed several discrepancies. With a huff of annoyance, she folded the poster and tucked it into her cloak's pocket. More trivialities, even attributing actions I did not commit to my name. The Navy truly has nothing better to do. After meandering through the marketplace for a while longer, snacking as she went, she realized that if she had not been eating as she walked, she would have drawn attention. Soon after, Bonnie returned to her ship with only a scant amount of food remaining. Glancing at the last oversized serving of grilled fish in her hand, she suddenly recalled that she had intended to procure food, yet it seemed as if she had accomplished nothing. Oh well, what's done is done. Time to eat. Bonnie drooled as she seized the grilled fish and tossed it into her mouth, eagerly awaiting her crew's return. Speaking of Zay, he should have already departed from the Sky Island. The next destination along this route is the Water City. I wonder if he will linger there for a while, providing me with a chance to catch up. Unbeknownst to me, the taiyaki in my hand has already been consumed. Bonnie, with eager anticipation, awaits the return of her subordinates. For someone like Xiao Hong, having nothing to eat is an immense torment. These fellows are merely tasked with procuring supplies. Why are they so sluggish? Bonnie grumbles, having gone over 10 minutes without food, feeling as though she is on the brink of starvation. Just as she can no longer contain her impatience and is about to head to the market herself, one of her subordinates, bearing a gargantuan bundle that dwarfs others, comes running from afar. Boss, we have procured a bountiful supply of food this time. The robust man suddenly falters, recalling his boss's monstrous appetite, and hastily rephrases. Enough for us to eat for 2 or 3 days. What is this paltry amount? Put it down and hurry back for more. Money is no object. If we run out of supplies, that is a grave problem. Bonnie furrows her brows in dissatisfaction, addressing her subordinate. The ship's cook rushes out to take the package from the robust man's back, hastening to prepare the food. The cook casts a sympathetic glance at the robust man, who reciprocates with a look of understanding. The chef's task is no simple feat, as he must satisfy the insatiable appetite of Bonnie, while the robust man must also toil in procurement. They share a mutual empathy in their struggles. Hurry up with the cooking. How much longer must I wait? If I don't eat soon, I shall perish. With the two men suddenly pausing, Bonnie turns around and barks at them. The two burly men before her resembled docile lambs, trembling at her fierce words, and scurry away with great haste. Honestly, none of these subordinates satisfy me, Bonnie complains brazenly, disregarding the departing cook. The cook, holding the ingredients, wears a pained expression, apologizing silently for not meeting his boss's expectations. Nevertheless, he does not delay, well aware of his boss's temper. Boss, the dishes are ready. One chef approaches with a large platter of meat. Bonnie, already salivating, seizes a hefty piece before it even touches the table, devouring it in a rather uncouth manner, as if fearing starvation at any moment. What are you standing there for? Quickly prepare more food. This is hardly enough for me. The chef swallows hard and rushes back to the kitchen, feeling the robust man's sympathetic gaze upon him, which is even more intense than his own. As evening approaches, many subordinates collapse onto the deck, panting heavily. They have made multiple trips between the town and the pirate ship, with the last journey even involving a cart to transport the supplies. Upon receiving a nod of approval from their captain, all the pirates breathe a sigh of relief. Stop lying around. Quickly hoist the anchor and set sail for the Water City. Bonnie commands her exhausted subordinates, who grimace as if aged by decades at her words. Yet they dare not voice any complaints. After all, their captain truly possesses the ability to transform people into elderly folk. Amidst the hustle and bustle, the Bonnie pirate crew sets sail toward the Water City. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of Cornus, several individuals are fervently preparing food. Unlike the large quantities aimed to satiate as prepared by Bonnie's chefs, the dishes they are crafting are exquisite and delightful, focusing not on mere fullness, but on the enjoyment of flavors. Standing at the kitchen door, Robin observes Cornus diligently taking notes, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Baize's crew is truly unlike any pirate crew or criminal organization she has encountered before. Here, the focus is on the small daily joys, and being part of this team allows one to unwittingly savor tranquility. Moreover, Baize's crew extends this tranquility to those they meet, such as the actively note-taking Cornice at this very moment. We are leaving tomorrow. Cornice is making the most of her time learning culinary skills. Baize remarks, hands in pockets, as he approaches Robin. Indeed, we cannot bring Cornice with us to the blue sea. Life here is quite challenging for us. It would likely be just as difficult for her in the blue sea, Robin replies, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, exuding charm as she glances at Baize with a smile. It will take some time to adapt. Cornice does not possess a robust physique and may struggle. Remaining in the Sky Island is best for her. Baize observes Nami and the others generously imparting their culinary skills to Cornice in the kitchen, with no hint of reservation. The atmosphere of sharing culinary knowledge feels serene and tranquil. Adventure is merely an interlude, while the peaceful daily life is the norm. As the kitchen fire dims, the group gathers around the table, raising their glasses. To our encounters, our friendships, and our shared memories, cheers. Baize stands holding his glass, surveying the women at the table, smiling as he addresses them. Cheers! His words set a jovial tone for the farewell banquet, and the atmosphere is filled with warmth, devoid of sorrow at the impending separation. Parting is fleeting. Regardless of distance, those cherished in memory remain ever close. Robin raises her glass, turning to Cornice, who had been feeling a tad downcast. Upon hearing Robin's comforting words, her smile returns. She too raises her glass, gently clinking it against Robin's, the crystalline sound resonating like a delightful note that embellishes the evening. What? Cornice is secretly clinking glasses with Robin? I want to join. Nami chimes in, moving closer with a smile to clink glasses with Cornice before downing her drink in one go. Seeing this, Cornice also gathers her courage and mimics Nami, swiftly finishing her drink. Thus, the gathering continues, with each person indulging in the feast. Naturally, it is not Cornice, the hostess, who succumbs to inebriation, but Baize. As Cornice begins to feel the effects of the alcohol, her small hand supports her cheek, her head nodding gently, as if she were a sleepy kitten, utterly adorable. Even her wings behind her quivering lightly, as if intoxicated. The women's gazes shift to Baize, seated at the head of the table. Baize, welcoming all, has no intention of disrupting the lively atmosphere. Ultimately, the banquet concludes after Baize downs the last drink, leading to Nami's collapse. The following morning, a drowsy Cornice suddenly opens her eyes, taking in the impeccably tidy and seemingly renewed home, her gaze somewhat dazed. She checks each room, as if no one had ever resided there, pristine and unchanged from its original state. Everyone is gone. A profound sense of parting erupts within her, a potent longing that seems to have built up overnight. At this moment, confronted by the empty rooms, tears cascade down Cornice's face, unstoppable. Kenny's did not attempt to pursue Baize and his companions. Xiao Hong arrived at the balcony of her room, gazing towards the direction of Tiangshi Beach, where the Liang ship was anchored. She recalled Baize's words from yesterday, a smile gracing her face as she waved her hand vigorously, seemingly bidding farewell to Baize and the others. Everyone, may you all travel safely and soundly. On board the Liang, Nami leaned pensively against the railing. Although her time with Kenny's had been brief, she had genuinely grown fond of the charming angel sister. During the banquet last night, the group had suppressed their feelings of reluctance, as Baize had set the tone for the evening, allowing them to enjoy a joyful night together. Baize approached Nami, his gaze directed towards Kenny's house, and remarked with a smile, "At least our last moment of parting is filled with joy, leaving happiness for one another before we set sail. Isn't this journey a splendid conclusion?" Nami nodded gently, watching as Tiangshi Beach receded into the distance. She rested her hands on the railing, her face radiant with a smile as she waved heartily in the direction of Kenny's house, bidding her a cheerful farewell. Robin stood on the upper deck, while Xiao Hong's gaze swept across the entire Tiangshi Island, affirming, just as Baize had said, that the conclusion of this journey was indeed fulfilling. As the runes on the Liang glimmered, A force lifted the ship upward, not merely drawn down by gravity. A dozen Liang runes worked in unison, creating an effect of levitation that appeared quite impressive. Bai Zhe observed the scenery whizzing by with satisfaction, having also left a gift for Kenny's. In Kenny's home, on the table where the banquet had been held, she discovered a note and a pendant. Seeing the words is akin to meeting you in person. Kenny's, I'm truly sorry that I could not bid you a final farewell. Let's cherish our time together in joyful memories. May you find all well in life. We shall embark on our own adventures. This pendant possesses defensive and retaliatory properties. Wear to protect yourself as a parting gift from me. Kenny's did not shed tears this time. Instead, a soft smile graced her lips as she held the pendant close to her heart, then donned it around her neck. The slightly warm pendant nestled between her breasts, providing her with immense comfort. Lord Bai Zhe, I hope to see you again. A gentle, warm sea breeze caressed her face, and thanks to the Liang runes, their descent from the Sky Island was devoid of any peril. It felt as though the Liang was utilizing an invisible aerial lift, gradually descending from 10,000 meters to the azure sea. As the ship floated upon the water, Nami felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. This is truly magical. Indeed, unlike our previous visit to the Sky Island, this departure was utterly smooth. The Liang felt as if it were perfectly still. Nami waved her hands, at a loss for words to describe this sensation. Robin approached with a glass of juice, noticing Nami's perplexed expression, and a faint smile crossed her face. Nami, have you ever ridden an elevator or a hoverlift? Nami paused for a moment, then quickly responded, yes. This descent from the Sky Island feels just like riding an elevator. It was incredibly stable, more so than an elevator itself. I felt no tremors at all. Exactly that feeling, Nami exclaimed, relieved to finally articulate her experience. Observing Nami's adorable demeanor brought Robin considerable joy. The power Bai Zhe had acquired was indeed immensely beneficial. Aside from the enhancement of strength, it significantly improved the convenience of daily life. Convenience is great, but how long do you two plan to loaf around? Everyone else has already begun their training, Bai Zhe remarked, his footsteps silent as a ghost, startling Nami into a gasp and leaving Robin momentarily stunned. Bai Zhe, how can you walk without making sound? You nearly gave me a heart attack, Nami complained, shaking her tiny fist at his chest, only to have Bai Zhe gently press her head down. How can you even say that? Since leaving the Sky Island, I've already ended your vacation. Everyone else is training, while you two are just sipping juice and admiring the view. As he spoke, he glanced at Robin, who nervously sipped her juice, her gaze wandering. After all, our strength is relatively impressive in the Grand Line. Taking a day or two to rest isn't unreasonable, is it? Unreasonable. Completely unreasonable. Only strength is unwavering. Most challenges in this world can be overcome with sufficient power. Bai Zhe said earnestly, I do not wish for any of you to find yourselves in peril alone should anything go awry. Seeing Bai Zhe's serious demeanor, Nami pouted and turned towards the training area, albeit at a leisurely pace. Quickly now, don't dawdle. A sharp sound echoed as her palm met her rear, causing Nami to shriek in surprise. All right, I know, Nami called back while running, making a face at Bai Zhe. Observing Nami's childish antics, Bai Zhe shrugged with a smile, raising the hand that had just playfully smacked her backside towards Robin. Do I also need to train? Robin felt a bit uneasy, especially as she sensed Bai Zhe's gaze subtly lingering on her rear. Have I reached the level of a general? Am I now capable of facing a marine admiral like Akiji and ensuring my own safety, even escaping unscathed? Bai Zhe's barrage of questions rendered Robin momentarily speechless. She pursed her lips, sighed softly, and resigned herself to the training area. As she passed by Bai Zhe, a hand suddenly appeared, snatching away half of her juice. You should be training soon. Don't drink so much juice. I'll bear this burden for you. You. Robin couldn't help but chuckle at Bai Zhe's words. As she began to retort, she noticed his hand slightly raised. It felt as though an electric shock coursed through her, even though he hadn't struck her. Immediately, she quickened her pace, saying nothing further, and headed directly toward the training area. Watching Robin in her black silk dress, with the straps tightly securing the weight of the garment against her back, Bai Zhe blinked. His extraordinary physical abilities granted him keen insight, and he clearly noticed that there were no visible protrusions on her back. Bai Zhe finished the juice he had taken from Robin, savoring its sweetness. "This juice is delightful, but doesn't tea Robin wear a base layer?" he muttered, glancing down at the cup, which bore a faint cherry lip print. He repeated, "This juice is truly delightful." As Robin hurried toward the training area, her ears perked up slightly, and her pace quickened, despite knowing that her situation was transparent to Bai Zhe. His words still caused her a blush of embarrassment. As she cast her gaze towards the other girls in the training area, she observed them diligently immersed in their practice, seemingly oblivious to Bai Zhe's murmurs. A sense of relief washed over her, thanks to Nuachi Gao receiving a special reward as well. Bai Zhe arranged for Nuachi Gao and Robin to engage in a sparring match. Currently, aside from Bai Zhe, they were the strongest individuals aboard the Liang ship. The second tier consisted of the other girls, all on a similar level, but to everyone's surprise, Princess Wei Wei stood out, although she boarded the ship later than the others. Her rate of progress was unparalleled. The other girls, in addition to honing their combat skills, also pursued practical abilities. For instance, Nami focused on navigational techniques and culinary arts, while Kaya delved into medicine. In stark contrast, Wei Wei devoted nearly all her spare time to sword practice, her hands seldom parting from her blade. She frequently sought Bai Zhe's guidance, and such diligence and eagerness to enhance her skills made her a welcome presence. Consequently, Wei Wei's advancement outpaced the rest. Even when Bai Zhe distributed rewards fairly among everyone, Wei Wei consistently surpassed others through her sheer effort, emerging as the strongest aside from the two beneficiaries of special rewards. Bai Zhe held no objections to Wei Wei's choices. In the unpredictable seas, strength was the most reliable assurance of safety. Her dedication motivated the other girls to heighten their own combat prowess. Observing pairs engaged in sparring or individuals practicing swordplay, Bai Zhe nodded in satisfaction, leaping onto the observation deck to commence his daily training. Their next destination was the Water City, having obtained several permanent pointers from Peach Rabbit. Bai Zhe found the magnetic storage of islands cumbersome, thus opting to directly set his course using the permanent pointers. Initially, Peach Rabbit had alluded to possessing many permanent pointers, yet claimed there were few. When it came time to part ways, she surprised Bai Zhe by producing several permanent pointers, leaving him astonished. According to Peach Rabbit, it was a means of providing them with a surprise while finding a reason to travel together. Bai Zhe was indeed pleasantly surprised, even noting Peach Rabbit's name multiple times in his journal. Nami was particularly enamored with the permanent pointers, claiming them for herself, justifying it as essential for her navigational studies. Therefore, they were presently en route to the Water City, navigating past a couple of islands. Bai Zhe had his own thoughts about the Water City, especially regarding the legendary design of the Pluton, which had been destroyed in the original narrative. The Pluton, one of the three ancient weapons, was constructed in the Water City, where shipwrights preserved the original design blueprints. The sole remaining blueprint was safeguarded by the legendary shipwright Tom. Later, to prevent the world government from acquiring the Pluton design and inciting greater calamity, Tom discreetly entrusted it to his foremost disciple, Iceberg. After a series of twists and turns, Iceberg eventually passed this invaluable blueprint to his junior, Frankie. Bai Zhe harbored a curiosity about the design capable of obliterating an island with a single strike, eager to witness the advanced technology of that kingdom from 8 centuries ago. What construction techniques allowed for such devastating power? He wondered if the Pluton design still resided with Frankie, longing to see the design of such a fearsome weapon capable of annihilating an island in one blow, rivaling his previous strength. Such replicable and mass-producible technology might indeed be the true nemesis for the top-tier powers. After all, possessing the capability to destroy an island with a single strike could spell disaster if 10 vessels were constructed. Even the mightiest of warriors would likely face instant demise against 10 of these Plutons. The dynamic between individual strength and collective might has always been one of mutual suppression. Should the world government gain control of the Pluton design, collective power would undoubtedly overwhelm individual prowess. At that point, even formidable figures like admirals would become inconsequential servants to the world government. However, that was of no concern to him. He believed he had already transcended his previous limitations. To him, even a fleet of Plutons would merely represent a difference in quantity rather than a qualitative change. Baizé penned his journal entries with ease, addressing the day's rewards before his gaze fell upon Nami. Today's reward cycle favored her, allowing Robin and Nuachi Gao to be momentarily sidelined while others could accelerate their growth. He muttered to himself, suddenly lifting his gaze to the horizon. The expanse of the ocean was a monotonous blend of sea and sky, yet Baizé had distinctly perceived the sound of cannon fire. His senses were not deceiving him. It was no mere illusion. He mused internally, then extended his solar perception. To the side and ahead of the Liang ship, a chase was unfolding. One side was pirates, while the other appeared to be a merchant vessel. Baizé scrutinized the scene, furrowing his brow. Something felt amiss. If it were a merchant ship, the retaliatory cannon fire seemed excessively fierce. Moreover, while the fleeing vessel appeared to be at a disadvantage, its cannon fire showed no signs of waning, suggesting it was leveraging its superior firepower to outmaneuver its pursuer. Attempting to engage in such tactics during a naval battle was significantly more challenging than on land. This peculiar chase piqued Baizé's interest. Rising to his feet, he addressed the girls below, instructing them to pause their training due to an unusual circumstance. Two ships were embroiled in a chase nearby, and he would investigate further while they maintained vigilance over the surrounding waters. Seeing them nod in earnest agreement and readying their weapons, Baizé felt reassured and soared towards the distance. The sky runes enabled true flight, freeing him from the constraints of gravity. The thunder of cannon fire echoed as the two ships engaged in a relentless game of pursuit, intensifying the sudden naval encounter. Within the command room of the fleeing vessel, a burly steward with graying hair anxiously addressed a petite figure. "Miss, if this continues, we will soon run out of ammunition. Even though our firepower is superior, we cannot withstand their numerical advantage." The steward's miss was clad in a crisp, efficient work uniform, a specially tailored vertical striped suit that fit her perfectly, complemented by a black skirt and her fair, petite legs, which were now shaking with anxiety. The unexpected encounter with pirates left them with little recourse, and the sheer number of cannons wielded by the pirates far exceeded their preparations. The closest naval branch was still quite far away, and there was no time to call for help. The young girl quickly climbed onto a chair, bracing herself against the table as she examined the nautical charts before her, swiftly assessing their position. Her brow furrowed. They were far from the nearest naval base, and there was no chance of reaching the Navy in time. The elder steward behind her paced anxiously, appearing even more unsettled than the young girl, who seemed to possess greater composure. "Perhaps we should sacrifice some wealth to avert disaster. We must not let these pirates discover your identity. Otherwise, if they threaten the master, the situation could escalate further." The young girl furrowed her brow, intensely focused on the nautical charts, her mind racing with thoughts. However, at present, even a skilled cook finds it difficult to prepare a meal without rice. My own mastery over the artillery pales in comparison to that of the seasoned gunners, making it arduous to reverse the tide of defeat relying solely on superior cannons. The position we occupy affords us no room for maneuver. There isn't even an island in sight, and the prospect of encountering another vessel amidst the vast ocean remains exceedingly slim. Is there truly no recourse? Baizé, agile as a feather, alighted upon an uninhabited deck. The composed and resourceful little girl he observed in the sunlight left a profound impression on him. This girl seemed unfamiliar. Perhaps she had not appeared in the narrative, or I had simply overlooked her. Nevertheless, her calmness and quick wit in the face of adversity were evident, suggesting that she would grow into a remarkable individual. As Baizé pondered, he ambled to the door of the master and servant's quarters, gently knocking before pushing the door open, which was unlatched. "Do you require assistance?" The elderly steward immediately adopted a defensive posture, aware of his duty to protect against this unexpected stranger. In contrast, the little girl standing on the chair paused, taken aback by Baizé's presence. Yet, after a fleeting moment, her eyes sparkled with recognition, and she beamed a sweet smile. "Big brother, are you here to help us? We're being pursued by a band of ruthless pirates. Please, I beg you, assist us." Bai Zai's gaze remained fixed on the little girl, noting her every reaction and expression since their encounter. He felt assured that she was a prodigy of considerable promise. Upon seeing him, the girl exhibited surprise and confusion, but quickly regained her composure and made a precise request for aid, demonstrating an astute understanding of their predicament without resorting to despair. Bai Zai, reassured, returned her sweet smile with warmth. Certainly, I harbor a strong disdain for heinous criminals. Upon hearing Bai Zai's ready agreement, the composed little girl's smile widened. Rest assured, we will provide a generous reward for your assistance. Her voice was melodious, her promises of substantial benefits articulated with clarity. She understood that such assurances were vital for maintaining cooperation. Then I graciously accept. Your promise of payment is only fair, Bai Zai replied with a smile, taking her pledge seriously, not belittling her because of her youth. In his mind, he regarded this little girl as an equal, given her thoughtful responses and strategies. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted, and the ship began to sway violently. It appeared they were unfortunate enough to have been struck by cannon fire. Since I have agreed to assist you, I shall fulfill my obligation. I hope you will be prepared with the promised reward shortly, Bai Zai said, turning to leave and kindly shutting the door behind him. Inside, the robust steward wore an expression of hesitation, struggling before addressing the girl seated in the chair, who appeared to be resigned to the situation. My lady, do you place such trust in this stranger? We are surrounded by our own people. How could an unknown individual appear amidst this vast ocean? The steward harbored concerns that Bai Zai might be an undercover agent sent from the pursuing pirate ship to test their defenses and sow discord. Fear not. I sense that he is trustworthy and possesses formidable strength, the girl replied, reclining in her chair with an air of maturity as she raised a finger to explain to the steward. Meanwhile, the crew was engaged in confronting the pirate vessel. With a significant number congregated at the stern, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to infiltrate unnoticed amid so many watchful eyes. The presence of an outsider in their midst indicated that a ship beyond their line of sight had detected their plight and sent someone from the sky to confront them. The steward nodded in agreement with her analysis, acknowledging her refutation of his initial suspicion. After all, even the strongest individuals would find it exceedingly challenging to approach unnoticed in the gaze of so many. Indeed, it seems you have considered this thoroughly, my lady. You truly are the most talented prodigy in our family's history, the steward remarked, a benevolent smile spreading across his face as he praised her, nearly elevating her to the heavens. Upon hearing such commendations, even the previously composed little girl felt a blush rise to her fair cheeks, a hint of shyness causing her to lower her gaze. She cleared her throat a couple of times and promptly directed the steward to check outside. Yes, my lady. The steward immediately obeyed her command, eager to witness the prowess of the individual she had praised. Meanwhile, Bai Zai transformed into a streak of light, maneuvering around the pirate ship, casually strolling aboard. Most of the crew aboard the pirate vessel were concentrated on the upper deck, preparing for a boarding confrontation, while others were stationed in the lower cannon firing area. This pirate crew numbered approximately 100 individuals, relatively large for a small pirate group. Elite pirate crews like the Red-Hair Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates were exceedingly rare, often comprising only a handful of members. Typically, pirate crews consist of dozens, as managing a ship of decent caliber necessitates a considerable number of crew members. Amidst the chaos at the bow, Bai Zai traversed the ship's interior, swiftly incapacitating any pirates he encountered. What manner of pirate crew is this? I hope I do not stumble upon another band of merciless scoundrels, he muttered, making his way to the captain's quarters. Along the way, no one had detected his presence, as he silently subdued them. What is the delay? Why has that ship not been dealt with? They are nothing but a pack of useless fools. Inside the captain's quarters, a man wearing a red triangular hat was venting his frustration. We finally landed a hit. Once we board, we will slaughter everyone aboard that ship and seize their superior cannons. His eyes gleamed with greed, longing for the fine artillery aboard the enemy's ship. Bai Zai, overhearing the man's words, deduced that he was the captain of the pirate ship and boldly entered the room. There, he noticed a bounty poster on the table, prominently featuring the man in the triangular hat at the top. Baizé picked it up and was astonished to find a bounty of 96 million berry. Though the era of the great pirates saw several notorious figures during Luffy's time, it was an apex of the pirate age, with countless formidable pirates emerging alongside the protagonists. Typically, in the first half of the Grand Line, a bounty of 50 million was already considered impressive, while those exceeding a billion could be classified as supernovas. This individual S bounty reached 96 million berry, merely a step away from being deemed a supernova, indicating that the peak of the Great Pirate Era was not far off. Upon calculating the timeline, it seemed that Luffy had already set sail. Of course, Luffy's affairs were of no concern to him. By the time Luffy reached his position, Baizé would have already ventured into the New World to experience the so-called Four Emperors' prowess. Baizé stood aside for a moment before the man with the triangular hat finally noticed him, his entire being shuddering in fear, as if he had seen a ghost. He stammered, "When did you arrive?" Baizé did not reply, but instead inquired about the man based on the description on the bounty notice. "You personally annihilated a village and slaughtered the local Navy detachment, causing your bounty to surge by 30 million. Was that you?" Baizé was concerned about mistakenly targeting the wrong person, as his forthcoming actions were rather cruel. Thus, he needed to clarify. Upon realizing Baizé was not taking him seriously, the man erupted in anger, shouting, "You think I'm just a fool to ignore your words?" "Yes, it was me." "Are you angry? What can you do about it?" Hearing the man's admission, Baizé ceased any further discourse and unleashed a force of radiant sunlight, erupting in a soft golden flame from within. The man instantly transformed into a golden human torch, his anguished screams echoing throughout the captain's quarters. Baizé stepped back slightly as the golden torch flailed about, attempting to extinguish the flames consuming him. However, given that the fire burned from the inside out, how could mere flailing suffice to extinguish it? In the Great Pirate Era, pirates proliferated endlessly, with a vast number of them existing in dire conditions, often barely able to secure their next meal. Thus, they sought to extract maximum benefit from every harvest, making the slaughter of towns and villages a common occurrence. Consequently, the probability of encountering heinous criminals increased significantly. Perhaps Baizé's journey had been favored by luck, as he had crossed paths with numerous vile individuals. Each time he witnessed their bloody killings celebrated as honors and medals, he could not help but send them to their demise. Baizé observed, devoid of any emotion, as the golden torch writhed on the ground, transitioning from pained cries to pleas for mercy, kneeling and begging for forgiveness. Ultimately, upon realizing Baizé remained unmoved, the pirate began to curse and insult him. Yet, Baizé had no habit of standing idly by to be insulted. Even the sound of dog barking was unwelcome in his ears. With a simple snap of his fingers, the golden flames in the man's throat erupted, searing his vocal cords and rendering him utterly mute. In the midst of the excruciating torment, the man opened his mouth in silent agony. Yet, amidst the golden flames, his features blurred, though his expression of pain became increasingly apparent. The agony of being burned alive truly lived up to its reputation as one of the most torturous ways to die. The suffering endured by a living person set ablaze is beyond the comprehension of an ordinary individual. Had this man not been so vile, Baizé would not have resorted to such measures. Casting one last glance at the bounty notice, he reaffirmed the pirate's deserving fate. He tossed the notice onto the man, and as the flames consumed it, it disintegrated into a pile of ash. Since he relished displaying the bounty notice before him, treating it as a badge of honor, he might as well take this medal to hell. If hell truly exists, may this medal ensure that you endure even greater torment there. Baizé exited the captain's quarters, closing the door behind him to avoid witnessing the grotesque flailing of the golden torch, which might induce nausea. He effortlessly knocked out 2 pirates who had come to investigate and ascended to the upper deck. Grabbing a wooden stick from the ground, he dealt with each pirate he encountered, causing them to collapse as he passed. Even on both sides of the ship, Baizé traversed with such remarkable skill that he rendered all the pirates on the upper deck unconscious without anyone noticing. With a clatter, he discarded the bloodied wooden stick on the ground and, as he headed towards the lower deck, picked up another stick. After a while, he emerged again, confirming that not a single soul on the pirate ship remained conscious. Satisfied, he cast the blood-soaked stick to the ground. Except for the captain, he had killed no one, leaving their fate to the Navy. After all, the punishment and impel down was something these pirates would surely dread. Upon witnessing the cessation of cannon fire aboard the pirate ship, the old butler immediately thought of Baizé, attributing the achievement to him and feeling an even deeper admiration for the lady of the house. He had not expected that such a seemingly youthful figure possessed such formidable strength, capable of single-handedly dismantling an entire pirate crew. Unable to contain his thoughts, the old butler expressed a newfound understanding of Baizé's power, realizing that he couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. The strong are always respected, particularly those willing to extend a helping hand, earning sincere respect from others. The old butler's demeanor shifted entirely, now addressing Baizé with the utmost reverence. Had he known Baizé's name, he would have avoided referring to him merely as that person. Baizé floated gracefully through the air as if strolling leisurely. Approaching their vessel, the crew members on the upper deck, bracing for confrontation, were taken aback by Baizé's presence, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Though they had heard tales of powerful figures from the sea, and even of a special technique allowing one to walk in midair, this was far too effortless and casual. It appeared as if there were an invisible path in the air, enabling him to walk as if on solid ground. Momentarily, all the crew members were entranced, staring blankly at Baizé, and by the time they regained their wits, Baizé had already boarded their ship. The entire crew grew tense in the face of this powerful presence, especially since he had emerged from the opposing pirate crew. Despite the sudden cessation of hostilities from the rival crew, the aura of this formidable individual made them uneasy. Lower your weapons. Do not disrespect this esteemed person. The old butler, initially astonished by Baizé's prowess, realized the implications of the crew's actions. If Baizé could easily dispatch the pirates from the opposing ship, he could undoubtedly do the same to them. Should Baizé take offense, it would spell disaster for them. Moreover, with newfound respect for Baizé, the old butler could not allow anyone to treat him disrespectfully. Thus he immediately reprimanded the crew to sheath their weapons. With a beaming smile, the old butler hurried to Baizé's side, guiding him towards the ladies' quarters. He recognized that he had no standing to converse with Baizé, as the ship's owner was the lady, and she was the only one capable of meaningful dialogue. "Esteemed sir, please follow me. The lady is awaiting you in the cabin. No need for formality, just call me Baizé." "Very well, Lord Baizé, please follow me." Baizé fell silent for a moment, then ceased to dwell on the matter. He addressed the old butler, stating, "I have incapacitated all the pirates aboard that vessel, save for the captain. Please send someone to detain him and hand him over to the Navy. Of course, your command shall be executed with utmost diligence." The old butler replied, opening the door for Baizé. He then informed the young lady before departing to fulfill Baizé's instructions. Inside the room, the little girl observed the butler's sudden shift in demeanor towards Baizé, and she comprehended that Baizé possessed an extraordinary power beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. However, she did not alter her attitude due to his formidable abilities, instead maintaining a sweet smile as she innocently remarked, "Thank you, big brother. I have already instructed my subordinates to prepare your reward, but due to your swift handling of matters, it is not yet fully ready. That is of no consequence. Yet I am indeed curious about your identities. After all, possessing such fine artillery suggests that you hail from an unusually affluent family, does it not?" Baizé replied candidly. His curiosity about the girl's background piqued. "To be frank, big brother, I am the daughter of the Mond family, the rulers of Water City, Mond Lilith. I ventured out to sign upcoming trade agreements with other islands, but unfortunately encountered this band of ruthless pirates. A noble lady, then? That explains much. Those nurtured from a young age possess numerous advantages over the common folk, coupled with the girl's inherent talent and intelligence. It is only natural for her to achieve greatness at such a tender age." "Mond Lilith," Baizé murmured to himself. "The world of pirates is vast with countless islands, each forming its own system and harboring numerous nations, leading to a significant population of nobles within the national framework. Should one have the intent to cultivate talent, the resources at a noble's disposal greatly enhanced the probability of success compared to those from common households. Thus, Baizé was not astonished by Maud Lilith's abilities, merely intrigued by her innate talents. Lord Baizé, the butler has gone to fetch a reward. Would you mind conversing with me a while longer? Lilith stood tall, her small head held high as she gazed into Baizé's eyes. The old butler had already revealed Baizé's name when he ushered him into the room. What would you like to discuss? Baizé inquired. Perhaps your identity, Lord Baizé? Are you an adventurer of the seas? Or might you also be a pirate? Lilith ventured, only to shake her head in self-reflection, dismissing her own inquiry. However, I doubt that you are one, given your evident prowess. If you were truly a pirate, you could not possibly remain anonymous. Noticing Baizé's curious gaze, Lilith continued, As you see me, I can recite the bounty of every pirate crew in the vicinity with ease, even those fresh from the four seas entering the Grand Line. In response to Baizé's inquiry, Lilith shook her head. I do not possess such extensive intelligence capabilities. I can only familiarize myself as much as possible. Yet, it seems inconceivable that Lord Baizé is a novice pirate, does it not? I jest. I am a traveler, accompanied by my team on adventures across the sea, intervening in intriguing matters. Baizé approached and took a seat across from her. Lilith followed suit, yet their height difference remained pronounced even while seated. Her eyes sparkled as she made a request. Lord Baizé, might you consider sailing with us to Water City? Regardless of your course, you will inevitably pass through it. If you agree, I shall increase your reward by 50%. Fearing rejection, Lilith hastily added her terms. Observing her anxious demeanor, Baizé chuckled and shook his head. I have yet to see the reward you promised. How can I ascertain what 50% entails? Alas, that butler's sluggishness is vexing. Lilith sighed, regaining her composure as she redirected the conversation while awaiting the old butler. Baizé regarded the young girl before him. It was indeed rare for someone of her age to command a crew, even among noble families. He found himself intrigued by Lilith's aspirations. Lilith, given your remarkable capabilities at such a young age, what ambitions do you harbor for the future? Upon hearing Baizé's question, her expression shifted to one of seriousness. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to share her dreams. Though I possess such talents, I'm not the heir of my family. Perhaps my future lies in assisting the current heir, though he may harbor doubts about my abilities. As she spoke, a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. In large families, particularly among the nobility, the struggle for power is inevitable. She was acutely aware of the harsh realities that accompanied such dynamics. The more exceptional her talents, the more she became a thorn in the side of the heir. After all, how might the heir feel about a non-heir possessing greater capabilities? It seems you have foreseen your future within the family, Baizé remarked, understanding her solemn expression. Indeed, thus I yearn for opportunities beyond my family, seeking to develop my skills. In Water City, I aspire to become the secretary to the iceberg mayor, she replied, her eyes gleaming with admiration for the mayor she spoke of, clearly holding him in high regard. At this revelation, Baizé experienced an epiphany as he recalled Lilith's identity. A secretary to the iceberg mayor, a 10-year-old prodigy. Such descriptors brought to mind a video he had once seen. After the Water City arc, the comics cover page mentioned that the previous secretary was a CP9 agent who, after being dismissed, was replaced by a new secretary, a 10-year-old genius girl. Baizé had taken note of her due to her prodigious talents, sweet appearance, and unique character. Yet he did not possess further identity details and had not connected Lilith with the prodigious girl until she herself voiced her aspirations. What a remarkable twist of fate. Baizé mused, considering Lilith as a minor, yet significant character within the narrative. Miss, this is the reward you requested, the old butler announced as he entered with a rectangular box, which he opened to reveal a dazzling array of treasures. How is it, Lord Baizé? Are you satisfied with this reward? Lilith inquired with a smile. Baizé nodded, having already resolved to accompany Lilith, rendering the reward irrelevant. Wonderful. Then it is settled, Lilith exclaimed joyfully, leaping from her chair to Baizé's side. Just as Baizé wondered what she intended to do, the little girl suddenly embraced his arm. Lord Baizé, can you fly? Might you take me with you, just to experience the sensation of flight? Lily's eyes sparkled as she blinked, her large, watery orbs exuding an enchanting allure. making her appear exceedingly adorable. The elderly butler, witnessing such a display from his young mistress, was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out. He had never seen her exhibit such an expression, which was enough to melt anyone's heart. A benevolent smile involuntarily spread across his face. Having been away for a considerable time, I must return to my ship. Would you dare accompany me? Lilies tilted her head back, blinking her sparkling eyes, and nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains, for this was a rare opportunity to fly. Lilies understood that she must consider this as perhaps the only chance in her life, and she needed to seize it. The two of them walked out, and by the time the elderly butler realized what was happening, his benevolent smile had morphed into sheer terror. The young mistress is leaving? What shall we do? In midair, Bizet held Lilies in his arms. The little girl, nestled in his embrace, showed no signs of restraint, gazing around in wonder, occasionally exclaiming in awe at the exhilarating sensation of flying. Lord Bizet, this is truly marvelous. Humans can indeed soar through the skies like birds. Do you know? My only dream since childhood has been to fly freely over the sea like a bird. Lilies had shed her earlier composed and decisive demeanor, revealing a childlike innocence instead. Perhaps this was the true essence of Lilies. Despite possessing extraordinary talent, at heart, she was still a child under 10 years old. Embracing childlike wonder is entirely normal. The expectations placed upon Lilies by those around her were immense due to her abilities. This compelled her to continually strive for perfection to meet the expectations of others. Yet, in the presence of the newly acquainted Bizet, she found an inexplicable release from her burdens, allowing her to exhibit a demeanor more befitting her age. The notion of flying freely over the sea is indeed a formidable challenge for humans. Even the strongest require exceptional skill to achieve such a feat, albeit temporarily. Bizet offered a brief explanation, hoping to convey to Lilies that this dream was not entirely unattainable. I see. So even the strongest find it difficult to soar freely over the sea as humans, correct? Lilies cast a worried glance at Bizet, and upon seeing his calm expression, she understood that he was not feeling pressured. She breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the thought of imposing on him with her unreasonable request. It is precisely because it is challenging that the experience feels so exquisite, Lilies remarked, her gaze shining brightly as she watched the sea rush beneath them, glowing with a radiant light. As Bizet continued to fly, the majestic ship, Liang Hao, came into view. Lilies gazed at it with curiosity, glancing back at Bizet in astonishment. Lord Bizet, did you not claim to be an adventurer? Why does your vessel appear so lavish? Lilies hesitated before using the term lavish, as the exterior of Liang Hao indeed exuded opulence. Not to mention the exquisite interior decor she could see, all meticulously designed. How could such a ship belong to an adventurer? It resembled more a royal vessel meant for indulgence. After all, adventure does not equate to hardship. Enjoying a comfortable life is a delight in itself. Bizet landed on the deck with a thud, and Nami, Robin, and the others gathered around, puzzled by his return with a little girl in his arms. To avoid unnecessary explanations, Bizet quickly stated, "This is the captain of the ship I rescued. The daughter of the noble Mongde family from the Water City, Mongde Lilies. She wished to experience the sensation of flying, so I brought her back with me." Lilies jumped down from Bizet's embrace and politely greeted Nami, Robin, and the others. "Hello, esteemed elder sisters. I'm Mongde Lilies, and it is a pleasure to meet you. May I ask if you are Lord Bizet's wives?" The moment Lilies spoke, it was as if she had dropped a depth charge into the water, leaving everyone on the ship stunned and speechless. Bizet also gaped in surprise at Lilies, realizing he had not recognized her thoughts during their time together, which caught him completely off guard. Nami and the others were equally taken aback, unable to fathom that this petite, sweet-looking little girl would utter such astonishing words, leaving them at a loss for words. Eventually, it was Noki Gao, who had harmonized with Bizet, who first regained her composure and approached Lilies, gently ruffling her silky hair. "Not quite. We are partners and family of Bizet. Of course, the future holds infinite possibilities." Upon realizing the situation, Bizet immediately pulled Noki Gao into an embrace, addressing Lilies at the very least. Nokigao is certainly my wife. As for the others, our current relationship, as Nokigao mentioned, remains that of partners and family. I will do everything in my power to protect them. Bai Zai's earnest declaration resonated in the ears of the other girls, sounding like a bold proclamation. Drawing envious glances towards Nokigao, Nokigao smiled softly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, and did not refute Bai Zai's words, instead resting her head on his shoulder. But, little girl, how could you think of such matters at your age? Nami, regaining her composure, squatted down with curiosity to inquire of Lily's. With an air of nonchalance, Lily's replied, because that is how nobles are. For me, aside from my biological mother, I have many mothers. Lord Bai Zai's strength and status surpass that of nobles, royalty, and even world aristocrats. Lily's paused, realizing her blunder. Even as a noble, she should not casually disparage the world aristocracy, the celestial dragons. There exists a significant chasm between aristocrats. I meant to say that he is superior to many nobles and royals, which is why I mistakenly assumed that when I saw you esteemed elder sisters. The others exchanged glances, ultimately fixing their gaze on the silent Princess Wei Wei. Aware of the scrutiny, Wei Wei could only nod in acknowledgement. Indeed, while my father has not taken another wife aside from my mother, this is quite rare among royalty. In the kingdom of Alabasta, it is customary for nobles to have multiple wives. With the endorsement of a genuine royal princess, the other girls found themselves a loss for words. It turned out that their hesitance in navigating their relationships was simply a matter of course among nobles. In that moment, the girls' gazes subtly drifted towards Bai Zai. Ahem. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Bai Zai cleared his throat. All right, I have agreed to accompany Lily's ship to the Water City. Let's not linger any longer. We must set sail and first rendezvous with them before proceeding to the Water City. Nokigao, upon hearing this, stepped away from Bai Zai's embrace and hurried to pilot the vessel. Bai Zai took Lily's hand and entered the cabin. Once they were alone, he sighed and said to Lily's, "Your presence has caused quite a bit of trouble for me." Lord Bai Zai, I believe that if handled properly, it is indeed possible to achieve the situation I described. Do you not harbor such thoughts within your heart? Lily's remained unfazed. Her upbringing had instilled in her a perspective that diverged significantly from that of ordinary individuals, leading to a completely distinct attitude. Truly, you are deserving of the title of genius. Bai Zai was acutely aware of the subtle changes in the expressions of Nami, Robin, and the others. None could escape Lily's keen observation. He pondered whether bringing Lily's aboard the Liang was more beneficial or detrimental. But at this point, he resolved to ensure her comfort first. On board the Liang, the girls were lost in their own thoughts, navigating the ship toward the horizon. Yet, without exception, Lily's earlier question echoed in their minds. Are you the wives of Lord Bai Zai? What should have been a mundane inquiry delivered a profound jolt to their hearts. The atmosphere aboard the vessel grew somewhat subdued. Only within the cabin did Bai Zai and Lily's indulge in cold beverages. Lord Bai Zai, I must commend your ability to enjoy life. Most of the amenities on this ship are designed for comfort and pleasure. If one can experience such comfort, why willingly invite suffering? Bai Zai reclined in his chair, stating this as a matter of course. His pursuit of comfort remained within reasonable bounds. He did not indulge excessively or in a perverse manner. If he could enjoy each day pleasantly, he would do so. If not, he was willing to make do. By the way, could you provide an overview of the Water City? While I possess some knowledge, hearing it from you, a local noble, would undoubtedly offer greater detail. Lily's began to describe the Water City, renowned as the shipbuilding capital of the world, where the finest vessels were crafted. The legendary weapon, the Pluto, one of the 3 ancient weapons, was also constructed here. Lily succinctly summarized the Water City's esteemed position globally and took a sip of her cold drink. Indeed, the Water City was aptly named, filled with an abundance of waterways, resembling a natural city afloat on water. Bai Zai nodded, recognizing her description as rather superficial, and inquired further about local power dynamics. Given that Water City is a paradise for shipbuilders, it has fostered a formidable force. Even nobles must tread carefully, ceding considerable advantages to the shipwrights, or perhaps they achieve mutual benefit. Lily's chose her words carefully, likening it to the collaboration between the Mon family and shipbuilders, where the family provided necessary conveniences and military support, while the shipwrights crafted high-quality vessels and warships. The most powerful shipwright faction was the Carrera Company, whose owner also held the title of Mayor of Water City. They commanded the finest shipwrights and the best docks, attracting countless individuals from around the world eager for their superior craftsmanship. Lily spoke with fervor, particularly when discussing the owner of the Carrera Company, her excitement palpable. When you mentioned future aspirations, the iceberg you referred to must be the owner of the Carrera Company, correct? Bizet remarked with a smile, observing Lily's demeanor. Indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception, Lord Bizet. The Carrera Company, as the largest force in Water City, offers remarkable career prospects for anyone employed there. Could you elaborate on the individual known as the iceberg? Bizet inquired, intrigued, as this figure was reputed to be a legendary shipwright's apprentice, undoubtedly possessing exceptional skills. After all, the legendary shipwright Tom would not have entrusted the design of Pluto to anyone less than capable. To be honest, I have not personally interacted with Mayor Iceberg. However, the people of Water City hold him in great esteem. Moreover, the performance of the Carrera Company suggests his capabilities are indeed remarkable. Lily's bashfully scratched her head, realizing she struggled to articulate her admiration for someone she had exalted, particularly under Bizet's scrutinizing gaze, which seemed to question her authenticity as a fan. Lily's quickly lowered her head, feigning interest in her drink, hoping to evade the awkwardness by avoiding his gaze. Just then, Bizet caught sight of Lily's ship. Nami's voice came from outside, and Lily seized the opportunity to escape the uncomfortable situation as if grasping a lifeline. Bizet watched her retreating figure, her hurried steps appearing both amusing and endearing. Despite being a child, she possessed a maturity comparable to that of an adult, coupled with talents that surpassed those of many grown-ups. This juxtaposition of her sweet exterior and mature essence intrigued Bizet immensely. Indeed, the diverse array of characters encountered during their travels and adventures served as a significant embellishment. Bizet contemplated inviting Lily's aboard, yet at that moment, she exhibited no inclination towards such a proposition. Thus, he was uncertain whether she harbored any desire to join them. Inviting her aboard could prove entertaining, but it might also invite complications. He shook his head, deciding to defer the matter. Throughout the remainder of the journey, Lily's refrained from returning to the Lion. After all, sharing a confined space with Bizet was enough to make her feel as if her toes were about to erupt from the confines of her shoes. Accompanied by the distant sounds of bustling life, Bizet and the girls stood at the bow of the ship, gazing upon a thriving aquatic metropolis. The exterior of Water City resembled a colossal water tower, adorned with opulent walls and protective barriers, while its interior boasted a labyrinth of houses. At the center stood the highest point of the Water City, a towering water spire, from which cascaded streams of water, creating a unique hydrological spectacle. Is this truly the largest shipbuilding city in the world, the Water City? It is indeed deserving of its global renown. What a magnificent city! Nami exclaimed, her eagerness palpable as she yearned to explore its treasures and wonders. Perhaps we might catch a glimpse of ancient history, Robin remarked, brushing aside her hair that had been tousled by the sea breeze, a smile gracing her lips. Standing beside Bizet, Nokigo affectionately linked her arm with his, saying, "Let us take our time to explore the Water City. This unique place must hold countless culinary delights we've never even heard of." Kaya and Vivi also expressed their exceptional curiosity and enthusiasm for the Water City. Kaya contemplated whether she could engage with more doctors here to enhance her medical skills, while Vivi gripped the hilt of her sword, eager to spar and exchange techniques with others. Although training under Bizet could be likened to studying with the world's greatest masters, she still yearned to enhance her combat abilities. Aware that her comrades aboard would hold back during practice, unlike others who would not show mercy, a collective sentiment blossomed among them. Water City, we have arrived. Finally, Lily's managed to alleviate her earlier embarrassment and approach Bizet. Gratefully, she noted the absence of pirate attacks during their journey, expressing her appreciation. "Lord Bizet, I am truly thankful for your company. Please accept this token of gratitude." Lilies spoke earnestly, affirming that regardless of their friendly rapport, promised compensation must be honored. Zay regarded Lily's sincere gaze and smiled as he accepted her offering. For both parties, it was indeed a stroke of fortune. Zay pondered for a moment before tossing a token to Nami behind him, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she received it. She was most eager to become the steward of financial affairs aboard the Liang Hao. Lilith contemplated briefly and understood Zay's words. They had not been besieged by pirates, and naturally, there was no need for her side to worry about pirate attacks. Zay's group, too, will be spared the trouble of unnecessary conflict. Lord Zay, I shall take my leave now. Should you find the time, I hope you will visit the Mungda family. Lilith waved her hand in farewell to Zay and departed the ship with the steward. Zay stood on the deck, watching as Lilith joined a middle-aged man, whose anxious expression was in stark contrast to her cheerful demeanor. The old steward bowed solemnly to the middle-aged man, who appeared to be the head of the Mungda family. Robin, crossing her arms, turned to Zay and inquired, "What? Do you have an interest in having Lilith join our group?" "Not at this moment. Lilith is quite tied up, and besides, if that little one joins us, our team will surely become much livelier." Zay emphasized the word livelier. Robin smiled non-committally, recalling Lilith's words from their first meeting. Unconsciously, she nodded in agreement with Zay's sentiment. "All right, we should devise our own plan. Someone needs to stay behind on the ship. The current plan is to remain in Water City for about a week. We'll draw lots to determine the order. Each day, one person will stay on the Liang Hao," Zay announced to the group, producing several wooden sticks marked with numbers. The women were enthusiastic, eagerly anticipating the lottery game. The final stick remained in Zay's hand, and when he opened his palm, the stick bore the bold red numeral 1. How embarrassing. I didn't expect to be the first. Well, let us enjoy today's excursion in Water City to the fullest. Zay laughed, displaying his stick. The girls paid little heed to his embarrassment, bidding him farewell with smiles before departing the Liang Hao to explore Water City. Zay settled into a meditative posture on the observation deck of the Liang Hao, closing his eyes to rest. The girls' skills were now sufficiently competent, and in Water City, they would likely encounter no danger. Even if they were to confront the CP9, an agency under the world government, they would manage effortlessly. Thus, Zay felt at ease allowing them to venture out alone, especially since he had imbued each of their belongings with the Liang rune, a combination of defensive, retaliatory, locational, and healing capabilities. While Zay was lost in meditation, faint sounds suddenly emerged from below the Liang Hao. He directed his gaze downward to see several burly men led by a diminutive figure arriving at the ship's mooring. "You see, I told you so. This vessel appears exceptionally luxurious. It must belong to a noble. If we can seize it, we'll surely make a fortune," the small man said proudly to the muscular man behind him, as though discovering this opulent ship had greatly elevated his status. "All right, usually you slack off and avoid the dismantling work, but today you've really brought us a lucrative opportunity." One of the red-haired giants patted the small man's shoulder, causing him to stumble slightly. Hey, was I slacking? I was merely seeking a better economic source for the dismantling factory. Didn't Frankie agree with my approach? Look, today is the result of my efforts. Enough chatter. Let us get this done before their people return. Haha, rest assured, I've observed closely. This ship really seems to belong solely to nobles, and there are no guards, only women. They've all gone to enjoy Water City, leaving just that man behind, who appears to be a noble. The small man chuckled, assuring the others that they had plenty of time. And even if we do encounter them with those women around, we can easily handle it, he declared confidently, only to be corrected by the red-haired giant who smacked him on the back. It's we who can handle it effortlessly, not you. You little scrawny monkey. You. The small man shouted in anger, but recoiled upon seeing the giant's massive fist swinging before him. Nevertheless, the others began to relax, evidently swayed by the small man's words. Why don't you all try and see if you can handle me? A sudden voice startled everyone, especially the small man, who trembled as if he had seen a ghost. Turning to face Zay, the small man's initial expression of fright quickly morphed into rage. He had indeed seen Zay before and had witnessed him aboard the Liang Hao, never expecting to be startled by him now. Could you elaborate on the dismantling factory and Frankie? Zay inquired casually, ignoring the small man's furious glare. I can't. How dare you intimidate me? You'll pay for this. The small man shouted angrily, charging at Bai Zhe with a fierce expression and executing a move called Monkey Steals Peach. Observing the small man's actions and his previous taunts, Bai Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly. He had not intended to resort to violence, but some individuals simply sought their own demise. Crack! Before the muscular man could react, the small man clutched his arm, letting out a piercing scream as he staggered backward. The others, watching Bai Zhe remain still, felt cold sweat trickle down their backs. What had just happened? Apart from the sharp snap, they had failed to catch even a glimpse of Bai Zhe's movement, as if he had been frozen in place, not even lifting a finger. Such an unimaginable occurrence struck the group of men with the realization that they had indeed bitten off more than they could chew. Now, can you enlighten me regarding the earlier question? Bai Zhe glanced at the small man, whose arm would be rendered useless for at least several years. And even if it healed, it would leave a lasting affliction. I can. The small man quickly changed his previously obstinate demeanor, despite his broken arm. The pain had stimulated his mind. He no longer resisted Bai Zhe's inquiry and instead wore an obsequious smile. The burly men behind him frowned at his behavior, feeling shame for being associated with him. In stark contrast to the small man, the muscular figures clearly exhibited a sense of honor. As the small man attempted to speak, one of the giants swiftly clamped a hand over his mouth and shot an angry glare at Bai Zhe. What? Does your friend wish to speak? Are you going to prevent him from doing so? Bai Zhe observed the muscular man with a smile that, while ordinary, sent chills down their spines, as if they were being scrutinized by a terrifying presence. Nevertheless, the giants remained silent, tightening their grip on the small man's mouth. The small man squirmed and flailed, unable to break free from their grasp. Words are the most powerful weapon, yet they can also prove utterly powerless. Bai Zhe shook his head, and, in the next moment, all the giants felt a sudden numbness in their heads, their vision going dark as they collapsed to the ground, leaving the small man in a state of sheer terror. Please don't kill me. I will tell you everything, the small man cried, dropping to his knees and fervently bowing his head, pleading for Bai Zhe to spare him. He believed that Bai Zhe had instantaneously slain all the robust men. Observing the diminutive man's palpable fear, Bai Zhe chose not to correct him. A little fright was quite beneficial. Shall I repeat myself? No. The small man hastily declared, I shall divulge all that I know. The leader of the dismantling factory is Frankie. He has gathered a multitude of homeless individuals to establish the dismantling factory. The small man spoke in fits and starts, while Bai Zhe occasionally interjected with questions. The small man, aware of Bai Zhe's formidable methods, was compelled to speak without reservation. After all, Bai Zhe had effortlessly dispatched those whom he could not hope to contend with, every last one of them. All right, wake them up and then leave. If you dare to plot against the Liuyang Hao again, it shall not be so lightly overlooked. Once Bai Zhe had acquired the information he sought, he allowed the small man to depart. Although these rogues sought to pilfer his wealth, their lives were not forfeit, as long as he remained off the Liuyang Hao. At that moment, the vessel was fortified with defensive Liuyang runes. Should they attempt a stealthy incursion, they would face the automatic retaliation of the runes. In such a scenario, these individuals would either perish or sustain grave injuries. Huh? My lord, they're not dead? The small man stammered, astonished. He had believed those robust men to be lifeless. To his surprise, Bai Zhe stated they were merely unconscious. Indeed, now be gone. You are a nuisance here. A look of delight appeared on the small man's face. Despite his disdain for the robust men, he did not wish for their demise. Thus, upon learning they were alive, he felt a genuine sense of joy. Moreover, he was elated that Bai Zhe was willing to spare him, despite the loss of an arm. This revelation filled him with gratitude. Their line of work was far from easy. If apprehended by the ship's owner, they could face dismemberment or become slaves, subjected to a lifetime of servitude. The worst fate would be relentless torment, followed by execution. Bai Zhe's leniency was indeed remarkable. The small man hurried to awaken the robust men, anxious that Bai Zhe might change his mind. When he roused them and turned to seek Bai Zhe's approval, he discovered that Bai Zhe had already vanished. Let us flee. We have encountered a formidable opponent. Thankfully, he harbored no intent to kill us, We must leave at once," the small man exclaimed, and the other robust men nodded in agreement. The feeling of utter helplessness they had just experienced was truly terrifying. Baizé sat upon an observation platform, watching as they departed. He began to contemplate his next moves, determined not to overtly seize the Ming Wang blueprint. Ideally, he would acquire it without anyone being the wiser. The Ming Wang blueprint was a coveted treasure, desired by myriad factions. Should word of its existence spread, it could incite global upheaval. The world government would exert every effort to obtain it. To avert such troubles, a discreet acquisition was paramount. With the time of Luffy's departure drawing near, it was certain that Frankie had obtained the blueprint from the iceberg. As Frankie's stronghold, the dismantling factory was likely to harbor the Ming Wang blueprint. Another possibility was that Frankie carried it with him, which was indeed the more plausible scenario, given that in the original narrative, Frankie concealed the blueprint within his own body. However, it was not yet time for that. Thus, the dismantling factory remained a possibility. With the sun still high, Baizé transformed into a faint golden streak of light, nearly invisible in the sunlight, and made his way to the dismantling factory. Inside the vast dismantling yard, numerous decrepit vessels lay in disarray, with parts scattered about, creating a chaotic scene. Baizé landed in a cabin, within the sun's range. A figure resembled Frankie. Seizing the opportunity while he was alone, Baizé swiftly approached and struck him unconscious. Although Frankie had undergone bodily modifications, he still possessed consciousness, and rendering him unconscious was relatively straightforward. Baizé clenched his fist. Just to be safe, he had exerted a bit of force, ensuring Frankie would be in a deep coma, unawakeable by any means. Moments later, Baizé located the Ming Wang blueprint, his fingers enveloped in a soft golden glow. In an instant, he extracted the blueprint from Frankie's body. It was easier than anticipated. He hoped the blueprint would not disappoint him. Tossing the blueprint in his hand, he waved his hand, creating a faint golden fissure and discarding the blueprint into it, which sealed itself seamlessly. The capabilities of the Liaoyang runes extended far beyond merely enhancing items or amplifying strength. They could construct spatial runes, forming storage spaces to conceal items in the void. Without his permission, no entity could retrieve anything from that storage. This was the true might of the Liaoyang runes. With them, the power of the Liaoyang could be deemed genuinely omnipotent. To achieve any desired effect, one merely needed to construct the corresponding Liaoyang rune. This was merely the advanced realm of the Great Sun's conceptualization. Deeper levels would undoubtedly yield even greater surprises, which Baizé eagerly anticipated. As for now, it was time to return. Baizé glanced at the unconscious Frankie, contemplated for a moment, and took out a portion of the treasures he had acquired, placing a devil fruit among them. Having obtained these from pirates, Baizé felt no remorse in bestowing them upon Frankie, considering he had just seized the Ming Wang blueprint. Of course, if one were to compare their values, the items he offered were negligible. However, saying more would pose a risk of exposure, as the remaining treasures were notably distinctive. The Ming Wang blueprint would inevitably be destroyed in the future, so it was better to temporarily store it with him. This portion of treasure and the devil fruit would serve as compensation. Baizé transformed into a streak of light, departing from the dismantling yard. Just then, he encountered the robust men and the small man who had previously sought trouble with the Liaoyang Hao. Baizé suddenly came to a realization. I had just inquired about their situation, and in the next moment, Frankie was attacked, and the Ming Wang blueprint was gone. It would be easy to connect the dots back to me. Suspended in midair, Baizé observed the hurried figures below, a mischievous smile gracing his face. This was the perfect opportunity to experiment with the Liaoyang rune that could induce amnesia. It is my fault. I shall subject you to further torment. Baizé mused inwardly, and in an instant he rendered them all unconscious, concentrating a Liaoyang rune in his hand. The rune appeared exceedingly intricate, as though composed of multiple combined runes. Baizé placed this Liaoyang rune on each person's forehead for several seconds, absorbing their memories before shattering the rune. The soft golden glow of the Liaoyang illuminated them, and Baizé swiftly concealed himself in the shadows. Moments later, they awakened, bewildered. What just happened? I don't know. I suddenly collapsed. By the way, how do we end up here? You asked me? I have no idea. Oh, small monkey. Didn't you say you would take us somewhere? One robust man suddenly regained his senses, seizing the small man. After all, the small man had more memories related to the Liang Hao. Thus, Baizé spent a longer duration with his forehead pressed, erasing more memories. After being captured, the frail man frowned and patted his head, suddenly realizing that his hand had indeed been broken, letting out a painful wail. However, he was quickly restrained by the burly man, rendering him immobile. Speak quickly. I don't know. I can't remember anything. I don't even know where that place is. I've forgotten. I truly have forgotten. The frail man covered his intact hand over his head, desperately trying to recall. Yet, it seemed as if a portion of his memories had been devoured, leaving him completely unable to recollect his experiences from the past few days. Baizé silently observed their reactions, finally feeling a sense of relief. As for the possibility of their performance being a deception to fool him, Baizé deemed it improbable. After all, under the sun's scrutiny, their every movement was clearly visible. Their reactions appeared entirely normal, and the glances exchanged among them revealed no communication. If they were indeed capable of performing seamlessly without any communication, Baizé would concede. After watching them leave with expressions of confusion, Baizé contemplated following them to discover whether they were aware of the situation regarding the Liang Hao. Simultaneously, he reflected upon himself, recognizing that the individuals he faced this time were not particularly formidable, which led to his oversight. Furthermore, his adherence to his so-called principles, unwilling to exacerbate bloodshed, nearly exposed the matter of secretly obtaining the Ming Wang blueprints. These were all points worthy of introspection. Such a significant oversight should not have occurred, at least not considering his level of strength. Moving forward, a more meticulous plan needed to be devised. Although he managed to compensate for the oversight this time through his own strength and the Liang talisman, it would not always be so fortuitous. Ultimately, it stemmed from his lack of concern regarding the pressures from the world government, as he fundamentally believed that even if they discovered he had acquired the Ming Wang blueprints, it would merely pose a nuisance, not a crisis. Baizé meticulously analyzed his mindset, actions, and methods during this incident, silently warning himself not to repeat the same mistakes. After ensuring that there were no oversights and that the memories had been perfectly erased, Baizé finally breathed a sigh of relief. The assistance of the Liang talisman had proven immensely beneficial. From now on, he must dedicate himself to further studying the Liang talisman, striving to develop more functionalities. Baizé departed first, returning to the Liang Hao. The women had not yet returned, so he sat cross-legged at the observation deck, diligently researching the Liang talisman to explore its potential. Upon their return, due to the bizarre nature of the incident, they went to Frankie's room to report to him. After knocking for quite some time, Frankie finally awoke from his stupor, rubbing his somewhat sore neck. Seeing the treasure troves and devil fruits, along with the urgent knocking at the door, chaos ensued. Eventually, Frankie realized that the Ming Wang blueprints were missing. This revelation sent him into a frenzy. The immensely valued Ming Wang blueprints had been unknowingly seized by a mysterious individual. The people under him had also experienced a strange amnesia incident, leading Frankie to connect the two occurrences. However, the clues regarding the matter abruptly ceased here. Aside from the gold and silver treasures and devil fruits, they knew nothing else. In the following days, the entire dismantling factory was in turmoil, but that is a story for another time. After returning to the Liang Hao and waiting for the women to return, Baizé retreated to his room. He wished to examine the so-called Ming Wang blueprints and uncover their mysteries. The women, laden with bags of various items, intended to offer Baizé some compensation and rewards for his patience. However, upon seeing him rush into his room, they exchanged puzzled glances. In unison, they opened the platinum diary, eager to discern what Baizé was concealing. Having acquired the Ming Wang blueprints, they were keen to discover what secrets lay within. The first sentence of the entry left the women stunned. Baizé had actually obtained one of the 3 ancient weapons, the Ming Wang blueprints. This revelation certainly piqued the girls' interest. After all, Baizé's diary had lauded the power of the 3 ancient weapons. in the entry specifically detailing the 3 ancient weapons. The might of the Ming Wang was described in great detail, capable of obliterating an island with a single strike, something even the strongest of the sea's warriors could not achieve. It was indeed an exquisitely intricate design, a level that could be considered a top-tier warship blueprint. Had he not dedicated time to study, he might not have even comprehended it. Had the technological development in the world of pirates truly reached a point where one strike could destroy an island? One must admit, weapons of such caliber were worthy of being among the 3 ancient weapons. The women were momentarily taken aback, as Baizé seemed to have finished reading but did not elaborate in the diary, merely stating that it was indeed one of the 3 ancient weapons and leaving it at that. The girls around the world, each possessing their own diary copies, were driven to madness. Was it really fair to be so vague? What we wanted to see was not just your claim of it being one of the 3 ancient weapons. We wanted to witness the true essence of the Ming Wang. Inside Baizé's room, the Ming Wang blueprints lay on the table, evidently having been thoroughly examined, leaving no secrets before Baizé. Although he had obtained the Ming Wang blueprints, the feasibility of constructing it was somewhat unrealistic, as the complexity of building the Ming Wang far exceeded expectations. It had taken the combined efforts of 20 kings to overthrow the technologically advanced kingdom that possessed the ability to construct the Ming Wang 800 years ago. Moreover, even with the formidable technological prowess of that kingdom, they had not built many Ming Wang. Currently, only one remained, located in Wano country in the New World. Thus, possessing the Ming Wang blueprints served little purpose beyond satisfying his curiosity about the Ming Wang. Baizé gazed at the blueprints before him, shook his head, and carefully stored them away in his storage space. Few were likely aware of his acquisition of the Ming Wang blueprints, and those who were would probably possess prophetic or divinatory abilities, an innate talent that truly defied reason. Upon opening the door, Baizé found the women gathered outside his room. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "What is the matter? Why are you all congregated here? That is a question we should be asking you. Why did you rush into your room the moment we returned? Are you hiding something nefarious in there?" Nami teased, casting a sidelong glance at Baizé. "Stop with the nonsense. If I were to do something wrong, I would rather seek out no Kigo." Suddenly brought into the conversation, no Kigo blushed, taking a half step back as she noticed the other girls looking at her, hurriedly waving her hands. Don't let Baizé change the subject. This successfully redirected the women's attention back to Baizé, but upon seeing that the diversion had failed, Baizé merely shrugged. Having acquired a treasure of considerable significance, which was also one of his objectives for coming to the Water City, he had rushed to inspect it earlier and had not had the chance to welcome them. Nami promptly leaped in front of Baizé, her curiosity about the Ming Wang having reached a peak. Since Baizé had not provided any detailed information in the diary, she could only seek answers from him directly. "What is this treasure? Please tell me," Nami pleaded, grasping Baizé's hands with a playful demeanor. The others also displayed curiosity, each harboring a desire to delve deeper into the enigma of the Ming Wang. At present, it is best not to speak of it. This is a hot potato, and the fewer who know, the better. Baizé teased, ruffling Nami's hair before deftly changing the subject. After a day of exploration, "Have you brought me any souvenirs or delicacies?" Nuo Chi Gao nodded enthusiastically, and without waiting for the others to respond, Baizé swiftly took Nuo Chi Gao's hand and headed toward the kitchen. The others exchanged glances, resigned. Since Baizé was unwilling to share, they could not force her. "This is a local specialty of the Water City, Shui Shui Ro. I have tasted it, and it is exceptionally tender and delicious." Baizé promptly took a large piece and savored it, nodding in approval. It truly was delectable, living up to its reputation as a delicacy of the Water City. "Do you like it very much, Baizé? I also bought some unprocessed Shui Shui Ro. How about I prepare it in different flavors tonight?" Nozi, Gal Edkli Med Yoifuli. Pleased that Baizé appreciated the Shui Shui Ro, affirming her own choice. The other girls then took out their own purchases from the Water City, be it souvenirs or other culinary delights. As for the Ming Wang blueprint, they had all but forgotten it. Satisfying their curiosity was trivial compared to winning Baizé's favor. That evening, The dining table was laden with the Water City's specialties and the unique flavors allowed by Zay to indulge in a sumptuous feast. The cuisine of the Water City is indeed remarkable. Tomorrow, I must explore myself. Nami, if you stay behind, please be cautious. The next day, it was Nami who remained behind, and upon hearing Zay's words, she nodded earnestly in response. Early the next morning, Zay strolled through the streets. Although the Water City is renowned for its waterways, it also has land. However, to truly experience the charm of the Water City, riding the unique water transportation, the Baloo, is an excellent choice. By the way, why are you all following me? Zay turned to see Robin, Koya, and Nua Chi-Gao trailing behind, leaving him somewhat puzzled. We finished exploring the Water City yesterday, and today we would like to accompany you, Zay. Nua Chi-Gao smiled as she stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Zay's. Well, I suppose that is acceptable. Seeing the unanimous agreement among the girls, Zay felt it inappropriate to refuse. Thus, wherever Zay went, he was met with admiring glances. Every girl by his side was a stunning beauty, particularly in the unique world of One Piece, where they represented the pinnacle of beauty. The appearance of a single beauty might pique curiosity and admiration, but when several gather around a man, that curiosity and admiration swiftly transforms into envy and jealousy. As Zay made his way, he had already dealt with 2 or 3 pirates who dared to approach, each proclaiming, "Here comes the beauty," only to be swiftly rendered unconscious, infused with a force that rendered them incapable for life. I knew I shouldn't have agreed to this. I could have enjoyed a peaceful exploration of the Water City, Zay murmured, suddenly feeling his arm enveloped in softness, as Nua Chi-Gao's voice echoed in his ear. Is this more comfortable? Nua Chi-Gao held tightly to Zay's arm, her cheeks slightly flushed. It is indeed more comfortable. Zay nodded in agreement, turning his gaze to Robin, who adjusted her sunglasses. Mr. Zay, do you expect me to contribute some benefits as well? Robin said with a hint of mischief, her face adorned with an enigmatic smile. If you're willing, I would not mind. Zay replied candidly, showing no hesitation with Robin, who is far more mature than Nami. Perhaps it is best to refrain. Multitasking is not a good habit, you know. Robin turned away, chuckling as she declined Zay's offer, though her eyes hinted at intrigue beneath her sunglasses. Thus, amidst the envious, jealous, and even resentful gazes of the Water City residents, Zay endured a taxing day. Upon returning to the Liang Hao, Zay immediately pulled Nua Chi-Gao into the room. Zay, what are you doing? After a day of torment, am I not entitled to indulge just once? With Nua Chi-Gao's exclamation, the Liang Hao, anchored at the shore, experienced a slight sway, leaving the other girls exchanging glances. Soon, they resumed their activities, though a few exhibited a hint of blush, betraying their calm facade. After thoroughly enjoying their time together, Zay emerged from the room, greeted by a delightful aroma wafting through the corridor. Following the scent, he arrived at the kitchen, where several girls were already seated at the table. Oh, Zay, have you finally decided to join us? Upon seeing him, Nami immediately expressed her jealousy. Initially, I was reluctant, but then Nua Chi-Gao was the one who couldn't bear to part. Zay stated plainly, his bluntness leaving Nami speechless, as she lacked the same expertise in this area. Nami stuck out her tongue, expressing strong dissatisfaction with Zay's brazen attitude. The other girls couldn't help but chuckle. When Nami faced off with Zay in this regard, she often found herself at a disadvantage. Nua Chi-Gao remarked that she would eat later, urging everyone to start without her. Koya suddenly recalled something and raised a finger to address Zay. By the way, someone came today to deliver a message, inviting us to visit the Mengda family. Zay sat down, tasted a dish, and nodded. Is it an invitation from Lilith? Nami produced an invitation from between her bosoms, the cover pink and adorned with a red heart. Zay took the invitation, a look of curiosity crossing his face. The invitation felt slightly warm to the touch, exuding a faint fragrance. Dear Mr. Zay, I am Lilith. It is a pleasure to meet you. Concerned that your stay in the Water City may be brief, I cordially invite you to the Mengda family to express my gratitude for your earlier life-saving assistance. Zay read softly, then casually returned the invitation to Nami, who shot him a pair of beautiful white eyes. It appears to be an invitation from Lilith. But considering she has already compensated for her life-saving debt, it seems out of character for her to extend another invitation to the Mengda family. Perhaps the head of the Mengda family wishes to meet me? Upon hearing Bai Zai's words, the others were taken aback. Robin and Vivi exchanged glances, quickly understanding, while Nami and Koya looked puzzled. Robin smiled and explained, since Bai Zai mentioned that Lilith is unlikely to invite him again, where does this invitation come from? If Lilith has changed her mind and chosen the Mengda family as the venue, the one behind this change is likely the head of the Mengda family. At last, they understood, and Koya curiously inquired of Bai Zai whether they should go. Since this is an invitation from the head of the Mengda family under the guise of Lilith, should we truly attend? Yes, of course we should go. It is likely a matter of either wanting to recruit me due to my strength or perhaps my abilities exceeding their expectations, thus seeking my protection. The girls nodded thoughtfully. Bai Zai allowed them to arrange their schedules for the following day, as he would attend the meeting alone. The Mengda family's estate is a vast and beautiful manor, a rare sight in a city like the Water City, where buildings are densely packed. One can easily surmise that the Mengda family possesses considerable power. On this day, the citizens surrounding the Mengda family witnessed a scene that filled them with astonishment. The head of the Mengda family, who usually had a retinue of guards, was standing at the entrance of the estate, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone. Is that the head of the Mengda family? It appears he is expecting someone, perhaps a distinguished guest, someone of such high status that even a noble like Mengda would treat them with such gravity. Could it be the mayor of Ice City? Are you jesting? While the mayor is indeed formidable, it hardly warrants such solemnity from a great noble. Then who could it be? Could it possibly be that person? Before that thought could be completed, another companion hastily covered his mouth, panic etched upon his face, urging him to remain silent. Realizing the potential peril of his words, he glanced around nervously, and only when he saw no throngs of people kneeling did he breathe a sigh of relief. As the residents eagerly waited, their curiosity piqued. Bai Zai arrived near the Mengda family's estate. Upon his appearance, the crowd felt a sense of familiarity, suddenly recalling that he was the same man who had strolled through the Water City with several beautiful women the day before. Could it be that the noble Mengda was waiting for him? As this thought took root, many began to believe it plausible. After all, a man accompanied by such enchanting company must possess a remarkable identity. Amidst the throng's anticipation, Bai Zai approached the head of the Mengda family. Mr. Bai Zai, you have arrived. Please come in. To express my gratitude for rescuing my daughter, I have prepared a sumptuous feast for you. The sight of the head of the Mengda family beaming with joy dispelled all doubts among the onlookers. It truly was him. With their speculation confirmed, they could not help but ponder the true nobility of Bai Zai's status, one that could prompt a noble family to await him at their doorstep. The conjectures of the common folk were of no concern to Bai Zai, who was now inside the opulent estate, following the head of the Mengda family. Surely, his invitation bore significant importance. Bai Zai, direct and unadorned, dispensed with idle chatter, leaving the head of the Mengda family in an awkward position as he prepared an elaborate speech. Emer Bai Zai, you yist. But I have indeed invited you here for a matter of great import. Bai Zai gestured for the Mengda family to continue. From Lilith, I have learned of your formidable prowess. Might you be inclined to join the Mengda family? The benefits we offer are substantial. Whatever you desire, we can provide. After hearing the head of the Mengda family's generous proposal, Bai Zai shook his head, thinking he had expected some unexpected delight, only to find it was the same old routine. I am afraid not. My aspirations lie among the stars and the sea. Adventure is what I yearn for. Bai Zai's refusal was unequivocal, his strength allowing him to disregard the head of the Mengda's offer. Were others to receive such an invitation, they would likely accept it with elation. The head of the Mengda family, faced with Bai Zai's outright refusal, felt his expression darken. Just as he was about to press further, a figure rushed in. Father, Mr. Bai Zai. Lilith's voice broke the previously tense atmosphere, restoring a semblance of lightness. She hurried to the main seat and whispered to the head of the Mengda family for a moment, after which a look of disbelief spread across his face. Bowing to Bai Zai, he expressed his apologies with great humility. Mr. Bai Zai, I implore you to forgive my earlier rudeness and abruptness. I hope you can disregard my previous words as mere air. Bai Zhe smiled and shook his head, indicating that he bore no ill will, having no desire to eavesdrop. However, he could surmise the likely reasons behind Lilith's persuasion of the head of the Mengda family. During their conversation, Lilith had mentioned Bai Zhe's acquaintance with a naval vice admiral and how his crew had even triumphed over one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. For a noble family confined to a single island, the 7 warlords represented an insurmountable force. The presence of someone capable of defeating Crocodile within Bai Zhe's team was a clear indication that he was beyond their reach. The head of the Mengda family was compelled to acknowledge this reality for the sake of himself and his family. In the garden of the Mengda family estate in Water City, Lilith walked ahead while Bai Zhe followed. The young girl, not yet 10 years old, sighed with an air of maturity. "Mr. Bai Zhe, would you believe me if I said today, as events were not of my choosing?" Lilith turned back, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Although she was highly regarded within her family and known for her talents, her ability to resist the family head was nearly non-existent. "The implications of your invitation seem to suggest that I should not attend the banquet, correct?" Bai Zhe retrieved the invitation from his pocket, noting that while it contained ample information, it lacked a signature. "Indeed, I intentionally left my name off." While there was a self-introduction, the absence of a signature renders it somewhat disingenuous. Lilith turned to him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Since you have discerned this, why then did you choose to come?" Bai Zhe stepped closer, gently ruffling Lilith's hair. "Is it possible that my presence could improve your standing within the Mengda family? But that would trouble you, Mr. Bai Zhe, and could provoke the wrath of the Mengda family," Lilith expressed with concern. Despite her intelligence, she did not know Bai Zhe well. Had she been fully aware of his capabilities, her apprehensions would have dissipated. "It seems you still do not quite grasp the situation. Let me put it this way. If the Mengda family were to provoke an admiral of the Navy or one of the 4 emperors, would you worry about the Navy admiral facing retribution from the Mengda family?" Bai Zhe said with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Lilith tilted her head in a somewhat bewildered manner. She understood the implication of his statement, but found it rather exaggerated. A naval admiral and a 4 emperor-level figurer. After all, befriending her, Lilith, in an adorable display, swallowed hard, pulling out a compact mirror from her pocket to scrutinize Bai Zhe from head to toe. Observing her behavior, Bai Zhe chuckled. "What are you doing? Are you putting on glasses to reevaluate me?" "No," Lilith shook her head, incredulous. "I want to see closely what a person of admiral and 4 emperor caliber looks like. Born into nobility, her understanding of such figures was superficial compared to an ordinary citizen. She knew only their grand titles and immense strength. However, she understood well the implications of someone of that stature in the world, signifying they were among the strongest atop the ocean's hierarchy. Any noble who gained the support or protection of such a powerful being could see their status ascend rapidly. Initially, Lilith had been astonished by the existence of someone within Bai Zhe's entourage capable of defeating one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Her estimation of Bai Zhe's strength had already risen, but she had not anticipated he was at the pinnacle. "Well, no matter how formidable I might be, we are still friends, are we not?" Bai Zhe remarked, observing Lilith with her glasses and feeling an increased sense of familiarity. If she donned an office attire consisting of a fitted jacket and a short skirt, her cuteness would reach new heights. Lilith fixed her gaze on Bai Zhe, verifying that he was not jesting, and only then did she exhale in relief. Raised in a noble household, her education had instilled in her the belief that self-interest superseded all. Thus, deep down, she harbored skepticism regarding the existence of friendships that transcend social classes. Upon learning of Bai Zhe's formidable prowess, Lili Si had already relegated her own status in her mind. However, upon encountering the sincerity in Bai Zhe's gaze, she began to shed her self-imposed constraints. Bai Zhe, Lili Si hesitated momentarily before calling out his name, although she did not overtly display it. From the instant she discovered Bai Zhe's extraordinary strength, she had consistently referred to him as Lord Bai Zhe. Yet, in light of Bai Zhe's initiative, she endeavored to release herself from her deeply ingrained notions. Bai Zhe, taken aback, pondered why Lili Si had suddenly called his name. Noticing his lack of response, Lili Si, with her gently pink lips parting, resolutely stated, "Bai Zhe, may I address you in such a manner?" "Ah, feel free. We are friends, are we not? There's no need to be fixated on titles." Bai Zhe, now understanding, realized that Li Lixi wished to alter their relationship. "Wonderful, Bai Zhe!" Li Lixi exclaimed with excitement, jumping slightly as she took Bai Zhe's hand, leading him toward another corner of the manor. "Hurry, I will take you to my secret base." Upon arriving at what she referred to as her secret base, Bai Zhe discovered it was a small room brimming with plush toys. "Is this what you call a secret base?" "Of course. I consider you a good friend, and thus I have brought you here. Throughout my life, apart from my ever-watchful old butler, you are the only one who has stepped foot in this place." Li Lixi's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly explained, feeling the need to justify her decision to reveal her secret base, especially since Bai Zhe seemed somewhat indifferent. "As the owner of this secret base, should you not wish to introduce your good friend to it?" Observing Li Lixi's demeanor, Bai Zhe immediately comprehended the significant meaning this room held for her and promptly adjusted his attitude. Li Lixi's face brightened with joy as she led Bai Zhe around the small room, occasionally offering introductions. "This is a doll I made myself. Though it's somewhat poorly crafted, I still adore it. This was purchased from a little girl during an outing. This was a birthday gift from Mother." Li Lixi animatedly shared the details of her cherished items, reveling in the joy of having a true friend. Throughout, Bai Zhe maintained a warm smile. Although the room was small, each item bore the marks of Li Lixi's growth over the years. This was her way of opening her heart, and Bai Zhe certainly would not be so insensitive as to feign disinterest. When Li Lixi finally realized that her throat was parched, she became aware that dusk was gradually falling. How has time passed so swiftly? Is it already nearly dark? After all, joyous moments are often fleeting. Bai Zhe gently stroked her hair, its silky smoothness rendering it irresistible to the touch. Li Lixi welcomed Bai Zhe's caress. Relishing the rare experience of having someone stroke her hair, it felt delightful, akin to basking in the warmth of winter sun. "Night is approaching, Bai Zhe. You must be leaving soon, right? We cannot be together at all times, and I will be staying in Shuai-Ji-Du for the next few days. Should you wish to find me, you may come to the Liang Hao and await my arrival." Upon receiving Bai Zhe's invitation, Li Lixi happily nodded. "Wonderful. I shall come to find you to play over these next few days. You are most welcome." On the third day, Bai Zhe intended to continue exploring Shuai-Ji-Du, but to his surprise, he found Li Lixi waiting for him on the Liang Hao early in the morning. "You came to find me so early. Do you not have matters to attend to?" Bai Zhe inquired with curiosity, welcoming her visit. If necessary, he could even accompany Li Lixi on leisurely excursions. Having this noble young lady as a guide might reveal a plethora of unique sights. "I am aware that your stay in Shuai-Ji-Du is brief. Therefore, I have postponed all my recent affairs and decided to treat myself to a few days of leisure." With her hands clasped behind her back and her body slightly leaning forward, her sparkling eyes fixed on Bai Zhe, she asked, "Are you not pleased to see me? Were your words from yesterday merely a ruse?" "Do not be agitated. I did not say such a thing. I welcome your presence. How about we explore Shuai-Ji-Du together? After all, you're a native of the city." Bai Zhe chuckled, ruffling Li Lixi's hair. "That sounds delightful. Will the older sisters join us?" Li Lixi glanced at Na Mei and the others, who in turn looked to Bai Zhe for his opinion. If it were just Bai Zhe, they would accompany him without hesitation. However, with Li Lixi present, they were uncertain if Bai Zhe had ulterior motives. So they sought his input first. "If you wish to join, then come along. Li Lixi is a noble young lady and might introduce us to some high-end venues we are unaware of." Bai Zhe had no objections. If Na Mei and the others wanted to come, they were welcome. Upon receiving Bai Zhe's consent, Na Mei eagerly approached, grasping Li Lixi's hand as she inquired about the upscale locations in Shuai-Ji-Du. Robin, meanwhile, casually tucked her hair behind her ear and cheerfully said, "I wish you all a splendid time. I shall remain on the Liang Hao today and will not be joining." Bai Zhe and the others followed Li Lixi toward the center of Shuai-Ji-Du. The closer they drew to the heart of the city, the higher the elevation became, and thus the more breathtaking the scenery. The core area of Shuai-Ji-Du was indeed a prized location, predominantly frequented by the affluent and bustling with commerce, offering an array of high-value goods. Lily C. educated her companions, explaining that they were to venture into this very area, known for its concentration of wealth. Bai Zai's financial prowess was well known, and he would undoubtedly thrive here. Additionally, she harbored a little secret. Over the years of managing her family's business, she had saved a considerable amount of personal funds, eager to showcase her financial capabilities to Bai Zai. Unbeknownst to Bai Zai, the petite guide before him was not only a noble young lady, but also a wealthy heiress. As they traversed the core area, they drew numerous glances, yet those of slightly higher status recognized Li Si and refrained from causing any disturbances. Any pirates attempting trouble were swiftly dealt with by Bai Zai. It must be noted that the management in the core area was indeed superior. As soon as Bai Zai subdued a pirate, law enforcement officials promptly arrived to escort the troublemaker away, ensuring the cleanliness of the streets remained unaffected. Upon noticing Li Si beside Bai Zai, the officers greeted her warmly, initially intending to inquire about Bai Zai, but ultimately refrained. I did not expect you to hold your own so well in the core area. I manage several of the most popular shops here. Those officials certainly benefit from the businesses and must treat me with respect, Li Si replied, arms crossed and exuding confidence. Regarding the officer's conduct, she seemed unfazed, displaying a greater understanding of such matters than many adults. So, where are you taking us? Na Mei inquired with curiosity, wondering if they intended to explore the entire core area. Would you prefer something leisurely or more exhilarating? Na Mei immediately declared, something exhilarating. Then let us head to the renowned entertainment hub of the core area, the Golden City, which offers a plethora of thrilling amusements. Upon hearing the word gold, Na Mei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly pulled Li Si toward the Golden City. Bai Zai exchanged a glance with the other girls, offering a resigned smile before following them to the so-called Golden City. Meanwhile, Robin, who remained aboard the Lai Yong, was engrossed in her books. During this visit to the Water City, she had procured numerous local texts, each a treasure she had yet to encounter. Bai Zai's adage about traveling 1,000 miles and reading 1,000 scrolls rang true. It was only through exploring more islands that one could acquire books previously unknown to them. As Robin perused the myths and legends of Water City, she discovered tales of catastrophic floods that had birthed local folklore. In the face of uncontrollable calamities, people often turned to faith, beseeching the divine for mercy. The immense tsunamis were also attributed to the names of the water deities revered by the citizens of Water City. Suddenly, Robin sensed an unusual gaze upon her, a sensation that evoked memories of her previous escape in the underground world. With the aid of Bai Zai, she had mastered the dual-color hockey, and while she had been subjected to peculiar training methods, the experience had left an indelible mark on her. The recollection of evading Bai Zai's capture while blindfolded still made her blush. In her heart, she reproached Bai Zai, calling him a lecherous fiend. Perhaps it was this unique training that had accelerated her mastery of Kinbunchika hockey. Of course, with the added benefits of her unique rewards, her physical capabilities had already surpassed the requirements for mastering Kinbunchika hockey. Through her heightened senses, she detected a shadowy figure lurking nearby, seemingly spying on her. Robin remained composed. The ocean was rife with those who coveted her, not only her physique, but also the bounty she represented. Under the influence of her Kinbunchika hockey, she discerned the figure's words. Confirming her suspicion, it was the son of the devil, Nico Robin. The voice continued, "Yes, I will remain here and observe." Unease flickered across Robin's otherwise tranquil expression. Her long-standing fears had finally manifested. The Watcher appeared well-trained, likely affiliated with the world government, unlike the typical bounty hunters. As Robin awaited further developments, a tall figure approached from the distance, clad in a coat that concealed a sailor's attire beneath. The coat seemed to serve merely as a disguise. With a black top hat perched atop his head, his resolute features and oddly shaped beard gave him an air of sternness. Sensing hostility, Robin leaped onto the ship's deck, ready for confrontation. "Son of the devil, Nico Robin, surely you do not wish for your current companions to face danger?" Rob Lucci declared, his first words almost causing Robin to betray her calm demeanor. "Threaten me all you like, but to use Bai Zai as leverage? Are you not merely using me to threaten him?" Seeing Robin's unflinching calm, Lucci's face twisted into a derisive smirk. Indeed, you are the son of the devil, cold and ruthless. They have taken you aboard, and still, you remain so indifferent. Robin remained unaffected by Lucci's taunts. She recognized them as mere pre-battle banter, incapable of shaking her resolve. I value my comrades greatly. After all, if I eliminate you here, your previous threats will cease to exist. With a smirk, Rob Lucci couldn't help but scoff. Do you even know who I am? I'm a member of CP9, an agency under the world government. In response, Robin drew the long sword she had just acquired upon disembarking. Her tall stature combined with the slender blade transformed her scholarly demeanor into that of a swordswoman, emanating an aura of martial prowess. Words are the weakest of weapons. It is the blade in hand that truly persuades. Thanks to Naka's acquisition of a blade, others also adorn themselves with their own swords. With the tip of her blade aimed at Lucci, her challenge was clear. Realizing that words would not be sufficient to break Nico Robin's resolve, Lucci refrained from utilizing his devil fruit abilities. As CP9's strongest member for 8 centuries, he held a sense of pride that required no supernatural assistance to deal with a mere pretender of a devil's offspring. In an instant, Lucci dashed forward, leaving a blur in his wake. The earth beneath him erupted into a crater, showcasing the sheer force of his stride. As he approached with blinding speed, Robin narrowed her eyes and swung her elongated blade downward. This seemingly ordinary strike appeared almost prophetic, predicting Lucci's attack trajectory. Just as he materialized beneath her blade, it descended with lethal intent, as though he had willingly offered his throat to her sword. The realization struck Lucci as his pupils dilated. Sure gone, he thought, utilizing a technique as deft as painting on paper, a remarkable close combat skill. In a critical moment, he narrowly evaded the downward strike. Failing to connect, Robin's brow furrowed slightly, contemplating the 6 powers technique. She recalled Zay's teachings regarding the paper drawing technique, which could be countered with area attacks to disrupt agile movements. With this insight, she stepped forward and, before Lucci could react, transformed her downward strike into a horizontal slash. The reach of her blade was an undeniable advantage. Should Lucci remain stationary, he would surely bear the scars of her assault. In response to her strike, Lucci retreated, unleashing a powerful gust from his right leg that surged forth like a true blade. Renkyaku, the clash of flesh against steel, echoed, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Lucci's expression shifted as he registered the force behind Robin's blade, a sensation that left him incredulous. With a firm grip on the hilt, Robin exerted her strength, sending Lucci hurtling away. Do not underestimate a woman's strength. It is not merely brute force. Robin flicked the slender blade, a faint trace of blood marking its edge. As Lucci tumbled gracefully to the ground, he gazed at his right calf, where his clothing had torn away to reveal a shallow, yet glaring wound. Not even the iron plating had fully shielded him. Lucci silently acknowledged Robin's prowess, shedding his coat. Should he continue to underestimate her, the next strike might very well find its mark at his throat. I must concede, Nico Robin, your strength has indeed grown. However, abandoning your devil fruit abilities in favor of swordsmanship is a miscalculation. As he spoke, Lucci's form underwent a drastic transformation, revealing patterns and fur reminiscent of a leopard, his physique becoming more imposing and hybrid in nature. This transformation elevated the pressure he exerted, suggesting a significant enhancement in his capabilities. Robin smiled silently. Should he unleash his devil fruit abilities, the modified version of his powers might very well leave him in ruins. However, with his newfound strength, she tightened her grip on the hilt, a layer of haki enveloping her sword. Taking a deep breath, the power of Kenbunchika haki unfurled around her, allowing every movement in her vicinity to fall under her control. Even the rapidly approaching figure was vividly discernible within the grasp of her perception. Although Rob Lucci's speed had significantly increased, he remained utterly exposed to the keen awareness of Kenbunchika haki. In terms of pure combat prowess, Robin had already surpassed Rob Lucci. While it took Lucci 2 years of training to master Busashoku haki, Robin wielded it effortlessly, showcasing her formidable physical capabilities that far exceeded those of Rob Lucci. Furthermore, she had yet to unleash the modified powers of her Hana no Mi. Under such overwhelming dominance, the battle was destined to be brief. With every movement of her foe meticulously tracked, Robin would not miss her opportunity, delivering a strike as if she possessed foresight. As her blade descended, Lucci's head seemed to present itself willingly, moving toward the edge of her sword. A hauntingly familiar scene had just unfolded moments ago, sending chills down Lucci's spine. If the previous encounter had been marred by his underestimation of Robin, this time he had unleashed his full strength, utilizing his devil fruit powers to their utmost. Yet he still could not evade her uncanny anticipation. Impossible! Lucci's mind screamed as he forced his right foot to halt his forward momentum, disregarding the cracking sound emanating from beneath him. The pressure required to alter his rapid course was immense, leading to inevitable fractures, yet changed nothing. Robin's blade trailed closely behind Lucci's neck, and even as he retreated at breakneck speed, escape was unattainable. In the blink of an eye, the blade flashed and Lucci gasped, incredulously touching his neck, now stained with blood. Before he could utter another word, the torrent of blood silenced him. Robin smiled at Lucci, stating, "It seems my words ring true. You cannot threaten my companions." With a thud, his towering form collapsed to the ground, marking the end of this brief confrontation. After dispatching Rob Lucci, Robin contemplated eliminating the spies lurking nearby. After all, it was her belief that having eyes constantly on the Sunny would not please Baizé. She resolved to discuss CP9 matters with Baizé later that evening. For now, she needed to address the troubles stemming from her own identity. Involving Baizé would only complicate things further. Robin patted the hull of the Sunny, feeling a warm sensation transmit to her palm, confirming that Baizé's Sunny rune was still operational. She then brandished her blade, dragging Rob Lucci's body as she prepared to deal with the remaining foes. Meanwhile, in the core area of Water City, Baizé and his companions, guided by Lilith, arrived at the opulent Golden City, renowned for its extensive entertainment offerings. Golden City resembled a grand castle, adorned with extravagant decorations, and everywhere was embellished with gold. The very name Golden City gleamed in a resplendent hue, exuding an aura of luxury. Wow, what a grand spectacle. No wonder it dares to call itself Golden City. Nami, with her keen eyes, discerned that the characters of Golden City were indeed crafted from gold, though she could not determine whether they were solid or merely gilded. If you're looking for excitement, this is an excellent place to be, Lilith declared, arms crossed, radiating confidence. Nami turned to Baizé with a pleading expression. During her days as a small-time thief, she often frequented casinos, knowing they were frequented by those carrying wealth and treasures, making them easy targets. Since we're here, we might as well take a look. Baisha, not one to refuse, led the group to the entrance of Golden City, where the guards greeted Lilith with smiles, welcoming her warmly. "Miss Lilith, you brought some esteemed guests to Golden City. Please come in." Although the guards were unaware of Baizé's true identity, the presence of multiple beautiful women around him indicated his affluent or powerful status, as ordinary individuals could not command such attention. This was not a reflection of disdain for the common folk, but rather a conclusion drawn from their prolonged experience as guards in Golden City. A seemingly ordinary individual in the company of stunning women was certainly not to be trifled with. In response to the guard's cordial demeanor, Baizé smiled, albeit with a hint of confusion. Lilith tossed her backpack to the guard, instructing, "Exchange all the berries in this backpack for chips. Large denominations, please. The remainder is your tip." The guard's face lit up with astonishment. Indeed, the daughter of a noble was generous. Although he had no idea how much was left over, the weight of the backpack suggested it contained a considerable sum. As the guard departed with Lilith's bag, leading Baizé and the others into Golden City, Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement at the array of entertainment options. When the guard returned with the chips, and Baizé nodded in approval, the women eagerly divided the chips among themselves, each pursuing their interests. Lilith, however, remained by Baizé's side, curiously inquiring, "What's wrong? Aren't you interested in such places?" She could discern that Baizé had come at the behest of the other girls, yet she thought he should still find some allure in the venue. "Not really. It's just that these games seem foolproof to me. While my eyes may appear unremarkable, many things are transparent to me. Bai Zai's ordinary explanation caused Lilith to cover her mouth in surprise. Am I also transparent to you? Bai Zai, with a touch of exasperation, ruffled Lilith's hair, amused by her youthful curiosity. What I mean is that I can easily discern the potential outcomes of these games, which is why I find little interest. After clarifying, she playfully tousled her hair again, emphasizing, but that doesn't mean I can see through clothing. Lilith's playful expression faded to one of disappointment. Bai Zai shook his head, bemused. The girl had quite the imagination, though it was not unpleasant. As Bai Zai strolled leisurely with Lilith, enjoying the sweet treats offered by Golden City, he noticed Nami and the others returning. In response to Bai Zai's inquisitive gaze, Nami candidly confessed, I got carried away and wagered all my chips, only to lose everything. You lost everything? I'm not surprised, but what about you, Kaya? Before Kaya could respond, Nami raised her hand, confessing once more, I wasn't satisfied and demanded all their chips, only to lose everything again. Bai Zai covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Who possessed such incredible luck to claim so much wealth? Lilith, curious, noted the loss of all their money but seemed unperturbed. However, Bai Zai could not afford to be indifferent. After all, he was the one who squandered all of Lilith's wealth. Thus, I still possess a substantial chip. If you escort me, I shall confront him. Bai Zai waved the golden chip in his hand, and the others had no objections. Although Kuya and the others did not place much importance on money, they could not swallow their pride, especially Nami, who valued the sum dearly and was unwilling to let this affront go. She immediately urged Bai Zai towards the second floor. Upon arriving at a large gambling table, they found it surrounded by a throng of spectators. However, Bai Zai keenly spotted a figure seated at the table. Before them sat a man clad in a purple kimono, his eyes closed, with an X-shaped scar adorning his face. A purple scarf wrapped around his neck obscured the lower half of his visage, yet it was evident that he sported a circle of facial hair. Thick stacks of chips lay before him, indicating a series of triumphant rounds. As Bai Zai scrutinized him, the man abruptly turned his head, slightly opening his eyes to reveal striking whites that left a lasting impression. A formidable aura emanated from him, causing Nami and the others to instinctively step back, while the surrounding patrons felt an inexplicable difficulty in breathing, unaware of the source of their discomfort. Nami and the others exchanged wary glances at the man, acutely aware of the terrifying presence he exuded, unlike the ordinary guests. Bai Zai, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering the future Marine Admiral, Tung Hu, in the Water City. Tung Hu had no other passion than gambling. However, being blind, he relied on his observation hockey for perception. In a place like Golden City, the advantages of observation hockey ensured his frequent victories, making him less than welcome in certain gambling establishments. If not for his formidable strength, he would not have been able to sit so comfortably at the table. While they could not harm him, they could certainly deny him entry. Thus, Tung Hu often traveled, seeking new venues where he could engage in a few rounds of excitement. The Water City was a place he had not previously visited, and he had relished his time there. Just today, he had engaged in a few rounds when a young girl impulsively went all in. Tung Hu had initially planned to return the chips to her after his game, but had not anticipated that she would bring along someone of great significance. Despite the restrained aura, he could still sense a terrifying power akin to the blazing sun. However, upon making eye contact, that intensity transformed into warmth. This peculiar sensation compelled Tung Hu to regard the newcomer with utmost respect. As the reigning champion of the table, Tung Hu had sat there for an extended period, with no one daring to challenge him. While Bai Zai's arrival piqued his interest, what he truly anticipated was a game against Bai Zai. Sir, would you care to have a round with me? With Tung Hu's words, all eyes turned towards Bai Zai. The crowd buzzed with excitement, especially upon recognizing Lilith standing beside him, leading to gasps of astonishment. Is that Miss Lilith? To have her by his side, who could this man be? He must be of noble birth, for it is inconceivable that he would attract such exquisite company otherwise. Yet, curiosity lingered, though he was passably handsome. What could possibly draw the attention of Tung Hu? Indeed, Tung Hu is the undefeated champion of Golden City. Since his arrival, He has never lost a match. I see. The beautiful woman is the one who just played against him. Is he here for revenge? How intriguing. Let the games begin. As the onlookers reveled in the unfolding drama, Lilith shot them a glare, prompting them to hastily cover their mouths and retreat into the crowd. However, several affluent women in the casino were unable to resist the allure of Baizay's handsome features and tall stature, their expressions betraying their desire. What a striking man. If only he would accompany me for just one round. Merely gazing upon his face is a delight in itself. Those women beside him, they are merely slightly taller, prettier, or better shaped than I. What makes them superior? Baizay, aware that the conversation was veering into dangerous territory, stepped forward, and the crowd instinctively parted to make way for him. Although it was not prudent to seek a challenge, his companion was slightly impetuous, and given that they were friends footing the bill, he could not afford to lose everything. Thus he approached the esteemed gentleman for a wager. Listening to Baizay's mellifluous voice, Tung Hu smiled, recognizing that the game's essence lay in the choice to engage or not, with all else being inconsequential. Very well. Since I am the one initiating, I shall leave the decision of the game to you. Initially intending to return the chips he had won from Nami, Tung Hu instead pushed forth all the chips he had acquired from her. It appears you possess but a single substantial chip, so let us engage in a game of guessing numbers. He pushed a pile of chips to the center of the table, at which point the onlookers finally grasped the magnitude of Tung Hu's winnings from Nami. If you guess the number correctly, I shall return all the chips I won from your friend. Should you fail, however, that grand chip of yours will be mine. Tung Hu produced 5 six-sided dice, displaying them to Baizay. What say you? Nami quietly approached Baizay, expressing her concern. This seems exceedingly difficult. To guess one number out of 30 is no small feat. The odds are certainly against us. Baizay smiled reassuringly at Nami and tossed his largest chip onto the table, signaling her to have faith. No worries. We shall proceed as the gentleman suggests. With the sound of the dice shaking echoing through the air, the crowd grew tense, particularly as they gazed at the mountain of chips at the center, their eyes glistening with greed. To acquire such an amount could finance their entire lives. It was this yearning for sudden wealth that fueled their obsession with Golden City. With a resounding clash, the dice came to a rest, and both parties simultaneously unleashed their observation hockey, engaging in a silent struggle that eluded the perception of ordinary onlookers. Tung Hu's smile faltered as Baizay remained composed. Nami, Kuya, and the others watched the fierce contest unfold, astonished to discover that an elderly man they had chanced upon possessed such formidable strength. As Baizay exerted his power, the stalemate of their hockey began to shift from the center of the table towards the dice. Nami and the others, equipped with their own observation hockey, breathed a sigh of relief, while the surrounding spectators remained utterly perplexed. As the defenses of the observation hockey contracted around the dice, Tung Hu's smile vanished entirely. With a sound that seemed almost ethereal, Baizay's face broke into a relaxed grin. A total of 20 points, 5 fours. Tung Hu gazed at Baizay, slowly lifting the lid to reveal 5 red fours. By the heavens! Incredible! Not only did you guess the total, but you also accurately predicted each individual outcome. I never anticipated that even the undefeated champion would be bested. Do we truly reclaim victory? This is utterly absurd. Those chips could sustain me for a lifetime. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Baizay smiled and addressed Yisheng, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder. The youth is indeed formidable. In this respect, I concede to you." Yisheng's words were double-edged, referring both to the art of gambling and to the prowess of Kinbunchika hockey. Then these chips shall be yours. Yisheng did not place much significance on the chips, for it was the earlier contest that left him in awe of the youth's capabilities. Nami and the others eagerly retrieved their chips, while Baizay nodded to Yisheng in gratitude. Although Yisheng could not see, Kinbunchika hockey was no mere trinket. Ultimately, Baizay triumphed through the clash of their Kinbunchika hockey, yet this did not imply that Yisheng's abilities were lacking. In the vast ocean, Yisheng's Kinbunchika hockey was among the elite. At this moment, Yisheng rose, leaning on his cane as he approached Baizay. "Would you care for another round, esteemed elder? A comprehensive contest. I would be delighted to oblige, old sir." Bai Zhe was taken aback by Yi Sheng's sudden proposal for a spar. But opportunities to engage with a top-tier warrior of the sea were rare, and he would not decline. The journey to Huang Jinsheng was momentarily halted by the challenge between Bai Zhe and Yi Sheng. Nami and the others were not disheartened. In fact, Nami was overjoyed at the return of their considerable chips. The group returned to the Liang Hao, where Bai Zhe keenly sensed traces of battle in the surroundings, even spotting droplets of blood on the grass. However, upon closer inspection, he found no damage to the Liang Hao, and Robin remained as ever, leisurely reading in her sun chair. "Why are you all back so early? I thought you'd wait until evening," Robin remarked curiously, removing her sunglasses and shifting her gaze to Yi Sheng. "And who might this be?" "I am Yi Sheng, and I presume this lovely lady is one of Bai Zhe's companions?" Yi Sheng spoke in a gentle tone, having grown familiar with Bai Zhe during their conversation. However, since Bai Zhe had not recorded in his diary, the ladies were unaware of Yi Sheng's true identity. "Let us converse later. Prepare to set sail from Water City. We are to engage in a spar," Bai Zhe instructed. Shortly thereafter, the Liang Hao departed Water City, heading toward a broad expanse of sea. Lilith suddenly interjected, "Are you really going to spar on the open ocean? Surely there must be a better venue?" Bai Zhe turned, understanding that sparring in the ocean would be quite disadvantageous for Yi Sheng, as a user of a devil fruit would be severely hindered. "I know of a small, uninhabited island. It is utterly deserted, with hardly any grass. It would serve as the perfect sparring ground, and you could wreak havoc without concern." Lilith was well acquainted with the waters surrounding Water City, having traveled back and forth several times with the ship. "What does Mr. Yi Sheng think? If possible, it would be best, as I lack complete confidence in facing Bai Zhe. Under unfavorable conditions, I must exert sufficient strength." Lilith was not fully aware of Bai Zhe's prowess, although she knew he possessed the combat capabilities of an admiral or emperor. However, she understood that a man of whom Bai Zhe took note must also possess the combat power of an admiral. The destruction resulting from their spar would undoubtedly be astonishing, which is why Lilith recommended the deserted island. Nami and the others were also quite curious about Yi Sheng's identity, as it was remarkable that Bai Zhe agreed to spar with him and took the matter so seriously, departing Water City to select a vast sea area where their battle would surely cause significant devastation. Before the Liang Hao even reached the uninhabited island, Bai Zhe's solar perception had already detected its location. "The stage is set. I shall proceed ahead," Yi Sheng exclaimed, drawing his staff sword, an invisible force enveloping him, propelling him upward as if defying gravity, heading toward the deserted island. "You shall sail a distance and halt upon sighting the island. Do not approach any closer," Bai Zhe cautioned, similarly levitating under the influence of golden radiance. Nami and the others were filled with curiosity, but the Liang Hao could not match the speed of Bai Zhe and Yi Sheng, leaving them to wait in silent anticipation. "Who do you think will win this spar?" Lilith inquired, intrigued by Nami and the others. "Bai Zhe, it must be Bai Zhe. It can only be Bai Zhe," Nami declared with unwavering conviction, prompting Lilith to wonder. Just as she opened her mouth to ask, she noticed the other girls sharing the same expression of agreement. The older sisters held great trust in Bai Zhe, even brimming with absolute confidence. Despite Yi Sheng appearing formidable, everyone remained steadfast in their faith in Bai Zhe. Lilith sighed, while Nami responded, "Just watch quietly. You will understand soon enough." As Nami's words fell, it was as if a tremendous explosion erupted in the distance. With fierce gusts of hot wind and crashing waves surging toward them, the Liang Hao began to retreat rather than advance. They struggled to even move forward, let alone glimpse the uninhabited island. "What do we do? Are we really unable to see the battlefield?" Lilith exclaimed, astonished that the shock waves from such a distance could affect the ship's navigation. Noki Gao approached the helm and retrieved a ring from between her twin peaks. The ring was radiant gold, embellished with numerous symbols of the sun. Noki Gao placed her unique ring on the ship's helm, activating the sun symbols on the Liang Hao. Soon, a faint golden aura enveloped the ship, and even the scorching winds and tumultuous waves could not cause the Liang Hao to waver as it steadfastly advanced forward. Lilith waved her hand, feeling the soft golden glow enveloping her, reminiscent of the sensation when she was near Bai Zhe. As the Liang Hao drew closer, the girls finally beheld the battle on the uninhabited island. Their mouths agape, they struggled to comprehend the scene before them, with Lilith's eyes nearly popping from her head. On one side was the haunting, deep violet aura of gravity, and on the other, the dazzling golden brilliance reminiscent of the sun. As the two forces clashed, Lilith could only recall that the uninhabited island, equivalent in size to several estates, was crumbling inch by inch. Look at the sky, what is that? This must be a joke. How could humans accomplish such a feat? Surely that is a meteorite. Before the girls could fully process the disintegrating island, they witnessed meteorites with fiery tails descending from the sky. On the uninhabited island, basking in the golden light, Baizé glanced upward at the incoming meteorites. With a single slash against Yisheng, the ensuing shockwave shattered the very rocks beneath them, the terrifying aftershocks radiating outward, reducing the central rock to dust while the outer fragments crumbled into stones. As the waves washed over them, they vanished, making it appear as if the island was collapsing and being consumed by the sea. Baizé exerted force, sending Yisheng flying, the faint golden light intensifying as he unleashed dozens of slashes, causing the descending meteorites to seem as if they had been paused in time. Immediately thereafter, the meteorite shattered into hundreds of slightly smaller fragments, plummeting from the heavens, presenting a spectacular display of fireworks amidst this fierce contest of elite warriors. Standing at the bow of the Lianghao, Lilith gasped in astonishment, gazing at the hundreds of meteorites descending from above, incredulously exclaiming, "Did Baizé just cleave a meteorite in twain?" In the midst of Lilith's disbelief, Baizé and Yisheng charged towards each other once more. Under the vigilant observation of their advanced Kinbunshikahaki, their movements became nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet, each collision became a masterclass in countering techniques. The invisible, intangible force of gravity enveloped the battlefield, weighing down Baizé's movements. During this sparring session with Yisheng, Baizé refrained from unleashing his full strength, consciously reserving the power of Liang, as well as the dual haki he had acquired in the world of One Piece. In Baizé's estimation, this was sufficient to handle the confrontation. A one-sided domination lacked enjoyment for Baizé, compelling him to exercise self-restraint. Once the battle commenced, Yisheng discerned Baizé's intentions and unleashed his full power, aiming to compel Baizé to reveal his utmost abilities. The gravitational field encompassed the entire island, making it arduous for ordinary individuals to even stand upright. However, Baizé appeared unaffected, moving with the same ease as before. The clang of the staff blade, imbued with a deep purple gravitational aura, collided with a pale golden artifact of the sun, producing a piercing, jarring sound. The violent impact once again ravaged the already beleaguered, uninhabited island. Terrifying shock waves stirred colossal waves reaching dozens of meters high, radiating in all directions. The Lianghao bobbed amidst the towering waves, yet it seemed as if it had taken root in the ocean, unwavering despite the tumultuous waters. Lilith clung to the railing, struggling against the disorienting up and down motion, determined to keep her eyes fixed on the battlefield. Although she could not discern the movements of Baizé and Yisheng, the mere residual waves emanating from their clash left her profoundly shaken. The other girls also widened their eyes, keenly observing the scene, recognizing this as a valuable learning experience. Robin, arms crossed and feet firmly planted on the Lianghao, remained unmoved by the ship's oscillations. No wonder Baizé claimed he was still far from the level of an admiral. He could achieve such destructive power. Yet if the roles were reversed, even that deep purple aura would present a formidable challenge for her. Noki wielded her manifested Zanpakuto, its blade adorned with delicate golden patterns, exuding an exquisite beauty. This was a manifestation of her inner desire to pursue Baizé, a response from her Zanpakuto. Observing Baizé's battle also deepened Naki's understanding of the power she held in her own Zanpakuto. Robin, do you sense the disparity? Indeed, we still have a journey ahead to reach the pinnacle of the sea. Nami and the others were also transfixed, attempting to grasp the unfolding events. Despite their abilities, it was still somewhat challenging to capture the details of the fight. Unlike Lilith, who saw only the clash of pale gold and deep purple brilliance. They managed to discern more clearly, even if the figures of Bai Zhe and Yisheng remained elusive. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? That deep purple aura feels oppressive, almost suffocating. Unclear, but the ability to attract meteorites must relate to celestial phenomena. Such power will undoubtedly shine brightly in the future. Yet why has Bai Zhe never mentioned it? The answer eludes me. I can only seek understanding later. As they engaged in conversation, the battlefield finally shifted. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Zhe executed a fierce downward slash, sending Yisheng hurtling away due to the imbalance of force. Just as Bai Zhe intended to capitalize on his momentum, Yisheng swiftly unleashed 3 consecutive slashes, a violent purple halo spiraling upwards into the sky. Bai Zhe halted his pursuit, having previously established that meteorites posed little threat to him. He doubted Yisheng would waste energy conjuring more meteorites, so this time, it must be something grander. The pale purple halo from Yisheng's final strike did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to draw in, his expression grave, as if summoning some terrifying entity, with beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The onlookers finally beheld the formidable presence that Yisheng had summoned with great effort. On the Lianghe, Nami and the others gasped, looking skyward as a colossal meteorite, rivaling the size of an island, descended, trailing a blazing red tail. Its sheer size evoked an overwhelming sense of inevitability. Lilith's legs trembled uncontrollably. Had she not gripped the railing, she might have collapsed. Faced with an island-sized meteorite hurtling towards them, a sense of impending doom loomed in their hearts, inducing despair. The others instinctively placed their hands on their weapon hilts, seeking solace in their grip. After all, such a scene was unprecedented for them. The patterns on Naki's Zanpakuto radiated brilliance, while Robin rested her hands on her shoulders, ready to summon a multitude of hands should the situation demand it. Prepared to withstand the terrifying meteorite. Bai Zhe, my young friend, this is my utmost effort. If I still cannot elicit your full strength, then I concede in this spar. Bai Zhe regarded Yisheng with a hint of exasperation. Was he not supposed to be a serene old man? How had he suddenly become so earnest? Drawing forth this massive meteorite with all his might? Bai Zhe could destroy the meteorite, but without employing the power of Liang. It would be challenging to avoid impacting the Lianghe nearby. The pale golden radiance on his long sword deepened, the pure power of Liang enveloping the blade. Its blinding brilliance accompanied by an overwhelming heat sweeping across the island. Even Yisheng could not withstand such terrifying temperatures. The gravitational force lifted him away from the island. In his Kenbunchaku perception, Bai Zhe's form seemed to transform into the very essence of the sun, imperceptible and blinding. His Kenbunchaku struggled to comprehend Bai Zhe's movements, akin to gazing directly at the sun, inducing excruciating pain. Extreme sun. Bai Zhe swung his sword towards the sky with tremendous force, the pure radiance of Liang illuminating the world, as if a new sun rose from the earth. The Liang met the descending meteorite, vanishing as if it were smoke dissipating into the air. The terrifying heat vaporized the surrounding sea for miles, torrents of steam erupting, obscuring vision entirely. If the ocean was in such turmoil, one could only imagine the fate of the island beneath Bai Zhe's feet, which had transformed into a sheet of crystalline glass, unable to escape the devastating temperatures. Only the Lianghe, adorned with Liang runes, remained unharmed. Yisheng had already distanced himself from the core area, extending his hand to witness the searing sensation emanating from it, as if he had thrust it into a furnace. Even with the protection of Busashoko Haki, he still endured tremendous harm. Yisheng gazed in Bai Zhe's direction, murmuring, "Liang, is it?" He controlled the gravity to bring himself before Bai Zhe, looking particularly disheveled. His deep purple kimono was now scorched, revealing varying degrees of severe burns on his exposed skin. The ghastly burns rendered Yisheng's visage somewhat fearsome. Nevertheless, he bore no resentment towards Bai Zhe for the injuries he sustained. Ultimately, the crux of this matter lies in the desire for Bai Zhe to unleash his full potential. Young friend Bai Zhe, I concede defeat, Your prowess is unparalleled, even amidst the vast ocean. Engaging with you becomes a challenge I can hardly endure. Had you refrained from employing that power akin to the blazing sun, I might have managed to exchange a few blows with you. Yisheng admitted, feeling a twinge of regret for having excessively wielded his abilities to manipulate a colossal meteor, thus compelling Bai Zhe to exert himself to the utmost. Nevertheless, Yisheng bore no remorse, for he had glimpsed the boundaries of existence. Yet, once you unleashed that sun-like force, I fear I would scarcely withstand a single strike. Yisheng expressed his admiration for Bai Zhe's strength from the depths of his heart. Old sir, you jest. I too bear some responsibility in this. Even in a spar, I ought to exhibit my full capability rather than holding back. Bai Zhe retracted the Dari Shan Qi, a soft golden glow emanating from his palms. Old sir, your injuries appear quite severe. If you do not mind, allow me to tend to them. Yisheng, without a hint of hesitation, positioned himself before Bai Zhe, basking in the gentle golden radiance, involuntarily releasing a sound of comfort. The sensation was akin to indulging in a soothing hot spring after a relentless battle lasting 10 days and nights. The burns on his face and arms inflicted intense agony, a torment that ordinary individuals would find excruciatingly difficult to bear. Yet, under the gentle golden light, the searing pain transformed into a mere itch, reminiscent of the healing sensation when an old wound begins to mend. Yisheng enveloped himself in the observation haki, his face betraying a look of astonishment. The burns on his skin seemed to heal at an accelerated pace, flesh knitting back together and dead skin flaking away, as though the work of a divine hand. Such a healing ability could rival that of even the most formidable healing devil fruits, he mused, realizing that this golden glow shared a common origin with Bai Zhe's blazing sun, leaving him astounded by the existence of a singular force exhibiting two distinct attributes. All wounds have now healed, Bai Zhe remarked, gazing into Yisheng's eyes, a faint smile gracing his features. Old sir, do you require treatment for your vision? This brief inquiry caused Yisheng to tighten his grip on the hilt of his sword. Only by experiencing the anguish of blindness could one truly comprehend the bliss of possessing light. The vibrant world appeared to him as a dreary haze, and daily activities were rendered cumbersome. If there existed a chance to regain his sight, he would undoubtedly seize it. Young friend Bai Zhe, are you speaking the truth? I have no reason to lie. This is within my capabilities. The typically composed Yisheng found himself slightly flustered. After taking several deep breaths to regain his composure, he implored, I beseech you, young friend, to lend your assistance. Regardless of the outcome, I will remain eternally grateful. The golden glow emanating from Bai Zhe intensified, the consumption of his blazing sun energy becoming more pronounced. Yet, as he stood beneath the sun, such energy expenditure was trivial to him, for under the great sun, his energy was boundless. As Yisheng slowly opened his eyes, he experienced a peculiar stinging sensation. Unlike the previous blankness, his eyes now appeared slightly cloudy, yet the sensation of light returning was overwhelming. I have regained my sight, he murmured, suddenly kneeling before Bai Zhe, prostrating himself in gratitude. Today, owing to your healing, I am at a loss for how to repay you. Should you have any commands, I shall fulfill them with unwavering dedication. There is no need for such formality. If you continue to adhere to your inner sense of justice and eradicate evil, that will be the greatest reward for me, Bai Zhe replied with a smile. Assisting Yisheng to his feet, the other young women aboard the Liang drew closer, witnessing Yisheng's sudden prostration with curiosity, though they dared not disembark. Under the protective aura of the Liang, the surrounding searing steam posed no threat to them. Should they step away from the gentle golden shield of the ship, their fair skin would be scorched in an instant. Before long, the group departed from the waters surrounding the deserted island, making their way back to the water city. The tumultuous waves surged violently, making navigation arduous even for large vessels. Regrettably, despite the Liang being empowered by the blazing sun runes, it bobbed amidst the colossal waves, yet steadfastly continued toward the direction indicated by the compass. Yisheng gazed in wonder at the golden glow enveloping him. as well as the Liu Yang navigating through the towering waves, marveling at such abilities. Bai Zai's powers truly resembled a miracle, enabling feats beyond the realm of human imagination. Observing the towering waves surrounding them, Bai Zai's brow furrowed slightly. If such distant waves could exert influence and showed no signs of abating, it was highly probable that the Water City was currently grappling with a tsunami. Upon hearing Bai Zai's words, Lilith gasped. Prior tsunamis had always been forecasted, allowing for timely evacuations. However, this time, it remained uncertain whether the citizens of the Water City had received any warning. After contemplating for a moment, Bai Zai still felt uneasy. I shall proceed to the Water City first. You may follow shortly. Just as Bai Zai took flight, Yisheng similarly harnessed gravity to propel himself forward. Since these towering waves were born from our actions, I cannot shirk my responsibility. Let us venture forth together. The two exchanged glances, hastening toward the direction of the Water City. Lilith clasped her hands anxiously, while Nami crouched beside her, reassuringly patting her shoulder. Do not worry. As long as Bai Zai is here, everything will be fine. Lilith looked at Nami, and, seeing her earnest expression, felt a sense of comfort wash over her. Having witnessed Bai Zai's strength firsthand, she now held an ardent trust in him. During their flight, Bai Zai did not wait for Yisheng, but accelerated to the fullest, swiftly arriving at the Water City. Indeed, the towering waves had begun to impact the Water City. However, this was merely the initial surge. The citizens had already observed the signs and were hastily seeking refuge. Yet, as Bai Zai journeyed, he was aware of even more terrifying waves brewing. Perhaps the aftermath of their battle, combined with the annual large tsunami that struck the Water City, had culminated in a monstrous tsunami of unprecedented proportions. Bai Zai estimated that even with the Water City's proactive evacuations and early warnings, they would struggle to endure the impending catastrophe. Floating in midair, he gazed into the distance where the waves surged violently. The initial wave's impact had not inflicted significant damage upon the residents of the Water City. But the real catastrophe lay ahead, an amalgamation of the waves generated from the battle between Bai Zai and Yisheng, compounded with the inevitable tsunami that struck the Water City annually. The colossal tsunami birthed from the fusion of these two forces would likely exceed the Water City's capacity to withstand. This could be the most massive tsunami the Water City had faced in centuries. When Bai Zai previously unleashed the extreme sun, it had caused an extensive evaporation of seawater in the vicinity, altering the local weather system and transporting vast amounts of moisture, which coalesced into dark clouds. At that moment, the residents of the Water City beheld the immense, surging waves, the sky thick with ominous clouds, and the rumble of thunder echoing. Despite it being broad daylight, the darkness cast by the clouds rendered it seemingly night. Even the older residents of the Water City had never witnessed such terrifying weather. It instilled a sense of dread akin to the end of the world. In the Meteorological Warning Center of Shuai-ji-do, Mayor Bing Shan furrowed his brow as he examined the forecast report submitted by the personnel at the center. Are you suggesting that the tsunami we have observed this time is an extraordinarily massive one, unprecedented in centuries? Bing Shan's ominous premonition was finally confirmed. Indeed, Mayor Bing Shan, even the current weather patterns appear abnormal. There's a high likelihood of an extreme storm. In the face of such an extreme storm, even without a tsunami, Shuai-ji-do would suffer immense casualties and property damage. The director of the warning center spoke with palpable anxiety, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair regarding the impending extreme storm and colossal tsunami that would befall Shuai-ji-do. His extensive knowledge made him acutely aware of the terrifying destruction that could result from the convergence of these two natural disasters. The more one knows, the deeper the despair. It seems that the entire Shuai-ji-do may not escape this calamity. The director lamented pessimistically. The city, built over centuries, could be obliterated by this natural disaster. Bing Shan's serious expression reflected the gravity of the situation as he handed the report to his secretary, Kali F.A. While she appeared to be merely Bing Shan's secretary, she secretly held the identity of a CP9 member. As Kali F.A. clutched the report to her chest, her mind wandered to another matter. Today, Rob Lucci had mysteriously vanished, and even the CP9 members associated with him had lost all contact. Could it be that Rob Lucci and his companions had already detected this extreme natural disaster and evacuated in advance? But why did they not inform me? She thought privately, but with no leads. She could only indulge in futile speculation. Such is human nature. In times of disaster, when one's covert companions disappear, it is difficult for Kali Fa not to dwell on these thoughts. Kali Fa, hurry over here. When Kali Fa snapped back to reality, she found Bing Shan standing at the entrance of the warning center, watching her. I apologize, Mayor Bing Shan. I was startled. Kali Fa hurriedly approached him in her high heels, a hint of regret in her voice. Bing Shan regarded her, his initially reproachful gaze transforming into one of resignation. It is not your fault. We are simply confronted with this extreme natural disaster. All we can do is exert ourselves fully to survive this calamity and save as many people as possible. Bing Shan looked at Kali Fa, recognizing her as a trusted secretary with remarkable abilities. He sincerely expressed that many tasks ahead would require her assistance. Khalifa, regardless of our inner fears, we must remain composed. We must do everything in our power to rescue the citizens of Shuai-Ji-Du. Kali Fa was moved by Bing Shan's earnestness. The courage one displays in the face of disaster can inspire others. Temporarily forgetting her identity as a CP9 agent and the disappearance of Rob Lucci and his group, she nodded resolutely at Mayor Bing Shan. Please give me your orders, Mayor Bing Shan. I will do everything I can. Excellent, Kali Fa. The populace is still in the preliminary evacuation phase, unaware of the unprecedented mega natural disaster we are facing. I do not wish for them to remain in ignorance, only to perish in fear and confusion when disaster strikes. Please activate the citywide broadcast system of Shuai-Ji-Du. Bing Shan said with utmost seriousness. I must inform all citizens about this situation so that we can collectively confront the impending calamity. Kali Fa hesitated for a moment, but quickly understood the significant implications for Bing Shan. If this information were indeed conveyed to the public as the informant and mayor, he would face the brunt of public outcry. The citizens might not blame the enormous natural disaster, but would instead denounce Mayor Bing Shan as the bearer of such news. Go now. My decision is made. Seeing Kali Fa's hesitation, Bing Shan urged her once more. Kali Fa bit her lip, feeling a newfound respect for Bing Shan. Once she departed, Bing Shan retrieved a phone bug from his pocket. He was not only the mayor of Shuai-Ji-Du, but also the president of Kale Law Company. Next, he intended to mobilize the resources of Kale Law Company to save more citizens of Shuai-Ji-Du. The phone bug was connected, adopting a frail expression. It is I, Bing Shan. I will soon conduct a citywide broadcast to inform you of the details. However, at this moment, regardless of the reasons, I ask all members to prepare their equipment and ready themselves to resist the disaster and save the citizens of Shuai-Ji-Du. Bing Shan spoke with utmost seriousness, and the recipient of the call paused, realizing the gravity of the situation. Bing Shan had never given such unyielding orders. I understand, President. I will mobilize all members to actively participate in this matter. Just as Bing Shan hung up the phone bug, another call came through. Upon answering, he was surprised to find it was Kali Fa, who had just left. Her expression was grave, and she stood with several staff members. Certain pests often obstruct progress in the face of disaster. She had just arrived to activate the citywide broadcast system when these individuals hindered her. In a moment of urgency, Kali Fa disregarded the need for concealment, clutching the documents in her arms, her high heels striking the ground with authority as she easily incapacitated the pests. After activating the citywide broadcast system and informing Mayor Bing Shan, she positioned the phone bug before the broadcast system. Mayor, the citywide broadcast system is now operational. It is your turn to address the public. I understand. Bing Shan cleared his throat, striving to project a steady voice to instill a sense of security in the citizens. Greetings to the citizens of Shuai-Ji-Du. I must unfortunately inform you of grave news. We are about to face an unprecedented mega-natural disaster that has not occurred in centuries. Mayor Bing Shan's voice resonated throughout Shuai-Ji-Du, and at that moment, Both nobles and commoners listened intently to the broadcast. In the face of this unprecedented mega natural disaster, all we can do is strive with all our might to survive. Those with survival shelters at home may take refuge there. If circumstances allow, please accommodate more residents. Kale Law Company will also dispatch personnel to transport citizens to our disaster emergency locations. However, I cannot guarantee that everything we do will be effective against this disaster. Shueiji-do has become an isolated island. Outside, a storm brews and a tsunami approaches. To step outside would be to walk to certain death. No one can survive such extreme weather. We can rely solely on the emergency shelters we have established. Ordinary residences cannot withstand the impact of a colossal tsunami. Therefore, I urge everyone to cooperate with Kale Law Company personnel and not stubbornly remain in their homes. As Bing Shan's words concluded, both commoners and nobles displayed expressions of disbelief, initially assuming it was merely an annual large tsunami. Yet, they could not have anticipated that it would swiftly transform into an unprecedented mega tsunami, accompanied by extreme storm disasters. This cannot be. How could a mega tsunami suddenly appear? Are the gods of water punishing us? Have we offended the deities of Shueiji-do? A nobleman, in a state of fervent desperation, knelt upon the ground, imploring the divine for deliverance from impending punishment. Yet before he could even bow his head, his father, standing nearby, forcefully kicked him to the ground. "You wretched fool," he scolded, "on the brink of death, you still cling to such ethereal hopes." It must be said that the old noble possessed remarkable fortitude, choosing to place his faith in the iceberg. After all, should he dare to deceive concerning such a monumental disaster? The outrage of the populace of Shueiji-do could easily lead to his downfall. During the initial construction of the manor, no emergency refuge had been designated, leaving them reliant on the emergency shelter provided by the Kale Law Company. The old noble, brimming with resolve, commanded his subordinates to gather their valuables and swiftly make their way to the Kale Law Company. The young noble, having been knocked down, found clarity after the blow and followed the elder in a state of indignation. Upon departing the manor and entering the main thoroughfare, they beheld a throng of commoners hastening towards the Kale Law Company. The old noble's expression darkened, and he barked orders to his men to clear a path. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and push forward, lest these masses of commoners seize our place." With robust retainers forging a path through the crowd, they indeed advanced with greater swiftness. Yet, faced with the threat of death, the common folk were far less accommodating than usual. What did it matter if one were noble? To obstruct their path now was tantamount to signing their own death warrant. Typically, a display of subservience might yield financial gain, but in the face of impending doom, wealth held little value. Life was paramount. Even the strongest retainers struggled to navigate through the throng, and as they neared the Kale Law Company, their progress slowed considerably. Why must such calamity befall me? I do not wish to die. I long to marry and raise children. There remains so much yet to be experienced. The urgency mounted as the waves of despair approached, and the young noble lamented, "Why must this disaster occur? Are the gods of water seeking to punish Shueiji-do?" The crowd murmured anxiously, and amidst the chaos, the old and young nobles found themselves swept along with the masses, abandoning their customary aristocratic decorum in their shared flight for survival. Upon reaching the emergency shelter of the Kale Law Company, they discovered personnel coordinating the influx of civilians, while others worked feverishly to reinforce defenses against the impending catastrophe. The emergency site was situated on the mountainside of Shueiji-do, elevated yet not at the highest point of the core area. Nevertheless, even those residing in the core sought refuge at the Kale Law Company, fully aware that the tsunami could still strike there, and the shelter was far sturdier than their own dwellings. Amidst the turmoil, Baizé finally arrived. The old noble, caught in the crowd, inadvertently glanced upward and noticed a flicker of light in the sky. "What is that?" he exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment as he faced the calamity. Despite a flicker of hope in his heart, longing for divine intervention, even if merely a fanciful wish, suddenly, he was jostled by the crowd. Yet he paid no heed to the pain on his head, gazing skyward with widened eyes. "Everyone look! What is that?" he bellowed. pouring his utmost strength into his voice to draw attention to the spectacle above. The surrounding crowd, initially bewildered by his fervor amidst impending disaster, found themselves captivated by curiosity. As they turned their gazes skyward, their movements halted, and an ever-increasing number of individuals raised their eyes to the heavens. A figure, radiating a golden luminescence, hovered above. Amidst darkened clouds and an impending sense of doom, a divine savior. This vision mirrored the traditional depictions of deities that had long been imagined. In that moment, not only those outside the emergency site turned their gaze upwards, even those within the shelter craned their necks, eager to behold the visage of the divine. From the rooftop of the warning center, the iceberg commanded a view of the unfolding scene, directing the personnel of the Calais Law Company in their rescue efforts. The lower-lying homes of Shuai-ji-do had already succumbed to the tsunami, yet miraculously, all residents had been evacuated. At that moment, Khalifa hurriedly ascended the stairs to the iceberg side, urgently imploring, "Mayor Bing Shan, we must evacuate at once. The tsunami will soon reach this place." Clad in a form-fitting outfit, complemented by fishnet stockings and high heels, her allure was undeniable, though the torrential rain rendered her somewhat disheveled. Yet, she found the iceberg gazing intently at the sky, and upon following suit, her mouth fell agape, savoring the taste of rainwater as she cared little for her drenched state. Memories of the water deities revered in Shuai-ji-do flooded her mind, and she involuntarily whispered, "Is this a deity?" Baizé had just arrived, witnessing the first monumental wave crashing upon Shuai-ji-do. Thankfully, the populace had demonstrated remarkable awareness, seeking refuge in the emergency shelter on the mountainside, enveloped in a soft, golden glow that pulsed gently with his breath. He understood that to unleash the extreme solar power in such a densely populated area would only result in more casualties from the intense heat. Thus, employing the raw force of pure sunlight was not a viable option. As Baizé lingered, more individuals took note of his presence, some even pausing in their flight to stare at him in awe. Baizé radiated a sense of solar resonance, realizing that the crowd mistakenly believed him to be a deity come to save them. Although he bore a portion of the responsibility for the calamity, he would not betray their trust and would strive to avert this disaster with all his might. Baizé seemed to address the people of Shuai-ji-do. It felt as though he were speaking to himself. The divine artifact in his grasp transformed into a long sword, enveloped in a soft golden hue that danced with the sword's intricate engravings. Since the application of pure solar power was impractical, he would instead rely on the pinnacle of his swordsmanship to confront this calamity. By harnessing the force of sunlight to amplify his swordplay, he could achieve a transformation of the elements. In Alabasta, Baizé had utilized the ice blocks generated by Qingji's freezing fruit, subsequently vaporizing them with the power of sunlight to create torrential rains that could alter the very climate of Alabasta. Now in Shuai-ji-do, he would employ swordsmanship as the foundation, supplemented by the power of sunlight, to conjure forth a sword aura potent enough to dispel this catastrophic natural disaster. As Baizé gathered his strength, the sensation akin to the blazing sun radiated outward. The inhabitants of Shuai-ji-do felt this warmth above them, further solidifying their belief in Baizé's divine nature, and they knelt in supplication, beseeching the deity to deliver them. Standing atop the warning center, Bing Shan found it hard to believe. Previously skeptical of Khalifa's assertion, he now felt a flicker of faith emerging within him. If indeed there are divine beings, I beseech you to avert this calamity and spare the citizens of Shuai-ji-do from the ravages of nature. For this, I am willing to dedicate my entire being in devotion to the deities. At this moment, Bing Shan found himself at a loss, standing atop a high edifice, gazing upon the towering waves that surged ominously towards him. As a disciple of the legendary shipwright, he was adept at estimating the height of the waves with a mere glance. It was the sight of these colossal waves, towering hundreds of meters high, that instilled in him a profound sense of helplessness and despair as an ordinary person confronting the might of nature. This was a disaster that humanity could not withstand, and it drove Bing Shan to kneel in desperation, imploring the divine for salvation. Khalifa observed Bing Shan, moved by his fervent plea. Since the onset of this unprecedented natural disaster, Bing Shan had truly lived up to the admiration of the citizens of Shuai-Jidu, regardless of the potential dissent from the populace. He resolutely informed them of the impending disaster and organized their evacuation to the emergency shelter in Kalila. Now, confronted with what could possibly be a divine presence, he unhesitatingly knelt in prayer, seeking to protect the citizens from the impending calamity. Bing Shan certainly deserved the affection of Shuai-Jidu's inhabitants. Khalifa now believed that Bing Shan's care for the citizens was genuine. She lifted her gaze to the heavens, and under the soft golden radiance, the rain upon her face seemed to lose its chill, replaced by a warmth akin to sunlight. Unable to restrain herself, Khalifa knelt, her hands clasped in reverence as she prayed earnestly. "O great deity, please save Shuai-Jidu. I offer my wholehearted devotion to you." Following closely behind by Zay, Yisheng observed the soft golden light emanating from above Shuai-Jidu, along with its encompassing aura, causing his expression to shift slightly. Without time for conversation, he hastened to descend to the level of Shuai-Jidu, landing atop a high building only to find two individuals kneeling on the ground. Ignoring any inclination to engage them, Yisheng looked skyward, where a monstrous wave, hundreds of meters high, surged towards Shuai-Jidu, while ominous clouds brewed a fearsome storm above. Earlier, from his vantage point in the sky, he had sensed a deadly aura. Had Baizé unleashed such power while he remained airborne, the residual force alone could have inflicted serious injury or even death upon him. Now, however, his concerns regarding the colossal waves and the brewing tempest had diminished. If one possesses such power and cannot quell it, it can only be said that the forces of nature are beyond human contention. Upon hearing Yisheng's words, Bing Shan and Khalifa exchanged puzzled glances, then looked up to see a man clad in singed robes. Just as they were about to inquire about his earlier comments, a brilliant flash of light in the sky drew the attention of those who had been bowing in prayer. They lifted their eyes to witness a golden halo radiating from the golden light, expanding outward in concentric rings, reminiscent of planetary rings. The citizens of Shuai-Jidu gazed up in awe as the golden luminescence dispelled the dark clouds, revealing a gaping hole through which sunlight poured down upon the city, as if the apocalyptic scene had vanished. As the rings of light expanded, the clouds dissipated in tandem, rendering Shuai-Jidu remarkably tranquil in the eye of the storm. Yet beyond its borders, the monstrous waves were repeatedly quelled by an unseen force, gradually diminishing from hundreds of meters to mere dozens, until they lay still, as if they had never existed. Those residing on the hillside of Shuai-Jidu witnessed the transformation from existence to absence with clarity. While the astonishing spectacle rendered all speechless, their eyes wide, transfixed by the serene surface of the sea. Yisheng gripped his cane, his hand trembling with emotion as he beheld the tranquil waters, then looked up at the clear sky, unable to contain his awe. A sword can clear the storm, rendering the seas devoid of divine beings. Even gods may be slain before such power. Baizé reigned in the rampant energy of the sun, basking in its light as the fiery essence within him rapidly rejuvenated. Sensing the situation, he noted that there had been no fatalities during this calamity, though property damage was inevitable. After briefly assessing the casualties among the citizens of Shuai-Jidu, he was pleasantly surprised to find the numbers significantly lower than anticipated. Achieving zero casualties amid such a disaster was remarkable, attributable not only to timely warnings but also to effective coordination. It appeared that Bing Shan, the mayor of Shuai-Jidu, was indeed a capable leader. Baizé's gaze stretched toward the horizon, where he could discern the silhouette of Liuyang. It seemed the monstrous waves had not affected her. As he gathered his luminescence, he followed Yisheng's trail and descended onto a tall building. "Baizé, my young friend, you have once again left me in awe," Yisheng expressed sincerely. "I have been gathering energy and could not warn you in time, nearly causing you harm. I hope you will not hold it against me." After addressing Yisheng, Baizé turned his attention to the two individuals who had just risen from the ground, one of whom was a striking blonde woman, her drenched attire evoking considerable intrigue. Bing Shan maintained his serious demeanor, though his gaze toward Baizé carried a hint of something unusual. He approached swiftly, extending his hands in gratitude. "Esteemed sir, I am profoundly grateful for your salvation of Shuai-Jidu." His words were fervent, his gaze sincere, and his demeanor somewhat fervent. Bai Zhe was struck by a sense of déjà vu. Could he be the reincarnation of Qiu's parents? As Bai Zhe shook Bing Shan's outstretched hand out of courtesy, he replied, "Salvation may not be entirely accurate, for I bear some responsibility for this colossal tsunami." Bai Zhe spoke candidly, unconcerned with how Bing Shan might interpret his words, as long as he acted with a clear conscience. Upon hearing Bai Zhe's explanation, Bing Shan appeared enlightened, yet remained sincerely grateful. "Though you bear part of the responsibility, it is a fact that you saved the citizens of Shuai-Jidu. Had you disregarded them, the resulting disaster would indeed have been your fault. But you chose to act for their protection." Bing Shan articulated his understanding of responsibility clearly. Khalifa, standing behind him, scrutinized Bai Zhe intently. Anyone capable of calming storms and quelling colossal tsunamis would naturally attract attention. After all, the strong are inherently captivating. Khalifa could not deny her own intrigue, even entertaining thoughts of venerating Bai Zhe, reminiscent of her earlier reverence for him before learning of his identity. Sensing Khalifa's intense gaze, Bai Zhe averted his eyes slightly. In the original narrative, Khalifa was a notable character with a complex background. Currently, she was executing an undercover mission for the world government, serving as Bing Shan's secretary. Her piercing gaze prompted Bai Zhe to harbor unusual suspicions regarding her true nature. Could it be that Khalifa has learned of my prowess and wishes to recruit me into the world government? Bai Zhe mused internally, feigning ignorance to the intense gaze directed at him. "Mayor of Ice City, I appreciate your gratitude. However, rather than exchanging pleasantries with me, it would be more prudent to swiftly organize the populace for post-disaster recovery, as the tsunami has indeed devastated several homes." Bai Zhe's words awakened the mayor, who suddenly realized the magnitude of Bai Zhe's displayed power and the despair faced in the wake of the colossal tsunami. Bai Zhe had instilled hope, profoundly impacting his spirit. Reminded of his responsibilities, the mayor cast an apologetic glance toward Bai Zhe. "My lord Bai Zhe, regardless of circumstances, you shall forever be the most esteemed guest of the Water City. The Carrera Company will always welcome your presence. Should you have any shipbuilding needs, do not hesitate to approach us. We shall exert every effort to meet your requests." The mayor made a precious promise, and upon turning to see Khalifa's intense gaze fixed upon Bai Zhe, he, being astute, recognized her potential interest in him. Thus, he did not send Khalifa away, but instead instructed her, "Khalifa, you are to take charge of hosting Lord Bai Zhe and His Excellency Yishan. Ensure you attend to Lord Bai Zhe's needs with utmost care." After hastily issuing his orders, the mayor rushed downstairs to organize the community's recovery efforts. "My Lord Bai Zhe, His Excellency Yishan, you have heard the mayor's instructions. Should you require anything, feel free to express it. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes," Khalifa stated, momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure, a smile gracing her lips as her gaze remained firmly on Bai Zhe. Standing nearby, Yisheng pursed his lips, feeling somewhat like an afterthought despite Khalifa's mention of him. "Let us not rush. My companions have yet to return from the seas. First, we shall ensure their safe return ashore," Bai Zhe remarked, gesturing toward the ocean. Following his finger, Khalifa observed a magnificent vessel, radiating a soft golden glow, gradually approaching the shoreline. Perhaps due to her admiration for Bai Zhe or his earlier divine-like display, the ship, under the sunlight, appeared as if it were a celestial chariot. "Is that your beloved ship?" Khalifa inquired reverently, her demeanor almost devout. Bai Zhe paused, slightly adjusting to Khalifa's manner, having encountered it a few times before. "Indeed, that is my vessel, named the Liang. Once it docks and retrieves my companions, we shall contemplate other matters." "I understand, my lord Bai Zhe," Khalifa replied, her eyes fixed on the approaching Liang as an idea suddenly ignited within her. "Might I inquire if you have any intentions of modifying or reinforcing the Liang?" Seeing Bai Zhe's quizzical expression, Khalifa stood tall, as if presenting her capabilities to a deity. "The Carrera Company is the finest shipbuilding enterprise in the world. home to premier shipwrights. Have you heard that the president of Carrera, the mayor of Ice City, is a disciple of the legendary shipwright Tom? If you have such needs, I am confident that even the mayor himself would personally oversee the modification and reinforcement of the Leon. Khalifa's proposal stirred by Zay's interest, prompting him to stroke his chin thoughtfully. Then it shall be a task for you. I will consult my companions for suggestions on modifications before entrusting the work to Carrera. Splendid. The Carrera Company shall not disappoint your expectations, my lord by Zay. The trio descended from the Alert Center's towering structure and arrived at the port, where chaos reigned. Gigantic crabs, towering over a person, scuttled about with menace, clearly washed ashore by the waves. Noticing by Zay and his companions were undeterred, the crabs charged forward with their pincers snapping. Khalifa stepped slightly forward, her long, leggy figure accentuated by her fishnet stockings and high heels, exuding charm. Regrettably, the towering crab paid her no heed and lunged toward her. As Khalifa prepared to kick the audacious creature, Yisheng, standing behind her, subtly unsheathed his blade. A forceful gravitational pressure instantly subdued the clawing crab, rendering it helpless as it lay flat. Khalifa gazed at Yisheng with astonishment. He was indeed the individual Bai Zay had mentioned, possessing the prowess to contend with Bai Zay, demonstrating extraordinary control. With a mere flick of his blade, Yisheng conjured a gale that swept all marine life back into the ocean, sheathing his sword as he calmly stated. Though these creatures were washed ashore, their rampant behavior on land poses a risk to the people. I shall return them to their aquatic home. Bai Zay engaged in casual conversation with the two while jotting down his day's diary entry. Today, I had a skirmish with the future admiral of the Navy, Tung Hu Yisheng. It was satisfactory. I could suppress him without solely relying on the pure power of Liang, and with some time, I could easily prevail. However, the abilities of devil fruit users are truly unfathomable. Some can summon meteors from outer space, tens of thousands of meters away. Had I not invoked the pure power of Liang, I might have been able to shatter that enormous meteor, potentially endangering Nami and the others. The might of the pure power of Liang is indeed extraordinary. It seldom compels me to use it. This moment is one worth commemorating, and I'm grateful to have recorded it in my notebook. This encounter, primarily centered on swordsmanship complemented by the power of Liang, signifies a further refinement of my meteorological swordsmanship. The concept, evolving from the revitalization of the meteorological system in the Alabasta Kingdom to now overcoming the catastrophic natural disaster in Water City, has matured from its nascent form. When I envision the culmination of my meteorological swordsmanship, I foresee the ability to conjure storms with a single stroke. However, I'm still some distance away from that realization. Observing the word count, I noted a slight deficiency and turned my gaze back to Khalifa. I initially believed that in Water City, I would not engage with members of CP9, yet here I am, interacting with the undercover member Khalifa, who treats me with such respect. Having completed his diary, Bai Zay noticed Nami and the others successfully disembarking, gracefully leaping from the Leon. Nami rushed to Bai Zay, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she exclaimed, "Your sword strike was incredibly impressive. You calmed the storm and quelled the waves, surpassing even the legendary deities in your abilities." No Kigo chimed in. "I believe that if a true deity stood before you, they would struggle to withstand that strike." Vivi, with determination, grasped the hilt of her sword and gazed fervently at Bai Zay. "Bai Zay, I wish to learn that sword technique." The responses from the women varied, but only Robin exhibited a distinct demeanor. Bai Zay smiled, engaging with Nami and the others, when he suddenly sensed an unusual aura of menace. Following the sensation, he cast a curious glance toward Robin, who, while maintaining a neutral expression, displayed a rather unique intensity in her gaze directed at Khalifa. Everyone has worked hard on this journey. Let's follow Khalifa for a moment of rest. I kindly asked Khalifa to arrange a place for them to recuperate. Baisha, maintaining an impassive demeanor, addressed Khalifa, who respectfully bowed before him and gestured to the others. "Ladies, please follow me. I shall escort you to the hot springs of Water City to alleviate the fatigue from our journey." Knowing that he was surrounded by female companions and recognizing his unsuitability to join, Yisheng voluntarily took his leave. "I still prefer a game or two. As for the hot springs, Let these lovely ladies enjoy it. Leaning on his cane, Isheng departed first, but midway he found himself in a moment of bewilderment. His eyes had been restored, and the cane in his hand seemed less necessary. However, habits are hard to break, and he still found comfort in its support. Muttering to himself, Isheng left the port in search of a quickly reopening noodle shop, ordered his favorite buckwheat noodles, and indulged in the delightful meal. Meanwhile, Khalifa led Nami and the others to the hot spring inn, while Baizé lagged slightly behind and caught Robin's attention. Noticing his grasp on her arm, Robin looked puzzled. "What is it, Baizé? Do you have any objections to Khalifa?" She bit her lip, having not yet informed Baizé of the troubles caused by Rob Lucci since his hurried return. Additionally, she believed that the CP9 agents could pose a threat to Baizé. Thus, she took it upon herself to handle the matter, capturing as many CP9 members as she could. To her surprise, one had slipped through the cracks, and leaving any loose ends could potentially bring genuine trouble to Baizé. After all, leaving Khalifa to handle this alone would not suffice. Driven by the desire to shield Baizé from complications, Robin harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Khalifa, to the extent that Baizé could sense a hint of malice. Here's the situation. Robin succinctly recounted the relevant matters concerning the world government. Albeit her knowledge of Khalifa's CP9 affiliation was derived from Baizé's diary, she could only deflect with her unique perception of the world government's lackeys. "So, have you dealt with the CP9 agents?" Aside from Khalifa, of course, Baizé harbored no significant doubts about such peculiar intuitions, which are not uncommon in the world of One Piece. "I should have taken care of them all." Baizé pondered with a furrowed brow before addressing Robin. "Let me handle this matter. Refrain from taking further action." Robin regarded Baizé and nodded gently, her trust in him unwavering. "How do you intend to deal with Khalifa?" "Even if we choose not to intervene, the world government will question her once they realize she is the last one left alive." Baizé responded nonchalantly. "The key is to manage our afterthoughts and leave no trace. If Khalifa remains unaware, there is no need for bloodshed." Robin nodded in agreement with Baizé's approach. "Then let us hurry to the hot springs. It has been quite a while since I last enjoyed one." Baizé winked at Robin with a smile, prompting her to display an understanding smile, playfully tossing her hair in a manner that captivated all. "I'm looking forward to it." Upon Baizé's arrival at the hot spring inn with Robin, Nami and the others had already been waiting at the entrance for some time. "The hot spring inn is still open?" Baizé inquired with curiosity. Khalifa replied with a smile, "This is actually a private establishment owned by Mayor Bing Shan. As long as you inform him, you may enjoy the hot springs here." It was unexpected that a man as stern as Mayor Bing Shan would pursue pleasure by opening a hot spring inn. Baizé chuckled, and Khalifa smiled in response. "Lord Baizé, you yist." In truth, Mayor Bing Shan established the hot spring inn to provide the citizens of Water City with more entertainment, and the prices remain quite affordable. Baizé nodded, choosing not to dwell on such matters. Since they were already at the entrance, they should not linger, but rather proceed to enjoy the hot springs. Baizé stepped inside first, greeted respectfully by two young and beautiful attendants who bowed and welcomed him. "Welcome to the hot spring inn. Please proceed to the front desk for registration." The group entered in order, registering briefly at the front desk, while Nami eagerly lifted the curtain marked with the female symbol. Throughout, Khalifa stood by Baizé's side, awaiting his commands. Once everyone had entered, Baizé turned to Khalifa. "Miss Khalifa, do you not wish to join me in the hot springs? Why remain here with me? Fulfilling your every request is the directive of Mayor Bing Shan." Khalifa cited the mayor as her reason for staying beside Baizé. Baizé chuckled at Khalifa's respect towards him. If he desired, it would be easy to take advantage. It was unnecessary. At present, Baizé had no intention of allowing Khalifa aboard his ship. If one indulges without bearing the responsibility, what is the point of indulgence? "Then please, Miss Khalifa, do join the others in the hot springs. I shall enjoy myself on the other side." Baizé gestured slightly, leaving Khalifa momentarily stunned. Understanding his intent, she could only nod helplessly and follow Nami and the others inside. Ah, how refreshing. The expansive indoor hot spring, still in the midst of post-disaster reconstruction, was enjoyed solely by Baizé, with steam swirling around him, subtly revealing his flawless muscular contours. The situation with Khalifa remained somewhat challenging. However, even in the face of the world government's scrutiny, she remained entirely oblivious. Never mind, I shall not dwell on this matter. I will conduct another sweep to ensure no CP9 members have slipped through, lest Robin miss a couple more. In the following days, Mayor Bing Shan collaborated with several top shipwrights to devise a reinforcement plan for the Sunfire, hauling it into dry dock number 1 for modifications. Bai Zhe and his companions temporarily resided at the Hot Spring Inn, and due to Bai Zhe's stay, the inn was closed to the public, allowing everyone to savor a leisurely period in the hot springs. Notably, Bai Zhe had once shared the baths with Nami and the others, and the following day, due to Nojiko's enhanced physical condition, she remained in bed for most of the day after a night of revelry. After all, with the boost from the special reward, Nojiko's physical prowess rivaled that of a vice admiral, and for Bai Zhe to exert himself to such an extent was a testament to the thrill of their shared experience. In the future, I should refrain from accepting such peculiar challenges. Bai Zhe ruffled his hair and playfully smacked Robin's backside, for it was she who instigated this entire affair. Robin's face flushed crimson as she shot a glare at Bai Zhe and walked away with slightly unsteady steps, for his playful smack had carried a hint of force. Lord Bai Zhe, Khalifa, wrapped in a bathrobe and flushed, emerged, evidently just having exited the hot springs. Today, Mayor Bing Shan communicated that the modifications to the Sunfire should be completed by this afternoon. Bai Zhe nodded slightly. The pace of the modifications was commendable. Moreover, the quality was unparalleled, as it was undertaken by world-class shipwrights, which reassured Bai Zhe immensely. Thank you, Khalifa. By the way, here is a small gift I have prepared for you. I may be departing soon, so if any crisis arises, this may serve as your safeguard. Bai Zhe presented a pendant adorned with a cross sword, strung on a silver chain. Khalifa received it with surprise, her eyes gleaming with curiosity, particularly intrigued by the pendant's unique properties. However, Bai Zhe specifically mentioned that it could only be used in times of danger. Khalifa then suppressed her curiosity and solemnly expressed her gratitude to Bai Zhe. Thank you very much, Lord Bai Zhe. I will treasure this necklace and hold it as my most valued possession. In the days spent with Bai Zhe, Khalifa's respect for him deepened. The more time she spent with him, the more she felt the radiant warmth emanating from him, akin to the sun's gentle glow. This pendant can save your life in critical moments, so make sure to carry it with you, Bai Zhe advised before turning to return to his room to change clothes. Preparing to inspect the modifications made to the Liangha, Khalifa solemnly placed the pendant around her neck and tucked the cross sword between her bosoms, where the engraved Liang runes emitted a soft warmth, providing her with a sense of security. As Robin walked back to her room, she rubbed the spot where Bai Zhe had just patted her and sighed. She had thought Bai Zhe would lose control and act against them, but he managed to hold back until he left, even engaging in a harmonious conversation with Nua Qi Gao for the entire evening. However, given Bai Zhe's character, he was unlikely to be so reckless. Robin touched her backside and suddenly remembered a story Bai Zhe had previously told her, 3 knocks on the head at the witching hour. A spark of realization lit up in Robin's mind as she took a deep breath. Reflecting on Bai Zhe's usual demeanor, she felt it was indeed true. Just like how she had provoked him, he would not have slapped her so forcefully, especially in such an odd location. Regardless, tonight, she decided to wait in her room without locking the door. Bai Zhe walked along the path, and ahead of him was Khalifa in her black fitted suit and pencil skirt. He averted his gaze slightly and focused on the streets on either side. After several days of reconstruction, places that had not been severely affected had reopened, bustling with activity. Meanwhile, the destroyed houses were being urgently repaired by employees from the Carrera Company, mobilized by the Ice City Mayor. Lord Bai Zhe, dock number 1 is ready, Khalifa respectfully announced. Bai Zhe nodded and stepped inside first, but as he passed Khalifa, he sensed a hint of melancholy in her gaze. Without dwelling on it, Bai Zhe rubbed his right palm, recalling the sensation of slapping Robin that morning, pondering whether she could connect it with the story he had told her earlier. Mayor of Ice City, thank you and the many shipwrights for your assistance, which has allowed the Liangha to be rejuvenated, Bai Zhe said as he arrived at the working area of dock number 1. The mayor had changed from his usual suit into the attire of ship worker. Upon hearing Bai Zhe's voice, He quickly set down his tools and approached Bai Zhe to present the accomplishments of the past few days. Lord Bai Zhe, we have reinforced various sections of the Lianghe, even replacing the keel with branches from the Baoshu atom. I assure you, the sturdiness of the Lianghe is unparalleled, even compared to any warship in the world today. Not even the large military vessels crafted at great expense by the Navy can surpass its durability, the mayor declared earnestly. After listening to the materials used, Bai Zhe nodded in agreement, recognizing the extravagant nature of the resources utilized. He certainly did not expect the Ice City to cover these costs. Having the mayor and several top shipwrights work on it was already a rare opportunity. He had saved enough belly to support the expenses for this modification and reinforcement. Additionally, all entertainment facilities were adequately provided, and each lady's room was decorated according to their preferences. Moreover, hearing that you particularly enjoy hot springs, we have specially expanded the bathroom to accommodate 10 people at once. The mayor added. Bai Zhe nodded in satisfaction after hearing the mayor's introduction. Mayor of Ice City, I am very pleased with your modifications and reinforcements. Thanks to your help, the Lianghe has been reborn. Bai Zhe was generous in his praise, and since the mayor showed him great respect, Bai Zhe reciprocated. May I ask if we can set sail this afternoon? Yes, we can set sail smoothly this afternoon. In fact, all functions are already complete. Only the final touches are left, the mayor replied. Bai Zhe nodded knowingly, not in a rush, as it was essential to collaborate with several masters to create the Lianghe. Such a masterpiece must be perfected. Upon hearing Bai Zhe's words, the mayor displayed a relieved smile. Indeed, my mentor Tom shares this philosophy. Every ship he personally constructs deserves the utmost dedication to ensure it is perfect rather than being left unfinished. Then I will leave the rest to you, Mayor. I will return to gather my belongings. We shall bid farewell to the Water City this afternoon. The mayor displayed a hint of reluctance, but, seeing Bai Zhe's firm resolve, did not try to stop him, only nodding firmly. Rest assured, Lord Bai Zhe, I will ensure everything is flawless. Karifa followed closely behind Bai Zhe, feeling a sense of reluctance. From a moment she received Bai Zhe's parting gift at the Hot Spring Inn, she had known that the day of departure was not far off, though she had not anticipated it would be today. Karifa, I need to meet a friend, and it may not be convenient for you to accompany me, Bai Zhe said apologetically. Karifa immediately understood. It's fine, Lord Bai Zhe. You need not worry about me. I will return to the Hot Spring Inn to inform everyone. Thank you, Bai Zhe replied, watching Karifa leave before turning to head towards his destination. In a secluded alley, he found a modest noodle shop, where Yisheng was vigorously enjoying his noodles. Seeing the joyful expression on Yisheng's face, Bai Zhe smiled. He still had a fondness for soba noodles. Boss, a bowl of soba noodles, and add a deluxe set, Bai Zhe's voice echoed in the shop. The boss responded enthusiastically and hurried to prepare. Yisheng put down his chopsticks and glanced at Bai Zhe sitting across from him, his face lighting up with a hearty smile. Are you finally leaving? What are you saying? Am I supposed to settle in the Water City? Bai Zhe retorted playfully. Ha! Indeed, I never asked before, but now I'm curious. Is your goal One Piece? Ypsiloni Shen left heartily, unfazed by Zes ligetartedness. The One Piece left by the Pirate King? To be honest, I am interested, but the most important thing is to enjoy the journey itself. To relish the people we meet and the experiences we encounter along the way. Bai Zhe nodded, not concealing his interest in One Piece. Yisheng suddenly realized that with Bai Zhe's current strength, if he were to pursue One Piece with full determination, there would likely be no one in the sea who could stop him, not even the world government. With such power, Bai Zhe's focus shifted more towards the journey itself, enjoying the experiences and the people he met along the way. And you, old man? After a somewhat fragmented conversation, when Bai Zhe's soba noodles arrived, topped with a variety of luxurious dishes, the noodles seemed to take a back seat. Yisheng's bowl contained much simpler soba noodles. I plan to travel around, to uphold my inner sense of justice, and to eradicate injustices, Yisheng said, looking at Bai Zhe. This was also the promise I made to you back then. Bai Zhe paused for a moment, recalling Yisheng's earlier commitment to repay him. Then it seemed as though he uttered a phrase, conveying the essence of his thoughts, to uphold the steadfastness of one's heart, and to eradicate injustices is the greatest form of gratitude one can receive. The power of an individual appears minuscule in the grand tapestry of the world, yet one must exert their utmost effort. Even the tiniest endeavor can yield fruitful results. Bai pondered thoughtfully. Ha! This wisdom is something I comprehend far better than you. He chuckled, for he was many years your senior. Although I may lack your prowess, do not underestimate my capabilities. With a hearty laugh, he finished the remaining buckwheat noodles in his bowl, laid down several coins, and addressed the proprietor. Please charge this table's expenses to me. He glanced at Bai Zhe, lifted his cane, and with a nod of acknowledgement, turned to leave without any hesitation. Bai Zhe watched his figure until it vanished from sight, then bowed his head to savor the culinary delights before him. The two had not fought, but had formed a mutual understanding, embodying a sense of camaraderie. They felt little sorrow at parting, exchanging only a simple farewell before turning away. In the afternoon, a multitude of crew members from Kale Law Company and the citizens of Shui Ji Du gathered spontaneously at the port to bid farewell to Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe was uncertain how the people of Shui Ji Du had learned of his presence, although it was likely the man standing at the center of the crowd who was responsible, as only he possessed such widespread renown. The boss of Kale Law Company and the esteemed figure Shui Ji Du safe travels. Master Bai Zhe, thank you for all you have done for Shui Ji Du. I shall pray for your safety every day. The citizens called out, their voices filled with fervor. Bai Zhe and his companions waved until they were out of sight, and Nami gazed toward Shui Ji Du, reflecting on the warmth and kindness of its people. Standing atop the observation deck of the Liang ship, which had been significantly renovated by Bing Shan and others, Bai Zhe recalled that this was where he spent much of his time during the day, as noted by the ladies. Consequently, Bing Shan had prioritized enhancing its comfort. As they set sail in the evening, it marked their first departure after numerous farewells. However, this time they had lingered in Shui Ji Du for over 10 days. Bai Zhe mused that it was time to embark on their journey. Under the dim glow of the night, the Liang ship was laden with local specialties gifted by the citizens of Shui Ji Du. Nami, Nuo Qigao, and the others showcased their culinary skills, transforming these ingredients into exquisite dishes. Cheers! The ladies raised their glasses high, clinking them with Bai Zhe's before indulging in delightful libations. Our next destination is the archipelago of Sabaody, a significant waypoint on the Grand Line, where we might encounter Taodu and reminisce about old times. Bai Zhe shared his forthcoming plans, and the ladies listened intently. We will stay at Sabaody for a while to coat the Liang ship with a protective film. Then we shall enter the new world via the depths of Fishman Island, having soared to the lofty heights of Sky Island. We shall now delve into the depths of Fishman Island, traversing both sky and sea at great depths, Bai Zhe declared with a smile, raising his glass to the ladies, who returned his sentiment with expressions of longing. The experiences of soaring 10,000 meters above sea level and plunging 10,000 meters beneath the waves are adventures that ordinary individuals might never encounter in their lifetimes. Yet they were living through such extraordinary moments, having already experienced half of them. Is Fishman Island truly home to captivating mermaids? Nami pondered aloud, while Robin explained. The merfolk possess human upper bodies and fishtails, aligning more closely with human aesthetics, which makes them targets for slave hunters due to their beauty and high value in the slave market. The fishmen, on the other hand, have fish-like upper bodies and human-like legs, a fact that Nami should be quite familiar with. Robin glanced at Nami, aware that the crew shared their pasts openly. Nami, having let go of her hatred towards the fishmen, candidly remarked, to be honest, my impression of the fishmen isn't very favorable, as I endured oppression from them for several years. The captain of the Arlong pirates is a fishman named Arlong. In comparison to humans, fishmen possess 10 times our strength, making them formidable adversaries. Nami shared her insights on the fishmen, considering it crucial for her companions to be informed about the island they were heading towards, thus demonstrating responsibility toward her crew. However, currently, the ruling race on Fishman Island is predominantly the merfolk. Due to rampant slave hunting, the islanders have grown increasingly hostile towards foreign ships, necessitating thorough inspections and registrations for any vessels wishing to dock. Bai Zhe added this information as they each shared their knowledge, enjoying a harmonious atmosphere at the dining table. After their feast and drinks, the ladies eagerly ventured to explore the newly designed bathhouse, which the mayor of Bingshan claimed could accommodate many individuals for a communal soak, providing a unique experience. Inside the bathhouse, Nuo Chigao and Robin, each wrapped in pure white towels, submerged in the water with only their heads above the surface. Robin, intrigued, inquired why Nuo Chigao had gravitated towards her today. She recalled that since boarding the Liang ship, Nuo Chigao had been subtly approaching her. "Nuo Zigo, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Robin gently asked, noticing that the other girls were engrossed in their conversations. "Indeed, you are perceptive. This morning, I observed your interaction with Bai Zhe. Not that I was eavesdropping intentionally. I was merely hungry and looking for something to eat," Nuo Chigao explained hastily, concerned about Robin misunderstanding her intentions. Robin was momentarily taken aback, but questioned why Nuo Chigao had brought this up. "What do you mean?" Nuo Chigao's face, glistening with water droplets and flushed with a gentle hue, resembled a dewy red apple. "Actually, I would like to ask you for a favor, Robin," she said earnestly. "You are aware of Bai Zhe's condition. His practice of the Great Sun visualization has caused his internal yang energy to surge and threatens to overflow. Why are you telling me this?" Robin responded, though she acknowledged she was not as well-versed as Nuo Chigao in such matters. Suddenly, a realization struck Robin as she gazed at Nuo Chigao's rosy complexion, as she found herself swallowing hard, startled by her own conjectures. Robin pressed her lips together, ceasing to speak, her gaze fixed intently on Nuo Chigao, feeling an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Nuo Chigao was now the only one among the ladies who had harmonized with Bai Zhe's energy, making her perspective significantly influential regarding the other girls' relationships with him. At least when the other girls eventually harmonized with Bai Zhe, they would certainly consider Nuo Chigao's feelings. "I want you to help me share Bai Zhe's yang energy," Nuo Chigao whispered, her voice nearly inaudible. If they had not been so close, even Robin's keen senses might not have caught her last two words. Robin felt a dryness in her throat and couldn't help but swallow. "Nuo Zigo, I have given this serious consideration. My body cannot endure it. The yang energy of Bai Zhe has been insufficiently released. Only with more individuals harmonizing the yin and yang with Bai Zhe can we achieve a state of mutual well-being." Robin was astonished by Nuo Chigao's profound awareness. "Sister Robin, I urge you to contemplate this seriously. I believe your feelings for Bai Zhe are no less than mine. It's merely my presence that causes you both to hesitate. Tonight, I shall not allow Bai Zhe into my room," Nuo Chigao stated, pressing her body closely against Robin's, embracing her tightly, whispering softly against Robin's earlobe. "The next step relies on you, Sister Robin." Faced with such an advance from Nuo Chigao, Robin felt her body weaken. Having never experienced such a situation, she found herself half reclining against the edge of the pool, exhaling softly. Her gaze was somewhat dazed and coupled with the effects of alcohol, along with the implications of Bai Zhe's earlier gesture. Robin found herself inexplicably nodding in agreement. Bai Zhe stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the starry night sky. That day, after an intense harmonization of yin and yang with Nuo Chigao, she had begged for mercy and proposed an idea. "Why not let Sister Robin assist? I cannot bear this burden alone." Nuo Chigao's voice echoed in Bai Zhe's ears as she slightly bowed her head. Peering at the churning sea below, taking a deep breath, she suddenly leaped into the water. After enjoying a refreshing swim to calm her mind, Bai Zhe climbed back onto the ship, the Liang Hao. It was unexpected that such matters ultimately hinged on Nuo Chigao's initiative. Tonight would reveal the outcome. Bai Zhe exhaled a warm breath, waiting outside the cabin until the witching hour before re-entering the ship and making her way to Nuo Chigao's room. She reached for the doorknob, but found it unturnable. With a shrug, Bai Zhe turned and walked toward Robin's room. Just as she placed her hand on the doorknob, the door opened gently, the light from the bedside lamp spilling through the crack and illuminating Bai Zhe's hand. The door creaked softly as Bai Zhe slipped into Robin's room, quietly closing the door behind her. The night at sea was tranquil, every movement light and graceful. Bai Zhe approached Robin's bedside, the lamp still aglow. Robin was half reclined on the bed, a book resting on her abdomen, appearing anything but demure. A smile graced Zay's lips, although Robin seemed to be in deep slumber. The atmosphere indicated she had succumbed to sleep after an exhausting reading session. Yet, Zay could discern a subtle disarray in Robin's breathing as she entered the room and approached the bed. Leaning closer to Robin's face, Zay's warm, gentle breath brushed against Robin's skin, further disturbing her already erratic breathing. "Robin, let us share this beautiful night together." Robin's eyes flew open to find Zay close. Mumbling softly, yet her body did not resist fiercely. Instead, she followed Zay's lead, her garments slipping away gently. A night of silence ensued, and the serene Li Yonghao welcomed the dawn amidst a slight tremor. As the faint golden light began to shimmer on Zay's hand, Robin obstructed it. "Are we not going to treat this? It still hurts." "No, this is a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. If we treat it, it seems to lose its significance." Robin's complexion was flushed, yet traces of fatigue lingered in her eyes. After all, her physical condition, bolstered by special rewards, was on par with Nuo Qigao. Even after a night of yin and yang harmonization, only a hint of weariness remained. Zay gently caressed Robin's hair, speaking softly, "Today rest well. I shall prepare breakfast for you." Upon opening Robin's door, Zay encountered Nuo Qigao, beaming and standing elegantly at the entrance. "Sister Robin, you have worked hard. Baisha, hurry and prepare breakfast. I will check on Sister Robin." Nuo Qigao seemed to embody the role of caregiver to the newcomer, stepping lightly into Robin's room. Zay observed Nuo Qigao's adeptness, scratching her head, puzzled by how she possessed such extensive experience in handling these situations. The Li Yonghao was not large, and other girls often regarded Zay with resentful gazes when they encountered him in the morning, their expressions making Zay feel quite uncomfortable. "Zay, I recall mentioning that you should keep the noise down." Nami, without hesitation, seized Zay's hand and shook it vigorously, exclaiming, with such shaking, "How can you sleep?" "Apologies. I will be more mindful next time," Zay replied apologetically. Nami noticed Zay preparing breakfast, which seemed familiar. Suddenly, she recalled, "Did you not spend the night with Nuo Qigao?" "Ahem. Matters like that are best discussed with your sister." Zay dismissed Nami casually, and after preparing breakfast for Robin, she ascended to the observation deck. With the enhancement of the Great Sun visualization, the solitary yang had reached an extreme. It was no wonder Nuo Qigao could not withstand it. Zay casually penned the day's entries in her journal and, after several trials, had become thoroughly acquainted with its mechanisms. This time, she intended to bestow special rewards upon Nami, following the order of boarding the ship. What special reward would Nami draw? Robin's reward was from the world of Naruto, and Nuo Qigao's from the world of Bleach. Surely, Nami's reward would not come from the world of Dragon Ball. Zay mused, pondering the possibilities. Although Zay held some anticipation for her own special reward, it was not overwhelming. She had already achieved invincibility in the world of One Piece. Any additional rewards would merely be a delightful embellishment. If she were to further enhance the Great Sun visualization, it could spell disaster for all the girls aboard the ship. The mere thought of this possibility made even Zay's heart race. Yet, she quickly shook her head. Some were still minors, and such actions were not permissible. The essence of humanity lies in one's convictions. As the final stroke was penned, Zay chose to submit her journal and claim the rewards. "Congratulations on obtaining a special reward. Alongside it, Nami has drawn a special reward. Congratulations on receiving the special reward. S-Class Superpower Telekinesis. Congratulations on receiving the special reward. Mind Cube Synthesis Device." Upon seeing the two special rewards, Zay blinked in surprise. The S-Class Superpower Telekinesis was still somewhat unclear to her, considering the multitude of worlds with countless powers related to telekinesis. After consulting her journal, Zay discovered that this ability originated from the anime One Punch Man, specifically from the S-Class hero Tornado of Terror. The strength of this ability is undeniable. Capable of repelling alien artillery that could obliterate a city, and ordinary physical attacks would struggle to land on its possessor. It can also effortlessly create storms and execute long-range attacks. If desired, one could even lift an island using telekinesis. However, Baize found herself puzzled by her own special reward. What exactly was the Mind Cube synthesis device? Extracting the Mind Cube synthesis device from the journal, she found it to be compact, roughly the size of a basketball, featuring a high-tech appearance adorned with numerous transmission lines. Through the translucent energy panel, a synthetic device is visible, within which a semi-transparent cube, not yet fully formed, is rotating. Upon further inquiry into the diary, Baize finally comprehended the essence of the Mind Cube. Through the Mind Cube, extraordinary battleships with remarkable capabilities can be created, and these exceptional vessels possess a consciousness that allows them to dominate other ships. This implies that such a device can produce extraordinary battleships in bulk. That afternoon, Nami, filled with exuberance, flitted around the Sunny, demonstrating her powerful psychokinesis that effortlessly allowed her to float in the air. As she hovered beside the Sunny, her brow furrowed, drawing the curious gazes of Robin, Noki, and others. After all, Nami had now become the third recipient of a special reward aboard the Sunny, propelling her from a mid-tier status to the elite ranks, second only to Baize. However, as the number of special rewards continues to rise, all aboard the Sunny would eventually ascend to the elite tier, albeit with varying abilities and potential limitations. Nevertheless, in the vast ocean, they would all be considered formidable. Daily rewards solidified their foundation, while special rewards granted them the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of the sea. Vivi gazed at Nami with envy. Her joining Baize on the ship was partly motivated by the pursuit of greater power to alter her father's grim fate. Receiving a special reward was undoubtedly a leap towards that goal. However, it was evident that the order of special rewards granted by Baize was determined by the order of boarding, and since she was the last, Vivi could only bide her time patiently. "Look at the surface of the sea," Kaya suddenly exclaimed, capturing everyone's attention. They turned their gaze to the water, where a massive shadow was slowly rising from beneath the surface. Having sailed the seas for some time, they understood that such a vast shadow signified a sea king. "Get up!" Nami shouted suddenly, and with a thunderous roar of the waves, a colossal creature breached the surface. It measured over 1,000 meters in length, its form bizarre and characteristic of a sea king. The creature's enormous eyes were filled with confusion, having been abruptly pulled from the depths of the ocean, confronted by individuals whose presence seemed overwhelmingly terrifying. It felt as though each one could easily overpower it. The Sea Kings possess intelligence comparable to that of humans, being sentient beings found throughout the world, predominantly residing in the deep sea and the calm belt. The Sea King Poseidon, who commands these creatures, is classified as one of the 3 ancient weapons, underscoring the formidable destructive power of the Sea Kings. Yet at this moment, before Baize and his companions, the creature exhibited an expression akin to that of a timid animal. "Kaya gasped, well, Nami, you are incredible. You pulled the Sea King right out of the ocean." Robin and Noki exchanged glances. Although they could slay the Sea King before them, they could not replicate Nami's feat of drawing it from the sea, as there were no points of leverage in the ocean, making it exceedingly difficult to swim and extract a Sea King solely by their own strength. Particularly for Robin, who is a devil fruit user. Even with a special reward, she could not escape the adverse effects of her fruit. Releasing her psychokinetic hold, Nami allowed the Sea King to float in midair, its body flailing helplessly, yet it dared not attack Baize and the others. The psychokinesis was immensely powerful and versatile. Nami manipulated her abilities to give the Sea King a thrilling bungee jump, causing its large eyes to spiral in delight before she finally set it free. The poor Sea King had suffered an unwarranted calamity and, without daring to retaliate, swiftly submerged back into the depths, eager to avoid further encounters with these formidable beings. Baize shook his head, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement at Nami's playful antics, especially since she was one of the first members to board the ship and had only just received her special reward. Nami had long yearned for this special reward, which explained her exuberance. "Noki, Robin, shall we have a spar?" Nami eagerly proposed to Robin and Noki. Robin brushed her hair back and shook her head. "We cannot fully unleash our capabilities on the sea. As a devil fruit user, do you not think this might be somewhat unfair?" Noki, however, manifested her Zanpakuto with a smile. If Nami wishes, I would be glad to oblige. Hearing such contrasting responses, Nami pondered for a moment before deciding to postpone the spar. Never mind, it is indeed difficult to practice on the sea. I wouldn't want to damage the Sunny. Nami controlled her body and descended back onto the Sunny. Baizé addressed everyone. Upon reaching the Sabeti archipelago, we will pass through Fishman Island into the New World. It is a haven for pirates, where the Navy's influence is minimal. Therefore, we will encounter more pirates with greater strength, and safety will only be assured through vigilance. Given the current prowess of Nami, Noki, and Robin, they could manage on their own even in the first half of the Grand Line. However, their strength was still somewhat lacking for the New World, where 4 emperors reigned, and encounters with them were highly probable. Thus, none of you should become complacent. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded earnestly and began their training. Baizé crafted individualized training plans for each of them, perfectly tailored to enhance their current abilities. Hence, even the 3 women who had received special rewards could still progress. As each person's training intensity varied, Baizé stood on the observation deck, overseeing the women as they trained vigorously, occasionally correcting their movements. He routinely extended his solar sensing to gauge the surrounding sea conditions when he suddenly paused. The Straw Hat crew was encountering a terrifying 3-masted ship, and while it might be a chance meeting with the protagonist's aura, the Sunny should not be involved. Within Baizé's solar sensing, beyond his field of vision, a peculiar vessel appeared, its crew resembling zombies, instantly recalling to Baizé the harrowing 3-masted ship from the Water 7 arc. Had the Sunny inadvertently drifted near the Devil's Triangle? Baizé leaped down from the observation deck and went to the cabin to examine the nautical charts, confirming they had indeed reached the vicinity of the Devil's Triangle. Well then, since we are here, we shall make the best of it. The Devil's Triangle is the territory of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. Having already dealt with one warlord, handling another should pose no issue. Baizé stepped outside the cabin and addressed the women. Halt for a moment. We seem to have arrived near the Devil's Triangle. Every year, 100 ships mysteriously disappear here, so we must exercise caution. The group was momentarily taken aback, collectively checking the contents of the diary. After all, the Devil's Triangle is home to Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and carelessness could result in losing their shadows. Not to mention facing a user of the ghost fruit, whose powers were notoriously unreasonable. Upon reading Baizé's diary entries, a chill ran down their spines. The ability to steal someone's shadow, and a ghost fruit user. With these thoughts, an air of trepidation enveloped them, particularly as young women, who naturally harbored a fear of the supernatural. Under the command of Moonlight Moria, there exists an individual with the power of a transparent fruit, who is unfortunately a perverse creature driven by lust. In the original narrative, Robin was subjected to his relentless advances. However, should that individual dare approach Robin and her companions within a 10-meter radius, it would indeed be a testament to my inept solar senses. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Robin's mind as Baizé had specifically mentioned her. Though she maintained a facade of composure, she resolved that if she encountered that transparent figure, she would unleash the full force of her true 1,000 hands upon him. The other young ladies shared her trepidation and resolved to remain vigilant of their surroundings. If they were to cross paths with that transparent individual, they would decisively strike him down. Should they inadvertently enter the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle, utmost caution would be imperative. Baizé addressed the group, and the women nodded earnestly, particularly attentive to the individuals revealed in Baizé's diary. As the vessel, the Liang, sailed forth, Baizé's solar senses detected a squad of zombies, who in turn became aware of the Liang's presence. Their mission was to lure ships into the Devil's Triangle so that Moonlight Moria could harvest their shadows. These zombies feigned mortality, adorned with abundant gold and jewels, enticing the greedy or the benevolent to approach. True to their plan, the Liang drew closer, and the zombies' faces gleamed with the satisfaction of a successful scheme. Yet, before they could utter a word, they suddenly felt their bodies being uncontrollably lifted, and in an instant, they were expelled from the cabin and plunged into the ocean. What is happening? No, don't let us be submerged. So salty. Before several zombies could finish their exclamations, Nami, utilizing her telekinetic powers, directed a torrent of seawater into their bodies, the energy-rich seawater swiftly purifying the zombies. Nami leaned against the railing, observing the zombies, now devoid of their shadows and reduced to lifeless husks, a look of disgust crossing her features. However, Baize's method proved effective. Was the creator of such zombies indeed Moonlight Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Nami cast the corpses back into the sea. Since they were adventuring upon the ocean, it was only fitting that they return to the depths, where perhaps the sea would serve as their final resting place. Baize nodded in agreement, having previously enlightened the women about Moonlight Moria's abilities upon their sighting of the zombies. Now that they had ventured into the Devil's Triangle, there was no turning back. They must board the terrifying 3-masted ship and witness Moonlight Moria's capabilities firsthand. Baize gazed at the now tranquil sea and addressed the group. The women nodded in agreement, with Nami eagerly stripping the zombies of their gold and jewels, gathering all the wealth aboard the vessel. Her face alight with the thrill of fortune. One cannot deny the merit of telekinesis, allowing for the retrieval of objects from afar. Even if they were to fall into the ocean, I could effortlessly reclaim the treasures. The others observed Nami's greedy demeanor with a hint of exasperation. Yet no one voiced their discontent, knowing that it was Baize who entrusted the Liang's finances to Nami, allowing them to amass such wealth. After all, Nami's greatest passion lay in earning and acquiring riches. As the Liang entered the mist-laden waters of the Devil's Triangle, remnants of sunken ships floated ominously about, creating a chilling atmosphere. However, the women exhibited no signs of fear. Each possessed extraordinary strength, which served as their unwavering assurance. Upon entering the Devil's Triangle, amidst the swirling fog, a vessel of colossal proportions, resembling an island, emerged. This was the largest ship in the world, the terrifying 3-masted ship. Within the lofty quarters of the terrifying 3-masted ship, Moonlight Moria reclined in a chair, flanked by his 3 trusted subordinates, the 3 oddities. Absalom, the transparent fruit user, Hogback, the genius surgeon and one of the creators of the zombie army, and Perona, the user of the ghost fruit. Their reports indicated that a luxurious vessel had entered the fog-bound waters, a place where ordinary ships would dare not venture. Yet this opulent ship boldly approached, with witnesses claiming to have spotted a notorious bounty hunter aboard. Moria addressed the 3 oddities, instructing them to secure this ship. He desired their shadows. Absalom, the commander of the zombie army, pledged, "Master Moria, leave it to me. Under the might of the zombie army, no one shall resist." Absalom's demeanor was one of utmost respect, displaying unwavering loyalty to Moria. Hogback chuckled sinisterly, though he had little interest in combat. He was thoroughly captivated by the study of corpses. "If we capture them, please ensure their bodies are entrusted to me." Meanwhile, in a corner, Perona hummed cheerfully. Should a diary owner stand before her, they would surely notice a notification of a friend request emanating from her diary. Indeed, Perona possessed her own exclusive diary, and she had been closely following Baize's exploits, harboring deep admiration for him. Today, she had finally witnessed evidence of Baize's arrival in the Devil's Triangle and noted his mention of her, which filled the ghostly girl with joy. Baize's presence in the Devil's Triangle would likely unveil more about Moria. She pondered whether Moria would achieve his dreams. Perona, who had been raised by Moria, held him in great affection, despite Moria's twisted psyche following his defeat by Kaido, which led him to obsessively collect shadows. Perona felt a strong sense of duty to assist him in gathering shadows. Yet, she privately doubted that such endeavors could ever triumph over one of the 4 emperors of the sea, Kaido, though Moria remained deaf to her counsel. Initially intrigued by the Platinum Diary, Perona's interest intensified upon learning that Baize possessed knowledge of the unfolding narrative. She yearned for him to arrive in the Devil's Triangle, hoping to glean insights into her adoptive father, Moria's future. However, Moria's pursuit of Baize might prove advantageous, as his desire for power had reached a disturbingly warped level. Perona thought to herself, cherishing Moria as her father, yet she understood that such a path could ultimately lead to his demise. It appeared that her only recourse was to approach Baize and seek his assistance. Based on the diary's contents, Baize frequently aided others, especially beautiful young women. Surely, a stunning girl like herself would garner his favorable response, she mused with confidence. As she registered her surroundings, she realized that the loft was now devoid of company, save for Moria, who regarded her intently. Is it over? Moria, I shall take my leave. Perona hastily slipped into the ground, her ghostly form allowing her to traverse through solid objects. Moria watched as Perona vanished, rubbing his forehead in contemplation. He found himself at a loss in dealing with Perona, whom he had raised since childhood. Back in her room, Perona's spirit hovered above her physical form. After some reflection, she resolved against visiting the Liang in her corporeal state. Her ghostly existence afforded her a greater margin for error. Although much of the diary's content revolved around helping others, Moria's current demeanor was far from benevolent. She was uncertain whether Baizé would extend a helping hand or acquiesce to her request. These were unknowns. Perona could only opt for a ghostly state that allowed for some margin of error. Meanwhile, Absalom, the commander of the Zombie Legion, had meticulously counted his undead army, planning a full-scale assault to annihilate the luxurious vessel in a single strike. He aimed to showcase his abilities to Captain Moria, standing before his formidable zombie army. Absalom nodded confidently. Many of the zombies wielded sabers, showcasing an array of sword masters, including the legendary dragon slayer, Longma, known for his extraordinary prowess. He even possessed the supreme blade, the great knife of 21 crafts, known as Chioshe. It was no wonder Absalom brimmed with confidence in leading such a powerful legion. However, he remained unaware of the monstrous team he was about to confront. The Liang ship sailed through the fog-laden seas, with Baizé intermittently activating his solar senses to scan the surroundings. Yet he found no trace of Brooke. Brooke should have revived during this time, but the absence could only be attributed to a lack of fate. Nevertheless, activating the solar senses occasionally led Baizé to the terrifying three-masted ship, reputed to be the largest vessel in the world. Amidst the fog, it appeared colossal, akin to an island. Everyone, be cautious. We have arrived at the terrifying three-masted ship, Baizé announced to the crew. Suddenly, his solar senses detected a figure rapidly approaching. What could move at such speed? Baizé pondered, focusing his solar senses on the area, and beheld a ghostly maiden soaring through the air towards the Liang ship with astonishing velocity. The girl's pupils were strikingly unique, dark as night, leaving a lasting impression, complemented by her pink twin tails. Even in her ghostly form, she flickered, adorned in a gothic Lolita dress, with peculiar black and white striped stockings. Baizé was momentarily taken aback, realizing it was the ghostly maiden Perona, and her gaze seemed directed towards them. His previous murmurs had been caught by the women aboard, who now turned their curious eyes toward the direction Baizé was looking. Shortly thereafter, a figure floated in the air, gliding closer to the Liang ship. Observing this being reminiscent of the legendary ghost, many girls instinctively took a step back, gripping the hilts of their swords. Upon spotting the Liang ship, Perona was met with hostility. The women were poised to draw their blades at the slightest provocation, ready to reduce her to fragments. Even in her ethereal state, Perona swallowed hard, instinctively mimicking the habit of her corporeal self. "Greetings, do not be alarmed. I am Perona, and I seek your assistance," she hastily proclaimed. On her journey, she had devised a plan, rather than directly asking for help. She would portray herself as a victim of Moria, compelling Baizé to defeat him. Then, at a crucial moment, she would intervene to prevent Baizé from slaying Moria, a rather intriguing strategy, since one of the four emperors, Kaido, had defeated him, leading to an intense pursuit of power. What better way to shatter that ambition than to be vanquished by a being surpassing the four emperors? Perona's thoughts were clear, and she pursued this course of action. If Moria were to learn of her intentions, he would surely be astounded. After all, he had not raised a daughter, but rather a leaky cotton jacket. "What brings you here?" Baizé queried, oblivious to Perona's ulterior motives, knowing she had once single-handedly defeated the Straw Hat Pirates. The abilities of the Ghost Fruit were undeniably formidable. However, as Perona drew closer, the women noticed a prompt from their diaries, gazing at her in astonishment. Could she also be a bearer of a specialized diary? Sharing this status naturally positioned them in the same camp, leading to a significant reduction in hostilities. Yet, should this maiden contemplate treachery against their faction, they would not hesitate to act. I am a girl persecuted by Moria, and I seek your aid to defeat him, Pirona exclaimed, choking Baisha. Was this the same Pirona who had once tirelessly served Moria, defeating the Straw Hat Pirates single-handedly? The women's animosity dissipated as they recognized their shared status as diary bearers. Could you elaborate? After all, an ambiguous request is unlikely to garner a response, Baizé remarked, eager to discern Pirona's intentions. He beckoned her aboard the Liang ship for a more detailed discussion. It is thus Moria collects the shadows of others in his relentless pursuit of power, and I find myself ensnared in this web, Pirona elaborated passionately. The women knew little of her past, but Baizé was aware of her deep admiration for Moria. It was inconceivable that such circumstances would arise. Nevertheless, Baizé resolved to play along with her charade, as it mattered not to him whether Pirona intervened or not. I can entertain your request, but I am not well acquainted with Moria. Would you assist us in combating the Zombie Legion? Baizé proposed after hearing Pirona's explanation, rolling his eyes internally as he held little faith in her narrative. Yet, he followed her lead, suggesting her involvement against the zombies. Pirona, having gleaned from Baizé's diary that he was well-versed in Moria and the Zombie Legion, felt a twinge of skepticism but maintained her smile, determined to enlist his aid against Moria. Of course, since I am requesting your assistance, I must demonstrate my sincerity, she replied. Two individuals, each skeptical of the other, reached an agreement to confront the Zombie Legion. Observing from the sidelines, the other women were entertained, though they were somewhat perplexed, yet found the unfolding drama exhilarating. After Baizé's agreement, Pirona had a legitimate reason to remain aboard the Liang ship. The crew convened to decide who would stay behind to safeguard the vessel. Ultimately, a lottery determined that Nokigo and Koya would remain. Nokigo smiled warmly, reassuring everyone, "You can trust us to protect the Liang ship. It shall remain unscathed." Koya nodded earnestly, her enthusiasm evident as she declared, "Indeed, any intruders will be vanquished by me and Sister Nokigo." Koya felt fortunate to have drawn the guard duty, for the thought of facing an army of zombies did instill a measure of fear within her. With the others prepared and embarking on the terrifying three-masted ship, Pirona led the way, while Baizé remained uncertain of her true intentions, suspecting she might be an undercover agent. However, their team remains obscure amidst the vast ocean. What grounds do they have to entice Pirona to infiltrate their ranks? Baizé gazed at Pirona, who floated ahead, and a cunning idea began to form in his mind. Accompanied by a sly smile, since she was to be an undercover agent, she might as well be a thorough one. Baizé contemplated how to solidify Pirona's cover, setting his sights on the Zombie Legion. After all, the Zombie Legion was Moria's pride and joy. Should it suffer significant losses, even if Pirona were truly an undercover agent, Moria would likely lose faith in her. Especially since Pirona was the key force in eliminating the Zombie Legion, Moria might even turn against her. At this moment, Pirona recalled her own recklessness. After all, it was a hasty plan conceived on the road, riddled with flaws and vulnerabilities. Not to mention, merely revealing the weaknesses of the Zombie Legion could enable Baizé and his companions to swiftly dispatch them. If Absalom were to fail and report to Moria, her own body left within the castle could very well come under threat. Regrettably, she had not consulted Moria, and if the Zombie Legion were to truly falter, Absalom would likely mistake her presence within Baizé's team for treachery. Cold sweat trickled down Pirona's brow as she lamented her impulsive decision. Yet, sensing Baizé's ambiguous gaze behind her, she understood that retreat was not an option. She could only press onward. Soon, Absalom's Zombie Legion encountered Baizé's team. As anticipated, upon spotting Pirona at the forefront, Absalom's astonishment was palpable, manifesting not only on his face, but also in his exclamations. "Pirona, how could you be with that guy's team? Have you betrayed Master Moria?" Absalom's furious outburst startled Pirona, prompting her to glance back at Baizé. Ignoring her gaze, Baizé snorted derisively and proclaimed loudly, "You wretched creature, do not attempt to sow discord. Miss Pirona is a formidable ally of ours." Upon hearing Baizé's words, Perona's heart sank, her face paling with dread. Indeed, her plan was riddled with flaws. Baizé continued, further deepening Perona's despair. Miss Perona not only guided us to the terrifying three-masted ship, but also divulged the weaknesses of the zombie legion, thus enabling us to eradicate your vile group. Absalom's expression darkened upon hearing Baizé's provocation, his eyes blazing as he glared at Perona. I can't believe you would betray Master Moria and reveal the zombie legion's weaknesses to our enemies. I will report this to Master Moria. Just wait and see. After his declaration, Absalom, still skeptical, commanded the zombie legion to attack. Even if they knew the weaknesses of the zombie legion, their sheer numbers would surely overwhelm Baizé's team. After all, Absalom was well aware that he had boasted before Master Moria that he could bring this group back, collecting shadows for him. If he returned empty-handed due to Perona's betrayal, he would face Moria's wrath, even if the zombie legion suffered heavy losses. He could not let Master Moria know that he lacked the ability to win a single battle. Absalom's mind raced with schemes as he activated his transparent fruit ability, coveting the multitude of exquisite women behind Baizé. However, just as he entered invisibility, a streak of radiant golden sword light pierced through his heart, and Baizé, standing still, merely flicked his fingers. Baizé muttered, "Greedy for beauty? You wish to covet Nami and Robin? Your demise is certain." Absalom incredulously glanced down, witnessing the bloodstains soaking through his shirt, and opened his mouth in confusion, attempting to utter something. But as darkness fell before his eyes, his consciousness slipped into eternal oblivion. Nami and the others had already drawn their long swords, engaging the zombie legion in battle. They did not hastily eliminate the zombies, but rather utilized the confrontation to refine their own skills, as the legion housed many sword masters. Vivi directly targeted a swordsman, while the others each selected their own adversaries among the sword masters. Those who did not choose a swordsman were tasked with halting the advance of the other zombies. Upon seeing Absalom fall, blood saturating the ground around him, Perona realized that her status as a traitor had likely been sealed. Simultaneously, she recognized her earlier assumptions were naive. Baizé's strength could potentially annihilate Moria in an instant, leaving her without even a chance to plead for mercy. In that moment, a wave of regret washed over Perona for her foolish decision, filling her with shame. Yet, she quickly pondered how much could have changed had she not made such a choice. The zombie legion stood no chance against Baizé and his allies. Even without her revealing the weaknesses, would Baizé have remained oblivious? Absolutely not. Now, Perona grappled with the dilemma of whether to confess to Baizé. If she did not, and Baizé struck down Moria in a single blow, she would have no opportunity to speak. This would completely diverge from her initial goal. She intended for Baizé to awaken Moria, to refrain from excessively pursuing power, not to slay him and become one of the 7 warlords of the underworld. However, if she confessed, Baizé might not accept her request. Just as Perona wrestled with her turmoil, Nami and her companions surged forward. The sword masters, hampered by the zombies' forms, could not fully unleash their potential against Nami and the others, who were simply overpowering. Those who had not chosen a sword master as their opponent effortlessly dispatched the ordinary zombies as if slicing through vegetables. Especially Robin, who did not allow a single zombie to withstand her strike, wielding her weapons with such prowess, even without the use of her Hana Nomi abilities. After all, Robin's physical prowess allowed her to cut through zombies with ease, even with a sword in hand. Meanwhile, the swordsman Ryuma, engaged in battle with Nami, wore a frustrated expression. He acknowledged Nami's exceptional swordsmanship, which assimilated techniques from various styles, striking a balance between offense and defense. He felt genuinely pleased to duel such a formidable opponent. Yet, the limitations of his zombie body restricted his strength, preventing him from fully unleashing his capabilities against a powerful swordsman. The very same Baizé, who had unleashed the brilliant golden sword light at the onset of the battle, was the opponent he yearned to face, yet he could not overcome Nami. "Little girl, I concede your strength, but I must duel that man," Ryuma proclaimed, raising his sword, the 21 Kojui. "Prepare yourself, for I shall unleash my ultimate technique." Nami's expression turned serious as she enveloped her renowned blade in haki. Although her weapon was not on par with the Kojui, her haki would compensate for the difference. Furthermore, with Baize's teachings on black blade refinement, she could forge a blade unique to herself, allowing her renowned weapon to stand toe-to-toe with the Kojui. The deceased elder should refrain from boasting. Aspiring to battle Baize is a distant dream, especially when he cannot even surpass my challenge. Nami, with her dual blades in hand, expanded her Kinbunchika haki to perceive the movements of the Longma Sword Master, the blade enveloped in a rich coating of Busashoka haki. The swordsmanship of the Longma Sword Master is indeed extraordinary, and even she could not swiftly overcome him. However, she remained undeterred. Swordsmanship is but one aspect of combat, and she is equally capable of overwhelming strength. Compared to the Longma Sword Master's zombie form, Nami's physique is significantly more robust, having benefited from numerous daily rewards and special enhancements, rendering her far superior to the average individual. As the Longma Sword Master lunged forward, Nami maintained her stance, her Kinbunchiku haki firmly locking onto the trajectory of the zombie's movements. In a fleeting moment, she discerned an opportunity. While it may not have appeared as a flaw to the Longma Sword Master, for Nami, it was a prime chance. She finally made her move, bringing her blades down with great force. The metallic clang resonated, accompanied by a dazzling arc of light as her blade flew through the air, leaving the Longma Sword Master in bewilderment as he gazed at his hands, which bore several noticeable cracks. "Did my sword slip from my grasp?" he uttered in disbelief. Suddenly, he became aware of his situation. Indeed, he was now a zombie. What use were his former sword skills if he couldn't even hold onto a blade? Regaining his composure, he looked at Nami, still brandishing her swords, bowed his head, and sincerely acknowledged, "I have lost." He did not make excuses regarding his inability to wield the sword due to his physical condition. A loss is a loss, and before the absolute truth, no excuses could suffice. "Are you not going to continue the fight?" Nami inquired curiously. "No, my current form is far too fragile." "You are correct. If I cannot defeat you, how could I challenge him?" The Longma Sword Master gazed toward Baize, who stood resolutely in the background. Sensing his gaze, Baize turned to meet the Longma Sword Master's eyes. The Longma Sword Master knelt down, paying the utmost respect to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Had he not already passed away, he too would have aspired to reach such heights, albeit never surpassing Baize. Baize contemplated for a moment, manifesting a long blade in his hand and approaching the Longma Sword Master, with Perona curiously trailing beside him. "Longma Sword Master, shall we engage in another bout?" Baize's voice prompted the Longma Sword Master to lift his head in astonishment, which quickly morphed into joy. It was an opportunity to witness even greater swordsmanship. He hastened to retrieve his blade, Chioshui, and before he could fully process the moment, a faint golden glow enveloped him, causing his physical prowess to surge at an extraordinary pace. "This is a temporary enhancement, which will significantly damage this body," Baize explained, to which the Longma Sword Master nodded in agreement. Although he would not regain his former strength, it was sufficient to unleash the full power of his swordsmanship. The Longma Sword Master transformed into a streak of light, prompting Baize to narrow his eyes slightly. Relying solely on swordsmanship, he advanced a blade forward, its tip grazing the sword edge of the Longma Sword Master, aiming directly for his neck. Following a sharp sound, the divine artifact pierced through the Longma Sword Master's neck. Yet, there was no fear upon his countenance, only the joy of witnessing a higher echelon of swordplay. "May your journey be smooth. The departed should no longer interfere with the living," Baize stated, as the Longma Sword Master's form ignited in golden flames, ultimately dissolving into a wisp of ash. With Chioshui planted firmly in the ground, standing proudly, Nami approached with enthusiasm, having long coveted this renowned blade. Witnessing Baize's treatment of the Longma Sword Master, Perona finally resolved to disclose everything to him. "I am truly sorry. I deceived you earlier," Perona hesitantly called out to Baize. Upon meeting his gaze, she felt an inexplicable sense of calmness wash over her. After biting her lip, she continued, "The battle has gradually ceased, and the other girls gathered around. Upon hearing my words, the fighting spirit that lingered from the battle shifted towards me. if I truly wished to harm you and the others. Nami and the others would not have held back. I was not harmed by Moria. Rather, I was raised by him since childhood. He is my adoptive father, and I have always held him in high regard. Perona slowly revealed her connection to Moria. Subsequently, when Moria challenged the Yonko Kaido, it seemed that Kaido not only defeated him, but shattered his spirit, driving him to recklessly pursue power. Moria has now embarked on a distorted path. The direction he is taking is erroneous. If this continues, he will not only fail to regain the strength to challenge Kaido, but will drift further away from him. Thus, I implore you to defeat Moria, to make him realize that blindly chasing power is a grave mistake. With her head bowed, Perona explained everything to Baize, resembling a child who had erred, floating in midair without uttering a word. Nami and the others suddenly understood. It was as she had said. Baize raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Perona's perspective was peculiar. However, upon reflection, it did not seem impossible. By overwhelming Moria with absolute strength, he could demonstrate how fragile the pursuit of external power truly is. Baize contemplated that in the future, Moria would also provoke that ruthless Blackbeard. If Moria does not submit to him, he would likely face immediate execution. Teaching Moria a lesson now might cause him some trouble in the future with Blackbeard. However, Baize also understood that a single battle would not deter Moria from his reckless pursuit of power. I shall give it a try. However, do not expect me to hold back. Just hope that I do not accidentally kill him, Baize remarked to Perona. Upon hearing Baize's consent, Perona eagerly nodded, assuring him, it's fine, he should not be so easily killed. Nami struggled to maintain her serious demeanor. Perona's words made it sound as if she eagerly anticipated Moria's demise. Robin bit her lip, stifling a laugh, then addressed Baize. We have dealt with Moria's zombie army. Our next target is Moria himself. I wonder if he possesses any hidden tricks. It matters not. As long as we defeat him with sufficient speed, any hidden tactics he has will not come into play, Baize responded decisively, leading the group toward the loft where Moria resided, with Perona guiding the way. Given how swiftly they dealt with the zombie army upon entering the castle, Moria had yet to make a move against Perona's corporeal form. Perhaps he had no intention of targeting her at all. The abilities of the Urei fruit are indeed extraordinary. Baize grasped a ghost, his hands molding it into various peculiar shapes. One moment it took the form of a ball, the next an Eiffel Tower. That is indeed the power of my esteemed fruit, Perona proclaimed proudly, as if she had created the Urei fruit herself, brimming with inexplicable pride. However, after she spoke, she gazed at the ghost in Baize's hands with a look of bewilderment. A ghost immune to physical attacks could not escape Baize's grasp, yielding to his manipulation, transformed into various forms. This left Perona in awe of Baize's methods. Baize cast the ghost in his hand, hurling it against the door, where it detonated with a tremendous explosion. The ghost bomb proved to be quite powerful. Baize walked through the shattered door, finding that the majority of the zombie horde had been drawn away, leaving only a few within the castle. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the end of the corridor, where a heavy breathing sound could be heard, prompting the women to glance in that direction as well. There lay a peculiar three-headed zombie dog, one of its heads resembling a fox, which looked rather strange. Upon noticing Baize, the three-headed dog sprang forward with astonishing speed. However, halfway through its charge, it suddenly realized its limbs were not grounded, flailing in midair for a moment before the three heads lowered in bewilderment. As it realized it was floating, panic ensued, and each leg seemed to have a mind of its own. Nami, witnessing the dog's antics, burst into laughter, exclaiming how foolish the creature was, pondering if each head's intelligence was divided, resulting in a collective dullness. All right, let's purify it quickly, Baize urged. Nami promptly retrieved salt from her backpack, and under the influence of her telekinesis, each head of the dog was filled with salt. The three-headed zombie emitted 3 distinct whines, ultimately transforming into a strangely shaped corpse, which Nami placed on the ground. Before they could advance further, a door beside them swung open. Hogback, I just finished your modifications, and there you are howling. I'll send you to guard the entrance soon. A vexed voice emanated from within the door, revealing that Cyberus was the name of the three-headed dog. "So you've stopped howling. I see that only a firm hand will make you obedient," Hogback snarled. As he poked his head out, he was met with the intense stares of Baizé and the others, causing cold sweat to trickle down his back. As a genius surgeon, Hogback was uncharacteristically trembling at that moment, for surgeons are required to maintain steady hands, yet he found himself shaking uncontrollably under their scrutiny. Is this the genius surgeon Hogback, one of the three bizarre individuals alongside Perona? Nami recalled Hogback's complaints and reprimands, connecting the dots from the information she had received earlier from Perona. Hogback turned to flee back into his room, only to find himself suspended in midair once again, flailing his limbs, yet remaining stationary. The girls couldn't help but smile at the comical sight. I didn't expect my telekinesis to have such amusing applications. Or perhaps these individuals have simply become dull from lingering in the mist for too long, Nami remarked, observing Hogback's ridiculous predicament. I believe both factors are at play. Telekinesis is indeed fascinating, and these individuals would seem to have dulled. Baizé agreed with a smile, swiftly resolving Hogback's situation before continuing their ascent. With Hogback dealt with, their path was unobstructed, and they reached the highest level of the attic without encountering significant resistance. After all, the zombie horde had been annihilated, and Perona, one of the three bizarre individuals, had turned against them, while the surgeon Hogback lacked substantial combat prowess. It appeared that only Captain Moria remained. Nami counted the crew of the terrifying three-masted ship and noted that only one adversary remained to be dealt with. They turned their attention to the attic room, and with a wave of her hand, Nami easily pushed the door open. There sat Moonlight Moria, one of the warlords of the sea, grinning menacingly as he gazed toward the entrance. His confidence faltered when Perona's silhouette appeared beside Baizé, and surprise flickered in his eyes. "Perona, I can't believe you betrayed me," Moria exclaimed, his brow furrowing in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Perona, whom he had raised, could turn against him. "Is it you lot who have deceived Perona?" he shouted at Baizé and his companions. Before Baizé could respond, Perona floated gracefully in front of him and addressed Moria. "Moria, this is my choice. Your thoughts have become twisted, leading you down a misguided path. I sought Baizé's assistance to help you understand that the relentless pursuit of power is erroneous." Moria, feeling a piercing pain throughout his body, gazed blankly at the overcast sky, reminiscent of his life after being defeated by Kaido. It was dark, devoid of sunlight, and he could see no future ahead. This time, defeated by Nami and Robin in a manner devoid of suspense, Moria's spirit was utterly shattered, dismantling the twisted ideologies he had clung to. Is such power truly attainable for humans? Moria questioned himself, wondering why he could not possess the strength of those two women or that of the Emperor Kaido. Am I truly a failure? Baizé descended lightly, and it must be said that the resilience of people in the world of One Piece is remarkably formidable. Even after enduring such a heavy blow, he remained conscious, with broken bones and bloodied flesh. Perona followed Baizé to the ground, her expression revealing a mix of sympathy and reluctance at Moria's plight. Yet she understood that without dismantling Moria's delusional beliefs, persuading him would be impossible. Words are the weakest of weapons, only becoming sharp tools when supported by formidable strength. Perona floated before Moria, while Nami and Robin positioned themselves beside Baizé. With Vivi also being brought down, her heart filled with admiration for the recent battle. When will I possess the power of Sister Robin and Nami? This was Vivi's sole thought. Nami disregarded Moria, hastily turning to Baizé. So, how did I do? Am I adequate? Robin also cast her gaze toward him. Just barely adequate. It took too long to defeat one Moria. Let us reduce 3 days to 1, Baizé remarked. Ah, Nami cried out in anguish. For although she still had a day of freedom, it paled in comparison to the 3 days Baizé had promised, resulting in a full 2 days less of rest. Robin also felt a tinge of disappointment, wishing she had resolved the battle more swiftly. Moria, still reeling from the blows that had nearly clouded his consciousness, snapped back to reality upon hearing Baizé's evaluation of Nami and Robin, almost spitting blood in fury. You reduced me to this state, and you call that barely adequate? Moria seethed internally, his mouth opening to unleash a tirade against Zay, only to be choked by blood, resulting in a fit of coughing. Moria, do you see? The relentless pursuit of external power is utterly unreliable. You are on a misguided quest for strength, Perona implored earnestly, causing Moria's already wavering resolve to tremble once more, his pupils dilating in shock. Did I truly err? Moria uttered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his gaze void as he sought answers from Perona. Only by seeking strength within oneself can one attain genuine power. Reliance on external forces may yield temporary might, but it cannot sustain enduring strength. Perona gleaned this insight from the diary of Zay, who once remarked on the king of the underworld, viewing him as an external force capable of annihilating an island, a power not worth excessive pursuit. Seek strength within? Moria murmured. Indeed, seek strength within. Zay approached and spoke gently. If you develop your inging fruit abilities well, you will not fall short in comparison. Yet, you have chosen a misguided path, fixating on collecting other shadows. The direction for developing the inging fruit? Moria's eyes seemed to light up, though Zay did not intervene directly. Nami and Robin were aligned with him, and Moria did not consider Zay a weakling. Your inging fruit possesses formidable abilities such as teleportation, duplication, and shadow attacks. It is foolish to be consumed by a capability that even you cannot control. Zay critiqued Moria's approach to his devil fruit. He found Moria's peculiar reasoning difficult to comprehend. Had you advanced further in shadow manipulation, you could have countered Nami's binding swiftly today, instead of scurrying away like a pitiful creature. Enlightened by Zay's guidance, Moria felt as if a veil had been lifted, his eyes sparkling with newfound inspiration. I understand now. I have been narrow-minded. After realizing this, Moria sighed in resignation, acknowledging Zay's words. He recognized his prior folly in excessively pursuing external power. Moria looked at Perona, who floated in the air, and offered an apologetic smile. I am sorry, Perona, for exposing you to my disheveled state and my foolishness, causing you unnecessary worry. It is all right, Moria. As long as you have clarity, we can start anew, anytime. Perona quickly replied. Upon hearing her words, Moria smiled faintly. Could they truly begin again? Perona hastily turned to Zay, her face a mask of hope. Zay shrugged and beckoned the other girls, saying, Let us return. We have completed a swift passage through the Devil's Triangle in less than a day. Robin and Nami smiled, following Zay, while Perona stifled a sob, covering her mouth. Thank you, Zay, thank you all. Perona had yet to decide to board the ship. She intended to care for Moria until he recovered before determining whether to pursue Zay and join his crew. Moria blinked in disbelief, glancing back at Zay, who had distanced himself, and asked Perona, He has truly let me go. Otherwise, what could he have done? You were on the brink of defeat, Perona replied, somewhat helplessly, before returning to the castle to regain her corporeal form, for in her ghostly state, she could not touch Moria. Zay and the others soon returned to the Sunny, and once aboard, Nami excitedly recounted her adventures to Noki and Kaya, who listened with a mix of fear and anticipation, while Noki smiled warmly. We have set sail. The incident in the Devil's Triangle is resolved. Our next destination is Sabeti Archipelago. With Zay's command, the Sunny embarked once more towards Sabeti Archipelago. Meanwhile, outside the Devil's Triangle, a pirate ship lingered. Bonnie, the gluttonous woman, pursued Zay, but his speed was unmatched, especially as he entered the Devil's Triangle. Fearing she might miss him again, she waited outside the area for updates on Zay's diary. Upon seeing the latest entry about their departure for Sabeti Archipelago, Bonnie's eyes brightened, and she commanded her crew, Hurry, set sail for Sabeti Archipelago. Having left the Devil's Triangle, Moria managed the remaining zombies to care for himself. As his injuries would take months to heal, even with the remarkable physical resilience of the pirate world, Perona diligently attended to Moria, tallying the losses of the zombie army. Although Moria felt a deep melancholy for a time, he quickly recognized the need for change. He released some shadows and began to diligently practice the abilities Zay had mentioned. Daily, he strained to develop his powers, reminiscent of his fervent efforts upon first obtaining the inging fruit. If I could have remained steadfast from the beginning, even after being defeated by Kaido, I could have continued to hone my abilities. Perhaps I would now possess the strength to confront him once more, but alas, I took a wrong turn. Moria sighed, immersing himself back into the development of his powers. Perona, while caring for Moria, did not neglect her own training, having resolved to seek Baizé once Moria fully recovered. Yet, she realized that her own abilities were insufficient to rank among Baizé's crew, and thus she committed herself to developing her devil fruit powers. Moria seemed to sense his adopted daughter's aspirations and actively supported her in enhancing her abilities. The Paramecia class Ghost Fruit was a uniquely powerful fruit capable of freely creating spiritual entities and phantoms. If developed well, it could become a formidable asset. As changes unfolded in the Devil's Triangle, people discovered that traveling near the area no longer resulted in disappearances. Once a source of dread, the Devil's Triangle was gradually becoming mundane. Baizé paid no heed to these changes. His focus was on reaching Sabeti Archipelago to enhance the Sunny and explore the underwater mermaid island. Currently, the number of special reward holders aboard the Sunny had risen to 3, significantly bolstering Baizé's crew's strength. Even without Baizé's exceptional presence, they could navigate the first half of the Grand Line with confidence, as long as they avoided encounters with marine admirals. Should they cross paths with an admiral, Nami, Robin, and Naki's combined abilities would likely ensure their escape. After all, as long as they were not confronted by the lecherous yellow monkey, Nami could swiftly elevate everyone to safety at great heights. The Sunny sailed smoothly towards Sabeti Archipelago, pursued by Bonnie, while ahead, Vice Admiral Momosaji awaited Baizé's arrival. Eager to reconnect and seek guidance on swordsmanship, hoping to break through her own limitations. The daughter's nation lay within the doldrums. The pirate empress, Boya Hancock, had finally awaited the arrival of Baze at the Sabeti Archipelago. As she gazed upon the 3 unique reward holders aboard Baze's ship, the depth of her anticipation was known only to her. I too yearned for such power. Hancock's demeanor had softened completely, shedding her former arrogance and pride. It was likely that even Baze would not have anticipated that before meeting the pirate empress, she had already developed distinct feelings for him. As they were on the verge of reaching the Sabeti Archipelago, facing the despicable and haughty celestial dragons, she wondered what Baze would do. Hancock spoke with eager anticipation. I can hardly wait to witness the news of the celestial dragon's demise. Her cheeks flushed. She envisioned the gruesome scene of the celestial dragons meeting their end beneath Baze's blade. Throughout their voyage, Baze had left an impression on her through his diary, one of audacity and freedom. Hancock held a firm belief that if he encountered the celestial dragons, he would not hesitate to strike. The mere thought of such a scene sent waves of excitement coursing through her. The Empress opened the Platinum Diary and flipped through several pages, her breath quickening as she came across a video of Baze effortlessly overcoming storms in Water City. Hancock had to admit, witnessing this footage stirred something within her. Even though Baze had yet to officially confront the celestial dragons, she found herself utterly captivated by him due to this very video. Baze, swiftly eliminate the celestial dragons. I am eager to embark on an adventure by your side. Hancock's legs intertwined in excitement, her mind racing with fantasies of the stories she could share with Baze. Outside the palace, the 2 Snake sisters exchanged worried glances. The elder sister had taken a solitude lately and often heard cries filled with fantasy. Could it be that my sister has taken a liking to someone? She pondered. That seems unlikely. We are always with her and have never witnessed anyone interacting with her. Moreover, given her temperament, she wouldn't easily fancy someone. The younger sister shrugged, uncertain about matters of the heart, and they whispered about their sister's affairs. Another tranquil day passed on Daughter Island. On the ship, Liang, Baze studied the nautical charts, calculating how long until they reached the Sabeti Archipelago. Just one more day until we arrive. He stretched lazily, reflecting on the enjoyable and fulfilling journey thus far. Baze had spent the first half of the night harmonizing with Nuo Chigao and the latter half with Robin. As dawn broke, he returned to his quarters for a brief rest, rejuvenated by the morning sun, ready to commence his daytime training. His dedicated efforts had greatly improved the vitality of both Nuo Chigao and Robin. Baze routinely expanded his solar senses to gauge the surroundings for any foolish pirates who might wish to present him with berries. While he found no pirate ships, he did detect a familiar naval vessel. How did Peach Rabbit come to be here? Shortly thereafter, Baze and his companion stood at the bow, warmly greeting Peach Rabbit. Unable to contain her excitement, she approached, having encountered Baze near the Sabedi archipelago. "Long time no see, Baze," she exclaimed. "It has indeed been a while. Have your sword skills improved?" Baze replied with a hint of mischief. "Shall we spar?" Peach Rabbit suggested, momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovering. "That suits me perfectly." Their agreement ignited a magnificent display of sword energy upon the ocean, creating towering waves as their ships bobbed amidst the tumult. The spray erupted as Peach Rabbit emerged from the water, drenched yet beaming with exhilaration. "That was exhilarating. Fighting you has been immensely rewarding. I feel I can make significant progress upon my return." Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Baze, convinced that her visit had been worthwhile. Baze shook his head. He recognized Peach Rabbit's fervent pursuit of strength and thought she and Vivi would have much in common. "Don't just linger in the water. Come aboard," he urged. After Peach Rabbit leaped onto the liang, Baze, with a resigned glance at her retreating figure, returned to find her already in the pool, having shed her outer garments. "Well, it's not like we are strangers," she remarked flirtatiously, accepting juice from Nua Chigao and thanking her. Sitting at the edge of the pool, Baze curiously inquired, "You must be close to achieving the combat strength of a vice admiral, right?" "Indeed, I am quite satisfied with my progress," Peach Rabbit replied confidently. Other girls nearby felt a twinge of envy, for even among those with unique rewards, the path to vice admiral level strength remained daunting. Among all known diary holders, Peach Rabbit's prowess appeared to be the most formidable. As she reminisced with the other girls, it was worth noting that tensions between Peach Rabbit and Robin persisted, though they were careful to conceal it in Baze's presence. "Well, I only came out to patrol the surrounding waters. A little relaxation is fine, but I cannot neglect my duties," Peach Rabbit stated, adjusting her attire to don her naval coat once more. "After all, we will be lingering in the Sabedi archipelago for a while, quite close to the Navy headquarters. You can always find us." Baze responded with a smile. Upon hearing that they would remain in the Sabedi archipelago, Peach Rabbit's expression turned serious. "Baze, the Sabedi archipelago is not a safe place. If you wish to venture into the New World, you should do so quickly." Peach Rabbit had her own concerns. She understood Baze's character. If he encountered the celestial dragons, he would undoubtedly refuse to compromise, leading them to a confrontation. "We shall see. I am uncertain how long we will stay here, as it will depend on how long it takes to coat the ship," Baze replied nonchalantly. Peach Rabbit recognized that her warnings might fall on deaf ears. "Very well. I hope that your actions do not provoke the Navy's vice admirals." Her words were laden with meaning, as she was certain that Baze would not relent in a confrontation with the celestial dragons, potentially leading to their injury or demise. Baze scratched his head and turned to Robin. "Do I seem like someone who would kill indiscriminately? Why are you all so worried about me invoking the Navy's vice admirals?" Robin shrugged. "You may not kill without cause, but once you have made up your mind, you could be more ruthless than anyone." After parting ways with Peach Rabbit, time passed until at last they beheld a stunning island. Above the Sabedi archipelago floated beautiful bubbles, creating an enchanting sight. The archipelago, supported by the world's largest red tree, displayed a unique beauty, with the bubbles produced by the tree's respiration contributing to its distinctive charm. Baze smiled as he explained to the ladies that the Chambord archipelago also boasts unique theme parks, such as the Bubble Amusement Park and Bubble Park. "If interested, we can certainly go and explore." "How delightful. We must take the opportunity to have a splendid time." The others also displayed expressions of keen interest. Their curiosity about the Chambord archipelago piqued. Previously, Baze's introduction had been rather cursory, and they had not anticipated the archipelago's intriguing nature. The Chambord archipelago is divided into numerous numbered islands, capable of providing coating for ships. It seems we should head directly to island number 30. The Chambord archipelago is rightly renowned as the Island of Failure, a haven for numerous pirates. As many as 5 pirate ships sailed past nearby. Information at sea can sometimes be rather unreliable, and Baze and his companions were not widely known. The only one with a bounty from the Navy, Robin, was currently inside the ship's cabin. Thus, the pirates were oblivious to the terrifying presence aboard the luxurious vessel. Pirates are inherently lawless and driven by greed. Upon seeing such a lavish ship, they could not resist approaching, inevitably leading to destruction. Nami excitedly gathered the accumulated treasure and wealth from the pirates they encountered along their journey. The power of telekinesis is truly remarkable. Even if the treasure were to sink to the ocean's depths, I could retrieve it, Nami exclaimed as she counted the ship's wealth. Finally, they arrived at island number 30, where Zay, utilizing his monetary abilities, summoned a group of skilled coders. The masters assured them that they would complete the coding of the Sunny in the shortest time possible and with perfection. Satisfied, Zay led the group to explore the chambered archipelago. As they walked along, they caught a whiff of an intriguing aroma wafting through the air. Looking up, they discovered a specialty restaurant. Let's dine here. After all, we cannot return to the Sunny today. The group entered the restaurant when suddenly a cacophony erupted, and a voice was violently expelled from the establishment, rolling clumsily on the ground. Damn old fool, daring to dine and dash. A beauty chef, his head wrapped in a blue bandana and wearing a fierce expression, declared, clearly harboring disdain for the man who attempted to evade payment. Upon seeing Zay and his companions, his demeanor shifted slightly. He took a deep breath and suppressed his fierce expression, revealing a hearty smile. Esteemed guests, please come in. Our specialty dishes are sure to satisfy you. The elderly diner, having coughed and risen, sported distinctive gray hair and a beard. Zay glanced at him, their eyes locking. What a coincidence! The first mate of the Pirate King, Rayleigh, though his strength may no longer match his peak, he could still hold his own against a Marine admiral. I never said I wouldn't pay. Young people can be quite rude to their elders, Rayleigh grumbled, looking at Zay with a jovial smile. What is the matter? Am I pleasing to your eyes? Perhaps you wish to treat me to a meal? It makes no difference if you desire it, Zay casually replied, leading the ladies into the restaurant, while the chef averted his gaze from Rayleigh. After all, having already given Rayleigh a beating, he feared that continuing would lead to the old man's demise. It seemed reasonable for him to endure a beating after attempting to dine and dash. Please, esteemed guests, come in and disregard that old man. Zay chuckled, shaking his head, and turned back to Rayleigh, saying, if you truly wish for me to treat you, you are welcome to join us. I will cover the previous expenses as well. Rayleigh lowered his head slightly, his unkempt hair obscuring his unusual eyes. I truly appreciate it. You are quite a kind person. The group settled at a spacious long table, and Rayleigh sensed that Zay was no ordinary individual. Thus he followed them inside and sat opposite Zay. Boss, please bring us all your specialty dishes, Zay cheerfully instructed the proprietor. The stout chef cast a glance at Zay and then at Rayleigh, with an unspoken understanding in his eyes. Zay immediately grasped the implication. It seemed the chef suspected them of being in league with Rayleigh. Zay had no intention of dining and dashing, and he retrieved several stacks of berries from his bag, placing them on the table. This should suffice, no? Upon seeing the stacks of berries, the chef's expression instantly transformed into one of delight. Of course. That even covers the old man's tab. After taking the stacks, the chef hurried off to prepare the meal. By the way, old man, why did you attempt to dine and dash? Nami, having learned that Rayleigh was the first mate of the Pirate King, was incredibly curious as to how such a prominent figure could find himself destitute. I do some odd jobs here and there, but the expenses can be quite overwhelming. Rayleigh laughed heartily, showing no signs of embarrassment. This old gentleman exuded an impressive aura. His identity must be equally remarkable. Zay feigned ignorance, prompting Rayleigh's laughter to cease abruptly as the reflection of his glasses obscured his gaze. You must recognize me, otherwise you wouldn't have invited me to dine, Rayleigh stated, subtly implying his awareness. I have heard of you, the first mate of the Pirate King, Silver's Rayleigh. Upon noticing that Rayleigh had uncovered his identity, Zay openly declared Rayleigh's true name. His current strength allowed him to navigate the Pirate King's world without fear. Even if they speculated, what could they do? Haha, I didn't expect you to truly know my identity. A young lad like yourself recognizing this relic from a bygone era. How flattering. Rayleigh observed Zay keenly, the scrutiny in his eyes unmistakable. While Rayleigh could not fully discern Zay's power, he could vaguely sense the immense strength he possessed. Yet, there was no record of Zay among pirates. Rayleigh's companion, Shaki, was renowned for her intelligence and kept abreast of rising pirate talents. However, Zay appeared to be a blank slate, with no information available. The emergence of such a formidable figure from nowhere unsettled Rayleigh. If he were not a pirate, one would have to consider the potential involvement of the world government. Could it be that the world government sought to eliminate the former crew of Roger? This was Rayleigh's genuine concern. Time had passed, and his strength had waned considerably from its peak. Not to mention the other members. If the world government truly sought retribution, many old comrades would be unable to escape. It seems, Sir Rayleigh, that you have misunderstood me. I harbor no grievances against you, nor any intention of opposition, Zay explained with a smile. Rayleigh, peering through his glasses, met Zay's gaze and nodded, realizing he had overreacted. Well, I suppose I'm no longer an old man. Yet I have nothing to offer as a token of gratitude. I might as well indulge myself at your expense, Rayleigh remarked shamelessly. Zay chuckled, unfazed by Rayleigh's words. As the dishes gradually arrived at their table, the ladies began to relish the delectable cuisine. However, they were still somewhat astonished by Zay's earlier statement, unable to fathom that they were dining with a figure of such prominence from a bygone era. The pirate king, Roger, was indeed a legendary figure who had stirred the world. At that moment, Robin suddenly inquired of Rayleigh, "Excuse me, Sir Rayleigh, is it true that the great treasure Roger spoke of before his death truly exists?" The attention of the young women was drawn towards them as Rayleigh sipped a drink and nodded slowly. The legendary treasure indeed exists, located on the final island. However, if you wish to know what we encountered on that island and the secrets we uncovered, I am willing to share. Rayleigh perceived that Robin seemed to harbor a deep yearning for the great treasure, bordering on obsession. Robin was taken aback, not expecting Rayleigh to so readily offer to divulge such a secret. The other girls exhibited curiosity, yet they remained silent, as the decision primarily rested with Robin. Should she genuinely wish to learn, they would follow suit. After a moment's hesitation, Robin raised her gaze to observe the reactions of the other girls, ultimately resting her eyes on Baze. "Do not concern yourself with my opinion. Follow your own desires," Baze encouraged. Upon seeing Robin look at her, Baze immediately supported her decision. Robin lowered her head, reminiscing about her childhood and the companions she encountered in O'Hara, those who pursued the mysteries of history. O'Hara had delved into historical texts to study events from 800 years ago, ultimately facing annihilation at the hands of the world government through the Buster Call. Now, she too was treading this path, and with a knowledgeable person so near, should she take this shortcut? After lengthy contemplation, she firmly shook her head and addressed the pirate king Rayleigh. "Thank you, Sir Rayleigh, but I wish to rely on my own strength to uncover these historical secrets." "Ah, I see. What a determined young lady you are. It seems I am indeed an old relic of a bygone era, clutching this secret to my grave," Rayleigh chuckled heartily, finding no surprise in Robin's choice. This was the essence of pursuing one's dreams. After a satisfying meal, Rayleigh, slightly intoxicated, turned to Baze. "Would you be interested in visiting my territory?" he inquired. "What do you all think?" "I am indifferent." Baze glanced at the other girls. "That sounds delightful. But does Sir Rayleigh have accommodations?" "Our ship is currently being coded," Nami interjected, directing her query towards Rayleigh. "I do have rooms, but you may need to squeeze in together, and I must consult my companion, Shaki." Rayleigh observed the multitude of girls, laughing heartily while casting a peculiar glance at Baze. "Then let us visit Sir Rayleigh's territory," Baze decisively announced, and all followed Rayleigh to a tavern. At the entrance, Baze paused to examine the tavern's sign, Shaki's Bar, a name quite straightforward and direct. The girls entered in single file, and the proprietress looked up in surprise, noticing the diverse array of beautiful women, her gaze inevitably falling upon Rayleigh. "When did you learn to bring guests to the bar?" Shaki remarked, her eyes narrowing slightly upon recognizing Baze as the last to enter. Her keen intuition told her that Baze was no ordinary individual. "What you say is true. This is a most esteemed guest," Rayleigh replied, implying something deeper. Shaki took note of the impression Baze made on her, allowing a shrewd yet calculating smile to grace her face. Would the esteemed guest care for a drink? As the group gathered at the bar, they glanced at the menu, discovering that Baze had not disclosed the proprietress's status. Nami leaned against the bar. Of course. I would like 2 more drinks after that delightful meal. Very well. That'll be 100,000 berries per drink. Upon hearing Shaki's words, Nami gasped. 100,000 berries for a drink? Why not just rob someone? Did you not see the sign? This is a bar for extortion. Shaki replied nonchalantly. Nami was about to engage in further debate, but Baze had already stepped in front of her at the bar, saying, "Let us each have a drink. We can settle the bill later, and please tailor each drink to our distinct personalities." Baze presented Shaki with a challenge, to which Shaki gave a thoughtful glance before shaking her head. "I can satisfy the requests of the other ladies, but you, esteemed guest, are quite inscrutable." Shaki prided herself on her ability to read people, yet Baze appeared as an unfathomable ocean, deep and mysterious. "No matter, I am flexible. Even the drink in your hand will suffice." Baze accepted the blue drink from Shaki, feeling as though she held the sea itself. "What is the name of this drink?" "The Azure Sea, symbolizing mystery," Shaki replied. Baze took a sip, the taste crisp and refreshing, nodding in satisfaction. "To be a companion of Sir Rayleigh. Your identity must be rather remarkable, dear proprietress," Robin remarked as she approached the bar, smiling at Shaki. Shaki cast a surprised glance at Rayleigh, who shrugged, indicating that this was not his doing. Their years of camaraderie allowed Shaki to quickly grasp Rayleigh's meaning. It seemed there was someone in this group with exceptional information-gathering abilities. Do guests truly enjoy delving into the secrets of others? Yet, it seems your bar, Shaki, also serves as an information hub. Since we are all exchanging information, why not include your identity as part of the exchange? Robin spoke with ease, her years in the underground world evident. "I must admit, your experiences appear quite extensive," Shaki commented, recognizing Robin's familiarity with the underground realm. "If you know Rayleigh's identity, you'll likely know mine as well. Why waste precious resources?" Shaki persisted in her probing, keen to gauge Baze and the others further. "What conflict is there in revealing it? Let the proprietress count her own secrets. It will be far more intriguing." Robin responded calmly, while the other girls looked on impressed. Rayleigh sat nearby, amused, sipping Shaki's drink. "Very well. Since you are so curious, I shall indulge you." While crafting unique drinks for each, Shaki began to share her identity. "Have you heard of the Daughter's Kingdom in the Calm Belt, where all inhabitants are female, devoid of any men?" The girls expressed curiosity. Such a wondrous island would indeed be a paradise for women. The Daughter's Kingdom was fiercely protective, with nearly all its inhabitants mastering Kinbunchiko Haki and Busashoka Haki. Shaki subtly glanced at the other girls, noting that they too seemed to possess Haki. Nami and the others were astonished. Everyone there could wield Busashoku Haki. Under Baze's guidance, they had been learning Kinbunchika Haki and Busashoka Haki, acutely aware of how challenging it was to master these abilities. This was especially true given their regular training sessions. What a vast world we live in, filled with wonders. A nation where everyone possesses Busashoka Haki. Indeed, a fierce culture and extraordinary abilities. They must be born warriors. Truly, adventure unveils a more vibrant world, filled with countless extraordinary islands. I yearn to explore them. The women expressed their thoughts in unison, eagerly awaiting the continuation from Shachi. It was unlikely she would mention the Kingdom of Women without reason. It must relate to her identity. "I am the former empress of the Kingdom of Women, and once the captain of the 9 snake pirates," Shachi reminisced, her tone tinged with nostalgia as she reflected on the past, pondering whether those old acquaintances still existed. Upon hearing her words, all the girls displayed expressions of astonishment, unable to fathom that the proprietor of this bar was, in fact, an empress of a nation. The disparity was striking. How could one transition from the lofty heights of an empress to the unremarkable role of a bar owner? Baize, sipping his drink in boredom, activated his solar perception to discern any intriguing happenings in the Zyangpidi Islands. Suddenly, his drinking ceased, his eyes narrowing slightly as he observed a group kneeling near Peopeo Park. At the center of the crowd lay 2 figures, entwined in each other's embrace, surrounded by a pool of blood. The solar perception failed to detect the presence of the assailant, and the crowd remained prostrate in fear, unwilling to raise their heads. Baizé concentrated on the two lifeless bodies, confirming their demise. One was a young girl, the other a middle-aged man. The cause of death was evident. They had been slain by powerful firearms. Following the direction of Peapeo Park, Baizé expanded his solar perception range and, without surprise, located the perpetrator. In that direction, the crowd continued to kneel, terror-stricken, not daring to gaze upon the assailant. The world-renowned noble, the Tenryubito. The Tenryubito's attire was peculiar, resembling a spacesuit, topped with a large bubble, as if he sought to avoid breathing the same air as the lowly commoners. He was mounted atop a pirate captain, gleefully brandishing a golden firearm, seemingly selecting suitable targets for his shots. Baizé's eyes narrowed further. He harbored a profound disdain for such individuals. The Tenryubito, losing interest, rode back to the holy land of Marihoa atop the back of the enslaved pirate captain. Just as Baizé contemplated taking action, he witnessed this scene and decided to deal with the matter later that night. His hesitation stemmed from the knowledge that killing a Tenryubito would provoke the Navy, unleashing a purge that could result in countless innocent lives lost. As night fell, Baizé and his companions finally settled into Shiachi's tavern. Although Rayleigh's words held some influence, it was ultimately Baizé's monetary prowess that proved effective. Due to the limited number of rooms, the girls were paired in twos. Robin and Nuo Chigao were placed in one room, the implications of which were unmistakable. With the girls grouped together, Baizé was afforded a private room. The pure moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the floating bubbles and refracting a beautiful glow. Yet, this radiance was not blinding. Rather, it appeared quite secretive, and within Baizé's room, discreet happenings unfolded. Gazing into the mirror, Baizé controlled his usual height, aligning it with that of Nami and Robin. Presently, however, if he wished to fully unleash his power, he needed to appear significantly larger. With each breath, he retracted the overwhelming energy of the sun, ensuring he remained undetectable. Should he encounter top-tier powerhouses, they would no longer sense the intense solar aura surrounding him, as he typically had no need for such concealment. However, today was different. A hidden elite was observing them, and only by remaining undetected could he instill fear in the Tenryubito. Thus, Baizé required a complete transformation. The first step was to suppress his most distinctive trait, his solar energy. Subsequently, his physique began to swell, his appearance altering drastically, with hair growing wildly until it cascaded to his shoulders. Eventually, the reflection in the mirror revealed a robust man with shoulder-length hair and a resolute visage, standing at an imposing height of 3 meters, an archetype of a naval admiral. Observing his reflection, Baizé scarcely recognized any resemblance to his former self. Unfastening his robe, he donned a white t-shirt beneath a black jacket, complemented by black trousers. In this guise, anyone would assume he was a master of martial arts. Satisfied, he flexed his biceps before vanishing into the tavern, unnoticed by anyone, not even Rayleigh, the first mate of the Pirate King. When Baizé focused, the gap between him and the top-tier powerhouses remained substantial. Utilizing the moonwalk technique, he swiftly approached an enormous wall, indeed, the Red Line, as a place of considerable prestige. Few could ascend it unassisted, but tonight, another would join their ranks. Under the cover of night, Baizé's stamina, while not boundless as in daylight, still proved formidable. With each step on the moonwalk, he ascended the feared summit of the Red Line, reaching the holy land of Marihoa. His solar perception expanded, rendering Marihoa transparent to him, save for the depths of the Holy Land. As his primary objective was to confront the Tenryubito, he intentionally avoided the deeper regions of Marihoa. The Holy Land, being the residence of the Tenryubito, was fortified with vigilant guards patrolling the vicinity. Yet, in Baizé's eyes, while not without flaws, opportunities for infiltration existed. The hunt begins, Baizé murmured as his body transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing into the open space. In a brightly lit room within the Holy Land, a Tenryubito wielded a golden firearm, surrounded by slaves and guards. Not everyone possessed the heart of a warrior. Many sought power solely to attain wealth and status, becoming the lackeys of the Tenryubito. How amusing, how amusing. Slaves ought to display such expressions. Are you afraid? Are you terrified? The Tenryubito cackled as he watched the slaves' faces contort in fear, the barrel of his gun following their movements. Ultimately, the golden firearm was aimed at a young girl, causing her to tremble, yet she bravely stifled her tears. The last boy who had cried had now become a headless corpse, lying in a pool of blood. The power of that golden firearm was extraordinary. A single shot could shatter a skull into fragments. Observing the girl's determination to remain silent, the Tenryubito's smile faded, replaced with a menacing grin as he advanced toward her. Why aren't you crying? Why won't you cry? He pressed the gun to her forehead, his voice a harsh demand. The relentless questioning left the girl trembling, her lips clenched tightly, drawing blood from the pressure, yet she dared not utter a sound. However, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. In response to her tears, the Tenryubito felt no mercy. Instead, his smile grew more deranged, his previously subdued demeanor now wild with cruelty. Ha ha! Indeed, it is just like that a cry. The Tenryu people, while speaking and pointing, were about to pull the trigger, as if they could already envision the little girl's head exploding into countless fragments scattered throughout the room. Whenever I witness this scene, it ignites an uncontrollable urge to commit murder. Suddenly, a sharp sound resonated, and before the Tenryu person could react, a searing pain coursed through their arm. With a loud thud, the heavy golden pistol fell to the ground. Accompanying the sound of the pistol's fall was the crisp sound of bones shattering. The Tenryu person clutched their arm, emitting a pained wail, their face contorted in agony, tears streaming uncontrollably. Yet, the towering figure before them bore no fear, but rather an extreme fury. How dare this lowly commoner harm me? Guards, kill him immediately. If I don't capture him alive, I shall torment him every day. I will peel a piece of flesh from him each day. One moment, their face was a mask of crushed pain and tears, and the next, it twisted into a visage of rage, creating a profoundly nauseating contrast. This was precisely how Baizé felt at that moment. Do you relish the sight of others weeping? Is death the only reprisal for witnessing tears? Then let it be your fate as well. Before the guards could rush in, Baizé addressed the Tenryu person before him. As a master of martial arts, it would truly be a waste of such skills if the Tenryu person managed to escape at close quarters. With that, Baizé unleashed a decisive punch, freezing the Tenryu person's cruel expression in place. The last image before consciousness slipped away was Baizé's colossal fist. In the incredulous gazes of all the Tenryu guards, Baizé obliterated the Tenryu person's head with a single punch, allowing them to experience the agony of the slaves who perished under their own gun. Inside the Tenryu's chamber, all present gaped at the headless corpse, rendered speechless. The indoctrination they had long received asserted the Tenryu's unparalleled nobility and invulnerability, yet the scene before them shattered their long-held beliefs. The Tenryu person had not only been harmed, but had been swiftly executed with a single blow. The slaves of the Tenryu stared at Baizé in disbelief, their once-numb eyes now alight with hope. Having endured endless torment as slaves, they suddenly found a glimmer of light piercing through their dark existence. It was not until the Tenryu's corpse crashed to the ground that they were jolted back to reality. The guards of the Tenryu were instantly drenched in sweat, their garments soaked with cold perspiration. As the protectors of the Tenryu, they had failed to shield their master, allowing them to perish before their eyes. In the aftermath, they would all be held accountable for the Tenryu's demise. The dread of death pressed heavily upon them as they gazed at Baizé. Capture this individual, and we may have a slim chance of survival. Indeed, now that the Tenryu is dead, the other Tenryu and the world government will not spare us. Everyone charge! The guards vocally encouraged one another. Otherwise, faced with Baizé, this martial arts master, they would not dare take a single step forward. Confronted with these guards, Baizé showed no mercy, for they had played a part in the wickedness of the Tenryu. With a powerful stomp, he unleashed a flurry of debris, showcasing his world-class martial arts skills, precisely controlling each stone to pierce through the guards' throats. To willingly serve as the Tenryu's lackey was a fate they richly deserved. Baizé muttered to himself, having deliberately restrained the information from leaking. And since this was a chamber for the Tenryu's amusement, none of the guards dared intrude unless summoned by another Tenryu. As Baizé turned his attention toward them, all the slaves fixated their dulled gazes upon him. "I will assist you in removing this wretched thing," Baizé said, bending slightly to the little girl. The girl, unable to stem her tears, nodded vigorously. However, a mature slave interjected, "My lord, we are immensely grateful to you, but this is a slave collar. Attempting to remove it would trigger an automatic explosion. Indeed, the explosive power of the slave collar is formidable. My lord, it would be unwise to take such risks." Others echoed, having grown numb to the Tenryu's torment. They now felt genuine joy at the prospect of salvation, holding Baizé in sincere reverence. They wished for Baizé not to jeopardize himself in a bid to free them from the collar. Hearing their words, the little girl recognized the peril of the collar around her neck and gently grasped Baizé's hand, her tiny fingers barely encircling one of his. "My lord, it's all right. Please do not take risks for our sake." Baizé gazed at the adorable girl before him, his eyes also scanning the worried faces of the other slaves, and a smile broke across his face. It was precisely because of such kind-hearted individuals that he was willing to face the potential pursuit of the world government by coming here. "Trust me, I am confident." Unable to tap into the power of the blazing sun, Baizé opted to wield haki, allowing the formidable armament of haki to permeate the slave collar, instantly dismantling its triggering mechanism. Crack! In the astonished eyes of the slaves, the collar fractured, and with a slight shake from the girl, it fell to the ground with a resounding snap. "Has it truly been undone?" someone exclaimed involuntarily. The other slaves' faces lit up with joy. If there was a chance to survive, how could they possibly give up? Initially, they believed the collar was unbreakable and resigned themselves to thoughts of death, not wanting to burden Baizé, hence advising him against risking himself. "See, the collar can indeed be removed," Baizé stated with ease, demonstrating that with his current haki, he could effortlessly destroy the slave collars. Furthermore, with experience, Baizé expanded the haki, precisely dismantling each slave's collar, with each crack resonating in the air, signifying the shattering of their shackles. The slaves were no longer slaves. To their ears, the sound of the collars breaking was akin to the sound of freedom. "It may become quite chaotic shortly. I will find a chance to lead you to safety. Are you aware of where the other slaves are held?" Baizé observed the joyous expressions of the slaves, and a comforting smile graced his face. "I know. We are typically confined in slave quarters, where the Tenryu select their favorite slaves. Otherwise, we remain there." One spoke up immediately. Baizé nodded and addressed them. "Do you wish to accompany me to the slave quarters, or would you prefer to stay here until I return for you?" The group exchanged glances, but ultimately decided collectively to follow Baizé to the slave quarters. "My lord, may I know your name?" The little girl suddenly tugged at Baizé's black trousers, her voice filled with a pleading tone. Baizé pondered for a moment, casually conjuring another name, for his true identity was best kept concealed. "Of course, I'm called Noah." "Noah, Noah, my lord!" the little girl joyfully exclaimed, as if calling upon a deity, her sincerity palpable. Others were silently reciting the name of Baizé. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Baizé smiled faintly, opened the door, and stepped outside. The others followed suit, closely trailing behind Baizé. Whenever they encountered guards, Baizé would decisively eliminate them. However, such a large-scale objective was ultimately difficult to conceal. As the shrill alarm echoed through the air, Baizé shook his head, realizing they had been discovered. Yet, the fact that they managed to evade detection for this long was commendable. At this moment, they had arrived at a vast house. Baizé forcefully pushed the door open, revealing a dimly lit room filled with pairs of vacant eyes staring at him. Upon the arrival of the slaves behind Baizé, a glimmer of hope illuminated those once dull eyes. Baizé gently closed his eyes, and a powerful aura surged from him, enveloping the entire room, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds. The sound of slave collars falling to the ground awakened all the day's slaves, who incredulously touched their necks, realizing the heavy collars were gone. "Are we free? Who among you still possesses the strength to fight? Take advantage of the chaos to seize a warship, I will draw their attention. Zay's deep voice resonated, rousing the stunned slaves. My lord, I still have fighting power. One exclaimed. Me too. I can take down those despicable celestial dragons with a single punch. Another declared. Indeed, I too consider those vile celestial dragon lackeys beneath me. Soon, many voices echoed in agreement. Zay observed them briefly, recognizing their formidable abilities. Many celestial dragons had a penchant for collecting powerful individuals as slaves, and naturally, the top-tier powers of the sea were beyond their grasp. Nevertheless, among the slaves present, there were indeed a few capable of undertaking significant responsibilities. Then seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to commandeer a warship and ensure the safety of your companions. Zay instructed before vanishing like a fleeting shadow into the slave quarters. The slaves who had just been liberated began to understand Zay's identity and learned of his previous feats, including the audacious act of slaying a celestial dragon. Their admiration for him intensified. The spirits of all the slaves were lifted. Zay's audacity to kill a celestial dragon signified his genuine intent to rescue them rather than merely granting them freedom. Lord Noah is truly powerful. You should have seen it. He dispatched all the celestial dragon guards in an instant. One exclaimed. Indeed, I was astonished. I thought the slave collars were indestructible. Yet, with a mere squeeze, Lord Noah shattered them. Another chimed in. Are you belittling Lord Noah? He didn't even need to lift a finger. With just a glare, all slave collars spontaneously broke apart. His divine power is simply beyond our comprehension. You should have witnessed the scene of that celestial dragon's demise. My heart nearly stopped. It was so shocking that my mind felt as if it had exploded into countless fragments. As they conversed, they advanced towards the warship, having been frequently taken by the celestial dragons for tours, making them quite familiar with the Holy Land, Mary Geos. At this moment, the entire Holy Land of Mary Geos had descended into chaos. After Zay had been discovered, the slain celestial dragon was quickly uncovered as well. In the highest council chamber, the 5 elders furrowed their brows and immediately contacted the Navy, requesting the deployment of their most formidable admiral for assistance at the Holy Land. They also commanded the Supreme Commander, Steelbone Kong, to apprehend the intruder without delay. Such an occurrence was exceedingly rare in the past 8 centuries. An intruder had slain a celestial dragon in the heart of their stronghold. This infuriated the 5 elders immensely. Should we report this to Lord M? One asked, as Steelbone Kong had yet to provide feedback. Uncertainty loomed regarding whether the enemy posed a sufficient threat to warrant Lord M's intervention. Let us wait a moment longer. If necessary, I shall take action myself, declared one of the 5 elders, garbed in white and wielding a long blade. Hearing his words, the other elders nodded in agreement, their brows knitted in anticipation of information. Zay emerged from the slave quarters, the sun's rays extending outward. If he sought to incite greater chaos, what within the Holy Land of Mary Geos deserved such upheaval? The answer was undoubtedly the elimination of more celestial dragons. Following his instincts, Zay swiftly approached a room where celestial dragon guards were attempting to persuade a celestial dragon to seek refuge elsewhere. However, the arrogant and obstinate celestial dragon disregarded their counsel, even firing 2 shots at the guards. If he refuses to leave, do not force him. I shall escort him instead. The sudden proclamation echoed within the room, causing all to turn anxiously. They beheld an imposing figure, muscles rippling like an explosion, an adept in physical combat. However, the destination to which I shall escort him is hell. Upon finishing his statement, Zay landed heavily, and a barrage of stones erupted, piercing through the throats of those present before they could react. Every stone that flew through the air claimed a guard's life. The only survivor was the celestial dragon, who Zay had taken special care to preserve. Trembling, he raised a golden rifle, pointing it at Zay, who replied with a radiant smile, his white teeth glinting ominously. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and it was the celestial dragon who fell. In that fleeting moment when the celestial dragon pulled the trigger, Zay had already appeared before him, forcefully twisting the gun to aim at the celestial dragon's head. Zay expanded his senses, noticing an unusual presence approaching from the side, a powerful aura drawing nearer. In his pursuit of greater chaos, he had not concealed his own aura, causing numerous guards to converge upon him. Yet this particular presence felt exceptionally formidable. This level of energy likely belonged to Steelbone Kong, the former Marine Admiral, whose strength was indeed notable. Engaging him in battle could jeopardize Zay's ability to eliminate additional celestial dragons. Since he had reached the holy land of Mary Geos, it would be a disservice not to achieve a decisive victory. Zay radiated his presence to attract attention, while swiftly maneuvering towards the next celestial dragon's location. Zay's speed surpassed the imagination of others, and his aura flickered like a teasing game with a mouse. Any guard who encountered him met their demise. Yet, Zay consistently evaded a direct confrontation with Steelbone Kong. Consequently, the number of celestial dragons falling victim to Zay rose sharply. Wherever he went, celestial dragons would drop lifelessly. Eventually, the 5 elders ordered all celestial dragon guards to forcibly evacuate the celestial dragons to the Holy Land Cathedral for refuge. There, half of the Holy Land's defensive forces were concentrated. Even if that individual were to charge into the Holy Land Cathedral, they could delay him significantly. Steelbone Kong's towering form crashed through a wall, encountering yet another celestial dragon sprawled on the ground, his forehead shattered. His expression twisted into a frown. He evaded again. Steelbone Kong pivoted, hastening towards the nearest celestial dragon's residence. He had begun to recognize a pattern. This individual was intent on inciting greater chaos, targeting the nearest celestial dragons for slaughter. Though the intention was evident, he could not pursue the fleeing slaves due to the strict orders from the 5 elders and the insistence of the celestial dragons. His pursuit of those enslaved individuals would naturally compel that fellow to turn back toward him. However, at present, due to the incessant prodding of the celestial dragons and the stern orders of the Gorosei, he was reluctantly compelled to trail behind Zay like a mere sycophant. From the perspective of the Gorosei and the celestial dragons, it was imperative for Steelbone Kong to pursue the slaves. If this individual disregarded their lives and continued his relentless chase, it would inevitably lead to the demise of even more celestial dragons. After all, in the mindset of the celestial dragons, those wretched slaves could never be deemed as valuable as their own lives. Thus, it was instinctively assumed that Zay would similarly undervalue the lives of the enslaved. The 24th, Zay delivered a crushing blow that obliterated the head of a celestial dragon. Within the radiance of the sun, no celestial dragon remained in the vicinity. It appeared the Gorosei had intervened to prevent the celestial dragons from acting with such reckless abandon, mandating their complete withdrawal. Otherwise, given the celestial dragons' arrogant disposition, how could they possibly choose to retreat voluntarily? Even with the Gorosei's coercive orders, nearly 24 celestial dragons had failed to escape, falling victim to Zay's single strike. Zay lingered for a moment, redirecting his gaze to the side, slightly evading as a deafening explosion erupted and a formidable figure materialized before him. With skin the color of tawny brown, towering stature, and clad in a flowing white coat with a crimson short shirt and tightly fitted black trousers that accentuated his muscular physique akin to a coiled dragon. The man possessed striking white hair and a beard that formed a peculiar inverted mountain shape. His countenance was stern, radiating an overwhelming presence. After ensuring the celestial dragon on the ground was utterly lifeless, he fixed his gaze back on Zay. "I have you now. Or perhaps you have been waiting for me?" "The slayer of deities," Steelbone Kong pronounced, to which Zay raised an eyebrow. It was indeed true that the celestial dragons were often bestowed with the title of deities, and Steelbone Kong's self-identification as the slayer of such beings seemed fitting. Yet, Zay did not perceive himself as a murderer of deities, but rather of a pack of brutes. Thus he shook his head, dismissing Steelbone Kong's designation for him, and with a resonant voice declared, "Deities? Do those wretches merit such a title? There is no need to bestow upon me such a nefarious name. I am Noah." Steelbone Kong furrowed his brow, ruminating on the origins of the name Noah, yet found no recollection of any formidable entity by that name atop the seas. He beheld Zay's towering frame, nearly 3 meters in height, his muscles bursting forth with explosive power, even more exaggerated than his own. Simply witnessing him imparted a visceral sense of overwhelming force. No matter what you claim, the sin of desecrating deities is one from which you cannot escape. Prepare to face retribution. Steelbone Kong refrained from engaging in further dialogue with Bai Zai. As for Bai Zai's identity, he would have ample opportunity to inquire once he had subdued him. Steelbone Kong unleashed his full strength with a singular punch. Yet Bai Zai deftly evaded, causing the entire palace to disintegrate into fragments under the might of Steelbone Kong's strike. The debris rained down upon him without inflicting any wounds, though his clothing became considerably tattered. Surrounding guards converged, encircling both Bai Zai and Steelbone Kong, their formidable weaponry trained upon Bai Zai. You wish to enact retribution upon me? I hope you still possess the audacity to utter such words after this. Bai Zai proclaimed with a hint of exhilaration, stomping his foot, causing a multitude of debris to fly towards the encircling guards. As Steelbone Kong raised his hand to obstruct, he witnessed Bai Zai's form flash forward with astonishing agility, a stark contrast to his towering physique. Catching Steelbone Kong off guard, he had initially assumed Bai Zai had anticipated his move, but became evident that Bai Zai's speed was indeed astonishing. First, ensure your own safety before attempting to rescue others. Bai Zai unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Steelbone Kong's visage. The enhancement from his advanced haki rendering this ordinary strike capable of shattering boulders and flattening mountains. Steelbone Kong's expression turned grave, for as Bai Zai had indicated, he found himself unable to concern himself with anyone else in the face of such a strike. A deep blue aura enveloped him as his formidable haki encased his fist, and the two clashed with a titanic impact. The resulting shockwave erupted like a tempest, sending debris and remnants soaring into the air, while many guards were mercilessly struck down by the flying rubble. The sheer force of the blast hurled numerous bodies far and wide, leaving behind a gruesome tableau of bloodstains that bore testament to the peril of the locale. The remaining guards, paralyzed by fear, were aghast at the catastrophic toll wrought by Zai's simple stomp. No matter the might of their firearms, they could not perceive Bai Zai's form, and in their terror, they hastily contacted the Gorosei to report the dire situation. The two figures became mere afterimages, relentlessly assaulting one another. Yet, as the confrontation progressed, Steelbone Kong felt increasingly overwhelmed. Bai Zai seized Steelbone Kong's right hand, engaging in a fierce contest of strength while maneuvering his body close with an unorthodox posture. Suddenly shouldering into him, the sound of flesh colliding resonated like a thunderous drumbeat. Steelbone Kong's body was propelled backward, bouncing several times on the ground before sliding several dozen meters to crash against a decorative boulder, finally halting his flight. Bai Zai gradually lowered his right foot, feeling a slight numbness in his calf. The preceding kick had been executed with considerable force, and the recoil left him momentarily tingling. Just as Bai Zai contemplated pursuing his advantage, a swift and lethal slicing attack approached from the side. He executed a side kick, shattering the incoming strike with his left foot, which was enveloped in haki. Gazing at the origin of the assault, he discerned a figure clad in white robes, wielding a sinister and exquisite long blade. The Gorosei, the first generation of Onizuka, Bai Zai mused inwardly, recognizing this formidable swordsman of the Gorosei, who brandished the immensely powerful first-generation Onizuka. The tall figure in white robes possessed a strong physique, his face clean-shaven, donned with sunglasses, and his garment failed to conceal his robust build, emanating an icy aura. Bai Zai subtly shifted his gaze to the rear of the white-robed Gorosei, where another formidable presence lurked, concealed in the shadows, seemingly poised for ambush. Surely this must be another member of the Gorosei, the one with golden hair and a square face? Bai Zai remained silent, yet his mind was rife with conjecture. At that moment, Steelbone Kong had also risen from the ruins, his gaze fixed on Bai Zai with a weighty seriousness. Had he not immediately activated the powers of the Zoan-type devil fruit, the mythical Zoan, the diamond fruit, he might have been unable to withstand that previous strike. Steelbone Kong's form had now swelled to more than twice its original size, embodying the unparalleled might of the most elite of Zoan-type devil fruits. The enhancement and augmentation of physical prowess stand as the most formidable aspect among all Zoan-type devil fruits. Were it not for the utilization of his devil fruit abilities, Gangu Kong would likely find himself unable to rise at this moment. The force of Bai Zai's earlier kick reverberated back against him, leaving his own calves tingling with numbness. In his mind, a singular thought prevailed. From whence has such a terrifying martial artist emerged? A being of this caliber cannot possibly remain unnoticed amidst the vastness of the sea. His mastery of Ken Bunchika Haki, Busashoka Haki, physical strength, and martial techniques is profoundly unparalleled. The expression of the Gorosei eye, clutching the original blade, Kicho, shifted to one of gravity. Having sensed the combat conditions in this vicinity with Ken Bunchaku, he was astounded by Gangu Kong's performance, which was nearly one-sidedly dominated by the formidable presence before him. While the dual haki and physical ability may wane with age, martial technique tends to deepen and evolve as one grows older. Nonetheless, Gangu Kong's martial skills, when compared to this unknown powerhouse, exhibit certain disparities. Such gaps in prowess among top-tier fighters can decisively determine the outcome of a confrontation. This is why he instructed another Gorosei eye to remain concealed, waiting for an opportune moment. Another old fellow arrives after taking down one. Bai Zai remarked nonchalantly, a slight smirk gracing his lips. It seemed that the Holy Land, Mary Geos, was merely guarded by a cadre of ancient warriors. How dreadfully uninteresting. As Bai Zai spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. The pinnacle of Busashoka Haki emanating a sense of suffocating pressure. Even Gangu Kong, a top-tier powerhouse of the sea, and the white-robed Gorosei eye felt a slight constriction in their breathing. The intensity of this Busashoka Haki begs the question, is he a monster? This thought echoed simultaneously in the minds of Gangu Kong and the white-robed Gorosei eye, yet they were compelled to engage this beast. The ethereal aura of the cursed blade, Kicho, wafted through the air. Bai Zai arched an eyebrow, surprised that Kicho dared to influence his will. Alas, the resolve of the blazing sun remained unshakable, rendering Kicho's attempts utterly futile. In the fleeting moment when his focus diverted, Gangu Kong surged forward, his massive frame doubling in size, exerting a formidable physical pressure upon Bai Zai. This gargantuan form not only exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, but also amplified his strength exponentially. A punch descended with ferocity. The gale it generated whipping through the air and tousling Bai Zai's shoulder-length hair even before contact was made. The capabilities of the devil fruit are truly beyond reason, Bai Zai lamented, acknowledging the immense power surge that merely stemmed from invoking its abilities. In a flash, he evaded the area of impact, only to be met by an ethereal green flash of a blade that had seemingly awaited this precise moment, slicing through his path. The ground shattered with a resounding crack, creating a small pit, yet Bai Zai's body, defying all logic, halted in place, utilizing his exceptional martial skills to come to an abrupt stop. The strike missed its mark, and with a swift motion, he dispersed the remaining energy of the flying slash. Just as Bai Zai prepared to deliver a devastating blow to the white-robed Gorosei eye, he suddenly felt unsteady beneath him. The earth trembled violently. Gangu Kong's punch had fractured the ground, and the very section under Bai Zai's feet became a catastrophic zone, as if the force had been intentionally directed towards him. A sinister aura accompanied the sound of the blade slicing through the air, and within his Kinbunchaku perception, the white-robed Gorosei eye transitioned from a horizontal slash to a direct thrust aimed at Bai Zai's heart. Bai Zai grinned widely. If his footing was unstable, then let it be utterly compromised. With a powerful thrust of his right foot, the ground quaked under his might, sending debris flying. Although this maneuver would serve well against ordinary guards, it would hold little weight against a top-tier powerhouse equipped with dual haki. Nonetheless, it would serve to obscure vision and buy him time. As he exerted force beneath him, his body descended, and he faced the transitioning blade with indifference. The white-robed Gorosei eye, a grand swordsman, was undoubtedly a master of the blade, yet Bai Zai, equally proficient, understood the sword intimately. With a sudden burst of energy, Bai Zai met the blade with his shoulder, advancing toward the white-robed Gorosei eye in close quarters. The Gorosei eye's expression shifted. for he had already discerned the extraordinary strength of Bai Zai's martial arts. Engaging in close combat with Bai Zai could render one utterly disoriented. Fortunately, Gong Kong had arrived just in time. The force of another punch surged forth, and Bai Zai felt a twinge of regret. He could withstand the blow, but it was unnecessary. His body, once more defying the laws of nature, sidestepped, allowing both the blade and fist to strike nothing but air. It was indeed Bai Zai's frequent ability to transcend logic that rendered them both quite formidable. Just as Bai Zai stabilized his form, another figure materialized before him, an angular-faced, golden-haired man with a serious demeanor, unmistakably another Gorosei lurking in the shadows. The long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. The angular-faced Gorosei unleashed a pent-up strike upon Bai Zai's chest. The sound that erupted was akin to thunder, leaving the three onlookers momentarily stunned. In the face of this charged assault, Bai Zai's body remained steadfast and unmoving. "You've awaited this moment, haven't you?" Bai Zai remarked, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he regarded the fist against his chest. Facing three opponents without the ability to harness the power of the blazing sun proved to be somewhat challenging. Since acquiring the concept of the great sun, he had diligently honed his body day and night, refining it with the sun's energy, resulting in an explosive enhancement of his physical form. His physique now could undoubtedly be deemed monstrous. Coupled with the supreme dual haki of the sea, withstanding this punch was a trivial matter. He needed to seize the opportunity to severely wound one of his foes. The Gorosei that had remained hidden all this time was naturally Bai Zai's prime target. The remaining two included a Zoan-type devil fruit user with formidable physicality and survival capacity, and a grand swordsman whose lethality was unmatched. Enduring blows was perilous for him. However, the Gorosei who had remained concealed was evidently a martial arts expert, and Bai Zai had no qualms about striking with lethal intent. His Busashoka haki, honed to perfection, radiated a hauntingly dark hue. Could this punch, fueled by the pinnacle of the sea's physical prowess and Busashoka haki, be withstood? Bai Zai grinned at him, and without waiting for a response, he unleashed a devastating blow. The angular-faced Gorosei's visage was irrevocably altered, flattened by Bai Zai's fist. The terrifying force generated a powerful shockwave, carving a trench with a diameter of several meters and a length exceeding 100 meters into the ground. At the trench's end lay the angular-faced Gorosei, bloody, tattered, and unconscious on the ground. The first top-tier powerhouse had fallen. Bai Zai relaxed his fist, turning to face the white-robed Gorosei and Gong Kong, his smile now more pronounced. "Now, shall we continue our little game?" With his voice trailing off, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging toward Gong Kong. As two titans of monstrous physique collided with thunderous force. In the Holy Land, Mary Geos, the remnants of shattered structures bore witness to the destructiveness of this battle. A ghostly green flying slash cleaved through the air, followed by a massive figure crashing down to the earth. Gong Kong had been defeated. Bai Zai casually discarded his tattered garments onto the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. It must be said that the resilience of the Zoan-type devil fruit user, Steelbone Kong, is truly formidable. After an intense battle, Bai Zai finally managed to bring the formidable Steelbone Kong crashing to the ground. Initially, Bai Zai's physical prowess was overwhelming compared to Steelbone Kong, but the augmentation from the Rumble fruit had brought Steelbone Kong closer to Bai Zai's level, making him a more formidable opponent. Moreover, the presence of a master swordsman nearby occasionally created complications for Bai Zai, prolonging this clash of titans. Steelbone Kong struggled to rise, but the injuries he sustained rendered him incapable of continuing the fight. Each blow Bai Zai landed inflicted tremendous damage upon him, particularly the internal injuries caused by Bai Zai's advanced Busashoka haki, which were nothing short of terrifying. Even the strength of Steelbone Kong's Busashoka haki fell slightly short of Bai Zai's. His attempt to penetrate Bai Zai's defenses were futile, while Bai Zai could easily inflict internal damage upon him. From the outset, this battle had been a relentless assault by a monstrous force against the three of them. The only difference being when this monster would seize the opportunity to dismantle them one by one. Now, The fight had devolved into a one-on-one confrontation. Baize cast his gaze towards the 5 elders in white robes, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "You enjoyed hacking away at me, did you? After all those slashes, is it unreasonable for me to deliver a couple of punches in return?" The expression of the 5 elders shifted dramatically, and he instinctively stepped back. Yet, Baize was faster, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. The sinister aura of the original Demon Slayer could not affect Baize, much to the elder's chagrin. He had invested immense effort to suppress this original Demon Slayer. Even against the ocean's elite, its wicked presence could make an impact. But it was utterly ineffective against Baize. The elder, now visibly frightened, swung a blade, recalling the ferocity of Baize's earlier battle with Steelbone Kong. He had witnessed those fists firsthand, more fearsome than even Iron Fist carps. With a monstrous physique, coupled with exceptional Busashoka haki, Baize's fists were devastatingly powerful. Even Steelbone Kong, possessing the Zoan-type Diamond Fruit, had been felled by them. If he were to endure a single blow, he would likely collapse like his comrade. "Damn it! Where are the Marine Admirals?" the elder exclaimed, witnessing Baize effortlessly shatter his flying slash. Baize, intrigued by the elder's words, turned his gaze toward the distance, pondering whether luck was on this man's side, as interruptions seemed to occur whenever he sought to engage in battle. This time, however, the approaching presence was one he could not afford to underestimate. If he were to withstand this new foe's assault and forcefully attack the elder, even his own body might not endure the strain. Noticing Baize's sudden shift in focus, the elder realized that reinforcements were on their way. A flash of golden light appeared, accompanied by laser beams. Baize immediately began to evade, each beam striking the ground with explosive force, utterly obliterating the already ravaged structures. A sinister figure materialized, and upon witnessing the chaos of the battlefield, the words "how terrifying" were left unspoken. The sight of Steelbone Kong lying bloodied on the ground intensified Kizaru's gravity of concern. "Kizaru, hurry and stop him. Where are the other 2 admirals?" The elder's voice drew Kizaru's attention. With his hands in his pockets, he responded slyly, "I'm a Pika fruit user, of course I'm fast. It will take them a while to catch up. Initially, I was only ordered to come alone, but then they decided to send a Kainu and Kazan as well, so naturally, they're a bit delayed." As he finished, Kizaru raised his hands, gesturing that he wasn't to blame for the delay. He was more than willing to prolong the confrontation until a Kainu and Kazan arrived. However, Baize had no intention of granting Kizaru such leeway, nor would the elder permit Kizaru to lounge idly. Given Kizaru's Logia-type Devil Fruit abilities, he could effectively delay Baize, allowing the swordsman to unleash his slashes. "Less chatter. Take him down quickly." Kizaru grimaced. "You want me to handle this monster? Can't you see Steelbone Kong is down for the count?" Yet, as a Marine Admiral, shirking his duty was not an option, and he had no choice but to confront Baize. Is it a war of attrition? Are there still 2 admirals yet to arrive? Baize remarked, observing Kizaru as he descended. Today's battle was exhilarating, having restrained the power of the blazing sun. The combat against these top-tier foes was no longer a mere crush. Facing another Logia-type user without the power of the blazing sun left Baize at a disadvantage. However, having previously battled both Kazan and Enel, he had stowed away several pairs of Sea Prism stone handcuffs in his storage space for emergencies. Yet, he could not access them in front of the 2 adversaries, as the nature of his storage ability was too conspicuous. With this thought, Baize refrained from attacking Kizaru and instead charged toward the elder in white robes, reasoning that if he could not strike the Logia user, he could certainly deal with an aging swordsman. However, Baize's speed was matched only by his ability to recover swiftly. Before he reached the elder, a flash of golden light surged forth, accompanied by a familiar query. "Have you ever been kicked by light?" A swift and fierce kick aimed toward Baize. But unlike the original story, where Kizaru's light-speed kick overwhelmed the supernovas of Sabeti Archipelago, Baize evaded the attack by preemptively elementalizing himself, narrowly escaping a devastating punch. "I'm afraid not," Baize replied to Kizaru while charging relentlessly toward the elder. The elder's expression shifted as he hastily retreated, with Baize hot on his heels and Kizaru occasionally prodding from the sidelines. Yet, whenever Baize became serious, Kizaru would transform into light and vanish, while Bai Zai remained unfazed. The elder, however, grew increasingly furious at Kizaru's lackadaisical tactics. Yet, he was powerless to act. After all, he was a top-tier powerhouse of the sea. Moreover, with a formidable enemy present, would he turn against one of his own top-tier allies? How would the arriving admirals perceive that? Thus, the battlefield was unwittingly drawn in a new direction by Bai Zai, towards the grand cathedral of the Holy Land. After a prolonged evasion, an opening inevitably presented itself. The elder fell victim to Bai Zai's keen awareness, as he struck with a punch reinforced by pure Busashoka haki, landing heavily upon the demon slayer, which let out a distressed creak. In an explosive display of strength, the elder was propelled forward like a meteor, akin to a human cannonball, piercing through several opulent palaces. Ultimately, the 5 elders in white robes forcefully descended upon a magnificent golden palace, the terrifying shockwave obliterating and collapsing the structure entirely. From within the ruins of the palace, the frustrated voice of the 5 elders echoed. Huang Yuan, if you continue to adopt such a passive approach, do not blame me for being ungracious. It is no wonder the 5 elders felt this way. Despite being a 2-on-1 battle, all of Bai Zai's attacks were directed solely at him. He paid no heed to Huang Yuan's distractions, which inflicted no damage whatsoever. This was what truly irked the 5 elders, serving as a human shield, absorbing numerous blows while Huang Yuan failed to land even a single hit. Huang Yuan, realizing the exasperated state of the 5 elders rendered any argument futile, was compelled to take action. Although his movement speed surpassed that of Bai Zai, his close combat speed fell short. If he dared to approach Bai Zai, he would first have to contend with that iron fist enveloped in pure armed color haki. Even with his physical prowess, a direct hit from such a fist would leave him reeling. Furthermore, to prevent Huang Yuan from elementalizing prematurely, Bai Zai expended considerable stamina to launch area-wide armed color haki attacks, forcing Huang Yuan to fully elementalize to evade Bai Zai's strikes, unlike during the Marineford War against Whitebeard, where he could elementalize while still unleashing laser beams. This was the reason for his inability to inflict damage for so long. The overwhelming close combat speed, combined with Bai Zai's terrifying physique and exceptionally refined armed color haki, allowed him to effectively counter Huang Yuan. As Bai Zai continued to pursue the 5 elders, Huang Yuan kicked several large stones towards him while swiftly moving in his direction. Regrettably for Huang Yuan, Bai Zai would not comply with his wishes. Those large stones were obliterated before they could even approach him, shattered by his armed color haki. Ignoring Huang Yuan's advance, Bai Zai's figure flickered once more as he charged towards the 5 elders. Just as the 5 elders wiped the blood from their face and prepared to withstand Bai Zai's punches, hoping to stall him and create an opportunity for Huang Yuan, Bai Zai abruptly changed direction, racing towards the side. The 5 elders instinctively glanced towards the direction Bai Zai was heading, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. There stood a towering, circular golden dome, the iconic landmark of the Holy Land Cathedral. Had they not engaged in direct combat with Bai Zai prior, the 5 elders would have confidently believed that the cathedral, possessing half the power of the Holy Land, could adequately defend against Bai Zai. However, at this moment, they were devoid of any confidence. Even the cathedral, which gathered half the defensive power of the Holy Land, could not withstand this horrifying beast. Damn it, that guy's target is the celestial dragons. The 5 elders' faces blanched as they hastily unleashed a razor-sharp flying slash towards Bai Zai, while Huang Yuan recognized the gravity of the situation. Before he even arrived, he had heard tales of this monster rampaging through the Holy Land, slaughtering celestial dragons and causing many to flee to the cathedral for refuge. One must understand that given the celestial dragon's arrogant nature, they would not cower in fear and seek shelter unless faced with an overwhelmingly terrifying threat. With a serious expression, Huang Yuan thought to himself, the true horror of this monster may not lie in its strength, but rather in its terrifying will that disregards the authority of the celestial dragons. Sensing the flying slash approaching from behind, Bai Zai secretly smiled, realizing that perhaps it was too late to notice. He, cloaked in rich armed color haki, deftly dodged the flying slash. Yet he was not satisfied. With a decisive motion, he redirected the flying slash, imparting greater force, and slightly altered its trajectory, sending it hurtling towards the Holy Land Cathedral. Celestial dragons. Taste the flying slash from the highest authority of the five elders. Bai Zai's actions left the five elders and Huang Yuan utterly astonished. So, the flying slash could be manipulated in such a manner? Was this truly the extent of martial arts? The guards, who were fully focused on defending the cathedral, suddenly beheld a ghostly green flying slash hurtling towards them, their faces instantly reflecting terror. Fortunately, among the guards, there were a few strong individuals who quickly repositioned their cannons to fire at the incoming slash, launching a barrage of powerful projectiles. However, all were effortlessly shattered by the formidable flying slash. After all, the hastily redirected firepower amounted to merely 1/10 of its potential, easily cleaved apart by the flying slash, resulting in numerous guards and weapons being severed in two. Although the flying slash seemed to be a mere plaything in Bai Zai's hands to the guards, it was the scythe of death, an unavoidable calamity. Following the harvest of the flying slash, Bai Zai effortlessly penetrated the ranks of the guards, unleashing a fierce wave of armed color hockey that sent all those who dared approach him flying. With a flicker of his form, Bai Zai abruptly found himself before a wall, his right foot raised high. Channeling his power, he delivered a powerful kick. The entire cathedral seemed to tremble in response. The wall, designed to withstand assaults and serve as a sanctuary, crumbled under the force of his strike. Countless shards flew like deadly bullets into the interior of the cathedral. Inside, the celestial dragons only heard a tremendous roar, followed by the quaking of the cathedral, and then the wall shattered, unleashing a torrent of debris. Before they could react, lethal fragments surged towards them, each carrying the terrifying potential to shatter flesh. Some of the more fortunate celestial dragons were merely grazed on the arms or legs, resulting in severed limbs as they collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Others, less fortunate, met their demise before they could even comprehend the danger. Their skulls crushed by the debris, their consciousness fading as they fell to the ground, blood pooling around them. Witnessing the scene, the five elders were consumed with rage as they beheld the blood-soaked Holy Land Cathedral, their eyes wide with fury. The flying slash they had unleashed had inadvertently aided Bai Zai in breaching the cathedral even faster. Had they not executed that slash, they might have been able to intervene before Bai Zai commenced his massacre. The tardy Huang Yuan transformed into a flash of light, appearing beside the five elders. Upon regaining his form, he too was confronted with this horrifying spectacle. Even Huang Yuan, known for his jovial demeanor, could not suppress a gasp of shock. Previously, he had only heard about Bai Zai's rampage against the celestial dragons, instilling fear that drove them to the Holy Land Cathedral for safety. Yet this scene made Huang Yuan acutely aware of the sheer terror embodied in Bai Zai's methods and audacity. Observing the bloodbath within the Holy Land Cathedral, with numerous celestial dragons clutching their limbs in agony, Bai Zai felt no flicker of sympathy. What pity was there to be had for these beasts? Especially those who placed themselves above all, cruel and callous, committing heinous acts without remorse. Bai Zai cast a glance back at the five elders and Huang Yuan before flickering once more into the cathedral, with Huang Yuan hot on his heels. While the five elders hesitated, the destructive potential of their battle's aftermath was evident from the devastation left on the battlefield. Once a realm adorned with opulent palaces, it has now been reduced to mere ruins, with some areas utterly leveled. Should a battle erupt within the holy cathedral, every celestial dragon present would meet their demise. With an impressive leap, Bai Zai descended like a mountain crashing down upon the very heart of the holy cathedral. Instantly, the ground trembled as if the very earth itself was upheaved. Witnessing this spectacle, the five elders comprehended that even without confronting Bai Zai, the celestial dragons would be unable to escape death's grasp. Thus, they hastily entered the cathedral, joining Huang Yuan in an attempt to thwart Bai Zai. The overwhelming slaughter of so many celestial dragons had clouded his judgment, rendering his decisions momentarily indecisive. Previously, executing them one by one had scarcely sufficed. He was grateful for the opportunity to eliminate these beasts all at once. As Bai Zai's words echoed, his fist crashed into the ground with a force tenfold more terrifying than before, causing the earth to roar in anguish and rend itself apart. The once formidable marble floor of the holy cathedral, designed to thwart subterranean assaults, transformed into a deadly array of spikes, reaching skyward like vengeful harbingers of death. This single strike from Bai Zai dealt a fatal blow to all remaining celestial dragons. Yet, he too bore the consequences. As a laser beam from Huang Yuan struck his shoulder, blood spilling forth. He had sensed that the slaves had commandeered the warships, and the moment to escape was nigh. This battlefield could not endure any longer. Even at the cost of his own injury, Bai Zai was determined to deliver a final blow, ensuring the wounded celestial dragons were consigned to the depths of hell, lest they wreak further havoc upon more slaves. A palpable scent of blood permeated the cathedral, causing the 5 elders to stagger, their faces pallid. As members of the 5 elders, they had never envisioned a day such as this, where the esteemed celestial dragons would be slaughtered like swine. Huang Yuan, witnessing the impact of his laser, swiftly appeared before Bai Zai, a golden glow emanating from his feet. I still wish for you to experience the sensation of being struck by light, Huang Yuan declared, his foot poised before Bai Zai. Just in time, Bai Zai raised his hand to block, but his body was hurled backward as if struck by a colossal cruise ship. Thank you, Admiral Huang Yuan, for providing me with a direction to flee, Bai Zai remarked, clutching his aching arm, causing Huang Yuan's lecherous expression to falter. Such words should not have been uttered in the presence of the 5 elders. Sensing a piercing gaze from behind, Huang Yuan shook his head and pursued Bai Zai. His earlier lackadaisical combat performance, coupled with Bai Zai's remark, inevitably sowed seeds of doubt in the minds of the 5 elders. Although Huang Yuan was aware that he and Bai Zai were strangers, it appeared he must now exert himself to the utmost. Confronting this monster directly was truly daunting. He mused, his expression grave. With a thunderous crash, Bai Zai shattered a wall, springing to his feet and darting away. Seizing this moment of visual obscurity, Bai Zai enveloped himself in Kenbunshiko haki, concealing his presence from others. He swiftly delved into a pile of rubble and retrieved a pair of sea stone handcuffs. At first glance, it appeared he had fortuitously unearthed them from the debris, but in truth, he had instantaneously accessed a spatial rift to extract them. The cover of the rubble, combined with the peak of Kenbunshiko haki, rendered his actions imperceptible, a masterful deception. Casting a glance at the flickering golden light behind him, Bai Zai silently hoped that Admiral Huang Yuan would not overreach. Having already unleashed a laser, further escalation would be discourteous. Bai Zai firmly grasped the pair of sea stone handcuffs. Should Huang Yuan truly wish to prove himself, he would undoubtedly be in for a startling revelation. Along the coastline, the slaves valiantly engaged the guards, their resolve unwavering, their eyes filled with determination. Hearing the explosions and fierce sounds of battle emanating from the Holy Land, they understood that Lord Noah was buying them precious time. By diverting the elite forces of the Holy Land, he had restrained the majority of the guards, and they could not allow his efforts to be in vain. As the sounds of battle began to wane, they silently prayed, "Lord Noah, please return safely." In a flash of golden light, a towering figure shot forth like a cannonball. Bai Zai had once again been propelled by Huang Yuan's lightning-fast kick. Utilizing the force of this kick, Bai Zai surged into the midst of the guards. The flying debris caused the once formidable guards to collapse lifelessly. "Lord Noah," the slaves cried out, "are you all right? Hurry, get on the ship." Upon seeing Bai Zai's condition, they were instantly filled with panic. Bai Zai appeared battered, his body marred with numerous wounds, fragments of stone embedded within. His once pristine attire was now tattered, his upper body completely exposed, and his trousers reduced to mere shorts. Following closely was Huang Yuan, his demeanor serious, fully aware that such injuries were trivial to the elite of the sea. Only if one were utterly exhausted or suffered grievous injuries could they lose their combat prowess. Bai Zai still possessed formidable strength, particularly as a master of martial arts. To lower his guard now would be to invite dire consequences. However, having arrived at this juncture, he had no choice but to unleash his full power. If Bai Zai were to board the warship, this merciless killer of celestial dragons would escape. In an instant, Bai Zai was among the slaves still beneath the warship, unleashing his Busashoka haki to accurately propel everyone onto the vessel. Time was of the essence. There was no opportunity for lengthy explanations. At that very moment of rescue, Huang Yuan seized his chance. In the eyes of the slaves, Bai Zai's silhouette shimmered, a humanoid flash coalescing behind him, fingertips radiating a cross of golden light, accompanied by Huang Yuan's lewd voice. "Lord Noah, I'm afraid you may have to stay here." With a whoosh, 3 beams of laser pierced through Bai Zai's chest. The final shot even penetrating his heart, blood gushing forth. All the slaves widened their eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably as they screamed Bai Zai's name. "Lord Noah! Lord Noah!" they cried, scrambling over the railing, desperate to check on Bai Zai. They disregarded their own safety. To abandon Bai Zai would render them no different from beasts. With a faint smile, Huang Yuan gazed through Bai Zai's shoulder at the frantic slaves rushing down, his lecherous expression intensifying. "It seems your efforts, Lord Noah, will be in vain." Huang Yuan spoke in a relaxed tone, observing Bai Zai, who had been pierced through the heart. The ever-cautious Huang Yuan, throughout the entire battle, finally allowed himself to relax slightly. Bai Zai lowered his head, his long hair cascading down, obscuring his features. However, if someone were able to see the countenance hidden beneath the veil of hair, they would undoubtedly witness the radiant smile gracing Bai Zai's face. With a crisp snap, Huang Yuan stared in astonishment at the sea stone handcuffs on his wrist, the other end firmly grasped in Bai Zai's palm. "At last, I've caught you, General Huang Yuan," Bai Zai exclaimed, suddenly turning, disregarding the gaping wound in his chest. His fist was charged with an overwhelming and terrifying haki that left even Huang Yuan astounded. "Now that you have temporarily lost your Logia powers, can you withstand my blow?" Bai Zai coughed blood as he addressed Huang Yuan, yet his movements remained swift and unimpeded. His fist struck Huang Yuan's chest, accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering bones, sending Huang Yuan crashing to the ground, bloodied and injured. Xiao Ming, who rushed to the scene, was met with the shocking sight of Huang Yuan, wounded and sprawled upon the ground. Stunned and bewildered, he questioned whether Huang Yuan was merely putting on an act. After all, as a Logia user of the Pika Pika no Mi, how could he so easily fall prey to haki and suffer such a grievous blow? Yet, the current situation left no room for his confusion or hesitation. The severity of Bai Zai's injuries was evident, and whether he could hold on depended on Xiao Ming's actions. With renewed determination, Xiao Ming charged forward. Upon seeing Xiao Ming approach, Bai Zai leaped, swiftly tossing 2 slaves, who were hastily climbing down, onto the ship, commanding them, "Set sail quickly, or it will be too late." The slaves, taken aback by Bai Zai's astonishing turnaround, soon regained their senses and hurriedly navigated the warship away from the port. At the stern of the ship, Bai Zai pressed his hand against his chest, feeling a searing pain. Huang Yuan's cautious nature was undeniable throughout the battle. He had only once let his guard down. At all other times, he had remained utterly focused to avoid falling into Bai Zai's trap. Perhaps the initial impression Bai Zai left on him was too overwhelming. After all, the first sight Huang Yuan had of Bai Zai was him defeating a top-tier Elder Star and the Supreme Commander, Steelbone Calm. Even when Huang Yuan resolved to confront Bai Zai seriously after the events at the Holy Land, he maintained an unwavering focus. Bai Zai had made several attempts to capture Huang Yuan, but had been thwarted each time until the final encounter, where he exploited his own severe injuries to catch Huang Yuan off guard, successfully employing the sea stone handcuffs to nullify Huang Yuan's Logia abilities and deliver a crippling blow. Thus, Bai Zai perceived Logia users as rather unreasonable entities. Without harnessing the power of the blazing sun, it would be exceedingly difficult to strike them using mere tactics. Particularly when they resided at the same level, this challenge intensified. The effectiveness of Haki's capture was mitigated for Logia users who possessed top-tier Kin Bunchika Haki, allowing them to elementalize their bodies in advance to evade capture. Huang Yuan's initial impression of Bai Zai had been profoundly terrifying. Once in close combat with Bai Zai, he would instinctively elementalize, leaving no opportunity for Bai Zhe to seize. Such a scenario was indeed troublesome. Fortunately, Bai Zhe managed to exchange a severe injury for another, incapacitating this troublesome Logia user and rendering him incapable of pursuit. As for the others, Bai Zhe welcomed their continued pursuit. On the high seas, his advantages would only grow. Ultimately, the Elder Star, clad in white, wielding a long sword, unleashed several emerald green slashes toward the warship, which Bai Zhe effortlessly deflected. He did not foolishly charge into a fatal encounter, fully aware that Bai Zhe had already defeated 3 formidable opponents, all gravely injured. If he dared to pursue alone, Bai Zhe would certainly not hesitate to send him to his demise. Despite the wound in his chest, Huang Yuan's dire state left Bai Zhe pondering whether he had genuinely lost his combat capability. After all, the seas were rife with strange races and peculiar life forms. Perhaps Bai Zhe's heart lay elsewhere. The Elder Star in white exchanged glances with Bai Zhe until they could no longer see one another. Bai Zhe declined the assistance of the 2 slaves and addressed them. "We may soon face the Navy's blockade. They might take my presence into account. However, should they gather sufficient elite forces, they will undoubtedly organize another pursuit." At this moment, they were entering the New World, where the Navy's power was weakest. As was the world government's influence, their minions had yet to reach this place. The slaves, tears streaming down their faces, looked toward Bai Zhe, believing he had reached the end of his road, nearing the brink of death. "Lord Noah, please heal yourself. Your wounds are far too many." "Yes, Lord Noah. Please treat yourself quickly. I am fearful for your condition." "Thank you, Lord Noah, for everything you have done for us." Bai Zhe smiled at these sincere and kind-hearted individuals, grateful that their presence made his suffering worthwhile today. "Do not worry. These injuries are but trifles to me. However, you must forge your own path from here on. If I remain by your side, the intensity of the pursuit you face will plunge you into despair." With a grand smile, Bai Zhe waved farewell to the crowd. Leaping into the sea, the slaves had yet to process his departure. By the time they reached the railing, Bai Zhe's figure had vanished from sight. "Lord Noah!" They cried out frantically, yet received no response. Finally, a more rational individual among them halted others who attempted to leap into the sea in search of Bai Zhe. "The strength of Lord Noah is beyond our imagination. He managed to escape from so many formidable foes. He will certainly find a way to survive. Perhaps these injuries are nothing to him, but our only duty now is to live well and ensure Lord Noah does not worry about us." The other slaves, hearing his words, expressed their agreement, bowing their heads, hands clasped in prayer, fervently beseeching for Bai Zhe's safety. In the depths of the ocean, Bai Zhe grinned, channeling the power of the blazing sun to isolate himself from the surrounding water. His body radiated a faint golden glow, and his wounds began to heal at a visible pace, even the gaping wound in his chest mending at an astonishing rate. Huang Yuan's blow had indeed been merciless, but I returned the favor twofold. That punch should keep him down for at least 3 to 5 months. Bai Zhe lingered in place until his injuries had fully mended before contemplating his departure. Another motive for his stay was to observe whether the world government would pursue him. However, for the time being, it seemed they had no intention of doing so, as they could not ascertain Bai Zhe's condition. Furthermore, the 2 admirals along with the Elder Star in white did not provide sufficient assurance. After all, Bai Zhe had already demonstrated his capability to take on 3 opponents simultaneously. To securely subdue Bai Zhe, they would need at least 4 elite combatants or more. However, the world government is in disarray, with injuries and comas rampant, utterly incapable of dealing with Bai Zhe. I hope they remain safe. Bai Zhe cast his gaze towards the departing slave ship and gently patted his chest, feeling no pain whatsoever. This journey to the Holy Land involved confrontations with several formidable warriors, culminating in Huang Yuan inflicting a wound upon him. The difficulties he faced stemmed not only from the troublesome nature of the natural-type devil fruit abilities, but also from Huang Yuan's heightened vigilance against him. Had it not been for his deliberate display of a mere fatal wound to his heart, Huang Yuan might not have revealed even the slightest flaw. Throughout this battle, Bai Zhe was unable to utilize the power of the blazing sun, being entirely restrained and forced to rely solely on his monstrous physique, exceptional dual-color hockey, and extraordinary martial arts skills. The reason he referred to it as a mere fatal wound to the heart was that Bai Zai's physique had grown so powerful that, even with a pierced heart, he could still survive for a brief period. Furthermore, as a master of martial arts, he possessed the pinnacle technique of the 6 forms, life return. This ability allows him to manipulate every part of his body freely. At the moment his heart was pierced, Bai Zai exerted all his effort to control the contraction of the wound, maintaining its original function, albeit with a significant loss of blood. This led others to believe he was gravely injured. Yet Bai Zai understood that his condition was entirely manageable. Even if Huang Yuan had intended to deliver a lethal blow, Bai Zai had enough strength to retaliate. Although he had sealed off the power of the blazing sun, it was not that he could not use it. The existence of this power bestowed upon him the assurance of survival and the confidence to overpower anything. He merely chose not to actively employ it. After today's practical test, he assessed that without using the power of the blazing sun, his limit was to face 4 opponents simultaneously. However, with the blazing sun's power, he could eliminate any number of adversaries, for its might was simply overwhelming. Nevertheless, even without the blazing sun's power, his combat prowess was astonishing and exceeded the world government's expectations, resulting in their hasty response leading to tonight's tragic outcome. Yet, even after slaying so many celestial dragons, did him, deep within Mariehua, have no intention of intervening? Bai Zai glanced back at the towering red Earth continent, an entity that had existed for 8 centuries, which he regarded with great importance. Regardless, he would eventually have to confront him. It mattered little whether sooner or later. Silently returning to the room rented from Xia Qi, Bai Zai changed back into his own attire. Looking at his familiar reflection in the mirror, he nodded in satisfaction, feeling that this appearance was indeed more pleasing to the eye. Lying in bed, after the fierce battle, Bai Zai found no inclination to seek out Robin and Noki Gao, and with the night growing late, they were likely already asleep, making it inappropriate to disturb them. As Bai Zai sank into a deep slumber, he extended a layer of solar sensing to cover the room, preventing any unforeseen circumstances. He fell into a profound sleep, while the gears of the world's great upheaval began to turn. Within the depths of Mariehua, amidst the flowers, a tall and beautiful figure sat upon the void throne, resting her chin on her hand as she observed the 5 figures below. Should anyone familiar witness this, they would be astounded to see the 5 individuals hailed as the highest authority in the world kneeling before the void throne, their expressions a mix of reverence and fear. Ultimately, he bore a fatal injury but managed to severely wound Huang Yuan. The 5 elders in white robes, their waists wrapped in bandages, respectfully addressed him, for he had been a participant in the battle since his arrival, thus holding the most authority to speak. Meanwhile, another elder with a swollen face kept his head bowed, too ashamed to utter a word, having performed poorly in the battle, falling victim to Bai Zai's opportunistic strike and only regaining consciousness after the fight concluded. "Lotim, shall we deploy the Celestial Kings?" inquired one portly elder in a suit, sporting a goatee. "No need. He is merely one of the lucky ones, with nothing particularly special about him. As long as he is not the possessor of that fruit, I can handle him," Im confidently stated, propping her chin as moonlight cascaded upon her, casting a charming glow. The 2 elders who had faced Bai Zai hesitated to speak. However, since Lord Im had already made her stance clear, they could only nod in agreement and take their leave. Upon returning to the palace, the elders began to formulate a bounty order for Bai Zai. Noah, authenticity of the name in question, appearance also uncertain. A sudden emergence of a top-tier powerhouse in the sea, possessing the terrifying ability to take on 3 opponents. If discovered, we must deploy 4 or more top-tier powers to ensure his defeat. This time, the celestial dragons suffered grievously, with 262 confirmed dead and countless others wounded. They had now developed a deadly enmity with Noah, prompting an immediate order for all celestial dragons outside the Holy Land to return. Simultaneously, a mandatory order was issued for the Navy's 3 admirals, Karp and Sengoku, to remain on standby at Navy headquarters. Should Noah's whereabouts be uncovered, all top-tier forces must mobilize. Aside from CP-0, which directly guards the celestial dragons, All other CP members are to exert every effort to track Noah's movements. What bounty should we set? Given the heavy toll from this incident, the fleeing slaves would undoubtedly spread the word, making the celestial dragon's deaths difficult to conceal. At this, all the elders fell silent. If someone could kill a significant number of celestial dragons without facing retribution from the world government, the celestial dragons would no longer possess their inviolable sanctity. Zay's actions tonight have stripped the celestial dragons of their supreme status, making it apparent that even deities can be slain, and those who slay deities cannot be punished by the world government. The prestige of the celestial dragons and the world government is likely to plummet from this night onward. After a prolonged silence, one of the taller elders in a black suit spoke. Let us temporarily set the bounty at 6 billion, and we shall call him the Godslayer. The other elders, after a moment of contemplation, reluctantly concurred, agreed. In the waters near the Sabiti archipelago, a pirate ship sailed, its flag distinct from others, lacking the typical symbols of bloodshed and violence. Instead, the pirate flag depicted a skull alongside a mouth-watering roast, indicating that the creator of this flag was not only a skilled artist, but also possessed a unique appreciation for gastronomy, capturing the most enticing aspects of the roast with precision. Their motivations diverged from those of other pirates. They were not in pursuit of the one-piece treasure, but sought to explore diverse cuisines, searching for the legendary culinary paradise, all blue. However, having narrowly escaped the Navy's pursuit on several occasions, the Navy had raised their bounty. Yet currently, the highest bounty aboard belonged to Captain Red-Nosed Teal, amounting to a mere 20 million berries. Teal was on board, stretching his limbs and preparing to whip up a creatively inspired breakfast for his crew. "Captain, you're up so early?" called out a yellow-haired boy, hands in his pockets, as he stepped out and greeted Teal with a smile. "Ah, yes. I'm just getting some exercise before preparing a creative breakfast for you all." Upon hearing Teal's words, the golden-haired youth's complexion turned slightly pale. Their captain's culinary skills were undeniably the finest aboard the vessel. However, the flaw lay in Captain Teal's penchant for avant-garde dishes, each time he infused his whimsical creativity. The resulting cuisine often defied description. Just as the golden-haired youth contemplated excuses to evade the situation, he noticed a news bird soaring overhead, dropping a newspaper that landed squarely in his hands. Upon opening it, he discovered an accompanying bounty notice. Curious, he murmured, "Why didn't that news bird come down to collect some berries?" Captain Teal approached, intrigued. "No comment. How peculiar. That is unlike this avaricious creature. Let me see what news could compel that greedy bird to hastily deliver and then dart off to another location," Teal remarked, and as one of the few literate individuals aboard, he took the newspaper. The eye-catching headline caused him to fixate, his mouth agape in astonishment. The most notorious criminal, the Godslayer Noah. Last night, he invaded the Holy Land, slaying over 100 celestial dragons, and after engaging multiple formidable foes, he successfully escaped. Teal mechanically recited the text, internally shaken beyond measure. He had witnessed the unimaginable. Someone had stormed the Holy Land, killing over 100 celestial dragons. "Captain Teal, stop jesting. What nonsense are you spouting so early in the morning?" The golden-haired youth could hardly believe it. How could anyone possibly kill a celestial dragon? It's even more outrageous that one could escape unscathed from Marie Joa after such a massacre. Teal's fabrications surely had their limits. Other crew members emerged from the ship, drawn by the conversation, their expressions a mixture of surprise and curiosity. "Captain, were you rambling about this early?" Teal, uninterested in further explanation, handed the newspaper to another literate crew member for a thorough appraisal of this astonishing information. The other crew member's eyes widened in disbelief as he read, his mouth falling open. The remaining crew members, witnessing such reactions, absurdly pondered if what the two were conveying was indeed true. The absurdity and horror of the facts were so overwhelming that those who first encountered them found it hard to accept. Regaining his composure, Teal shifted his gaze to the bounty notice clutched by the golden-haired youth. He snatched it, flipping it over to reveal a robust man with shoulder-length hair, his visage stern, eyes sharp as daggers, against a backdrop of a burning, collapsed palace. The photographer must have been a genius to capture such essence and likeness so vividly. Additionally, the figures sprawled on the ground were deliberately obscured, yet one could vaguely discern that their attire resembled the celestial dragon's distinctive bubble garments. Teal's fingers trembled as he uncovered the bounty amount, an astounding figure. He swallowed hard, feeling his throat grow hoarse as he exclaimed, 6 billion. The other crew members were equally stunned, hastily grabbing the bounty notice and repeatedly verifying the figures. Although many could not read, they could certainly count. It was indeed a bounty of 6 billion. This confirmed the newspaper's claims. Someone had stormed the Holy Land, slaughtered the celestial dragons, and not just one, but over 100, ultimately escaping. Excitement escalated among the crew as they processed the revelations within the newspaper and bounty notice, overwhelmed by a profound sense of disbelief. Suddenly, one crew member covered his face and sank to his knees, weeping uncontrollably. "Mother, did you hear? The celestial dragons got what they deserved. Over 100 of them are dead." Teal fell silent, fully aware of the heartbreaking past of this grieving crew member. Like the golden-haired youth, he too was an orphan. But unlike him, this crew member's parents had perished at the hands of the celestial dragons. During a visit to their homeland, a celestial dragon had casually shot his mother, while his father, merely attempting to embrace her, met the same fate. It was no wonder he was so moved by the contents of the newspaper. Teal exhaled deeply, sensing the brewing storm on the horizon. The golden-haired youth gazed towards the distant sky, blinking innocently, unaware of Teal's deeper implications. The captain's reference was not to the literal tempests of the sea, but rather to the upheaval that would ensue as the newspaper spread, igniting countless individuals and factions across the seas. All because that one man had audaciously stormed the Holy Land and slain over 100 celestial dragons. As the news bird flapped its wings, disseminating the story worldwide, every individual who received the newspaper and bounty notice stood agape, their spirits shaken by the revelations. Gazing at the photo of Noah and the staggering bounty amount below it, a wave of astonishment washed over them. With the news spreading, people across the seas, upon reading the paper, covered their mouths in disbelief as tears streamed silently down their faces. In the East Blue, at Lobetown, a raven-haired youth selling goods in the street caught sight of the fluttering newspaper above and, unable to resist, reached out to grasp it, curiosity piquing as he glanced at the departing newsbird. Redirecting his focus to the paper in hand, he opened it, and a bounty notice drifted down to the ground. He glanced at it, his attention frozen. Rubbing his eyes vigorously to confirm the bounty figure, he scrutinized it once more before exclaiming in astonishment, 60 billion. He promptly unfolded the newspaper, disregarding the astonished and bewildered gazes of those around him. Reading at an astonishing speed, tears began to well in his eyes. Ignoring the goods strewn about, the raven-haired youth turned and dashed home, colliding with bewildered passers-by along the way, hastily apologizing before sprinting onward. Bursting through the door, he faced a wall adorned with 2 photographs, one of a stern middle-aged man, the other of a warm-smiling middle-aged woman. Both gazed toward the entrance, as if awaiting his return each day with welcoming eyes. Seeing those photographs, the raven-haired youth could no longer contain himself and collapsed to the floor, weeping bitterly. "Father, Mother, the celestial dragons are dead, killed by Lord Noah, and not just one, but over 100. I lacked the strength to avenge you. But now Lord Noah has avenged you. Those damned celestial dragons deserve to die 1,000 times over." Similar scenes unfolded in countless locales, each a place where the celestial dragons had previously wrought havoc. As the world's aristocrats, the celestial dragons wielded immense power, exercising the right to execute civilians at will during their travels in other nations. Upon seeing the newspaper, those who had suffered at their hands were filled with overwhelming joy, tears of elation flowing freely. Meanwhile, those who had been exploited by the celestial dragons celebrated internally, believing wholeheartedly that their demise was richly deserved. An increasing number of individuals have turned their gaze towards Nuya, a man with a resolute visage and eyes as sharp as blades. "Lord Nuya, you have truly performed a remarkable deed for the people of the world by eliminating these vile creatures," showing them the consequences of their reckless slaughter of innocents. I hope that Lord Nuya remains safe and sound. From this moment forth, he shall be my deity, and I revere him as one would a divine being. Indeed, from now on, any soul who dares to speak ill of Lord Nuya in my presence shall face dire repercussions. The sentiments among the populace varied, yet their collective desire resonated with astonishing uniformity. Bai Zhe has acted commendably. Many have voluntarily begun to worship Bai Zhe, treating him as a deity. In this dark epoch, a ray of light has descended from the heavens. Although it may not shine directly upon them, it nonetheless warms their spirits. Thus, they are wholeheartedly devoted to Bai Zhe, praying for his safety as he evades the relentless pursuit of the world government. In the New World at Dressrosa, Doflamingo wore a stern expression as he perused the newspaper in his hands. Once, he had yearned to reclaim his identity as a celestial dragon. Yet other celestial dragons regarded the Don Quixote family as traitors. Even after Doflamingo killed his own father, others remained unwilling to accept him back into their ranks. Consequently, Doflamingo resolved to turn this lofty world of celestial dragons upside down. How unexpected it is that the once exalted celestial dragons are now being slaughtered like swine. Doflamingo mused, half in mockery, half in reflection. Witnessing the identity he once coveted being effortlessly obliterated and trampled upon was indeed a bitter experience. The God-Slayer, is it? To withstand the pressure from so many formidable foes, to ascend to the Holy Land, and ultimately retreat unscathed, such prowess certainly justifies the title. Doflamingo exhaled slowly, conceding that the God-Slayer was indeed deserving of the moniker. With the strength Nuya has demonstrated, he possesses the capacity to overturn the world. If I could forge an alliance with him, where he provides the power to upend the world and I offer intelligence and secrets, we could undoubtedly bring about monumental change. Doflamingo's eyes glimmered behind his sunglasses, yet he understood that now was not the time for reckless engagement with Nuya. Otherwise, regardless of his former identity as a celestial dragon or his current status as a warlord of the sea, even his celestial dragon status would be of no avail. It was evident that the world government had set its sights on annihilation. Otherwise, they would not have placed a staggering bounty of 60 billion on Nuya's head. It seems I must bide my time. This ambition is indeed tantalizing. Doflamingo glanced at Torbull beneath his seat, instructing him to mobilize the underworld to seek out Nuya's whereabouts. Doflamingo had not forgotten that in order to negotiate with Nuya, the most critical step was to locate him. Otherwise, engaging in empty negotiations would be utterly absurd. The reactions of the other warlords of the sea upon seeing the newspaper varied. Bartolomeo was astonished by Justiz. Yet his primary focus was on the ship of escaped slaves. Those slaves could very well become targets for the world government. If possible, he should attempt a rescue. Bartolomeo thought to himself, retrieving a din mushy and dialing a number deeply buried in his memory. Xiong, what is happening? Have you seen the newspaper? What newspaper? I'm not aware. Strive to rescue the slaves aboard the ship mentioned in the newspaper. They were once slaves of the celestial dragons and have faced even greater discrimination. We are naturally aligned with them. After Bartolomeo spoke, he decisively ended the call, burying that memory deep within. On the other end of the line was a man with peculiar markings on his face, the world's most notorious criminal, Monkey D. Dragon. Just as Dragon was pondering, Sabo rushed in, clutching a newspaper. Dragon sensed that this was indeed the paper Bartolomeo had referred to. Captain, please take a look at this newspaper, Sabo exclaimed, handing it to Dragon, who opened it to reveal a look of astonishment on his serious face. An assault on Mary Geos, possibly defeating several top-tier strongmen. I wonder if they managed to escape unscathed? Dragon quickly deduced much of the hidden information contained within the article. The number of celestial dragons killed likely exceeded 100, and the world government would do everything in its power to suppress the impact, reporting the casualties as minimal. Mentioning over 100 was likely due to that ship of slaves. Dragon's brow furrowed in contemplation as he instructed Sabo. Immediately search for the slave ship mentioned in the newspaper. Yes, Sabo replied, noting Dragon's grave demeanor before hastily departing. Dragon watched Sabo's retreating figure, his eyes glinting. If they could successfully rescue the slaves, it would significantly bolster their strength. He paused, for deep within, another plan was forming. By accepting and protecting those slaves, it could also endear Nuya to the Revolutionary Army, as they were indeed the slaves Nuya had rescued. The might of the world government remains overwhelmingly formidable. It is essential to have an even more powerful ally inclined towards the Revolutionary Army, even if only slightly. Dragon murmured to himself, contemplating the future strategies. Meanwhile, on the New World, aboard the Whitebeard pirate's ship, Marco rushed in, clutching a newspaper. "Father, we have a grave situation. You must see this newspaper." Whitebeard, seated in his chair, took a hearty swig of alcohol and glanced curiously at Marco, who was usually composed and steady, now appearing flustered. He accepted the newspaper and, after reading it, burst into a hearty laugh. Monsters of the sea truly emerge one after another. 60 billion. This is likely the highest bounty since the establishment of the world government. Even that scoundrel Roger had only a bounty of over 50 billion. However, this monster is audacious indeed, charging into the Holy Land, killing so many celestial dragons, and rescuing a ship of slaves, ultimately managing to retreat successfully. What an astounding conclusion to this assault. Whitebeard expressed, astonished by Zay's actions. Marco hesitated, looking at Whitebeard. "Father, this newspaper openly declares Nuya as the new strongest in the world. Does that not anger you?" "Ah, Marco, do not view me as an insurmountable existence. The future belongs to you all. I am but an old relic of a bygone era." Whitebeard replied jovially, showing no concern over by Zay claiming the title of the strongest man in the world. From Whitebeard's perspective, he believed by Zay's strength was indeed worthy of the title. After all, the Holy Land Mary Geos was not a place one could easily infiltrate and escape from. However, with this, the turbulence upon the seas would undoubtedly escalate. The pinnacle of the era of great pirates is finally approaching. Whitebeard mused thoughtfully. "By the way, has there been any news of Ace?" Marco shook his head, pain and anger evident on his face. "That vile Teach killed a comrade for a devil fruit. Ace, out of guilt, pursued him, yet there has been no trace." Reflecting on the words of that red-haired brat, "I too have some thoughts. Teach may have been concealing his strength all these years, merely waiting for that devil fruit." The voice of Baihuzi was somewhat deep as he spoke, reminiscing about the recent visit from Hong Fa, who revealed that the scar on his face was inflicted by Tiki. Baihuzi understood in his heart that he had misjudged Tiki over the years, failing to perceive his malevolent intentions. He could only hope for Ace's safety. Marco murmured. On Cake Island, everything appeared to be crafted from delectable food. Houses, streets, signposts, each element seemingly made from sweet confections. Within the palace on the island, a colossal woman, resembling a giant, was voraciously indulging in desserts, her demeanor frenzied, akin to a ravenous spirit. This giantess was none other than Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. At that moment, her second son, Charlotte Katakuri, stood before several of his mother's children, holding a newspaper and a bounty notice. However, he refrained from interrupting his mother's feast. Linlin suffered from a condition known as food obsession, and should anyone dare to disturb her meal, it was certain she would turn against her own kin, even harming her son. Once Linlin finally cleared the table of her sumptuous meal and sat back, rubbing her belly, Katakuri approached with a newspaper in hand. "Mother, this concerns a significant recent event in the seas." Linlin stared wide-eyed for a moment before slamming the newspaper onto the table with tremendous force, instantly shredding it into fragments, along with the table itself. What nonsense! How could such a monster exist in the seas? To breach Mariehua and emerge unscathed, as a figure from the old era. Having once followed rocks and opposed the world government, Linlin was well aware of the formidable power the world government wielded. Katakuri did not contest Linlin's claims, but silently presented the bounty notice. Upon receiving it and glancing at the details, Linlin's eyes widened in shock. A bounty of 6 billion? How the Gorsei lost their minds or been struck by a door? How could they issue such a high bounty? Linlin's words faltered as she recalled the events mentioned in the newspaper, realization dawning upon her. Is what the newspaper claims true? Katakuri nodded silently. Lin then focused on the bounty notice once more, erupting into laughter. Who would have thought the once mighty world government would face such humiliation? It seems the age of pirates has truly birthed countless monsters. Perhaps the world government is now preoccupied with its own troubles. The seas would soon be tumultuous again, with no telling where the next explosion of conflict would arise. In a certain area of the New World, two powerful wills clashed fiercely, as if the very sky were being torn asunder. Amidst it all, a figure was shouting wildly, "Hong Fa, keep fighting me!" Amidst the crashing waves, a ship bobbed up and down, revealing members of the red-haired pirates, gazing at the battlefield with a sense of helplessness. Fighting Kaido is utterly pointless. That guy just keeps causing trouble. Our captain is in for quite a challenge, Beckman lamented. Kaido frequently sought out strong opponents, engaging them in battle. And with his immense power, even if they emerged victorious, it would not change the fact that he was formidable. The terrifying and profound Conqueror's haki enveloped a long blade, erupting with thunder as it struck Kaido, driving him into the earth. Red-haired felt somewhat exasperated after Kaido had seen the newspaper and the bounty notice. He had gone mad with the desire to seek out a formidable foe, and by sheer chance, he had encountered red-haired. It was indeed an undeserved misfortune. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Another monster had emerged from the seas, one willing to stand against the world government. Kaido burst forth from the ground, faint traces of blood visible on him. "Red-haired, you've wounded me. It was your own madness that brought this upon you. If you truly wish to fight someone, go find Noah." Red-haired words seemed to further provoke Kaido, who charged at him once more in a frenzy. "Do you think I wouldn't want to? But that guy is being sought after by the world government. How could I possibly find him?" Kaido's Kanabo crackled with armament haki, intertwining with Conqueror's haki, as it collided violently with Red-haired's long blade, unleashing a terrifying force that seemed to disperse even the rain momentarily. "Thus, I must seek you out for some excitement." Red-haired sighed helplessly, and the battle raged on. With the newsbird disseminating the newspaper across the globe, the name Noah finally resonated worldwide. Facing the first rays of sunlight, Baize commenced his daily training, having ascended to the canopy of the world's largest red tree. As he beheld the sunlight filtering through the leaves, his spirits soared. He looked down to see several newsbirds frantically scattering vast quantities of newspapers and bounty notices over the Sabeti archipelago. Baize reached out to grasp one. "I suspect this newspaper pertains to Noah." With a smile, Baize opened the newspaper, the headline strikingly bold, "The Godslayer Noah." After a cursory glance, he noted that the paper employed an eloquent style, portraying Noah as a ruthless figure who had committed mass slaughter in the Holy Land, resulting in casualties, with a brief mention of the damage inflicted upon the celestial dragons. Is this an attempt to mold Noah into a villain? Baize muttered as the sun's rays spread. The residents of Sabeti Archipelago, upon seeing the newspaper and its contents, wore expressions of joy. However, considering the public setting, they hastily retreated to their homes, only daring to laugh or weep in private. After all, the ostensible masters of Sabeti Archipelago were the celestial dragons, who frequently visited the island, and the occasional murder was merely routine. Thus, the residents harbored a deep-seated hatred towards the celestial dragons. Now, witnessing someone finally punish them, the people felt genuine joy and immense gratitude towards Noah. Clearly, the world government's eloquent narratives held little sway. The eyes of the populace remained keen. Baize remarked, pulling out the bounty notice intermingled within the newspaper. Upon seeing the figure depicted, he felt a sense of disconnection. After all, he had not undertaken these actions in his true form, and seeing Noah's face felt surreal. Although he was responsible for the deeds, it was not in his own guise. A bounty of 6 billion. The world government had indeed made a grand statement. This was likely the highest bounty in history, surpassing even that of the Pirate King. However, Noah's actions against the celestial dragons undeniably warranted such a staggering sum. Baize tucked away the newspaper and bounty notice, continuing his training. Only when the sun had fully risen did he cease his practice and return to Shaki's tavern. As he approached, he noticed the tavern was abuzz with noise. Upon seeing Baize, Nami rushed to him, brandishing a newspaper and bounty notice. "Baize, do you know this Noah?" How audacious to dare storm the Holy Land to massacre the celestial dragons. The other girls turned their attention to Bai Zai, as he had not updated his journal the previous day. They were unaware that Noah was indeed Bai Zai. They speculated about Noah's origins, marveling at how he could achieve such feats. Why didn't Bai Zai mention him even once in the journal? After all, this was a world-altering event, and Bai Zai, as a time traveler privy to the plot, should surely be aware. Bai Zai wore a bewildered expression, shaking his head. I don't know him. I only learned of Noah today upon seeing the newspaper. The girls scrutinized Bai Zai's puzzled demeanor and quickly shifted their gaze to the Platinum Journal. And indeed, the journal's contents had been updated. For the time being, it is best not to disclose to them my true identity as Noah. After all, matters of this nature tend to attract attention and can easily lead to exposure. Let the world government pursue the name of Noah while I continue my adventures in peace. However, the Navy will have much on its hands. Just yesterday, I demonstrated that a single individual can stand firm against 3 formidable foes without faltering. Thus, if the world government intends to hunt down Noah, they will inevitably mobilize 4 or more top-tier combatants. The Navy's elite forces can be counted on one hand, and with Huang Yuan severely injured, he will lack sufficient combat capacity for at least 6 months. The 2 admirals, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the Navy hero Carp, along with Tao Tu, who is likely to have made some progress recently, total 5 top-tier forces. Given the world government's emphasis on the celestial dragons, they will undoubtedly order the Navy to remain on standby at the naval headquarters, ready to mobilize at the first sign of Noah. Nevertheless, this matter does not concern me. Your pursuit of Noah has nothing to do with Bai Zai. The women, upon reading the diary's contents, were overwhelmed with astonishment. Noah is indeed Bai Zai, yet upon reflection, it all makes perfect sense. After all, it is improbable for such a monstrosity to emerge from the sea without being in close proximity. Through extensive training, each of the women has become a top-tier actress, their astonishment hidden behind composed faces. Nami dramatically sighed, feigning ignorance, while Nokigao gazed at Bai Zai with shining eyes. He is her man, a slayer of evil, a punisher of demons. Indeed, Nokigao's impression of the celestial dragons is one of utter disdain. Though she has only recently arrived at the Shambadi archipelago, the populace harbors an intense hatred for the celestial dragons, and she has heard numerous tales of their malevolence. Robin's gaze was equally intriguing, a mix of surprise and pride. She has long despised the world government, especially after the demon-slaying order led to the destruction of O'Hara. Now, Bai Zai has dealt a significant blow to the celestial dragons, humiliating the world government. More importantly, he has avenged all those oppressed by the celestial dragons across the globe. Robin contemplated further. With Bai Zai as an unpredictable factor, the world government would hesitate to allow the celestial dragons to roam freely. In the daughter's kingdom, the Empress read the newspaper and the diary's content. Ah, Bai Zai, I knew you could do it. Not only have you succeeded, but you have surpassed all expectations. Over 100 celestial dragons slain. The Empress joyfully rolled about in bed, unable to contain her excitement. Her pet looked on in confusion as the Empress exhibited such fervor. Hancock clutched the platinum diary, flipping to the page featuring Bai Zai's triumphant display. Her face flushed as she planted a fervent kiss on the page. Baisha, you are my god, Hancock exclaimed, her voice piercingly sharp, her mind wandering to fantasies of Bai Zai embracing her waist and kissing her deeply. As she became lost in her thoughts, a sudden shiver coursed through her body, rendering her weak. Just as her pet snake approached, she kicked it away forcefully. Blushing, Hancock rose, surprised at her own level of excitement. Covering her face, she glanced around to ensure that no one was present in the palace before letting out a sigh of relief. That wretched snake. It must not know what I've been up to. In stark contrast to the ecstatic Empress, Tao Tu, stationed at the Navy headquarters, found herself in turmoil. Bai Zai's actions were astonishing, yet in light of his character, it was impossible for him to act without reason. However, the massacre of so many celestial dragons weighed heavily on her mind. Furrowing her brow, she paced the deck of the Navy vessel, where soldiers stood ready. Fleet Admiral Sengoku had issued the highest orders to gather the Navy's elite forces at the headquarters. The world government was truly furious. The existence of the Godslayer had dealt them a resounding slap in the face, allowing him to escape unscathed. Should this pursuit end in failure, the world government would become a laughingstock globally. Thus, the five elders commanded Sengoku to ensure that all naval forces remained at the headquarters, particularly the elite units, not allowing a single one to leave. They were to be on standby, ready to strike the moment the Godslayer Noah was located, executing the highest level of the demon-slaying order. Simultaneously, the intelligence organization under the municipal government began to mobilize. Yet, the Godslayer Noah seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Even that military vessel had been sheltered by the Revolutionary Army, the world government's sworn enemy. Unexpectedly, the exorbitant bounty of 60 billion had not aided in the pursuit. Instead, Noah's renowned sword. After all, the title of Godslayer inspired gratitude and admiration among the common folk. Although they could not openly declare their support for the Godslayer in public, they secretly wished for him to evade the world government's grasp eternally, hoping he would eliminate even more celestial dragons. The majority of those chasing fame and fortune were deterred by the Godslayer's formidable power. As for those who dared to pursue him, they found themselves at a loss. At this moment, Noah had transformed his appearance and was joyfully enjoying drinks at the Shambadi archipelago. Tao Tu, as a rear admiral in the Navy, bore the weight of knowing that Bai Zhe was indeed Noah, leaving her deeply conflicted. It would be disingenuous to claim she disliked the celestial dragons, for her position as rear admiral had spared her from their clutches. She had encountered a celestial dragon when she had just been promoted to rear admiral and had entered the upper echelons of the Navy. While maintaining order in the Shambadi archipelago, she caught the eye of a celestial dragon. However, her rank as rear admiral commanded a degree of respect, even from the celestial dragons. The Navy is the most powerful force under the world government. The five elders would not permit the celestial dragons to act with impunity. Yet that insufferable celestial dragon persisted, seeking to have Tao Tu as his bodyguard. Exhausted by the celestial dragon's advances, Tao Tu submitted a request to Sengoku for a transfer to a naval branch, which Sengoku, aware of her plight, promptly approved. Reflecting on past events, a hint of revulsion crossed Tao Tu's face. Yet, her sense of duty as a Navy officer caused her to hesitate. "Gion, are you troubled?" Vice Admiral Tsuru asked with a smile, well acquainted with her sister's disposition. "Ah, sister, what brings you here? It is quite a busy time. I am fortunate to find a moment as a combatant in the Navy, but how does a staff officer like you have time to visit me?" Tao Tu et Galim, surprised by Tsuru's presence. Hee, Sengoku is quite troubled about this matter. Mobilizing the Navy's elite forces to remain at headquarters will inevitably impact the entire sea situation, allowing pirates to become increasingly rampant. If this continues, the chaos in the seas may spiral out of control, leading to the expansion of pirate power and further suffering for the civilians. General, he gazed thoughtfully, stating that even I, as a naval officer, find myself at a loss for words. As your elder sister, isn't it only natural for me to express concern for your mental well-being? Sister, there is something that troubles me greatly and leaves me in a state of inner turmoil. Tao Tu hesitated briefly, yet ultimately chose to seek assistance from General He. Upon hearing Tao Tu's words, General He narrowed her eyes and scrutinized her sister, observing the hesitation etched upon Tao Tu's face, as if she were a stranger to her own sister. "Sister, why do you look at me like that? I am trying to determine whether you truly are my sister." "Yi Yuan, you have always been decisive and resolute in your actions. If this matter is truly causing you such indecision and inner conflict, it is likely that you have already leaned towards one side from the very beginning." General, he spoke earnestly, for according to your past demeanor, if the opposing side held no significance in your heart, you would have made your choice with great decisiveness. Tao Tu was momentarily taken aback. Previously, she had been lost in her predicament, but now, with General He's guidance, she was able to rise above her prior entanglements. Viewing the situation regarding Bai Zhe through her original mindset, she found it to be exactly as General He had articulated. Had it been her former self, she would have promptly reported Bai Zhe to the Navy headquarters. However, things were different now. Bai Zhe had indeed left a significant impression on her heart. I understand now. I will handle this matter appropriately. Gazing at her sister, who now radiated confidence, General he smiled. This is my sister, Ji Yuan. Courageously move forward in the direction you believe to be right. Tao Tu crouched down and embraced General He, who gently patted her head. Enough of that. You're all grown up now, yet you still behave like a little girl. By the way, although warring states is currently troubled, the Navy is undoubtedly constrained by the world government. When you eventually seek out Noah's whereabouts, exercise caution. General he looked at Tao Tu, her expression serious. Admiral Kazuru has confirmed that he is severely injured, with most of his ribs fractured and his internal organs gravely harmed. Had Noah not been in a rush to depart and delivered another blow, Admiral Kazuru might have perished. Tao Tu's face displayed a hint of surprise. Yet her heart remained unperturbed. After all, she was well aware of Bai Zhe's true capabilities, having previously sparred with him. I understand, but do not underestimate me, sister. My strength has progressed significantly. I am confident that I can contend even with the 3 admirals. Tao Tu declared with conviction. Confidence is commendable, yet one must always exercise caution. The two continued their conversation for a while before General he took her leave. Tao Tu leaned against the railing, gazing out at the harbor, her resolve solidified by General He's words. She resolved to treat this incident as if she had never glimpsed the diary. Bai Zhe and his companions awaited the completion of the coating on the raging sun. Although Rayleigh was also skilled in coding, Bai Zhe had already commissioned several master craftsmen, so he did not wish to trouble Rayleigh. Thus, in the following days, Bai Zhe planned to leisurely explore the Sabaody archipelago. The Sabaody archipelago, with its unique geography, boasts many distinctive recreational facilities, among which the most renowned are Bubble Park and Bubble Amusement Park. Bai Zhe, accompanied by Nami and the others, strolled through the streets, attracting considerable attention, particularly from those couples out for a day of fun, whether in the throes of romance or newlywed bliss. Young men gazed enviously at the numerous beautiful women surrounding Bai Zhe, their eyes nearly overwhelmed, only to be swiftly reprimanded by their girlfriends. What do you mean by that? Are they that much more beautiful than me? No, let me explain. Throughout their journey, Bai Zhe had overheard similar exchanges no fewer than 10 times. While he maintained a calm facade, internally he felt a sense of satisfaction. Nami and her companions paid little mind to such matters, occasionally purchasing snacks from street vendors, sharing them among themselves, and quickly finishing them off. Hey, that's odd. Why do these snacks cost differently than before? Nami remarked, belatedly realizing the discrepancy. They had previously traversed this street, but at that time, they had hurriedly made their way to a tavern for a game of chess, merely glancing at the prices without stopping to indulge. Dear customer, you must have seen the prices before the newspaper incident, right? The owner of the snack shop, with striking blue hair tied back in a ponytail, expertly fried octopus. Having spent long hours in the frying environment, her face bore a few freckles, yet she wore a radiant smile. Indeed, I did. Have you encountered some good fortune? Nami inquired curiously. Not exactly a stroke of luck. I simply felt it was time to lower the prices and share my joy. The owner replied cheerfully, take a look at this street, or even the entire Sabaody archipelago. The prices of snacks have decreased somewhat. After speaking, the owner winked at Nami and her companions, sprinkling spices over the octopus before handing it to them. Nami paused for a moment, quickly grasping the situation. You mean the previous newspaper incident? The owner hastily raised her finger to her lips, signaling for Nami to keep quiet. As long as you know, please do not speak of it. There are many eyes and ears around. This is indeed a reason for celebration. These servings are complimentary for you. The freckled owner, with a warm smile, addressed Nami and her friends. Thank you very much, Nami replied sweetly, causing the owner's smile to widen even further as she watched Nami depart. For a fleeting moment, she was reminded of her younger sister. Yet, her sister was long gone, having fallen beneath that golden spear. By the time she arrived, her sister lay in a pool of blood. The owner continued to smile, but her eyes gradually filled with tears. She wiped her hands and rubbed her eyes vigorously, as if trying to push the tears back, her heart fervently whispering, Lord Noah, thank you for avenging my sister. It was precisely because Noah had slain the celestial dragons, avenging her sister, that she wished to share her joy in this simple manner. This was the Sabiti archipelago, a favored location for the celestial dragons, and these individuals had, to varying degrees, suffered at their hands. Their heartfelt joy at the death of the celestial dragons led them to share their happiness in this straightforward and humble way. Nami, savoring the fried octopus, observed that the prices in other snack shops had, indeed, decreased to some extent. After all, this was a place they frequented. Baisha responded casually, feeling increasingly reassured that he had made the right decision. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate for his transformation, as he was somewhat inept in dealing with such situations, especially when met with genuine gratitude. Wow, is this the Bubble Amusement Park? Nami exclaimed with delight, gazing at the multitude of attractions within the amusement park, and dashed towards it with excitement. The others eagerly followed suit, and Baizé watched the joyful figures of the girls, a smile gracing his face as he joined them. Baizé, let's ride the bubble Ferris wheel. Nami turned back, grasping Baizé's hand and eagerly pointing towards the towering Ferris wheel in the distance. Very well. Today we shall enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Baizé readily agreed, but paused for a moment before posing a question. So, who will join me on the Ferris wheel? As soon as the question was posed, all the girls turned their gazes toward Baizé, then exchanged looks with one another, the spark of competition igniting in their eyes. In a corner where Baizé remained oblivious, the chat channel of the girls' Platinum Diary erupted in a cacophony of excitement, each vying for the chance to ride the Ferris wheel with him. Observing the rising tension among the girls, Baizé quickly raised his hand to soothe their emotions. After all, they had ample time today. Why not let each of them have a turn? Baizé regretted his mischievous decision to pose that question, as the flames of rivalry had begun to smolder, and he sensed trouble brewing. Who'll go first? The girls chorused in unison, their eyes filled with an intense, almost palpable pressure, as if they could be read as pleading, "Choose me, choose me." Witnessing this scene, Baizé knew he had to resort to his old methods. Let us draw lots. He produced several bamboo sticks, each inscribed with a number, and the girls eagerly extended their hands, each hoping to draw one. Upon viewing their numbers, some beamed with delight, while others displayed disappointment. "Wow, I'm first," Nami exclaimed joyfully, showcasing her stick marked with a 1. "It appears I'm second." Robin chimed in with a smile. The first and second places had been determined, and as the others revealed their numbers, disappointment was evident on their faces. "Well, luck is luck. We must carry on regardless of our draws," Baizé remarked with a smile, as Nami gleefully linked her arm with his and led him toward the Ferris wheel. The other girls followed suit, relieved to find numerous amusement facilities beneath the Ferris wheel, allowing them to disperse and enjoy themselves. Robin chose to wait beneath the Ferris wheel, engrossed in a book to pass the time. Baizé embarked on the somewhat tedious journey aboard the Ferris wheel, knowing he would have to ride several times alone. Fortunately, each companion was different, offering opportunities to cultivate bonds with them. As the Ferris wheel ascended, Nami suddenly displayed a look of fear, dramatically throwing herself against Baizé, her youthful fragrance enveloping him. And then she pressed her face against his. The crisp sound of a kiss seemed to paint the Ferris wheel in shades of pink. Baizé and the others reveled in their days of carefree fun, as though the affairs of the celestial dragons held no relevance to them. Even the intelligence personnel affiliated with the world government could discern no flaws in their demeanor. Not to mention Baizé himself. Nami and the others had honed their acting skills through the trials of their diaries, making it effortless for them to handle a few intelligence agents. The Chambered Archipelago, being the island closest to the holy land of Mariehua, naturally attracted heightened scrutiny. In recent days, Nami and her companions had encountered no less than 3 waves of intelligence personnel. However, the disguises employed by Baizé and the others were nothing short of impeccable. The agents, unable to find evidence, had no desire to complicate matters further, especially as the greatest effort was now directed toward tracking Noah's whereabouts. A few days later, Baizé received a message stating that the coding had been completed. After inspecting the results, he settled the remaining payment. Next, we shall linger in the Chambered Archipelago for 2 more days before preparing to head to Mermaid Island, Baizé announced to the girls, noting that there was little else to attend to on the archipelago. Thus, proceeding to the next destination seemed the wisest choice. All right. Upon returning to his room for a rest, Zhe retrieved the Mind Cube synthesis device. Ever since acquiring this special reward, he had tirelessly utilized the power of the blazing sun as the energy source for the synthesis device. Yet, it was only now that the Mind Cube began to show signs of life. Placing the device on the table, he peered through its opening to see a core radiating brilliance, surrounded by a blue cube exterior. At that moment, the Mind Cube was spinning energetically, its 6 faces refracting the core's luminescence, appearing resplendent. After such a prolonged synthesis, consuming vast amounts of my solar energy, it finally seemed ready to materialize. If the Mind Cube truly possessed such miraculous qualities, my dream of traversing the cosmos would no longer remain distant. Zhe gazed at the Mind Cube with eager anticipation, sensing it was nearing its final synthesis stage. The energy demand surged suddenly, prompting Zhe to take a deep breath and respond with an increase in the supply of solar energy. Even the daylight artifact, which also absorbed solar energy, expressed dissatisfaction, exuding feelings of yearning, to which Zhe quickly offered reassurances. Just a moment, I'll have it ready shortly. After soothing the daylight artifact, the Mind Cube finally underwent a significant transformation, coalescing from an ethereal form into solid reality. True to its name, it now resembled a 6-sided cube, exhibiting a deep blue hue, with the core emanating a gentle golden glow. Zhe reached out to retrieve the completed Mind Cube from the synthesis device, feeling a chilling sensation in his hand, contrasting starkly with the visual warmth of the core's golden light. Nevertheless, through the cool touch, Zhe could sense the immense power contained within the Mind Cube, capable of bestowing life upon battleships and even birthing consciousness. With a heart full of hope, Zhe carefully stored the Mind Cube away while continuing to balance the supply of solar energy, proceeding with the synthesis at a measured pace. Regaining an appropriate amount of solar energy, the daylight artifact stabilized. Observing these 2 significant consumers of solar energy, Zhe felt a twinge of helplessness. If he did not strive to improve his cultivation or advance his daylight visualization technique, he might soon find himself unable to support these 2 energy-draining entities. While it was possible to sever the supply of solar energy, he deemed it unnecessary. Their consumption fostered a unique pressure that propelled Zhe toward greater diligence in his training. Holding the completed Mind Cube, Zhe had long since determined what he intended to use it for. The blazing ship that had accompanied him from the East China Sea, the Lianghe. He was uncertain whether he could successfully create it. Zhe planned to attempt it first, knowing he could remedy any unforeseen issues. With the Mind Cube in hand, he made his way to the port where the Lianghe was docked. Entering the captain's quarters, he placed the Mind Cube upon the table and focused, channeling a strand of pure solar energy. Activate. As the synthesis energy was solar energy, it required the same to initiate activation. Soon, the Mind Cube began to levitate, its 6 faces revolving around the core, casting a brilliant light that illuminated the entire captain's quarters. Once the azure glow completely enveloped the Mind Cube, it fully activated and gradually merged with the Lianghe. In the next moment, a stern yet commanding voice resonated in Zhe's mind. "Are you my master?" Zhe blinked, fully aware that this voice emanated from the Lianghe. "Indeed, you are my creation. Master, the battle sequence Mind Cube Lianghe pledges its loyalty to you." As this voice echoed, golden light intermixed with deep azure radiance converged, ultimately forming within the azure glow, while the golden light manifested as armor, coalescing into a breathtakingly beautiful figure. The Lianghe knelt before Zhe, offering its loyalty. Gazing at the figure before him, Zhe was filled with astonishment. She possessed lustrous, flowing hair with hints of gold, stunning beauty, exquisite features, and porcelain-like skin that seemed almost fragile. Her eyes were lowered, adorned with a golden headpiece, at the center of which lay a deep azure crystal brimming with formidable energy. She was clad solely in golden armor that clung closely to her alluring form, leaving Zhe utterly captivated. "Awaken, for I do not require such elaborate formalities," Zhe declared, sensing his dominion over life and death in the presence of the vessel before him. Perhaps it was the mental cube he wielded, or perhaps the amalgamation of the mental cube itself, forged from the power of the blazing sun. Yet, none of this could alter the fact that he held the utmost authority over the vessel, Liang Hao. Liang Hao rose, gazing intently at Bai Zhe, her eyes brimming with admiration. You claim to be a combat sequence of the mental cube. Might there be numerous sequences within the mental cube? Bai Zhe inquired, voicing his most pressing concern. Indeed, master. The mental cube encompasses a multitude of sequences, the most prevalent being the combat sequence, primarily tasked with operations, support, and escort missions. Other sequences, akin to the supply sequence, provide sustenance and healing capabilities, while the resource exploitation sequence is capable of extensive resource extraction, gathering vast strategic assets. Upon hearing Liang Hao's elucidation, Bai Zhe comprehended that the mental cube constituted a wholly integrated system of warfare. Moreover, it possessed self-awareness, forming its own coherent system of martial apparatus. The plethora of sequences could complement one another, and each sequence could yield formidable outcomes. Should a complete sequence battleship be assembled, it could effortlessly dominate this planet. Even in the absence of Bai Zhe regarded Liang Hao with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. He then posed a question of great interest. What are your capabilities? How formidable is your combat power? In response, Liang Hao stated that all mental cubes possess the ability to upgrade. The initial combat power of the starting sequence may be somewhat lacking. However, following enhancements, it can adapt to the cosmic environment for combat. Bai Zhe blinked in disbelief. Did he hear correctly? The ability to adapt to cosmic warfare implies a potential evolution into a cosmic battleship. Due to the absence of a comparative metric, I am unable to provide an accurate assessment of the initial sequence's combat power. I sincerely apologize, Master. Liang Hao replied in a precise manner, revealing her inherent humanity. Her disposition was inherently serious and earnest, taking her role as Bai Zhe's master with utmost gravity. No matter, we shall set sail shortly to test Liang Hao's might. Bai Zhe remarked with a smile, marveling at the emotions and character exhibited by Liang Hao. Such creativity could undoubtedly be deemed life itself. Although aided by the mental cube synthesis apparatus, Bai Zhe felt as though he was partaking in the creation of life. Liang Hao before him was a manifestation of his own creation, and he could not help but feel a profound sense of satisfaction, especially with her exterior, which was strikingly aligned with Bai Zhe's aesthetic preferences. She was simply beautiful. Sensing Bai Zhe's intense gaze, a faint blush appeared on Liang Hao's visage. Master, shall we set sail now? Liang Hao inquired, her face adorned with a gentle smile, delighted that her creator appreciated her. Will we complete the test today? Certainly, Master. Then let us embark. Bai Zhe pondered that since he would return today, there was no need to summon Nami and the others. He captured a photograph of Liang Hao with his notebook and uploaded it, documenting her various attributes and penning down his reflections, culminating with a heartfelt statement. Liang Hao is truly a manifestation of my aesthetic. She is extraordinarily beautiful. Bai Zhe's feelings towards Liang Hao resembled those of a father, for she had accompanied him from Donghai thus far, and the mental cube was an embodiment of his own Liang power, essentially making her a creation of his own. Observing the mental cube, Liang Hao, he felt as if he were gazing upon a daughter who had matured before his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, his journal entry stirred a tempest among the women around him. Initially, all were on equal footing, but now a contender had emerged who most aligned with Bai Zhe's desires. Few girls could elicit such a compliment as extraordinarily beautiful from him, and her mention in the journal had been virtually absent. This incited an overwhelming sense of urgency among all the women, though they were somewhat overthinking. Bai Zhe's affection for Liang Hao differed from that for Nami and the others, as he regarded the life he had created with admiration and fondness. Standing at the bow of the ship, Bai Zhe reveled in the heightened speed of Liang Hao, nodding in satisfaction. The combat sequence is generally divided into the battleship's main body and the battleship's consciousness, both possessing combat capabilities. The consciousness can autonomously maneuver the main body in battle. At that moment, Liang Hao manifested miniature turrets and a main cannon, appearing rather adorable. As a consciousness of the battleship, she could also independently control the main body. The miniature turrets and main cannon she materialized boasted destructive power equivalent to that of a battleship. Hence, Liang Hao asserted that both the battleship consciousness and the main body possess combat strength. The radar indicated an uninhabited island in proximity. Shall we proceed, Master? Liang Hao presented a virtual screen to Bai Zhe for his command. Proceed at full speed. Bai Zhe commanded like a battleship commander. Yes, Master. Liang Hao responded dutifully. Bai Zhe immediately felt the ship's velocity surge dramatically. Unlike the previous sailing speed of Liang Hao, which relied on wind power, the mental cube had transformed its propulsion system into one governed by the mental cube itself. The speed was astonishing, considering that the mental cube was a combat sequence. It could evolve into a formidable battleship capable of adapting to the cosmic environment. Even the initial sequence possessed extraordinary speed. Amidst the undulating waves, the duo swiftly arrived at the uninhabited island, which was considerably larger than the island where Bai Zhe had fought throughout his life, yet remained devoid of inhabitants. Some vegetation flourished there, perhaps seeds brought by birds long ago, but no animals were present. All right, the target is the uninhabited island ahead. Let the testing commence. Executing command. Liang Hao's eyes shimmered with a golden radiance, reminiscent of starlight, as an advanced positioning system materialized before them. The miniature main cannon, now locked onto the target by the positioning system, began to adjust its aim. The cannon's muzzle gathered a resplendent golden glow, and Bai Zhe narrowed his eyes. The energy fluctuations within this miniature main cannon were formidable. The mental cube truly embodies advanced technology. This main cannon, resembling the barrel of an old-fashioned solid projectile, was, in fact, an energy cannon. Outrageous, Bai Zhe marveled, and in the next moment, a golden streak of light pierced the void, akin to a golden meteor plummeting from the heavens, striking the distant, uninhabited island. In an instant, the island appeared to erupt in an explosion akin to a nuclear blast, golden flames surging into the sky, forming a colossal golden mushroom cloud. Following that, the shock wave emanating from the epicenter began to obliterate everything on the island. Rocks and vegetation were utterly annihilated. A fierce gust of heated wind rushed toward him, despite the fact that Liang Hao had chosen a docking position over 1,000 meters away from the uninhabited island. This was the standard combat mode, operating at maximum output power, with the main cannon's destructive capacity. The Liang Hao spoke solemnly before turning to Bai Zhe and inquiring whether to activate the annihilation combat mode. In this mode, the output power would exceed normal limits, and the destructive capability of the main cannon would significantly increase. Furthermore, it would enable coordinated fire with the battleship's main body, effectively doubling the devastation. Upon hearing Liang Hao's description, Bai Zhe couldn't help but applaud, recognizing that the power of this strike had already obliterated an island. Even if that island were magnified several times, this cannon could still annihilate it. This implied that the initial version of Liang Hao possessed destructive power that surpassed that of the ancient weapon, Mingwan. Not to mention, the overcharged output in annihilation combat mode. No need, Bai Zhe replied with a smile. I am very satisfied with Liang Hao's combat capabilities. Thank you for your praise, Master. The Mind Cube Battle Series Liang Hao will become the sword in your hand, cutting through all obstacles, Liang Hao declared with determination. After testing Liang Hao's strength, Bai Zhe returned to the Xiangbidi Islands aboard the battleship. The evening sun cast a shimmering glow upon the sea. The women stood at the harbor, awaiting Bai Zhe's safe return, and upon seeing him, they all breathed a sigh of relief and excitedly waved at him. However, their expressions froze when they beheld Liang Hao. Beautiful and flawless, majestic and spirited. This was the first impression Liang Hao left on the women, particularly when they saw Liang Hao standing earnestly behind Bai Zhe. Resembling a guardian, an inexplicable feeling surged within their hearts. They had long sought the strength to walk alongside Bai Zhe, only to find themselves surpassed by the girl before them. Bai Zhe had meticulously recorded Liang Hao's power, and all the women could witness it. A single strike capable of annihilating an island undoubtedly equated to the destructive force of a naval admiral. Among the many women, she was the strongest. Even Peach Rabbit, who had already reached the level of a naval admiral, paled in comparison to Liang Hao, for although Peach Rabbit was a grand swordsman, her pure destructive power could not achieve the feat of obliterating an island in one blow. The women were initially in competition with one another, only to find Bai Zhe effortlessly placing Liang Hao at the forefront, a true dimensional strike. Everyone come aboard! The Mind Cube has transformed Liang Hao in many ways. You can come and experience it. Bai Zhe warmly invited the group after the ship docked. This is Liang Hao, the spirit of the ship, Bai Zhe introduced to the women. Although Palm knew Bai Zhe was speaking nonsense, she still cooperated splendidly. Wow, Liang Hao, you are so beautiful. How do you maintain such fair skin? Your armor is stunning. Is the golden armor heavy? The women surrounded Liang Hao, eagerly asking questions. Liang Hao responded with a confident smile, adeptly handling their inquiries. Though she had just been born today, the consciousness generated by the Mind Cube was far from simple. Seeing Liang Hao manage the women's attention, Bai Zhe felt a sense of relief. Liang Hao would undoubtedly be capable of taking on more responsibilities, as each girl had her own tasks to attend to, and Liang Hao's abilities were extraordinary. As Liang Hao's creator, Bai Zhe understood better than anyone the extent of her learning capabilities. The battleship's consciousness, endowed with human emotions and personality, possessed a terrifying capacity for learning that surpassed that of humans. Even Bai Zhe was hesitant to claim he could outstrip Liang Hao's capacity for learning. Originally, he had not intended to embark on the promotion plan just yet. However, plans often change, and the emergence of the Mind Cube revealed a host of outstanding, loyal subordinates. Bai Zhe mused, his satisfaction growing as he observed Liang Hao surrounded by the women. The following morning, Bai Zhe and the others bid farewell to Rayleigh and set sail into the ocean, following the currents. The ship's coating began to reveal its effects as Liang Hao's eyes lit up with a faint virtual screen, analyzing the coating. Liang Hao, can you simulate this? Bai Zhe inquired curiously, noticing the data on the virtual screen had come to a halt. Certainly, Master. The Mind Cube possesses the ability for infinite evolution, making the simulation of such a function quite easy, Liang Hao confidently replied. Shall I establish a simulation project? Bai Zhe nodded, and Liang Hao's body suddenly emanated a golden light, scanning the ship's coating to initiate the simulation project. Master, the estimated time for completion is 1 day. A day? That is not too long. It usually takes several days to apply a coating, Bai Zhe responded with satisfaction. Next, you will need to learn more knowledge to become my most capable right hand. Bai Zhe patted Liang Hao on the shoulder, and in that moment, her eyes seemed to shine with determination as she nodded resolutely. Liang Hao will not disappoint your expectations. Learning more knowledge to contribute to your dreams. No need to rush. We could take some time to document the underwater beauty. The next destination, Mermaid Island, is also a truly remarkable place. Liang Hao nodded obediently, her gaze toward Bai Zhe filled with admiration. Bai Zhe had grown accustomed to such looks of adoration, having witnessed them from those he rescued from slavery, as well as from many others in Water City and even further back. He understood that such gazes reflected their wholehearted trust in him, viewing him as a divine being. As they approached the depths of the sea, the colossal creatures hidden beneath the waves took notice of the radiant Liang Hao. A multitude of large eyes fixated upon her, and Bai Zhe slightly relaxed his aura. Instantly, those sea kings seemed to be gazing directly at the sun and hurriedly averted their eyes. Master, even merely releasing your aura can evoke feelings akin to staring directly at Liang. Your might is mesmerizing. Liang Hao's pure, flawless eyes brimmed with admiration. I revere you as one would a deity. Faced with such almost devout confessions, Bai Zhe reached out to ruffle Liang Hao's hair. Having a charming and adoring companion like her was truly intoxicating. Nami and the others approached, initially expecting a confrontation with the Sea Kings, only to find that Bai Zhe's mere release of aura had frightened them away. Bai Zhe, just how strong are you now? Robin couldn't help but ask, her curiosity piqued. From the day he obtained the diary, Bai Zhe had stood at the pinnacle of the sea, and now he must possess the strength to conquer the world, right? The other girls also gazed at him with curiosity, as each of them had changed their life trajectories and gained greater power, along with more family and friends. Thanks to Bai Zai's assistance, they were even more eager to learn about the strength of the one who had helped them. I'm not exactly sure, but I should be able to claim the title of the strongest in the world in the truest sense. I can prevail against any means, be it the 3 ancient weapons or the hidden hands lurking in the shadows. Bai Zai pondered for a moment before speaking, his words exuding an unwavering confidence that left the women awestruck. In the absence of the formidable deep-sea overlords, navigating the abyssal depths entails only contending with the currents of the deep sea. However, with the formidable power of the Liang Hao, resisting these currents is a trivial task. Time seemed to fly by in the darkness. The women felt as though they had merely enjoyed a few meals, engaged in vigorous exercise, and indulged in leisure and learning when Bai Zai suddenly announced that they had reached a depth of 10,000 meters. At this depth, a breathtaking island emerged before them, illuminated by sunlight. Could this be Mermaid Island? It is stunning, and the presence of sunlight in the depths of the ocean is truly miraculous. It is said that a colossal tree named Xiaohua, located near Mermaid Island, has the ability to transmit sunlight from the ocean's surface to the island. Thus, despite its position in the deep sea, Mermaid Island is blessed with a sky, clouds, and sunlight. Bai Zai smiled as he explained this, while the Liang Hao displayed a look of dawning realization. Observing this wondrous scene, the Liang Hao felt a profound sense of the many areas in which she needed to learn and grow. They set their course toward the designated entry point of Mermaid Island, as formal registration was required to enter. Otherwise, a reckless intrusion could result in being mistaken for invaders or poachers, leading to pursuit by the Sea King army. Bai Zai pointed toward the main entrance of Mermaid Island, and the Liang Hao nodded in understanding, guiding the ship, which had been modified with a mental cube with exceptional propulsion. Even in the depths of the ocean, it effortlessly altered its course. Suddenly, the Liang Hao exclaimed that there seemed to be an undercurrent nearby. "Shall we force our way through?" she inquired confidently. Bai Zai consented, allowing her to proceed. Soon, a brilliant golden tail flame emerged from the stern of the ship, propelling them against the current toward Mermaid Island. Nami and the others, resting in the cabin, felt the ship lurch and then accelerate, prompting the other girls to emerge from the cabin. "How beautiful! We have finally arrived at Mermaid Island," Nami exclaimed, gazing at the magnificent island. "By the way, I have never seen a mermaid before. They must be stunning." Of course, the beauty of mermaids is sufficient to entice poachers to travel great distances into the deep sea to reach Mermaid Island, Robin remarked seriously, causing the other girls to frown slightly, as they all held disdain for poachers. A living person, once captured by poachers, would be reduced to a state worse than that of livestock, serving as mere entertainment for their captors. However, in recent years, the declaration by Whitebeard to occupy Mermaid Island and incorporate it into his territory had significantly curtailed poaching activities. After all, in the vast ocean, none could disregard the words of one of the 4 emperors. Bai Zai interjected, easing the girls' concerns. Indeed, those beautiful mermaids should not be subjected to the clutches of slave traders. Koya exclaimed, her face reflecting utter disdain for such traders. Just then, the Liang Hao jolted as they broke through the area of dark currents, arriving at the main entrance of Mermaid Island. Several fishmen, armed and vigilant, watched the Liang Hao with apprehension. After all, the ship's imposing exterior, resplendent in gold and brilliance, suggested that it bore important passengers. Nami, with an easy demeanor, conversed with the fishmen, and after paying the entry fee, they were allowed to pass with only a cursory inspection. "I envy your social skills, Nami," Koya remarked, astonished at how effortlessly they had entered Mermaid Island. "Haha, that's just a talent, Koya. You can't learn it," Nami replied with pride, hands on her hips, her chin nearly reaching the sky. Upon docking in the port, which was managed by the Sea King army of Mermaid Island's royal family, Bai Zai felt assured that no issues would arise. At least, that was what the port's officer assured him. Bai Zai, observing the tall officer of the Sea King army, nodded in acknowledgement. Back aboard the Liang Hao, Bai Zhe decided to leave someone behind to guard the ship. With a smile, he produced bamboo sticks and announced to the girls, "Come now, according to our old tradition, each of you will draw a stick, and the numbers will determine the order of those who will remain behind." Each girl took a stick, leaving two in Bai Zhe's hand. Seeing Bai Zhe's gaze turn toward her, the Liang Hao expressed surprise. "Do I need to draw as well?" "Of course, you are one of us." Bai Zhe responded with a smile, extending his hand. The Liang Hao's face lit up with joy, warmed by the acknowledgement of her companionship. Without hesitation, she drew the left stick, revealing the number 3, which left her feeling somewhat bewildered. Bai Zhe displayed his stick, which bore the number 4, and remarked, "You are third. Enjoy Mermaid Island for the first 2 days, and stay behind on the third." Nami raised her stick, revealing the number 1. "You all go ahead. I will take care of the Liang Hao." Bai Zhe approached and ruffled Nami's hair, alleviating some of her disappointment. Given that most areas of Mermaid Island were underwater, aside from utilizing bubble-encased transport, one could also apply a swimming coating to move freely in the sea. Robin approached Bai Zhe with a small jar. "Baisha, could you help me apply the swimming coating?" The other girls looked on, but refrained from commenting, knowing that as a devil fruit user, Robin particularly needed the coating. Bai Zhe took the jar and said, "Let us go inside the cabin. After all, you cannot touch seawater at all, and it needs to be applied evenly." Robin blinked, a meaningful smile gracing her face, accompanied by a faint blush. The other girls busily prepared, and after a while, they became vaguely aware of the passing time. "Don't you all think Bai Zhe and Robin have been in there for quite some time?" "It has indeed been a long while. Over half an hour has passed." Noki rolled her eyes, somewhat exasperated. "Did you not hear what Bai Zhe said earlier? It needs to be applied inside and out." The girls briefly paused, quickly realizing the implications, their faces flushing slightly. The emphasis was indeed on applying it inside as well. Before long, Bai Zhe emerged with an easy expression, while Robin appeared somewhat unsteady on her feet. Upon catching the girls' reproachful gazes, Robin felt a twinge of embarrassment. It's all Bai Zhe's fault for insisting. The girls collectively rolled their eyes, well aware of the blush on Robin's face. However, they did not dwell on it, understanding that they too might find themselves in a similar situation in the future, unable to refuse Bai Zhe's requests. After a significant delay, Bai Zhe and the group finally set off to explore Mermaid Island. Their destination was the southeastern part of the island, where they anticipated a bustling town before entering Mermaid Island itself. This area, known as Coral Hill, was the thriving town of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, promising an abundance of delicious food and entertainment. "Look at all these beautiful mermaids. This place is like a fairy tale. Everything feels so dreamlike, truly reminiscent of a fairy tale." The girls sat in their mode of transport, excitedly discussing the mermaids they occasionally spotted around them. Their arrival had certainly captured the attention of many mermaids, not only due to Bai Zhe's striking appearance, but also because of the many exceptionally beautiful girls accompanying him. Even Miss Mermaid began to wonder if perhaps an idol singer had come to Mermaid Island for a performance. "Bai Zhe, there is a mermaid cafe over there. Shall we take a look?" Following Kuya's pointing finger, Bai Zhe spotted a cafe and raised an eyebrow, realizing it was likely the mermaid cafe run by Madame Shaylee. "Let us go and have a look. It has been ages since I last enjoyed a cup of coffee." Bai Zhe beckoned the group to enter the cafe, where they noticed several maidens assisting with reception and serving. Having lived in the deep sea for so long, they had rarely encountered humans, and thus gazed curiously at Robin and her companions. However, the maidens seemed to be particularly drawn to Bai Zhe, captivated by the radiant aura he naturally emanated, akin to that of the sun. It had been previously mentioned that the sun of Mermaid Island is cast by a colossal tree, illuminating the depths of the ocean from a distance of 10,000 meters. This phenomenon is referred to as the gift of the sun. It is hard to fathom that even in the deep sea, there exists a reverence for the sun. Bai Zhe glanced around, and upon making eye contact with the mermaid maidens, they shyly averted their gazes. Some pretended to polish cups, while others bowed their heads, casting their eyes down to their chests. Perhaps the sudden influx of humans made the mermaid maidens hesitant, reluctant to approach. After a brief moment, a mermaid maiden with green hair stepped forward. "Welcome to the Mermaid Cafe. May I ask what you would like to have inside? Her enthusiastic voice helped ease Kuya and the others, who had initially been too intimidated to approach, believing that the mermaids might be quite averse to them. Once seated, the goodwill displayed by Robin and the others relaxed the atmosphere, dissipating the initial tension. The mermaid maidens gathered around, greeting Robin and inquiring about their preferences for coffee and pastries. The green-haired maiden approached Zay with a playful smile and asked, "What would you like to order, sir?" "You may call me Zay. I would like a serving of your most popular coffee, along with a dessert set," Zay replied with a gentle smile, gazing at the mermaid maiden. Upon hearing Zay's introduction, the green-haired maiden seemed to snap back to reality. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly responded, "All right, Mr. Zay. My name is Kaimi." Zay observed as Kaimi hurried away, and not far off, another maiden nervously fixated her gaze in his direction. Once Kaimi returned, the maiden anxiously grasped Kaimi's hand. With Zay's acute hearing, he could clearly discern their conversation, wherein the maiden chastised Kaimi for her earlier boldness. Their close bond was evident. Kaimi, with a relaxed demeanor, comforted her friend, who appeared somewhat exasperated. The mermaid maidens moved swiftly, and soon the group was savoring the delectable desserts and coffee from the Mermaid Cafe. Zay gently stirred his coffee with a spoon and, under the attentive gaze of the maidens, took a tentative sip. "This coffee is delightful, possessing a unique flavor. Is it a specialty of Mermaid Island?" Upon hearing Zay's compliment, Kaimi let out a sigh of relief. "Indeed, Mr. Zay, this is the specialty coffee of Mermaid Island, and it is also Madame Shaylee's proud creation." Zay feigned curiosity, inquiring, "So this coffee was crafted by Madame Shaylee? What is her status?" Just as Kaimi opened her mouth to explain Madame Shaylee's background, she noticed a somewhat tall figure appear at the cafe entrance, prompting her to quickly close her mouth. The mermaid maiden's reaction caused Zay to turn around, and indeed, it was the Madame Shaylee he remembered. Madame Shaylee was adorned in an audacious, deep purple hooded garment, fastened only at the center. Like Kaimi, she had short hair, but hers was black, stylishly obscuring half of her face. Her skin was exceptionally fair, reminiscent of someone who had not been kissed by the sun for a long time. The only visible eye, a deep blue reminiscent of the ocean, bore an unusual vertical pupil, perhaps due to her lineage from the great blue shark merfolk. Madame Shaylee's form was notably larger than that of ordinary humans and mermaids, her lower half resembling a shark's tail, exuding strength. She entered the cafe with a small pipe in hand, momentarily taken aback by the presence of so many humans. However, possessing a composed and dignified demeanor, she rarely lost her temper unless her boundaries were crossed. Regaining her composure, she approached the cafe counter. Kaimi whispered to Zay, "Madame Shaylee is the owner of the cafe, and the coffee you are enjoying is her creation." Zay nodded in understanding, raising his coffee cup slightly to signal his appreciation to Madame Shaylee. Kaimi gasped, quickly turning to glance at Madame Shaylee. Upon witnessing a mature and dignified smile on Madame Shaylee's face, Kaimi finally exhaled in relief. Though Madame Shaylee appeared composed, Kaimi had witnessed her anger before, which was quite intimidating. Perhaps Zay's gesture piqued Madame Shaylee's interest, as she approached him, prompting Kaimi to step aside. "Are you of noble lineage among humans?" Madame Shaylee inquired, sensing the unique aura emanating from Zay. "Not all. I am merely an unremarkable adventurer." "It is a pleasure to meet you, Madame Shaylee. My name is Zay," he replied, shaking his head and flashing a gentle smile. Yet, Madame Shaylee could not shake the feeling that Zay possessed an extraordinary essence, awakening within her a desire to divine his fate. "Zay, would you mind if I performed a divination for you?" Kaimi was taken aback. It was rare for Madame Shaylee to request a divination from anyone. Her divination abilities were remarkably potent, boasting an almost prophetic precision, having foreseen numerous significant events in the past. It was unexpected that she would seek to divine Zay's future. Noticing Zay's momentary pause, Kaimi hurriedly leaned closer, explaining Madame Shaylee's prophetic talents. With her arms crossed, Madame Shaylee remained silent, patiently awaiting Zay's response. The other mermaid maidens cast curious glances, their eyes filled with wonder. Robin and the others were also intrigued, pondering what remarkable qualities Madame Shaylee possessed. with a claimed accuracy of 100% in her divinations. Will she be able to reveal my future? What will become of me? Or will she unveil past actions I have taken? Observing the reactions of the other maidens, who were equally curious about Madame Shaylee's abilities, Vizay reflected on his earlier mention of prophecy. Of course, I'm equally curious about my future. I kindly request Madame Shaylee to assist me with a divination. Within the Mermaid Cafe, numerous mermaid maidens and Robin's group gathered around, while Vizay sat opposite Madame Shaylee. In the center lay a crystal ball placed upon a red cloth, indicating Madame Shaylee's reverence for it. Mr. Vizay, please place your hand upon the crystal ball. Madame Shaylee commanded with an air of solemnity, sensing Vizay's intense desire for divination. Though uncertain of its implications, she resolved to follow her instincts. Vizay was exceedingly obedient, placing his hand upon the crystal ball, its touch chillingly cool, evoking feelings reminiscent of the deep sea. Sally closed her eyes, and before her, a misty illusion began to materialize. Soon, a ray of sunlight pierced through the fog. This sudden change caused Xia Li's heart to tighten. Such an occurrence had never transpired during her previous divinations. After the sunlight broke through the mist, it began to radiate brilliantly. The fog was swiftly dispelled, and the sunlight unfolded, emanating a warmth akin to that of the sun, illuminating her entire field of vision. This unexpected transformation left Xia Li in utter astonishment. In the past, her divinations had always involved seeking in the mist. However, this time, it felt as if the truth was laid bare before her. As the mist dispersed, under the sunlight, a scene of desolation emerged, causing her pupils to constrict sharply. What lay before her was the silhouette of a man, standing amidst the ruins, surrounded by an endless sea of corpses. Despite the gruesome and terrifying tableau, Xia Li sensed an extraordinary warmth emanating from the man, akin to that of the sun. This image, so contrary to the perceptions of ordinary individuals, stirred her emotions profoundly. Yet, having witnessed many significant events through divination, she quickly regained her composure. Upon closer inspection of the divinatory image, she soon noticed the man's imposing stature. He wore nothing but a tattered pair of shorts, and in the flickering light, she could faintly discern a bloodstain on his back. When her gaze shifted to the remnants on the ground, her heart trembled even more violently. For the garments adorning the corpses were unmistakably those of the celestial dragons she recognized. Mrs. Xia Li's body shuddered, her hands withdrawing from the crystal ball, her face a mask of terror as she looked at Vizay. Her teeth, unconsciously revealed, were sharply clenched together, as if Vizay had frightened her. This sudden reaction caused the others to feel a surge of anxiety. Vizay raised an eyebrow slightly. Was the divination image so unsettling, Mrs. Xia Li? Did it frighten you? Xia Li steadied herself, gently shaking her head. Perhaps my mental state has not been very good recently. It seems I may have miscalculated this time. The mermaid maidens exchanged incredulous glances, as if Mrs. Xia Li's miscalculation were an impossibility. Robin and the others wore expressions of amusement, for they had clearly noted that Vizay had described Xia Li's abilities in his diary as nearly 100% prophetic. It appeared that even 100% could falter. Vizay nodded, harboring no particular thoughts, as he too could not ascertain whether Xia Li could indeed predict the future concerning someone with grand aspirations like himself. Since you're not feeling well today, we shall not intrude any longer, Vizay remarked as he stood to bid farewell to Mrs. Xia Li. The other girls approached, bidding farewell to the mermaid maiden with whom they had conversed. Let us go and explore other areas of Mermaid Island, Vizay suggested, leading the way to the door. Suddenly, Xia Li spoke up. Mr. Vizay, if possible, could you visit the Mermaid Cafe again tomorrow? I wish to divine for you once more. Of course, Vizay replied, eager to see what future Xia Li might unveil for him. Thus he did not decline. Watching Vizay and his companions depart, Xia Li returned to her chamber, reflecting on the vision she had witnessed during the divination. To her astonishment, the slayer of gods was none other than him. Xia Li muttered to herself. Although she had only glimpsed his silhouette, the aura surrounding the man and the corpses beneath him could not be concealed. A man possessing such formidable power was destined to alter the very fabric of the world. It was merely a matter of time. This realization compelled Xia Li to decide to divine for Bai Zhe once more. This upcoming divination would delve into the past. She hoped the next one would glimpse the future. She wished to ascertain how Bai Zhe would address the issues concerning Mermaid Island. In her interactions with Bai Zhe today, he did not strike her as a ruthless and violent individual. Even with such power, he maintained an equal rapport with her. Perhaps he could serve as a breakthrough in the relationship between mermaids, fishmen, and humans. After a while, Sally left the cafe, heading toward Longgong City. She needed to inform King Neptune of this matter. Bai Zhe's existence might enable the realization of Princess Yiji's aspirations from years past. Within Longgong City, the great knight of the sea, Neptune, stood with his arms crossed and a furrowed brow, emerging from the hard-shell tower. His daughter Bai Xing's voice echoing in his ears. "Father, please, summon Lord Bai Zhe to assist us. With Lord Bai Zhe's intervention, we can surely resolve the crisis with Daikin 9. Bai Xing's words left Neptune in a state of bewilderment. Bai Xing had been residing in the hard-shell tower for years without venturing outside. How did she come to know of Bai Zhe? What gave her the confidence to believe that Bai Zhe could resolve the situation with Daikin 9? Bai Xing refused to divulge the truth, and Neptune worried that she might have been deceived by malevolent forces. "I must meet this Bai Zhe," Neptune spoke resolutely, his hesitation giving way to determination. "If he is indeed a villain who has led Bai Xing astray, I shall not spare him. If he can truly resolve the Daikin 9 crisis, I will gladly repay him for his efforts," Neptune declared. He encountered a guard who, after saluting, hurriedly informed him, "Your Majesty, Mrs. Xia Li requests an audience with you." Neptune paused momentarily, then, feeling a surge of anxiety, made his way to the grand hall of Longgong City. Mrs. Xia Li rarely visited unless she had foreseen a significant event of great consequence related to Longgong City. "Your Majesty Neptune," Xia Li stood to address him. "Mrs. Xia Li, may I inquire about the urgent matter that brings you here?" Neptune asked, his brow furrowing. "It is as follows," Xia Li replied, dismissing the guards nearby before recounting in detail the events of the day. Upon hearing Bai Zhe's name, Neptune initially thought little of it. However, as Xia Li elaborated on her divination concerning Bai Zhe, he quickly began to connect her narrative with Bai Xing's mention of Bai Zhe. Are Mrs. Xia Li and Princess Bai Xing referring to the same individual? Neptune pondered, uncertainty clouding his thoughts, yet leaning toward the assumption that they were indeed one and the same. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of confidence in Bai Zhe's abilities to resolve the Daikin 9 predicament. "Mrs. Xia Li, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Bai Xing has requested today to seek out Bai Zhe." Neptune spoke solemnly. "Xia Li swiftly comprenda." Are you suggesting that the Bai Zhe spoken of by Princess Bai Xing is the same as the Bai Zhe I divined? Neptune nodded. "Xia Li furuit herbroth," then nodded in agreement. It was highly probable. Given Bai Zhe's strength, Daikin 9 would likely be inconsequential before him. Neptune and Mrs. Xia Li exchanged a knowing glance, both recognizing the significance of this possibility. Neptune's expression grew grave as he leaned toward this hypothesis, especially considering the high regard in which Mrs. Xia Li held Bai Zhe. He began to harbor hope that Bai Zhe could indeed be the solution to the Daikin 9 crisis. No father would wish to see his daughter remain confined within the hard-shell tower, unable to freely enjoy the world outside, enduring years of solitude and loneliness. He genuinely wished for Bai Xing to experience freedom. Therefore, should an opportunity arise to resolve the Daikin 9 issue, he was willing to exert every effort to achieve it. Xia Li pondered deeply, her gaze lowered, contemplating why Bai Xing would seek assistance from Bai Zhe. Her prophetic abilities earned her great esteem even in Longgong Cheng, and she was well aware of Bai Xing's predicament. The almost obsessive pursuit by Daikin the Ninth had confined Bai Xing within the confines of the hard-shell tower, preventing her from stepping outside. It was truly unfathomable that, in such isolation, Bai Xing would send Neptune to solicit Bai Zhe's help. Yet, as Xia Li recalled the vision she had seen in her divination, it began to seem somewhat reasonable. After all, she was someone who had slain deities. Perhaps the latent power within Bai Xing compelled her to seek Bai Zhe's aid. "Regardless, I must meet with Bai Zhe and implore him to assist Bai Xing," Neptune declared, his tone resolute. Xiaoli nodded thoughtfully and replied to Neptune. Tomorrow, I will ask Bai Zhe to once again visit the Mermaid Cafe, where I shall perform another divination for him. That should present an appropriate opportunity. Xiaoli felt a deep sympathy for Bai Xing's plight, not wishing for the young girl to remain in solitude and loneliness within the hard-shell tower. Thus, any assistance she could provide would be worthwhile. Thank you, Lady Xiaoli, Neptune expressed sincerely. The following day, Bai Zhe arrived punctually at the Mermaid Cafe, accompanied by other girls, including Nami, who had been absent on the first day and curiously surveyed her surroundings. Excitedly, Nami engaged closely with the beautiful mermaids, her exuberance causing some shyness among them, except for the brave Kemi, who mingled freely with Nami. Lady Xiaoli had been eagerly awaiting Bai Zhe's arrival, and the other mermaids and girls soon gathered around him. Mr. Bai Zhe, I am in good spirits today. Please allow me to perform another divination for you. Lady Xiaoli spoke, her tone unconsciously imbued with respect. After all, it is rare for anyone to maintain tranquility in the presence of such a deity slayer. I appreciate your kindness. I am equally curious about the path that lies before me. Bai Zhe replied, placing his hand upon the crystal ball, with Lady Xiaoli doing the same. Soon, an image materialized in her mind, markedly different from the previous brutal and sanguinary scenes. In this vision, Bai Zhe radiated a golden brilliance, akin to the sun descending upon the earth, rendering him nearly blinding. Below was a formidable fleet of warships, among which one vessel stood out prominently. The massive warship dwarfed ordinary large military ships, appearing as grand as an island. Curiously, this colossal vessel bore an ornate exterior, seemingly incapable of engaging in combat. On the opposite end of the warship was the towering red Earth continent. It was a scene of Bai Zhe leading countless warships, poised to assault the holy land of Mary Geos. Although Lady Xiaoli had anticipated such a vision, witnessing it firsthand caused her hand to tremble, and she opened her eyes wide. Observing this scene, reminiscent of yesterday's vision, Bai Zhe glanced at Lady Xiaoli. Lady Xiaoli, if this proves too overwhelming, do not feel compelled to continue, Bai Zhe expressed with concern, recognizing that Lady Xiaoli's current demeanor hardly conveyed a sense of well-being. It is quite all right, Mr. Bai Zhe, Xiaoli reassured, brushing her short hair aside, her captivating blue vertical pupils gazing intently at Bai Zhe. I have glimpsed your future. What lies ahead? Which path shall I tread? Bai Zhe inquired, curiosity evident as the other girls attentively focused on Lady Xiaoli. You will command countless warships, embody the sun, and head towards the holy land of Mary Geos. Her succinct words cast an enveloping silence over the Mermaid Cafe. Bai Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile gracing his lips. The future Lady Xiaoli envisioned diverged from his expectations. Bai Zhe eagerly anticipated single-handedly toppling the holy land of Mary Geos. However, without the world government, the existing order might collapse. Although the world government was already decaying, it still maintained a semblance of order. The other girls gazed at Bai Zhe with sparkling eyes, captivated by the idea of him commanding a vast fleet and becoming the sun. Such a vision was undeniably striking. Robin, in particular, clenched her fists among the many girls. She yearned most for Bai Zhe to overthrow the world government. The decree of the world government had severed her ties with her mother and family, leading to the departure of her scholarly companions from O'Hara. It could be said that the world government had cost Robin dearly. The other girls viewed the world government through the lens of its malevolent deeds, yet they had not personally experienced its oppression and persecution. Thus, their delight in the prospect of its overthrow lacked profound resonance. The girls were not overly shocked by Bai Zhe's formidable power. However, those mermaids who were less acquainted with Bai Zhe exhibited expressions of astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. Kemi, somewhat dazed, remarked, "Is Mr. Bai Zhe truly that powerful, commanding countless warships and advancing towards the Red Earth continent?" The purple-haired girl beside her nervously grasped Kemi's hand, whether out of caution or timidity. She wished to prevent Kemi from unintentionally offending Bai Zhe with her words. Seeing Bai Zhe's lack of reaction, the purple-haired girl breathed a sigh of relief. The other mermaids whispered among themselves, their voices barely audible. Compared to the other mermaids, Kimmy's earlier comment had indeed been somewhat loud. What is all this commotion? This is merely one possible future. It does not necessarily mean it will come to pass, Zay chuckled, encouraging the mermaids to relax. However, the mermaids working at the Mermaid Cafe understood well the extent of Lady Xia Li's prophetic abilities, their expressions reflecting their unwavering belief in her predictions. Zay shook his head helplessly. This is truly just one potential future. He could alter it at any time if he wished. In the town of Mermaid Island, specifically Fisherman Street, the primary inhabitants are mermaids and fishmen. Although their names appear remarkably similar, their appearances are notably distinct. Mermaids possess human-like upper bodies and fishtails below, aligning with human aesthetic standards, and most mermaids are strikingly beautiful. This allure has long been the root of the ongoing poaching activities surrounding Mermaid Island. Human greed has caused the mermaids to endure relentless coveting. It was only in recent years, after Whitebeard declared dominion over Mermaid Island, that such poaching gradually diminished. The fishmen, the other significant race inhabiting Mermaid Island, possess human-like physiques but bear fish-like facial features, which can be challenging for humans to accept from an aesthetic perspective. Fisherman Street serves as a gathering place for fishmen, and its law enforcement is far from commendable. It was once a large facility for orphan children. However, due to mismanagement, it has slowly devolved into a haven for unlawful groups. Generally, mermaids would not dare to venture alone into Fisherman Street, highlighting its notorious reputation. In a certain corner of Fisherman Street, a towering and robust fisherman sat on a chair, holding several photographs. The images mainly depicted harmonious interactions between humans and mermaids, and one of them even featured Robin. In the photograph, Luo Bin is seen purchasing handcrafted items from a mermaid maiden, with no other girls in sight. The malevolent human, Hody Jones, clenched the photo into a crumpled mass, his eyes filled with intense hatred, a hatred directed towards humanity. Even after many years, he vividly recalls the images from his childhood, witnessing the brutal treatment of the Fishman tribe by humans. This moment planted the seeds of animosity towards humanity deep within him, a seed that grew alongside him, ultimately extending his hatred even towards merfolk and fishmen who sought peaceful coexistence with humans. He deemed all those who aspired to harmony with humans as foolish. Rising to his feet, a shadow fell over his subordinates, accentuating his imposing stature, with large tattoos adorning his arms, rendering him particularly fearsome. The human pirate who had brought the photograph broke into a cold sweat. Hody Jones was not a benevolent figure, capable of inflicting harm upon his own kin. What fate awaited a mere human? As anticipated, Hody Jones swiftly donned a flat cap from the table and, with a sudden motion, struck the human pirate squarely in the face. The sound echoed as the pirate was sent tumbling to the ground, rising once more with blood streaming down his face. His features distorted. He spat out a few bloodied teeth, and witnessing the pirate's plight brought a sinister smile to Hody Jones' lips, his sharp teeth amplifying his cruelty. Just as those humans treated the Fishman tribe, so shall I treat humanity. The beaten pirate dared not utter a word of complaint, having lost only a few teeth. He understood that any hint of protest could cost him his life that very day. Nearby, a fisherman's subordinate trembled in fear, concerned that Hody Jones might turn his wrath upon him as well. Fortunately, Hody merely turned his head, narrowing his eyes as he inquired, "Has the urgent potion promised by Doflamingo arrived?" "Yes, boss, it has arrived." The fisherman's subordinate quickly responded, eager to avoid a slap. With Jinbei absent from Mermaid Island, it was the perfect opportunity to experiment with the new urgent potion. Hody Jones recalled the human seen in the photograph, a smile creeping onto his face, as the dim light illuminated his pale, sharp teeth, reflecting a faint glimmer. Let us use those humans for our trials. In the mermaid town, the mermaid maidens frolicked joyfully in the sea, their scales shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the sunlight, creating an ethereal spectacle. Suddenly, one of the mermaid maidens, engrossed in her play, sensed a shadow overhead. Curious, she looked up to see a massive creature gliding above her. Upon recognizing the figure atop it, her face lit up with astonishment. King Neptune. Her exclamation drew the attention of others. Upon sighting Neptune, Expressions of surprise filled their faces as they eagerly waved at him. "How have you been, King Neptune?" King Neptune is formidable, especially with such a large steed. Yet, the question lingered. Why had King Neptune suddenly come to Mermaid Town? The merfolk were drawn to Neptune, as the ocean's bounty flourished beneath the waves, allowing the mermaid maidens to live carefree and without burdens. Intrigued by the commotion, the mermaid maidens followed closely behind King Neptune. He, too, noticed their following yet paid it no mind. As a king, he was accustomed to the scrutiny of his subjects and held confidence in his actions. However, Neptune harbored greater concerns within. He was uncertain whether he could persuade Baize. As they drew closer to the Mermaid Café, Neptune inhaled deeply, rehearsing his words in his mind, bolstering his resolve. At that moment, Baize emerged, encountering Neptune atop his enormous whale, adorned with a crown, undeniably a sight to behold. Particularly curious was the presence of Neptune, the king of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. In this locale, Baize's gaze swept over the multitude of mermaid maidens trailing after Neptune, each radiating their unique charms. Their vividly colored hair and the luminous scales reflecting light created a dazzling tableau, reminiscent of a fairy tale. Such a grand gathering could only be for Lady Shaylee's divination, Baize speculated, mentally preparing to yield his position to allow Neptune entrance to the cafe. To his surprise, Neptune dismounted, his demeanor serious as he approached Baize. Without uttering a word, he prostrated himself before him. This unexpected gesture left Baize momentarily stunned. The mermaid maidens following Neptune were equally astonished. While Baize perceived Neptune's act as mere prostration, the maidens understood it as akin to a human kneeling. Why would King Neptune suddenly kneel before a human? The myriad of mermaid maidens gazed at Baize in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, it was Neptune's next utterance that ignited the scene. "Mr. Baize, I implore you, please help my daughter. I entrust my daughter to you." His fervent plea resonated throughout the vicinity, drawing even the attention of those within the Mermaid Café, who peered curiously at the unfolding drama, astonished by the spectacle. Neptune's astonishing declaration, entrusting his own daughter to Baize, left the gathered mermaids in awe. They were well aware of who Neptune's daughter was, the beloved of the sea, the most beautiful mermaid princess, Princess Baixing. The women in the cafe turned their attention to Baize, their eyes filled with curiosity. How could they not know that Baize had a connection to the mermaid princess? Suddenly, a realization struck them, linking their shared experience of the diary replicas. They exchanged glances, each understanding the implications of their thoughts. Moreover, they felt a sense of certainty. Having heard countless praises of Princess Baixing's beauty from the mermaid maidens over the past few days, her beauty was indeed renowned. How could such a stunning mermaid princess not be chosen by a special diary? With this revelation, the other maidens breathed a sigh of relief, though still somewhat envious. For this situation revealed that the rivals they would face in the future were all astonishingly beautiful. Yet, amidst this, they felt joy. For being selected by the diary implied that their own beauty was also recognized within the vast ocean. Baize regarded the prostrated Neptune with a puzzled expression, scratching his head in confusion. He was certain he had never met Princess Baixing. Why, then, would Neptune make such a request? Initially, the mermaid maidens in the cafe revered him due to Lady Shaylee's divination. As he contemplated leaving the cafe for a moment of respite, he unexpectedly collided with Neptune, who presented such a shocking display. The gazes of the mermaid maidens in the cafe sparkled with intrigue, and those who followed Neptune were equally captivated, their eyes wide with astonishment as they looked towards Baize. Let Baize bask in the spotlight, with countless gazes directed towards him, filled with curiosity, awe, confusion, and above all, admiration. What is it about this human that warrants King Neptune's kneeling and a request to entrust the mermaid princess to him? Setting aside other matters, this human is undeniably to my aesthetic taste. So handsome, I have never encountered such an attractive human before. It is no wonder that in times past, our mermaid ancestors, after transforming their tails, would venture ashore to marry human men. To wed such a striking figure would indeed be a stroke of immense fortune. The murmurs of the observing mermaid maidens grew increasingly diverted, and Bizet's remarkable hearing could certainly perceive this shift, leaving him with a peculiar sensation. Simultaneously, he was intrigued by what could compel Neptune to utter such outrageous words. "Dear King Neptune, might you rise? If there is a matter requiring assistance, please articulate it clearly, and I shall consider it judiciously." Bizet extended his hand to help Neptune rise, acknowledging that Neptune, as the great knight of the sea, indeed possessed extraordinary strength. His physical prowess was impressive, and coupled with his steadfast determination to remain prostrate, Bizet exerted a modicum of effort to assist him. "Mr. Bizet, to be candid, my daughter Bai Xing has been tormented by a wicked fishman since her childhood. Due to that fishman's peculiar devil fruit abilities, Bai Xing has been unable to venture outside freely and must remain within the confines of the hard-shell tower for her safety. Though I have made considerable efforts and even pursued Daikin 9 personally, he is far too cunning." Neptune sighed, overcome with self-reproach. The anguish his daughter endured weighed heavily upon him, and he felt profound guilt for his inadequacy. Upon hearing this, Bizet raised an eyebrow, fully aware of the situation's background. However, he remained puzzled as to what had driven Neptune to seek his aid. "King Neptune, how did you come to know of my existence? And why do you presume that I can resolve the situation with Daikin 9 or assist Princess Bai Xing?" Neptune paused momentarily before deciding to speak frankly. "It was actually my daughter Bai Xing who implored me to seek you out. I am unsure how she became aware of your existence, as she has not left the hard-shell tower." After a moment of contemplation, Neptune continued, "This visit is both an act of trust in my daughter Bai Xing and a means of atonement. It is the only request she has ever made of me in all these years, and I wish to fulfill this promise to her. I implore you, Mr. Bizet, grant a father his wish for his daughter." As Neptune began to lower himself again, Bizet realized that this action was akin to a kneeling gesture in human customs. Due to the differing appearances of the merfolk, such gestures often misled Bizet into thinking they were simply prostrating themselves. "There is no need for such actions, King Neptune. I empathize with Princess Bai Xing's plight, and should it be within my means, I shall do my utmost to assist." Bizet smiled, steadying Neptune as he spoke. Feeling the strength emanating from Bizet's hand, Neptune's expression turned grave, as if he stood before an insurmountable mountain, unyielding. This newfound strength filled Neptune with elation. "Thank you, Mr. Bizet. Please, I invite you and your companions to accompany me back to Longgong City to meet Bai Xing, so you may gather further information." Neptune's request was reasonable, and Bizet had no intention of declining. The other maidens, hearing of the opportunity to visit Longgong City, were filled with excitement. Before departing, Bizet waved farewell to the mermaid maidens, who gazed at him with reverence and sparkling eyes as he took his leave. Along the way, Bizet cast a contemplative glance towards a certain house. If his observations were correct, someone had been covertly photographing them. After a brief moment of reflection, he flicked his finger, sending a barely perceptible golden light towards that house, which attached itself to the figure of the cameraman. He then continued to follow King Neptune toward Longgong City, while the other girls sat atop a massive whale, curiously looking around. Particularly, the unique whale sporting a crown drew exclamations of wonder from Nami. "The world is vast and full of wonders. Even whales can wear crowns." As Bizet and his entourage departed, the crowd of mermaid maidens buzzed with conversation, and Bizet's name grew increasingly shrouded in mystery and power through their whispered exchanges. Before long, his name was being mentioned throughout the streets and alleys of Mermaid Island. When narrators recounted King Neptune's kneeling before Bizet, requesting the entrustment of Princess Bai Xing to him, the listeners could not help but gasp in astonishment. The storytellers, brimming with pride, embellished the tale, exaggerating Bizet's mystique and might. Of course, in some respects, no matter how much they embellished, it would scarcely surpass the reality of Bizet's capabilities, which transcended their imagination. In Fishman Street, a fishman adorned with azure scales rushed into a building, exuberantly shouting, "Boss Jones, I have significant news. That old coot Neptune has taken the initiative to befriend a human." Mid-sentence, the fishman abruptly halted, noticing a shadow crouched in a dim corner of the room. Facing the wall, obscuring its features. Through the faint light, the fisherman recognized it was the silhouette of his boss. However, for reasons unknown, the figure appeared much larger than he typically observed. This unusual change stirred a sense of trepidation within the fisherman. Particularly alarming was the absence of the usual guards that typically accompanied him. The atmosphere seemed to freeze at that moment, and as his legs trembled, the shadow slowly rose. He realized with certainty that this figure towered over Boss Jones by a considerable margin. The gradually audible breaths quickened the fisherman's heartbeat, and he caught a whiff of blood's metallic scent. The figure abruptly turned, revealing none other than Hody Jones. Yet, unlike the Hody Jones he knew, this version had doubled in size. Blood and flesh splattered across him, his eyes bulging with fury, glowing like two red lanterns in the darkness, fixated on the fisherman. The terrifying visage of Boss Jones sent the fisherman into a panic, causing him to collapse in fright. In an instant, the figure that had been in the corner was now directly before him. Upon closer inspection, the fisherman realized that the clothes adorning Jones bore a striking resemblance to those of his friend. "What has happened to Neptune?" Hody Jones rasped. His crimson eyes locked onto the fisherman. Trembling, the fisherman fumbled through his pockets, retrieving several photographs, but as he reached out, a searing pain shot through his right hand. Bewildered, he glanced at his right shoulder, which should have housed his robust arm, now lay empty. The agonizing sensation served as a grim reminder that Hody Jones had just severed his right hand. "Aya!" The fisherman clutched his right shoulder with his remaining hand, attempting to staunch the flow of blood. In the next moment, he felt a chilling breeze above him, and darkness enveloped his consciousness. Hody Jones flicked the remnants from his hand, and the fisherman before him had transformed into a headless entity, no longer able to emit the irritating noises he despised. Why do they always insist on screaming, especially when I'm at my most exhilarated? Hody Jones's hoarse voice resonated as he slowly gazed at the severed arm in his hand, which clutched several photographs depicting Neptune kneeling before a human. A surge of intense rage welled up within him, prompting Hody to hurl the severed limb to the ground. Ruthlessly stamping on it, and feeling unsatisfied, he ground it underfoot a couple more times. "Neptune, you have truly brought disgrace upon the fishmen and the fishfolk. Under your command, Fishman Island is destined to become a veritable paradise for human enslavement. It is those despicable, shameless, bloodthirsty humans who should be kneeling, not you, the king," Hody exclaimed furiously, his face etched with hatred. In a daze, he recalled the scenes from his childhood, where humans mocked and brutalized the fishmen, slashing at them with knives. He remembered a fishman, in excruciating pain, crawling on the ground in a desperate attempt to escape the human savagery, only to be met with laughter as the humans mercilessly severed his right foot. The onlookers discussed whether the fishman could indeed flee, treating him as mere entertainment. The memories gradually became stained with blood as Hody inhaled deeply, feeling the immense power coursing from the acute stimulant. This power could undoubtedly bring those humans to their knees. It was overwhelmingly potent. "I feel invincible," Hody Jones shouted madly, excitedly stomping the ground. The violent energy within him was released, and soon the ground became pockmarked, while Jones's physique returned to normal. Cough, cough. As the effects of the stimulant waned, Hody's visage appeared aged, and he coughed weakly. Yet he remained unfazed, gazing at the devastation he had wrought with a cruel smile. "As long as I possess the stimulant, Fishman Island will undoubtedly be mine. In due time, every last one of those humans will meet their demise. They shall experience the suffering I endured." Hody surveyed the ground, now riddled with cracks and pits, a testament to his unleashed power. The surrounding fishmen and human pirates, witnessing Hody's return to normalcy, cautiously approached. Hody, upon seeing them, refrained from unleashing his wrath, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. That old fool Neptune has become utterly unreliable, subservient to humans. Having turned Fishman Island into Whitebeard's territory, he now has no dignity left, kneeling at the feet of a human. It is time to overthrow that old man's reign. The acute stimulant provided by Don Quixote da Flamingo is a remarkable asset. Observing Hody's frail appearance after the drug's effects subsided, the others were filled with trepidation about the stimulant. "Oh, My friend, I just heard you plan to overthrow Neptune's rule. Would you mind adding another partner to your venture? A figure emerged from the shadows, adorned with a small top hat and a bright yellow coat, peculiarly possessing 2 pairs of feet. Vanderdecken 9 exhibited fishman traits, with fingers resembling duck claws and webbed tips. Despite being a fishman, he could not breathe freely underwater, enveloped in a waterproof coating. Hody furrowed his brow upon seeing Vanderdecken 9, yet recalled his covetousness toward Princess Shirahoshi. They shared a common goal. Only by defeating Neptune could Vanderdecken 9 hope to win the princess's heart. Thus, his hesitant expression morphed into a sinister grin as he extended his right hand toward Vanderdecken 9. Of course, I will be delighted to collaborate with you. May we each achieve our respective ambitions. I shall eliminate Neptune, and you shall claim Princess Shirahoshi, Hody Jones articulated, hinting at their mutual interests. Vanderdecken 9 chuckled and uttered his catchphrase. That should be the case. He extended his right hand, clad in a red glove, sealing their alliance with a handshake, symbolizing the collaboration of their pirate crews. Hody Jones and Vanderdecken 9 were the captains of the new Fishman pirate crew and the Flying pirate crew, respectively, both wielding significant power within Fishman Island. The new Fishman pirates comprised numerous criminal fishmen and wicked human pirates, a persistent thorn in Fishman Island's side. Meanwhile, the Flying Pirates had once evaded the Sea King's forces entirely, given Vanderdecken IX's relentless pursuit of Princess Shirahoshi, even resorting to threats. In such circumstances, the Sea King's forces found themselves unable to contend with the Flying Pirates, highlighting their cunning and tenacity. The collaboration of these 2 formidable pirate crews possessed the potential to overturn Fishman Island. This is the norm in the world of pirates, with powerful crews capable of toppling nations at a moment's notice. Within Ryugu Palace, a banquet was underway, blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. Baishi sensed the mental cube synthesis device, nurturing a brand new mental cube, which was now taking shape. He leaned toward utilizing the second mental cube for the Noah, the enormous vessel that rivaled half of Fishman Island in size, its construction techniques remaining a mystery. Although he was fond of Noah, it was, after all, the property of Fishman Island, and thus not easily seized. He contemplated leveraging the situation to request the Noah from Neptune after assisting with Princess Shirahoshi's predicament. Baishi sipped his juice, deep in thought. The other girls were immersed in the festive atmosphere, joyfully relishing the banquet's delicacies and the enchanting mermaid dancers at its center. The royal court musicians, with their graceful movements and melodious tunes, further enlivened the banquet. Baishi rose, intending to meet Princess Shirahoshi. King Neptune, if convenient. May I meet Princess Shirahoshi now? Baishi stated decisively. Neptune reined in his smile and nodded earnestly. Though he was eager for Baishi to resolve Princess Shirahoshi's plight, he could not neglect a guest he had invited, hence the royal banquet. After all, Baishi had promised that as long as he was present, Vanderdecken 9 would not prevail. A brief delay was acceptable. With Baishi now broaching the subject, Neptune readily agreed, rising promptly to lead Baishi and his entourage to the hardshell tower where Shirahoshi resided. Vanderdecken IX's harassment was ongoing. What began as normal courtship devolved into anger-fueled weapon throwing, his devil fruit ability being quite peculiar. King Neptune explained to the others that regardless of Shirahoshi's location, Vanderdecken 9 could accurately launch weapons at her. In desperation, he could only confine Shirahoshi within the hardshell tower to keep her safe from harm. That child is very considerate. She does not wish to cause us worry. Even missing her mother's funeral, Neptune sighed, feeling a pang of sorrow for Shirahoshi's understanding nature. The other girls expressed sympathy, recognizing the unfortunate plight of such an empathetic child. Baishi, however, spoke confidently, "Do not worry, King Neptune. This matter will soon be resolved." The golden light temporarily released by Zay sensed the alliance between Hody Jones and Decken 9. For the island of Mermaid, it signified an impending crisis. Yet for him, it was merely a minor threat that could be effortlessly eradicated. The collaboration between the 2 pirate crews implied that significant actions were on the horizon. It was an opportune moment for them to gather all the nefarious elements on Mermaid Island and eliminate them in one fell swoop. thus paving the way for a better living environment on the island. Bai Zai's confident words inspired those around him, their expressions lifting with renewed vigor. Suddenly, Bai Zai gazed into the distance. Within his perception, Dekin 9 hurled an axe into the air, the weapon appearing to possess boundless momentum as it soared far away. As time elapsed, from Bai Zai's perspective, a flash of brilliance emerged on the horizon. "Here it comes, the disturbance from Dekin 9. Neptune exclaimed indignantly. Bai Zai seized a weapon from a nearby guard, weighed it momentarily, and then hurled it with great force. The weapon erupted in ripples, striking the axe, hurtling through the air with precision. Empowered by the formidable force of the weapon, the axe was sent flying further away, avoiding a collision with the hardshell tower. Rest assured, this matter will be resolved swiftly. Dekin 9 is collaborating with the new Fishman pirates, intending to overthrow the Ryugu kingdom," Bai Zai remarked to Neptune, causing him to pause in surprise. It also sparked a flicker of anger within him, for he was well aware that the new Fishman pirates were a lawless criminal organization entrenched in Fishman Street. "However, how did you come to know of this, Mr. Baisha?" Neptune inquired belatedly. "On my way here, I detected a scout from a new Fishman pirates and employed a minor tactic that fortuitously allowed me to overhear their plans," Bai Zai explained casually, deepening Neptune's intrigue regarding Bai Zai's enigmatic nature. Why not seize the moment and crush the threat before it fully materializes? The strength of the Ryugu army is not to be underestimated. Neptune expressed his confusion. It would be more effective to gather all the malevolent forces on Mermaid Island first and then eradicate them in one decisive strike, Bai Zai asserted with confidence, while Neptune furrowed his brow slightly. "Mr. Bai Zai, there is something I am hesitant to mention." "What is it, King Neptune?" "Although the Ryugu army is powerful, if we allow both pirate crews to amass all the evil forces on Mermaid Island, it may be difficult to ensure the safety of its residents," Neptune said with concern, for he placed great importance on the well-being of his people. "Fear not. Even if they summon all their wicked forces, I can handle it with ease. Moreover, my companions are not delicate maidens. Each possesses formidable strength, perhaps even surpassing your capabilities, King Neptune." Upon hearing this, Neptune looked in astonishment at Nami and the others, who indeed seemed unexpectedly formidable despite their delicate appearances. Could it be that their strength exceeds his own? Neptune harbored some skepticism, yet Bai Zai's words carried weight, instilling a sense of anticipation within him regarding the abilities of Nami and her companions. Nami, of course, sensed Neptune's doubt, and with a smile, she unsheathed her sword, exuding an aura befitting a swordswoman, causing Neptune to widen his eyes in surprise. "King Neptune, do not underestimate me. I am not as fragile as I may seem. Few on Mermaid Island could withstand a strike from my sword," Nami declared with unwavering confidence, prompting Neptune to nod in delight. If these young women possess strength akin to Nami's, not only would defending Mermaid Island be effortless, but conquering it would also be a simple task. "In that case, let us proceed as Mr. Bai Zai suggests. We shall first visit my daughter, Shirahoshi." Neptune continued to lead the way, traversing the corridor until they arrived before a grand tower, the Hardshell Tower, where Princess Shirahoshi resided. Inside the Hardshell Tower, Shirahoshi awaited Bai Zai with eager anticipation. Unlike the original timeline, Shirahoshi had been shielded from the outside world. Since acquiring the Platinum Journal, she had been following Bai Zai's perspective, experiencing the wondrous journey from the East Blue to the Grand Line. She had come to regard Bai Zai as a close confidant, delighting in the tales he recorded and shared in the journal. She rejoiced at the beautiful sights Bai Zai encountered, marveled at his friendships, and blushed at his amusements with Robin and others. Gradually, the flawless Bai Zai, a figure of her imagination, became the object of her admiration. Therefore, when the entry about Bai Zai's arrival on Mermaid Island appeared in her journal, she impulsively requested Neptune to seek Bai Zai's assistance. "Lord Bai Zai is already in Ryugu City. How shall I face him now?" Shirahoshi nervously clutched her pillow, tossing and turning on her bed. The creaking sound of the door opening captured Shirahoshi's attention. Leading the way was her familiar father, Neptune. Following closely behind him were Bai Zai and his companions, whom Shirahoshi had longed to see. The girls had appeared in by Zay's journal, so she felt no sense of strangeness. However, she was taken aback by the hint that emerged from her journal. Noticing the girls exchanging glances with her, Shirahoshi realized that they, like her, possessed journals. Nami and the others gazed wide-eyed at Shirahoshi, some even gasping in astonishment. Only upon seeing her did they understand that the title of the most beautiful mermaid princess was indeed well-deserved. The young girl on the bed had delicate features. With striking aquamarine eyes, clutching a pillow as she rolled around on her bed, her pink long curls slightly disheveled. Through the strands of her hair, one could see shell-shaped earrings. Being in her bedroom, Shirahoshi wore a rather light outfit that showcased her perfectly proportioned figure. Though she was of considerable size, her proportions were exquisite, causing the other girls to gaze upon her with envy. Such a beautiful mermaid princess. The mermaid girls had spoken truly. She indeed deserved her title. Moreover, there was an air of vulnerability about her that made one feel an instinctive desire to protect her. The girls whispered their thoughts, while Baizé noticed that Shirahoshi's gaze seemed to be fixed upon him, causing him to smile. Princess, Shirahoshi appears to be quite familiar with me. Baizé's voice startled Shirahoshi from her reverie. She lowered her head slightly, mumbling to herself. She had just seen a message from Robin indicating that she must not speak of the journal, lest great terror ensue. However, in her haste, Shirahoshi was at a loss for words. Suddenly, the journal flickered, revealing another message from Robin, which relieved Shirahoshi. Actually, it is the power within me that senses your presence. Lord Baizé, Shirahoshi spoke softly. Upon hearing her words, Baizé raised an eyebrow. The power within Shirahoshi could only be the force of Poseidon. Was it so potent that it could specifically target an individual? Baizé found himself increasingly intrigued by the powers of Poseidon. Could you elaborate? What kind of power is it? It allows me to summon my friends from the sea. And for some reason, I always seem to glimpse certain deeds of yours. Lord Baizé, Shirahoshi replied slowly, indicating that her power could also refer to the journal. In a certain sense, Bai Xing did not lie. Standing behind Baizé, Robin could not help but smile. The mermaid princess was even more innocent and adorable than she had imagined. Baizé could connect this level of discourse to the power of the Sea King. Yet Bai Xing herself was not untruthful. Noticing Baizé lost in thought, Neptune refrained from interrupting his contemplation. He moved to the edge of Bai Xing's bed, where she lay with her head down, allowing him to stroke her hair. A smile gracing her face. Lord Baizé, I have seen many visions of you extending your hand to help others. Your strength fills me with admiration. Thus, when I saw you arrive at Mermaid Island, I eagerly requested my father to seek your assistance. Please, Lord Baizé, help me. Bai Xing clasped her delicate white hands together, gazing at Baizé with a face full of pleading. Neptune, feeling a sense of comfort, patted Bai Xing's head. Perhaps from a moment she began to envision Baizé, the once timid Bai Xing started to grow stronger. In the past, she might not even have dared to utter such a request for help. Witnessing his daughter's positive development brought Neptune immense joy. Rest assured, I assure you that this matter will be resolved satisfactorily within a few days. This is my promise to your father and to you, Baizé said earnestly. Bai Xing beamed with happiness and nodded enthusiastically. She extended her hand before Baizé. Lord Baizé, might you stand on my palm so I can examine you closely? While her request was peculiar, it posed no detriment to Baizé. He lightly leaped on her hand. Through his shoes, he could still feel the softness of her palm. Bai Xing held her hand closer, her large eyes fixated on Baizé, as if determined to scrutinize him from every angle. Lord Baizé, you are so handsome, she exclaimed after a moment, causing many young maidens to stifle their laughter. Neptune chuckled heartily, while Baizé ruffled his hair in amusement. Generally, one would not describe a man as handsome. The term dashing is more common. Baizé chuckled and offered a brief explanation, but Bai Xing quickly realized her slip of the tongue, her eyes welling with tears, as if on the verge of crying. Lord Baizé, I didn't mean it. It's all right, it's not a significant matter. Baizé reassured her with a gentle wave of his hand. This comforted Bai Xing, who then declared, Lord Baizé, I have so much to learn, and I will not disappoint you. Seeing Bai Xing's earnestness, Baizé nodded. He could sense her strong desire for affirmation from him. Subsequently, at Baizé's suggestion, Neptune organized a banquet. The only attendees, aside from Bai Zhe and his companions, were Bai Xing's father and her 3 brothers. For Bai Xing, these were all familiar figures, allowing her to relax and fully enjoy the festivities. The next day, Bai Zhe awoke feeling as though he was lying on a bed of cotton candy. He propped himself up, feeling the warmth and delicacy of the surface beneath him. Unable to resist, he gave it a gentle squeeze. It was soft yet resilient. Lord Bai Zhe, please refrain from squeezing strange places, Bai Xing's delicate voice chimed in. As he raised his head, he realized he was lying on Bai Xing. After the lively banquet the previous day, she had cradled him, and only after much conversation did she drift off to sleep. Yet, she had not released Bai Zhe, instinctively keeping him close to her heart. Bai Zhe did not dwell on it too much. Forcibly extricating himself would surely awaken her. So he decided to take a nap on her palm. To his surprise, upon waking, he found himself directly atop her heart, having taken the liberty to squeeze once more. I assure you, this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? I believe you. But Lord Bai Zhe, please come down. I wish to rise, Bai Xing replied earnestly, struggling to raise her head to look at Bai Zhe as she lay on the bed. Bai Zhe smiled awkwardly, channeling the power of the blazing sun to lift himself up, as relying on her heart was not a suitable option for leverage. It could easily turn into a trampoline. He opted to float instead. In midair, he observed the other maidens sprawled about, all in a state of disarray, with only Neptune and the 3 princes absent. They had left early to prepare for the impending assault from 2 pirate crews. Without external presence, Robin and the others fully indulged in the festivities, culminating in their current state. The strong liquor of Dragon Palace truly packs a punch. Bai Zhe ruffled his hair, casting a soft golden light that enveloped the maidens. Soon, they began to awaken, stretching lazily. How soothing. It is Lord Bai Zhe's sunlight that heals us, regardless of the injuries sustained. The presence of Bai Zhe's sunlight could instantly restore their vigor and strength. As they stretched, they marveled at the convenience of Bai Zhe's abilities. Robin and Noki exchanged knowing glances, both recalling the times they had been forcefully revived by Bai Zhe's sunlight when utterly exhausted. Back then, they had been as limp as wet clay, at the mercy of Bai Zhe's whims. Remembering this, their cheeks flushed. Bai Zhe sensed a thread of the golden light he had released earlier, which had been attached to a fisherman killed by Hody Jones. He manipulated it to attach to Hody Jones instead, noticing that they had gathered a significant number of outlaw fishmen. The 9th prince aimed to use the power of his fruit to launch them as projectiles into the hard shell tower, intending to undermine Dragon Palace from within. Is the target the hard shell tower this time? I must take the initiative. Bai Zhe murmured. Lord Bai Zhe, is something amiss? Bai Xing asked, sitting up with curiosity. Robin pondered, realizing that the 2 pirate crews were indeed making moves. Nami also considered this aspect, feeling invigorated after basking in the sunlight and eager to take action. Bai Zhe, have they gathered completely? Vivi inquired, filled with a fighting spirit. Vivi was perhaps the most battle-inclined among Bai Zhe's companions. Once a princess of the Alabasta Kingdom, she had lived a life of luxury. Now, her fervent pursuit of strength left Bai Zhe somewhat wistful. Had joining his crew truly brought about such a transformation? Casting aside these fleeting thoughts, Bai Zhe nodded. They had amassed a considerable force, seemingly poised to launch a decisive battle. The 9th prince planned to leverage his fruit's abilities to infiltrate Dragon Palace, aiming for internal sabotage. Upon hearing this, Nami stepped forward, chest puffed out as she declared, "Then we shall take the lead and strike first, catching them off guard. Indeed, that is my intention as well. But we must retain a couple of combatants here to guard against unforeseen circumstances," Bai Zhe concurred, giving Nami a thoughtful glance before speaking earnestly. Luobin contemplated for a moment before raising her right hand. "I will stay behind. I harbor little interest in those pirates. It will be delightful to converse more with Bai Xing. Very well. Everyone, let us set forth and swiftly deal with those pirates on Fishman Street." Bai Xing clasped her hands tightly to her chest, her face etched with concern as she implored, "Please, everyone, exercise caution and ensure your safety. I am immensely grateful for your assistance." Tears welled in Bai Xing's eyes, prompting the women around her to stifle their laughter. "Rest assured, Bai Xing, our strength will make quick work of them. It will merely require a bit more effort, Nami reassured with a smile as the group departed from the hardshell tower, Baizé leading them toward the source of the golden light. On Fishman Street, two pirate captains were selecting personnel for an internal breakout. Daikin the Ninth and Hody Jones were both decisive individuals. Having resolved to break through from within, they swiftly chose their crew, ensuring they selected only the most formidable subordinates. Otherwise, their endeavor would be a farce. Ultimately, each pirate crew settled on 2 officers to lead dozens of elite pirates in the internal sabotage. Daikin the Ninth cast a sinister grin towards the assembly, his devil fruit ability allowing him to interact only with the last person or object he had touched. On the day of Bai Xing's mother's tragic demise, he had seized the chaos to make contact with Bai Xing. To prevent the mark on Bai Xing from losing its potency, he donned a red glove, never allowing that hand to touch another. You must not disturb Princess Bai Xing once you enter. Should I find out otherwise, I will not spare you, Daikin the Ninth declared menacingly, prompting his crew to nod frantically in agreement. In contrast, Hody Jones's crew appeared unfazed, causing Daikin the Ninth to frown, his little mustache seeming to bristle in irritation. Jones, as my partner, you ought to take a stand, he addressed Hody directly without foolishly threatening his men. Hody Jones glanced at his crew, previously indifferent to Daikin the Ninth, now nodded in acknowledgement. Satisfied, Daikin the Ninth proclaimed, "Let us hasten our departure. Once we reach the vicinity of Ryugu Kingdom, we shall cast them in. We can coordinate our efforts." At that moment, an abrupt voice interrupted, startling both the merfolk and pirates present. "You all dawdle and have yet to make a move. I suppose I must take matters into my own hands." The sudden voice sent waves of alarm through the gathered pirates, who looked around, seeking the source of the interruption. Soon, their attention was drawn to the rooftop of a tall building, where Baizé stood, overlooking the pirates with a smile. I must say, the amalgamation of merfolk and pirates appears quite formidable, with a considerable number present. Remarkable indeed. Are there truly this many dissatisfied with Neptune? Nami leaned forward, astonished by the throng below. Not entirely so, Baizé clarified with a grin. Some oppose Neptune's amicable policies towards humans, believing such actions undermine the interests of the fishmen. Once their own interests are jeopardized, even if Neptune treats them well, they will not hesitate to resort to violence. As Baizé spoke, the pirates below began to comprehend the situation. What is this? Just a man accompanied by a group of women? How dare he stand atop that roof and provoke us, given the frailty of humans? Has he lost his mind? One pirate exclaimed, "Does he not fear our wrath? We fishmen possess tenfold the strength of humans. This inherent disparity makes it impossible for the ignoble humans to rival the noble fishmen." Baizé could not suppress a chuckle at the fishman's words. If your so-called tenfold strength truly renders you powerful and noble, then why does the fishman race lack any top-tier strongmen? The only one who comes to mind is the sea hero Jinbei, and he does not even qualify as a top-tier powerhouse. It seems I misspoke. It is not that there are few, but rather that there is not even a single top-tier powerhouse among you. His solitary taunt overshadowed the clamorous voices of the fishmen below, not due to sheer volume, but because Baizé employed a bit of the power of the blazing sun, allowing his voice to resonate throughout the area. It was akin to 2 groups arguing, one shouting while the other wielded an amplified speaker. Unsurprisingly, the one with the speaker would dominate the discourse. In that moment, despite the numerical superiority of the fishmen and pirates, their voices paled in comparison to Baizé's. They could scarcely hear their own comrades, with only Baizé's voice echoing in their ears. After his words, they were left with a buzzing sensation, his voice reverberating in their minds, rendering even the most boastful fishmen silent, for what he articulated was an undeniable truth. Even the recent sensational news of a lone individual infiltrating the Holy Land to rescue slaves, the god-slayer Noah, was a human. In light of this, the fishmen's narrow-minded worldview finally began to crumble. Some fishmen struggled to steady their weapons, resulting in them clattering to the ground. Observing this scene, Baizé smiled, knowing that psychological warfare was paramount. Hody Jones could hear Baizé's voice echoing in his mind, and he vigorously shook his head. Upon regaining his composure, He noticed a fisherman nearby who had dropped his weapon in fright. Jones glared fiercely at him, causing the fisherman to tremble and hurriedly retrieve his weapon. "How dare the human mock us? You cowardly wretches, do not disgrace the fishmen by dropping your weapons. Charge forth and slay him." Hody Jones bellowed, his expression twisted with fury as if he would devour someone whole. All the fishmen, startled, hastily surged toward the high building where Zay stood. Nami stretched her body and, with a resounding clink, unsheathed her sword, leaping down with fervor, and the other girls followed suit, brimming with enthusiasm. This was prompted by Zay's earlier remark. "If anyone satisfies me in this battle, I shall exempt them from 3 days of training." For them, this was an immense incentive. Zay's training regimen was perfectly tailored to each of their capacities. A complete training session left them utterly exhausted, with some collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Thus, the girls held a mix of fear and admiration for Zay's training. The fear stemmed from the grueling nature of his sessions, while the admiration arose from the progress they achieved. However, if Zay offered to exempt them from training, they were eager to seize the opportunity. Since Zay was a top-tier swordsman, his teachings were rooted in the art of swordsmanship, leading the girls to predominantly master sword techniques. It could be said that, apart from the recently joined members of the Liang ship, the rest were all formidable swordsmen of exceptional caliber, although the fishmen and pirates are numerous. The world of One Piece is not solely determined by the size of one's forces. It is the strength of the warriors that truly matters. Nami and her companions move with agility and grace, boldly confronting the fishmen and pirates. With each leap and deft sidestep, they evade the chaotic onslaught of the fishmen. When evasion is impossible, their haki allows them to withstand the blows. Each strike yields results, blood spills, and cries of anguish fill the air. Yet this is war, which does not relent due to your cries of despair. Nami and her allies slice through the ranks of the fishmen, cleaving them into pieces. Where they tread, chaos reigns. Blood splatters, and the ground is soaked. The lethality exhibited by a swordsman in the throes of battle is indeed terrifying. Hody Jones gazes in disbelief at this scene. It is impossible. How can humans be so powerful? The fishmen are the strongest. The fishmen are the noblest. Hody Jones suddenly turns to the cadre behind him, shouting, "You must take the potent stimulant and eliminate those humans." Hody's eyes blaze with anger, and with a commanding presence, he compels his subordinates to consume the stimulant. After taking the stimulant, the cadre howl in agony, their bodies swelling as if inflated. Their eyes turn crimson as they fixate on Nami and her companions, who weave through the crowd. Meanwhile, Daikin 9, sensing the tide turning, discreetly slips away. In the chaos of battle, one person vanishes unnoticed. Zay, however, remains focused on the women, oblivious to Daikin IX's departure. They are progressing rapidly. Perhaps in a few months, they will ascend to the ranks of the generals. Beside Zay, the ship Liang nods thoughtfully, watching Nami and her comrades with envy. In Fishman Street, the tumult continues, though the battlefield shifts. Nami and her allies wreak havoc, and even with Hody Jones's pressure, the fishmen and pirates cannot help but retreat. "Do not retreat! Do not retreat!" Hody Jones bellows in fury, yet the fishmen and pirates are paralyzed with fear. The front line, faced with Nami and her companions, collapses within moments, mercilessly cut down by their blades. Blood sprays forth, and screams echo. The fishmen and pirates, initially driven forward by the throng, now witness their comrades fall like seaweed, causing dread to take root in their hearts. In this environment, the fishmen's retreat becomes an unstoppable tide. "Damn these useless wretches, advance." Hody Jones realizes his words fall on deaf ears, and he knows he cannot rely on his subordinates. He turns to his cadre, his eyes glinting with menace. The crew of the new fisherman pirates has consumed the stimulant, their muscles bulging with newfound strength. The sensation of power, coupled with the agony induced by the stimulant, obliterates their remaining rationality. The cadre positions themselves at the back, ruthlessly executing any fishman who dares to flee. Ultimately, they corner the retreating fishmen in a large square, having already slain dozens. Without such iron-fisted tactics, it is nearly impossible to halt a disintegrating army and compel them to fight anew. Those gripped by fear and panic do not heed others' words. No amount of shouting can salvage the situation. The mermaids in the square scream and flee, only to realize that the fishmen they once feared are now the ones in flight. The Neptune army arrives swiftly to maintain order among the populace. Upon seeing Baizé, Neptune intends to request assistance against the fishmen, but receives a message from Baizé instead. Please wait, King Neptune. This is a test for Nami and her companions, and it would be unwise for others to interfere. Kindly focus on ensuring the safety of the people. Upon receiving Baizé's message, Neptune halts his subordinates, who are puzzled by his restraint. He simply instructs them to protect the citizens, and out of trust for Neptune, they comply without further question. As the army's retreat is halted, the cadre pushes through the trembling fishmen to the front lines. Nami, after dispatching a fishman with her blade, senses a swift approach with her observation haki and smiles slightly. The cadre member Tuo, wielding a war hammer and possessing a towering physique, moves with surprising agility, his hammer cutting through the air with a fearsome rush. The sound of his heavy weapon creates a fierce wind that would cause ordinary people to recoil in terror. Yet, Nami does not retreat. She advances, raising her long blade upward. The sharp, piercing sound resonates as she grips the hilt with one hand and uses the other to brace against the back of the blade, effectively blocking the hammer's descent. Tuo's eyes widen in disbelief. His charged strike, enhanced by the stimulant, is effortlessly blocked by this seemingly delicate girl wielding a slender sword. No matter how he exerts himself, the hammer cannot press downward even a fraction, as if striking against a statue of steel. A sneak attack is not a good habit. Yet in the chaos of battle, it is inevitable, Nami quips, teasing Tuo. He pauses, momentarily taken aback. Also, do not easily separate yourself in battle. With a cunning smile, she withdraws her left hand, evading to the side as the hammer grazes her blade, creating a shower of sparks. Tuo, now off balance, swings downward, but Nami has already vanished from her original position, reappearing at his flank. In an instant, the blade flashes and blood erupts from Tuo's abdomen. He cries out, attempting to raise his hammer to retaliate against Nami, but she possesses not only greater strength but also swifter speed, leaving him with numerous cuts before he collapses, utterly drained. Is this truly the cadre of the new Fishman pirates? It seems they are not as formidable as I imagined, or perhaps I have simply grown stronger. As Nami dispatches Tuo, the other girls face off against the cadre of the new Fishman pirates. Vivi adopts a more aggressive approach, confronting a swordsman who appears to be a drunken slob, with wavy red lips and a flask in hand. However, after the stimulant's effects, he has transformed into a burly figure, his face a grotesque mask of lewdness. Hey there, little girl, this battlefield is no place for you. The swordsman sneers, his lips twisting even further in an absurd manner. Uncle, the young lady you speak of has instilled fear in your subordinates. If not for your intervention, they might have fled beyond the boundaries of Mermaid Island. Wei Wei retorted without hesitation. Indeed, however, your young lady's words are truly disheartening. Presently, the boss still demands my diligence. You ought to tread carefully. The swordsman unsheathed his weapon, declaring that his next move would be a frenzied strike capable of cleaving steel, urging her to be wary. Upon hearing this, Wei Wei displayed no signs of trepidation. Rather, she seemed eager for the challenge. The long blade sliced through the air, producing a resonant clang. I could not have wished for more. In the next moment, a blinding flash of steel erupted between the two, accompanied by the clashing sounds of their fervent exchanges, neither yielding an inch to the other. Young lady, your swordsmanship is quite commendable. Wei Wei's expression revealed a hint of disappointment as she raised her hand to block, the clang resonating as the long sword shattered the swordsman's strike. To be frank, uncle, you have somewhat disappointed me. Is this what you call swordsmanship capable of cleaving steel? It is merely mediocre. With that, Wei Wei, amidst the swordsman's astonished gaze, thrust her long blade, piercing through his body. In truth, Wei Wei's expectations were rather lofty. Typically, her opponents were the likes of Nami, or she would engage directly with Baizé. Each day, a top-tier swordsman would mentor her, allowing her sword techniques to ascend to remarkable heights and her vision to soar beyond compare. This disparity left Wei Wei feeling somewhat disheartened. The other girls, facing the newly invigorated new Fishmen Pirates officers, swiftly dispatched their adversaries one by one. Hody Jones watched in fury as his subordinates fell to the ground, their eyes reddened, cursing them as worthless. He then drew forth all the potent stimulants he possessed. After all, he had nothing left to lose. Only his life remained to gamble. Consuming all the potent stimulants, Hody Jones let out a low groan, bowing his head, yet a smirk crept upon his lips. He felt an unprecedented surge of power. The stimulants within him continuously unlocked his potential, albeit at the cost of his lifespan. Did Hody Jones not understand? No, he comprehended all too well. Yet he was acutely aware that if he could not endure today, no matter how many years he had left, it would feel akin to death. He refused to accept being imprisoned like a common criminal. With a primal roar, Hody Jones underwent a tremendous transformation. His already formidable physique swelled immensely, resembling a small giant. The terrifying power required a much larger form to manifest, and this was the terrifying aspect of the potent stimulants, allowing one's physique to inflate exponentially. Of course, the cost was dire. After this battle, whether Hody Jones emerged victorious or defeated, his life would be hanging by a thread. Members of the new Fishmen Pirates no longer dared to confront Nami and the others. After all, even the officers who had consumed potent stimulants had fallen before Nami's blades. To step forward now would be akin to offering themselves as mere fodder for sharpening her weapons. After dispatching the officers, Nami, noticing the surrounding fishmen were too intimidated to advance, felt an overwhelming sense of boredom. "Where's your captain? Bring him forth. Surely you wouldn't wish for your subordinates to perish in vain?" Nami called out loudly, causing the other fishmen to exchange glances and look behind them. "Foolish humans, let me show you what it means to be a noble fishman." Hody Jones's deep voice resonated as he leapt, traversing the ranks of fishmen to land before Nami. Upon landing, he crushed several fishmen beneath him without a second thought, his crimson eyes locked onto Nami. Nami wore a subtle smile, and just as she prepared to unleash her telekinetic abilities against Hody Jones, Bai Zai's voice echoed in her ear. "Allow me to handle this. You all performed admirably this time, and each of you shall receive a 3-day respite." Nami turned to the suddenly appearing Bai Zai, nodding obediently like a well-behaved kitten. She then sheathed her long blade, intending to watch the spectacle unfold. Notably, she observed the anxious Kemi waiting nearby. How did Kemi end up here? Oh well, let us enjoy the show together. As Nami approached Kemi, she heard the girl anxiously exclaim, "Miss Nami, are you all right? I never imagined you were so formidable, single-handedly defeating the officers of the new Fishmen Pirates." Kemi gazed at Nami with a mix of concern, admiration, and envy. "I'm fine. These minor characters pose no threat to me. Just sit back and enjoy Bai Zai's performance," Nami replied casually, securing her sword at her waist while positioning herself close enough to protect Kemi, ensuring her own bloodlust did not unsettle the girl. "Will Lord Bai Zai be all right? That fellow looks terrifying." Kemi expressed her lingering worries, especially as Hody Jones appeared fearsome, towering over Bai Zai. "Rest assured, if Bai Zai cannot deal with him, then no one in the world could," Nami reassured Kemi with a smile. The situation on the battlefield shifted. Hody Jones glared at Bai Zai, hatred flickering in his eyes. This was the man who had disrupted his plans to overthrow Neptune's rule and had the audacity to mock the fishmen. Now he dared to appear before him, truly courting death. Hody Jones clenched his fists and immediately launched an attack against Bai Zai. Fishman Karate, Water Strike. A massive water sphere coalesced in his hands, hurtling towards Bai Zai with a deafening rush, causing the surrounding mermaid girls to gasp. Some timid ones even shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending carnage. With a swift motion, Bai Zai effortlessly swatted the water sphere aside. Transformed by Bai Zai's touch, the once destructive sphere merely splashed harmlessly to the ground, causing no damage. Observing the awestruck mermaid girls, the fishmen's resolve to continue fighting evaporated. The once frightened mermaid girls now gathered courage, emerging from their hiding places. Through Cammy and the earlier onlookers, Bai Zhe had begun to establish a reputation among the mermaid girls, and his displayed power sent their hearts racing. Is this what you call fishman karate? Is this the noble foundation you speak of? Relying on external drugs to drain your own life force in pursuit of power. Yet you dare to boast about the strength of the noble fishman? Bai Zhe's voice, though not loud, echoed throughout the square. The other fishmen, hearing Bai Zhe's words, cast skeptical glances at Hody Jones. The mermaid girls, too, could not suppress their laughter at Hody Jones's expense. As numerous gazes converged upon him, Hody Jones's dwindling sanity finally snapped. I will kill you. He abandoned all strategy, relying solely on brute force to swing his fists, his explosive strength on full display. Unfortunately for him, each of his punches was met with Bai Zhe's precise counters. Despite the vast difference in size between their fists, the power they contained was incomparable. Regardless of how one may struggle to discern reality, there must be a limit, mustn't there? Bai Zhe remarked with a hint of helplessness. Unfortunately, at this moment, Hua Diqiangxi's mind was consumed by a singular conviction, the desire to eliminate Bai Zhe. Hua Diqiangxi was impervious to the words of others. In desperation, Bai Zhe deftly evaded two of Hua Diqiangxi's punches, then leapt forward to confront him. With a slight accumulation of power, Bai Zhe unleashed a punch that contorted Hua Diqiangxi's inflated visage. The formidable force coursed through his body, sending him into a series of chaotic rotations before he crashed to the ground. His head is truly like iron. Bai Zhe slowly descended, gazing at the unconscious Hua Diqiangxi, and couldn't help but express his astonishment. That punch, even against the Sea King, would have caused grievous injury. Is this the power of Lord Bai Zhe? A mere strike from that terrifying creature brought him down. So formidable, it is as if he is an invincible entity. Even King Ni Pu Dun may pale in comparison to Lord Bai Zhe. The mermaid maidens fervently discussed among themselves, their eyes shimmering with admiration as they beheld Bai Zhe's silhouette. The new Fishman pirate crew was resolved, and next would be the flying pirate crew. Bai Zhe surveyed his surroundings, yet he could not find that peculiar and familiar figure. Could it be that, as before, he would need to summon Noah? Bai Zhe mused, as the solar sensitivity began to radiate outward. Indeed, within Noah's cabin, he sensed Dai Kenjiosher. Alas, is it too late? Bai Zhe, following the solar resonance, discerned Dai Kenjiosher's actions and slightly curled his lips in dismay. Since there was no way to prevent Noah from repeating past mistakes, and with the power of Bai Xing yet to awaken, able to summon the colossal Sea Kings 2 years hence, but uncertain at present, Bai Zhe began to emanate a soft golden light. The golden radiance coalesced into particles, seemingly alive, dispersing in all directions around Fishman Island. To be prudent, it would be wise to retain a contingency plan should circumstances become uncontrollable. With preparations complete, Bai Zhe felt a sense of relief. Even if Noah's colossal ship were to crash from the skies above Fishman Island, the golden particles he had disseminated would surely protect the island. At that moment, Bai Zhe was suddenly startled by the voice of Dai Kenjiosher in his ear. Greetings, residents of Fishman Island. I am Vander Dai Kenjiosher, suitor of Princess Bai Xing, yet the wretched Ni Pu Dun forbids my pursuit. The most detestable act is that he has imprisoned Princess Bai Xing in the hardshell tower, preventing me from delivering my tokens of affection. Dai Kenjiosher's obnoxious voice resonated through the underwater broadcast, leaving the residents of Fishman Island bewildered, their heads raised in confusion. What is happening? Why would the underwater broadcast relay such content? Could there be a crisis at the palace? Indeed, the underwater broadcast is only employed for significant matters, and even then, it must be initiated by King Ni Pu Dun. Vander Dai Ken, the nefarious pirate, seeks to pursue Princess Bai Xing. When thwarted, he resorts to hurling weapons, attempting to coerce her. Some mermaid maidens, privy to the situation, explain to those nearby, eliciting expressions of disgust among the crowd. This so-called Vander Dai Ken is utterly repugnant. Princess Bai Xing, unwilling to accept his advances, is met with threats instead. Indeed, Bai Xing is a princess. You are merely a pirate. who would desire to accept your pursuit. Furthermore, with Bai Xing's unparalleled beauty, even the most heroic figures of the sea would find it a privilege to court her. The people, filled with righteous indignation, vehemently denounced Vanderdyken, urging him to abandon his shamelessness. Perhaps possessing a means to hear the residents' discussions, Vanderdyken, upon learning of their disdain, was infuriated and exclaimed, "You ungrateful lot! I pursue love. What do you common mortals know of it?" Hearing the frantic outburst from the broadcast, the people could not help but smile in satisfaction. The mere fact that a villain was incensed was a testament to their triumph. The broadcast paused momentarily before Vanderdyken resumed with fervor. "However, none of this matters. What follows will be my ultimate proposal to Bai Xing. If she does not acquiesce, I shall raise Fishman Island with Noah's colossal ship, and I, Pu Dun. You shall no longer be able to prevent our mutual pursuit." The broadcast concluded with the echoing, maniacal laughter of Dai Kenjiosher. The absurdity of Vanderdyken's thwarted pursuit and his furious antics were truly laughable. How could a single individual hope to wield Noah's ship to devastate Fishman Island? It was preposterous. Indeed, had he considered his words before speaking? How could an ordinary person hope to challenge Noah's ship? Ha ha! Vanderdyken has me in stitches. How can he utter such foolishness? Moreover, such a crude threat would surely fail to convince King Ni Pu Dun. The crowd erupted in uproarious laughter at Vanderdyken, none of them believing his claims. After all, when a person's statements become so far-fetched, it is difficult not to evoke skepticism. However, in the square, Nami and the others furrowed their brows. Nami consoled Cammy and leapt to Bai Zay's side. Could what Vanderdyken said possibly be true? I have also heard of Noah's ship, which is said to be comparable in size to half of Fishman Island. The other girls gathered around, and Pu Dun appeared deeply troubled, uncertain of the extent of Vanderdyken's devil fruit powers. What if he could indeed accomplish such feats? Does he intend to disregard the residents of Fishman Island? Lord Bai Zay, do you believe there is any truth to Vanderdyken's claims? Bai Zay glanced at Ni Pu Dun, nodded, and then surveyed the surroundings, making eye contact with Nami and the others. The powers of devil fruits are sometimes inscrutable, reminiscent of the former ice fruit, which could instantly create vast amounts of ice, with the resulting vapor sufficient to alter the climate of the Alabastic Kingdom. The target fruit consumed by Dai Kenjiosher is similarly formidable. He is currently within Noah, making it too late to confront him now. Upon receiving Bai Zay's affirmation, Ni Pu Dun's brow furrowed deeply. Must he truly sacrifice Bai Xing? On one hand was his beloved daughter, cherished as if she were a precious gem, and on the other, the countless lives of his subjects on Fishman Island. Ni Pu Dun was beset by inner turmoil, and just as he felt lost, Bai Zay suddenly spoke. "Fear not, King Ni Pu Dun. Even if you were to launch Noah, I would be able to withstand it." Bai Zay's confident declaration left everyone momentarily speechless. After regaining their composure, Nami and the others exchanged glances filled with trust. Their journey together had cultivated an unwavering faith in Bai Zay. Ni Pu Dun, though still worried, refrained from contradicting Bai Zay's words. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vanderdyken was growing increasingly agitated, receiving no response from Bai Xing, only to be met with scorn from the residents of Fishman Island. This ultimately sent him into a fit of rage as he stomped around Noah's cabin, raising the transponder snail high, ready to smash it down, which rendered the transponder snail visibly terrified. "It is unacceptable. It cannot be destroyed. Just wait until the arrival of the Noah above their heads," mocking them fiercely, making them realize how short-sighted they truly are. Fandatai has already decided to teach the residents of Renyu Dao a significant lesson. As for Princess Bai Xing, he has somewhat cast her aside. Vanderdyken's pursuit of Bai Xing was merely due to the power of Poseidon that resided within her. Now that he cannot attain her, he desires to obliterate her. "If I cannot have you, Bai Xing, then no one shall." Vanderdyken laughed maniacally, and the colossal Noah ship, which had lingered above Fishman Street for centuries, trembled slightly. This titanic vessel, forged by the collective strength of the residents of Renyu Dao centuries ago, and known as the Ship of Oath, slowly emerged above the island. It was about to obliterate the very place that birthed it. As soon as Noah stirred, the people began to sense it. After all, this ancient ship was comparable in size to half of Renew Dao. Could it be? What the clown fan Daikin claimed is indeed true. He can truly lift the Noah ship. How is that possible? What should we do now? We must flee for our lives. If Noah falls, it will be as if half of Renew Dao has crashed down, and none shall escape. That cursed clown, unable to achieve his desires, threatens the lives of all the islanders. If Princess Bai Xing truly follows such a jester, it would be better to perish. The residents reacted in various ways. But gazing at the Noah ship hovering above, despair inevitably filled their hearts. They even felt devoid of the desire to flee. After all, with a ship the size of half an island looming above them, where could they possibly escape to? Simultaneously, sorrow engulfed them, for this ship was the ship of oath. A legacy passed down from their ancestors, an unfinished vessel on a sacred mission. In this moment, the very vessel, created by their forebears, was destined to bring ruin to Renew Dao. It would erase the descendants of those who built it. Within the hardshell tower, Bai Xing beheld the Noah ship and could no longer contain her tears. The kind-hearted girl did not wish for so many lives to be lost because of her. She dashed outside, shouting towards the sky, "Fandadaikin, spare everyone. They are innocent. Come at me if you must." Unfortunately, her cries within the Dragon Palace went unheard. In the square, Nami and the others gazed at the descending Noah ship, their hearts filled with astonishment. It was akin to how ordinary people would react upon witnessing a massive object, like the Ivan falling from above. The thought of fleeing never crossed their minds. For escape was futile, and all that remained was despair. Kimmy and her companions clung to one another, tears streaming down their faces. The remaining members of the Fishman tribe, seeing this scene, found their legs trembling in fear, collapsing to the ground as they gazed skyward. Neptune looked up towards the heavens. He had seen the ship of Oath before and had even stepped aboard. Yet, he never imagined he would witness it hovering above him in his lifetime. Unbeknownst to him, his weapon slipped from his grasp, for he did not know how to combat such a colossal entity. The overwhelming sense of despair that enveloped the residents of Renew Dao persisted. What is that? Such a beautiful golden light. Is it some aquatic creature, or perhaps a jellyfish? Though it seems far too numerous to be jellyfish, it is not. It is not even a creature. It feels warm to the touch, reminiscent of basking in the sun. The people were drawn to the golden lights appearing around them, initially believing them to be luminous creatures or jellyfish. However, upon contact, they discovered it was merely a pure, warm radiance. In the midst of despair, this extraordinary phenomenon offered them a glimmer of hope. They yearned to understand the source of the sudden golden light. The golden orbs in the air began to converge, forming towering bridges that ascended upwards, solidifying as they anchored to the earth. In the square, Baizé also radiated a golden glow. "Lord Baizé, what is happening?" Neptune exclaimed nervously upon noticing Baizé's transformation. "Did I not say I could resolve this matter?" Baizé replied with a smile, then stepped onto the newly formed bridge. The onlooking women gazed at Baizé with sparkling eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of the divine as the golden light illuminated their surroundings. The other Fishman girls also took notice of Baizé's figure, and Kimmy could not suppress her excitement, covering her mouth to stifle a gasp. That must be Lord Baizé. Could it be that he has a way to confront the Noah ship? Kimmy's voice drew the attention of the surrounding Fishman girls, who clasped their hands together in prayer. "Lord Baizé, please save everyone on Renew Dao. Lord Baizé, I believe you can do it. You are destined to command countless warships. Indeed, Lord Baizé's future is bound to be magnificent. How could he possibly share our fate in the depths of the sea?" The Fishman girls prayed earnestly, drawing confidence from Lady Shaylee's prophecy. With each step, Baizé ascended the long bridge, appearing slow yet rising with remarkable speed, soon reaching a platform formed by the multitude of bridges. As Baizé advanced, the golden light floated upwards like dandelion seeds, enveloping the sky above Renew Dao and also covering the Noah ship. Everyone lifted their heads, their eyes reflecting the golden glow, gazing at the figure upon the bridge. Under the golden radiance, Baizé's form appeared ethereal and shrouded in divinity, as if a deity had descended. In that moment, all eyes were transfixed in awe. Amidst the astonished gazes, Baizé raised his right hand, the golden radiance enveloping it, imparting an impression of a single hand supporting the heavens. The Noah ship, cloaked in golden light, ultimately rested upon Baizé's hand, coming to a silent halt, undisturbed by the tumultuous descent. The golden bridge served as Baizé's fulcrum, connecting the ground of renewed Tao. Otherwise, even with sufficient strength, Baizé could not support such a colossal vessel without a point of leverage. Simultaneously, to maintain the stability of the Noah ship, Baizé draped the golden light over it, enhancing its buoyancy with numerous floating solar runes, alleviating the ship's weight. It appeared impossible for Baizé to single-handedly uplift the Noah ship. However, he had prepared extensively to ensure that when Noah descended, he could hold it aloft with unwavering steadiness, as stable as a mountain. Meanwhile, the crowd below stared wide-eyed, resembling worshippers before a deity, eager to glimpse the divine countenance. Some overly dramatic individuals even knelt, beseeching the blessings of the divine. They revered the golden bridge as the divine bridge, and regarded Baizé as a deity. A god descends into the depths of the sea, creating a divine bridge amidst the abyss, single-handedly supporting Noah and rescuing humanity. The fishermen girls gazed at Baizé with delight. Their faith in his omnipotence strengthened. Nami and the others exchanged glances, although they knew Baizé possessed formidable power. Witnessing such a scene still left them profoundly shaken. Neptune stared blankly at the sky, pondering if such a level of power was truly within the reach of humanity. Within the Dragon Palace, Bai Xing, tears streaming down her face, clasped her hands tightly together, crying out, "Lord Baizé, I am eternally grateful to you." After Noah was halted, the powers bestowed by the devil fruit naturally ceased to function. Baizé lifted Noah and, following the golden staircase, brought him to the vicinity of Fishman Street, where he gently set Noah down. At that moment, Vanderdecken was utterly astonished. His limited understanding could not fathom the existence of such a formidable human. Watching Baizé, adorned in a golden radiance as he approached, Vanderdecken instinctively recoiled. "You must understand what fate awaits you in my grasp," Baizé said with a smile, and Vanderdecken felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, as if crushed by an imposing mountain. "I can give up on pursuing Bai Xing. Just spare me, and I will willingly remove the mark of Bai Xing from my hand. Surely that would ensure my safety, right? Please, let me go," he stammered, his back against the wall. "Not a chance," Baizé replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, even if I were to spare you, do you believe the residents of Fishman Island would do the same?" Vanderdecken steene eyes widened in sudden realization. Indeed, how could he expect those whose lives he had nearly condemned to show him mercy? Without allowing him further hesitation, Baizé's fingertips glimmered, and a beam of golden light shattered Vanderdecken's waterproof coating. "Go now, venture into the depths of the sea. Since your fate has been sealed by the powers of the devil fruit, let it be the very same power that leads to your demise." With the protective layer disintegrating, Vanderdecken found a sense of calm. It was rather ironic that a member of the Fishman tribe would perish in the ocean. With that thought, he swiftly plunged into the deep waters, his limbs thrashing as he sank at a visibly rapid rate. The devil fruit had granted him immense abilities while robbing him of the chance to connect with the sea. A fishman drowned. Baizé approached the water's edge, observing Vanderdecken clutching his throat, wide-eyed as he gazed at him. Baizé couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, it was quite ironic. He let a strand of golden light fall, leaving it nearby to ensure Vanderdecken could rest in peace beneath the waves. However, he had little time to linger in this place. Leaving a strand of golden light as a form of surveillance was most fitting. He then turned and departed from Fishman Street, glancing back at Noah before leaving. He felt immense satisfaction at the sight of the massive vessel. Having gathered sufficient information about Noah during their earlier encounter, he deemed it an ideal choice for his warship. He would later consult King Neptune to see if he might part with it. Upon returning to the square, the crowd awaited him eagerly. Meanwhile, the citizens in other parts of the island rejoiced, embracing the golden light and expressing their gratitude for the divine blessing. The Neptune army subsequently mobilized to apprehend the remaining pirates, imprisoning them all. The two pirate crews were completely dismantled, signaling that this incident had reached a successful resolution. And Baizé fulfilled his promise. In the palace, Neptune held a grand celebration, while Baixing, having long been confined to the hardshell tower, finally reveled in the joy of the feast. Following Baizé's suggestion, Neptune gathered the entire nation to partake in this banquet of survival. Baisha, I am immensely grateful for your assistance, Baixing said, cradling Baizé in her hands, her face illuminated with a sweet smile. Her soft words seemed to whisper directly into the ear, causing a delightful, tingling sensation. Baizé raised his glass, smiling as he addressed Baixing. There is no need for such formality. However, I must caution you. Vanderdecken was drawn to you due to your power. In the future, many will approach you for the same reason, some with good intentions, but more will arrive bearing malice, akin to Vanderdecken. Baixing's expression turned serious, her brow slightly furrowing. What should I do? I do not wish for anyone to be harmed because of me. She was acutely aware that those who approached with ill intent, coveting her power, would inevitably endanger her loved ones, her guardians, and her subjects. Suddenly, a realization struck her, her eyes widening with brilliance. Baizé, may I accompany you? After Baizé had spoken a segment, he took a sip of his drink, intending to continue. But upon hearing Baixing's request, he couldn't help but sputter. The Sunny cannot accommodate you, Baixing. Her expression dimmed slightly at his words, lowering her head in disappointment. What I mean to say is, since they covet your power and wish to control it, why not take command of it yourself? Utilize it to confront those who come with ill intentions. Baixing's head shot up, realization dawning upon her. Yes, this is my power. If I master it, I can defend against those who harbor malice and better protect everyone. In her heart, she had another thought unvoiced, one that would bring her closer to Baizé. However, she soon recognized something, her mood dampening. Yet, I have no idea how to control it, not even how to sense its presence. Fear not, for I will be by your side. If need be, I shall procure a larger vessel to keep you close and teach you at a measured pace. Baizé reassured her, smiling at her earnestness. I shall consult your father. In the meantime, why not converse with Nami and the others? Baizé leaped from Baixing's hands and made his way to the main table of the banquet. Upon his arrival, Neptune instantly rose to his feet. Baizé, is there something you require? Initially, Neptune had merely referred to Baizé as Sir, but now he had unconsciously begun to address him as Lord Baizé. King Neptune, what are your plans for the colossal ship Noah? Baizé inquired directly. Neptune, astute as he was, recognized that Baizé's inquiry regarding Noah's fate indicated his interest in the vessel. Furrowing his brow, he confessed, to be honest, Noah is a legacy passed down from our ancestors, bearing the titles of ship of contracts and vessel of unfinished missions. However, these titles are merely the ethereal legends of our forebears. Personally, I have no strong objections to your acquiring Noah, but the opinions of the residents of Fishman Island must be considered. Baizé nodded in understanding. After all, Noah was a treasured ancestral legacy, and gaining it would be no simple task. I seek Noah for another reason. Princess Baixing is currently unable to harness the power within her. I wish to keep her close, protect her, and guide her in mastering her abilities so that she may possess the strength to safeguard herself and, in the future, protect Fishman Island. Baizé paused, gazing at Neptune. What say you, King Neptune? Neptune was taken aback, realizing that Baizé's desire for the colossal vessel stemmed from his wish to have his daughter Baixing aboard. A wave of genuine joy washed over him, as allowing Baixing to accompany Baizé would undoubtedly be incredibly beneficial for her development. Having experienced this incident, Nibutin understood that it was impossible to protect the extraordinary Hakusei, who possessed the powers of Poseidon, relying solely on the Ryugu Kingdom. Especially with the recent significant event in the Mermaid Island, which had spread across the seas along with those pirates. This unprecedented event would undoubtedly attract more ambitious individuals. If they were to discover Hakusei's unique attributes, they would certainly pursue her with fervor. There are too many capable individuals in the ocean, and Nibutin could not guarantee that he could completely safeguard Hakusei's secret. Once the secret of Poseidon was revealed, even the depths of Mermaid Island, 10,000 meters underwater, could not shield it from the covetous gazes of those ambitious souls. The innocent suffer for possessing something precious. As the king of the Ryugu kingdom, Nibitin understood this truth profoundly. After all, Mermaid Island had long been plagued by poaching due to the allure of its beautiful mermaids. If it weren't for the fearsome reputation of Whitebeard, Mermaid Island might still be suffering from the torment of poaching. Nibitin did not wish for his daughter to endure the covetousness of others and live in fear in the days to come. Nor did he want her to be confined within the hardshell tower, unable to take a single step outside. Such a life would be unbearable. Now that Hakusei was willing to accept Hakusei and have her follow him, it undoubtedly provided Hakusei with a formidable ally. After this significant incident, Nibitin realized that Hakusei's strength was likely among the most formidable in the ocean, even able to contend with Whitebeard for the title of the world's strongest. However, currently, the title of the strongest in the world belonged to that indescribable man, known as the God-Slayer, Noah. It is indeed a twist of fate that the name of the God-Slayer shares the same name as the legendary Noah's Ark passed down from their ancestors. Of course, Nibitin was aware that this was merely a coincidence. In the vast ocean with billions of people, while there are few with the same name, they do exist. Presently, Hakusei merely desired Noah to allow Hakusei to follow him. Such a condition made Nibitin feel as though he was making a tremendous gain. Moreover, Nibitin had always felt that he had not adequately compensated Hakusei. Now that Hakusei had made a request, he would naturally devote himself wholeheartedly to assisting Hakusei in acquiring Noah. Lord Hakusei, please rest assured, I will do everything in my power to persuade the residents of Mermaid Island. Nibitin vowed. Hakusei immediately smiled and raised his cup to toast with Nibitin. Thank you for your understanding, King Nibitin. The power within Hakusei is incredibly strong. I assure you, I can help her fully develop it. At that time, Mermaid Island will possess its own top-tier combat strength, and ordinary pirates will no longer dare to cause trouble there. After making this promise, Hakusei continued to drink heartily with Nibitin. After downing a cup, Nibitin secretly mused. If Hakusei's powers truly could command supergiant sea kings over 5,000 meters, then it wouldn't just be ordinary pirates who would shy away from Mermaid Island. Even the top-tier marine admirals might hesitate to enter Mermaid Island, for after all, the three admirals are all capable of utilizing natural-type devil fruit powers, and battling supergiant sea kings in the depths of the ocean would surely be a path to self-destruction. However, Nibitin refrained from voicing these thoughts, for he understood that they were merely his conjectures. In the presence of Hakusei, a true top-tier individual of the ocean, such words could easily invite ridicule. Nibitin merely speculated silently, dreaming of a future where Mermaid Island would thrive under the protection of top-tier strength. Hakusei awakening the power of Poseidon to safeguard Mermaid Island was, for Nibitin, simply a perfect resolution. His daughter would possess the means to protect herself, and the people of Mermaid Island would receive their safeguarding, no longer having to face the dilemma they had previously endured. He drank to excess at the banquet, exuberantly displaying his joy. Hakusei, having been urged by Nibitin to drink copiously, found himself puzzled as to why Nibitin was so delighted. Nevertheless, he did not resist, for the exquisite wine of the Ryugu kingdom was indeed worth savoring. After the banquet, Nibitin promptly began his vigorous persuasion, urging the residents of Mermaid Island to gift Noah to Hakusei as a token of gratitude for the recent significant event. To his surprise, the residents of Mermaid Island did not resist the notion of gifting Noah to Hakusei. In fact, they were particularly supportive of his proposal. Giving Noah to Lord Hakusei? Isn't that gift rather meager? Why doesn't His Majesty offer more to Lord Hakusei? They exclaimed. Indeed, he is a deity. If we offer more, perhaps the divine might bestow blessings upon Mermaid Island, and maybe we could benefit as well. They dismissed the notion of Noah, that elusive legend, with disdain. Don't be ridiculous. It nearly cost the lives of everyone on Mermaid Island. Whoever wants this bane can take it. I'm not saying Lord Hakusei is bad. After consulting with the residents, Nibitin realized that he had misjudged the situation entirely. The residents of Mermaid Island were eager to rid themselves of Noah. especially since it had recently loomed over them, threatening the lives of everyone on the island. They even complained that offering Noah as a gift to Hakusei in gratitude for resolving the recent significant incident was far too paltry. They wanted Nibiton to provide even more. According to their reasoning, Hakusei was a deity. Offering more would bring down blessings from above, sufficient for Mermaid Island to prosper for hundreds of years. Far more beneficial than Noah passed down from their ancestors. Nibiton was left dumbfounded upon hearing this. He had anticipated facing considerable resistance, only to encounter overwhelming support instead. On the way back to Ryugu Castle, Nibiton, seated upon his pet, could not help but exclaim. To call Lord Hakusei a deity was not entirely unfounded. Although no blessings had descended, Hakusei's promise to assist Hakusei in mastering her powers equated to cultivating a top-tier warrior from Mermaid Island. What does having a top-tier warrior mean for Mermaid Island? It signifies a prosperous and stable future for over 100 years. The merfolk are generally long-lived. At over 60 years old, Nibiton appeared as strong as a human in their prime. With Hakusei possessing the powers of Poseidon, her longevity would surely increase. The future of Mermaid Island is bright. In the side hall of Ryugu Castle, Hakusei rose from his bed, intending to hasten the synthesis of the Mind Cube. The primary energy source for the Mind Cube synthesis device was the blazing sun power within him. However, there existed another significant drain on Hakusei's blazing sun power, the daylight artifact. On a daily basis, Hakusei must expend half of his blazing sun power to nurture the daylight artifact. Since the inception of the Mind Cube synthesis device, he had allocated an additional 10% for its synthesis. To accelerate the synthesis now, Hakusei would need to draw from the daylight artifact. He placed the synthesis device before him, allowing a substantial amount of blazing sun power to be absorbed, transforming into the essential components for the Mind Cube. Soon, as the blazing sun power within him diminished, the daylight artifact began to convey a sense of grievance. Once this Mind Cube is synthesized, I will replenish you with blazing sun power, Hakusei reassured. The sense of grievance transmitted by the daylight artifact also lessened significantly. Noticing the lingering grievances of the Darishan Chi, Baize shook his head with a hint of helplessness. Thus, I shall grant you an additional 10% of the power of the blazing sun. With Baize's assurance, the Darishan Chi finally settled into tranquility. Aware of this, Baize felt somewhat resigned regarding the powerful items in his possession, each of which consumed a significant amount of blazing sun energy. He could only hope to expedite the synthesis of the Shinji Mafon. Sighing, he gazed at the synthesis device in his hand. Master, are you there? The voice of Liu Yonghao echoed from outside the palace. Thanks to the protection of the Sea King's army, the warship no longer required a garrison. Consequently, Baize allowed everyone to act freely and attend the banquet from the previous day, thus freeing Liu Yonghao from the need for a guard. Guomin, a graceful figure entered, a blue energy crystal shimmering above her head, occasionally flickering with radiant light. Are you hastening the synthesis of the Shinji Mafong? Li Zhanghao up, okay. Her curiosity piqued by the synthesis device responsible for producing her core. Indeed, can you discern which sequence this Shinji Mafong might belong to in the future? Baize gestured towards the slowly rotating cube within the device. Liu Yonghao shook her head, her eyes flashing with streams of data before settling. I regret to inform you, Master, that I cannot ascertain that. However, the host vessel of the Shinji Mafong will significantly influence its eventual sequence. Baize raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Liu Yonghao with an unspoken implication in his gaze. Sensing his scrutiny, she smiled slightly. That is why I stated to a great extent. The vessel I am attached to is indeed not suited for combat, yet it ultimately formed a combat sequence, indicating that you must have held high hopes for a formidable warship at that time. Indeed, Baize replied, nodding. Although I was satisfied with Liu Yonghao's capabilities, I secretly yearned for a majestic battleship. Liu Yonghao beamed with delight, twirling to showcase her splendid form. Master, do I now meet your expectations? Exceedingly so. Baize laughed heartily. Liu Yonghao's appearance was undeniably exquisite. You must have seen Noah, with such a massive vessel. It likely stands a high chance of transforming into a combat sequence, correct? Li Zhanghao not that Tao Gu Fun. Indeed, Noah's size is quite suitable for a combat sequence. The two continued their discussion regarding Noah's future sequence when Na Mei hurriedly entered. Bai Zhe, you're awake. Would you like to accompany Bai Xing to pay respects to her mother? Bai Zhe paused, quickly recalling that Bai Xing's mother had long since passed. However, due to Fan De Dai Qin circumstances, Bai Xing had not attended her mother's funeral. Now that she was free, it was only natural for her to wish to pay tribute to Princess E.G. Bai Zhe furrowed his brow, hesitant. It may not be appropriate for us to accompany Bai Xing in paying respects to Princess E.G. Na Mei pondered this and found it reasonable, but then countered, however. Bai Xing's current strength makes her vulnerable to danger if she ventures out alone. Should we not accompany her for safety? How about this? You ask Bai Xing for her opinion. If she wishes for company, then select 1 or 2 individuals to go, but not too many to avoid disturbing the peace of the deceased. Na Mei nodded in understanding, her gaze flickering between Bai Zhe and Li Yonghao. What are you two doing in here so early? Bai Zhe chuckled. Just like how you rushed into my room this morning. We were discussing matters concerning another future companion. Na Mei's cheeks flushed slightly, realizing her misunderstanding. I'll go ask Bai Xing's thoughts and let you know afterward. With that, she darted out, feeling embarrassed by her earlier question. As for Bai Zhe, he turned to Li Yonghao, a resigned smile gracing his face. Li Yonghao playfully smiled back. Despite her recent emergence, her intellect surpassed that of ordinary beings. It is evident that Sister Na Mei shares a close bond with you, Master, and her feelings for you are unmistakable. With her hands clasped behind her, she leaned forward slightly, her long hair, shimmering with flecks of gold, cascading gracefully. Master, do you not intend to claim her for yourself? Bai Zhe rolled his eyes, replying with mild annoyance. With your perceptiveness. Perhaps you should also observe the other girls on the ship to see if they are like Na Mei. Li Yonghao smiled coyly, genuinely contemplating her interactions with the other girls over the past few days. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. It seems that the other girls are indeed similar to Sister Na Mei, but only Robin and No Chi Gao appear to be the mistresses. Bai Zhe sighed, as Li Yonghao was the consciousness of the warship, akin to a creation of his own. He could explain. Na Mei is still quite young. Let's wait a few months until she comes of age. Li Yonghao nodded thoughtfully, understanding the implications. Ultimately, Robin and Na Mei accompanied Bai Xing to pay respects to her mother, Princess E.G., while the others remained in Dragon Palace City. With their mastery of the true Thousand Hands and telekinesis, Na Mei and Robin had already ascended to the elite tier of Bai Zhe's team. Their presence would ensure Bai Xing's safety. Meanwhile, Nipu Tuan also arrived at Bai Zhe's side hall. Master Bai Zhe, the progress of events has exceeded my expectations. The residents are overwhelmingly supportive of gifting Noah to you. Nipu Tuan exclaimed, enthusiastically raising his fist. I will personally guarantee that the transfer of Noah will be flawless. Bai Zhe's face lit up with surprise. I truly appreciate it, King Nipu Tuan. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promises. Please do not undervalue your contributions to Mermaid Island, Master Bai Zhe. Gifting Noah to you is a fitting tribute to a heroic figure. My daughter, Bai Xing, will require your assistance in the future. Her inner power is formidable, possessing the ability to annihilate worlds. Nipu Tuan's expression was serious as he earnestly bowed to Bai Zhe. I kindly ask for your continued care. Bai Zhe shook his head. Indeed, Bai Xing's power could be deemed world-destroying. However, the choice and application of power have always been determined by the individual. For instance, I could easily obliterate an island if I so desired. Yet, throughout my journey, I have never destroyed an island teeming with life. Bai Xing's possession of the Sea King's power was both a misfortune and a fortune. As long as she mastered this power, a formidable protector would accompany her for centuries to come. During this period, the Mermaid Clan and the Fishman Clan can also make groundbreaking progress in their relationship with humanity. At the very least, equality is a possibility. Upon hearing the words of Bai Zhe, Neptune's eyes brimmed with tears. This ideal was pursued by his wife, E.G. Wang Fei, and it is highly likely to be realized through Bai Xing. This is indeed a form of inheritance. E.g., Bai Xing will fulfill your wish. Your ideals will ultimately be realized. One day, humans, the Fishman clan, and the Mermaid clan will coexist. Neptune silently vowed to his wife. After a while, Neptune noticed that Baizé was busy with something in his hands, and he immediately stood up, laughing heartily. Lord Baizé, I shall not disturb you further. I will handle the affairs of the kingdom and provide a response regarding Noah by tomorrow at the latest. Neptune bid farewell to Baizé, who was preoccupied with synthesizing the mind cube. Baizé welcomed Neptune's departure with pleasure. Tomorrow, he would officially acquire Noah, but when would the mind cube be completed? Baizé observed the synthesis device. The cube within was slowly taking shape, yet it remained unstable and elusive. Having written in his diary, he felt a slight enhancement in his physical abilities. Baizé was quite satisfied. Thus far, he had mastered the pinnacle techniques of the two-colored hockey. As for the Conqueror's hockey, Baizé felt a sense of connection. Whenever he wished, he could unleash it. Regrettably, he had yet to encounter anyone wielding Conqueror's hockey. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to clash with it. Baizé sensed the power within him, restrained yet ready to erupt at any moment. However, he knew that as he entered the new world, many would possess Conqueror's hockey. Baizé simply wished to wait for the right opportunity to use it. Early the next morning, Baizé opened his eyes and beheld the solidifying mind cube within the synthesis device, a look of delight spreading across his face. Indeed, with utmost dedication and nurturing it, even the great consumer of solar energy, the mind cube synthesis device, had been filled. As Baizé mused, a strong desire surged within him. All right, let me replenish you. Baizé reconnected the solar energy to the great sun artifact, and the once abundantly filled solar energy within him began to deplete rapidly once more. He hoped that the next special reward would not require such a voracious consumption of solar energy. Baizé shook his head, retrieving the mind cube. It appeared almost identical to the previous one, with the core radiating a gentle golden light. It was time to seek Neptune to fulfill his promise. In a certain part of Longong City, Baizé found Neptune. Upon hearing Baizé's intention, Neptune produced an official document. Lord Baizé, to avoid disturbing you prematurely, I did not present this to you immediately. This is a formal document representing the entire populace of the Mermaid Island. Baizé took the document and confirmed its official nature, transferring Noah to himself. I am truly grateful to King Neptune. After a brief conversation with Neptune, Baizé hurried toward Fishman Street, accompanied by another golden figure clad in golden armor, with a shimmering azure energy crystal atop its head. The Liang was looking forward to the appearance of its other partner. Soon after, the two entered Noah one after the other. Following his instincts, Baizé arrived at the core of Noah, a vast control room. The construction technology of this deep-sea megaship remained a mystery, akin to black technology. Should he place the mind cube here? Baizé said, releasing his grip. The mind cube floated into the air, spinning and emitting azure light. As time passed, the outer azure shell of the mind cube began to disintegrate, leaving only the dazzling golden core. The Liang also watched in anticipation, having witnessed the mind cube merging with the warship. The golden core slowly descended, integrating into Noah, perhaps due to its massive size. This fusion took considerably longer than that of the Liang. Baizé's gaze suddenly sharpened as a virtual figure began to materialize before him. More and more azure light coalescing from virtuality into reality. A stunningly sci-fi styled beautiful girl appeared before the two. Before them was an outer armor of striking sci-fi design, predominantly white with blue accents, resembling a mech, exuding a sense of streamlined elegance and mechanical beauty. Where the armor did not cover, there was sleek black skin-tight leather, with intricate energy patterns flowing under the refracted light. Her amber eyes were filled with determination, and a single ponytail stood tall, lending her an air of competence. Unlike the mythological style of the Liang's debut, Noah's initial appearance exuded a powerful presence that enveloped her. The battle sequence Noah pays the highest respects to her master. Noah's voice resonated powerfully within the control room. Baizé surveyed the mech girl kneeling before him with satisfaction. Unlike the Liang's mythic attire, Noah leaned more toward the sci-fi aesthetic, adorned in armor. Moreover, the energy waves emanating from Noah assured by Zay that even in their initial sequences, Noah's energy level was undoubtedly superior to that of the Liang. The energy level, as the Liang had informed by Zay, served as a standard to measure their strength. The higher the energy level, the greater the strength of the Mind Cube worship. Stand up and speak, Noah. Bai Zay smiled, extending his hand to assist Noah in rising, taking the opportunity to caress the armor adorning her. It was truly a romantic indulgence for a man. Noah regarded Bai Zay's actions with some confusion, but due to his status, she refrained from commenting, allowing his hand to roam over her armor. Does this set of armor possess any functions? Or is it more ornamental than practical? After enjoying the tactile experience, Bai Zay finally returned to his senses and inquired of Noah. This armor boasts exceptional protective capabilities and can activate a protective field to resist incoming material and energy attacks. Noah diligently detailed the armor's capabilities in accordance with Bai Zay's inquiry. Simultaneously, the armor was compatible with the warship's abilities, capable of launching a full coverage strike when fully deployed. The Liang listened attentively, comparing herself internally. After some reflection, the Liang felt somewhat disheartened. In terms of strength, she indeed fell short of the newly arrived Noah. Bai Zay, catching a fleeting glimpse of disappointment on the Liang's face, began to contemplate further upgrades for the Mind Cube warship. Marvelous, Bai Zay exclaimed, then turned to the Liang. Liang, please take Noah to familiarize her with our team. The Liang hesitated briefly, but ultimately nodded in agreement. She approached Noah, displaying a sincere smile. Hello, fellow member of the Mind Cube battle sequence. I am Liang, and it is a pleasure to meet you, my companion. As Liang spoke, she extended her delicate, fair hand. Noah considered for a moment before removing her armor to reveal her own hand, and then they shook hands. It is a pleasure to meet you, my predecessor. Upon encountering Noya, the ship Liang breathed a sigh of relief. At least Noya appeared less aloof than initially perceived. All right, you two. Take the time to familiarize yourselves. Liang, as a senior, you must also guide Noya well, Bai Zay remarked with a smile. We will remain on Mermaid Island for the next few days and plan to set sail in about 3 days. Both Liang and Noya stood upright, responding in unison. Understood. We shall obey your command, master. Bai Zay waved his hand, urging them to relax. As they strolled through Noya's vessel, Liang noted the significant transformations taking place, a subtle yet profound metamorphosis brought about by the Mind Cube. When do you anticipate the complete transformation will be finalized? Bai Zay inquired, glancing back at Noya. The previous modifications to Liang had taken approximately 3 days. However, due to Noya's larger size, he found it difficult to make a definitive statement. It will likely take around 3 days to complete the modifications to the propulsion system, while the rest of the ship will require additional time, Noya replied, a faint blue panel appearing in her eyes. 3 days should suffice. The completion of just the propulsion system should not hinder our departure, correct? Bai Zay asked. Noya shook her head, assuring him that it would not. As they could set sail at any moment, modifications could continue while in motion, albeit at a slightly slower pace. Norus, we shall depart once the propulsion system is thoroughly upgraded. Now, let us go meet the crew aboard the ship. Bai Zay led Liang and Noya to meet Nami and the others. With the precedent set by Liang, Noya's integration was notably smoother. Curiosity was piqued, especially due to Noya's mech, prompting Nami and the others to bombard her with questions. The enthusiasm of Nami and her companions proved a challenge for Noya to manage. Fortunately, Liang intervened just in time, rescuing Noya from the clutches of their fervor. Bai Zay advised them to temper their excitement, so as not to overwhelm the newcomer, after which Nami and the others relented and set off to explore Mermaid Island. In a moment of solitude, Liang poured Noya a glass of juice and smiled. Everyone is quite warm-hearted, aren't they? I also found it challenging at first, but once familiarized, it becomes second nature, even enjoyable. Noya cradled her cup, taking a sip of juice while reflecting on her earlier experiences, which indeed had been quite overwhelming due to their exuberance. Yet this feeling is rather pleasant, akin to that of family. I wonder if the way our master created us differs, compared to our previous cold and detached consciousness. I find his current state far more appealing. Lai Yong placed a hand on her chest, where her core burned as fiercely as the sun. Noya nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they were not always like this. The Mind Cube's battle sequence had rendered them as mere instruments of war, focused solely on their missions and obedient to commands without emotional engagement. However, it seemed that Bai Zai's method of creation diverged from the norm. Noya, mirroring Lai Yang's gesture, touched her own chest, feeling the warmth of her core, no longer cold and indifferent, but ablaze with vitality. Being alongside our master will surely yield a different experience, Lai Yong said, gently grasping Noya's hand with a soft smile. Thus, we must strive to adapt and integrate. Noya considered this, a smile blooming on her face as she nodded vigorously. The exchange between the two Mind Cube battleships deepened their bond significantly. Meanwhile, Bai Zai guided Robin to the sea forest, located to the northeast of Fishman Street. Due to the tides, many shipwrecks have been drawn to this area. As they walked amidst the beautiful corals, Robin, with her arms crossed, appeared even more imposing. Bai Zai, what brings you here? Do you wish to pay your respects to Princess Odoheim? Robin speculated, recalling her recent visit with Shirahoshi. Not quite. There exists a historical document here. While it may not pertain to the blank century, it is nonetheless a piece of historical literature worth your attention, Bai Zai explained. Robin's eyes sparkled at the prospect of a new historical text. What is it about? No, let me interpret myself, she exclaimed, her tone brimming with enthusiasm. Kulme, it lies just ahead. Allow you, the esteemed archaeologist, to unveil its secrets, Bai Zai encouraged, as sunlight filtered through the water, casting a dreamy glow. Bai Zai stood quietly as Robin deciphered the historical text, already aware of its contents due to his own abilities akin to those of Roger, the Pirate King, combined with his profound knowledge of archaeology. His mastery of the two-colored hockey had reached its zenith, and the daily reward from his diary primarily enhanced his physical attributes. Although each enhancement was modest, the cumulative effect was significant, potentially leading to a monstrous level of physical strength and the emergence of extraordinary abilities, such as regeneration and rebirth. As Bai Zai contemplated these thoughts, he extended his hand, observing his fair palm, which subtly radiated a golden hue. Besides the physical enhancements from the diary, the power of Lai Yong had significantly refined his flesh. Bai Zai, I've done it. I've even made a rubbing. It turns out to be an apology letter addressed to Princess Odoheim, Robin announced, approaching with a satisfied expression. Bai Zai noted Robin's lack of surprise, indicating she had already anticipated the document's content. You knew all along? Had you deciphered beforehand? Robin asked, her curiosity piqued. Sensing her competitive spirit, Bai Zai raised his hands to calm her. I had a general understanding, but today is my first time seeing this historical text with my own eyes. Implying that while he was somewhat informed, he had not fully grasped the text details. Bai Zai had indeed deciphered it before her. Robin felt slightly disheartened, muttering, sometimes, your abilities can be quite frustrating, Bai Zai. Ha, that won't be the case going forward, he replied cheerfully. What do you mean? Robin inquired, tilting her head in confusion. Because you will gradually grow accustomed to it. Bai Zai chuckled as Robin rolled her eyes in playful exasperation. The two shared light-hearted banter as they returned to Ryugu Palace. Over the following 3 days, Bai Zai and his companions thoroughly explored every notable and lesser-known location on Mermaid Island. One morning, Neptune, accompanied by his 3 princes, bid farewell to Bai Zai and Shirahoshi at Fishman Street. Shirahoshi, following Master Bai Zai is a tremendous blessing. You must always heed his words, Neptune advised earnestly. As Shirahoshi nodded silently, tears in her eyes. The scene of parting always evokes a sense of sorrow. The 3 princes embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Bai Zai stood quietly to the side, patiently waiting, while the other young ladies had gathered on the deck of the Noah. They too were filled with heartfelt sentiments. Many had experienced a similar scene, thus their emotions resonated deeply. Wei Wei gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, following Bai Zai aboard the ship to seek strength, while gradually becoming part of their circle. However, witnessing this moment brought her thoughts back to her father, King Kubula of the Alabastan Kingdom. The conversation paused, as Bai Xing, you must be strong. Neptune gently patted Bai Xing's head before respectfully bowing to Bai Zhe. Lord Bai Zhe, I entrust my daughter Bai Xing to you. Rest assured, Bai Xing joining my ship means she is my comrade, and I will wholeheartedly impart my knowledge to my comrades, Bai Zhe promised with a smile. Neptune, the old father, wept as he watched the Noah slowly ascend. On the deck, Bai Xing waved vigorously to bid farewell to her family. Father, brother, please take care. It was only when they disappeared from view that Bai Xing lowered her head, burying it in her arms and weeping softly. Nami used her telekinesis to float up and gently touched Bai Xing's head. Parting is for a better reunion. During the journey of separation, one quietly grows and ultimately becomes a presence that astonishes their family. Bai Xing nodded vigorously, her eyes shining brightly like stars. I understand, Sister Nami. I will strive to grow and catch up to Lord Bai Zhe. Nami was momentarily taken aback, wondering how the conversation had shifted to Bai Zhe. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Bai Xing, could it be that you have feelings for Bai Zhe? Bai Xing's cheeks flushed crimson. She glanced around to ensure no one was listening before whispering to Nami. Sister Nami, do you also have feelings for Lord Bai Zhe? Seeing Bai Xing's cautious demeanor, Nami couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haven't you realized? All the girls on this ship share the same thoughts as you and me. Yeah, Bai Xing exclaimed in astonishment. So everyone feels the same way. Bai Xing, may I ask a rather bold question? Nami said, a hint of shyness in her tone. Can merfolk and humans truly become partners? Bai Xing nodded, her cheeks still flushed. Yes, merfolk can choose to shed their tails and transform into legs when they reach 30, allowing them to bond with humans. Many merfolk have done so, finding human partners after shedding their tails at that age. Nami was taken aback, realizing just how remarkable the merfolk were. As they spoke, the Noah had already left the vicinity of the Fishman Island, and another splendid battleship glimmering with golden light approached from afar. An entrance opened at the rear of the Noah, and the blazing sun ship smoothly entered and came to a halt. The silhouette of the blazing sun soon appeared on the deck, greeting Bai Xing and Nami with a smile. Sister Li Yang is here. Shall we head in the cabin together? Bai Xing followed Nami into the cabin, where everyone was admiring the perspective of the deep-sea battleship. It must be said that this colossal warship brought not only a sense of novelty, but also great convenience. Against the deep-sea dominators, the Noah's size was indeed formidable. Thus, no sea king dared to disturb them. The vastness of the ship provided them with a larger training ground. As the girls' strengths increased, the space aboard the blazing sun ship became insufficient for them to fully unleash their potential. The ample space of the Noah finally allowed them to give their all. Inside the cabin, Bai Zhe was practicing with Robin, while the other girls stood by. Robin sighed and asked Bai Zhe, why do they not need a train yet I do? Because you did not participate in the battle at Fishman Street that day. You receive no rewards. This is a matter of reward and punishment. Bai Zhe chuckled, brushing away a massive hand Robin swung at him, suddenly closing in and delivering a powerful punch to her chest. Faced with this shameless tactic, Robin rolled her eyes and retreated, using multiple arms to block Bai Zhe's advance. The other girls watched with keen interest, while the late arriving Bai Xing widened her eyes in awe at this unique battle, exclaiming, wow. In the depths of the sea, a massive entity resembling a colossal sea beast was slowly rising, its surface covered in a pale blue luminescent membrane that kept the seawater at bay. Bai Zhe stood on the deck facing Robin, and unlike before, the other girls were also paired off and sparring, while Nami was individually instructing Bai Xing. Bai Xing's path to mastery was not simple. The key was to help her harness the power of the Sea Kings within her. Other martial arts techniques, or swordsmanship, were of lesser importance. After assessing Bai Xing's internal power and physical condition, Bai Zhe decided to have Nami use telekinesis to stimulate Bai Xing's body. The fighting styles of the other girls were intense. But when it came to Nami and Bai Xing's eyes brimmed with tears, while Nami wore a resigned expression, trying to moderate her strength. Sister Nami, this seems a bit painful. There's no other way. Your physical condition is quite weak. Even the level of strength that an average person can endure is difficult for you. Nami pressed her forehead, pondering why, as a royal of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, Bai Xing did not seem to develop properly despite abundant nutrition. Could it be that her time spent in the hardshell tower had deprived her of exercise, leading to inadequate nutrient absorption? Nami suppressed her doubts and said to Bai Xing, "As a giant merfolk, you possess inherent advantages in physical prowess. I am merely awakening your potential. So it may be painful, but you must endure." Nami spoke truthfully, having stayed by Bai Zai's side for a long time. She had ample understanding of cultivation and the various races of the sea. Generally, the larger the physique, the greater the innate talent for physical capabilities. Thus, giants are typically strong in martial arts. Their natural advantages are immense, and the starting point for giants is often the end point for many others. Even adult giants possess strength that rivals that of many humans who have trained for years. If such strength were to be bestowed upon humans, it would undoubtedly be regarded as divine power. Thus, this principle generally holds true in the sea as well. Bai Xing nodded obediently, biting her lip as she continued to endure Nami's telekinetic stimulation. She could feel her body tingling and throbbing with pain. The sparring between Bai Zai and Robin culminated with Bai Zai swiftly closing the distance, wrapping his arms around Robin's waist, and launching a powerful bridge throw that left Robin disoriented. Robin sat on the ground, shaking her head repeatedly, her head spinning like a top. "Stop, stop. Fighting with you is a bit too much for my health." As she spoke, Robin half lay back, propping herself up with her hands, her petite frame trying to steady her breathing, her delicate tongue slightly protruding, her eyes rolling up to glance at Bai Zai, her face filled with reluctance. "Who has allowed you to indulge in laziness? Your prowess is the most exceptional among our team, second only to me. Now you have fallen behind." With both Nami and Nokigao catching up to your pace, Bai Zai remarked, shaking his head with frustration as he spoke to Robin. Upon hearing Bai Zai's words, Robin rolled her eyes dramatically, sticking out her tongue as if making a face at him. Observing Robin's languid demeanor, Bai Zai could only shake his head in exasperation. He unleashed a soft, golden glow that healed Robin's injuries before proceeding to the location of Bai Xing and Nami. After Bai Zai left, Robin turned her gaze slightly towards Noah and Liang, as if speaking to herself or perhaps addressing Bai Zai. "Now, those two are the strongest forces in the team. Aside from you." Robin then reclined on the ground, allowing the gentle golden light to heal her, letting out a comfortable sigh. "Bai Xing, how do you feel?" Bai Zai inquired with a smile. At that moment, Bai Xing lay on the ground, her body twitching as tears streamed down her face. Bai Zai stifled Aleph, noting her adorable state. After a while, Bai Xing slowly lifted her head, pouting as she addressed Bai Zai. "Lord Bai Zai, is this process truly necessary?" Bai Zai nodded helplessly and approached Bai Xing, placing his right hand on her wrist, which felt somewhat slick. He sensed a heightened vitality within her body and continued, "You have likely consumed a great deal of nourishment during your growth. However, the power of the Sea King within you demands even more energy. This has resulted in the nutrients that should facilitate your healthy development being somewhat insufficient. Of course, the energy derived from the Sea King's power will also nourish your body, but this remains latent within you. This process is intended to stimulate the energy that the Sea King's power will provide, enabling your physical capabilities to improve rapidly." Bai Zai patiently explained to Bai Xing, who appeared contemplative before finally nodding in understanding. "I see, Lord Bai Zai. However, how much longer will this take?" Bai Xing estimated, "Given the current pace, just one more session will suffice before I can take over. The power of the young is quite pleasant to utilize." He then reassured Bai Xing, instilling hope for perseverance within her. "One more time, Sister Nami, do not hesitate to continue," Bai Xing resolutely declared to Nami, who turned to look at Bai Zai. "It's fine, Bai Xing can endure this." And despite her seemingly pitiable state, her body is gradually acclimating to your stimulation, Bai Zai said with a smile, glancing again at the still reclining Bai Xing. "However, another round of this intensity will yield no further benefit." Nami nodded in realization before asking, "Should we increase the intensity?" Bai Xing, lying on the ground, slightly recoiled, her head lowered even further, nearly buried in her arms. "Ahem, there's no need for additional intensity. I shall take over from here," Bai Zai coughed lightly, casting a surprised glance at Nami, who responded with a mischievous smile. playfully winking at him. At that moment, Noah and Li Yang approached simultaneously, with Noah speaking up, "Master, we are currently 1,000 meters from the surface, and extreme thunderstorm conditions with hail have been detected in the nearby waters. Should we surface now?" Bai Zhe shook his head, deeming it unnecessary to emerge amidst such severe weather. "Let's wait a while. The weather in the New World can be quite extreme. It may shift from a thunderstorm with hail to clear skies in no time." Noah nodded, mentally commanding the Noah battleship to remain at this depth. "Once the weather improves, we shall surface," Bai Zhe added. "Understood, Master." The three of them then observed Bai Xing's emotional outburst. Yet, as Bai Zhe had predicted, her body was becoming increasingly tolerant of Nami's telekinetic stimulation. Eventually, Bai Xing hardly felt anything, no longer shedding tears, her expression even reflecting comfort. At a depth of 1,000 meters beneath the New World, a colossal deep-sea phantom loomed, resembling a small island. This magnificent vessel was the Noah battleship. Inside the Noah battleship, the Li Yang was docked, and everyone was gathered on its deck to hold a welcoming ceremony. "Welcome aboard, Bai Xing. This is a belated welcome ceremony, but I trust you won't mind? We had originally planned to hold it on a new island, but given the extreme weather, we shall do it here instead." The women chimed in unison. "Thank you, truly thank you, everyone," Bai Xing exclaimed, covering her face in surprise. During this time, Nami had been by her side, helping to awaken her inner power. The other girls had secretly prepared for this, and the unexpected welcome ceremony filled Bai Xing with immense joy, causing tears to well in her eyes. All right, with such a lively welcome ceremony, there's no need for tears," Bai Zhe teased with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Xing's face flushed with shyness as she wiped her eyes, acknowledging, "Lord Bai Zhe is right. Such occasions are not suited for tears. Laughter is what this moment calls for." Nami used her telekinesis to float a large glass of freshly squeezed juice before Bai Xing. "Give it a taste. This is the last of our fresh fruit. Gathering fresh fruit on Mermaid Island is quite challenging." Bai Xing gratefully looked at everyone, accepting the glass and taking a delicate sip, a look of happiness spreading across her face. "What a sweet juice. Come, let us raise our glasses to welcome Bai Xing to our midst," Bai Zhe proclaimed, lifting his glass towards the women. Bai Xing joined in, clinking her large glass with those of the others. The others either drank wine or juice, downing their drinks in a single gulp. Observing their boldness, Bai Xing emulated them, finishing her glass of juice in one go, letting out a satisfied burp. "Oh," she realized, noticing that all the gazes of the women and Lord Bai Zhe were fixed upon her. Bai Xing's cheeks turned a deep crimson, resembling a bright red apple. Embarrassed, she covered her mouth and murmured, "Did I come off as too rude?" "Not at all. There's no need to be so formal on the ship," Nami replied with a smile, but then added, "Just know that once you finish that glass, there will be no more fresh juice." "Oh." Bai Xing felt a twinge of regret for having gulped it down so quickly, realizing the welcome ceremony had only just begun. "No waities. You can savor the delicious dishes we've prepared next," Robin consoled. Despite the stark differences in size, the girls regarded Bai Xing as an adorable younger sister, showering her with genuine affection. After all, Bai Xing possessed extraordinary beauty and a kind heart. Though their time together had been brief, the girls sincerely cherished and cared for Bai Xing. Bai Zhe observed this harmonious scene without uttering a word, simply watching from the sidelines. "Now that we have the ship Noah, shouldn't we establish our own supply reserves?" Bai Zhe mused to himself, considering the immense size of Noah. Even if they were to engage in large-scale agriculture and animal husbandry here, it would be an effortless endeavor. After all, Bai Zhe's team was composed of elite members, numbering only a handful, especially when compared to those large pirate crews, which often boasted dozens. With the colossal Noah at their disposal, there was no need for excessive space for crew accommodations. In fact, Nami and others continued to reside on the ship Sunny. They only ventured on a Noah during training and combat, for it provided ample space. Bai Zhe shared his thoughts with Noah and Sunny. Upon hearing this, Noah nodded. The master's idea was indeed feasible. Although they belonged to a combat fleet, they possessed relevant knowledge and functional areas. Bai Zhe was slightly taken aback to learn that there were functional areas available. Observing Bai Zhe's surprise, Sunny promptly added, "Indeed, it's true. However, My previous battleship was not large enough to develop such functional areas, as it would have encroached upon others' resting quarters. But Noah's situation is quite the opposite, with abundant space to create those functional areas. Excellent. Let us expedite the development of these areas. Once we reach the island, we could transplant various plants and acquire some animals. With their affirmative replies, Baizé felt a surge of satisfaction and promptly issued commands. Given Noah's vast size, the resources produced would undoubtedly suffice for Baizé and his companions. Moreover, Baizé did not intend to start from scratch. He planned to directly transplant ready-made fruit trees and arrange for various animals in abundance. After all, the functional areas developed on Noah would not merely designate a space for growth and reproduction, but would include related automated facilities. Truly, it was a mental cube capable of evolving into a cosmic battleship. Navigating through the cosmos would undoubtedly require a self-sufficient production base. Baizé then invited the two to join him in enjoying the banquet, intending to discuss matters further after the welcome ceremony concluded. In the New World, a massive warship sailed through turbulent waves, and on the deck stood a tall figure gazing into the distance. A naval officer hurriedly approached from behind, and upon seeing the imposing figure, admiration and respect shone in his eyes. Vice Admiral Tao Tu, the navigator, reports that this area is beset by thunderstorms and hail. Our plan to proceed to the G5 base may be delayed. Tao Tu nodded, extending her observation to sense the surrounding environment. But regrettably, she found nothing. Baizé and his companions must have already departed from Mermaid Island and entered the New World. She pondered whether they might encounter each other. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Let us not rush. We will wait until the extreme weather passes. Even a naval ship struggles to ensure safety in such conditions." Understood. The officer saluted respectfully before executing Tao Tu's orders. Upon returning to the cabin, his colleagues gathered around him. What did Vice Admiral Tao Tu say? She advised against recklessly entering the extreme weather zone and emphasized caution. The returning officer wore a proud expression, as if merely conversing with Tao Tu was enough to elevate his spirits for a long time. Indeed, the Navy revered strength. Not long ago, Tao Tu had already confirmed her combat prowess at the level of a fleet admiral. This meant that if a fleet admiral were to step down in the future, she could immediately take their place. If Tao Tu was previously regarded as a candidate for the position of fleet admiral, she could now confidently discard that title. In the Navy, rank was significant, but strength held paramount importance. Thus, even though Tao Tu still held the rank of vice admiral, her officers and soldiers revered her as if she were a fleet admiral. In the New World, after the rain cleared, a battered ship navigated the calm waters, a stark contrast to the previous tempest filled with thunder and hail. The state of the vessel revealed the severity of the prior extreme weather. The sails hung limply like tattered rags, and the mast appeared to have been shattered by some force. The hull bore numerous dents, the most striking of which was a black gash on the deck, over a person's length. For such a ship to remain afloat was nothing short of miraculous. Duzela suddenly emerged from beneath her bed, gazing at the hole in the ceiling and the melting hail scattered about the room, her heart racing with fear, her face betraying a look of lingering dread. How unfortunate to encounter such extreme weather. The hail was nearly the size of my head. Had I collided with it, my skull would surely have been shattered, and I would have perished aboard this ship. Duzela suddenly recalled something, flung open the door, and sprinted towards the lower deck. Upon finding the children safe, huddled together in fear, she sighed in relief. These were the experimental subjects entrusted to them by their leader. If anything were to happen, they would be in serious trouble. Being confined to a gas chamber was one thing, but being frozen solid in a critical freezing chamber would be truly tragic. Seeing that the children had awakened, Duzela retrieved a claw from her pocket and sprinkled it with a special concoction. In the children's terrified gaze, one by one, she rendered them unconscious. She then meticulously checked the sturdiness of the cage that held them. "So you finally arrived? I was nearly terrified to death." A freckled blonde woman appeared at the entrance, her tone one of relief. "Mila, how are the others?" Fortunately, aside from one unfortunate soul who was struck on the shoulder, everyone else is unharmed, though this ship may not hold out much longer, Mila replied, shrugging as she approached Duzela. There's nothing we can do. We can only pray that this ship can withstand the journey to Punk Hazard. Duzela grimaced, as even if the ship were to fail, they would be unable to seek assistance from others. After all, the children below deck were not exactly presentable. This is bad. Mila, Duzela. We seem to be in serious trouble. We've run into a naval warship. A man with a bloodied shoulder anxiously exclaimed. Duzela immediately furrowed her brows and rushed out of the cabin. Indeed, she spotted the immense warship. This was alarming. A ship of such caliber could only belong to a naval officer, and the personnel aboard were likely at least of the rank of rear admiral. Duzela's brow furrowed deeply, while Mila approached to comfort her. Perhaps it isn't as dire as it seems. We might be able to seek assistance from the Navy, provided we ensure those children remain silent. Duzela, however, was not so optimistic. The location where their leader was situated, Punk Hazard, was a forbidden zone of the world government, off-limits to outsiders. Even the Navy had to abide by this. If we were to request passage to Punk Hazard, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions among the Navy. Mila patted Duzela's shoulder. If all else fails, we can purchase a small boat from the Navy. And what is there to worry about? We bear no bounties. The Navy must uphold its sense of justice. As the two conversed, the distance between the two ships gradually diminished. Duzela had no choice but to heed Mila's advice and give it a try. Otherwise, they would have already collided with a naval warship, and their dilapidated vessel stood no chance of competing in speed. On board the naval warship, thePirate observed the ragged ship and instructed the naval soldiers at his command, asking them to inquire whether it was a passing merchant vessel and if assistance was required. thePirate was more than willing to extend a helping hand to those in distress. An officer, who was commanding the soldiers in repairing the naval ship, promptly executed thePirate's order. The other officers, witnessing his swift departure, felt a twinge of regret and murmured to themselves, "Why is he running so fast? He doesn't seem to have improved his training much. He must be quite adept at currying favor with thePirate. Should I perhaps enhance my own training?" thePirate remained as kind-hearted and just as ever, extending a helping hand to those in need whenever possible. The officer hastily confirmed the situation with Duzela and Mila before reporting back to thePirate. Thus, they sought to procure a small boat from the Navy. The officer explained Duzela's request to thePirate, who furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at the tattered vessel. Given the state of that ship, its ability to navigate the seas was indeed miraculous, and seeking to purchase a small craft from the Navy was not entirely unreasonable. Did you conduct any inspections of the vessel during your communication with them, or enter the cabin to assess the situation? thePirate inquired, still feeling somewhat uneasy. The officer pondered, recalling the earlier inquiries. I inspected the ship to some extent. It was severely damaged and hardly seaworthy, with even the mast having snapped. It was fortunate it hadn't sunk. However, I did not check the cabin, and now that I think about it, the two main individuals seem to have subtly obstructed my entry into the cabin. Upon hearing this, thePirate raised an eyebrow. Are those two individuals under bounty? The officer shook his head. Then it seems the cabin harbors secrets. thePirate approached the edge, observing the two individuals aboard the vessel, their expressions tense as they paced back and forth, evidently worried for their safety. You must go again, this time, regardless of their attempts to obstruct you. Ensure you enter the cabin for inspection and pay close attention to their actions to prevent any desperate measures. Understood, the officer replied fervently, just as he intended to depart when the warship suddenly swayed. What is this wave? Could it be a sea king hunting for food? Perhaps, but it likely isn't caused by the warship. It must be from that vessel. At that moment, the ship was indeed fortunate. Had it not encountered us, it might have met a grim fate, becoming a meal for the sea kings. The naval soldiers engaged in fervent discussion, while thePirate gripped the hilt of her sword, her observation hawky extending outward, her face etched with concern. Such waves, if indeed caused by a sea king, would surely belong to a formidable creature. However, as she perceived the entity lurking in the depths, astonishment washed over her, swiftly followed by delight. By Zay, what an inexplicable twist of fate! Accompanied by a surge of titanic waves, a colossal entity suddenly emerged before the naval warship and the decrepit vessel. sending waves crashing that nearly capsized the tattered ship. Even the vast naval warship appeared diminutive in comparison to this behemoth. Everyone stood in awe, gazing at the immense warship that had surfaced from the depths. Simultaneously, a singular thought crossed their minds. What manner of monster is this? Aghast, Mila and Duzela stared at the monstrous warship that had risen from the ocean's abyss. This gargantuan warship shattered their previous perceptions. I once thought the naval warship was the pinnacle of large vessels. But how is it that there exists a ship even larger than the navies? What sort of monstrous warship is this? Duzela exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Mila, equally astonished, gaped in disbelief. This must be the largest ship I have ever seen. Could it possibly be a ghost ship emerging from the depths? Upon uttering this, they exchanged glances, both sensing the likelihood of such a possibility. What terrible luck to encounter extreme weather, collide with the Navy, and now face a colossal ghost ship. Have I exhausted all my fortune in this lifetime? Duzela lamented. Mila, though frightened, vigorously shook her head. Don't scare yourself. That's impossible. How could ghosts exist in this world? As she spoke to Duzela, she fervently waved her fists, as if to bolster her own resolve and lend credence to her words. Meanwhile, on board the naval warship, the soldiers stood at the ready, their expressions frozen in shock to discover that the colossal entity was a warship and not the Sea King they had anticipated. Is this some sort of jest? How can such a massive warship exist in the world? Is this truly a creation of man? It dwarfs even Island. And how did it rise from the ocean floor? The naval soldiers expressed their astonishment, while Taya Rabbit loosened her grip on the sword and stepped forward. Upon seeing Taya Rabbit, the soldiers regained their composure, no longer in a state of panic. After all, Taya Rabbit possessed the combat prowess of a naval admiral. There's nothing to fear. With Taya Rabbit here, no matter what this warship is, it cannot overpower her. Indeed, Taya Rabbit is endowed with the formidable strength of an admiral. The soldiers gazed at Taya Rabbit with admiration. It could be said that the majority of them held deep reverence for admirals. Each of them, to some degree, aspired to emulate the admirals within their hearts. Yet, their innate talents fell short of supporting such lofty aspirations. Thus, many buried this ambition within. Yet, it was precisely due to this yearning, this pursuit, that they revered and idolized the admirals. After all, an admiral of the Navy signifies the pinnacle of naval strength. Taya Rabbit leaped, employing her moonwalk to reach the deck of the Noah. Sure enough, she spotted the man she had longed to see, and a smile broke across her face as she greeted Baizé. Baizé, it has been too long. Baizé reciprocated her sentiment, his expression reflecting a long-awaited familiarity. Indeed, it has been a while, Taya Rabbit. Baizé greeted her warmly as Taya Rabbit stepped onto the deck, where she encountered several new companions mentioned in Baizé's journal, Bai Xing, Nuya, and Li Yang. How did you acquire such a colossal warship? Are you perhaps harboring ambitions to dominate the world? With a vessel of this magnitude, you could traverse the new world with ease. Taya Rabbit jested as she met Baizé. A fortunate coincidence, but as for world domination, let us not get ahead of ourselves. Isn't the current world's pinnacle occupied by the Godslayer? The women and Taya Rabbit exchanged eye rolls at Baizé's words. After all, the Godslayer is none other than himself. Noticing Taya Rabbit's silence, Baizé grew curious about her arrival in the New World. Speaking of which, is the world government not fervently pursuing the eradication of the Godslayers? How could they permit someone of your formidable prowess to depart from the Navy headquarters? Baizé inquired with curiosity, while Tao Tu rubbed her forehead, her expression tinged with distress. Indeed, as you have articulated, all elite forces of the Navy headquarters have been mandated by the world government to remain on standby. Upon the discovery of a Godslayer, the entire military will mobilize with the intent to apprehend the Godslayer and impose severe punishment upon those who dare to desecrate the celestial dragons. Tao Tu stated with a sense of gravity, while Baizé appeared intrigued, as if the subject did not pertain to her at all. So, how is it that you were allowed to leave? Your current strength must have reached the level of a Marine Admiral. How could the world government be so willing to reassign you to the New World? Tao Tu rolled her eyes and continued, It is due to Marshal Sengoku. The turmoil instigated by the Godslayer has proven to be excessively profound. Especially in the New World, the Navy's influence is not particularly strong, to say the least. Aside from the waters adjacent to the branch offices, there is virtually no control in other areas. The first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas can still rely on the Navy's might to maintain order and stability. But the pirates of the New World have become utterly unruly. As a result, Marshal Sengoku has repeatedly beseeched the world government to halt such fervent actions, at least until the whereabouts of the Godslayer are discovered before any further mobilization. Presently, there is no trace of the Godslayer, as if they have completely evaporated from existence. In response to Marshal Sengoku's persistent appeals, the Gorosei relented, allowing me, a newly appointed Marine Admiral, to be dispatched to the New World to maintain the G5 branch of the Navy. Upon Tao Tu's elucidation, Baizei's expression transformed into one of enlightenment. I never would have imagined that the Gorosei, the highest authorities of the world government, would actually relent. Tao Tu retorted, what else could they do? To concentrate all the Navy's elite forces within the headquarters while permitting those pirates to run rampant and expand their influence is simply untenable. According to the Navy's intelligence, the minor skirmishes between the four emperors in the New World have surged dramatically, particularly the conflicts between the Beast Pirates and the White-Beard Pirates. In addition to the four emperors' pirate crews, a plethora of new pirate stars and mid-sized crews are also embroiled in fierce battles in the New World. The conflict triggered by the Godslayer seems to have ignited a powder keg, inciting a frenzy of revelry and bloodshed among the pirates of the New World. It has made them realize that the celestial dragons may not be as supreme as they once thought. Hence, there is an impetus to consolidate and gather even stronger forces, possibly heralding significant developments ahead. Tao Tu expressed candidly, leaving Baizei momentarily speechless. Surely, such words are not fitting for a mere Marine Vice Admiral to utter? Tao Tu sighed, shaking her head. What of it? The recent actions of the world government have indeed alienated many influential figures within the Navy headquarters. After all, despite being a part of the Navy, there is a certain aversion to the coercive dictates of the world government. Many individuals join the Navy with a noble intent of upholding justice and safeguarding order, rather than to merely embellish the facade of the world government. Baizei gave Tao Tu an approving nod, exclaiming, impressive. So, it seems the higher-ups in the Navy harbor considerable dissent towards the world government. Hey, don't misinterpret my words. I never claimed such a thing. Tao Tu swiftly denied, aware that acknowledging such sentiments could have serious implications for the Navy's leadership. On one hand, it could be construed as harboring rebellious intentions against the world government. On the other, it represents a collective dissatisfaction among the Navy's upper echelons. This is a sentiment Tao Tu cannot afford to acknowledge, lest she jeopardize those close to her. Baizei discerned the underlying meaning and tactfully shifted the topic, inquiring about the dilapidated vessel. What is the matter with that rickety ship? Baizei refrained from utilizing his solar sensing. Although capable, such omniscience seemed somewhat tedious. The victims of extreme weather, though they might not be entirely innocent, when my officers approached to inquire, they subtly forbade entering the cabin for investigation. Tao Tu remarked nonchalantly. At her level, capturing ordinary criminals no longer contributes to her advancement. Power is the key to ascending to higher echelons. Her indifference stemmed from the certainty that the rickety ship could not evade capture, whether it be a Navy warship or this colossal battleship. Both are more than sufficient to deal with that decrepit vessel. Then hasten your officers to investigate. Those individuals do not seem to be of good character. Baizei nodded in agreement, having no intention of meddling, as this was a case initiated by Tao Tu's day. Upon returning to the warship, Tao Tu was surrounded by her officers. Vice Admiral Tao Tu, what is the situation? What about that battleship? It's nothing. It's merely a warship acquired by a friend of mine, possessing some peculiar attributes, but nothing extraordinary. Tao Tu casually brushed off the topic, and seeing her disinterest, the other officers ceased their inquiries, instead focusing on the rickety vessel. Then, Vice Admiral Tao Tu, shall I proceed with the investigation now? The aforementioned officer asked Tao Tu. Go ahead, but exercise utmost caution. That group does not appear to be trustworthy. After receiving Bai Zai's affirmation, Tao Tu had also formed a judgment about those individuals. The officer's expression turned serious as he proceeded with the investigation. Soon, confronted with the forceful search by the officers and Navy soldiers, the group exhibited strong resistance. Yet to little avail. In the lower deck of the ship, the Navy soldiers discovered children confined in cages. Upon receiving the report, Tao Tu furrowed her brows. To think this involves human trafficking concerning children. Bai Zai followed Tao Tu aboard her warship, eager to understand the situation. After hearing the details, he shook his head in dismay, unable to contain his disdain. These brutes truly deserve their fate. Their wicked deeds have shattered countless families. The two principal offenders, Dusla and Mira, were brought aboard the warship, kneeling in fear. Dusla, somewhat knowledgeable, recognized the insignia on Tao Tu's naval coat and internally lamented. I cannot believe she is a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. She is indeed a powerful figure within the Navy headquarters. If she insists on pursuing the matter, Punk Hazard may no longer remain hidden. Speak forth all that you know, and you may suffer less. Tao Tu, having overheard Bai Zai's earlier remarks, was aware of his deep-seated animosity toward these individuals and thus showed them no sympathy. Mira remained silent, while Dusla appeared hesitant, as if grappling with an internal struggle. An officer nearby, experienced in interrogation, recognized that Dusla was the key and swiftly approached, delivering a forceful kick to Mira. Mira clutched her abdomen, crying out in pain, prompting Dusla to abruptly turn and glare at the officer, fury etched across his face. Do not hesitate any longer. Your hesitation will only bring more suffering to your comrades. The officer stated coldly. I understand. We abducted these children and sold them to those in power who desire them. They may take them as their adopted children or enslave them. Because the price is exceedingly high, it is worth our risk, Dusla stammered, his lips trembling. Baisha, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow and glanced at Tao Tu, who appeared puzzled. What is it? Shall I give a try? Tao Tu nodded immediately, having previously observed that Bai Zai had no intention of intervening. Thus, she had dispatched the officers to take action. If Bai Zai was willing to lend his hand, she would certainly welcome it. Bai Zai nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze towards the kneeling Dusra, who was still speaking about the buyer's identity. Cease your fabrications. Playing such tricks before me is futile. Bai Zai interrupted Dusra's words, and the surrounding officers directed their attention towards him. However, upon noticing Tao Tu's silence, they refrained from speaking further. My lord, I am not lying, Dusra replied, his expression betraying his panic. To a certain extent, you are indeed not lying. For these matters are actions you undertook while following your superior. Yet, are these children truly, as you claim, destined for the hands of the powerful? Upon hearing Bai Zai's words, a flicker of anxiety crossed Dusra's eyes. Meanwhile, Mira, standing nearby, lowered her head, her body trembling involuntarily. Do not entertain the notion of deceiving me. The voice from your mouth starkly contrasts with the voice in your heart, Bai Zai remarked, implying that his dual-hued aura had amassed all its derivative powers, enabling him to ascertain whether an individual was lying with ease. Dusra's eyes widened in horror, and the other officers clutched their hearts, instinctively stepping back. Could he truly hear the inner voices of others? This thought surged simultaneously in their minds. Bai Zai glanced at them with a smile, assuring them, rest assured, I am not so bored as to pry into the hidden secrets of others. I swear, I speak nothing but the truth. We serve a mad scientist. Dusra, faced with the terrifying ability to discern inner thoughts, felt a profound fear. For any lies before him would crumble effortlessly. He was the infamous Caesar Courant, who had caused Punk Hazard to become a forbidden zone years ago. Recently, he had escaped from the world government and returned to Punk Hazard to resume his forbidden research. These children were his requested test subjects, intended for his experiments in gigantification. He had conducted numerous inhumane experiments on the island, seemingly even associating with a notorious pirate figure. Dusra divulged everything in a rush, and Mira, beside him, released a deep sigh, collapsing to the ground, her body regaining calmness. With Dusra now speaking the truth, she would no longer endure torment. Frowning as she regarded Dusra, The unexpected involvement of Caesar Kurong in the events surrounding Punk Hazard was astonishing. Bai Zhe, confirming that Dusra was indeed truthful, exhibited a hint of curiosity. Logically, as a subordinate collecting test subjects for Caesar, how could you possess so much knowledge about him? Surely he would not disclose all these matters to you? Dusra shook his head, speaking softly. Actually, not long ago, I encountered Caesar while sailing at sea, and he brought me to Punk Hazard, thus becoming part of his new foundation. Bai Zhe chuckled, a mad scientist paired with a notorious trafficker. For individuals like you, execution would be a light punishment. Tao Tu nodded in agreement, then ordered the Navy to properly handle the rescued children. These children would be placed in a specialized aid facility established by the Navy, which would also actively work to reunite them with their families. Tao Tu explained to Bai Zhe, this fellow still holds some value. We can extract the main islands from which he abducted these children, facilitating their return home. Bai Zhe added, casting a beam of golden light towards the kneeling Dusra, saying, this is an ability for lie detection, should you deceive again. The agony you experience will be unbearable, with each instance compounding until it ultimately leads to your demise. Dusra's face turned pale with terror as he repeatedly shook his head. I dare not lie again. Whatever you ask, I will speak nothing but the truth. It was evident that he had been thoroughly frightened. Tao Tu slightly shook her head, signaling the nearby officer. Come now, you best be honest and reveal from where you abducted those children. The officer dragged both Dusra and Mira towards the ship's cabin, which housed a small prison designated for confining pirates and criminals. So, are you planning a trip to Punk Hazard? Tao Tu inquired with a smile, her eyes glinting with a hint of menace. Her sense of justice would not allow her to overlook Caesar's actions. That suits me perfectly, though I am unaware of Punk Hazard's exact location and will require the Navy to guide me, Bai Zhe replied, nodding. With Bai Zhe's consent, a smile graced Tao Tu's face. Fear not, the Navy is well aware of Punk Hazard's whereabouts. But are you certain you wish to take the ship along? The commotion may be rather significant. Tao Tu pointed to the vessel resembling an island. No, of course, it can submerge and navigate through the sea, so there is no need to worry about being discovered. What a marvelous warship. From where did you acquire it? What is its name? Tao Tu asked, intrigued. This is the Oath ship of Mermaid Island, Noah, Bai Zhe replied in a flat tone. However, it bears no relation to the god slayer Noah. This ship has been passed down for centuries. I am well aware of that. No one would associate a ship with a person. Tao Tu shook her head, then commanded the warship to set sail for Punk Hazard. The vessel Noah, resembling a small island, gradually sank into the sea, reactivating its azure light membrane. Soon, a splendid little ship emerged from the depths. On the blaze, Noah's consciousness maneuvered the warship through the waters, following the actions of the Navy and the blaze. As for that dilapidated vessel, it was destroyed by the Navy after successfully rescuing the children, sinking completely into the sea. After all, that wretched ship held no further value. Bai Zhe stood upon the blaze, which, having transformed into a cognitive entity, surpassed the Navy's vessels in speed, much to Tao Tu's astonishment. While Tao Tu reminisced with Nami and others, she simultaneously became acquainted with 3 new companions. Bai Zhe, meanwhile, reviewed the events related to Punk Hazard in his journal, as he had yet to document the day's occurrences. Punk Hazard, as the first island on the journey into the New World, featured the mad scientist Caesar Kurong as a noteworthy figure. Possessing the Logia-type devil fruit, the gas fruit, his power could neither be deemed weak nor strong. After all, the prestige of the Logia type remained intact. Even if weak, it would not fall too low. Moreover, I am particularly intrigued by the artificial devil fruits. I wonder if Doflamingo, at this moment, is acting as an intermediary to establish a connection with Kaido of the 100 Beasts to produce artificial devil fruits for him. Kaido is indeed a fervent seeker of devil fruits. How many Zoan-type devil fruit users appeared during the Onigashima War? Apart from Kaido's own recruitment efforts, it is likely that many were collected by Kaido himself and then bestowed upon his subordinates. The contents of the journal momentarily stunned Tao Tu, who was conversing merrily with the other women. She had not anticipated Caesar to be involved with Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords, and Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. The other girls also felt an overwhelming sense of amazement. They were no longer naive youths and had developed a clear understanding of the situation upon the seas. The four emperors, known as the Sea Emperors, undoubtedly dominate the New World. In this realm, the Navy's control pales in comparison to that of the four emperors. As they prepare to confront such a powerful ruler, Nami and her companions feel not only astonishment but also exhilaration. Having evolved significantly over time, their strength has reached new heights. Even if they are to face the sovereigns of the New World, they possess the audacity to challenge them. However, Momonosuke finds herself troubled. Should the Navy intervene recklessly, it could provoke Kaido of the Beast Pirates to assault the Navy's base. Although the Navy does not fear Kaido, the world government restrains them from deploying their strongest forces. The prospect of facing the entire Beast Pirates single-handedly is daunting, to say the least. Nevertheless, having made her decision, Momonosuke harbors no intentions of regret. Her current prowess rivals that of Nami and her friends, a far cry from her former self. With combat capabilities akin to that of an admiral, the disparity compared to her previous strength is substantial. Even if Kaido were to strike the Navy's base, Momonosuke feels unafraid. Moreover, the claims made by Hakuba about Caesar and Kaido's connections remain uncertain. Meanwhile, in the daughter country, the Empress Boa Hancock, upon learning that Hakuba has entered the New World, can no longer contain herself. I must go find Hakuba at once. No one can stop me. Hancock commands her two sisters at the door. Prepare the ship for our journey to the New World. The Snake's sisters, taken aback by Hancock's resolute tone, dare not defy her wishes and hurriedly set about preparing the vessel. Suddenly, an old woman appears from nowhere, arms outstretched to block Hancock's path. Snake Princess, what do you intend to do in the New World? The daughter country is situated in a calm zone. There is no need to stir up trouble in the New World. The Empress swiftly grabs the old woman's collar and tosses her out the door. I have made myself clear. No one can impede my path. Furthermore, I shall do as I please without needing to explain myself to you. The old woman, having been flung out, can no longer hear Hancock's words. Coughing up seawater, Bonnie opens her eyes to see a beautiful girl filled with concern. Confused memories swirl in her mind. She had pursued Hakuba to Fishman Island and unexpectedly encountered a giant octopus upon diving into the depths. The deep sea is the realm of these colossal marine monsters, and as a devil fruit user, Bonnie was unable to withstand the octopus's assault with just her subordinates. If not for her desperate strike at the critical moment, she would likely have met her demise beneath the waves. The ship barely managed to reach Fishman Island, but upon failing to locate an entrance, it was forcibly drawn into the island, causing the ship's coating to be absorbed by the outer protective barrier. The entire vessel plummeted, and Bonnie unfortunately sank into the sea. Had it not been for the beautiful girl who rescued her, Bonnie feared she might have perished in Fishman Island. Did you save me? Bonnie finally notices that the girl is a stunning mermaid. Yes, I happened to pass by and saw you drowning, so I brought you ashore. The mermaid smiles sweetly, a faint dimple gracing her cheek. Did you see anyone else? The mermaid shakes her head gently, stating, I did not see anyone. You had already lost consciousness and were floating in the sea. I thought you would not survive. Bonnie, feeling a lingering sense of dread, recalls the terrifying experience of being submerged as a devil fruit user, utterly powerless and waiting for death to claim her. Well then, Fishman Island must have ships, right? I wish to purchase a vessel capable of reaching the New World. You should inquire in the town. I'm not too familiar with it. However, you ought to rest a bit longer. Bonnie nods in gratitude, her determination unwavering. Even after brushing death, she will not abandon her pursuit of Hakuba. Seeing that Hakuba has begun his journey to Punk Hazard, Bonnie feels anxious. Yet, given her current condition and the external circumstances, she cannot set off immediately and must focus on recuperating. Meanwhile, aboard the Sunny, Hakuba receives a reward from his diary, feeling a subtle enhancement in his physical prowess. Unbeknownst to him, the pursuit now involves both Bonnie and the Empress. My physical condition is now sufficient to stand firmly at the pinnacle of the pirate world. Any further increase from this foundation signifies a breakthrough of limits. Hakuba is thoroughly satisfied with this barely perceptible improvement, for it is an unprecedented advancement. The journey is fraught with challenges, as within a brief span of sailing time, they encounter 3 instances of extreme weather: hail, thunderstorms, and blizzards. Nami lifts her hand, glancing at the erratic compass on her wrist, and then gazes at the overcast sky, unable to suppress her exclamation. Truly, the new world is chaotic with magnetic fields and weather. Pirates here must contend not only with fellow marauders, but also with the capriciousness of nature. Yet, she remains undeterred by the severe weather. On the contrary, she is invigorated, pulling out a monocular to observe the meteorological conditions surrounding them. My world map project. The new world is undoubtedly a region worth conquering. Nami is filled with ambition for the uncharted waters she yearns to explore, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to enrich her navigational charts. Meanwhile, Robin is inside the cabin, savoring the pastries crafted by Noki. Noki, your culinary skills remain exceptional. I doubt anyone will ever surpass your artistry. Such high praise brings a smile of joy to Naka's face. Thank you for your compliment. I shall share these pastries with the others, Noki playfully declares, then takes a plate to leave a portion for Robin before heading to the rest of the crew. Life aboard the Sunny is light-hearted and joyful, as Momonosuke relishes a cup of coffee. Unlike the Navy, where she is now a rear admiral burdened with countless tasks and orders, aboard the Sunny, she can genuinely relax. Opposite her sits Hakuba, who is meticulously caressing his treasured sword, Kinpyra, with a faint golden glow emanating from his hand. Soon, the light subsides, and he hands the long blade back to Momonosuke. I have enhanced your beloved sword. Its sharpness and durability have both improved. Momonosuke receives Kinpyra, unable to resist stroking it with affection. The warmth radiating from the hilt and blade is a stark contrast to its previous cold metallic feel. I cannot thank you enough. With such a powerful weapon, my strength may ascend to a new level. Momonosuke expresses her heartfelt gratitude, just as Noki arrives with a plate, placing a portion of snacks before them. You must be weary, Hakuba. Do try my latest pastries. Hakuba picks up a golden, crispy pastry and pops it into his mouth, his eyes lighting up in delight as he exclaims, "Your culinary skills are truly unparalleled." Noki laughs, responding, "It's not as exaggerated as you claim." Tao Tutu was filled with curiosity. She pinched off a piece of the delicacy and tasted it, her eyes sparkling with delight. I found Bai Zai's words to be quite accurate. I have encountered numerous culinary delights from various islands, yet nothing compares to this. Nuo Chi Gao, praised consecutively by Bai Zai and Tao Tu, felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks. "You are exaggerating," she replied. "I feel I still have a long way to go on the culinary path. Because your current position is one that most will never attain in a lifetime." Bai Zai affirmed Nuo Chi Gao's culinary skills, to which she nodded earnestly. "I will strive even harder from now on. Remember to balance work and rest. There is no need to overexert yourself." As the three engaged in light conversation, the voice of an officer echoed from a nearby warship. "Tao Tu Jiangjun, we are nearing Punk Hazard. Please issue the next orders." Tao Tu's expression turned serious as she swiftly walked to the bow of the ship, followed closely by Bai Zai, with many young women making their appearances as well. Before them lay a desolate island, shrouded in miasma and various toxic gases, with sporadic flashes of fire, suggesting small explosions had occurred. The unfortunate Punk Hazard had been transformed into a toxic wasteland due to forbidden experiments, and after the war, it had become a land of ice and fire, ravaged by the battles of 2 admirals. The contents of Bai Zai's diary captured everyone's attention, revealing that the future clash of the 2 admirals would indeed take place on Punk Hazard. Thus, it was evident that Punk Hazard was indeed pitiable. Ever since the cataclysmic explosion from the failed experiment, it had become a forbidden zone, erased from the maps by the world government. Today, this forsaken island welcomed new guests, a colossal warship and a splendid battleship, with a vessel hidden beneath the waves, comparable in size to the island itself. Tao Tu, one hand on her hip and the other gripping her sword's hilt, gazed intently at the uninhabited island, her eyes narrowing slightly. The toxic air posed little threat to Bai Zai and the others, but it was a significant challenge for the naval soldiers under her command. "Mary, find 2 sharp-witted individuals to accompany me ashore and explore Punk Hazard," Tao Tu instructed the nearby officer. The officer, previously very attentive, displayed a look of surprise. "Understood. Tao Tu Jiangjun," he replied. Mary quickly selected two capable and clever sailors. Bai Zhe then turned to the others, asking, "Who among you wishes to join? Our adversary this time is a nature-type devil fruit user. Those eager to broaden their horizons are welcome to come along." The young women exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. "How about we draw lots, as usual?" Nami suggested, gaining agreement from the others. "No need this time. Anyone who wishes to join may do so, without leaving anyone behind," Bai Zhe responded after a moment's thought, shaking his head. With this, the young women raised their hands without hesitation, eager to participate. Ultimately, the number of volunteers exceeded a dozen. Tao Tu was indifferent, for in terms of survival and escape skills, some of the girls were even stronger than herself. Nami's telekinesis allowed her to navigate effortlessly, and in the face of danger, she could simply soar into the sky, alleviating any concerns for their safety. Seeing that Tao Tu had not voiced any objections, Mary and the two sailors felt even less inclined to speak. As soon as they set foot on the land, Bai Zhe sensed a hint of being watched. Has Caesar returned to Punk Hazard so soon, already possessing such defensive capabilities? Bai Zhe pondered silently. Others sensed it too, glancing at Bai Zhe, who appeared unfazed, seemingly oblivious to anything amiss. They all feigned ignorance. The island was rife with toxic gas, yet the naval ship was stocked with gas masks. However, aside from the two sailors and Mary, the others went without masks, their expressions unaffected even in the presence of the noxious fumes. A closer observation would reveal a faint luminescence enveloping Nami and the others, nearly imperceptible in the sunlight. This seemingly fragile glow effectively barred the toxins from entering their bodies. A gift from Bai Zhe in the form of solar runes. Mary envied them, clad in their cumbersome gas masks, while Nami and her companions moved freely and comfortably. Yet she understood that these girls were likely immensely powerful, akin to Tao Tu Jiangjun, able to traverse the gas-laden areas without masks. Their journey to locate the research facility progressed smoothly. Although devastated by the explosion, many had come and gone since Caesar's return, leaving traces behind. Unlike after the war, when the battles between Akainu and Akiji rendered the search impossible, the remnants of their conflict could only be seen through the footprints of giants. Though the sensation of being watched lingered, no one emerged to obstruct Bai Zhe and the others. "Caesar must have sensed us long ago, yet he has not deployed forces to intercept us," Tao Tu remarked thoughtfully. "It is likely that your rank as a rear admiral has raised his apprehension. After all, a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters is not someone to be trifled with," Bai Zhe replied with a smile, untroubled by the prospect of Caesar fleeing. After all, Caesar himself was a nature-type devil fruit user. While wary of a rear admiral, he would not simply flee at the sight of one. Furthermore, after enduring great hardship to return to the research facility, it was certain he valued something within, be it experimental equipment or research data, things that could not be relocated in such a short time. Not to mention, Caesar likely had connections with Doflamingo and Kaido, making it difficult for him to abandon the research facility without a proper explanation to them, both of whom were ruthless individuals. Thus, Caesar could neither afford to abandon the research institute nor flee alone. While Bai Zhe was confident Caesar would not dare to escape, he still ordered Noah to monitor the waters surrounding Punk Hazard, instructing immediate reports upon sighting any unfamiliar vessels. Although confident in his assumptions, Bai Zhe was determined to be thoroughly prepared. Fortunately, he received no reports from Noah until they reached the research facility. A seemingly abandoned research facility appeared before them, riddled with extensive signs of corrosion, as if tainted by some substance with strong corrosive properties. While it appeared to have been deserted for quite some time, a closer inspection revealed recent signs of activity in certain areas. Tao Tu spoke slowly, prompting the two naval soldiers behind her to take notes. This was the very reason Tao Tu had brought them along, to document the operation to capture Caesar on Punk Hazard. The two naval soldiers worked in harmony, one recording Tao Tu's words while the other documented the condition of the research facility. Bai Zhe surveyed the surroundings, failing to spot the peculiar creature, the fire dragon. Had Caesar not yet succeeded in creating the fire dragon? It appears that the abilities and characteristics of the fire dragon are evidently designed to adapt to the aftermath of the battle between the two admirals at the Ice and Fire Island. As Punk Hazard has yet to transform into the Ice and Fire Island, there is naturally no need to conjure a fire dragon to guard the island. Baizé contemplated this internally, feeling a twinge of regret. That fire dragon would undoubtedly make for excellent provisions, and slaying it could yield a substantial amount of meat, sufficient to sustain them for a considerable duration. As Tao Tu stepped forward to ascertain how to unlock the door to the research facility, she was met with a resounding boom, causing the door to reveal a narrow gap that gradually widened. Instinctively, Tao Tu placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, while her observation haki expanded outward. However, the state of affairs within the facility left her momentarily taken aback. There was no one inside. Tao Tu cast a glance at Baizé, who shrugged in response to her gaze. As you can see, there is nothing here. He likely intends for us to enter the research facility and utilize the terrain for combat. With a slight flick of her wrist, Tao Tu exposed a small segment of her razor-sharp blade. If he wishes to employ such trivial tricks, then let it be so. She would defeat him in his most familiar territory, thus demonstrating the disparity in their strengths. Her formidable declaration garnered admiration from the Navy personnel accompanying her. Nami and the others exchanged glances, as if they were meeting Tao Tu for the first time. After all, she had seldom displayed her domineering side before them. On the Sunny, she predominantly exhibited the persona of a gentle elder sister. Even when training with Baizé, it remained merely a sparring session, devoid of the fierce intent typically found on the battlefield. Yet, Tao Tu's ascent to the rank of Rear Admiral within the Navy headquarters could not have been solely achieved through gentle means. Iron will and bloodshed were essential. In this moment, Tao Tu revealed the true essence of her role as a Rear Admiral. While she typically presented herself as the nurturing elder sister before Nami and the others. Since the master of the research facility has invited us in, let us proceed and see what hospitality he has prepared for us, Baizé remarked with a smile. Mari could not help but glance at Baizé, speculating about his strength. She had already noticed that Tao Tu regarded Baizé as an equal, even with a hint of admiration. Now, her apparent disregard for the research facility's master, Caesar, compelled Mari to question whether Baizé possessed combat prowess on par with an admiral. Upon realizing her thoughts, Mari was astonished. Although the Navy headquarters boasted 3 admirals, this did not imply that their strength could be encountered casually across the seas. These individuals were the pinnacle of maritime existence. Otherwise, she would not feel a genuine admiration for Tao Tu. The position Tao Tu currently occupied was one that countless individuals in the sea would be unable to attain in their lifetimes. Lost in her musings, she noticed that Tao Tu had already stepped through the threshold of the research facility, her silhouette vanishing into the shadows of the doorway. Regaining her senses, Mari hurried to follow, with 2 Navy personnel trailing behind her. They perceived that Rear Admiral Tao Tu would soon engage a formidable adversary, and remaining near Mari would afford them sufficient safety. As for Baizé, they did not harbor the delusion that he would shield them. Baizé was a complete stranger to them. His amiability was likely merely a reflection of the respect he held for Rear Admiral Tao Tu's day. Thus, they dared not stray far from Mari. After all, she was a Commodore of the Navy headquarters. Very well, let's also enter, lest we keep Tao Tu waiting too long. Baizé took the lead, stepping through the entrance of the research facility. After a brief moment of dimness, their surroundings brightened once more. Before them lay an expansive corridor, evidently constructed for the transportation of large experimental subjects, sufficiently spacious to withstand skirmishes involving hundreds of individuals. One must concede that the world government indeed spares no expense in such matters, Baizé remarked, while Tao Tu rolled her eyes. After all, the primary research projects at Punk Hazard were spearheaded by Caesar Clown, whose expertise lay in the creation of weapons of mass destruction and the gigantification of humans. Both endeavors would undeniably necessitate a robust and expansive environment for research. Baizé nodded in agreement, subsequently inquiring with curiosity, was the incident that led to Punk Hazard becoming a restricted zone due to a leak of weapons of mass destruction? After all, the original narrative did not elaborate extensively on this matter. It merely served as a backdrop. It was not a leak of weapons of mass destruction, but rather an accidental explosion. Of course, you are not entirely incorrect. Only a leak of such magnitude could render Punk Hazard a restricted area. However, the initial catalyst was indeed an explosion. As the project's lead, Caesar bore the brunt of the responsibility for the incident, which led to his arrest by the world government. He later escaped from prison with a bounty of 300 million berries on his head. As they conversed, the remaining individuals quietly listened with keen interest. "Is there any particular story surrounding this explosion?" Bizet asked. "Not much is known. The survivors among those who investigated the incident are few. As for Caesar, he cannot be trusted, making this matter a mystery." Bizet nodded in understanding, then turned his attention to the corridor, where a door appeared ahead. After traversing for some time, surely Caesar would provide us with a surprise. Bizet approached and opened the door, a chilling gust of air striking him, the frigid temperature even causing frost to form on his eyelashes. As he took a deep breath and surveyed the room's interior, he couldn't help but shake his head. This was the freezing chamber the trafficker had mentioned, utilized for the preservation of corpses and experimental subjects. Nami and the others drew near, their expressions reflecting disgust as they observed the numerous frozen bodies within the room. "Every one of these scientific madmen we've encountered along the way is utterly deranged," Nami lamented, recalling the previous scientific lunatic they had encountered aboard the Thriller bark, who reveled in experimenting on corpses to create shadow zombies for Moria. "Perhaps we are simply devoid of opportunities to meet virtuous scientists, or perhaps it is only those sufficiently mad that achieve remarkable accomplishments in this world," Robin mused thoughtfully, brushing her hair back. Given the current oppressive stance of the world government, it seemed likely that the research conducted by those esteemed scientists was of dubious moral standing. Bizet discerned that the freezing chamber contained no signs of life, merely an endless array of corpses. It appeared that Caesar, the master of this research facility, sought to engage them in a game of hide-and-seek. Tao Tu, wielding her sword, declared, "The research facility is not vast. I wonder where he could possibly hide. Then, let us proceed. There is nothing of interest to explore in this room." With a decisive bang, Bizet closed the door and led the group onward. They passed through several more rooms, most of which housed experimental equipment or stored provisions. Throughout this journey, they encountered not a single soul. Upon arriving at yet another room, Bizet once again pushed the door open, and before he could fully comprehend the scene before him, he was greeted by a chorus of cheerful laughter. Inside the room were children of various sizes, some even towering over adults by several times. Despite its colossal size, the visage upon its face radiated an innocence reminiscent of youth. Could this be the result of the gigantification experiment? Cursed be Caesar for subjecting these children to such nefarious trials. Should I ever lay hands upon him, I shall show no mercy. The women buzzed with indignation, their disdain for Caesar's heinous acts against the innocent children palpable. Tao Tu furrowed her brow, observing the carefree children in the room, her grip tightening around the hilt of her blade. These children are utterly oblivious. Cursed be Caesar. Previously, their knowledge of Caesar's malevolence was merely theoretical, confined to the pages of reports and the words of others. Yet now, they grasped the depth of his wickedness, gazing upon the children, blissfully engaged with their toys, their faces adorned with innocent smiles. Are they truly relishing this moment of peace? No, it is not peace they enjoy, but ignorance. Ignorance of this world and the concepts of good and evil. To experiment upon these naive souls, one must possess a heart steeped in darkness. Bizet frowned, swiftly gauging the situation within the room. He noted that only this peculiar group of children remained, with no members of the research facility in sight. Seizing the opportunity before the children became aware of their presence, he promptly shut the door. "Bizet, what are you doing?" Nami questioned, puzzled by his actions. With Caesar still at large, remaining within this room seemed their safest option. If they took the children along, one misstep could lead to them falling prey to Caesar's vile hands once more. Thus, it was prudent to leave them here for the time being, Bizet explained, and the other young women nodded in agreement. Tao Tu, however, tightened her grip on her sword, eagerly yearning to confront Caesar and strike him down. Nevertheless, To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, it was essential to leave one or two individuals to guard the children, lest Caesar find a way to return and threaten them. Bai Zai's words enlightened them. Such a scenario was not out of the realm of possibility. Kuya raised her hand first. Her studies in medicine were driven by a desire to heal and protect. Seeing so many children twisted by forbidden experiments filled her with sorrow, compelling her to stay and safeguard them. Noki Gao also raised her hand, concerned that Kuya might lack sufficient strength alone. Among Bai Zai's group, Shinami and Robin constituted the pinnacle of combat prowess, all having received special rewards. Noki Gao reasoned that at least one of their strongest warriors should remain, to avoid any unfortunate incidents. This sentiment resonated with Bai Zai, and upon witnessing Noki Gao's raised hand, Nami and Robin restrained their own inclinations to do the same. United in purpose, they clenched their fists, vowing to deliver a severe reprimand to Caesar upon their encounter. Meanwhile, the mermaid princess, Bai Xing, also raised her hand. Allow me to remain as well. My current abilities may be a burden alongside you, but these children's plight is heartbreaking, and I wish to protect them. Ultimately, it was decided that 3 individuals would stay behind to guard the children. If no enemies approached, they would strive to avoid disturbing the little ones. Bai Zai and his companions pressed forward, soon arriving at an expansive chamber. The walls bore the scars of destruction, with explosive marks being the most conspicuous. This place seemed to have once served as a testing ground for weapons of mass destruction, aimed at evaluating their efficacy and performance. Robin reached out to touch the charred wall beside her, the traces of explosive impact strikingly evident. Bai Zai, striding to the center of the space, discovered a series of platforms, each adorned with numerous fixed devices. Most of these devices were empty, but on the platform where Bai Zai stood, a shadowy figure was discernible, an outline of a giant. Tao Tu approached Bai Zai, scrutinizing the charred remains of the giant's corpse beside him. It appeared that their weapons of mass destruction had been tested on living beings, particularly targeting the giant race. Tao Tu murmured, her grip on her blade tightening instinctively. Since entering the research facility, she had clenched her weapon countless times. She had previously heard whispers of the experiments conducted in Punkhazard, a collaborative research base of the Navy and the world government. Yet, she never anticipated the depths of depravity exhibited within this facility, inciting her profound anger. Bai Zai's gaze shifted to a nearby platform, where a considerable amount of black ash lay strewn about. Their weapons targeted not only the giants but a myriad of other races. Under the onslaught of these weapons, various races were reduced to charred remains, blasted beneath the platforms. Only the sturdy bodies of the giants withstood the explosive force, yet they too could not escape death. Perhaps an explosion occurred shortly after a successful experiment, leaving them unable to clean up the aftermath, resulting in the scene before them. Upon hearing Bai Zai's words, Tao Tu sighed deeply. She remained silent, but Bai Zai could see the flickering light in her eyes, indicating that her calm exterior belied her inner turmoil. Let's move on. There is nothing more to see here. We must be nearing the end of the research facility, Tao Tu urged, no longer glancing at the charred giant's body, prompting Bai Zai to hasten their progress. Bai Zai cast a glance at Tao Tu's hand, noting her firm grip on the hilt of her weapon. He remained silent, gesturing toward the platform. Tao Tu hesitated momentarily, her observation haki expanding, only to have her expression shift dramatically. Almost instinctively, she utilized the shave technique to distance herself from the platform. Meanwhile, Bai Zai pressed a hand upon the platform, golden light enveloping it, and suddenly, the platform erupted as if in a violent explosion, expanding outward. However, under the suppression of the golden light, the explosion did not ascend, but rather unleashed a tremendous force downward. Nami, Robin, and the others had already vacated the platform, with Nami meticulously utilizing her telekinesis to shield each individual, guiding them away from the core of the explosion. Thankfully, Bai Zai's restraint prevented what could have been a minor inconvenience from the weapon of mass destruction, as the confined space left little room for evasion. An explosion in such a narrow area was particularly lethal. Bai Zai regained his footing, astonished to find even the giant's corpse had been pulverized. He lifted his gaze to the nearby wall, where a concealed surveillance camera was positioned. Through the lens, he glimpsed a man adorned with backward-curving ram's horns. In the research facility's monitoring room, Caesar watched in disbelief as Bizet single-handedly subdued the weapon of mass destruction he had developed. His eyes widened in shock, murmuring, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," especially when Bizet lifted his gaze towards the camera. Through the monitoring feed, Caesar caught sight of eyes glimmering with a golden hue, as if they could see through the camera itself. This revelation compelled him to rise from his seat, instinctively retreating as he muttered to himself, "Is this fellow a monster?" The abilities exhibited by Bizet instilled a sense of dread within Caesar. He was acutely aware of the destructive potential of the weapon of mass destruction he had spearheaded the research on. Caesar returned to the research institute not long ago, and this batch of weapons of mass destruction was left from before. Sensing the arrival of the rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, Caesar immediately tightened his forces, deliberately withdrawing all guards. This was to allow the weapons of mass destruction buried in the explosion testing site to have their moment to shine. After a prolonged period of being unguarded, they would be led to believe that all their forces were concentrated on the final battle. The weapons of mass destruction at the explosion testing site were, in fact, a sudden trap. In Caesar's vision, this would certainly deal them a heavy blow. After all, the weight of these weapons of mass destruction was sufficient to raise an ordinary small island to the ground. It was also because the construction level of the explosion testing site was exceedingly high. Otherwise, he would not dare to use them within the research institute. He feared that he would similarly reduce his own research institute to rubble. Yet, the surveillance footage from the explosion testing site left him devastated and horrified. One individual managed to suppress the explosive impact of the weapons of mass destruction. What kind of monster is this? Even the formidable Godot could not achieve such a feat. Caesar could not help but recall one of his employers, the Yonko Godot. In his mind, he subconsciously calculated that with his abilities, he could withstand the damage from the weapons of mass destruction. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to suppress the destructive range like Ba with his unique powers. Standing behind Ka, the secretary Boinai squinted at the surveillance footage. On the surface, she was Caesar's secretary, but in reality, she was a spy for Duofunga, monitoring Caesar. The capabilities of Baich also astonished her. Boinai could not help but internally compare Baizi to Duofulangminge, quickly shaking her head in denial. The young master is the strongest, invincible. How could I harbor such thoughts? She reprimanded herself internally, insisting that she should not as strength. Yet, as she gazed at the surveillance footage and by his slightly golden eyes, she felt a tremor in her heart. Can a young master truly defeat him? For a moment, Moanai found herself in a quandary. The surveillance room was sparsely populated, consisting only of Issa, Moanai, and a few guards. Compared to Issa 2 years later, he was undeniably a lone commander at this moment. He had very few subordinates. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to employing a human trafficker he encountered on the road. The only assistant worthy of the title was who was still a spy for Duofulangminge. The others wielded technological weapons, which had some utility, but in the face of the rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, Issa had little hope for their effectiveness. Damn it, my weapons of mass destruction, the Death Kingdom, have only just begun their research. Cao Sa mumbled, the Death Kingdom being a variant weapon based on his own devil fruit ability. It could generate a potent toxic gas with an extensive coverage area. Once skin came into contact with the gas, it would infiltrate the body, causing paralysis, weakness, and even loss of consciousness, ultimately leading to a petrified state. This formidable weapon of mass destruction was one of the projects that Caesar collaborated on with Duofulangminge. He researched this weapon for Duofulangminge, who provided ample personnel and material support. As for the other research projects, their backers possessed even greater energy and status. The giant drug was funded by one of the Yonko, Shaolin. SAD was the raw material for creating artificial Zoan-type devil fruits. And the ultimate buyer was also one of the Yonko, Kadoa. It could be said that through Duofulangminge's channels, Capsa secured the research sponsorship of 2 of the ocean's top powerhouses. In Casa's vision, with the financial and material support from these 2 formidable figures, His research endeavors would undoubtedly proceed smoothly. However, it was precisely at this moment that he encountered an investigative team led by a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. Although this investigative team appeared quite unconventional, with many seemingly ornamental girls mixed in, there was among them a superpower that might even surpass the rear admiral. This left Kasa in a state of indecision about whether to abandon this place. In the surveillance footage, Baija had already shifted his gaze. Returning to the side of the women, Wonatha remained hesitant. Behind him, Moi's eyes sparkled as she watched Kasa's silhouette. As a spy for Do Fulang Mingge, she naturally had the task of monitoring and controlling Kasa. If the situation became irreparable, then even if it meant destroying Punk Hazard, she could not allow Do Fulange's plans to be revealed to the world. Otherwise, it would deal a fatal blow to Do Fulang Mingge. He could even risk losing his warlord status. Without this dual identity that bridged both the underworld and the legitimate world, Do Fulang's ambitions would suffer a significant setback. Vona had already made up her mind. If I dared to switch allegiances to the Navy, she would not hesitate to activate the buried weapons of mass destruction on the island, even if it meant annihilating Punk Hazard. Moanai, you lead all personnel to intercept this investigative team. Kasa suddenly issued the command, leaving Vona momentarily stunned. She looked at Kasa, her eyes filled with disbelief. Who gave you the illusion that I possess the strength to defeat the rear admiral? Kasa ignored Vona's incredulous gaze, as he understood that this was indeed a formidable challenge. However, he needed more tests to further gauge the strength of this investigative team and determine which side he should align with. Seeing that Kasa did not acknowledge her, Monar realized that his mind was made up and could not help but sigh inwardly. If it were not for the young master's grand plan, Moanai silently thought, then took a deep breath, turning to the guards behind her. Hurry and prepare. We will engage them at the next experimental site. The other guards also raised their heads. They had previously not been allowed to view the surveillance footage. Thus, they were unaware of what Kasa and I had seen. Master Kasa, please rest assured. We will surely slay those intruders. The guards' faces were filled with fighting spirit, eager to vanquish the intruders from Master Kasa. Moanai watched this unfold, appearing calm on the surface while shaking her head internally. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Let us go, no more idle chatter. With a sense of resignation, Moanai led the way out of the surveillance room. Once everyone had exited, Kasa slowly turned back. He released a deep crimson slime, a toxic creature he had created by utilizing his devil fruit ability to absorb the island's toxic gas. Alas, the Death Kingdom has only just begun its research. Otherwise, you would be able to showcase its power. Kasa spoke to the slime, his gaze revealing little of the impending battle. Baija returned to the side of Namari and others. Unlike Taotu's astonishment, Name and Luobin had grown accustomed to Baija's perceptive nature. They had anticipated the weapons of mass destruction and suppressed the explosive force. To them, it had become quite mundane. Taotu had also keenly observed Luobin and the others' reactions, swiftly suppressing her surprise. Although Taotu was not aboard Baija's ship, she too was the owner of a dedicated journal and could not afford to fall behind others. This peculiar competitive spirit brought a sense of tranquility to Taotu, as if she had grown accustomed to the actions of Baizai just moments before. This trap was indeed innovative. However, upon seeing that it had failed to take effect, Kaisa was likely preparing for a decisive battle or further testing. Baizai addressed the group, cautioning them to remain exceedingly vigilant, as their technological weaponry possessed considerable power. Noticing the nods of agreement from the women, Baizai refrained from elaborating, for they were no longer inexperienced novices. Each was capable of standing on her own, rendering his further words unnecessary. As they re-entered the passage, they initially expected to encounter a variety of rooms, but were soon surprised to find themselves in the second experimental facility. Learning from their previous ordeal, Nami and her companions did not rush forward. Ma Li and the two Navy soldiers huddled closely at the back, realizing that had it not been for Nami's timely intervention last time, they might have faced dire consequences. Although Baizai had managed to suppress the impact of the explosion, proximity still posed a grave danger. Without Nami's telekinetic abilities to whisk them away, they would likely have been injured. Zhe cast a reassuring glance at them, then stated, "Do not worry. This experimental site does not contain any traps." It seemed they were preparing for a climactic confrontation, consolidating all their forces. With Zhe's assurance, the group exhaled in relief and continued their advance through the passage. A strange chill enveloped them. Nami touched her arm, feeling the cold. The others shared the sensation, and as they delved deeper into the passage, they even observed snowflakes drifting from the depths ahead. Is this yet another freezing chamber, and it hasn't been sealed properly? Molly inquired, recalling the previous ice chamber filled with corpses. Zhe shook his head, readying himself for battle as enemies lay ahead. At this proclamation, Tao stepped forward, her long blade poised for action. The others exhibited signs of tension. Their exploration of the research facility was nearing its conclusion. As they pressed onward, they noticed frost accumulating on the surfaces. Zhe, could this be the power of a devil fruit? Nami suddenly queried, her gaze shifting to Zhe, with the others following suit. Tao furrowed her brow. If this were indeed a devil fruit ability, it conjured thoughts of the Marine Headquarters Admiral Ouching. It is a devil fruit ability, but there is no need for concern. It is not a formidable foe, Zhe replied, gazing toward the end of the passage, where ice and snow were thickly layered. He advanced, explaining, this is a Logia-type devil fruit, the snow fruit, capable of generating ice and snow while being immune to physical attacks. Emerging from the passage, they were met with a diverse array of figures. Leading them was a woman with green hair, her hands cloaked in frost, with snow swirling around her, enveloping the entire experimental site. Others donned peculiar attire, brandishing technological weaponry. Zhe's voice resonated clearly in their ears, prompting Monai to gaze at him in astonishment. "How do you know about my devil fruit ability?" She couldn't help but inquire, certain that this was their first encounter. Zhe shrugged and responded, "Isn't it natural to know such things?" Upon hearing his nonchalant words, Monai fell silent, realizing the folly of seeking answers from an adversary. Nami and the others emerged from the passage, their eyes glinting with determination upon seeing Kai Sa's armed henchmen, eager to deliver a severe lesson. Just as Zhe prepared to strike, Tao halted him, imploring, "Please, allow me to handle this. I've accumulated so much pent-up frustration along the way. Let me vent it." Understanding her desire, Zhe nodded and stepped aside, holding no particular attachment to the fight. Teaching Kai Sa's lackeys a lesson was a task anyone could undertake, and he did not insist on taking part himself. The other girls looked at Zhe in anticipation. "What are you staring at?" "I only agreed not to intervene in Taotu's case. I cannot restrain you all. If you wish to join the fray, then do so, but exercise caution," Zhe chuckled, noticing some of them were eager to engage in battle. Monai, witnessing Zhe's group dismissing her presence, felt anger rising within her. "You lot are far too dismissive," she exclaimed, thrusting her hands forward. A tempest of ice and snow surged toward Zhe's team. With a resounding clang, Tao unsheathed her long blade, its razor edge slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing sound. Following this was a brilliant flying slash, akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, clearing the ground of all ice and snow and severing the blizzard in a powerful display. Monai's pupils constricted. How could this Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral possess such formidable strength? This overwhelming strike led her to believe she was facing a young master. No, even if she was reluctant to admit it, confronting this slash made her feel it was likely superior to that of the young master. What is happening? Why do I find myself questioning the young master's strength time and again today? It must be that I have not seen the young master in so long that I am confusing my judgment. Monai pondered, her resolve strengthening with each self-interrogation. As the blizzard that had been cleaved in two reformed, she prepared to execute her strategy once more, only to find a figure advancing at an incomprehensible speed, arriving before her in the blink of an eye. Monai's eyes widened, a profound sense of dread washing over her. In a frantic moment, she could only activate her devil fruit ability, transforming her body into an elemental state. In the next instant, the radiant blade tore through her form, as snowflakes danced in the air, revealing Taotu's cold and indifferent gaze. The marine coat billowed in the swirling snow, and the relentless blade left its mark. Monet managed to evade the slash due to her Logia-type intangibility, but her subordinates behind her were far less fortunate. The flying slash swept through them like a scythe through grass, and the ground was stained with their hot blood, blooming like crimson plum blossoms against the white snow, a scene both beautiful and brutal. Gulu. Molly could not help but swallow hard, her eyes wide with shock at the spectacle before her. Although there had been rumors within the Navy that Tao had attained the strength of an admiral, she had not been promoted due to the presence of the 3 current admirals. Molly firmly believed these rumors, holding Tao in deep admiration. Yet, as the reality unfolded before her, she could not shake her astonishment. She was certain that even if she were in Tao's place, she would not have been able to evade even the first flying slash. Molly herself was no weakling, being a Marine headquarters lieutenant. However, compared to Tao, the disparity was staggering. Meanwhile, the 2 Navy soldiers behind her gaped, their eyes bulging with disbelief. When Tao drew her long blade, they felt as though the cold steel was already poised against their throats. As Nami and her companions hesitated, the thrill of battle momentarily subsided. After all, the recent flying slash from Peach Rabbit had felled most of the combatants on the field. Peach Rabbit exhibited a rather ferocious demeanor. She did not usually appear this ruthless. Did she? Nami voiced her disbelief, glancing at the blossoms of blood staining the snow, unable to resist looking toward her comrades. Zay shook his head and remarked, "Anger accumulates gradually, from the freezing chamber to the children's room. To be honest, I am somewhat astonished that Peach Rabbit could endure for so long before erupting. There were moments on the way here when I sensed she was ready to draw her long blade and charge recklessly." The crowd, upon hearing Bai Zai's explanation, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. On the battlefield, Monet, who faced the blade of Peach Rabbit directly, was now in a state of mental disarray. Anyone who walks the precipice of death would inevitably find themselves shaken. Yet, even in this state of disorientation, Monet remained acutely aware of her elemental form. The instinct for survival compelled her to maintain her elemental state. If Monet had previously been able to convince herself of Doflamingo's might, Peach Rabbit's recent strike had shattered all her beliefs into fragments. Even the young master would not survive such an onslaught. This unsettling thought swirled in Monet's mind. Yet it was a bloody reality, her first-hand experience teetering on the brink of death. The chasm between the admirals and those beneath them in the Navy was insurmountable. Had Monet not activated her elemental form in response to the life-threatening crisis moments ago, she would surely have met her end. As she ventured through the new world, she was well aware that true powerhouses of the sea possessed means to counter those with the abilities of nature-type devil fruits. The key lay in Haki. If she relied solely on her immunity to physical attacks granted by her nature-type devil fruit, she would have perished long ago. Peach Rabbit's cold gaze remained unchanged as she drew her blade once more, sweeping away the snowflakes before her. That previous strike had left an indelible psychological scar on Monet. She dared not materialize before Peach Rabbit again. Monet manipulated the ice and snow, launching it toward Peach Rabbit. At that moment, Peach Rabbit stood at the center of the experimental grounds, where a vast expanse of snowflakes blanketed the area. Despite her recent sweep that cleared a significant amount of snow, flurries continued to cascade from above. Just as Peach Rabbit intended to envelop herself in Haki to guard against the freezing effects of the snowflakes, Nami, from a distance, concentrated her psychokinetic energy. Under the influence of her electric power, all the snowflakes seemed to be subjected to tenfold gravity, uncontrollably plummeting to the ground. Monet abruptly turned to look at Nami. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Peach Rabbit advanced toward Monet, her blade imbued with potent Haki. Haki could restrain nature-type devil fruit users, preventing them from assuming their elemental forms. If they transitioned to elemental form ahead of time, Haki could not grasp them. However, maintaining full elemental form was also taxing for users of nature-type devil fruits. Peach Rabbit could endure, but Monet could not. As anticipated, it was not long before Monet, enveloped in ice and snow, fled toward the passage, leaving trails of blood-red plum blossoms in the snow. Peach Rabbit, with her indifferent gaze, watched Monet depart. One may escape for a moment, but they cannot elude forever. Their next encounter would be the reckoning with Caesar, the architect of this turmoil. Compared to their last meeting on Sabati Archipelago, Peach Rabbit had undergone a remarkable transformation. Bizet could not help but exclaim that this was indeed the prowess of an admiral-level swordsman. With the long blade unsheathed, every movement emanated a sense of imminent danger, as if one could be cleaved in two at any moment. The aura of an unparalleled swordsman lingered around her, as if she could slice through the very air with her presence. Bizet glanced at the surveillance monitors on the wall, which he had damaged prior to the battle. After all, the display of Peach Rabbit's power was not something he wished to frighten Caesar with, lest he kneel and surrender upon their first encounter. With a crisp sound, Peach Rabbit sheathed her long blade, exhaling slowly. In the icy wilderness, her breath crystallized rapidly, resembling a white bubble. Bizet had already approached her side. Peach Rabbit took a moment to calm herself. The earlier carnage had indeed alleviated some of the pent-up anger she had held. Bizet, after this incident concludes, let us engage in a spar. Peach Rabbit expressed her eagerness. Always welcome. Bizet responded, glancing toward the passageway. The Monet he had seen this time was different from the one he remembered. She no longer possessed those avian wings. After all, those wings had been bestowed upon her by Trafalgar Law, the surgeon of death. Nevertheless, her nature-type devil fruit remained intact. Yet, as a top-tier devil fruit user, Monet's mastery over the ice fruit left much to be desired. This was evident even without Peach Rabbit exploiting her weaknesses. As an ice fruit wielder, she was vulnerable to flames and high temperatures. Approaching such elements would render her powers ineffective, and she would suffer burns as well. Reflecting on the weaknesses of the ice fruit, Bizet could not help but mutter, I was mistaken earlier. Monet's command over her devil fruit is indeed lacking. But the ice fruit is equally deficient, truly a disgrace to nature-type devil fruits. It was astonishing that such a prestigious nature-type devil fruit could falter in the face of heat and fire, losing its powers and sustaining burns. Bizet shook his head, reflecting on how this devil fruit truly did not live up to the name of nature-type. In the monitoring room, Caesar gazed at the pitch-black surveillance feeds. His hands clasped and head bowed, his expression inscrutable. Before him lay two paths, to fight or to surrender. Should he choose to battle, facing a team with monstrous capabilities, Caesar did not believe he had any chance of victory. The best outcome might be mutual destruction, detonating the explosives buried beneath Punk Hazard and obliterating the entire island. However, if he surrendered, he risked incurring the wrath of two of the ocean's most formidable powers. The thought of provoking both of the four emperors sent chills down Caesar's spine. One side presented an imminent threat of death, while the other hinted at a potential future crisis. After a prolonged silence, Caesar finally made his decision. There is no choice. He murmured, Kaido, Big Mom, why must you be so far away, posing no immediate threat to me? He slowly spoke, my life may end here, but I cannot forsake my scientific ambitions. He rose to his feet, preparing to leave some contingency plans. If surrendering failed, he could leverage these plans to threaten the Navy and secure his escape. Caesar entered the adjacent laboratory, connecting an explosive device to his heartbeat. Should his heart cease to beat, the device would activate instantaneously. Suddenly, the laboratory door swung open. Caesar's heart raced, and upon turning to see his most trusted secretary, he could not help but smile again. My most important secretary, you have finally returned. I trust you bring me good news. Monet leaned against the doorframe, her pallid countenance partially concealed behind the door, with one hand shrouded in darkness. When confronted by Caesar's inquiries, she remained silent. Caesar subtly sniffed the air, and the smile on his face faded. He detected the metallic scent of blood. Indeed, Monet stepped fully into his view, revealing her abdomen, which was thoroughly soaked in crimson. Oh, my most important secretary, you are injured. Quickly, seek medical attention. The volume of blood loss appears dire. Caesar exclaimed as he retrieved a medical syringe and approached her. Monet silently regarded him, awaiting the moment when he injected the syringe into her body, at which point a faint blush graced her pale cheeks. Subsequently, Caesar observed her with a composed demeanor, yearning to uncover the events that transpired on the battlefield. Within her, Monet harbored a deep-seated loathing and resentment for Caesar's actions that had cast her into peril. However, the reality remained that Caesar was an ally of the young master, deeply intertwined with the young master's schemes. Finally breaking the silence, Monet spoke in a hoarse voice. That man is a monster. The vice admiral from the Navy headquarters is equally a monster. I had no capacity to resist against that vice admiral. Were it not for the power of the devil fruit, I would have surely perished there. She continued, moreover, in that squad, besides that man and the vice admiral, the girls each possessed formidable abilities. One girl with orange hair wielded a power akin to the gravity fruit, which pressed all my snowflakes down to the ground. Listening intently to Monet's account, Caesar's expression turned grave. If his inclination had previously leaned towards surrender, it now tipped overwhelmingly in that direction. My lord Caesar, do you intend to use this as leverage against them? Monet questioned, gesturing toward the device attached to Caesar's chest. It cannot be termed a threat. If a peaceful resolution can be achieved, that would be ideal, Caesar replied, his words laden with implication, prompting Monet to narrow her eyes slightly. Inwardly, she mused that Caesar was indeed a fickle ally, fearful of death and unreliable. Fortunately, the young master had dispatched her to monitor him. Very well, Monet. Remain here for a while. I shall descend to meet them, Caesar instructed, gesturing for her to rest in the laboratory while he stepped out alone. As he exited, his expression was heavy. This group appeared formidable and would likely not accept his surrender lightly. He touched the device on his body, a smile creeping onto his face as he contemplated the stakes, whether it was more significant to kill him or to preserve their lives. Inside the laboratory, Monet stood in silence for a moment before moving towards the spot where Caesar had previously been, a junction for the detonation device. Once she confirmed that Caesar had distanced himself from the laboratory, she seized the detonator, concealing it within her bosom. I hope Caesar will make a more dignified decision. Otherwise, I shall assist him in achieving that dignity. Monet murmured to herself, speaking too much and aggravating her wounds, prompting a series of coughs that rendered her complexion even more pallid. Although she was a natural-type devil fruit user, escaping from an admiral-level combatant had been exceedingly arduous. Monet recognized Caesar's inclination toward surrender. That device was merely a means to intimidate the Navy. Should the Navy acquiesce to Caesar's demands, the detonator in her possession would serve its purpose. Rest assured, young master, Monet will not allow Caesar to jeopardize your plans. Everything in Punk Hazard shall be annihilated, leaving you untouched. Monet silently vowed, her long tenure as an undercover operative ensuring that she kept her thoughts regarding Don Quixote da Flamingo to herself. Meanwhile, Caesar ventured from the laboratory's vicinity, accompanied by his slime, to engage in negotiations with the Navy. In a vast chamber, he surveyed his surroundings. Noticing that the Navy had yet to arrive, he patted his slime, instructing it to conceal itself until called upon. Shortly thereafter, the sound of footsteps echoed from the opposing corridor, and a smile returned to Caesar's face. The crisp sound of a blade being unsheathed caused his smile to falter, as a potent sense of danger washed over him. Instantly, he transformed into his elemental state. A finely honed slash cut through the air, narrowly missing his neck. Lowering his head, he discovered that his neck had indeed been severed. Yet in his elemental form, it was merely gas that had been cleaved. At the end of the corridor emerged a tall beauty, her countenance frosty, clad in the Navy's justice coat, wielding a blade so sharp it gleamed. The aura she emanated seemed capable of rending the very air. Undoubtedly, the mark upon his neck was the work of this vice admiral from the Navy headquarters. Caesar swallowed hard, yet a smile returned to his face. Vice Admiral, let's not be so hasty. Perhaps we can sit down and converse amicably? Just as Caesar finished speaking, the Vice Admiral, Peach Rabbit, abruptly raised her sword, poised to charge at him. Close-quarters combat was the swordmaster's forte. Without having grasped the flying slash technique, the swordmaster could only inflict harm with the blade in hand. Once a swordmaster closed the distance, survival was a slim chance at best. Caesar's eyes widened, and with a speed he had never imagined, he implored, Vice Admiral, please do not act rashly. I shall first activate the detonator. Should it be damaged, or should my heart cease to beat, the detonator will trigger instantaneously, capable of obliterating Punk Hazard. Peach Rabbit's brow furrowed, her expression one of profound disdain. She detested being threatened, yet could not disregard Caesar's words. Given her strength, she was confident in her ability to escape even the most terrifying of explosives capable of destroying an entire island. However, within the research facility lay many children and experimental subjects that Caesar had deceitfully acquired. She dared not gamble on the truth of Caesar's claims. Gradually, Peach Rabbit lowered her sword as others began to emerge from the corridor. Zay also beheld the mad scientist Caesar, who appeared much the same as he remembered, though now with an expression more humble and timid. Yet Caesar's actions bore no resemblance to humility or timidity. After all, he was currently wielding the threat of annihilating Punk Hazard against them. Do you think I would believe you based solely on this little contraption you possess? Peach Rabbit scoffed, pointing at the device on Caesar's body. Zay remained silent, merely casting a curious glance at the area beside Caesar, engrossed in the negotiations. Caesar failed to notice Zay's fleeting look. Had he been aware, he would have been utterly astonished, for that very spot was where the slime lay concealed. At that moment, Caesar felt emboldened. As long as this vice admiral was willing to pause for discussion, he was confident in his ability to sway them with his eloquence and scientific prowess. Vice Admiral, if you did not harbor doubts, you would not have stopped to listen to my ramblings. Upon hearing those words, Tauta let out a disdainful huff, choosing not to continue the debate. If possible, she still wished to ascertain the code name of this vice admiral from the naval headquarters. Kaisa spread his arms wide, proudly displaying the connection device on his chest. Tauta cast him a curious glance. As a seasoned vice admiral, how could Kaisa not recognize her? However, there was nothing to hide in this matter. Thus, Tauta coldly uttered a name, Tautu. A flicker of surprise crossed Kaisa's eyes, an admiral candidate. He had previously received news that, due to the actions of the Godslayer, the highest combat strength of the naval headquarters had been kept on standby at the base. Although he had heard Tautu's name, he had not associated it with the person before him. After all, Tautu had yet to arrive at the G5 branch, so it was only natural that the news had not circulated. Initially, Kaisa had thought she was a newly appointed female vice admiral, only to discover she was a veteran with formidable strength. Tautu, the esteemed admiral candidate. It is an honor to meet you, Kaisa complimented, but Tautu's expression remained unchanged. Understanding her lack of interest in pleasantries, Kaisa got straight to the point. I know you harbor some skepticism regarding my earlier statements, but do not doubt me. The explosives buried beneath this island possess the capability to obliterate Punk Hazard entirely. You may stretch your imagination to its utmost limits to conceive the sheer quantity of explosives involved. Nami and Robin exchanged surprised glances at their feet. Soon, the group of women turned their gazes toward Zay. Upon noticing Zay's almost imperceptible nod, they collectively gasped, realizing they had been traversing atop a mountain of explosives. Tautu's heart sank. This situation was paradoxically advantageous for Kaisa. Do you know why such a small, desolate island warrants the use of such a vast quantity of explosives? Kaisa proudly proclaimed. Because the research conducted here pertains to the existence of the pinnacle of the sea, the giant drug. It has shown promising results, and this research is coveted by factions across the globe. The inherent racial talents of the giant clan are without need of elaboration. Each individual is a top-tier war machine. If this research were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly provoke fierce competition among various factions worldwide. The world government covets it, as do the 4 emperors among the pirates. Kaisa tirelessly extolled the scientific data in his possession, fervently showcasing his value. Although the research on the giant drug was not yet fully completed, he spoke as if it were already perfected. Zay understood this all too well, but to avoid provoking Kaisa, he merely raised an eyebrow. Refraining from exposing Kaisa's falsehoods, the power of the blazing sun seeped through his feet into the ground, a portion directed toward the buried explosives, poised to sabotage the detonation device. Another portion traveled toward the room where the children were located. This segment of the blazing sun's power ensured that, In the event negotiations collapsed, they would survive the impending explosion. Seeing Tao to remain unresponsive, Kaisa abruptly halted. It appeared the Navy was not particularly keen on the giant drug. It made sense. The naval headquarters already had many giant vice admirals, and the reckless use of the giant drug might incite the ire of the giant clan, potentially causing those vice admirals to defect. Kaisa quickly devised an excuse for Tao Tu. But that is all right, for I possess another research achievement. Sade, the raw materials for artificial zoan-type devil fruits. The rarity of devil fruits is well known to all. Mastering this raw material means a continuous supply of zoan-type devil fruits. Future research may even expand to paramecia and logia-type devil fruits. Kaisa spread his arms wide, seeking to magnify the importance of his research project. Then, Mr. Kaisa, after all this discourse, what are your demands? Baize interjected, smiling at Kaisa, having completed his task. Both the explosives beneath their feet and the children in the biscuit room were secured. I wish for you to spare my life. I would even be willing to work under your command. I will provide you with all the data from my current research projects. Weapons of mass destruction, raw materials for artificial zoan-type devil fruits, and the ability to convert into the giant drug. The Navy, nay, even the world government behind the Navy, must have a strong demand for these 3 pieces of research data, correct? Kaisa confidently asserted, his gaze filled with anticipation for Baize's response. He sensed that even Vice Admiral Tao to appear to regard Baize as the leader. However, to Kaisa's disappointment, Baize shook his head regretfully. Unfortunately, I'm neither a member of the world government nor the Navy. I have no interest in your research data. I only desire your death. As the final word fell, Kaisa's expression became rigid. He was utterly stunned, unable to comprehend why Baize would refuse such a generous offer. If you're not a part of the world government or the Navy, then are you a pirate? You should be more inclined to accept my surrender, as the data I possess is funded by 2 of the 4 emperors. Kaisa struggled to maintain his composure, his bravado beginning to crumble. Are you afraid of the 4 emperors' retaliation? Rest assured, if you spare my life, not only will I refrain from reporting to the 4 emperors, but I will also share further research data with you should my studies progress. Kaisa implored earnestly. Yet, he was met with Baize's unwavering refusal. The last thing I could ever be is a pirate, and I care not for the 4 emperors' threats. Kaisa lowered his head, utterly perplexed by Baize's intentions. Tauta glanced at Baize, her long knife slightly raised. Shall he make a move? Yes, but exercise caution, Baize nodded. As soon as he did, Tao Tu's figure shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Kaisa could not fathom why the negotiations had collapsed. How could anyone remain unmoved in the face of such immense profit? However, since the talks had failed, he would not hesitate to fight for his survival. Kaisa suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with madness. If you wish for my death, then I shall take you down with me. Kaisa pressed the connection device on his chest, accompanied by a series of beeping sounds. Contrary to Kaisa's expectations, a massive explosion did not ensue. What is happening? Why is there no explosion? Kaisa exclaimed in disbelief. Is it possible that it is Moan? Taking advantage of this moment, Tao Tu closed in on him, her long knife slicing through the air, shattering the connection device. Next came the moment for the grand swordsman to shine. No matter Kaisa's attempts, he could not escape the blade of a swordsman of Tao Tu's caliber. Even with a Logia-type devil fruit, he could not evade the onslaught of her strikes. As the battle escalated, Tao Tu sensed something amiss. The surrounding air seemed to be drained away. Realizing this, Tao Tu swiftly turned to Kaisa. Noticing the faint smile on Kaisa's face, she understood he was the architect of this calamity. Nevertheless, Tao Tu did not retreat. With a resounding clang, she unleashed a soaring slash, drawing in a deluge of air, seizing the opportunity to inhale a few breaths of fresh air. She charged towards Kaisa once more, a testament to her ability to manipulate the very air around her. Indeed, this must be the power bestowed by Kaisa's devil fruit. Yet for Tao Tu, there were countless ways to counter such an ability. The onlookers simply observed the clash between Kaisa and Tao Tu, having no intention of intervening. At least they would wait until Tao Tu had fully relished the battle before offering assistance. None among the spectators believed that Tao Tu would fall to Kaisa. The most that could happen was that she might be delayed due to Kaisha's formidable nature. In that moment, the arena was suddenly enveloped in swirling ice and snow. Kaisha caught a glimpse of the frost and instantly realized that Nai had arrived. "You wouldn't have damaged my most crucial detonator, would you?" A fierce anger flickered in Kaisha's eyes. "My lord Kaisha, you cannot fault me for this. I too am bewildered by the failure of the detonator," Nai replied, her pallid face revealing clear signs of injection marks on her arms. She had overused medical syringes in her haste to join the battle. Upon discovering that the detonator had not activated, her immediate instinct was to trigger it manually. However, access to the lower chambers housing the explosives required traversing a specific room in the center of the research facility, rendering it an impossible task. Nai inwardly cursed the architects of the facility. As Nai joined the fray, Tao furrowed her brow slightly, yet did not show any signs of fear. To her, unless faced with adversaries of equal strength, she rarely felt threatened. Even when confronted by two natural-type devil fruit users, she remained confident. In an instant, a toxic gas filled the air, followed by a sweeping blizzard. Baizé, standing at the sidelines, narrowed his eyes. Kaisha's intentions were nefarious, subtly guiding Tao into a vulnerable position. Nai, caught off guard, was struck by Tao's blade, which left a wound on her right hand. Surprisingly, Kaisha, behaving uncharacteristically, charged forward as if to rescue Nai. Observing this, Tao swiftly countered, directing her blade towards Kaisha. The ground beneath her suddenly caved in. But Tao, seemingly anticipating this, swiftly employed the moon-step technique to distance herself from the collapsing earth. Hidden beneath the surface, the slime creature extended its tendrils, attempting to ensnare Tao, only to be obliterated by a series of swift slashes. A fleeting moment of sorrow crossed Kaisha's eyes, yet he did not relent. Recognizing this as one of his rare opportunities, gas explosion. In the gas-laden space, a spark ignited, leading to an extraordinarily violent reaction. A terrifying explosion erupted instantaneously. Nai, positioned behind Kaisha, was struck by the flames, which she feared due to her devil fruit powers. Before she could react, the flames surged towards her, crashing her body against the wall. The searing pain caused her to grimace, her teeth clenched in determination. "Damn you, Kaisha!" In the heart of the explosion, Tao enveloped herself in armament hockey, preparing to withstand the impending shockwave. Yet, she felt a gentle touch on her shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, her form appeared before Nami and the others. Stunned by this miraculous ability, Tao could hardly comprehend what had transpired. Meanwhile, her previous position was now occupied by Baizé. Facing the oncoming blast, Baizé wielded his long knife, unleashing a downward strike that sent golden flames cascading. Kaisha's eyes widened in horror as he was propelled against the wall by the force of the golden flames. Nai, who had already been against the wall, endured the impact of the flames anew, her burns intensifying, causing her to tilt her head and faint. Before Kaisha could react, Baizé materialized before him, wielding the radiant power of the sun's artifact, piercing through Kaisha's heart. The intense pain rendered Kaisha momentarily stunned as he glanced down at the blood gushing from his wound. Sea prism, stone weapon? It was not. Rather, it was simply a weapon of a somewhat unique nature. Baizé explained as he withdrew his long knife, blood splattering in abundance. Leaning against the wall, Kaisha's body gradually slid down until he sat on the ground, his eyes vacant, fully losing consciousness. Kaisha became yet another natural-type devil fruit user to perish at Baizé's hands. Baizé sheathed his blade and approached Nai, who was now unconscious, propped against the wall, but still clinging to consciousness. Should he eliminate her or consider her potential utility? "Will you kill her?" Tao inquired as she joined Baizé, her gaze fixed on the slumped figure of Nai. "Her identity still holds some value. I am contemplating whether to employ her to ensnare Don Quixote da Flamingo." Baizé replied casually, his eyes appraising Nai. Tao frowned slightly, realizing that this connected her once more to one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The Punk Hazard Research Facility was already entangled with 2 of the 4 emperors and now with one of the 7 warlords, da Flamingo. "What is your plan for her?" The other girls approached Baizé, and Tao Tu glanced at the two Navy soldiers tasked with documentation. "Please omit any mention of Bai Zhe in your records," she instructed. The soldiers exchanged glances but quickly nodded, understanding the command. "Though I find it perplexing, given that Major Tao Tu has commanded it, I shall comply," they acquiesced. Bai Zhe pondered. If he could sway Mo Nai to switch allegiances, she could serve as a witness to Doflamingo's crimes, a significant advantage. Yet, Mo Nai's loyalty to Doflamingo had already been demonstrated in the original narrative. She would rather sacrifice herself than allow any evidence of Doflamingo's misdeeds to surface. This posed a dilemma for Bai Zhe, as persuading her to cooperate would prove exceedingly challenging. The typical means of inflicting pain would likely bear no effect on her. Her unwavering loyalty to Doflamingo was unfathomable. She would willingly sacrifice herself to protect him. This indeed presents a conundrum, as convincing her to assist me seems implausible, Bai Zhe remarked, shrugging as he stowed away the sun artifact. The girls exchanged confused glances, questioning why he would not dispose of Mo Nai if he found her unconvincing. If he cannot utilize her, then why not eliminate her? Such a menace is a waste of air and resources. Princess Vivi interjected, expressing her disdain for all members of the Punk Hazard Research Facility. No need to rush, while persuasion may be futile. Perhaps we can lure Doflamingo to Punk Hazard and orchestrate a trap, Bai Zhe mused with a smile, his eyes reflecting contemplation as he gazed at Mo Nai. Ignoring the unconscious figure on the ground, Bai Zhe advanced towards Kaisha's laboratory, where vital research materials pertaining to Kaisha were stored. With deft precision, Bai Zhe sifted through the relevant documents, particularly those concerning artificial devil fruits, which captivated his interest. Regrettably, the records pertaining to the origins of devil fruits merely proposed several hypotheses without yielding any substantial research. Among the myriad of revelations, what resonated most profoundly with Bai Zhe was the origin of the devil fruits, which were creations of a technologically advanced kingdom from 8 centuries past. If the devil fruits were indeed birthed from pure supernatural forces, the possibility of artificial Zoan-type devil fruits would be rendered impossible. However, if from the outset, these fruits were the products of technology, the likelihood of imitation becomes exceedingly high. This ancient kingdom, flourishing with advanced technology 800 years ago, crafted fruits imbued with demonic powers. Consuming them would lead one to be cast away by the sea, yet bestow upon them the formidable strength akin to that of a demon. Bai Zhe fixated on the words displayed on the screen, murmuring them softly. Robin, captivated, was equally absorbed. The other girls exhibited only a mild interest in the materials. Peach Rabbit, with a playful smile, remarked to Bai Zhe that Caesar's antics were quite ludicrous. Even without accepting his surrender, Bai Zhe could still acquire his research data. "Oh, do not liken my words to that of a bandit. I am merely intrigued by the artificial devil fruits. As for dealing with Caesar, it is purely due to my distaste for him." After perusing the information on artificial devil fruits, Bai Zhe promptly refuted Peach Rabbit's assertions. Yet, if the devil fruits were indeed a technological marvel of that bygone kingdom, it was truly unfathomable how such a sophisticated civilization met its demise. How did the 20 kings manage to annihilate a kingdom of such advanced technology? And as inheritors of its legacy, why did the world government fail to exhibit a commensurate level of technological prowess, instead opting to collaborate with the Navy in the study of so-called pacifists? Bai Zhe's barrage of inquiries furrowed Peach Rabbit's brow, prompting her to press her fingers against her forehead and gesture dismissively at him. "I am but a mere rear admiral in the Navy headquarters. I'm unaware of the matters you speak of. Moreover, the projects related to the pacifists are coordinated by Admiral Kizaru and Vegapunk." Bai chuckled softly, adeptly copying the entire cache of data. He preserved a copy of these materials while also safeguarding evidence of Caesar's collaboration with Don Quixote Doflamingo, along with the financial backing from the Yonko Kaido and Big Mom. Should they cross paths, they would stand on the side of righteousness. Meanwhile, Monet had awakened to find herself alone, Caesar's lifeless body sprawled nearby. "Have they let me go?" Monet mused, her expression shifting abruptly. The next destination they were bound for could only be Caesar's laboratory. With great effort, She propped herself up and returned to her chamber, resolving to inform Doflamingo to prepare for the impending situation. However, she failed to notice a trace of imperceptible golden light clinging to her collar. Once the transponder snail was connected, it simulated Doflamingo's expression, causing Monet's heart to leap with joy. Yet, recalling her current predicament, her demeanor dimmed. "Young master, I have matters to report. Caesar's activities have been exposed. Today, Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, accompanied by a monstrous man, intruded upon Punk Hazard. After defeating me, Caesar, seeing no escape, attempted to surrender, but they refused. They subsequently killed Caesar and employed an unknown method to sabotage the detonation device. Young master, your affairs are at great risk of being uncovered." Monet relayed her news in a rush, bowing her head in anticipation of Doflamingo's reprimand. To her surprise, Doflamingo remained unervingly calm. "It's all right. Do your utmost. If you can cause damage, do so. If not, return to Dressrosa." However, once the call was ended, the smile on Doflamingo's face faded. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes flickered with not only anger, but also a tinge of fear. The fear of Kaido, one of the Yonko. With the destruction of Punk Hazard and the loss of resources for creating artificial Zoan-type devil fruits, he would have no explanation to offer Kaido. "No, I must make a trip to Punk Hazard," Doflamingo declared, rising from his throne and exiting the palace, his fingers releasing threads that entwined with the clouds above. His body was suddenly lifted into the air, appearing as though he were soaring through the sky. Inside the laboratory, Baize's lips curled into a slight smile. The bait had been cast, and now it remained to be seen if the fish would bite. Baize had deliberately allowed Monet to escape to lure out the entity behind her, Doflamingo. Beneath the facade of the fairy tale kingdom of Dressrosa lay unspeakable evils. As the architect of this chaos, Baize was indeed eager to eliminate Doflamingo. For the time being, he would rest in Punk Hazard for a day or two and manage the oversized children. Stretching his limbs, Baize addressed the women present. Peach Rabbit sighed, expressing her sympathy. "These children are the most pitiful of all. After consuming the giant drug, what kind of life awaits them?" Robin nodded in agreement. Her own harrowing childhood experiences allowing her to empathize deeply with these children. The enormity of their size, a consequence of the giant drug, would subject them to the scrutiny of others wherever they went. Peach Rabbit felt a heaviness in her heart, even if they were sent to the land of giants. These artificially induced giants would likely not be welcome there. Baize concurred, acknowledging the strong sense of racial exclusion. Absent external influences, most races naturally reject outsiders. "The Navy will have to intervene," Peach Rabbit resolved, taking a deep breath. "Regardless, I will do my part to provide them with a nurturing environment. As for the path they choose to follow in the future, that decision lies with them." Baize chuckled at Peach Rabbit, teasing, "Are you not afraid they will become pirates? I have heard even the grandson of a Navy hero garb has turned to piracy. We are in the era of great pirates. Any young individual may be swayed to follow that path." Peach Rabbit paused, recalling that Baize was referring to the future pirate king, Luffy. She then smiled broadly, patting the long sword at her waist. "If they choose the pirate's path, I will show no mercy. Their childhood suffering does not excuse them from wrongdoing in adulthood," Peach Rabbit declared with conviction. This time, Baize was taken aback. Peach Rabbit's unwavering resolve exceeded his expectations. "You speak wisely. However, we must focus on the present and ensure the well-being of these children first." The group departed the laboratory to arrange accommodation for the children and the other experimental subjects they had acquired. Although Caesar had not been at Punk Hazard for long, he had amassed a considerable number of experimental subjects. The Navy would need to scrutinize each one to determine if they were criminals or malevolent pirates. If they were ordinary civilians, the Navy would assist them in returning to their homelands. As for the children, Peach Rabbit arranged for the Navy to assist in reuniting them with their families on nearby islands. After all, the experimental subjects were primarily children from surrounding islands, abducted through deceitful means. However, having learned from Baize that the giant drug was still flawed, Peach Rabbit worried that hastily returning these children to their families could lead to tragedy. With this information weighing heavily on her mind, she felt an even greater sense of urgency. Tao Tu gazed at the report handed to her by the naval soldier. The children had already experienced a bout of side effects, becoming exceedingly irritable and prone to aggression. Had it not been for Nami's timely intervention, utilizing her telekinetic abilities to lull them into slumber, the Navy might have suffered some injuries. After all, these children were little giants, possessing immense strength. Even the most cautious naval soldiers could potentially be harmed in their presence. Bai Zhe took a seat opposite Tao Tu, stating, "I have likely mitigated their side effects. But the transformation into giants is a genetic alteration. Even my radiant sun power cannot reverse it, as it is not a disease. Tao Tu no te appositivi zet ponding." This is already a significant improvement. Those children are fortunate to have encountered you, freed from their side effects, and now possess strength akin to that of little giants. As for the giant transformation, I must enlist the aid of the naval researchers to see if it can be eliminated. Bai Zhe smiled, just about to speak when he suddenly sensed something and stood up. Tao Tu's expression shifted slightly as she hurried to Bai Zhe's side. In the distant sky, a figure soared gracefully, draped in a pink coat, resembling a flamingo in flight. Warlord of the Seven Seas, Don Quixote, da Flamingo. Tao Tu slowly uttered the name of the approaching individual. Bai Zhe stepped out onto the beach of Punk Hazard. Da Flamingo, spotting the figure on the beach, narrowed his eyes. Previously, he had heard Monet's description over the transponder snail, referring to him as a monstrous man. Da Flamingo scoffed at this notion, believing that an admiral of the Navy was merely average. Those who could act alongside an admiral were unlikely to be extraordinary. He presumed that a true monster would at least be on the level of the Yonko, Kaido. However, upon locking eyes with the figure on the beach, an ominous premonition crept into Doflamingo's mind. Silken threads entwined with the clouds as Doflamingo descended gracefully. "You are the one who destroyed the research facility in Punk Hazard?" Doflamingo inquired, looking at Bai Zhe, who nodded with a smile. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from Doflamingo. Conqueror's Haki. It surged forth with a tangible pressure directed at Bai Zhe. To greet someone with Conqueror's Haki upon their first meeting truly exemplified the nature of a clown in the underground world. Doflamingo momentarily faltered, astonished that Bai Zhe remained unfazed. Sensing the Conqueror's Haki, Bai Zhe responded with a smile, "Ah, but I possess Conqueror's Haki as well." With those words, an explosive force erupted from within him, akin to a volcanic eruption. An immensely profound Conqueror's Haki radiated from his being, instantly contesting Doflamingo's own. Bai Zhe felt the surge of his Conqueror's Haki and extended his hand into the air. Is this what Conqueror's Haki feels like? Doflamingo was taken aback, realizing that this was Bai Zhe's first awakening of Conqueror's Haki. Yet, he could not fathom why this initial awakening was so formidable. Furthermore, how could Bai Zhe master its use so swiftly? Doflamingo's smile faded as he observed Bai Zhe's Conqueror's Haki, dark and golden, intensifying rather than waning. The confrontation between their Conqueror's Haki shifted from a contest of strength to Bai Zhe overwhelming Doflamingo's aura entirely. In the end, Doflamingo found himself unable to resist Bai Zhe's oppressive Conqueror's Haki, which forced his own back within him. Bai Zhe spread his arms wide, releasing a dark, golden Conqueror's Haki that enveloped the entire island in the blink of an eye. The dark, golden brilliance soared skyward, reaching for the heavens. This level of Conqueror's Haki, was this man truly a monster? Doflamingo muttered, recognizing it as the most terrifying manifestation of Conqueror's Haki he had ever witnessed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Doflamingo understood that he might truly be in peril. To possess such a fearsome Conqueror's Haki could not belong to an ordinary individual. After completely unleashing his Conqueror's Haki, Bai Zhe gazed at the swirling dark clouds above, resembling an apocalyptic scene. "Perhaps I have gone a bit overboard," he mused, retracting his Conqueror's Haki. Despite this being his first awakening, he found it fascinating that he could fully control it. Thus, the Conqueror's Haki that had engulfed the island had only served to intimidate Doflamingo without rendering others unconscious. "What troubles you, Doflamingo? The evidence of your nefarious dealings with Caesar is firmly in my possession. Are you merely here to compare Conqueror's Haki, or do you wish to destroy this evidence?" Bai Zhe remarked with a smile, conjuring the artifact of the radiant sun in his hands. Doflamingo's expression darkened ominously. Until there was a confrontation today, no resolution would be reached. The pressure Baize exuded was overwhelming, compelling Doflamingo to abandon any notion of holding back. He immediately activated his awakened devil fruit powers. From beneath his feet, a vast quantity of sand transformed into white threads. Baize's eyes narrowed slightly as he recognized the awakened Paramecia devil fruit's ability to alter the environment, significantly amplifying its destructive capability. Unfortunately for Doflamingo, his ability was particularly countered by Baize, rendering the distinction between awakened and unawakened irrelevant. The power of the radiant sun enveloped the artifact, igniting it in a blazing golden flame. The encroaching white threads ignited spontaneously before they could even approach Baize. Doflamingo's expression shifted rapidly, the series of events leading him to suspect that Baize was specifically targeting him. As Doflamingo's white line surged forth, it ignited in flames before it could even reach Baize. Tao stood aboard the warship, observing the clash between the two. Or rather, she witnessed Baize's one-sided domination. This battle, beyond the sheer display of strength, showcased an intriguing counter of abilities that left Tao astounded. Doflamingo was evidently born to be countered by Baize. The white threads produced by his string fruit would likely perish within seconds before Baize, engulfed by golden flames. Doflamingo's defeat was all but assured. Tao shook her head, harboring no optimism for Doflamingo's chances. She had already begun contemplating which prison would be suitable for him in the aftermath. On the battlefield, witnessing the ineffectiveness of his awakened abilities, Doflamingo's expression darkened further. Clenching his hand in the air, he commanded a multitude of threads to coalesce into a robust white-line dragon, imbued with deep observation haki. Charging once more at Baize. At last, Baize moved. His long blade gracefully descended, cleaving the line dragon, suffused with profound observation haki into countless particles of dust. Is this truly all you have? Your initial ferocity seems ill-matched to this pitiful display, he remarked. Baizevor asmile, which only served to tighten the grip of Doflamingo's teeth. Since it has come to this, do not blame me for unleashing my ultimate technique. Baize raised an eyebrow, fully aware of the formidable move Doflamingo possessed in his awakened state. I eagerly await its manifestation. Let me witness the limits of your power. With a flick of his long blade, Baize beckoned Doflamingo to quickly unleash his ultimate technique. Observing Baize's unwavering confidence, a weight settled heavily in Doflamingo's heart. However, his previous assault had already demonstrated that with the inclusion of high-intensity Busashoka haki, he could penetrate the fiery barrier and strike at Baize. 16 sacred fatal bullets. Doflamingo roared, from the earth erupting 16 strands enveloped in high-intensity Busashoku haki. Like 16 exquisitely crafted spears, they shot forth with relentless speed. The strands sliced through the air, producing a sonic boom. They converged upon Baize from various angles, seemingly intent on obliterating him. In the distance, Peach Rabbit was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating this battle would unveil such a thrilling spectacle. Nevertheless, she knew this would not alter the outcome of the confrontation. After all, even she could withstand such an attack. Were she in Baize's position, facing a brutal onslaught, she would not engage head-on, but instead create distance for herself, allowing for greater maneuverability, subsequently employing her great sword's soaring slash to sever the strands one by one. Thus, she was curious about how Baize would respond. As Baize's counter unfolded, a flicker of surprise crossed Peach Rabbit's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile. Rather than retreating from this fierce attack, Baize surged forward towards Doflamingo. His agility was remarkable, and his swordsmanship was nothing short of divine. Each strike found its mark on the strands, and despite being encased in high-intensity Busashoka haki, they could not withstand Baize's blade. By the 16th cut, Baize had already closed the distance to Doflamingo. Gulp! Doflamingo felt an intense dryness in his throat, unable to suppress a swallow. In the next moment, a fierce golden light flickered in his eyes. A searing pain erupted from his chest, a grievous wound extending from his left shoulder to his right abdomen suddenly manifested, accompanied by an excruciating burning sensation. It felt as if he had been cast into a volcano or hurled into the sun. Ah! Doflamingo clutched himself tightly, the overwhelming agony causing his vision to blur, rendering Baizé into multiple apparitions before him. Keeping you alive has its uses. I shall not kill you just yet. The affairs of Dressrosa require your personal testimony as the reigning king for sufficient impact. Baizé's words echoed like the whispers of a demon, causing Doflamingo to grit his teeth and force out a response. With such power, why remain in obscurity? Because this brief period of dormancy is a precursor to a more magnificent ascent, Baizé replied, sheathing his divine weapon. Doflamingo paused, realization dawning upon him. Baizé harbored even more terrifying ambitions. Understanding this, he laughed heartily despite the pain coursing through him. Such a being possessed ambitions that could only be described as monstrous. In this world, the desire to replace the world government could indeed be deemed a terrifying ambition. With a creature like you, the world government shall know no peace. On a certain island in the New World, a multitude of pirates gathered, as if they had just emerged from a great battle. At the center of this assembly stood a figure towering above the rest, extraordinarily large and imposing, with a cross-shaped scar adorning his right abdomen. Merely seated, he surpassed many standing in height, emanating a dreadfully potent aura that made onlookers tremble uncontrollably. 2 horns rose from his head, and his countenance exuded a natural authority. This was none other than Kaido, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Damn that red-haired. To intervene in the midst of battle and act as a peacemaker. Kaido couldn't help but shatter the wine jug in his hand. The beast pirates had found refuge on this island due to their previous engagement with Whitebeard, which had ceased because of Red-Haired's interference. Of course, given Kaido's temperament, Red-Haired would not simply mediate with words. If Kaido refused to halt hostilities, Red-Haired would join forces with Whitebeard to confront him. Even with the title of the world's strongest creature, he could not withstand the combined might of 2 equals. The true reason behind his cessation of battle was the inability of his pirate crew to endure further. While Kaido could rely on his formidable stamina and strength to hold off 2 opponents for a time, his crew could not match his endurance. Faced with the combined assault of Whitebeard's and Red-Haired's crews, the beast pirates were steadily being driven back. Even if their captain could endure, what of the rest? What further incensed him was the report that Punk Hazard's research facility had been destroyed. Presently, Doflamingo was en route to address this matter at Punk Hazard. Without the artificial devil fruits, how could he continue to build the beast pirates? Doflamingo was nothing but a fool, unable to manage such a trivial task. The chosen partner was even more incompetent, easily dismantling the navy. Kaido grumbled in a stupor, feeling the empty jug beside him, devoid of any liquor. Bring me more wine. Governor, we have run out of alcohol. We consumed all that we brought when departing Wano, a pirate nervously reported, trembling under the oppressive aura emanating from Kaido. Get away. With a colossal hand, Kaido sent the pirate flying, his bleary eyes snapping open. My beast pirates have yet to be fully established. I refuse to let Doflamingo's incompetence halt our progress. Clearly, he dismissed the absence of liquor from his mind. No, I must personally teach a lesson to the Navy for destroying Punk Hazard. With that, Kaido transformed into an immense azure dragon, soaring into the skies as the pirates on the island stood in stunned silence. Governor, where are you off to now? Most likely to deal with Doflamingo's situation, came the reply. Indeed, the governor had long aspired to create a legion of Zoan-type devil fruit users. Now that the production facility had been destroyed, it was no wonder he was furious. The pirates had grown accustomed to Kaido's solitary actions, for he often ventured forth alone. Had it not been for the provocation from the Godslayer, igniting a desire for war against Whitebeard's crew, they likely would not have followed him, instead allowing Kaido to challenge Whitebeard alone. At Punk Hazard, after Baizé had severely injured Doflamingo, Peach Rabbit made her formal entrance, taking control of the battlefield with ease and swiftly subduing the gravely wounded Doflamingo. At this moment, one can discern the disparity in combat prowess between an admiral and those beneath that rank. Despite being gravely injured, Doflamingo is utterly powerless against Tao 2. Even in peak condition, Doflamingo would find it impossible to prevail over Tao 2's day. Upon realizing this, his expression crumbles. He gazes at Tao 2 with a distorted countenance. An admiral candidate? How could such strength possibly be deemed worthy of that title? Indeed, I had recently experienced a surge in power, and it seems fortuitous that you have crossed my path. You're the first formidable pirate I have encountered post my enhancement. Tao 2, with an air of nonchalance, shackles Doflamingo with sea-prism stone cuffs. The revelation of the events in Dressrosa guarantees that your title as a Shichibukai is utterly indefensible. As a former Shichibukai, capturing you would undoubtedly embellish my resume significantly. Tao 2's words appear to intentionally provoke Doflamingo, as they were relayed to her in secrecy by Zay. The intent was to incite Doflamingo, for in a state of fury, rationality is often suppressed. Zay aims to employ the same strategy once more, casting a long line to catch a big fish. With the statements exaggerated, Doflamingo might remain unfazed. Yet, what Tao 2 articulates is a foreseeable reality. Although the manner in which she acquired knowledge of the Dressrosa incident remains unclear, once the truth is exposed, the world government will surely not spare him. Furthermore, capturing him would indubitably enhance her own accomplishments. False and exaggerated lies may not inflict harm, but the stark truth is a swift blade. The words of Tao 2 delineate Doflamingo's future, manifesting as a barrage of cutting blades that strike him with unerring precision. The future resume must be something one can relish. And surely, you do not believe I have come alone? Doflamingo, seething with rage, grins maniacally, revealing his pallid teeth. Tao 2 raises an eyebrow, smiling nonchalantly as she retorts. The Don Quixote family? Their head has already been bested by me. What tempest could possibly arise from the remnants of your kin? The corners of Doflamingo's mouth twitch slightly, as he suddenly perceives that this admiral candidate possesses not only terrifying strength, but also a formidable verbal arsenal. Tao 2's words seem to transform into daggers, piercing directly into his heart. Ironically, the truths she speaks leave him without rebuttal. To argue would only render him a fool. What I refer to is certainly not the Don Quixote family, but rather the Yonko associated with Punk Hazard. Doflamingo's expression becomes inscrutable, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes as he recalls that monstrous man. A strange sensation stirs within him. It is precisely this that fuels Doflamingo's confidence in Kaido. Presently, the world government is preoccupied with the Slayer of Gods. Would they truly allocate naval forces to confront a Yonko or even a Yonko pirate crew? A singular Yonko and a Yonko pirate crew are not synonymous. One represents the pinnacle of strength upon the seas, while the other embodies a formidable force in the New World. Just as in the forthcoming Marineford War, where the Navy deployed an unprecedented mobilization of 100,000 elite sailors to face the entirety of the Whitebeard pirates. If it were merely Whitebeard himself, the Navy would not need to act so decisively. This underscores the distinction between a Yonko and a Yonko pirate crew. Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Tao 2's eyes narrow slightly. This indeed is her concern. The Navy may lack the strength to support her. The Marine headquarters, under the furrowed brow of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, contemplates another appeal to the world government, seeking to liberate the highest combat strength of the Marine headquarters. Keeping the top combatants confined to the headquarters is an utter waste, serving no purpose in maintaining order and justice upon the seas. Ironically, the figure of the Slayer of Gods, Noah, has seemingly vanished since that fateful night. Even the world government's most feared intelligence agency, CP, has uncovered no trace. The Navy, with its vast influence across the seas, has also failed to find any pertinent leads. One could assert that this search is the most intense in history, with the world government applying immense pressure in this regard. However, the results of the investigation are profoundly disappointing. The world government, hopeful of amassing their highest combat strength, discovers it to be futile. The events have transpired with great fervor for over a fortnight, and various factions around the world await the world government's response. Is this the outcome? Sengoku realizes the matter cannot linger any longer. In the New World, the conflict between the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates has temporarily ceased. Yet this does not imply that the crisis has abated. On the contrary, the intervention of the red-haired pirates may provoke the Beast pirates to assault other crews. This could exacerbate the already chaotic state of affairs in the New World. The emergence of the Slayer of Gods carries immense significance for the Navy. This is especially true for the Yonko pirate crews, who reign as the four sovereigns of the seas. The arrival of Noah directly looms over them, an intolerable affront to any proud pirate emperor. The most direct manifestation of this is seen in Kaido, the governor of the Beast Pirates. In a fit of rage, he mobilizes the Beast Pirates to attack Whitebeard, eager to demonstrate his might. Unfortunately, this war, which commenced with great vigor, abruptly halts midway. In a sense, the outcome is already evident. The Slayer of Gods boldly breaches the Holy Land, yet manages to retreat unscathed, while Kaido, the strongest man in the world, halts his battle due to the intervention of a red-haired pirate. The news agencies enthusiastically report on this incident. Fortunately, Kaido has yet to see the related articles. Otherwise, he would likely erupt in fury and seek out the president of the World News Agency. The president of the World News Agency has been reveling in this period. He is inherently a man who delights in chaos. Following the emergence of the Slayer of Gods, the world government recognized that this matter could not be suppressed, thus allowing the news agency to report freely. Simultaneously, they leveraged the agency's influence to disseminate the bounty on the Slayer of Gods worldwide. As anticipated, the impact of the Slayer of Gods is extensive, not only among ordinary civilians, but also across the various factions at sea. The advent of the Slayer of Gods has stirred the ambitions of numerous maritime forces, with the most significant news being the outbreak of war among the Yonko in the New World. The news agency president has made this a focal point. The world government is pleased with this development. Perhaps the conflict between the two Yonko will divert attention from the Slayer of God's audacious incursion into the Holy Land and the massacre of the celestial dragons. The war between the Yonko has far-reaching implications, compelling the Navy to take it seriously. Thus, Sengoku finds himself in a state of profound distress, contemplating whether he should retire early and relinquish the position of Fleet Admiral to enjoy a peaceful life, for the current maritime situation is beyond his capacity to manage. Whitebeard, Kaido, red-haired, Big Mom. Sengoku recites the names of the four Yonko, his brow furrowing deeply. He hopes that Tao-2 stationed at the Marine branch will remain safe. For the time being, it is best not to involve her in the conflict of the Yonko, as the Navy cannot spare any strength. After completing the report of grievances, Zhangguo murmured to himself, his gaze vacant. Suddenly, the phone bug he used for communication rang. Upon seeing the number, Zhangguo's heart skipped a beat, sensing something ominous. The owner of the number was none other than Tao-2, whom he had just been contemplating. Shaking his head, Zhangguo dispelled his unwarranted anxiety and answered the call from Tao-2's day Admiral Zhangguo. I have something to report regarding Punk Hazard. As Tao-2 recounted the events, Zhangguo's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait a moment. This matter involves one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and even Emperor Kaido. Zhangguo felt the veins on his forehead pulsating uncontrollably. He immediately summoned the high-ranking officers of the Navy for a meeting, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Therefore, he only called upon Vice Admiral Crane, Carp, and the 3 admirals. All right, Tao-2, please continue. Tao-2's voice resonated through the phone bug, and the expressions of those present were filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that Tao-2 would encounter Baizé upon arriving in the New World. The Navy had traditionally maintained a neutral, even friendly stance towards Baizé. Hearing that Baizé had dealt with Doflamingo, Akainu frowned slightly, but refrained from speaking. In contrast, Akiji smiled, expressing his approval of Baizé's actions. Kizaru sat alone on a nearby sofa, still wrapped in bandages, appearing lethargic and retaining his previous lecherous demeanor. The grievous injury inflicted by the Godslayer Noah had yet to heal, leaving him in a constant state of malaise, sipping tea and idly passing the time. After all, the Navy would not dispatch an injured personnel to battle, would they? That little brat Baizé did quite well, giving Caesar and Doflamingo a severe lesson. Carp laughed heartily, mocking Caesar and Doflamingo. Vice Admiral Crane shot a glance at Carp, remarking, "Your understanding of the term lesson seems a bit misguided. Caesar has already perished." Caesar was eliminated by Zay's own hand, and Doflamingo was severely injured. Zay's strength was undoubtedly at the level of an admiral. After absorbing Tautu's report, Vice Admiral Crane spoke, "If a Yonko truly intervenes, it is highly probable that Zay will align with the Navy to confront them." The others either remained silent or nodded in agreement with Vice Admiral Crane's words. At least based on current intelligence, Zay's actions appeared to favor the Navy, or at least were directed against the pirates. Once Tautu ended the call, a silence enveloped the Admiral's office, each member astonished by Zay's actions. Kizaru crossed his legs and took a sip of tea before stating, "Speaking of which, Zay's rise has been remarkably swift, almost peaking immediately upon setting sail. Wasn't he in the Sabaody archipelago when that incident occurred?" The gathered individuals were momentarily taken aback. Turning to Kizaru, Akiji furrowed his brow. He held a favorable impression of Zay. "Borisolino, your speculation seems rather far-fetched. I have fought Zay directly. His power is singular, akin to a blazing sun suspended in the sky. Meanwhile, the Godslayer Noah is purely about physical strength, combined with extraordinary martial arts skills. To link the two seems utterly preposterous. It is impossible for one individual to simultaneously master strength, physique, martial prowess, and swordsmanship." Seeing Akiji refute his statement, Kizaru quickly raised his hands in surrender. "Calm down. I was merely voicing a thought. Feel free to disregard it." The others were expressions of disbelief. Each of them had climbed from the depths to their current prowess, acutely aware of the challenges in acquiring strength in the vast sea. Even with their monstrous talents and gifts, they dared not underestimate the arduous journey of power acquisition. It was precisely due to their understanding of the immense effort required and the terrifying talent needed that they found it hard to believe Zay could be the Godslayer. The two powers were simply not of the same ilk. Zay represented the blazing sun and swordsmanship, while Noah embodied physical might and martial prowess. A person's energy cannot simultaneously pursue these four paths to their zenith, for humanity has its limits. The discussion at Navy headquarters concluded, and they dismissed the outlandish hypothesis from their minds. Meanwhile, after ending the call, Tautu turned to Zay. "How do you intend to handle Doflamingo? Will you turn him over to the Navy?" Baisha shrugged nonchalantly, indicating indifference. "If the Navy wants him, they can have him. But I doubt they have the resources to manage Doflamingo right now, especially with more than one Yonko potentially involved." Tautu nodded gravely. The Navy situation was indeed dire. If they were to provoke two Yonko due to Doflamingo, the Navy might face insurmountable challenges. The turmoil on the seas was palpable, with the New World descending into chaos. Battles raged everywhere, and heads were being smashed together like dogs. Tautu felt a sense of inexplicable fatigue. The Navy truly could not afford to provoke two Yonko. Headquarters lacked the strength to support the branch. "It's precisely because this is the reality that I feel troubled, as I cannot change it," Tautu lamented. "Do not dwell on it too much. Perhaps a Yonko will arrive at Punk Hazard in the next moment," Zay replied with a smile. "Zay, tell me truthfully, did you intend for me to provoke Doflamingo to attract a Yonko?" Tautu asked, her expression serious. "That is indeed part of the plan. But whether Doflamingo will cooperate is uncertain. His previous words can be disregarded. However, once you provoke him, he may very well inform Kaido about this situation. It's a matter of casting a wide net to catch a great fish. This time, we might just reel in a Sea King, the strongest creature on the surface. I am eager to see if he truly is as indomitable as rumored." Zay's eyes flickered with intrigue. Within a temporary prison aboard a Navy warship, Doflamingo sat cross-legged on the floor, his wrists and ankles shackled with sea prism stone chains. "Hee, does the Navy overestimate themselves, thinking that binding me with sea prism stone handcuffs will render me powerless? Not even a guard is stationed." Doflamingo retrieved a phone bug from his coat, relieved that he had not placed it in his breast pocket. Otherwise, Zay's earlier strike could have destroyed it. However, to his surprise, his call went unanswered. Is Kaido drunk again? Acting like a fool? Doflamingo muttered, frowning as he concealed the phone bug. Suddenly, he raised his head and gazed through the windows of the Navy ship towards the distant sky, where a terrifying aura was approaching. Before departing, Doflamingo had already notified Kaido, and now he was en route to Punk Hazard. The distance between Dressrosa and Punk Hazard was not insignificant, yet it was closer than Kaido's current location. Moreover, since Doflamingo had set off first, Kaido, lacking alcohol and seeking a fight, intended to head to Punk Hazard, thus their arrival times differed. Is that guy really coming? Doflamingo revealed a surprised smile, simultaneously feeling a chill from the terrifying aura. That man was also a monster, and in the clash between two titans, who would ultimately claim victory. Doflamingo gazed expectantly towards the battleship. His heart brimmed with anticipation for the confrontation between Baize and Kaido. On the deck, Baize momentarily paused, looking towards the distant sky where dark clouds gathered, and a colossal figure flickered amidst the flashes of lightning, embodying a formidable presence, as if a deity wielding thunder. Taotu couldn't help but glance at Baize, her expression peculiar, inquiring, "Are you sure you just cast a long line? You've already caught a big fish, or rather, a sea king. It might not necessarily be the bait I cast earlier. Doflamingo should have notified Kaido before coming here. Their timings differ due to their varying distances from Punk Hazard," Baize casually explained, stretching his form. To be honest, the previous battle with Doflamingo did not satisfy him. This opponent was the true heavyweight. All naval soldiers aboard the warship rushed out, unable to ignore the overwhelming aura that instilled dread. Upon seeing the figure in the distant sky, everyone was astonished. That was the Four Emperor Kaido. The very presence was terrifying. Merely facing him required immense courage. He was so powerful, as if he had emerged from a myth, commanding thunder and riding the clouds. The naval soldiers gaped at Kaido from afar. Even at such a distance, his figure was discernible. One could only imagine the colossal form of the Azure Dragon, transformed into myth. Suddenly, a sailor pointed towards the sky, exclaiming as a bright fireball grew increasingly radiant, resembling a meteor streaking from afar. Baize recognized it clearly. It was Kaido soaring in the air, exhaling flames. As Baize raised his hand to intercept the descending flames and sense their landing point, his brow slightly furrowed. Perhaps due to the distance, Kaido had aimed for Punk Hazard. Punk Hazard had no living souls left. All the children had been evacuated to the warship, and the experimental subjects were successfully detained by the Navy. Punk Hazard had become a complete no-man's land. Now that Kaido's attack was directed at Punk Hazard, Baize had no intention of stopping it. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the sky seemed to unleash divine fire, akin to a meteor ablaze. Crashing down upon Punk Hazard, the ensuing explosion erupted, sending flames surging in all directions, exacerbated by the toxic gases pervading the island, creating a chain reaction. In an instant, Punk Hazard transformed into an island of flames, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions. How could this be? A single strike obliterated Punk Hazard. Is this the might of the Four Emperors? One blow to annihilate an island. Do we truly stand a chance against such a monster? Many naval soldiers questioned themselves internally, some unable to suppress their astonishment. Faced with such extraordinary power, they felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, their gazes shifted towards Kaido. After all, the Four Emperors of the Seas were counterparts to the three admirals of the Navy. If the Four Emperors possessed such strength, could General Kaido match it? However, more informed individuals focused their attention on Baize. For instance, Mary, who had previously accompanied the expedition, witnessed Baize slay Caesar and easily deal with Doflamingo. Under the scrutiny of the masses, a colossal azure dragon descended from the sky. Merely confronting such a gigantic creature invoked a profound sense of fear due to the stark contrast in size. Numerous naval soldiers involuntarily stepped back, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld this mythical being, the Azure Dragon. Above Punk Hazard, Kaido, now transformed into a colossal azure dragon, coiled there. his enormous dragon eyes fixated on the naval warship and the Sunny. "Where's that useless Duofulong Minga? Come out and face me." His thunderous voice reverberated, while Bai Zhe revealed a slight smile. Indeed, the four emperors' domineering presence disregarded the navy entirely, demanding Dufeng's appearance for questioning. "Beast Kaidwa? Perhaps I should call you Blind Kaidwa instead. Or do you lack even the observation hockey to notice that Dufeng is inside the warship, enjoying a luxurious prison meal?" Bai Zhe manifested the sun god artifact in his hand, stepping forward to confront Kaidwa. Such blatant mockery instantly drew Kaidwa's gaze towards Bai Zhe, his eyes resembling feral slits. "You little brat, do you dare insult me?" Prepara tudi. Kaidwa was not one for many words. Seemingly disinterested in Bai Zhe and his companions, only wishing to teach a harsh lesson. Flames surged within his dragon maw, as if he intended to unleash a searing breath upon the naval warship. Bai Zhe, observing Kaidwa's eagerness to strike, had no desire for further conversation. He moved, his body transforming into a golden streak of light, instantly appearing before the colossal dragon, delivering a powerful kick. The air erupted with a shockwave, terrifying force propelling Kaidwa downward from the clouds to Punk Hazard. Bai Zhe glanced below. Punk Hazard had become a hellscape of flames due to Kaidwa's scorching breath, entirely transformed into an island of fire. Now that Kaidwa plummeted into Punk Hazard, he was reaping the consequences of his own misdeeds. The flames licked at the dragon's scales, yet did not harm him in the least. Kaidwa, swaying within the flames, appeared bewildered, unsure of what had just transpired. It was only when he looked up at Bai Zhe, suspended in midair, that realization dawned in his eyes. Seizing this moment, Bai Zhe firmly grasped the sun god artifact, channeling the intense power of the blazing sun into his blade. As the blade radiated brilliant light, it resembled an earthly incarnation of the sun. "Let's greet each other with a grand gesture," Bai Zhe declared, locking eyes with Kaidwa below, smiling as he proclaimed, "Extreme Sun Slash." A pure strike of solar energy descended from the sky, imbued with terrifying heat and blinding brilliance. All the naval soldiers lowered their heads, tears streaming down their faces, unable to bear the sight of Bai Zhe above. The intense glare felt akin to staring directly into the sun, causing discomfort to the soldiers. Nami and the others also felt a sense of unease. However, the sun symbols they bore mitigated the heat and glare effectively. As for Kaidwa, who faced this strike head-on, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The thought that this strike could end his life filled his mind with disbelief. Though instinctively shocked, he adhered to his instincts, instantly transforming into his half-human, half-dragon form to reduce his size and avoid a direct hit. Simultaneously, he drew forth a massive, pitch-black mace. Dewada Lei Ming Bagua. The terrifying stimulus of the extreme yang cut was too overwhelming for Kaido. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his formidable abilities. The menacing Haushiko haki enveloped his kanabo, entwining it with deep crimson lightning as he gripped it tightly and swung with incredible speed. Bang! The blazing energy strike collided with the kanabo, producing an ear-piercing metallic clash, while a wave of searing heat assailed Kaido, making him feel as if his skin were on the verge of charring. Yet, this was merely an inconsequential injury. What truly unsettled him was the terrifying sense of oppression emanating from the kanabo. Was such a force of strike truly within the realm of human capability? No longer willing to confront the blazing energy strike head-on, Kaido sidestepped, allowing the energy to dissipate beside him. A golden halo manifested in a cruciform pattern, radiating towards Punk Hazard. The horizontal ring of golden light flattened the peaks of Punk Hazard, while the vertical ring was even more fearsome, extending from Kaido's side and cleaving Punk Hazard in two. All naval soldiers opened their eyes to the drastically altered visage of Punk Hazard. The once grand mountain had vanished without a trace, obliterated by that single strike. To their astonishment, they beheld a massive fissure dividing Punk Hazard in two. Countless naval soldiers watched in awe, unable to suppress their gulping as they realized this attack could pulverize them into dust. Kaido himself had transformed. The area before him was char-black, enduring the extreme yang cut, required withstanding immense heat, and the carbonized surface of his skin was a testament to Kaido's extraordinary resilience. Otherwise, any other individual would have instantly turned to ash. What truly left Kaido in a stupor was the sight of his kanabo, now shattered in two, alongside his splintered palm, blood dripping profusely. Yet he remained oblivious to the severity of his condition. Baize's slash had shattered his long-held beliefs, revealing the existence of such terrifying individuals in this world, nearly obliterating his convictions. Baize had no intention of allowing Kaido to remain in such a dazed state. A figure materialized from the brilliance before Kaido, followed by the Dainichi Shinki thrusting forward. An indestructible body? An immortal monster? Let us test the sharpness of the Dainichi Shinki. With this thought, the Dainichi Shinki pierced through Kaido's form without hindrance. Wow! Kaido suddenly spewed forth a torrent of scalding blood. It was not that he wished to evade, but rather Baize's speed was overwhelmingly swift. Moreover, having previously blocked that strike had left Kaido somewhat exhausted. This was Baize's current strength, wielding the power of the blazing sun to effortlessly overpower any top-tier adversary on the seas. Baize executed a sidekick, striking Kaido's abdomen forcefully and propelling his body into the island. All naval soldiers gazed at this one-sided onslaught, their mouths agape, questioning whether their eyes were deceiving them. They were witnessing the pirate Emperor Kaido being utterly crushed. It was not until Baize dragged Kaido's unconscious form back to the warship that they regained their senses. Gazing at the charred, perforated, and unconscious Kaido, silence enveloped them. At the Marine headquarters, in the Marshal's office, the same individuals were present, but upon hearing the latest developments, the office fell into silence. After a while, Kizaru slowly spoke. Truly terrifying, Kaido was dispatched in 2 strikes. Kizaru's face bore no trace of his previous jesting demeanor, his eyes reflecting deep apprehension. This inevitably reminded him of that night in the Holy Land when he battled the God Slayer. Unparalleled strength, effortlessly decisive in resolution. After uttering these words, Kizaru fell silent, his gaze fluctuating with uncertainty. Others were equally astonished by the information relayed by Momonosuke. Garp asserted that the power displayed by that young lad Baize could rival that of the legendary rocks from years past. Akiji nodded in agreement. The strength of an admiral was indeed on par with that of a Yonko. He had previously been easily defeated by Baize, and now it took only 2 strikes to overpower Kaido. The speed at which Baize had progressed was truly staggering. Should this matter be reported to the world government? Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired of Sengoku, whose brow furrowed deeply. It could be, and perhaps Baize's feats could be leveraged to appeal to the world government. For the New World was undoubtedly in turmoil and desperately in need of admiral-level strength. The assembly was astounded by Baize's rapid advancement. Sengoku resolved to report this matter to the world government, and soon everyone departed the office, each harboring their own thoughts. Meanwhile, the world government swiftly convened to discuss the incident. At Mariehua, the 5 elders deliberated over the intelligence reported by Sengoku, another rising star from the seas, possessing formidable strength. The ocean is not lacking in talent, yet it is the geniuses who have matured that pose the true threat. How should we treat Baize? Sengoku suggested taking a neutral or amiable approach, as he could serve as a vital asset against the God Slayer. A consensus was reached among several of the 5 elders regarding Baize's handling, when another elder posed a query. Should this matter be publicized to the world? I believe it is feasible. This could mitigate the impact of the God Slayer incident. The fall of a Yonko from the seas could certainly achieve that. Let the World News Agency commence preparations. Meanwhile, Momonosuke had to return to the Marine headquarters on short notice. After all, capturing a pirate emperor could not be managed solely by the strength of the Marine branch, nor could they contend with the subsequent assaults from the Beast Pirates. Given that Kaido was the governor of the Beast Pirates, they would not remain passive and would undoubtedly devise ways to rescue him. Baize had not anticipated encountering such a series of events with you. Caesar, Doflamingo, and Kaido, steadily advancing from weaker foes to ultimately vanquishing the ultimate boss. Momonosuke smiled at Baize, bidding farewell from the deck of the warship. This was indeed a fortunate coincidence, and seizing this opportunity to eradicate the connections would save considerable effort in the future. Baizé stood aboard the Ryoka Maru, preparing to set sail, and remarked to Momonosuke, "However, the sparring session I promised you may have to be postponed for a while." Upon hearing Baizé's words, Momonosuke recalled his desire to spar with Baizé during their time at the Research Institute. "Forget it. Having witnessed your state during the battle with Kaido, sparring with you would lose its meaning, since you wouldn't exert your full strength anyway," Momonosuke remarked with a hint of resignation. Baisha, somewhat speechless, responded, "We are merely sparring, not fighting to the death. Why must we go all out?" "Haha, true enough. Well then, farewell. Once I deliver Kaido to the Marine headquarters and return to the New World, perhaps we will meet again." With the women bidding farewell to Momonosuke, Baizé commanded the ship to head towards the next island. As Baizé and his companions sailed across the seas, newspapers scattered across the globe. In Kakayashi village, a Jin clutched a newspaper, sprinting into the village while shouting, "Lord Baizé has become famous." The villagers emerged, and a Jin excitedly read aloud the contents of the paper. "The fourth Emperor Kaido has been defeated. Baizé triumphed over Kaido with 2 strikes." After finishing the article, the villagers were filled with joy, though some inquired, "But a Jin, who is this fourth Emperor Kaido? Is he formidable?" A Jin paused, realizing that the villagers of the East Sea had little understanding of the 4 emperors of the New World. "I'm not entirely sure, but this newspaper, like the one featuring the Godslayer Noah, has been distributed worldwide at no cost." A Jin's examples rendered the villagers speechless. To receive such recognition as the Godslayer was a remarkable achievement. Had Baizé truly gained renown across the seas so swiftly? Above the East Sea, those islands Baizé had visited rejoiced at his newfound fame. The chefs at the floating restaurant organized a grand banquet to honor the patrons dining there. One chef, whom Baizé had previously rescued and who had since become the second in command at the restaurant, excitedly decided to celebrate Baizé's rise to fame, despite receiving a thorough reprimand from Zepp for his impulsiveness. Yet, Zepp did not rescind this decision, but rather allowed him to revel in his enthusiasm. Zepp gazed at Baizé's image in the newspaper, unable to suppress a smile. This was the essence of a man's romance. In Shiluabu village, within an opulent residence, Kaya's parents beheld her image in a corner of the newspaper, unable to contain their tears of joy. Their daughter had made it onto the pages of a newspaper, appearing before the world. This filled them with profound pride and satisfaction, affirming that allowing Kaya to accompany Lord Baizé was indeed their wisest decision. Indeed, Kaya is now beside a divine being. In the kingdom of Alabasta, Kobu-la smiled with contentment as he observed the newspaper. Seeing Wei Wei with her sword poised, exuding elegance and strength, Kobu-la felt a surge of pride, reflecting on how much his daughter had grown. Across the globe, whether familiar with Baizé or not, people were left with a deep impression of him due to this event. From this moment onward, Baizé would be renowned across the seas. In the New World, however, this newspaper sparked considerable turmoil. The reactions among the powerful were varied. If one were to determine where the most formidable pirates lurked in the Pirate King's world, it would undoubtedly be the New World. This realm was teeming with exceptionally powerful pirates, ruled by 4 sea emperors. Each emperor possessed the authority to divide territories and claim dominion over their lands. There was even a rumor circulating in the earlier segments of the Grand Line that pirates entering the New World faced 2 choices, to either submit to the 4 emperors or challenge them to become one themselves. It is clear what kind of power and status the 4 emperors held in the New World. Yet today, everyone was astonished by a single newspaper. One of the 4 emperors, Kaido, had fallen. This news sent shockwaves throughout the New World, leaving many sea warriors in disbelief. At the Whitebeard Pirates base, signs of battle were evident, as if they had undergone a harrowing conflict recently. Whitebeard, connected to N4, was recuperating from his injuries. Observing the newspaper in his hands, he could not help but chuckle. Kaido lost to an unknown rookie? Beside him, Marco furrowed his brow, casting a concerned glance at Whitebeard. The signs of conflict at their base stemmed from Kaido's recent madness, declaring war on the Whitebeard pirates. Just after Whitebeard had repelled Kaido, such news arrived, making it difficult for Marco not to overthink. After all, Baize's emergence was largely built upon the shoulders of the four emperors. It was conceivable that Baize sought to further establish his name by challenging the four emperors, which would exacerbate Whitebeard's situation. The previous battle with Kaido had already worsened Whitebeard's injuries, and another confrontation with Baize could indeed prove fatal for him. "What troubles you, Marco?" Whitebeard inquired. Noticing Marco's troubled expression, Marco sighed and voiced his concerns. "Will this newcomer challenge the other four emperors?" "Your health, old man Kua Marco, you think too much. Although Baize defeated that fellow Kaido, he has no bounty on his head." Marco paused, flipping through the newspaper, scrutinizing its contents, and indeed found no mention of a bounty on Baize. Initially shocked by Kaido's defeat and worried about Whitebeard's condition, he had overlooked this detail. Now he realized that Baize was not classified as a pirate, or rather, the Navy and the world government did not perceive him as one. Despite Baize's formidable strength, he had not posed any threat to the world government, or rather, he seemed to align with the Navy. Thus, even if he had done something noteworthy, the world government did not pursue it. Marco quickly deduced the reasons, and Whitebeard nodded in agreement. Furthermore, for one capable of effortlessly defeating Kaido, the world government would be eager to recruit him rather than issue a bounty that might drive him away. After all, for the world government, the Godslayer was the foremost adversary. Whitebeard's words alleviated Marco's worries, and his expression relaxed considerably. If that is the case, then all is well. But we cannot dismiss the possibility that this young lad may wish to challenge the old man. Whitebeard chuckled, causing Marco to frown once more. Whitebeard then chuckled softly, folding the newspaper and gazing into the distant sky, his expression turning somber. Has Ace still not sent any word? Upon hearing Whitebeard's inquiry, Marco felt a tinge of helplessness. No, Ace left without notice to pursue Teach, and we have yet to hear anything. Thankfully, there have been no related reports from the sea. Marco felt somewhat exasperated by Ace's reckless departure. Nevertheless, he remained confident in Ace's abilities. For some reason, I have a foreboding feeling. I hope my instincts do not come to fruition, Whitebeard mused, closing his eyes to focus on healing. On Cake Island, Big Mom gazed at the newspaper in disbelief, her sharp voice echoing throughout the house. Kaido actually lost, and to someone who was previously insignificant in the sea? This news is utterly absurd. He defeated Kaido with 2 strikes? Big Mom's piercing voice reverberated within the house, while her children stood nearby, looking uneasy but dared not speak. Katakariki stepped forward and declared, "The content of the newspaper should not be exaggerated. I have verified through informants near Pankahasade that the battle between Kaido and White Zetsu did not last long. It is quite possible to defeat Kaido in 2 strikes." Big Mom's corpulent figure suddenly rose, her voice booming like thunder as she proclaimed, regardless of the circumstances, "I share a bond with Kaido. I cannot stand idly by while he is imprisoned by the Marines. Prepare the warships." Her words caused the faces of her many children to turn pale. This was not a mere skirmish. With the strength of their pirate crew alone, confronting the Marines would be exceedingly challenging. Not to mention, there was that top-tier powerhouse who could potentially defeat Kaido in 2 strikes. If Big Mom aimed to rescue Kaido, that elite might not take kindly to it. What? Are my orders no longer effective? Big Mom's fierce gaze swept across everyone, causing her children to feel as if pricked by needles, hastily bowing their heads. "No, we must prepare the warships at once," Katakariki interjected, positioning himself before Big Mom. As her second son, he was powerful and possessed the advanced observation haki, capable of foreseeing the future. He understood well the consequences of inciting Big Mom's wrath. Thus, he promptly complied with her wishes. "Very well. Hurry and prepare," she commanded before turning back to the dining table, ravenously consuming food. Katakariki exchanged glances with his siblings and sighed. "Let us prepare and not anger Mother." The fleet belonging to Wangwa immediately set to work, gearing up to venture into the first half of the New World. In a certain part of the New World, a highly recognizable pirate ship was docked. Any pirate from the New World who laid eyes on this vessel would undoubtedly exclaim its owner's name: the 4-Emperor Red-Haired Shanks. At this moment, a lively banquet was underway aboard the ship, filled with laughter and merriment. Among the attendees was a man with hawk-like eyes, his pupils a vivid orange, carrying a massive black sword on his back. Clink! The man raised his glass to toast with the person across from him, who was none other than red-haired Shanks. The man sitting opposite the Four Emperor was none other than the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Cheers! Shanks exclaimed joyfully, before gulping down every last drop of wine in his glass. Mihawk did the same, downing his drink before placing the empty cup on the ground. Beside Mihawk lay a newspaper featuring a harrowing image of an island engulfed in flames, as if it had suffered a tremendous explosion. Mihawk, what are your thoughts on this matter? Shanks suddenly inquired, his face slightly flushed, yet his gaze remained clear. A top-tier powerhouse. If it is indeed true that he defeated Kaido in 2 strikes, then his strength is sufficient for me to seek a challenge. Mihawk replied earnestly, pausing before adding, even if he did not defeat Kaido in 2 strikes, his swordsmanship alone could vanquish him. His mastery of the blade must be extraordinarily high. I may go in search of him. Haha, you always have a penchant for challenging those with exceptional sword skills. Shanks chuckled, then warned Mihawk, but be cautious. His strength may have already surpassed our level, moving towards the realm of the Godslayer. Who knows? You might even lose the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Indeed, since the Godslayer incident, the power of the Godslayer has been categorized separately, not on the same level as the 4 emperors or admirals. After all, the power displayed by the Godslayer is formidable, able to take on 3 adversaries simultaneously and inflict severe damage on those at the admiral level. This implies that, given time or in one-on-one scenarios, the Godslayer possesses the capability to kill an admiral in a short time. Thus, the seas have tacitly categorized the Godslayer as a distinct benchmark of strength, and Shanks holds White Zetsu in very high regard. The swordsmanship exhibited by White Zetsu is certainly worthy of such esteem, placing him on par with the Godslayer. Upon hearing this, Mihawk shrugged nonchalantly. In truth, my reputation is already almost diminished. This newspaper will spread across the seas, and many will inevitably draw connections between White Zetsu and me, given that there are always those who seek to gossip. Shanks nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he himself was one of those who enjoyed a good tale. Otherwise, he would not have risen to the status of a 4 emperor. The seas are indeed a realm of hidden talents. Not long after the emergence of the Godslayer, another top-tier swordsman has appeared. Shanks mused, and Mihawk nodded in concurrence. They did not associate White Zetsu with the Godslayer, as such a notion seemed utterly fantastical. The higher one ascends, the more acutely aware they become of the arduous struggle to attain the power they possess. It requires hundreds, if not thousands, of days and nights of relentless honing to achieve such strength. It is simply inconceivable for an individual to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, swordsmanship, physical prowess, and unique abilities in such a brief span of time. Even if White Zetsu is of the same caliber as the Godslayer, do you still intend to pursue him? This journey may be fraught with peril, Shanks remarked, taking another swig of his drink while contemplating Mihawk. What is it? Do you not know me yet? Mihawk replied with a puzzled glance at Shanks. Once I have made up my mind, I will not easily waver. Even if he is a being of the Godslayer level, I still wish to test my mettle against him. Mihawk's declaration momentarily stunned Shanks, who then burst into laughter, running his hand through his hair, his gaze growing profound. In fact, I would like to join you on this quest to witness the true extent of the so-called Godslayer's power. A fierce battle intent flashed in Shanks' eyes. Mihawk finally understood and nodded in agreement. No problem. It will be perfect to journey with you aboard your ship in search of him. The two clinked their glasses, a silent understanding passing between them, their friendship rooted in shared sentiments. Meanwhile, after setting out once more, White Zetsu had designated his destination as Wanwa, the territory ruled by Big Mom. He intended to gather the texts of the final island's markers, known as the Poneglyphs. Having reached the New World, it was time to commence collecting the Poneglyphs in preparation for his journey to the ultimate island where the One Piece resides. It was known that the Poneglyphs were currently held by the Moonlight Clan on Zou, as well as one each in the possession of Kaido and Big Mom, while the location of the final piece remained unknown. Although one piece was missing, possessing 3 would significantly ease the search. Therefore, White Zetsu remained unperturbed. fully aware of where the 3 poneglyphs were located, and all that remained was to retrieve them one by one. He had also mastered the ancient script for deciphering the addresses, requiring no assistance from others. Aboard the raging sun, White Zetsu sat cross-legged at the bow of the ship, watching the waves sweep past on either side. He opened his journal to reveal that he had accumulated a special reward. Perhaps it was due to his repeated choices not to slay his enemies that his alteration rate had not been sufficient until now, finally culminating in a special reward. Simultaneously, White Zetsu had gained a deeper understanding of the alteration rate, recognizing that strength is also a crucial metric for measuring it. Even if the narrative does not delve into extensive details or even mention certain aspects, possessing the combat prowess of a general can significantly alter one's fate, thus yielding a considerable degree of transformation. However, despite being aware of this characteristic, there are no particularly effective methods available. After all, such formidable combat strength is indeed a rarity in the vast ocean. One can only hope for a commendable special reward. Baizé fixed his gaze on the emblem of the special reward, his eyes shimmering with uncertainty. The previous special reward, the Mind Cube, had not left him dissatisfied. Yet, he yearned for a reward pertaining to the concept of the Great Sun, for it is the very foundation of his strength. The recipient of the accompanying reward would be Kuya, and he hoped she would draw a special reward related to medical abilities. Baisha silently mused before commencing the draw for the special reward. Congratulations, you have received the special reward, Radiant Sun Charisma. Accompanying reward draw in progress. Congratulations to Kuya for receiving the accompanying reward, Sacred Healing System. The two distinctly different notifications made Baizé narrow his eyes slightly, and he began to examine the rewards he had obtained. The Radiant Sun Charisma seemed to relate to the concept of the Great Sun, and to his surprise, he had indeed drawn it. Radiant Sun Charisma. In your journey of visualizing the Great Sun, you have reached a new level, granting you supreme charisma towards all beings existing under the sun, akin to the blazing sun suspended in the heavens. Baizé regarded the description with curiosity, pondering the extent to which this ability could manifest. The marvel of Radiant Sun Charisma filled him with excitement. Although he had yet to receive and test it, his inherent trust in the power of the Radiant Sun led him to harbor great expectations. On the other hand, Kuya's accompanying reward, the Sacred Healing System, appeared to bestow a complete system of abilities. Such self-contained abilities typically do not have a low threshold, while their upper limits can be somewhat unpredictable, depending on the originating world. Upon careful examination, Baizé discovered that the Sacred Healing System derived from a realm inhabited by deities, allowing one to acquire healing powers through faith in these divine entities. Could interdimensional faith also draw healing power from the deities worshipped? Baizé pondered this briefly before deciding to refrain from overthinking, as he would soon have the opportunity to experiment. Receive the reward. With a flash of light from the diary, Baizé felt as if centuries had passed, and a newfound understanding blossomed in his mind. A warm aura emanated naturally from him, instilling a sense of peace and trust in any creature dwelling beneath the sun. He conjured a luminous mirror and gazed at his reflection, noting subtle changes. However, he did not transform into an astonishingly beautiful figure. It seemed that the effects of Radiant Sun Charisma were indeed gradual. Baizé stroked his chin, scrutinizing his reflection, leading him to this conclusion. Baisha, what changes occurred within you? A sudden exclamation from Nami drew his attention. He turned to see her eyes gleaming with intrigue. When she noticed Baizé turning towards her, she could not help but swallow hard, as if she had encountered an exquisite delicacy. Such an unabashed gaze surprised Baizé. Had the Radiant Sun Charisma revealed its potency so swiftly? It's nothing, merely a new insight gained. Adding a bit of ability, he replied. Nami hastily approached Baisha, seemingly unfazed by his words, her eyes roving over him incessantly. What kind of ability could have such a profound effect? I feel as if every part of you is irresistibly alluring, providing me with solace. Nami marveled, her fingers fidgeting restlessly, struggling to suppress the urge to rush forward and touch Baizé. Her gaze resembled that of a wolf eyeing a lamb. Filled with an overwhelming sense of desire that left Zay in awe, he did not worry about Nami acting on her impulses, as he could easily quell any such advances with his current strength. However, the situation shifted with the arrival of another voice. Zay, you seem unusually different today. No Chi Gao approached swiftly, her eyes sparkling with a teasing smile, fixated on Zay in a manner identical to Nami's. Upon realizing that No Chi Gao was similarly affected, Zay recognized the gravity of the situation. Nami might be an exception, but if another followed suit, could it be just another coincidence? Wait, please don't get too excited. Zay quickly intervened, attempting to suppress the warm aura continuously radiating from him. As more girls were drawn to the commotion and emerged from the cabin to see Zay, the situation began to spiral out of control. With a multitude of girls surrounding him, their eyes fixated on Zay, swallowing hard and fidgeting restlessly, as if they were touching him through the air. Unbelievable! How could such an overwhelming effect exist? Zay internally lamented, finally grasping a sliver of control, managing to contain the warm aura. Unfortunately, as this was an innate characteristic, even with his intention to control it, it was challenging to eliminate entirely. He could only contain it around his body, without allowing it to radiate outward. Once he had regained control, he looked towards the other girls, noticing no significant change in their expressions, which prompted him to furrow his brow. Was there a lingering effect? Zay released a soft golden healing radiance, yet it bore no effect, as they were not injured. Nami looked at him with a puzzled expression. Baisha, why did you suddenly emit healing light? We are not injured. Your current state is far more serious than mere injuries. Zay sighed, explaining his ability, which left the other girls astonished. Is it really possible to have such a powerful effect, yet I feel nothing? Nami examined herself closely, failing to notice any unusual behavior, and the other girls echoed her sentiments. Zay exhaled, conjuring a luminous mirror before each of them. Observing their reflections, they appeared somewhat surprised. Indeed, their expressions bore traces of infatuation. I have temporarily contained the effects of Radiant Sun charisma, but only around my body. The effect should diminish. So for now, please keep your distance, and take a moment to regain your clarity. After stating this, Zay left the scene, retreating to his room, leaving the girls in a state of bewilderment. Such an extraordinary ability. Would Zay not become the object of universal affection? Nami exclaimed in surprise. Kuya no de, unable to restrain herself. No way. With such a power, he would be akin to the Sea King. Suddenly, the mermaid princess Baishing, who had been observing the situation, interjected, Hey, does Zay's ability have any connection to me? Being aware of her own powers as the Sea King, Baishing felt a surge of curiosity. Ahem. Baishing's interruption caused the other girls to feel somewhat awkward, while Kuya, her cheeks flushed, began to explain to Baishing what she meant by the Sea King. Not long after, the group arrived at the island on the way to Wanhua, known as Dressrosa. Having recently vanquished Doflamingo, they found themselves passing through his territory. Zay hesitated about whether to disembark and rescue the islanders. After a discussion with the women, they decided to land. With Doflamingo defeated, the remaining members of the Don Quixote family were deemed weak and easily manageable. It seemed a trivial task, so why not proceed? Thus, the ship, the Liang, slowly approached Dressrosa, while the Noah, lurking beneath the waves like a monstrous sea creature, remained hidden. Nami and the others found it difficult to resist Zay's allure. Upon seeing him, they often displayed an infatuated expression that troubled him. Fortunately, their strength allowed them to maintain a degree of control. Aware of Zay's influence, they consciously restrained themselves from circling around him, though their eyes would inadvertently drift his way when idle. Zay felt powerless against this phenomenon. The qualities of the Liang were inescapable, and he could neither erase nor mitigate them. That fateful night, upon acquiring the Liang's traits, Zay bestowed the sacred healing system upon Kuya. As Zay and his companions set foot on Dressrosa, the seas were tumultuous. The movements of the two formidable Yonko pirate crews inevitably drew the attention of various global powers. The sheer size of the Big Mom pirate crew meant that any ripple would be felt across the world, an unsurprising reality. However, the red-haired pirates also attracted considerable attention, particularly due to Mihawk. News of Baize's duel victory over the Yonko Kaido spread across the seas, prompting comparisons between him and the world's greatest swordsman. Consequently, many were keenly observing Mihawk's next moves, wondering if he would defend his title as the preeminent swordsman. The subsequent news invigorated many ambitious souls. The red-haired pirates were reportedly heading to the island where Baize resided, alongside Mihawk. This revelation rapidly circulated worldwide, with newspapers eagerly publishing related headlines. The world was stunned. The Big Mom pirates were gathering and heading beyond Cake Island, with the destination being, would the throne of the world's greatest swordsman remain with Mihawk? Or would it be claimed by the rising star, Baize? The red-haired pirates were setting sail with Mihawk, with the same objective, Baize. Various sensational headlines captivated the public's imagination. Major factions promptly dispatched spies and informants to the New World, seeking insights into the unfolding situation. They sensed that the ensuing developments would undoubtedly alter the world's power dynamics. After all, this was a being whose prowess could rival that of a god-slayer. The world government also took this matter seriously, even deploying a long-hidden spy, Stussy. Stussy, the queen of the Pleasure District and one of the underground empire's rulers in the New World, was also en route to Dressrosa to witness this battle, one capable of reshaping the maritime landscape. A magnificent vessel bore her elegant presence as she sat poised, gazing at the transponder snail, which connected her to the world's most formidable scientist, Vegapunk. "Are you interested in wine?" Stussy inquired, somewhat puzzled, knowing Vegapunk's indifference towards matters beyond his research. He had mastered a shipbuilding technology far surpassing contemporary standards, even eclipsing that of the ancient high-tech empire from 8 centuries ago. The calm and rational voice on the other end assured her, "Understood, I will guide him to Future Island." Their brief conversation concluded. In her capacity within the CP0 of the world government, Stussy harbored another identity. She was in fact a clone created by Vegapunk. The original source of her cloning was a member of the Rocks Pirates, who once forced the Pirate King and the Marine hero to ally. Baji Goma Stussy. This individual claimed to be the lover of Whitebeard and the mother of Edward Weevil. Thump thump. "Your Majesty, we have caught up with the Big Mom Pirates fleet." A subordinate's report raised Stussy's eyebrows, prompting her to rise, her tall figure exuding an enchanting allure. "Excellent. Let us meet Big Mom, after all. She is one of the Yonko." Although Stussy mentioned the Yonko with a hint of respect, the prestige of the title seemed diminished since Kaido's downfall. Though Baize's power surpassed theirs, the shattering of his undefeated image could lead to the collapse of the authority and reputation he had built, adversely affecting the Yonko as well. However, before this luxurious ship could approach the Big Mom Pirates fleet, Stussy noticed another vessel slowly approaching from the opposite sea. Well-versed in the various factions of the New World, she immediately recognized the ship's owner, as the pirate flag fluttering from the mast signified. What a rare spectacle. The red-haired pirates and the Big Mom Pirates meeting. Stussy observed this scene, raising her hand to halt her crew's advance, continuing towards the Big Mom Pirates instead. Given the unclear circumstances, the encounter between the two emperors could lead to a formidable clash, and her subordinates were far from powerful. They should not rush in recklessly. As expected, the Big Mom Pirates and the red-haired pirates engaged, sending shockwaves through the distance. The very sky seemed to tear apart as two pure and potent conquerors' haki swept across the surrounding seas. Even from afar, Stussy felt a formidable pressure that prompted her to furrow her brow and take a step back. Her subordinates fared even worse. Some collapsed, unconscious, while only the stronger among them managed to withstand the fierce onslaught of haki. The meeting of the two emperors. How would the situation unfold next? Stussy gazed into the distance with keen interest. On the red-haired pirate's ship, Shanks, with one hand resting on his sword, addressed Big Mom. "Since our objectives align, there is no need for us to deplete our strength here." Big Mom, sensing the overwhelming conqueror's haki emanating from Shanks, realized that engaging him would incur heavy losses for her crew. Naturally, the red-haired pirates would not emerge unscathed either. "Are you also seeking trouble with that brat Baize?" Big Mom queried. "Indeed, The power level comparable to that of a godslayer intrigues me. I wonder how it measures against the captain's strength? Shanks replied with a smile, referring to the pirate king, Roger. Big Mom cackled softly. Though aged and somewhat muddled, she had a clear understanding of power dynamics. Not even the pirate king, nor even rocks, could reach such heights. That young lad's strength had likely ascended to an unprecedented level. Shanks, are you interested in alliance? Big Mom's proposal momentarily surprised Shanks, compelling him to retract his hockey. Our goal is by Zay. Such a situation is not entirely unfeasible. After all, I am but one person, lacking the confidence to confront him and emerge unscathed. The red-haired individual adjusted the straw hat atop his head, smiling as he spoke. Given his attitude toward pirates, it is likely that if he ventured forth, he would find it exceedingly difficult to return. Forming an alliance would serve as a safeguard for his own safety. Upon hearing this, the lady known as Dama also chuckled heartily, retracting her shoka hockey. The encounter between the two sovereigns concluded with an unexpected resolution, much to the surprise of the audience. Stussy gazed toward the distant sea, noting the absence of battle. Even the clash of shoka hockey had dissipated. She bowed her head, furrowing her brows in contemplation, before suddenly breaking into laughter. Could it be that even the rulers of the sea harbor concerns? As she had surmised, the yellow-haired pirate crew allied with Dama's crew, setting their sights on advancing toward Day Lay Si Lua Sa. Stussy chose not to approach them any closer, instead trailing behind at a distance. Joined by many others who eagerly anticipated the confrontation between the two sea emperors and by Zay. At that moment, Day Lay Si Lua Sa was in utter chaos. The news of Doflamingo's defeat and subsequent capture by the Navy had reached the island, leaving the Don Quixote family's cadre in disarray, leaderless and confused. Without Doflamingo as their pillar and source of strength, the remaining members lacked the confidence to withstand the Navy's encroachment. Stripped of Doflamingo's warlord status, which had provided a veneer of protection, the Navy could easily besiege them. Moreover, the crimes committed by Doflamingo, even the collateral consequences, were sufficient to warrant a death sentence within impel down. Additionally, Doflamingo's methods of seizing control over Day Lay Si Lua Sa were not particularly astute, and a latent force of resistance had been brewing within the kingdom. With the intervention of outside revolutionary forces, the chaos escalated dramatically, and within a few short days, Day Lay Si Lua Sa descended into turmoil. The key to controlling the rebellious citizens was Sugar, the user of the hobby fruit. By a twist of fate, was knocked unconscious by the aftermath of the battle. Upon regaining consciousness, everyone she had transformed into toys returned to their original forms. Consequently, the Don Quixote family, once in a state of resistance, faced a sudden and overwhelming defeat, as those toys had constituted their fighting strength. The moment Sugar lost consciousness, they immediately turned against their former masters. This shift in power dynamics, under the leadership of the Revolutionary Army, led to the overthrow of the Don Quixote family's reign over the kingdom of Day Lay Si Lua Sa. As Baizé set foot on Day Lay Si Lua Sa, he raised an eyebrow slightly. Under the influence of the blazing sun, the island was rife with unrest. The conflict raged on, with the populace fleeing in desperation. As the wrath of war mercilessly consumed every soul, it seemed that following Doflamingo's defeat, his oppressive rule over Day Lay Si Lua Sa could not endure for long, having already approached the brink of collapse within a mere few days. Baizé mused inwardly, then continued onward with the women toward the heart of Day Lay Si Lua Sa. After all, he had ignited the spark that set this situation in motion. Witnessing so many innocents caught in the crossfire of war, he felt a pang of guilt and resolved to personally quell the conflict. Nami and the others also sensed the tumultuous events unfolding in Day Lay Si Lua Sa, their brows furrowing as they reconsidered their earlier intentions. Initially, they had approached the island with a mindset of leisure and enjoyment, but now their perspectives had shifted. Since their arrival, they had not encountered any ordinary residents, as if the populace had fled due to some great upheaval. This war likely affected the entire kingdom of Day Lay Si Lua Sa. Robin, arms crossed, remarked that the pressure on two mountain peaks had carved out an extraordinarily deep chasm. Baizé cast a sidelong glance at her. Robin, aware of Baizé's gaze, was undeterred and instead pressed further, seeking to capture his attention. She experienced a peculiar sensation. Whenever Baizé's eyes fell upon her, an inexplicable thrill coursed through her. Since Baizé had acquired the traits of the blazing sun, this sensation often manifested in those around him. His gaze seemed almost tangible, invoking involuntary responses in their bodies. This enchanting feeling astonished the women, yet they found themselves relishing it, becoming somewhat entranced by the experience. As they advanced into a gorge, a diminutive figure suddenly darted forth from the side, charging toward them. Everyone remained calm, their lips curling into faint smiles, for with their current prowess, they could easily perceive the petite figure concealed within the gorge. Nami, in particular, focused her thoughts, channeling her telekinesis toward the small form. In an instant, the figure appeared to lose the weight of gravity, floating aimlessly in the air. Her short legs flailed wildly, yet she could not advance an inch. She reached out desperately with her arms, striving to touch Baizé, though the distance between them was less than a foot, yet felt insurmountable. Is this the member of the Don Quixote family, the user of the hobby fruit, sugar? Baizé recognized the petite figure, causing her to freeze in place, her struggles coming to an abrupt halt as her eyes fixated intently on him. You are the one who defeated the young master, Baizé, Sugar exclaimed, her youthful face awash with astonishment. Upon confirming Baizé's identity, she ceased her attempts to escape. If even the young master could not contend with this foe, how could she hope to resist? What is happening in Day, Lacey Luasa? Baizé inquired of Sugar. After a moment of silence, she opted to candidly relay the events of the past few days. Upon hearing her account, Baizé's understanding crystallized. It was indeed the Revolutionary Army that had intervened. No wonder the powder keg of a kingdom had exploded so swiftly, unleashing war upon the entire realm, tearing apart its fairy tale facade to reveal its bloody darkness within. Does the Revolutionary Army target civilians? Sugar shook her head, clarifying that their focus was solely on the members of the Don Quixote family, most of whom had been captured. Observing Sugar, Baizé scrutinized her with a curious gaze, remarking, "Your physical prowess seems rather lacking. How did you manage to escape the encirclement of the Revolutionary Army?" Noticing Baizé's skeptical expression, Sugar half-heartedly flailed her limbs. However, her efforts bore no fruit, and she could only lower her head in resignation. "I was struck by the aftershocks of the battle and lost consciousness, which rendered my devil fruit powers ineffective. This led to the rapid downfall of the Don Quixote family. Perhaps my appearance deceived them, allowing me the chance to escape as the Revolutionary Army did not focus their attention on me." Upon hearing that Sugar had been knocked unconscious by the battle's aftermath, the women couldn't help but laugh. Baizé too smiled, addressing Sugar. "To be felled by mere battle aftershocks. Who exactly among the Revolutionary Army came this time? Was it the commander of the Four Directions Army, or the chief strategist?" Sugar shook her head. "I am uncertain. However, one of the leaders was exceptionally formidable, clad in a green cloak, his features obscured, seemingly capable of controlling the winds." At this, Baizé paused momentarily, intrigued by the mention of wind manipulation. In this Revolutionary Army, there are hardly any candidates, with only the revolutionary leader, Mengqi Long, possessing such abilities. It was even speculated that he might be the wielder of the storm fruit. Could it be the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long? Baizé's murmurs were naturally overheard by Shatang, causing her body to stiffen suddenly. "Are you referring to the former world's most notorious criminal, Mengqi Long? I never imagined that I would survive under the command of someone so fearsome." Shatang breathed a sigh of relief, for she had little doubt regarding Baizé's conjecture. After all, Baizé's prowess was well acknowledged, and it was only natural for her to have some understanding of the ocean's elite. Well, regardless of that, the most pressing matter at hand is how to deal with you. As a member of the Don Quixote family, your actions have been numerous, many of which could be deemed crimes. Baizé fixed his gaze on the youthful visage before him, a light smile gracing his features as he remarked, "Although you appear to be 10 years old, your actual age is over 20. In that case, You would meet the criteria for incarceration and impelled down. Upon hearing Bai Zai's words, Shatang's hairs stood on end, for the infamous underwater prison was the nightmarish domain of countless pirates. Please no. I beg you, spare me. I am willing to serve you. My abilities are formidable. Even Doflamingo relies on my powers to govern Dressrosa. Shatang clasped her hands together, fervently pleading, her eyes brimming with pity, which affected Nami, Robin, and others to some degree. However, since Bai Zai had yet to speak, they suppressed their desire to voice their thoughts. Bai Zai furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating Shatang. Her abilities, if directed towards noble pursuits, could indeed be quite beneficial. Some heinous criminals, if transformed into toys, could toil day and night to atone for their sins, which would be a commendable choice. Nevertheless, for the time being, Bai Zai need not concern himself with such matters, for he was still accompanied by Team. Regrettably, Peach Rabbit had returned, and with no handover from the Navy, it would be best to keep her close for now. Should they encounter the Navy, he would simply turn her over to them. Bai Zai harbored some thoughts regarding the toy fruit ability, believing it might prove useful in the future. Thus he spoke to Nami, urging her to remove the restraints. Once Shatang was released, she stood obediently in place, fully aware that this man before her was not someone her devil fruit could ambush. To prevent your devil fruit ability from causing harm, certain precautions must be taken. As Bai Zai spoke, a golden radiance coalesced in his palm, swiftly enveloping Shatang's hands, forming a thin, nearly invisible golden membrane. Shatang gazed in astonishment at her hands, feeling a distinct separation from the outside world. No matter how hard she tried, she could not breach this barrier, meaning Bai Zai had effectively sealed her devil fruit's medium with this unknown method. Instantly, Shatang felt an intensified fear towards Bai Zai, standing still, devoid of any will to resist or complain. Now, let us hasten towards the kingdom of Dressrosa to resolve the conflict that arose because of me. The group, now accompanied by Shatang, pressed on until they reached a village where a group of armed individuals stood guard at the entrance. Upon spotting Bai Zai and his companions, they raised their weapons with heightened vigilance, demanding that Bai Zai and the others halt. Halt! Who are you? What is your purpose in the kingdom of Dressrosa? Their interrogation revealed a practiced demeanor, indicating they had been vigilant. Bai Zai raised an eyebrow at their words. Is this the Revolutionary Army? This was his first direct encounter with them. Before Bai Zai could respond, the man met his gaze, and the wariness in his eyes diminished significantly, as did that of the others behind him. Bai Zai keenly sensed the shift in their expressions, reflecting inwardly on the formidable power of the solar trait. I am Bai Zai. My presence here is related to the issues concerning Dressrosa, and I wish to address the conflicts and turmoil plaguing the region. Bai Zai succinctly introduced himself and his purpose, prompting astonished looks from the villagers, their weapons dropping in disbelief. It is indeed Lord Bai Zai, the one who liberated the kingdom of Dressrosa, the very lord who defeated that vile instigator, Doflamingo, for reasons unknown. I find the words of Lord Bai Zai to be profoundly insightful. The villagers gazed at Bai Zai, their expressions transforming in a daze, as if his words held the essence of universal truths, articulating the sentiments buried deep within their hearts. Is Lord Bai Zai here to liberate Dressrosa and quell the war? The leading man was filled with excitement, his throat dry, quickly swallowing before addressing Bai Zai. That seems about right. Resolving the chaos in Dressrosa would indeed fulfill this matter. Upon receiving Bai Zai's affirmation, the crowd erupted with joy, and some hastened back to the village to spread the news of Bai Zai's arrival. The villagers were initially puzzled as to why they felt such elation at Bai Zai's presence. However, as they reached the village entrance and laid eyes on Bai Zai, they were struck with the realization that his arrival must surely be a divine intervention sent to save Dressrosa. After a few exchanges, the narrative quickly morphed into one where Bai Zai intended to quell the turmoil in Dressrosa and ascend as king. Bai Zai observed the villagers' extraordinary reactions, left somewhat speechless. He had merely stated his identity and answered their inquiries, yet somehow it had transformed into a desire for him to become the king of the kingdom of Dressrosa. In that moment, he grasped the immense allure of the solar trait. The compelling charm directed towards all beings under the sun was laid bare. Every word and action of Baizé was regarded as absolute wisdom by the people, devoid of any distorted perception. They would subconsciously reinterpret his words as reasonable, dedicating themselves to what they believed to be their life's ambition. This phenomenon was something Baizé had keenly observed throughout his journey. Indeed, he had already amassed a multitude of followers. Wherever he went, there was no need for Baizé to speak. The mere sight of him would incite those behind him to step forward, extolling his words, and the onlookers would nod in agreement after hearing them. The situation in Dressrosa began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Wherever Baizé ventured, the populace flocked to follow him, eager to assist in quelling the conflicts within the kingdom of Dressrosa. Out of a spirit of experimentation, Baizé did not impede this movement. His previous subjects of trials had been women, whose strength surpassed that of the average citizen, thus granting them enhanced resistance to his influence. However, in the presence of these ordinary villagers, the power of Baizé's solar trait truly manifested its rightful authority. Moreover, Baizé could faintly sense that as the number of beings affected by the solar trait increased, its potency was steadily on the rise. The most apparent manifestation was that even when he restrained the power of the solar trait around his body, the frequency with which the women stole glances at him grew ever more frequent. In this regard, Baizé felt utterly powerless. For this formidable aspect of his solar trait had emerged as he advanced further in his understanding of the grandson visualization. From the suffix that follows, it may be evident that there exist not merely charming attributes, but a plethora of formidable qualities as well. Such characteristics are inseparable from him, an indelible part of his essence. This is perhaps the manifestation of his cultivation of the Dari Guan, Dagon philosophy, revealing itself to the world at a certain pinnacle of enlightenment. He cannot alter this reality. He must adapt, seizing the opportunity during his journey through Dressrosa to acclimatize. Baizé observed the increasing throng of followers behind him, internally reflecting on the situation. Lord Baizé is nearing the royal capital. A robust, formidable middle-aged man knelt before Baizé, his demeanor one of utmost respect. Baizé could sense the man's extraordinary power, second only to the elite members of his team, such as Nami, Robin, and Koya. In such circumstances, the man remained kneeling, his expression reverent, which speaks volumes about the terror of the Liang attributes. Is the revolutionary army still lingering within the royal capital? In response to Lord Baizé, the information gleaned thus far confirms this. The middle-aged man stated decisively, they did not follow Baizé blindly. Rather, they had established a lifelong goal worth pursuing, following him with rationality and vigor. Consequently, each individual's capabilities were far more formidable than before encountering Baizé. Within the royal capital, the revolutionary army received a continuous stream of intelligence regarding Baizé. In a certain chamber, a dragon adorned with bizarre patterns, reminiscent of being struck by shoes, gazed intently at the chief of staff, Sabo. Are you suggesting that a powerful force capable of uniting the populace has suddenly emerged within Dressrosa? Sabo nodded gravely. Even members of our own revolutionary army have joined this force. Have they sent any messages? Sabo regretfully shook his head, lamenting that those members, upon joining this new force, had not returned to the revolutionary army's stronghold nor relayed any communication. The dragon furrowed his brow, taken aback by encountering such a formidable force in Dressrosa. This ability to sway the hearts and minds of the populace is exceedingly troublesome. Regardless, we shall first probe to ascertain whether they are affiliated with the world government. After resolving to do so, the dragon led Sabo outside the royal capital, where they were met by an overwhelming tide of citizens. Leading the procession was a tall figure, instantly captivating the attention of onlookers. Upon catching sight of Baizé, the dragon's gaze momentarily faltered, as if he had encountered a figure worthy of his lifelong pursuit. Sabo, trailing behind him, was equally transfixed, his eyes fervently fixed on Baizé, and this sensation intensified as Baizé drew nearer. The dragon did not anticipate such an alarming effect from their mere introduction. It seemed that all his previous endeavors had been in vain. merely awaiting Bai Zai's arrival. His thoughts wrestled within him, yet the scales of his internal balance began to tilt towards Bai Zai's side, and upon realizing this, the dragon was overwhelmed with shock and dread. What a bewitching ability this is! How utterly terrifying! I even feel from the depths of my being that this is undeniably right. Bai Zai approached the dragon, scrutinizing the robust man before him, whose aura was unlike any other, embodying the spirit of a top-tier powerhouse of the sea. The burly man beside Bai Zai stood vigilantly by his side, sensing the ominous energy emanating from the dragon, a foe deserving of his utmost effort. The most notorious criminal in the world, Dragon, Bai Zai greeted with a smile. The dragon nodded slightly, his gaze sharp as he regarded Bai Zai. Yet Bai Zai could still discern his inner turmoil. Who are you? What are your intentions? I merely wish to address the aftermath left by my defeat of Doflamingo. The dragon hesitated, suddenly recalling the one who had vanquished Doflamingo, his throat dry as he uttered, Bai Zai. Bai Zai affirmed with a nod. It is I. Thus, may I request the revolutionary army to withdraw from Dressluosa to quell the turmoil and restore peace. The dragon nodded vigorously, gesturing for Sabo to depart. I have an unusual request. May I ask Lord Bai Zai to oblige? After Sabo left, casting glances over his shoulder, the dragon turned to Bai Zai, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Upon learning Bai Zai's true identity, a distinctly different sensation arose within him. Diverging from his previous conflict, now he yearned to engage Bai Zai in battle. He realized that this fighting spirit could temporarily suppress his inner contradictions. Thus, he allowed his battle fervor to swell. Bai Zai observed the dragon before him, suddenly smiling. Very well. However, if I emerge victorious, may I ask for a favor? Rest assured, it should not be overly burdensome for you. The dragon understood he was now caught in a predicament and could only nod in agreement. After this battle, regardless of the outcome, the revolutionary army would withdraw from Dressluosa. Upon speaking, the two ascended into the air, and the multitude of citizens watched as they soared skyward, followed by waves of terrifying energy cascading from the heavens. The people below were struck with trepidation. Even the burly middle-aged man gazed solemnly at the sky. Soon, the dragon's figure descended slowly, his attire considerably tattered compared to when he ascended, while Bai Zai landed as pristine as before. The victor was unmistakable. That matter cannot be disclosed at this moment. I shall inform you in the future, Bai Zai said with a smile. The dragon, upon hearing this, did not press further, merely nodding silently, his astonishment far from abated. Only by genuinely confronting this power could one fully comprehend the terrifying chasm between them. Subsequently, the dragon bid farewell to Bai Zai, quelling his inner battle spirit. Resisting Bai Zai's might would prove challenging, and thus he sought to depart swiftly. As Bai Zai watched the dragon leave, he turned to the crowd, declaring, "The turmoil has subsided, and peace is on the horizon. Now we must rely on our collective efforts." The multitude of citizens following Bai Zai raised their hands in jubilation, cheering exuberantly. Bai Zai resolved the chaos in Dressluosa in merely a matter of days. However, the external world was already rife with turbulence. At this moment, Dressluosa had become the focal point of global attention. Not only had 2 of the 4 emperors of the pirate world arrived, but news also circulated regarding the revolutionary army's activities within Dressluosa, coupled with Bai Zai's combat prowess rivaling that of a godslayer. Dressluosa could undoubtedly be deemed the epicenter of a world tempest. Every event occurring here had the potential to resonate deeply with the hearts of people across the globe. The dragon, head bowed, hastened through the canyon, his dark green cloak concealing his form, the recent battle having rendered it somewhat tattered. He reminisced about his encounter with Bai Zai, recognizing that despite possessing the natural devil fruit, storm fruit, he was still unable to contend with Bai Zai's extraordinary swordsmanship and the dual hockey of the top tier of the sea. Moreover, Bai Zai wielded an extraordinary ability akin to the blazing sun. Defeat was inevitable. Victory was simply unattainable. Traversing the canyon, Long encountered the remnants of the revolutionary army. The vast majority of its members had succumbed to Bai Zai's influence, showing no desire to return to the revolutionary cause, instead choosing to remain by his side. Long felt powerless in this situation. After all, circumstances were more potent than individual will, and Bai Zai's might overshadowed his own, leaving him without a word of protest. Furthermore, those who remained were entirely willing to follow Bai Zai. Even if Long attempted to persuade them, it would be futile. Having experienced Bai Zai's unique charm firsthand, Long had already come to this conclusion, and thus he refrained from trying to sway the members of the Revolutionary Army. The current group of revolutionary soldiers had mostly not encountered Bai Zai or had limited interactions, like Sabo, who was strong but had only brief exposure. Let us depart. We can no longer interfere in the affairs of the Dressrosa Kingdom, Long said to Sabo, who was gazing hesitantly towards the other side of the canyon. Upon hearing Long's words, Sabo snapped back to reality and nodded vigorously. By the way, what is the situation at sea? Long, ignoring Sabo's earlier demeanor, shifted the conversation. It's dire. The latest intelligence indicates that 2 of the 4 emperors are heading towards Dressrosa. We hope to avoid crossing paths with them, Sabo replied, his expression grave. The arrival of both emperors was clearly weighing heavily on him. Let us hasten our retreat. There should still be some time before they reach Dressrosa. Long directed the remaining members of the Revolutionary Army to board the ship quickly, while he stood on the shore, vigilant against any unforeseen occurrences. Suddenly, he glanced towards the distant sea, sensing an overwhelming aura. No, it was 2. Long's expression shifted to one of great seriousness. If it had merely been 1, it could have been a chance encounter with a formidable individual. However, the simultaneous presence of 2 frightening presences left no doubt that they were indeed the 2 4 emperors mentioned in the intelligence, Big Mom and red-haired Shanks. Sabo, realizing this as well, looked at Long anxiously, astonished by their ill fortune. There's no time. We must leave before they arrive. We want to even be able to hide the ship in time. Long furrowed his brow in contemplation, quickly resolving to issue new orders for the Revolutionary Army members to disembark and conceal themselves on the island of Dressrosa. The group left the shore, finding refuge on a relatively high peak, silently waiting for the arrival of the 2 pirate crews. As expected, not long after, the Big Mom pirates and the red-haired pirates approached together, accompanied by a multitude of ships. Those were the infamous leaders of the underworld in the New World. The Queen of Sweet City, the King of Loans, the President of the News Agency, all prominent figures in the New World, were now converging near the waters of the Dressrosa Kingdom. Concealed on a mountain, Long even spotted Morgans, the head of the World News Agency. Long had encountered him during his tenure as a Navy Vice Admiral. He was a man who thrived on chaos. Regardless of the outcome of today's battle, it would undoubtedly resonate throughout the world, and the role of the Revolutionary Army in this conflict would likely be broadcast widely. This thought caused Long to furrow his brow slightly. Should he warn Morgans when the time came? While he felt utterly powerless in the face of Bai Zai, dealing with Morgans would be a trivial matter. As Long pondered how to alert Morgans, red-haired Shanks adjusted his straw hat and scanned the coastline. It seems we are not alone. There's another top-tier powerhouse present above Dressrosa. Earlier, Shanks had sensed a formidable presence from afar, but found nothing upon closer inspection. Big Mom, growing impatient, manipulated her devil fruit creation, Homies, to levitate her massive form towards the shore. At nearly 9 meters tall, she resembled a giant, exuding a terrifying aura. The Revolutionary Army members hiding on the mountain swallowed hard, their fear palpable. Shanks exchanged a knowing look with Mihawk, both proceeding toward the shore, followed closely by the others. Among the Big Mom pirates, only a handful of her more powerful subordinates accompanied her, fully aware that Bai Zai could not be overcome through sheer numbers. In the royal capital of Dressrosa, Bai Zai had appointed several individuals to oversee the restoration efforts, leaving subsequent tasks to the citizens of Dressrosa for their own governance and construction. These individuals, influenced by his solar characteristics, revered Bai Zai's words as law. Naturally, they yearned for peace and order, and this majority could ensure the stability of Dressrosa's future. Observing the citizens engaged in construction, Bai Zai could not help but marvel at the extraordinary allure of his solar traits. The sight of everyone, filled with ideals and collectively building their homeland, was something he had never anticipated witnessing under his stewardship. Perhaps a world of universal harmony could indeed be attainable in the future. The women enthusiastically assisted the citizens in their efforts, ensuring they did not appear idle. After observing for a while, Zay's expression sobered. He needed to address the impending external threat. With that thought, he turned his gaze towards the shoreline, where formidable auras were gathering. Before departing, Zay cast one last look at the bustling royal capital, where progress was clearly being made. Every face bore a smile, for they understood their efforts were for their own sake. Even for the sake of these smiles, he could not allow these pirates to wreak havoc in the Dressrosa kingdom. Sensing a hidden presence left on the shore, a teleportation rune, Zay informed the women to maintain order in the capital and activated the rune, instantly transporting himself away. Big Mom had just landed on the beach, her colossal feet sinking into the sand, her face contorting in disgust as she vigorously shook off the sand clinging to her. Red-haired Shanks, unaffected, stepped onto the beach and couldn't help but laugh at Big Mom's reaction. Before he could speak, the sand before them suddenly shimmered with golden light. A golden rune materialized, quickly expanding into a doorway. To their astonishment, a figure emerged from beyond the door, clad in casual attire. With short black hair and golden eyes radiating an unparalleled charm, Zay stepped forward. The daughters of Big Mom felt their hearts race upon seeing him. While Big Mom and Shanks exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious at a single glance. The sensation conveyed through their Kenbunchika haki was unmistakably powerful, unmatched by any they had encountered before. A long blade shimmering with golden light coalesced in Zay's grasp, pointing towards the newcomers. "Are you here with ill intent, pirates? Will you confront me together or one by one?" Zay's casual yet commanding tone left no room for underestimation, and the assembled crowd understood all too well. He possessed the strength to back his words. As Zay's words echoed, the entire coastline fell into an eerie silence, with countless gazes converging upon him, yet he appeared oblivious. Stussy leaned against the railing, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she regarded Zay. He exuded an extraordinary charm, handsome and immensely powerful, the very embodiment of her ideal. Regrettably, Zay had been specifically summoned by Beijapanka. Morgan's, wide-eyed, continuously captured images with his camera, commanding his subordinates to disregard the wear and tear of the equipment, ensuring a wealth of combat footage was preserved. Having missed the opportunity to witness Zay's previous battle against the Godslayer, he vowed not to let this one slip by. This world-class headline would be reported by none other than him. On the coast, a palpable sense of camaraderie arose as they prepared to challenge the formidable adversary. The red-haired figure rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword and casually uttered a phrase before drawing his long blade, closely followed by Eagle Eye, who mirrored his actions. Eagle Eye struck first, unleashing a fierce flying slash that tore through the earth, extending for dozens of meters toward Zay. From the moment Zay appeared, Eagle Eye recognized the authenticity of his formidable strength and knew he must act swiftly. Otherwise, he might soon find himself without any opportunity to retaliate. Eagle Eye tightened his grip on the black blade, his gaze filled with anticipation directed at Zay, only to witness Zay extend a hand, fingers aglow with golden radiance, effortlessly grasping the flying slash amidst the astonished eyes of the crowd. With a crack, numerous fragments of slashes whizzed past Zay, yet none touched him. Spectators from the underworld, along with their subordinates, could not suppress their astonishment. This was the strike of the world's foremost swordsman, shattered with bare hands. A surge of overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted from the red-haired figure, soon followed by the same from Big Mom. The two forces of haki surged toward Zay. In terms of intensity, the red-haired individual truly deserved the title of the strongest wielder of conqueror's haki, surpassing Big Mom by a significant margin. However, the ensuing scene left everyone present wide-eyed. Zay unleashed a formidable wave of conqueror's haki, surpassing even that of Big Mom and the red-haired man. The clouds above swirled into a vortex. As if the heavens themselves were descending, golden haki resonated through the air. In the face of the two haki waves, Zay stood unyielding, akin to a steadfast rock along the shore. The radiant golden haki expanded, pushing back the two opposing forces, forcing them to retract their haki within themselves. The crew members of the Big Mom Pirates and the red-haired crew felt the tangible pressure of the haki and instinctively took a step back, overwhelmed by the realization of the power they were witnessing. The red-haired man, sensing the overwhelming conqueror's haki, lost his playful demeanor, his expression turning grave. With a firm grip on the hilt of his sword, he broke through Baizei's haki suppression, yet instead of releasing it, he enveloped it around his blade. In an instant, sparks of lightning erupted from the sword, emanating an aura of terrifying power. Big Mom, too, encased her weapon with haki instead of letting it loose, realizing that against Baizei's haki, they could not afford to be at a disadvantage. Baizei, observing the haki entwined around their weapons, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. However, he did not retract his own haki. Instead, he brandished the daylight artifact and charged toward the pirates. His form flickered, moving at an astonishing speed that seemed almost like teleportation, though it was merely the result of his incredible velocity, creating an afterimage that rendered him nearly invisible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Big Mom, suspended in midair. Big Mom's small eyes locked onto Baizei, her hands gripping the hilt of her sword, and she slashed downward with all her might, lightning and flames entwined around it. Thunder and fire, both inherently lethal, now coalesced in a single strike amplified by her profound haki and the surrounding conqueror's haki. This blow was undoubtedly Big Mom's full force. With a thunderous boom, the strike reverberated across the beach, sending countless grains of sand flying as a massive rectangular chasm, hundreds of meters long and several dozen meters wide, was abruptly carved into the earth. The onlooking underworld figures marveled at Big Mom's sheer power, but Baizei's figure was nowhere to be seen. In the instant the blade descended, Baizei flickered, evading the attack. The daylight artifact shimmered with golden light, poised to deliver a horizontal slash that would have surely disemboweled Big Mom had it connected. However, the red-haired man was not merely a bystander. During their exchange, he had already charged at Baizei, his blade aimed directly at Baizei's vital points. The haki entwined on his blade crackled with lethal energy, and while Baizei could withstand it, there was no need to do so. He shifted the angle of his sword from a slash to a defensive block, simultaneously delivering a powerful punch to Big Mom's abdomen. With a resounding thud, akin to a mountain splitting apart, Big Mom's body bent as if struck by an unimaginable force, nearly folding in half. In the next moment, she shot forth like a bullet, hurtling toward the distant sea, obliterating pirate ships in her wake before crashing into a giant net made of machi. Katakuri made his move, albeit with a pale expression. Meanwhile, Baizei and the red-haired man clashed, their blades sparking with haki, releasing torrents of lightning that ravaged the beach and created countless deep craters around them. Baizei retaliated with a kick that obliterated the flying slash from Eagle Eye, then surged toward the red-haired figure. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the red-haired man's face. The so-called invincible Big Mom faltered under Baizei's might, and should Baizei close the distance, a single punch might render him unable to continue the fight. With a sudden crack, a sea-stone bullet spiraled toward Baizei's path. Should he persist in charging toward the red-haired man, the bullet would undoubtedly strike him at his temple. Baizei's instincts were sharp, sensing the trajectory of the bullet, a feat only a few among the gathered could achieve, while the others had been blown away by the residual forces of the clash. Katakuri had already departed from the coast to intercept Big Mom. Facing the sea-stone bullet, Baizei did not hesitate. Without a moment's pause, he continued his advance toward the red-haired man, raising his right hand with an apparent slowness that belied an underlying speed. In the wide-eyed gaze of Beekman, his right index finger grasped the Hailu stone bullet, effortlessly dispelling the armed color that enveloped the projectile with the tip of his finger. Whitezay hurled the Hailu stone bullet towards the other side, where several devil fruit users stood. The bullet soared forth with a speed surpassing its initial trajectory, directly piercing through the group of devil fruit users, eliciting cries of agony as they collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen. Meanwhile, Whitezay remained unfazed, continuing his charge towards Homfa, his long knife poised for a horizontal slash. A piercing clash of steel resonated, and countless sparks erupted from the blade. Homfa gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his arms. Unable to withstand the force of the strike, his body uncontrollably propelled away. The terrifying combat unleashed shockwaves that spread like thunderous serpents in all directions, sending ordinary officers retreating at the mere touch, injured upon contact. Bagua! A thunderous shout echoed from the distant sea. As Dama regained her composure, spitting blood as she unleashed Bagua, she was acutely aware that if she did not intervene, Hongfa would likely fall to White Zay's blade. Should they be divided and defeated, her fate would be equally grim. Turning his head, White Zay beheld a vast shockwave surging toward him, its terrifying power causing the sea to recede and countless shipwrecks to be ground to dust. This expansive shockwave prompted Beekman and Mihawk to hastily retreat from White Zay's side, unwilling to approach any closer. Dama's attack did not account for their presence. White Zay twisted his wrist, and a golden radiance erupted from his long knife, swiftly thrusting upward, sending forth a golden cutting arc towards Bagua. The slender, sharpened blade was intensely concentrated, and upon colliding with Bagua, there was no contest, only an overwhelming obliteration. It cleaved Bagua in two, soaring towards the distant location of Dama. Perceiving the scene through Kinbunshikahaki, Dama's brows knitted in anxiety. She hastily maneuvered her body to evade. In the next instant, the slender, cutting arc cleaved through the void, splitting the ocean in half. The magnitude of the attack sent cold sweat cascading down Dama's body. Had she not dodged in time, she would have surely perished in the depths of the sea. Even with her so-called iron balloon, it would have been of no avail. Beneath this strike, all life is rendered equal. Countless underworld lords began to regret their decision to wade into this treacherous water. The mere aftermath of the battle was enough to condemn them to death. On the path of the cutting arc, a ship belonging to the usury king met its demise, cleaved in two and sinking to the ocean floor. The usury king himself was also unfortunate, struck by the blade and subsequently torn to shreds by the merciless arc. In just a few minutes since the battle commenced, the Double Emperor's pirates had suffered devastating losses. Only a handful remained standing beside White Zay. The surviving members cast fearful glances at White Zay, finally grasping the true terror of a Godslayer-level powerhouse. For them, it was an all-encompassing suppression, whether in physique, swordsmanship, or hockey. They were thoroughly overwhelmed. Those present could scarcely comprehend the sensation experienced by participants of the Holy Land battle when facing a Godslayer. Confronted with such a formidable being, their only sentiment was one of utter subjugation, an unmatched might, every movement capable of inflicting catastrophic damage. The waves surged, and the previously unleashed cutting arc of White Zay briefly parted the sea, only to slowly return to its original state as the waters flowed back. Yet, while the ocean regained its tranquility, the hearts of the onlookers remained tumultuous. Katakuri gradually regained his form. He could have evaded that strike. However, in a bid to save his siblings, he had nearly faced the blow head-on. He glanced at his arm, now drenched in blood, the crimson staining the machi beneath him like a floral decoration. Such a terrifying injury, merely a byproduct of the dispersed blade's aura, was sufficient to shatter his armored hockey defense. The searing sensation at the wound felt like a parasite, utterly inescapable. Gazing at the figure of the man on the shore, he was filled with awe and dread. In the brief span of mere minutes since his appearance, there were scarcely any intact vessels remaining upon the sea, except for those distant ships belonging to underworld lords. Untouched by the blade's aura, every vessel near the shore lay ravaged by the battle's aftermath, some even cleaved in two. The battlefield did not pause for Katakuri's ruminations. Mihawk, wielding his black blade, stepped forward to intercept White Zay, who sought to continue his pursuit of Hongfa. The clash of their blades rang out, a crisp and melodious sound, swiftly followed by a surge of terrifying power that devastated the surrounding terrain. White Zay forcefully propelled Mihawk away. Then, with a swift motion, he cleaved the incoming Hailu stone bullet in two, the bullet's momentum not yet dissipated, now transformed into two halves that shot out towards White Zay's sides. Fortunately, there were few left standing, or many more might have been inadvertently harmed. White Zay cast a sidelong glance at Beekman, disregarding him, and charged once more towards Hongfa. Beekman, having caught that fleeting glance from White Zay, was now drenched in cold sweat. What seemed like an ordinary glance felt akin to a ferocious beast of flames fixating upon him, its gaze filled with malice. At this moment, Hongfa had also regained his composure, straining to steady his trembling arm, the deep black of his armed haki enveloping his long knife. Simultaneously, his renowned conqueror's haki intertwined with the blade, unleashing arcs of lightning as he fearlessly struck towards White Zay, aiming directly for his neck. In an instant, a searing golden flame erupted from White Zay's long knife, clashing with Hongfa's blade. The flames and lightning devoured and tore at each other. Feeling the dreadful force emanating from the blade, Hongfa's heart sank. This power was immovable, as if he were attempting to cleave a colossal mountain. Within White Zay's seemingly unassuming physique resided a monstrous strength. With a resounding crash, White Zay stepped forward, overpowering Hongfa with his knife, while simultaneously delivering a powerful punch to Hongfa's abdomen. The ferocity of this blow raised the hairs on the back of Hongfa's neck. He recalled how Dama had nearly been folded in half by this not-so-brawny left fist. Dama, gifted with incredible physical prowess and bolstered by her iron balloon, had managed to withstand White Zay's punch. Should this strike land upon him, his innards would likely be shattered. At that moment, Dama finally returned from the distant sea, only to be met with a surge of thunderous flames. Though Hongfa felt a momentary relief upon seeing her return, he was taken aback as White Zay completely disregarded Dama's attack, continuing his relentless assault. Bang! The muffled thud of impact was accompanied by the sound of blood being coughed up as Hongfa's body flew forth like an arrow, crashing through countless sturdy trees. Ultimately, a tremendous impact struck the mountain peak, creating a deep pit with a radius of several dozen meters. The crimson-haired figure at the center of the pit was drenched in blood, staining the area a vivid red. In the next instant, lightning and flames intertwined around Bai Zay. Yet all were repelled by the golden flames enveloping him. Raising his head, Bai Zay gazed at the floating figure of Dama. With his knees slightly bent, the sandy ground beneath him acted like a spring, propelling his body forward to stand before Dama, his long blade shimmering with a dazzling golden light. Following his departure, numerous attacks fell upon the spot he had just vacated, causing widespread destruction, yet all proved futile. Damn it, we can't even pinpoint his location. His speed is simply too astonishing. How could such a monster possibly be defeated? Speed, strength, skill, none could compare. Even landing a hit on him is a challenge, let alone overcoming him. Is this the might of a god slayer? It is utterly terrifying. These thoughts surfaced in the minds of the remaining onlookers as they beheld Bai Zay's figure suspended in midair, their hearts filled with despair. Standing directly before Bai Zay, Dama's smile faltered, frozen in disbelief as she witnessed Bai Zay appear before her unscathed. However, that astonishment was swiftly replaced by terror, for she realized she was now alone in facing Bai Zay. Her gaze was involuntarily drawn to the long blade in Bai Zay's hand, its sharp golden edge causing her body to ache with foreboding. Even before it struck, she felt as if she would be torn asunder. She understood that if she could not evade this blow, allowing the blade to land upon her would mean instant annihilation, even for one renowned as the Iron Balloon. In a moment of life and death, Dama let out a furious roar, swinging her massive blade toward Bai Zay, flames and lightning entwined around it. Her conqueror's haki surging fiercely. The power unleashed in this desperate moment far surpassed her previous limits, as if she had extracted every ounce of her potential to deliver this strike. In the face of her attack, Bai Zay remained calm, his movements betraying no hesitation. No matter how fiercely she fought, there would be no change in the face of absolute power. The bloodlocking technique was a privilege reserved for the protagonists, not for these individuals. A dull, sickening sound of flesh tearing filled the air, drawing the gaze of everyone present skyward as torrents of blood rained down. Yet Bai Zay remained untainted, departing from the blood-soaked Dama's side. In confronting Dama's ferocious strike, Bai Zay chose to strike first, denying her the opportunity to unleash her full potential. After all, having advanced to her proximity, allowing her to execute such a blow would only reflect poorly on his swordsmanship. Dama coughed up blood, her body riddled with numerous wounds, the most horrific of which was a transverse injury to her abdomen. The substantial blood loss left her eyes glazed, her consciousness fading into darkness. "Mother!" Katakuri cried out in anguish, rushing toward the direction in which Dama was falling. Dama's other children also rushed to her side. Baisha descended slowly, ignoring Katakuri. After this battle, few remained standing, especially with 2 of the 4 emperors already down. From here on, no one could pose a threat to him. Yet, where did this lingering sense of crisis originate? Baizé could not help but scrutinize the crowd. Noticing their gazes filled with fear, even the distant underworld lords shared the same sentiment. None met the criteria, yet his instincts told him that an undercurrent of danger persisted. Eagle Eye, propped up by his black blade, felt the aftereffects of their previous clashes. His arms were shattered, and an intense burning sensation coursed through his insides. His clothing charred and blackened. Engaging Baizé meant contending not only with overwhelming strength and physique, but also being wary of the golden flames perpetually surrounding him. Among those fighting Baizé, only Beckman remained relatively unscathed due to his status as a ranged shooter, having avoided close contact. Others, to varying degrees, bore the burns inflicted by the golden flames. As the primary combatants against Baizé, both the crimson-haired figure and Dama were in dire straits, their fates uncertain. However, as formidable as they were, it was likely they would survive, with Dama and the crimson-haired figure no longer posing a threat. From where did this vague sense of danger emanate? Baizé expanded his solar senses, scanning Dressrosa and the surrounding seas thoroughly. Yet he found no source for the impending danger. If not from a sea or underground, then it must be from a sky. Baizé abruptly looked up. The sky shrouded in dark clouds. The vortex formed by his previous release of Conqueror's Haki still lingered. The surviving onlookers turned to Baizé, puzzled by his sudden gaze toward the heavens. Could it be the golden lion in the skies? But how could the golden lion elicit such a palpable sense of threat? Or was it that the golden lion had allied with Whitebeard to partake in the events surrounding Dressrosa? Baizé pondered silently, disregarding the bewildered gazes of others. After all, the lives of everyone present rested solely in his hands. This incessant speculation yielded no tangible progress, and Baizé resolved to concentrate his solar senses in one direction, directing his exploration toward the sky. "I am eager to uncover what lies hidden in the heavens that could invoke even a sliver of trepidation within me." Near the island of Dressrosa, a rather peculiar pirate crew sailed forth, the shadow of the island gradually coming into view. The crew members joyfully rushed toward the cabin, exclaiming, "Lady Hancock, we can see the island of Dressrosa. We are nearing our destination." A clear, assertive female voice interrupted Hancock's focus on her diary. Baizé had taken a moment during the battle to update his own diary, so everyone was aware that he was currently engaged in combat with the Dual Emperor crew. Finally, it is my turn to take the stage. Hancock stood up, her face flushed with excitement. Soon, she would meet Baizé, and just the thought sent her heart racing. With her hands cupping her cheeks, she radiated the innocence of a love-struck maiden. After indulging in her daydreams for a moment, she swiftly exited the cabin. The distant sky was engulfed in tumultuous winds, lightning crackling, as if a cataclysm were imminent. Baizé mentioned an unusual threat in his diary. I wonder what it could be? Hancock mused quietly, contemplating whether she could assist Baizé. After a moment of reflection, she resolved firmly, with my abilities, I will surely be of help to Baizé. Then he will be able to take me to new heights. As she spoke, a blush crept across her cheeks, her mind racing with fantasies. In the blink of an eye, she even began to ponder names for the children she might have with Baizé in the future. "Lady Hancock, there is something." A subordinate's shout snapped her back to reality, and somewhat irked, she demanded, "What is it? Speak quickly." "They have spotted another pirate ship, also heading toward the island of Dressrosa. The pirate ship seemed to have discovered us as well, and it slowed its pace. We would soon catch up with them." The continuous reports from my subordinates caused the Empress to furrow her brow, for she had little interest in these so-called pirates and only wished to reach Baizé's side as swiftly as possible before she could issue any commands. Her diary suddenly revealed a notification. A nearby owner of a diary copy was present. This particular owner was a rival vying for Bai Zai's favor. Hancock frowned and cast her gaze towards the nearest pirate ship. At that moment, it was undoubtedly that very vessel. Meanwhile, on another pirate ship, the gluttonous Bonnie, with her pink hair, also looked towards the Empress, her eyes filled with curiosity. It seemed that one of the 7 warlords, Empress Hancock, was likewise a diary copy owner. When the two met for the first time, no conflict erupted. Instead, they exchanged a glance, chose not to acknowledge each other, and continued their journey towards the island of Dressrosa. However, as they hurried to reach Dressrosa, their diaries suddenly displayed new content, compelling them to look closer. To their astonishment, the source of their impending crisis was none other than that entity, the ancient weapon known as Uranus, suspended high in the sky. This brief entry startled all diary owners, revealing that above the kingdom of Dressrosa hovered one of the 3 ancient weapons, Uranus. On the coast, Bai Zai raised an eyebrow, surprised that the sense of impending danger he felt was indeed linked to Uranus. It was inconceivable that Uranus could be a possession of Dressrosa, as he previously speculated that it should be in the hands of the world government. Thus, its presence here indicated the world government's clear intentions. Had the enigmatic Im detected his identity? Was it his victory over Kaido that had spread his name across the seas, finally drawing Im's gaze upon him? Had they discerned the connection between him and Noah through some arcane means? Bai Zai swiftly formulated a hypothesis regarding the methods Im might have employed to uncover his identity. Though the specifics remained elusive, regular intelligence gathering and searching would never have been able to pinpoint him. He was certain he had not engaged in any actions that could expose his identity. Thus, the only plausible explanation lay in extraordinary methods akin to divination or the powers of a devil fruit. Bai Zai's conjectures were not without merit. After all, if the world government could not ascertain the relationship between him and Noah, they would certainly resort to conciliatory tactics to draw him into their ranks rather than deploying Uranus. Indeed, a being with the power to slay gods would likely be unmatched within the world government. Now that Uranus had been activated, it was reasonable to deduce that the world government had learned of his identity. Bai Zai surveyed the surrounding pirates. They all remained frozen in place, unwilling to make a move. It appeared they still harbored intentions of eliminating both the Yonko pirates. Among the 3 ancient weapons, Uranus was the most enigmatic. If one were to rank their power based on mystery, then while Pluton could obliterate an island in one strike, and Poseidon possessed the power to destroy the world through countless sea kings, Uranus likely held the terrifying ability to erase any island from existence with a global strike radius. As Bai Zai contemplated, the power of the blazing sun within him began to radiate outward, enveloping the entire island. The onlookers noticed Bai Zai's prolonged silence and his intermittent glances skyward, leading them to realize something was amiss. They turned their gazes toward the heavens, yet beneath the shroud of dark clouds, the sky appeared unremarkable. However, as time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Meanwhile, at the world government's holy land, Mariewa, the 5 elders anxiously monitored the situation, their eyes frequently darting to the phone snail on the table. Should there be any unusual activity on the line, they would immediately issue an attack order. BRR, a stout 5 elder promptly connected the call, anxiously addressing the phone snail. Elders, it's bad. Bai Zai seems to have sensed something. He keeps looking skyward and has ceased fighting. The other elders exchanged alarmed glances. Impossible. How could he perceive the existence of Uranus? There was nothing impossible about it. His power had likely surpassed their expectations. Indeed, it was possible that he had reached a new level of strength, allowing him to detect the hidden Uranus in the sky. What are we waiting for? We cannot hesitate any longer. Since we have already wounded those 2 Yonko, Uranus's strike will surely ensure their capture. They swiftly reached a consensus to activate Uranus. Over the past 8 centuries, the number of times they had deployed Uranus could be counted on one hand. Yet, each activation had flawlessly eradicated the enemies of the world government. Even those nations once at the zenith of power, capable of challenging the world government, have been rendered non-existent under Uranus's might. Therefore, they held immense confidence in its capabilities. One of the elders, clad in white and wielding a sword, fervently proclaimed, "No matter how powerful an individual may be, they shall ultimately be reduced to dust beneath Uranus's prowess, just like the empires of old." In a conference room, the 5 elders appeared relaxed, brimming with confidence in Uranus. Once activated, any living being would be obliterated by its might, and they had already begun to contemplate how many bottles of champagne they would open for the impending celebration. Above the kingdom of Dressrosa, amidst the tumult of thunder and storm, a colossal floating city, comparable in size to an island, slowly emerged from the clouds, revealing itself to all. As the floating city descended, Bizet fully sensed its grandeur. The structure was polyhedral, with the upper section serving as an energy collection apparatus, densely packed with apparatuses, the most prominent being the central tower. The lower half was in the shape of an inverted pyramid, adorned with intricate blue energy patterns. The energy lines grew denser as they descended, ultimately converging at the apex of the pyramid, where the blue energy lines became so tightly packed they appeared almost black, exuding a sense of the extraordinary. With the arrival of Uranus, all present became acutely aware of the floating city, their astonishment palpable as they gazed at this island-sized structure in the sky. "What is that?" exclaimed many. "Is it a floating island? Could it be the Golden Lion? No, is it truly an island? It resembles a technological weapon." Was this the reason Bizet had been gazing skyward? Did that object hold greater significance than their elimination? The pirates voiced their astonishment, each clamoring to comprehend the sight before them. From a distant peak, the red-haired Shanks gazed at the floating city, unable to suppress a smile. Yet this smile triggered pain from his injuries, causing him to cough up blood as he slowly rose with the aid of Mihawk. Is the world government truly this bold? To activate such an entity as Uranus? But why? Is there something here that warrants its deployment? Shanks suddenly turned his gaze towards Bizet, who remained on the shore. It's him. But why? Shouldn't they be trying to recruit him? Upon hearing the words of Hongfa, Yin was taken aback, astonished to discover that the entity suspended in the sky was, in fact, the Tianwan. Both of them possessed remarkable insight into the situation, and, in an instant, they exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. The world government must have deemed it essential to employ such grand measures, opting not to recruit Bays, which undoubtedly indicated that Bays bore unforgivable sins against the world government. Hongfa spoke slowly, followed closely by Yin's addition. To the world government, the notion of an unforgivable sinner was startling. It was truly remarkable that someone could embody such monstrosity, mastering physical prowess, martial arts, swordsmanship, and hockey to the utmost degree. The slayer of gods was indeed Bays. By the end of his statement, Yin's lips were parched, distorting his voice. Arriving at this conjecture left both men in a state of unparalleled astonishment. Meanwhile, on a distant hillside, Long gazed up at the sky, his expression grave, swiftly aligning his thoughts with those of Hongfa and Yin. Unable to suppress a gulp, he looked at Bays, still positioned on the coast, his eyes filled with awe, his heart overwhelmed with disbelief. "Everyone look! What is that in the sky?" The citizens of Dressrosa turned their gazes upward, startled by the sudden appearance of the island. Panic enveloping the moment. Anyone with an island suspended above them, uncertain of when it might descend, would feel an overwhelming terror. Is that an island? How did we suddenly gain an island overhead? If it falls, it could obliterate all of Dressrosa. It's over, it's over. We had just quelled the chaos of war, on the brink of peace, and now this island appears. Will I truly never have the chance to enjoy happiness in my lifetime? Amidst the citizens' panic, several women stepped forward to restore order. Everyone, do not panic. Lord Bays will resolve the matter above. Let us maintain order and avoid any stampedes. While offering reassurance, Nami and the others demonstrated their powers to enhance the credibility of their words. The citizens inherently trusted Bays, and though his absence had momentarily unsettled them, witnessing the strength of those beside Bays rekindled their faith. Indeed, we need not panic excessively. Lord Bays is omnipotent, and he will lead us to peace. He must be addressing the issue of the floating island, which is why he has not yet appeared. Lord Bays has truly worked hard. Yes, We must maintain order and avoid becoming a burden to Lord Baze. The crowd echoed, and order was swiftly restored. Nami and her companions exchanged glances, deeply astonished by Baze's unique ability. The effect was astonishingly powerful. Even in Baze's absence, order could be swiftly maintained. This was not a trained army. These were ordinary people, even a disorganized mob, making it exceptionally challenging to unify their actions and commands. Yet now, under the influence of Baze's unique ability, this had been achieved with astonishing ease. In the midst of their astonishment, they felt reassured, quietly observing the unfolding events. They were well aware that what loomed in the sky was not an island, but one of the ancient weapons, the Tianwang. Nami and her companions awaited Baze's resolution of the Tianwang, their hearts brimming with boundless confidence in him. It was the indomitable image Baze had established along their journey that inspired such faith. Beyond Dressrosa, the Empress and Bonnie shared the same sentiment, gazing at the island in the sky, firmly believing in Baze's ability to resolve the situation. However, aside from them, anyone else aware of the circumstances held little hope. For the name of the ancient weapon resonated too profoundly in people's minds. The island above began to undergo changes, with the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from it, instilling fear in those below. The energy patterns of the Tianwang's lower half radiated a blinding light, casting a blue glow across much of the sky, resembling a blue sun. Energy patterns continuously converged towards the apex of the pyramid, exuding an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Those below, targeted by the energy, felt as though an invisible hand had gripped their hearts, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. At that moment, a golden radiance enveloped Baze, and he surged skyward. As Baze ascended, an abundance of golden light engulfed Dressrosa, ultimately coalescing into a massive golden shield, resembling a golden bowl that enveloped the island. Baze's figure propelled skyward without pause, and the Tianwang seemed to sense Baze's approach, reluctantly dispersing half of its gathered energy. The operator above the Tianwang, observing the locked-on Baze, confidently declared, "Even with only half of the energy gathered, it is sufficient to obliterate any being, a fool seeking their own demise." Amidst the terrified gazes of countless onlookers, a beam of energy descended from the sky, striking Baze with tremendous force. The black energy beam exuded a cataclysmic aura that could render anyone entranced merely by witnessing it. Yet within that black beam of energy, there flickered a glimmer of gold, unwavering and ascending towards the heavens. Enveloped by the energy beam, Baze felt the protective radiance around him being depleted. He gripped the daylight artifact tightly, drawing forth the relentless power of the blazing sun, which radiated an aura and heat akin to the scorching sun. The power of the blazing sun surged forth as Baze braved the impact of the black beam, pushing against the current. In the eyes of the spectators, that glimmer of gold surged skyward, ultimately reaching the source of the black beam, which was the Tianwang's true form. Following a dazzling flash of light, a few moments later, a resounding roar echoed. An immense blaze erupted, engulfing the sky in golden flames. As the true form of the Tianwang was completely consumed by the golden inferno, transforming into a colossal fireball suspended in the sky, akin to the sun descending upon the earth. Moments later, the true form of the Tianwang was utterly incinerated to ashes by the extreme heat of the flames, leaving the sky devoid of any clouds. All that remained was the brilliant golden flames, burning fiercely under the sunlight. Had it not been for the golden protective shield covering Dressrosa, this island would have surely been reduced to charred earth by the terrifying temperatures. Countless onlookers gaped in astonishment at the scene. They beheld Baze slowly descending through the golden flames, resembling a deity. The golden fire enveloped Baze in a radiant cloak of flames, dazzling and divine. Baze, sensing the considerable depletion of his blazing sun power within, gazed towards the direction of the Holy Land, Mary Geos, his eyes flickering with determination. It seemed necessary to alter his plans and return to the Holy Land to eliminate this troublesome presence. After Baze descended, he surveyed the surviving individuals present, lacking any desire to take action himself. His earlier protective measures had not accounted for this side, and those who managed to survive the impact and aftermath were indeed fortunate. Noah, Baze called out, and soon beneath Dressrosa, a warship comparable in size to the island slowly emerged from the depths. The surviving underworld bosses gazed at this colossal steel warship, speechless in astonishment. The shock of the day had rendered their minds numb. Noah, take care of these individuals. Baze, unwilling to take matters into his own hands, turned and made his way toward the royal capital. He prepared to embark on the Noah with Nami and the others, intent on dismantling the Holy Land in one fell swoop. If they were so eager for death, he would gladly escort them on their journey. Upon receiving Baze's command, the Noah battleship revealed countless cannons, all locking onto numerous vessels surrounding them. However, Noah deliberately avoided the ships of Empress Hancock and the gluttonous Bonnie, as she, being a creation of the diary, could naturally sense the presence of the diary's owner. Under the deluge of cannon fire, all beings were rendered equal. At the Holy Land of Mariaja, the short and stout Gorsei held a champagne bottle, ready to uncork it when suddenly the transponder snail rang. It seemed good news was on the horizon. Surely, Dressrosa Island had been erased from the map by now. The sword-wielding Gorsei chuckled to his fellow members and then answered the transponder snail. Gorsei-sama, the king has been destroyed. Crash! Clatter! The champagne bottle shattered on the ground, producing a jarring sound. However, the attention of the Gorsei present was not on the mess. What did you say? The king has been destroyed? Impossible! Exclaimed the sword-wielding Gorsei, clutching the transponder snail with disbelief. It's true, Gorsei-sama. The king has been annihilated by Baze. As the informant detailed the report, the Gorsei finally came to accept this harrowing reality. One of the Gorsei, in a state of despair, sank into a sofa, trembling fingers reaching into his pocket for a cigar. He shakily placed it in his mouth, but no matter how he tried, he could not light it. This must be a joke. The king has been destroyed? It cannot be true. How could a mere human destroy the king? The Gorsei muttered incessantly until silence fell over the group. We must meet with Im-sama. We are about to face Baze's wrath. A Gorsei said in a somber tone, as the others wearily rose to their feet and walked deeper into the Holy Land, the location of the Void Throne. A day later, Baze stood on the deck of Noah, flanked by Nami and the others, along with two unexpected guests, Empress Hancock and Bonnie. Baze was astonished at how they had survived the saturation bombardment from Noah. Noah explained to Baze that she had sensed Hancock and Bonnie surrendering to him, to which Hancock and Bonnie hesitantly agreed. Baze was indifferent. After all, once they boarded his ship, their fate was ultimately in his hands. At this moment, Baze was engaged in crafting a brand new functional rune. He had made significant progress in his cultivation of the Great Sun visualization and, having comprehended the essence of the blazing sun, his mastery of the sun rune had reached an exceptionally profound level. Creating a new sun rune was a simple task. After a brief period, he produced the rune he desired. This was a remote, real-time communication sun rune, and he intended to broadcast the destruction of the world government to the entire world. He had also experimented and found that, through the transmission of the sun rune, he could maximize the preservation of its radiant essence. Ever since he recognized the formidable power of the sun's essence, he had harbored this idea. He aimed to create a truly harmonious world. The essence of the sun was the key to this endeavor. Since he could not change the existence of the sun's essence, he would adapt to it. He would direct its power towards the right purpose. As long as everyone held the ideal of building a harmonious world and was willing to strive for it, such a world seemed not so distant. After all, gathering the strength of the entire world to construct a harmonious society was a possibility Baze firmly believed in. Baze extended his hand, and a golden sun rune materialized in his palm, not bulky, but the size of metal. However, it was densely inscribed with numerous runes, embodying various functions Baze desired. With a thought, the rune in his hand multiplied from 1 to 2, then 4, beginning to increase exponentially. Meanwhile, the essence of the sun within him began to deplete like a rushing river. Fortunately, sunlight bathed him, allowing the recovery of his Sun essence to proceed swiftly. Baizé had previously felt that the Sun essence was far from him, but in truth, he had not been overexerting its use. Faced with the current exponential creation of Sun runes, Baizé finally pushed the limits of his Sun essence, leading to the illusion that it was about to be exhausted. That should suffice. Let's spread it across the world. The Sun runes erupted from Baizé's palm like fireworks, soaring toward islands across the globe. The Sun runes possessed an automatic detection feature for island inhabitants, ensuring no waste on uninhabited islands. He even deliberately released several to the depths of Fishman Island. Next, it was time for the entire world to witness this spectacle. A day later, golden screens appeared worldwide, displaying the silhouette of a man, not particularly tall, yet impossible to look away from. Hello, everyone. I am Baizé, also known as Noah, the so-called God-Slayer according to the world government, and today, I intend to embody this title and be a true God-Slayer. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, Baizé turned to face the screen, smiling at everyone. Instantly, countless individuals around the world gasped in astonishment. The God-Slayer. Many stood trembling, their eyes fervently fixed upon Baizé. Originally, Baizé would have needed time to prove himself, but under the essence of the Sun, his words seemed inherently endowed with the strongest validation. The scene then shifted, and the world's populace beheld a colossal battleship, comparable to an island, floating in the sky. Countless cannons emerged from the battleship, all aimed at the holy land of Mariajoa. Baizé extended his hand, a strand of golden light enveloping the Noah, followed by a radiant glow emanating from all the cannons. Noah's eyes sparkled with data streams, and the data panel before him connected with the essence of the Sun, beginning to render in gold. Initiating overload mode for full cover strike. Countless robust cannon barrels coalesced with a terrifying golden brilliance. Baizé observed the chaos at Mariajoa with a calm heart. In overload mode, Noah's striking capability had undoubtedly reached that of a cosmic warship. In such a situation, why toil away in combat? Release. With Baizé's command, waves of energy particle cannons surged toward the holy land of Mariajoa. Under the astonished gazes of the populace, the segment of the red soil continent where Mariajoa was located vanished in an instant. Everything seemed to dissolve into nothingness under the might of the particle cannons. Even the most enigmatic Im had no means to resist. Baizé held no interest in the secrets of the world government. The future was what he wished to focus on. A harmonious world achieved through collective effort was what he longed for. A year later, on Daughter Island, Baizé and Boa Hancock celebrated their final wedding. Following the destruction of the Holy Land, a new nation emerged, the Kingdom of the Radiant Sun, unifying all nations of the world into one. Baizé's Sun essence played a crucial role in this transformation. He has integrated the Navy, rectifying past grievances while retaining many righteous naval officers. Other factions, such as the Revolutionary Army, the Seven Warlords of the Sea, the human nations and non-human races, must either accept the incorporation by Baizé or face inevitable annihilation. The birth of an empire is invariably accompanied by the rise and fall of powers. Those who align with the prevailing trends shall flourish, while those who oppose them are destined to be swept away by the relentless tide of fate. As for pirates, they have become mere tears of a bygone era. A brand new nation is emerging, free from oppression and servitude. Should anyone dare to pursue a life of piracy, they would undoubtedly encounter the fervent opposition of the populace, for pirates symbolize destruction and plunder, infringing upon the collective welfare of all. The era of great pirates has concluded in a remarkably extraordinary fashion. The world of piracy has entered a new epoch, the era of the Blazing Sun. Following extensive discussions, it was ultimately decided that he and each of his brides would hold individual ceremonies on the islands where Baizé first encountered them or where the girls matured. The Empress would be the last to wed. The grandeur of the Empress's wedding was unparalleled, with the citizens of the daughter nation gathering to partake in the celebration. Under the gaze of the multitude, Baizé slowly approached Hancock, and at last, their lips met without a trace of separation. Synopsis: having traversed into the world of pirates, he discovers that by writing a daily journal, he can earn rewards and continuously strengthen himself. Upon witnessing the potency of these rewards, Baize resolves to set a modest goal to become the king of the world. However, as time progresses, he realizes that the female characters exhibit peculiar behaviors. Nami pleads tearfully for Baize to rescue her. Robin betrays Crocodile, offering the Baroque works to him. Princess Vivi, shyly assuming the role of queen, requests Baize to become her king. The naval officer, Peach Rabbit, and the Empress Hancock, along with an increasing number of female characters, fervently strive to win Baize's affection, engaging in an intense competition for his heart.